Chapter 1a, Succubus? A real succubus? Ah, finally free. A seductive female voice echoed in the dormitory, accompanied by mysterious smoke emanating from an amethyst ring. Lin Yuan stared wide-eyed as the purple smoke swirled and condensed in the air, gradually forming a breathtakingly beautiful figure. This can't be true. This absolutely can't be true. Lin Yuan's mind was in complete chaos. The ring on his hand had lost its purple light and become ordinary. But what was happening before his eyes completely overturned his worldview? Her long, purple hair flowed in the air like silk, each strand shimmering like a star in the night sky. Those amethyst-like eyes were scrutinizing him with great interest, their gaze carrying a dangerous allure. Look at those black demon horns on her head, and those semi-transparent bat wings on her back. She doesn't look human at all. This human's expression is hilarious. He's completely terrified. But the fact that he could break my seal means he definitely possesses special energy. Ivina landed slowly, her bare feet lightly touching the ground. Her snow-white skin glowed with a faint purple light, and the neckline of her purple off-shoulder dress was quite daring, perfectly showcasing her full breasts. The skirt had a high slit, revealing glimpses of her long, slender legs, every inch exuding a fatal allure. Oh dear, it's been 500 years. Ivina stretched, her full breasts trembling slightly with the movement, her heart-shaped tail swaying leisurely behind her. I thought I was going to stay in that broken ring forever, she thought. Lin Yuan felt his mouth was agape. A succubus? A real succubus? It just appeared out of the ring like that? You, who exactly are you? He stammered, his voice trembling violently. Hee, little brother, thank you for rescuing this princess. Ivina walked towards Lin Yuan step by step, each step carrying a seductive rhythm. Her high heels, which seemed to appear out of thin air, made a crisp sound as they touched the ground. Her figure swayed gracefully, and her heart-shaped tail swayed gently, emitting a faint purple glow. But judging from your expression, you're not so terrified by my beauty, are you? As he drew closer to Lin Yuan, the sweet, cloying aroma grew stronger. Lin Yuan found his heart pounding wildly, his mind going completely blank, utterly incapable of thought. Holy crap, oh, it's so beautiful. How could such beauty exist in this world? Let me introduce myself. I am Ivina Purple Shadow, the succubus princess of the 7th level of the Abyss of Desire. Ivina stopped less than an arm's length away from Lin Yuan, a playful glint in her purple eyes. She reached out her slender fingers and gently stroked Lin Yuan's cheek. The cool touch carried a certain magic that made one's heart race. An existence that lived for 527 years due to some political reasons, it was exiled to the human world, and its power was sealed in that ring. 527 years old? Lin Yuan's mind was even more confused. This stunningly beautiful woman who looked no more than 20 years old had actually lived for over 500 years? The Abyss. Succubus princess. Lin Yuan tried to keep his voice from trembling too much. Was all of this real? Of course it's true. Ivina chuckled softly, her tail gently brushing against Lin Yuan's leg. But now it's all good. I've met such an interesting little master like you. Owner? According to the laws of the Abyss, whoever breaks the seal on this princess will become her master. Ivina's voice was as sweet as honey. Congratulations, Lin Yuan, you now have a succubus princess as your personal familiar. Lin Yuan felt like he was going crazy. This was all too absurd, completely beyond his comprehension. But the succubus's seductive, tingling voice kept reminding him that this was reality. A succubus princess? A personal familiar? These settings that only exist in novels and games have actually appeared in reality? Wait, this can't be true. Lin Yuan shook his head, trying to calm himself down. Succubus, that's absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming, or hallucinating. Still don't believe me? Ivina giggled, her voice as melodious as silver bells yet carrying a dangerous allure. Then this princess will prove it to you. She closed her eyes, and purple light surged from her body, making her suddenly translucent. The next second, she disappeared from the spot, and Lin Yuan felt something rush into his body. Suddenly, Lin Yuan found himself unable to control his body. His consciousness was pushed to the side of his body, and he could only watch helplessly as his hand rose, completely unable to stop it. Are you surprised, dear master? He heard his own voice speak, but the tone had completely changed, becoming Ivina's seductive timbre. This is my possession ability. Your body now completely belongs to me. This human body feels pretty good, although not as sensitive as a woman's, it has its own unique charm. Oh my god. She really controlled my body. Fear washed over him like a tidal wave. Lin Yuan desperately tried to regain control of his body, but to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as his body was controlled by a succubus. So, now do you believe that I, the princess, am truly a succubus? Ivina controlled Lin Yuan's body, raising her hand to observe him carefully. Possession ability is just one of my many abilities. A few seconds later, purple smoke surged out of Lin Yuan's body and reformed into Ivina's true form. Lin Yuan regained control of his body, but the fear of being completely controlled made him tremble all over. Now, my little master, it's time to talk about our cooperation. Ivina reappeared before Lin Yuan, sitting elegantly in a chair with her legs crossed. Her heart-shaped tail swayed gently behind her, radiating an alluring glow. Cooperation? Lin Yuan's voice was still trembling. What cooperation? I can share my abilities with you, allowing you to possess other people and experience different bodies and lives. A seductive glint shone in Ivina's eyes. Imagine you can possess any woman you desire, feel their bodies, and experience their lives. Possessing any woman? Lin Yuan felt his heart start racing again. The suggestion was simply too tempting, almost no man could resist such an allure. However, in return, you will need to help this princess collect energy. Ivina licked her lips. I need to draw energy from intimacy to sustain my existence. Especially the pure love that arises in moments of passion. That's the most delicious source of energy. Love? A passionate moment? Lin Yuan's face flushed instantly. Although he was a college student, he wasn't an innocent boy who knew nothing. Ivina's words couldn't have been clearer. You're saying all of these things, he swallowed hard. Can you really do them all? Of course, Ivina stood up and slowly walked towards Lin Yuan. This princess never lies. But first, you'll need to gain my abilities through intimate contact. A deep kiss will suffice. Judging from his expression, his inner desires are already burning. Men are all the same, they simply can't resist temptation. With each step he took, Ivina's fragrance grew stronger. The cloying scent assaulted Lin Yuan's brain, quickly eroding his reason. Come, my little master, let's begin this wonderful partnership. Lin Yuan felt like he was going crazy. Reason told him it was dangerous. Cooperating with a succubus would definitely not end well. But the desires deep within him were burning wildly, and the urge to experience different bodies almost consumed him. Possessing beautiful women, feeling their bodies. Such an opportunity may only come once in a lifetime. Faced with such an alluring succubus princess, Lin Yuan could no longer resist his inner impulses. His desire completely overwhelmed his reason. He stepped forward, cupped Ivina's delicate face in his hands, and kissed her without hesitation. Ivina let out a soft moan, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her purple eyes. She opened her cherry-like mouth, her nimble tongue entwining with Lin Yuan's. This human is bolder than I imagined. It seems he's definitely a lecherous fellow at heart. There will be a lot of possession scenes. Please treat the protagonist and the succubus as immoral villains. Chapter 2: Supreme Forgetfulness, Severing the Threads of Emotion. Oh dear, the little master is in a hurry. Ivina chuckled softly, her amethyst eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a mischievous charm. She didn't stop Lin Yuan's actions. Instead, she gracefully cooperated with him, bringing their bodies even closer. A faint purple magic seeped from her snow-white skin, creating a dreamlike atmosphere in the dimly lit dormitory. How does this princess feel? Her voice was as sweet as honey, every word carrying a seductive magic. Lin Yuan was overwhelmed with awe at the sight of this perfect being who transcended human limits. Ivina's skin was as smooth and delicate as white jade, radiating a faint purple magical glow, like the brightest star in the night sky. Raygood, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. His voice trembled with excitement, as if he were touching a miracle itself. Ivina nodded her head in satisfaction, her long purple hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. It seems my little master has very good taste. However, truly enjoying the power of this princess is not such a simple matter. Her slender fingers gently caressed Lin Yuan's cheek, the cool touch containing an ancient and mysterious magic. Are you ready to receive my legacy? This is power from the deepest abyss. I'm ready. Lin Yuan's pupils dilated slightly, filled with longing for the unknown. I'm willing to pay any price. Looking at the determination in his eyes, Ivina's purple eyes rippled with joy. Then let us proceed, my master, and complete this sacred covenant ceremony. She softly chanted an ancient abyssal incantation, and a purple magic circle slowly unfolded beneath their feet. Mysterious runes danced in the air, radiating a deep, eerie magical energy. The entire dormitory seemed to have been transported to another dimension, everything around them enveloped in a dreamlike purple magical aura. The contract has begun. Guided by the incantation, their bodies began to radiate the same purple magical glow. Ivina's power flowed into Lin Yuan's body like a gentle tide, merging with his soul. This was an unprecedented experience, as if countless stars were flowing through his veins. This human soul is so pure, and it merges with my power even more perfectly than I expected, Ivina exclaimed in amazement. Now, you are the master that this princess has acknowledged. Ivina spoke softly, her voice carrying a certain sacred solemnity. From this moment on, my strength is your strength, my knowledge is your knowledge. Lin Yuan felt the new power surging within him, a power beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He could clearly sense that his senses had become more acute and his thinking more clear. This feeling, it's unbelievable, he murmured to himself. I can feel something awakening within me. Of course, you already possess the ability to possess others. Ivina gracefully tossed her purple hair, letting the long strands flow like silk through her fingers. However, using these powers requires skill and experience. First, we need to choose a suitable target to practice on. She flicked her finger in the air, and a mirror made of purple magic appeared before them. The mirror reflected the bustling city, with countless figures moving about within it. Let this princess teach you how to choose the ideal person to possess, Ivina's tone became serious. First, the target must possess sufficient social status and influence. Power, wealth, and fame are all resources we need. Lin Yuan listened intently, his eyes sparkling like a devoted fan. So what kind of person should we choose? A female CEO is a good choice. Ivina lightly tapped the mirror, and several elegant women in business attire appeared in the image. They typically wield control of large corporations and enjoy extremely high social status. More importantly, successful businesswomen often possess outstanding looks and charisma. The women reflected in the mirror are all stunningly beautiful. Some are commanding affairs in conference rooms, while others are strategizing in luxurious offices. The confidence and authority they exude inspire awe. And the heiress of a wealthy family. Ivina continued, the scene shifting to some young and beautiful socialites. They came from prominent families, received the best educations from a young age, and possessed not only outstanding looks but also profound cultural knowledge. Moreover, their networks often spanned various fields. These human women are indeed very valuable, and choosing the right host is crucial to our plans, Ivina thought to herself. Lin Yuan stared intently at the radiant women reflected in the mirror, his gaze so focused it seemed he wanted to see into their very souls. They all look so perfect. Is it really possible to successfully possess someone? Sure. Ivina confidently tossed her chin up, displaying the arrogance characteristic of a succubus princess. My possession technique is the most perfect skill in the abyss. Those I possess, even their closest family members, cannot detect anything amiss. She drew intricate runes on the mirror. I will perfectly inherit all the target's memories, habits, personality traits, even the most subtle physical reactions. Their past will become my past, their lives will become my life. So, who should we choose as our first target? Lin Yuan asked impatiently. Ivina pondered for a moment, her purple eyes sparkling with the shrewdness of a little fox. Oh dear, this princess has thought of an even more interesting option. The image in the mirror changed again, this time showing well-known female celebrities from the entertainment industry. They shone brightly under the spotlight, each possessing breathtaking beauty. A female celebrity? Lin Yuan was so excited he almost jumped up, his pupils dilating instantly, filled with unexpected joy. This idea is awesome. That's right. Ivina nodded smugly, a slight smile playing on her lips, her eyes crinkling with a satisfied triumph. Female celebrities not only possess outstanding looks, but more importantly, they wield enormous social influence. Every move a top female star makes attracts nationwide attention. She lingered on the silhouette of one of the female celebrities. Look at this woman, Li Yaxin, 25 years old, one of the most popular actresses in China. Not only does she possess an angelic face and a devilish figure, but she is also a shareholder of a major entertainment group. Her net worth exceeds 1 billion yuan, and she has fans all over the world. Lin Yuan gazed at Li Yaxin in the mirror. She was a near-perfect woman. She had long, cascading hair, exquisite features that seemed like a masterpiece of God, and a breathtakingly perfect figure. More importantly, her eyes radiated a unique charm, a confident glow possessed only by true stars. She's just too perfect. Lin Yuan murmured, his eyes dimming as if they had lost their luster, clearly struck by this perfection. If I could possess her. Seeing the little owner's longing expression is truly heartwarming. The Taiching Temple on Zhongnan Mountain is shrouded in a thin mist, giving it a somewhat desolate feel. In the deepest, most secluded chamber of the temple, Dao Xianjunwen's face was ashen, his breath barely a whisper. He struggled to raise his hand, gesturing for Su Qingge, who was kneeling before the bed, to come closer. Qingge. My days are numbered. Su Qingge's eyes filled with tears, but she held them back. She had never seen her master so weak before. Her master, who was once so ethereal and powerful, now struggled to even speak. Master, you will definitely get better. Qingge will go and gather the 1,000-year-old snow lotus to refine the rejuvenation pill. No need. Dao Xianjunwen waved his hand, a complex light in his eyes. This is karma and retribution for my actions. He slowly took out a yellowed portrait from under his pillow. The portrait depicted a handsome young man whose features bore a striking resemblance to Su Qingge. Qingge, I have a secret to tell you. The person in this painting is the child I abandoned when I severed all ties of love. Su Qingge's clear eyes widened. Master, you have a son? 21 years ago, in order to master the supreme forgetfulness technique, I cruelly abandoned him and his mother. A trace of pain flashed in Dao Xianjunwen's eyes. Now he has grown up and his name is Lin Yuan. Su Qingge asked, puzzled, why did Master tell Qingge these things? Because. Dao Xianjunwen coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the year of Gengxian, the red phoenix star moves, and your love tribulation descends. And this Lin Yuan is the embodiment of your love tribulation. A love tribulation? Su Qingge blinked blankly. That's right. Dao Xianjunwen spoke with his last breath. Disciples who have practiced the supreme forgetfulness technique throughout history have all succumbed to the tribulations of love. You must sever this root of trouble before the emotional turmoil fully erupts. Master means. Su Qingge asked innocently, do you want to kill him? Dao Xianjunwen wanted to explain, but with his life nearing its end, he could only nod with difficulty. Remember, don't be fooled by his appearance, you must cut ties with him. As soon as he finished speaking, the great master Dao Xianjunwen breathed his last. Su Qingge stared blankly at her master's body for a long time before she came to her senses, then threw herself onto her master's body and burst into tears. Master! You can't leave Qingge alone. Chapter 3 Possessing a Female Celebrity? This princess is also quite fond of this target. Avina licked her lips. Young, beautiful, rich, famous, and most importantly, she had the figure I liked. From what I observed, she was probably an F cup, 168 centimeters tall, and weighed only 50 kilograms. A perfect golden ratio. This female celebrity is indeed an ideal choice. Her social status and influence perfectly match our needs. But Avina deliberately dragged out her words, saying that female celebrities have a fast-paced life and often need to film and attend events. This is quite a challenge for me. Is there a problem? Lin Yuan asked worriedly. There is no problem. Avina chuckled, it just means I need more energy to maintain a perfect performance. After all, staying at my best in front of the camera is very mentally taxing. She gave Lin Yuan a knowing look. This means my little master will need to replenish my energy more frequently. Are you ready? Lin Yuan felt his heart racing. The implication in Ivina's words made him both excited and nervous. Of course I'm willing to cooperate with you. That's settled then. Ivina flicked her finger across the mirror, and Li Yaxin's image was enveloped in a purple halo. Li Yaxin is our first target. However, we need to make thorough preparations before carrying out the possession. She flicked her finger, and the mirror vanished into thin air, but now, let's complete the final step of the contract. Ivina returned to Lin Yuan's side, her purple eyes radiating a gentle light. She reached out and gently stroked his cheeks, the cool touch of her fingertips carrying an ancient magic. Close your eyes and feel the connection between our souls, she whispered. Lin Yuan Zhao did it, and he felt a warm energy flow from Ivina's fingers into his body. This feeling was stronger than ever before, as if two souls were slowly merging. A purple light enveloped the two of them, forming a sacred cocoon of light. Within this cocoon, time seemed to stand still, and only the two of them existed. I feel it. Lin Yuan said softly, there's some kind of connection between us. Yes, Ivina smiled with satisfaction. Now our souls have formed an eternal bond. This connection is deeper than I imagined. It seems this human truly is my destined master. You can use my abilities. As I become stronger, you will also become stronger, and through the things you do, I can also collect energy. The cocoon of light slowly dissipated, and the two returned to the real world. But Lin Yuan was completely different now. His eyes shimmered with a faint purple light, and he exuded an unprecedented charm. "The contract is complete," Ivina announced. "From this moment on, you are the true succubus master, Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan felt the new power surging within him, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. He knew that from this day forward, his life would be completely changed. Those beautiful things that he could only dream of before would now become reality. "Thank you, Ivina," he said sincerely. "I will cherish this power." Don't rush to thank this princess." Ivina smiled slyly. "The real adventure has only just begun. Once we successfully possess Liaxin, you'll know what a truly exciting life is all about." Chapter 4: Permanent Container Plan. Ivina, Lin Yuan stroked her smooth, silky back. "Regarding the choice of a possession target, I think you should consider it carefully." "Oh? What's wrong, darling?" Ivina slowly raised her head, her amethyst eyes still glazed with the afterglow of her climax. Her long eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, revealing a captivating shyness. "Celebrities may be dazzling, but they also have a lot of baggage." Lin Yuan analyzed earnestly, his fingers gently stroking her skin. "Paparazzi photos, media attention, fan stalking, all of these can restrict your freedom of movement. Moreover, celebrities' every move is under public scrutiny, which I don't think suits your bold and straightforward personality." Ivina nodded slightly, her eyes revealing serious contemplation. My little master is very thoughtful." Indeed, this princess doesn't want to be followed by those annoying reporters. "My little master is so considerate of me. It seems he really cares about my feelings," she thought to herself. "This time, let's choose a permanent container." Lin Yuan suggested, "Let you completely possess her body, making it your identity in the human world. That would be safer and more exciting." Permanent occupation. Ivina's eyes lit up, like fireworks suddenly bursting in the night sky. "That's a good idea. This princess does indeed need a stable human identity." She gracefully rose from Lin Yuan's lap, sat cross-legged, her back straight as elegant as a swan. Her slender fingers lightly stroked her chin as she began to think seriously. "Then, let this princess reconsider her goal." Ivina extended her slender, jade-like fingers. "First, excluding celebrities and overly famous public figures, what we need are women who are wealthy and powerful, but who don't attract excessive attention. What are your thoughts?" Lin Yuan asked curiously. Ivina's pink tongue lightly licked her lips. "What are the daughters of wealthy and powerful families like? Especially those from low-profile but powerful conglomerate families. They are wealthy and powerful, but they usually don't show their faces in public." Her eyes were as bright and shrewd as a little fox's. "Or, the female owner of a high-end club? One of those places that caters exclusively to the wealthy and powerful. They are rich and well-connected, and most importantly, they are very good at disguising themselves and socializing." There was another option. Suddenly, Ivina thought of something, and her pupils dilated slightly. "Female executives in large companies, such as vice presidents and chief financial officers. They wield real power but are not as prominent as CEOs." Lin Yuan listened to Ivina's analysis and nodded in agreement. "These choices are indeed more suitable than celebrities. But which one do you personally prefer?" Let this princess think about it." Ivina slowly rose, her back straightening, like a lotus emerging from water. She paced the room, each step as light as a willow catkin. "This princess prefers women who are mature and elegant, but who possess strong desires deep within." She stopped, turned around and smiled, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall. "The female owner of the upscale club seems to fit this requirement perfectly. They are usually very beautiful, know how to please men, and are highly skilled at it. Most importantly, this identity allows me, the princess, greater freedom of movement." "That's a good choice," Lin Yuan agreed. "Then let's set our sights on the female owners of high-end clubs." "Not in a hurry." Ivina walked back to Lin Yuan's side with a charming smile, her gait like that of a feline. "This princess needs to first understand what suitable targets are available in this city. Are you familiar with the high-end venues in this area?" I don't know." Lin Yuan scratched his head, then, as if struck by a sudden thought, analyzed. "However, the female owner of the high-end club looks a bit like an old woman who does those kinds of shady things. Wouldn't that be beneath your status? After all, you're a princess. Why not choose a rich heiress or a mature woman from a wealthy family?" I need to think all of this through." I can't let my little princess suffer any injustice. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, a gentle ripple appeared in Avina's purple eyes. She returned to Lin Yuan's side, her slender fingers lightly stroking his cheek. Oh my little owner is so thoughtful. Avina giggled, but her eyes lowered slightly, revealing an unspoken hesitation. You're right, this princess is indeed a member of the Abyss royal family. Becoming a club owner does indeed lower my status. She gently bit her lower lip with her pink lips, her brows slightly furrowed. Although those women were very resourceful, they were ultimately in the service industry. I am still a princess, after all I cannot lower my status. My owner really cares about me. It seems he doesn't just want my body and abilities, he genuinely cares about my feelings. She was deeply moved. What about the rich heiresses? Lin Yuan asked gently, or perhaps the mature mother of a rich young lady? They have status and wealth, and most importantly, they are of noble birth. Ivina's bright eyes sparkled with longing like stars. That's a good idea. The rich heiress is nice, but she's a bit naive. However, the mothers of wealthy heiresses are usually ladies from noble families. They are elegant and graceful, and usually very well maintained. She sat up straight excitedly, her full breast swaying slightly with the movement. Imagine those wealthy women in their 30s. They possess the charm of mature women, rich life experience, and impeccable social status. Furthermore, Ivina continued her analysis, gesturing with her fingers in the air. Wealthy women usually have their own social circles. High society ladies' gatherings, charity galas, upscale salons. This princess can handle all these occasions with ease. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. This identity is indeed more suitable for you. So, what are your specific goals? What are your requirements? Let me think about it. Ivina crossed her legs, her succubus tail swaying gently behind her, the heart-shaped tip drawing circles in the air. First, women aged 35 to 45 are the most charming. She counted on her fingers one by one. A good figure is required, and the bust size must be at least an E-cup. She needs to have a stunning face, preferably the mature, sophisticated type. And then there's her personality. Ivina's eyes narrow slightly, revealing a mischievous, devilish charm. This princess prefers women who appear elegant and noble on the surface, but are actually very driven by desires. It's more interesting to possess such a woman. What about your family background? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Ideally, it would be someone whose husband frequently travels for work or is busy with his own business. Ivina chuckled softly, her voice as clear and melodious as a silver bell. This way, the princess, will have more free time, and, if they are not satisfied in their marriages, it will be easier to control them after I possess them. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and her pupils dilated instantly, filled with unexpected joy. Oh my, I've thought of the perfect target type, a newly divorced wealthy socialite. Divorced? Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Yes, that's right, Ivina explained excitedly, clasping her hands together in front of her chest. Newly divorced socialites usually receive large sums of money in the settlement, and they are often emotionally empty and craving new excitement. This is the perfect state for this princess to exploit. She rose gracefully and paced the room, each step as beautiful as a dance, and divorced women don't have to consider their husband's feelings. This princess can move more freely, and even date you openly. This idea is fantastic. Young people don't know the value of married women, and mistakenly take young girls for treasures. Young and unaware of the beauty of a young girl, he mistook Nanliang for a baby. Young people don't know the value of a life with a mistress. They mistakenly plant rice seedlings in the fields. Young and unaware of the value of a rich woman, he wasted his youth and shed tears. I want both young women and girls, and then I'll find a rich woman later. But, what if the young woman is actually a rich woman? Lin Yuan excitedly recalled the classic quote and said. So, shall we look for such a target? Certainly. Ivina gracefully walked back to Lin Yuan's side, bent down and gently kissed his forehead, her warm lips carrying a sweet touch. My sweet little master has thought of everything so thoughtfully for me, I must reward you properly. Her hands began to roam over Lin Yuan's body, her fingertips caressing him as lightly as feathers. However, we still have time to do something else before we look for our target. That last time wasn't enough, this princess needs more energy. Seeing how considerate my little master is, I'm really loving him more and more. Once she finds a suitable target, she'll definitely let him experience the most perfect life of a rich woman, Ivy thought sweetly to herself. Chapter 5 Scammed, 1 million, a wounded soul. Lin Yuan excitedly hugged Ivina tightly, enjoying the wonderful feeling of her soft, warm body pressed against his. This feeling of being completely accepted and cherished began to slowly melt a corner of his heart that had been frozen for a long time. No problem. I love this kind of thing. Let's continue enjoying the happy times. Lin Yuan's voice was filled with an unprecedented ease and joy. Sensing her master's renewed excitement, Ivina smiled seductively and eagerly responded to his caresses, her purple eyes shimmering with tender light. Oh my little master has so much energy. Ivina moved closer to Lin Yuan, letting him feel the warmth of her body. This princess loves your greedy and direct nature. This human was completely different from what I had imagined. He possessed a reassuring and innocent quality. Oh, right, Lin Yuan thought for a moment as he gently stroked Ivina's smooth, silky skin, his eyes instantly lighting up. A divorced socialite, preferably with 1 or 2 beautiful daughters. That way, her source of energy will be no problem at all. Absolutely perfect. Upon hearing this suggestion, Ivina's purple eyes lit up instantly, and her heart-shaped tail swayed even more excitedly behind her. My little master is so thoughtful. She licked her full lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This idea is absolutely brilliant. Not only would it grant a stable and prestigious status, but it would also provide an abundant source of extra energy. Imagine this, Ivina begins to describe that breathtaking scene in a seductive voice. A well-maintained, mature lady in her mid-30s, along with her 2 beautiful daughters in their early 20s, could perfectly portray a loving and gentle mother, and then in private. She paused deliberately, allowing Lin Yuan's imagination to run wild. Holy crap! That's perfect! Lin Yuan was so excited he almost jumped up. Those rich girls were usually very well protected, each one as pure as a fruit waiting to be picked. If this plan can really come to fruition, I'll never have to worry about money again, and I'll never have to live at the mercy of others. A complex emotion welled up deep within Lin Yuan's heart. He recalled a painful experience from his freshman year of college. His then-girlfriend, Xiaoyu, a seemingly gentle and kind girl. They dated for 6 months, and Lin Yuan thought he had truly found love. But when Xiaoyu learned that he was an orphan and struggling to make ends meet through scholarships and part-time jobs, her attitude completely changed. In the end, she chose the rich second-generation student in her class who drove a BMW, leaving Lin Yuan heartbroken alone in the dormitory. From then on, Lin Yuan stopped believing in true love. He felt that all relationships in this world were based on self-interest. People without money or status didn't deserve true love. But now, looking at the beautiful and powerful succubus princess before him, Lin Yuan felt a feeling he had never experienced before. Although Ivina was also using him to regain his energy, she was at least honest, and she gave him real strength and hope. That's right. And as their nominal mother, I, the princess, can rightfully care about every aspect of their lives and even arrange some very special educational content, Ivina replied gently. Her voice was alluring and strategic. For example, she could tell them some educational knowledge or introduce them to some very suitable male friends. Wow! As Lin Yuan listened to these words, his excitement grew stronger and stronger. That way, I can openly approach them as their mother's good friend. It's a flawless plan. Finally, I can experience the life of the rich. Those who look down on me will regret it sooner or later. Of course. Ivina giggled, her voice as melodious as silver bells. My little master is the person I trust and love the most. Could there be a better way to put you in charge of taking good care of them? She readjusted her position, bringing them even closer. Now, let's continue what we didn't finish earlier. This princess needs even more energy to execute this near-perfect plan. Come on. Lin Yuan replied excitedly, a strong sense of anticipation welling up inside him. As the two drew closer, a rich purple magical light surged around them once more, witnessing the birth of an even bolder and more exciting plan. Ivina, every movement is full of elegance and allure. For the wonderful life that is about to come. For the wonderful life that is about to begin, my little princess. Lin Yuan responded affectionately, holding Ivina's soft waist tightly with both hands. At this moment, he felt not only physical relaxation, but also a spiritual liberation. The anger, resentment, and pain that had been building up in his heart for years seemed to find an outlet in this moment. Ah, my little master. Hearing these heartfelt and sincere words, Ivina felt a surge of unprecedented warmth in her heart. She leaned down and gently pressed herself against Lin Yuan's chest, her long purple hair cascading over him like a waterfall. This princess has truly chosen the right person. He didn't just want my body and abilities, he truly loved me with all his heart. I haven't felt this genuinely valued feeling in such a long, long time. A rich purple magical light swirled and danced around the two, witnessing this special bond that transcended race and dimension. The air in the room seemed to be purified by this mysterious power, becoming warm and sweet. Think about it. Avina used her alluring voice to paint a beautiful picture of the future. This princess will possess the body of Songyali, an elegant, noble, and radiant figure in high society, and you will be this princess's most beloved and cherished young lover. Why Ruegu? Lin Yuan responded excitedly in Chinglish, his eyes sparkling with boundless anticipation for the future. By then, I won't be that poor student who was looked down upon and deceived by gold diggers anymore. I'll let everyone know that Lin Yuan can also live a life of luxury. Thinking of this, a complex emotion welled up in Lin Yuan's heart. He remembered Fang Xiaoyu, the gold digger who had almost ruined his life 3 years ago, and the greedy nature hidden beneath her pitiful mask. Brother Lin Yuan, I'm really scared. Mom's illness is getting worse. I don't know what to do. In his naivete, he took out all of the 1 million yuan inheritance left to him by his mother for this poor girl. Of course, this money was actually left behind by Dao Xianjinren, but Lin Yuan was unaware of it. And what happened? After being swindled out of all their money, the so-called little white rabbit vanished without a trace, without even a goodbye. He vowed to become strong and make those gold diggers pay the price. And now, this opportunity has appeared in the most perfect form. Ha, and there are also Song Yali's adorable daughters. Avina added with a charming smile, a mischievous glint in her voice, Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan, 2 young and beautiful heiresses, they'll sweetly call you Brother Yuan, or something even more intimate. Ha ha. That's awesome. Lin Yuan was so excited he almost couldn't contain himself. Those pampered young ladies who had been spoiled since childhood, it was finally his turn to teach them a lesson. His tone was excited, but deep down he had more complex thoughts. He studied diligently, believing that knowledge could transform power. One day, fortunes will change, and I will be able to make a comeback. Now, this opportunity has appeared in another form. At that time, Ivina continued to paint an alluring picture of the future. Her voice became even softer and more seductive. Imagine the expressions of those pampered young ladies who have been carefully protected since childhood when they first encounter a truly powerful man. It would be quite interesting and fascinating. Ivina. Lin Yuan breathed heavily, his eyes filled with deep affection and gratitude. You are truly the most perfect woman I have ever seen in my life, no, the most perfect succubus. Without a doubt. These words came from the depths of his heart. Before meeting Ivina, Lin Yuan, having been hurt by Fang Xiaoyu, had completely lost faith in the existence of true beauty in this world. But now, this beautiful and powerful succubus princess not only gave him strength and hope, but more importantly, she made him feel cherished again. Oh my, sweet words. A genuine smile of joy spread across Ivina's face. It was the most genuine happiness she had seen in 500 years. However, this princess really enjoys hearing you continue. It's far better than those hypocritical men. Although she said that, Ivina felt an unprecedented warmth welling up inside her. Through the contract, she could sense Lin Yuan's inner pain and understand his anger towards women who had deceived his feelings. Perhaps, we are both wounded souls, which is why we can understand each other so well. I'm serious. Lin Yuan gazed deeply into her beautiful purple eyes, his voice filled with an unprecedented firmness. I love everything about you. More importantly, you give me the power of revenge. Those fraudulent organizations, those gold diggers, I will make them all pay the price. These words reminded Lin Yuan of his painful past experience. Fang Xiaoyu's betrayal not only cost him 1 million yuan, but also made him lose trust in the world. But Ivina is different. She genuinely cares about me and is truly willing to share her strength with me. This time, I'm going to take the initiative. Hearing these words filled with a thirst for revenge, Ivina felt a long-closed corner of her heart deeply stirred. She lowered her head and kissed Lin Yuan's lips forcefully, pouring all her emotions into that deep kiss. In this kiss, 2 wounded souls found redemption in each other. One was a succubus princess sealed away for 500 years, and the other was a young human who had been hurt by a gold digger. They both found what they lacked in each other: genuine understanding and shared goals. This princess also truly loves you. Ivina whispered during a brief pause in the kiss, her voice filled with an unprecedented tenderness and sincerity. And this princess will avenge you. Those gold diggers who dared to harm my master, none of them will escape. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes as she thought of the impending revenge. That bitch Fang Xiaoyu will pay the price for hurting my master. Their union deepened and deepened, becoming more than just physical. It was a pact of mutual healing and shared revenge between 2 wounded souls. The intense purple light grew stronger, completely enveloping the entire dormitory in this powerful and dangerous magical energy. Release my beloved little master. Give me all your love and hate, princess, and let us conquer this world together, Avina urged gently but urgently. Certainly. Lin Yuan responded loudly, his voice filled with an unprecedented sense of relief. With you, I'm no longer afraid of anyone. Those who look down on me, those gold diggers who cheated me out of money, I'll make them all kneel before me. He gazed deeply into Avina's eyes, his gaze burning with the flames of revenge. I'm so lucky to have you, Ivy. Now we can start planning how to deal with those gold diggers. Finally. I'm no longer a weakling at the mercy of others. With Ivina, it's my turn to rule everything. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, which were full of fighting spirit, a deep gleam of excitement flashed in Ivina's purple eyes. She could clearly sense the absolute determination in his words. It was not just a thirst for power, but also a strong desire for revenge. Oh my little master has become so powerful. Ivina gently stroked Lin Yuan's cheek, her fingers softly tracing his contours. In 500 years, I've never encountered such an interesting vengeful partner. She deliberately increased the frequency of her swings, her movements filled with unprecedented excitement and anticipation. You're absolutely right. This princess's energy has indeed recovered considerably. The thrill of revenge is far more delicious than mere desire. During my time in the abyss, I witnessed far too much treachery and deceit, but such pure vengeance, it was truly exhilarating. Ha, and you know what? Ivina leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear, her warm breath gently caressing his ear. Once we start our operation, the desperate expressions on those gold diggers' faces will only excite this princess more, and our energy will grow exponentially. Really? Lin Yuan asked in surprise, a strong sense of anticipation welling up inside him. Of course it's true, Avina answered breathlessly, her voice filled with satisfaction and excitement. The thrill of revenge combined with true love would generate the most powerful magical energy. Those self-proclaimed clever gold diggers never dreamed they'd encounter opponents like us. She suddenly stopped what she was doing and looked very intently into Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan, this princess is going to tell you a very important secret. Seeing Ivina suddenly become so serious, Lin Yuan also suppressed his excitement and looked at her intently. What secret? Is it related to our revenge plan? A premonition rose in his heart that this secret might make their revenge even more perfect and thorough. Chapter 6: The Mysterious Legend of the Succubus. What secret? Tell me quickly. Lin Yuan urged impatiently. In the ancient world of succubi, a mysterious legend is told. Avina's voice became soft and divine. If the succubus found someone who truly loved her, her power would be qualitatively elevated, perhaps even breaking through the natural limitations of her bloodline and reaching unprecedented heights. Her heart-shaped tail gently stroked Lin Yuan's leg. I used to think this was just a beautiful legend, but now I'm starting to truly believe it. Does that mean? Lin Yuan excitedly tried to sit up. Yes, Ivina gently pressed him down, letting him continue to lie comfortably. If this ancient legend is true, this princess's power might become many times stronger than before. At that time, all our plans will become much easier to achieve. She began to sway her hips slowly again. So, my dearest little master, please continue to love this princess deeply. Let's create our own miracle together. I will. Lin Yuan hugged Avina tightly and said sincerely, I will love you forever and ever, Avina. No matter what happens. Only a fool wouldn't want such a good thing. With this partner, what more could you ask for? Ah, then love me to your heart's content. Avina sensed that Lin Yuan was about to reach his peak and urged him urgently, give me all your love so that our power and souls can be completely merged. The intense purple light grew even more dazzling, and the entire dormitory trembled slightly under the impact of this exceptionally powerful magical energy. The union of the two transformed into a deeper, more sacred ritual of soul merging. A moment later, when all the magical energy had completely subsided, Lin Yuan felt completely drained and lay limply on the floor, panting heavily. I'm completely done for. I've entered sage mode. Lin Yuan said weakly, but his face still wore an extremely satisfied smile. Avina gracefully rose from him and sat demurely to the side, tidying her long purple hair. Her body still emitted a faint, mysterious purple glow. Oh dear, my little master has really given it his all. Ivina gently stroked Lin Yuan's chest. But that's more than enough. This princess feels an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her body. She carefully examined the changes in herself. The ancient legend was indeed true. The magical power of love had qualitatively elevated all of her abilities. Now, she was at least 3 times stronger than before. Although Lin Yuan was exhausted, he was still excited to hear the news. Does that mean our plan will be easier to implement? Of course, Ivina smiled smugly. Now, this princess can not only possess a target flawlessly, but also precisely control multiple different targets simultaneously, and the consumption of magical energy has been greatly reduced. She bent down and kissed Lin Yuan's forehead. All of this is because my beloved little master gave this princess true and pure love. Ivina used magic to put their clothes back on, then gently held Lin Yuan in her arms to let him rest. After a while, she suddenly asked, "By the way, my little master," Ivina looked at Lin Yuan with some curiosity. "What is our relationship now?" Lin Yuan's heart tightened. Although the passion had subsided, this question still made him a little nervous. We're lovers, right?" "Lover." Ivina repeated the word, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. "This princess likes this title. What do you usually do, my lover?" "It's the things boyfriends and girlfriends do." Lin Yuan said somewhat shyly. "We go shopping, watch movies, eat, and chat together, just like any other couple." These words reminded Lin Yuan of his painful relationship during college. Back then, he and Xiaoyu were the same, holding hands while shopping, watching movies together, and sharing their daily lives. But in the end, she left him because he was poor and had no social standing. Shopping and watching movies, Ivina nodded happily. "These all sound so interesting. This princess is looking forward to experiencing human lover's life with you." She suddenly remembered something, and her expression turned somewhat worried. "But before that, let's formulate a specific action plan for finding our target. After all, if I appear in public like this, I'll be recognized." Lin Yuan slapped his forehead. Holy crap! How could I have forgotten about this? He then realized he wasn't in an anime. If a beautiful woman with demon horns and wings suddenly appeared in real life, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. In his excitement, he had forgotten this important point. "Can't you transform? Can't you turn into a normal human?" Lin Yuan asked eagerly. Ivina shook her head helplessly. "This princess doesn't know how to transform. Succubi's talents mainly lie in possession and charm. Transformation is not our forte. And even if we could transform, we would need legal identification in human society, right?" She analyzed. "So we still need to find a suitable target to possess first. But until we find a target, this princess can only stay here for now." Lin Yuan frowned and thought, "What will you do during the day?" "I have to go to class. I can't always be with you." "It's all right," Ivina said with a gentle smile. "This princess can go inside the ring to rest and wait for you to return before coming out." "That's not a long-term solution," Lin Yuan said worriedly. "We need to find a suitable target as soon as possible." Seeing Lin Yuan's worried expression, Ivina felt a surge of warmth in her heart. This human truly cared for her, and didn't just want her body and power. "Don't worry, my little master," Ivina comforted her. "This princess will use magic to explore the city and will soon find a suitable target." Ivina used magic to instantly put their clothes back on neatly, then gently embraced the tired Lin Yuan, letting him rest peacefully in her warm embrace. Information card. Ivina, the succubus princess, recounting her past. Personality: seductive and alluring, arrogant and straightforward. Current form: physical form: gentle embrace. Appearance and clothing: purple long dress. Expression: gentle with a touch of sorrow. Identity: age: succubus princess. Actual age: 27 plus, sealed for 500 years. Next goal: to develop a plan to find a suitable human vessel for the deceased. Current host: consciousness. Personality: none. Memory synchronization: none. Social relationships: Lin Yuan's first love, the succubus. Family members: Abyss royal family. Contact severed. Energy reserve: 150% power. Sublimation completed. Chapter 7: This succubus is a virgin. The purple light slowly dissipated in the room, leaving only a faint magical aftertaste that gently lingered in the air. Lin Yuan buried his head deep in Ivina's full, soft breasts, greedily inhaling her unique and alluring fragrance. It was a faint scent of violets mixed with the seductive aroma of a succubus, giving him an unprecedented sense of peace and satisfaction. "I didn't expect you to be so gentle, Ivina." Lin Yuan whispered in her warm embrace. "You're so open, so bold, and so incredibly charming. You completely fulfill all the wonderful fantasies I've had about succubi since I was a child, from watching anime and reading novels. It's like the world of anime has come to life." Upon hearing this, a complex and subtle emotion flickered in Ivina's purple eyes. She gently stroked Lin Yuan's soft hair, her voice suddenly becoming soft and shy. Oh dear, actually, those things were also my first time too. Ha? First time? Lin Yuan immediately looked up at her in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Wait, didn't you say you've lived for 527 years? How could this be your first time? That doesn't make sense. Holy crap, this plot development is too outrageous. A succubus who has lived for over 500 years is still a virgin? That's even less likely than winning the lottery. Avina gave a bitter smile, her beautiful face etched with deep loneliness and sorrow. Although I am indeed 527 years old now, when I was sealed away, I was actually only 27 years old. At that time, for our succubus race, I was just a child who had just come of age. This 500-year-long seal has truly robbed me of so many wonderful moments I should have been enjoying. If it weren't for meeting him. What? 27 years old? Lin Yuan's eyes widened instantly, his expression one of utter shock, as if he'd been struck by lightning. His mind raced, processing the meaning of this information. Succubi's lifespan is definitely measured in thousands or even tens of thousands of years, so 27 years old for them, isn't that equivalent to human infancy? Holy crap! You were sealed away for a full 500 years? You were only 27 years old back then? That's just too outrageous. Lin Yuan sat up in shock from Ivina's arms, completely unable to believe this cruel fact. A succubus princess who is only the age of a human infant is to endure 500 years of lonely sealing? This is more cruel than any tragic story. That's right. Avina nodded slightly, a painful memory flashing in her eyes. In our succubus world, 27 years old is truly just a little princess who has just come of age. Before I could truly experience the many joys of life, I was suddenly plunged into a complex and brutal political struggle. Her voice was filled with deep sorrow and endless regret. As a succubus princess with pure royal blood, I should have enjoyed the adoration and intense desire of countless suitors after reaching adulthood, experiencing all kinds of unprecedented and wonderful pleasures. But the coup happened far too suddenly. My opponents exploited my youth and inexperience, setting a perfect trap. By the time I realized the danger, it was too late. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan felt a surge of intense anger and heartache. So you spent those 500 years, all alone inside the ring. This is absolutely cruel. A little princess, still just a child, has to endure such suffering. Those bastards who staged the coup are utterly inhuman. Loneliness, solitude, despair, and an endless yearning for life energy. Ivina leaned against Lin Yuan's chest, her voice becoming fragile and helpless, like a wounded little animal. Being a born succubus, yet unable to enjoy the pleasures you should have, unable to draw the energy of desire necessary to sustain life. Do you know how painful and torturous that is? Her heart-shaped tail drooped limply, completely devoid of its usual vitality and allure. It's as suffocating and despairing as not being able to breathe properly. Every day, this princess endures this agonizing torment, worse than death. There have been countless moments of despair, when I even wished I could just disappear completely. As Lin Yuan listened to Ivina's tragic story, an unprecedented surge of protectiveness and anger welled up within him. That's fucking outrageous. You're so young, and you have to endure such cruel suffering. Those bastards who staged the coup deserve to be torn to pieces. He hugged Ivina tightly, his voice trembling as he said, I used to think I was pretty miserable, an orphan since I was little, without any family. But compared to you, what are my hardships? No wonder she said she was finally free. 500 years of sealing was like a living hell for a succubus who was still a child. And she's still a virgin. That's practically a miracle in modern society. Even my ex-girlfriend isn't a virgin anymore, and this succubus princess is? This stark contrast stirred complex emotions within Lin Yuan. In a world where even girlfriends might have had many boyfriends, a succubus princess who feeds on the energy of desire actually maintains the purest state. This is more incredible than any fantasy novel. So? Avina looked up at Lin Yuan with deep affection, her purple eyes sparkling with endless gratitude and love. The moment you broke the damn seal, this princess truly believed she was living a beautiful, unreal dream. She leaned forward and gently kissed Lin Yuan's lips, and you've given me a true love I've never imagined. This is the most precious gift I've received in my entire 500 years. He didn't approach me because of my strength or beauty, he genuinely cared for and loved me as a person. Ivina. Lin Yuan's eyes reddened with heartache as he gently stroked her smooth cheek. I swear, I will never let you suffer again. I will use everything I have to make up for the 500 years we lost. I will love you dearly and protect you with my life. At that moment, Lin Yuan secretly made up his mind. He would help Ivina gain more energy, make her stronger, and ensure that she would never be hurt by anyone again. Chapter 8. Then I will be Lin Yuan's exclusive lover. Hee, my little master is so thoughtful. Ivina smiled a genuine, heartfelt smile, the most authentic and radiant expression of joy in 500 years. But now I don't need to worry anymore. With you by my side, this princess has not only regained her freedom, but also gained unprecedented power and precious love. She continued excitedly. And our first experience together was a million times more wonderful than this princess had imagined. So this is what true love feels like, a warm and blissful sensation. No wonder those ancient legends always celebrate the magical power of love. This feeling of being genuinely cherished and loved is far more precious than any increase in power. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt both heartache and excitement, and a determined smile appeared on his face. Then we should do this kind of thing often in the future, to make up for all the 500 years you lost. I swear I will make you live the happiest and most joyful life in the world. Of course. Ivina giggled, her eyes sparkling with boundless anticipation for the future. This princess is going to unleash all the desires and longings that have been suppressed for the past 500 years. She suddenly became a little shy, and her voice softened, however. Lin Yuan, this princess has a small request. What request do you want? Tell me. I'll grant you anything I can do. Lin Yuan replied immediately, earnestly, and firmly. Although I am a succubus, this was truly the first time I had ever experienced such a wonderful feeling. Ivina's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a girlish shyness. So, could you please be a little gentler? This princess still needs time to learn and adapt. This innocent and shy expression looked especially cute and charming on the powerful succubus princess's face. Of course, no problem. Lin Yuan agreed without hesitation. I will be very gentle and careful, and I will absolutely not make you feel uncomfortable. Your feelings are the most important thing to me. Thank you, Ivina said, hugging Lin Yuan tightly, deeply moved. This princess is so lucky to have met you. Me too. Lin Yuan hugged her back excitedly. Meeting you is the greatest miracle of my life. It's even more incredible than winning the lottery. The two embraced quietly, savoring this hard-won, warm and beautiful moment. After a while, Ivina suddenly remembered something and asked softly. By the way, Lin Yuan, this princess wants to ask you a question. In your human world, what should we call a relationship between two people who love each other like this? Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then a gentle smile appeared on his face. In our area, two people who love each other like we do are usually called lovers or boyfriend and girlfriend. Lover. Ivina repeated the word, her eyes sparkling with longing and happiness. This princess loves this beautiful title, so I am Lin Yuan's exclusive lover. That's right. Lin Yuan nodded excitedly. You are my one and only girlfriend, and I am your most beloved boyfriend. Although this title might seem somewhat ordinary to a noble succubus princess, Ivina cherished it greatly. In the cruel abyss of the world, there is only the relationship of exploitation and being exploited. There is never such equal and beautiful love. So, as lovers, what should we do next? Ivina asked curiously and expectantly. Lin Yuan thought about it seriously. Normal couples would go on dates together, watch movies, eat out, go shopping, and get to know each other's preferences. He suddenly became excited. That's it. I can show you around modern human life. Although you will eventually possess someone else, before that, I can take you to see the world. This sounds interesting and novel. Ivina's eyes lit up. This princess is very curious about modern human life. It's settled then. Lin Yuan said excitedly. Tomorrow I'll take you to experience modern life. I'll let you feel the romance of a modern couple's date. Good. Ivina nodded happily, then suddenly remembered something, her expression turning confused and worried. But before that, let's formulate a specific action plan for finding a target to possess. After all, if I appeared in the public eye looking like this, I'd definitely be recognized. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan slapped his forehead. Damn it. How could I have forgotten about that? He scratched his head in frustration. I was so excited that I didn't think about this practical problem at all. You look like this now, with devil horns on your head, bat wings on your back, and a heart-shaped tail. If I appeared on the street, I'd definitely be surrounded by onlookers. I might even get arrested by the government for research. Yes. Ivina shrugged helplessly. This princess is still in her succubus form. Although she is beautiful and sexy, she is indeed not suitable to appear in public in human society. Lin Yuan scratched his head. Then can you transform into a normal human? Like in anime, and hide your succubus characteristics? Ivina shook her head and said somewhat apologetically. Oh dear, this princess doesn't know how to transform. Although the succubus race has many powerful magical abilities, transformation is not our racial talent. We are more skilled at possession, charm, and energy drain. I see. Lin Yuan was somewhat disappointed, but he quickly rallied. It seems we still need to stick to the original plan and find a suitable target for you to possess first. He began to think about it seriously. So the key question now is, how do we plan ahead before you find the perfect possession target? You can't stay in the dorm forever, can you? What if my roommate comes back? This is simple. Ivina said casually, this princess can go back into the ring to rest for now and come out when you find a suitable target. That's fine too. Lin Yuan nodded, but I think it's best to find an ideal target as soon as possible. You've been inside the ring for 500 years, and I really don't want you to suffer that loneliness and pain anymore. A warm feeling welled up in Avina's heart upon hearing these words. My little master is so sweet. But now that I have your love, even if I temporarily return to the ring, this princess won't feel lonely, because I know you're out there thinking of me and waiting for me. This feeling of being genuinely cared for was a precious happiness she had never experienced in 500 years. Chapter 9, The Container. It's decided, it'll be her. Alright, Ivina, but I'll have to rely on your magic to find information on a suitable target. Lin Yuan helplessly spread his hands, a self-deprecating smile on his face. I'm just an ordinary college student, with no resources or background. I don't even know where the rich people in the city live. Upon hearing this, Ivina giggled, her purple eyes gleaming with confidence and pride. Hee hee, this little thing is too easy for this princess. She gracefully sat up from Lin Yuan's warm embrace, her slender fingers gently stroking her cascading purple hair. Don't forget, she thought, this princess's power has been enhanced by love, making her more than 3 times stronger than before. She stood up, her bare feet lightly touching the floor, each step carrying an elegant rhythm. Her heart-shaped tail swayed gently behind her, emitting a faint purple glow. Just sit there and watch the show, my little master. Ivina turned to face Lin Yuan, extended her slender fingers, and began to slowly draw complex and exquisite purple runes in the air. Lin Yuan stared wide-eyed at Ivina as she cast her spell. This was the first time he had ever witnessed real magic, and the shock and excitement he felt were indescribable. As Ivina's fingertips danced, mysterious runes appeared in the air, radiating a soft purple light and slowly rotating. The shapes of these runes were extremely complex, as if they contained ancient and profound wisdom. The succubus's ancient words, perceive the desires of all things, see into the depths of the soul. Ivina began to chant the ancient incantation, her voice as beautiful as heavenly music, each syllable carrying a mysterious power. The entire room began to be enveloped in a light purple mist, and a sweet and alluring fragrance filled the air. Lin Yuan felt as if he had entered a magical world. This is a sensory magic of the succubus race. Ivina explained to Lin Yuan as she cast the spell. It can detect basic information about all women within a radius of 100 miles, including their age, wealth, family background, and even the depth of their deepest desires. The power after the sublimation is indeed extraordinary. I couldn't do this level of wide area detection magic before. As the incantation was completed, purple light began to gather in the center of the room, gradually forming a huge magic circle about 2 meters in diameter. This magic circle was as exquisite as a work of art, composed of countless intricate runes and rays of light, slowly rotating and floating in mid-air. Wow! That's so cool! Lin Yuan jumped out of bed excitedly and circled the magic circle to watch it. This was even more amazing than a science fiction movie. Countless points of light began to appear on the surface of the magic circle, each shimmering with a different color and brightness. Some were pale blue, some golden yellow, and others deep red. Each point of light represents a woman. Ivina proudly explained that the color of the light spots represented their age group, the brightness indicated their wealth level, and the flashing frequency showed the intensity of their inner desires. She pointed to the points of light. Blue represents young women, yellow represents middle-aged women, and red represents older women. The brighter the light, the wealthier the woman, the faster it flashes, the more empty and yearning she feels inside. This is practically a human radar. Lin Yuan exclaimed, it's more powerful than any high-tech equipment. Wow, there are quite a few wealthy women in this city. Ivina excitedly observed the magic circle. At least 1,000 points of light were flashing across its surface. However, we need to select them precisely. Let this princess set the conditions. She closed her eyes and began to control the magic circle with her mind. With her will, most of the light spots gradually disappeared. First, exclude those who are too young or too old. Avina's voice is full of professionalism, and she is best suited for women between 35 and 45 years old, possessing both the charm of a mature woman and maintaining peak physical condition. The blue and most of the red dots on the magic circle disappeared, leaving only the golden dots. Then, Avina set further criteria regarding wealth levels. Net worth must be at least 1 billion. We're looking for truly top-tier wealthy women, not those content with modest middle-class wealth. With this condition set, a large number of light spots dimmed, leaving only a dozen or so extremely bright light spots flickering in the magic circle. Next, regarding relationship status, a sly glint flashed in Avina's eyes. Married women weren't suitable. What they needed were divorced, widowed, or women going through divorce. Their psychological defenses were the weakest. Some more spots of light disappeared, leaving only about 10 candidate targets. The last condition, Ivina licked her lips, must have a young and beautiful daughter, preferably between 18 and 25 years old. Once this condition was set, only 5 extremely bright, high-frequency flashing points of light remained in the magic circle. Perfect. Ivina clapped her hands in satisfaction. These 5 are the ideal targets that best meet all our requirements. Now let's take a look at their details. She pointed to the brightest point of light, and the magic circle immediately magnified to display detailed information. A 3-dimensional holographic image appeared in the air, showcasing the figure of a mature and beautiful woman. First candidate. Avina excitedly introduced Song Yali, 38 years old, who had just divorced her ex-husband, Song Jianhua, the chairman of a real estate group, 3 months ago. She received a huge sum of 5 billion yuan in the divorce settlement. Lin Yuan stared intently at the woman in the holographic image. Song Yali was indeed very beautiful, possessing the unique charm of a mature woman. Her face was delicate and elegant, her eyes carrying a hint of noble arrogance, yet also concealing a deep weariness. Ivina continues to showcase her figure, 168 centimeters tall, 52 kilograms, with measurements of 95, 65, 95 and a 36E bust. She's very well maintained. The holographic image began to show Song Yali's entire body. She was wearing an elegant black dress that perfectly showcased her mature feminine curves. Her full breasts, slender waist, and long legs exuded a mature allure. Wow, that figure is amazing. She looks like she's in her early 20s. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. To maintain such a figure at 38, she's definitely at the level of a top-tier wealthy woman. Hee, my little master has excellent taste. Ivina smiled smugly. And most importantly, she has 2 daughters. Her eldest daughter, Song Shiyu, is 21 years old and a junior in college. Her younger daughter, Song Shirhan, is 19 years old and a sophomore. The images of 2 more young girls appeared within the magic circle. The older sister, Song Shiyu, inherited her mother's beauty but possessed even more youthful vitality. The younger sister, Song Shirhan, appeared more innocent and lovely, with the pure and innocent temperament unique to young girls. Good heavens! Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This mother and her 2 daughters were simply a perfect match. The mother was mature and sexy, while the daughters were youthful and adorable. Furthermore, Ivina continued, pointing to the data, that Avina's desire index was extremely high, indicating an inner emptiness and a craving for new stimulation and change. This psychological state was ideal for possession. She waved her hand and brought up the second target, the second candidate, Chen Meilin, 42 years old, widowed for 2 years and who inherited her husband's technology company, which was worth 8 billion. She had a daughter, Chen Siyu, 23 years old, who had just returned from studying abroad. A second holographic image appears, showcasing a more mature and composed woman. Chen Meilin possesses the capable demeanor typical of a professional woman, but her eyes also carry a hint of loneliness. She also has a good figure, Ivina commented, 34D, 170 centimeters tall. Her temperament leans more towards a career woman, but... She frowned. She only had 1 daughter, and her daughter had just returned to China and was still adjusting, unlike Song Yali's perfect conditions. Lin Yuan carefully compared the 2 options, then looked at Ivina seriously and said, "It's up to you. After all, it's the body you're going to use, so I have to consider your feelings first. Although I am indeed lecherous, I have principles and I take responsibility for my lechery." These words stirred a strong emotion within Ivina. She hadn't expected this young human male to be so considerate, not only thinking about his own desires but also caring about her feelings and needs. Oh my little owner is getting more and more thoughtful. Ivina walked to Lin Yuan's side, cupped his face in her hands, gazed deeply into his eyes, and said, "Those words, so alluring yet so responsible, are melting my heart. He was really thinking of me. This feeling of being genuinely cared for is so precious. She turned back to the magic circle, examining the two candidates more carefully, thoughtfully analyzing their respective strengths and weaknesses. Actually, upon closer reflection, Song Yali is younger than Chen Meilin, at 38, right in the prime of her female body and charm. Avina licked her full lips and her 36E breasts. This princess is very curious about what it feels like to have such full breasts. More importantly, she went on to analyze further, noting that Song Yali had only been divorced for 3 months, a period when she was emotionally vulnerable and her psychological defenses were at their weakest. Women in this state are most susceptible to being possessed, and even if their behavior changes, those around them will attribute it to the effects of the divorce. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. That's true. A woman who is just divorced may experience significant changes in her personality and lifestyle, which provides us with perfect cover. Yes, my little master is so thoughtful. Avina smiled approvingly, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. Moreover, Song Yali's 2 daughters were a significant advantage, one 19, the other 21, the prime of their youth, full of vitality. A sly and alluring glint flashed in her eyes. Imagine this princess approaching them as a loving mother, openly and legitimately showing concern for their studies and lives, gradually guiding them to develop a curiosity about the opposite sex and love. That would be so interesting and exciting. So, you finally decided to choose Song Yali? Lin Yuan asked again, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's her. Ivina made her final decision, her purple eyes gleaming with excitement. A mature and beautiful 38-year-old socialite, with an E-cup bust, a fortune of 5 billion, and 2 young and beautiful daughters, she was simply the perfect target tailor-made for this princess. She waved her hand, causing the magic circle to expand and display all of Song Yali's detailed information. More intricate purple runes appeared in the air, revealing every detail of the target. Let me study this carefully. She currently lives at number 16, Emerald Bay, a high-end villa area in the east of the city. Ivina carefully observed the information in the magic circle, a detached luxury villa, covering an area of 3,000 square meters, with a building area of 1,200 square meters, featuring a private swimming pool, gym, garden. It's simply a mansion among mansions. Looking at the dazzling images of luxurious facilities, Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that swimming pool alone is bigger than my entire dorm building. This is the life of the rich." Hee, soon you'll be able to enjoy this kind of life too. Avina laughed smugly, continuing to reveal more information, including interesting details about her 2 daughters. 2 3D images of young girls appeared in the magic circle. The eldest daughter, Song Shiyu, is 21 years old and a junior in the Department of International Trade at the Business School of Lanjian University. Ivina introduced her, saying, judging by her demeanor, she's a typical intellectual beauty. She's 165 centimeters tall, has chestnut-colored medium-length hair, and excels academically, ranking among the top 5 in her grade. Song Shiyu's image presents an elegant and intellectual college student. She wears a simple white shirt with a skirt, her hair is tied in a low ponytail, and her eyes exude a scholarly air and a subtle sense of aloofness. The youngest daughter, Song Shihan, is 19 years old and a sophomore majoring in music performance at the Art College of Lanjian University. Ivina continued, this one is even more interesting. She's lively and cute, 162 centimeters tall, with long black hair, and likes to wear adorable hair accessories. Song Shihan's image is completely different. She is wearing a sweet floral dress, with clear and bright eyes, and exudes youthful vitality. These 2 girls are indeed unique, one is intellectual and the other is cute, making them a very interesting pair. Lanjian University? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. That was a top-tier private university. The tuition was incredibly expensive, only children from wealthy families could afford to attend. Of course, Ivina nodded, which also proved Song Yali's wealth and social status. She smiled slyly, both girls live at school and only go home on weekends, which provides a good buffer for our plans. Lin Yuan pondered this information. Indeed, this way you will have time to gradually adapt to Song Yali's identity without worrying about your daughters noticing anything unusual. Yes, my little master is very thoughtful, Ivina said approvingly, then pointed to the schedule in the magic circle. And according to the detection results, her recent routine is perfect for us to make our move. She walked back to Lin Yuan's side and gently stroked his cheek, but before taking action, there was one more important thing to do. What's up? This princess needs to conserve enough energy, a tempting glint flashed in Ivina's eyes. Possessing such a powerful target would consume a great deal of magic power, and she also had to maintain a perfect disguise at the same time. She slowly approached Lin Yuan, her voice becoming even more alluring. So, my little master, you'd better recharge this princess tonight, okay? Lin Yuan felt the alluring scent emanating from Ivina, and his heart began to race. Of course, no problem. I will cooperate fully for the plan to succeed. That's good, Ivina smiled contentedly, then waved her hand to dispel the magic circle. Now let's rest for a bit. Tomorrow is the start of a brand new life. She sat back down next to Lin Yuan, resting her head on his shoulder. To be honest, this princess is actually a little nervous. This is the first time in 500 years that I'm going to live in human society for such a long period of time. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Yuan gently hugged her. Besides, you're so smart, you'll definitely be able to adapt perfectly to Song Yali's identity. Hopefully so. Ivina snuggled closer to him, but the thought of having such a perfect body in life, this princess was still very much looking forward to it. So when do we start taking action? Chapter 10. You are also a girl who needs to be protected. So when do we start taking action? Now we need to devise a plan to approach her. This princess cannot simply appear before her. We need a suitable opportunity. Lin Yuan pondered the succubus concept he had seen in anime. It's like that smoke effect in anime. Once the target is asleep at night, it whooshes into their body and takes control, then does something like consciousness absorption, perfectly disguised. Something like that, right? He looked at Ivina, then suddenly realized something. Perhaps you've just been unsealed and aren't quite familiar with your powers yet? Judging from the ability you just gave me, it allows you to transform your physical body into smoke and enter the target's body. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Ivina was taken aback at first, then her purple eyes lit up. Oh dear, my little master is right. She smiled somewhat sheepishly. Having been sealed away for so long, this princess had almost forgotten how powerful she originally was. She felt the power surging within her again, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. That's right, this princess can indeed transform into a mist form, Ivina exclaimed excitedly. And now, with my power sublimated, I can not only completely transform into a mist, but also maintain my consciousness while remaining in this misty state. 500 years of sealing made me almost forget my true strength as a royal succubus. She began to recall her abilities before being sealed, complete consciousness absorption. This was a special ability of royal succubi. Unlike ordinary possession, which coexists with the host's consciousness, it completely replaces their soul. That makes things much simpler. Lin Yuan said excitedly. We don't need any complicated approach plans at all. Yes, Ivina smiled smugly. While Song Yali was in a deep sleep, this princess would transform into smoke, slip through the window crack, enter her body, and completely devour her consciousness. She explained the process in detail. After the consciousness was absorbed, all her memories, personality traits, and habits would become a part of this princess, and no one would notice anything unusual. What would happen to her original consciousness? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Completely disappeared, Ivina said nonchalantly, as if she had never existed. From that moment on, Song Yali's body completely belongs to this princess. She stood up and paced gracefully around the room. Moreover, after the consciousness is absorbed, this princess won't need to continuously expend energy to maintain the possessed state. This body will truly become my vessel in the mortal realm. That's awesome. Lin Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Then we can take action tonight? Of course, a dangerous glint flashed in Ivina's eyes. This princess can't wait to experience that voluptuous body, a mature 38-year-old noblewoman. It must be very interesting. She resuming the magic circle, observing Song Yali's real-time status. Let me see. She's currently watching TV at home, usually goes to bed around 11 p.m., and her deep sleep period is between midnight and 3 a.m. Alright then, Ivina has drawn up a detailed plan. At midnight, this princess will carry out the consciousness devouring. Tomorrow morning, you will see a completely new Song Yali. Looking at Ivina, who was excitedly making plans, Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth and heartache. As expected of a succubus princess, her abilities are quite impressive, he thought to himself. I need to take good care of her. This little fool, sealed for 500 years, if calculated by human age, she'd probably be a child. Seeing Ivina's smug expression, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that although she appeared mature and alluring, her mind was probably still quite young. After all, she was only 27 years old when she was sealed away, merely a little princess among the succubi, and the 500 years of imprisonment had left her completely inexperienced in society. Ivina, Lin Yuan gently walked towards her, stroking her purple hair. Although you are very powerful, remember, I will always be by your side. Ivina sensed the gentleness in Lin Yuan's tone and looked at him with some confusion. Oh dear, what's wrong, darling? She tilted her head, her purple eyes filled with innocent confusion. Your tone sounds like you're coaxing a child. Even though I am a succubus princess, it feels really warm to be cared for like this. It's nothing, Lin Yuan said with a smile as he hugged her. I just think you're very cute. Although you are a powerful succubus princess, in my heart, you are also a girl who needs to be protected. Avina paused for a moment, then a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. Hee hee, this princess is not some little girl who needs protection, she said, but her body betrayed her as she leaned into Lin Yuan's arms. But, this feeling of being cared for is indeed quite nice. She suddenly remembered something and said somewhat embarrassedly, actually, this princess does indeed lack common sense about human society. After all, when I was sealed away, I hadn't even had a romantic relationship. Then I must protect you even more. Lin Yuan gently kissed her forehead, my little princess. When Ivina heard the title Little Princess, her cheeks flushed slightly. Oh dear, don't call me little princess, she said coquettishly, but her tone was clearly sweet. This princess is very powerful. All right, my amazing princess, Lin Yuan said with a doting smile. Then shall we wait for tonight's operation? Lin Yuan suddenly remembered a practical problem. Right, there will be people in my dorm. I'll take you to the hotel. You can use some kind of invisibility spell or possession technique to possess my body first. I'll get the room ready before you come out. Ivina blinked her purple eyes, then suddenly realized and slapped her forehead. Oh dear, this princess almost forgot. She smiled somewhat embarrassedly. I haven't lived in human society for 500 years. I'd completely forgotten you even have the concept of roommates. She thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Possessing you is a great idea, Ivina said excitedly. And that way, I, the princess, can gain a deeper understanding of your body structure. Maybe I can even find a way to enhance your stamina. Possessing my little master's body, just thinking about it is a bit exciting. However, she asked with some concern, are you sure you can withstand my consciousness? A succubus's mental power might be a bit stimulating for humans. Lin Yuan patted his chest, no problem. Didn't you just briefly possess me? It felt pretty good. At that time, it was just a simple demonstration. Ivina explained, if we are to coexist for a long time, this princess needs a deeper fusion. You may feel some of this princess's desires and impulses. She approached Lin Yuan and reached out to stroke his chest, and in a place like a hotel, this princess's succubus instincts might be triggered, so you'd better control yourself then. I will try my best. Lin Yuan swallowed hard, feeling the cool touch of Ivy's fingers. Then come in now? Alright, then this princess won't be polite. Ivina closed her eyes, her body beginning to radiate a rich purple light. Relax, don't resist this princess's entry. Her body gradually became transparent, transforming into a thick purple mist that slowly drifted towards Lin Yuan. The mist carried a sweet, cloying fragrance, like the scent of violets mixed with some alluring body odor. Are you ready? My little master, Ivina's voice came from the smoke, carrying a hint of anticipation and excitement. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and opened his arms. Come on, Ivina. Purple smoke instantly enveloped Lin Yuan, pouring into his body through his mouth and nose. Lin Yuan felt a strong impact, as if some powerful consciousness was merging with his soul. Lin Yuan groaned, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Avina's consciousness coursed through his body, bringing him a wondrous sensation unlike anything he had ever experienced. He could feel her emotions, her thoughts, and even her deep love for him. How are you? Are you feeling all right? Ivina's voice echoed in his mind, gentle and concerned. It's all right, Lin Yuan took a few deep breaths, though he felt a little dizzy. That's good, Ivina said with satisfaction. Now I can fully sense your physical condition. Your constitution is better than I imagined. Lin Yuan felt as if his body was full of power, with purple energy flowing through every vein. How amazing! He looked at his hands and could feel Ivina's power flowing through his body. Now let's go to the hotel. Yes, remember to act natural, Ivina reminded her. Lin Yuan shook his head with a wry smile and quickened his pace toward a nearby hotel. Tonight was destined to be an extraordinary night. Chapter 11: Possession Experience and the Allure of Succubus Energy. He straightened his clothes and left the dormitory. Along the way, Ivina would occasionally whisper playful words in his mind. Oh my, it's funny that men's genitals swing when they walk. Stop messing around. Lin Yuan silently responded in his mind, trying his best to maintain a normal gait. He found that his steps were more powerful than usual, and a strange and powerful energy was flowing through his body. Ivy chuckled inside him. Hee hee, my little master is shy. This princess was just curious about the anatomy of a human male. The feeling of coexisting with the succubus's consciousness is so wonderful. Lin Yuan could clearly sense Ivina's presence. Her emotions, thoughts, and even her curiosity about her surroundings were all transmitted to him. When passing female classmates couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, Ivina's excited voice echoed in his mind. Wow, the effect is really obvious. My succubus aura is emanating from your body. Lin Yuan shook his head with a wry smile and quickened his pace. Indeed, he could feel an indescribable charm about himself. Even girls who didn't usually pay much attention to him would cast curious glances at him. Is this the succubus power you brought me? Lin Yuan asked in his heart. You possess my power within you. Enhancing your charm is merely the most basic level. Ivina replied smugly, as I grow stronger, you will also become stronger and possess more abilities. And once this princess regains her complete body and gradually recovers her power, her true succubus charm will drive all the women in the city mad for you. Imagining that scene, Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. But he quickly thought of Ivina's feelings. How does it feel inside me? Will it be uncomfortable? Hearing Lin Yuan's caring words, Ivina felt a warm current surge in her heart. Hee hee, my sweet little master, your body is more comfortable than I imagined, and I can feel your deep love for me. She paused for a moment, her voice softening. For 500 years, this princess has never been so close to anyone's heart. This feeling of complete trust, it's so warm. These words softened Lin Yuan's heart. Although Ivina was a powerful succubus princess, her inner loneliness and longing to be understood were so clearly conveyed to him. From now on, we will be the closest of partners, Lin Yuan said gently in his heart. No matter what difficulties we encounter, I will be by your side. Oh dear, Ivina's voice carried a hint of shyness. My little mistress is so eloquent I don't even know how to respond. But Lin Yuan could sense the deep emotion and happiness in her heart, and that pure feeling made him even more determined to protect her. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan arrived at a high-end hotel in the city center. This star hotel was one of the most luxurious hotels in the city, with a magnificent marble lobby and crystal chandeliers emitting a warm glow. He booked a luxury suite at the front desk, his hand trembling slightly as he swiped his card. Ivina was inside him, curiously experiencing everything. Is this a human hotel? Ivina's voice was full of curiosity as she asked. It smells peculiar. That smelled of high-end perfumes and cleaning products, Lin Yuan explained, adding that wealthy people preferred this kind of environment. Rich people. Ivina mused, soon we'll be part of that class too. The receptionist looked at Lin Yuan, a hint of infatuation flashing in her eyes. She had seen countless customers before, but she had never encountered the unique charm emanating from this young man before. Sir, your room is the presidential suite on the top floor. The receptionist's voice is much gentler than usual. Please feel free to contact us if you need anything. Oh dear, this woman is captivated by you, Ivina thought smugly. My succubus charm is indeed powerful. Lin Yuan politely thanked her and took his room key to enter the elevator. Inside the elevator, Ivina continued her observation. Human architecture is truly fascinating. What principles are used to manufacture this mobile little room? Lin Yuan explained simply that electric-driven mechanical devices demonstrate the rapid technological advancements of modern humanity. Technology, Ivina pondered this concept, is it more practical than magic? Each has its advantages, Lin Yuan said. Technology allows ordinary people to enjoy convenience, but the power of magic is more magical and powerful. Upon arriving at the room, Lin Yuan quickly closed the door and made sure no one was around. The luxury suite was spacious and bright, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the entire city's night view. The lavish decor made one marvel at the lifestyle of the wealthy. Okay, Ivina, you can come out now. Purple smoke slowly emanated from his body, reforming into Ivina's alluring figure in the center of the room. She took a deep breath, stretched contentedly, and her long purple hair danced in the air. Wow, the feeling of possessing a man is so novel. Ivina looked around the luxurious room. This hotel is nice, perfect for our upcoming plans. The room was indeed luxurious, a leather sofa, a solid wood coffee table, a huge 65-inch TV, and a king-size bed with a view of the city lights. The bathroom even featured a jacuzzi and a separate shower. Looking at the luxurious amenities, Lin Yuan touched his wallet with a pang of regret. Anyway, I'll have money soon. This room cost all my savings. So, money really is very important in human society. The room cost 3,000 yuan a night, which was his monthly living expenses. But for Ivina, for their future, he was willing to pay the price. Hearing this, Ivina felt a surge of intense emotion and guilt. She could hear the heartache in Lin Yuan's tone, but even more so, she felt his unwavering devotion to her. "Oh dear, my little master," she exclaimed, walking over and hugging Lin Yuan tightly. Her purple eyes sparkled with a captivating light. "This princess never imagined you would spend all your savings for me." She whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, starting tomorrow, money won't be a problem for us. This princess will make sure you live a truly wealthy life and never have to worry about money again. My owner really cares about me, he's even willing to spend his last bit of money on me." This feeling of being genuinely cared for reminded Ivina of her lonely years in the abyss. Back then, the demons around her either revered her power or coveted her status. No one ever truly cared about her feelings. But Lin Yuan was different, he genuinely loved her for who she was. "Don't say that," Lin Yuan gently stroked her purple hair. "What's a little money? As long as it makes you happy, I'm willing to spend any amount. Besides, we'll be starting a new life soon, and these are all worthwhile investments." Hearing these words, Ivina felt a deep touch deep within her. She tiptoed and gently kissed Lin Yuan's lips. "My little master is so wonderful. This princess will definitely give you the brightest future." The two embraced for a while, enjoying this rare moment of tenderness. Outside, the city lights shone brightly, while inside, they were making final preparations for the enormous changes that were about to unfold. "Let's watch some anime next," Lin Yuan suggested, "and see how the succubus characters and their abilities are designed. I want to compare the differences between real succubi and those imagined by humans." Ivina's eyes lit up, and she asked curiously, "Anime? What's that?" "It sounds interesting." "It's animated films, there are often succubus characters in them," Lin Yuan explained, walking towards the large screen TV in the room. "I want to see if humanity's understanding of you succubi is correct." He skillfully turned on the TV, connected to the internet, and accessed a video platform. The convenience of modern technology filled Ivina with wonder. "Hee, interesting." Ivina sat excitedly on the bed. This princess is very curious about how humans imagine succubi. There are probably many funny misunderstandings. Lin Yuan searched for some classic succubus-themed anime on video websites. This section features works from series like High School DxD, The Seven Deadly Sins, and other fantasy titles. Quickly play. Ivina clapped her hands excitedly, radiating excitement. This princess wants to see just how much imagination these human screenwriters have. Chapter 12, Watching Anime in a Hotel Room? As the animation began, a typical succubus character appeared on the screen, long red hair, an off-the-shoulder dress, and small wings on her back. Ivina immediately giggled upon seeing her. "Oh dear, why are these succubi's wings so small?" she exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the screen. "And their horns aren't sharp enough either. My horns are much prettier and more elegant," she added. She stood up and showed Lin Yuan the translucent bat wings on her back. Indeed, Ivina's wings were larger and more exquisite, emitting a faint purple glow, and looked much more majestic than the decorative little wings in the animation. Moreover, Ivina continued to complain that their fashion sense was terrible, saying that such revealing outfits had absolutely no aesthetic appeal. A true succubus should be elegant yet seductive. When Ivina saw the scene in the animation where the succubus used her charm skill, she laughed so hard she almost fell over. What are they doing? A wave of their hand and they think they can bewitch? This level of skill is less than a tenth of my power. Real bewitching magic isn't like this. In the animation, the succubus only made a few seductive movements, and the male characters around her immediately had hearts in their eyes, which seemed very exaggerated and comical. What is the real charm spell like? Lin Yuan asked curiously, putting down the remote control and focusing intently on Ivina. Let me, this princess, demonstrate for you. Ivina gives a wicked smile, her purple eyes beginning to radiate a captivating light. But I'll control myself, or you'll truly fall for her. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire room underwent a dramatic transformation. A faint purple mist filled the air, carrying an intoxicating floral fragrance. It wasn't ordinary perfume, it was a mysterious aroma that directly affected the nervous system. Every movement Ivina made became incredibly elegant and alluring, as if possessing a magical pull. She simply raised her arm, and the movement was as beautiful as a work of art. Her skin radiated a warm glow, every inch of it almost unreal. True allure, Ivina whispered, her voice as melodious as heavenly music. Each syllable seemed to directly massage the listener's brain, radiating a fatal charm that affected not only sight but also stimulated all the senses. Lin Yuan felt his heart pounding wildly, his reason rapidly fading. Avina's beauty at this moment was simply beyond the limits of human perception. She was like a goddess who had stepped out of mythology, every inch of her skin radiating an irresistible allure. Not only that, even the air felt sweet, as if breathing itself was a pleasure. Lin Yuan's brain began to secrete large amounts of dopamine, and he entered a state of near drunken intoxication. Did you feel it? Avina slowly walked towards Lin Yuan, each step carrying a deadly rhythm. To Lin Yuan, the sound of her footsteps was like the most beautiful music. This was the true power of a royal succubus, 1,000 times stronger than those little tricks in anime. Her voice carried a supernatural resonance, bypassing the auditory system and acting directly on the depths of the brain. Lin Yuan felt his consciousness being enveloped by a gentle yet powerful force, a feeling more intense than any drug. My charm spell seems to be particularly effective on my little master, perhaps because our contractual relationship has strengthened our connection. Just as Lin Yuan was about to completely succumb, Avina suddenly withdrew her charm spell. The purple mist instantly dissipated, and the room returned to normal light and smell. That supernatural beauty also vanished, and Avina returned to her normal state, still beautiful, but no longer possessing that alluring charm that could drive people mad. How about that? Avina smiled smugly, sitting back on the bed. Now you know how powerful real charm can be, right? Lin Yuan gasped for breath, feeling as if he had just entered a completely different world. So amazing. For a moment just now, You almost pounced on me and took my place on the spot? Ivina giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This was only a beginner level of charm. If I used my full power, even the strongest-willed human would instantly succumb. She pointed at the TV screen and continued to complain, look at these succubi in anime, they actually have to rely on showing skin to attract men, it's so low. Real succubi, even if they're completely covered up, can still drive men crazy. Indeed, when Ivina demonstrated her charm spell, she wore a very conservative purple dress, but the effect was 1,000,000 times stronger than any revealing clothing. The essence of charm magic lies in its direct effect on consciousness, Ivina explained earnestly. It uses magical power to stimulate the areas of the target's brain responsible for pleasure and desire, making them feel an irresistible attraction and attachment. Lin Yuan was stunned. This is more advanced than any science and technology. Of course, Ivina proudly stated, our succubus race has existed for tens of thousands of years, and our research into consciousness and desire has long since reached a level that you humans cannot even imagine. The animation continued, showing a scene of the succubus battling the priest. Ivina, seeing the succubus being harmed by holy light, burst into laughter again. Ha, they can actually be harmed by holy light. Ivina laughed until tears streamed down her face. These screenwriters have such amazing imaginations. We succubi just have a slight aversion to holy light, like humans dislike glaring lights. So what are you really afraid of? Lin Yuan asked curiously. The real weakness. Ivina pondered for a moment, perhaps it's extreme cold. Succubi need a warm environment to maintain their vitality, and also complete loneliness. A long-term lack of emotional connection will cause our power to decline. When she spoke the word loneliness, her tone became somewhat melancholic. Clearly, her 500-year experience of being sealed away had given her a profound understanding of it. Lin Yuan noticed the change in her emotions and gently took her hand. You will never be lonely again. Yes, Ivina looked at him gratefully. With you, this princess fears nothing. The animation features another scene where succubi need to undergo special rituals to enhance their power, and Ivina continues to criticize. And then there's this, they actually said succubi need complex rituals to draw energy. She pointed to a succubus character on the screen performing a mysterious ritual, saying that real energy absorption is much simpler than that, requiring only She winked playfully, her cheeks slightly flushed. And this succubus actually blushed? Ivina continued to quip, we succubi are born to seduce, how could we possibly be shy? Really? Lin Yuan smiled slyly. But her tail had already given her away, circling nervously behind her. Chapter 13. You're not a girl, yet you're getting shy? Okay, so this is how you play it? Lin Yuan smiled indulgently, then turned his attention back to the television. What about Song Yali? Your charm is so strong, she won't be instantly bewitched, will she? Don't worry, Ivina waved her hand, her expression returning to normal. When consciousness is devoured, she is in a deep sleep, so there's no need for charm magic. This princess will directly enter the depths of her subconscious and completely replace her soul. She explained the process in detail. When humans are in deep sleep, their conscious defenses are at their weakest. My misty form can directly penetrate her physical barriers and then merge at the soul level. Will this process be painful? Lin Yuan asked with some concern. It wouldn't be for her, Ivina said calmly. She would quietly disappear in her sleep, without anyone noticing what happened, as if she had never existed at all. Although Ivina spoke casually, Lin Yuan still felt a sense of unease. After all, they were about to take the life of an innocent woman. Ivina seemed to sense Lin Yuan's emotional fluctuations, and she gently stroked his cheek. My little master, what are you worried about? I just feel a little sorry for Song Yali, Lin Yuan said honestly. Although we need her body and wealth, she is innocent after all. Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flashed in Ivina's purple eyes. She hadn't expected Lin Yuan to feel guilty for a complete stranger. Oh my little owner is so kind. She said softly, but you must understand that this is the rule of this world, the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the city night view. I, the princess, have witnessed countless such things in the abyss. Those demons of coups, for the sake of power, will kill anyone without hesitation, including royalty like myself. Lin Yuan could hear the pain and anger in her words. Moreover, Ivina turned to look at Lin Yuan. Song Yali's death wasn't a true disappearance. Her memories, her experiences, everything about her would continue in this princess. In a sense, she was continuing to live on in another form. This explanation made Lin Yuan feel a little better, but the unease in his heart did not completely disappear. Ivy walked back to Lin Yuan's side and gently stroked his hair. I know your kindness is one of the reasons why this princess loves you, but if we want to change our destiny, we must make some sacrifices. Her voice became firm. This princess no longer wants to live a life of being looked down upon and bullied. I will show those who hurt us that we can also stand at the highest point and look down on everything. Lin Yuan understood her thoughts. They were both people who had been treated unfairly by fate, and now they finally had the opportunity to change everything. I understand, Lin Yuan said, holding her hand. I support your decision. Now that he has accepted Ivina, his soul is already linked with hers. I'll do anything to give Ivina energy. My good master. Ivina kissed his forehead, touched. With you by my side, this princess fears nothing. She checked the time, it's only 8:30, we still have more than 3 hours. Let's continue watching these hilarious anime. This princess wants to see what other outrageous settings humans have come up with. As the plot progresses, Ivina continuously delivers professional level 2 chow, a form of online commentary criticism. This succubus's abilities are far too limited. She can only control one person. In my current state, controlling over a dozen people wouldn't be a problem at all. And pointing to the weakened state of the succubi on the screen after using their abilities, she exclaimed, they actually run out of energy? How could real succubi be so weak, especially someone of royal blood like myself? As Lin Yuan listened to Ivina's professional analysis, he gained a deeper understanding of the succubus's true abilities. What other abilities do you have that aren't in the anime? A sly glint flashed in Ivina's eyes. For example, memory manipulation. This princess can not only read other people's memories, but also modify them. Imagine if this princess could make Song Yali's daughters believe that you are the uncle they've known since childhood. This idea made Lin Yuan's eyes light up. This way I can approach them openly and legitimately. And the dream world, controlling her, continued to boast, this princess can enter anyone's dream, where I can do whatever I want, and they won't even notice in reality. Furthermore, while the clone technique consumes a significant amount of energy, this princess can create clones with independent consciousness, allowing them to operate in society under different identities. Lin Yuan was stunned. This is too amazing. It's almost like a power from a cultivation novel. Of course, Ivina proudly raised her chin, but these are all advanced skills that require a lot of energy. Once this princess has a stable body and sufficient energy, she will be able to use them more often. She suddenly moved closer to Lin Yuan, a dangerous glint in her eyes. We can play lots of fun games then, like letting those haughty young ladies experience special education in their dreams. Seeing Ivina suddenly approach, Lin Yuan couldn't help but kiss her soft lips, then smile gently. The way you show that sense of danger is actually quite cute. You said you weren't shy, but just now I saw you blush, and you even covered your face with your heart-shaped tail. Ivina was taken aback by the sudden kiss, her purple eyes flashing with panic. Her cheeks flushed again, and her tail swayed uncontrollably behind her. What shyness? Ivina retorted, her words contradicting her true feelings. This princess just thought that title was a little strange. I've been discovered. This scoundrel dared to flirt with this princess. But her body betrayed her honestly. The tip of her heart-shaped tail trembled slightly, clearly an unconscious reaction from nervousness. Oh dear. Avina tried to change the subject, but her voice trembled slightly. I am a dignified succubus princess, how could I possibly be shy? You're not allowed to say that again. I'm telling you, you must have misread it. Looking at her adorable expression, clearly shy but stubbornly refusing to admit it, Lin Yuan couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her cheek. Really? Then why is your face so red? That's because the room was too hot. Ivina stammered an excuse, avoiding Lin Yuan's gaze. It certainly wasn't out of shyness. Her tail, now completely revealing her true emotions, was nervously circling behind her. Okay, it's not shyness, Lin Yuan smiled indulgently. Shall I try calling you again? My Ivy? Ivina let out a small gasp, this time even her ears turned red. No. Don't say that again. But her voice had completely lost its usual authority, instead carrying a hint of coquetry. Why does my heart beat so fast just hearing the words my family? I'm supposed to be a noble succubus princess. Hee, what an adorable princess. Lin Yuan chuckled, she's clearly just shy. Upon hearing the name my Ivina, the succubus princess blushed slightly, a sweet feeling welling up inside her. Oh dear, my Ivy is shyly covering her face with her tail. This nickname makes even this princess blush. It feels so good to be completely accepted, to be called my family. She quickly reverted to her usual haughty demeanor, but the tenderness in her eyes betrayed her inner joy. Time flew by in their tender interaction. As night deepened, the city outside gradually quieted down, leaving only a few scattered lights twinkling in the darkness. Haha, that's it. I love you to death. Lin Yuan excitedly hugged Ivina tightly. I'm already fantasizing about possessing many people with you, absorbing a lot of energy, and enjoying their lives. Once we acquire lots and lots of energy and become incredibly strong, just like in anime, we'll have a spectacular scene of the protagonist descending and conquering the world. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Ivina's purple eyes instantly lit up, her previous shyness vanishing in favor of excitement and ambition. Oh my little master is thinking so far ahead. She sat up from Lin Yuan's embrace, a dangerous glint in her eyes. But this princess likes your ambition, she thought. She began to seriously analyze this grand plan. Indeed, if we can control enough targets and extract a large amount of energy. Ivina licked her lips, this princess's power can be restored to its peak, even surpassing its previous level. If I could really achieve that, I could even return to the abyss to take revenge. Imagine her voice becoming seductive. We control countless political and business elites, celebrities, and even government officials. The power structure of the world would be reshaped by us. Lin Yuan became increasingly excited as he listened. That's right. We can build a vast empire. You'll be the empress, and I'll be the emperor. The emperor and empress, Ivina chuckled. Those once high and mighty humans would become our puppets, getting whatever they wanted. She suddenly thought of something, and her eyes became even more dangerous. Furthermore, when my power is strong enough, I will be able to open the abyss passage, at which point we can summon even more succubi to the mortal realm. Let's build a true succubus empire. Lin Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Ivina stood up and gracefully paced around the room. This princess will show those abyss nobles who betrayed me back then that the little princess they exiled has ultimately become the empress who rules two worlds. She turned to look at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with deep affection. And my little master is the man who will conquer everything alongside this princess. We will become the legendary perfect couple. The two became increasingly excited as they talked, as if they could already see that glorious future. But soon, reality pulled them back to the present. Lin Yuan checked the time. It was almost midnight. Let's start with the first target. It's about time. Ivina also noticed the time, and an excited yet dangerous smile appeared on her face. Hee, it's time, she yawned, her long purple hair fluttering behind her. My little mistress, Ivina, turned to look at Lin Yuan, her eyes flashing with both danger and allure. After I finish devouring consciousness, would you like to see the new Song Yali first, or her daughters first? Lin Yuan felt the immense changes that were about to happen, and his heart raced. Let me see the new you first. I want to see what you look like after you take over her body. Alright, Ivina slowly turned into purple smoke, her body becoming transparent. Now, this princess will go on her mission and await my good news. Her body completely dissolved into mist, transforming into a thick plume of purple smoke that drifted towards the window. As she was about to leave, Ivina's voice echoed in the air. Soon the world will witness the first step of our empire. Sonyali's consciousness will vanish forever, and this princess will descend to earth again in her identity. Purple smoke seeped out from the window cracks and disappeared into the night. Lin Yuan looked at the empty room, feeling both excited and nervous. Everything will change. Data card. Ivina, succubus princess preparing to devour consciousness. Personality, seductive and alluring, arrogant and straightforward. Current form. Atomized state heading to target. Appearance and clothing, formed as purple smoke, flying towards Sonyali's residence. Identity age, succubus princess 527 years old. Next target, completely devour Sonyali's consciousness. Current host consciousness personality, soon to become Sonyali. Memory synchronization, preparing to acquire all of Sonyali's memories. Social connections, soon to become a wealthy socialite. Family members, expecting to have 2 daughters. Energy reserve, 90% consumes a small amount of energy for atomized flight. Chapter 14 A New Human Identity Sonyali. Lin Yuan lay on the large bed in the luxury hotel, staring at the carved ceiling, his heart filled with mixed feelings. From being an ordinary college student worrying about tuition fees this morning to now being about to enjoy a life of luxury with 5 billion yuan in assets, this dramatic transformation makes him feel both excited and unreal. Is this extravagant life really about to begin? He murmured to himself, reaching out to touch the soft silk sheets beneath him. This bed was 4 times larger than the bunk bed in his dorm room, and lying on it felt as comfortable as floating on a cloud. Every piece of furniture in the room exudes luxury: an Italian imported genuine leather sofa, a French handcrafted crystal chandelier, and a huge 65-inch TV. Ivina should be near Sonyali's villa by now. Lin Yuan thought, his mind filled with images of what was about to happen. Meanwhile, in the Emerald Bay Villa district in the east of the city, purple smoke drifted silently through the night sky. Ivina traversed the city's most expensive residential area in a misty form, feeling the pervasive scent of money in the air. Each villa here is worth hundreds of millions, and is inhabited by the most powerful people in the city. But soon, she will become one of them. No, she will become the most special one among them. Using her magical senses, Ivina easily located the target, building a detached mansion covering 3,000 square meters. Even in this affluent neighborhood, this villa appears exceptionally luxurious. The building features European-style architecture, meticulously manicured gardens, and a private swimming pool that sparkles under the moonlight. She truly lives up to her reputation as a wealthy socialite with a net worth of 5 billion. Ivina sneered inwardly, from tonight onwards, all of this is mine. Her atomized form silently bypassed the security system and slipped through the crack in the window of the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The room's decor was equally luxurious: custom-made European furniture, a $1 million Persian carpet, and a king-size bed overlooking the entire garden. The woman lying in bed was her target, Sonyali. Even in her sleep, this 38-year-old woman exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. She was wearing a light pink silk nightgown, her long black hair cascading over the pillow, and her delicate features looked especially beautiful in the moonlight. What's most striking is her voluptuous figure. Even lying down, her breasts strain against her pajamas, creating an alluring curve. Ivina could tell that this was indeed a well-maintained mature woman with a figure better than many girls in their 20s. The perfect target, Ivina observed with satisfaction. This body was even more alluring than I had imagined. Purple smoke began to slowly descend, gradually approaching the sleeping Sonyali. Ivina could feel the warm life force emanating from this woman, that uniquely human aura both excited and craved her. The smoke began to slowly seep into Sonyali's mouth and nose, as smooth as silk. At first, Sonyali only frowned slightly, her full breasts began to rise and fall slightly, and her breathing became slightly rapid. She let out a soft moan in her dream, clearly sensing something was amiss. Ivina's succubus energy was merging with her life force, and that strange feeling caused Sonyali's body to react instinctively. Her slender fingers began to tremble slightly, and her legs curled up uneasily under the covers. As the penetration deepened, Sonyali's physical reactions became more pronounced. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead, and her breathing became more rapid. The silk pajamas, soaked with sweat, clung to her skin, outlining her perfect body curves even more clearly. No. What is this? Sonyali murmured intermittently in her dream. Her subconscious sensed danger, but she was powerless to resist. Ivina felt every inch of this 38-year-old woman's skin. The softness and fullness unique to mature women excited her immensely. Compared to her original succubus body, the human woman's body had a completely different texture, warmer, more flesh and blood. Every cell in this body tells Son Yali's life story. From her youth to becoming a wife and mother, from her early days as a novice to becoming a powerful businesswoman, the joys and sorrows this woman has experienced are deeply imprinted on her body. What a rich life experience! Ivina thought to herself, this is far more exciting than my 500-year-long sealing career. Now comes the most crucial step: consciousness absorption. Ivina begins to delve into Son Yali's mental world, preparing to completely replace her soul. Son Yali's memories came flooding back like a tide. Ivina saw her childhood in the mirror, a little princess born into a wealthy family, receiving the best education from a young age. She saw Son Yali's youthful years. She met her future husband while studying in France, when she was still a young girl full of longing for love. Then comes the sweetness and bitterness of married life. Ivina felt the joy of Son Yali becoming a mother for the first time, and the tenderness that melted her heart when she held her newborn daughter. She also felt Son Yali's anger and heartbreak when she discovered her husband's infidelity. The pain of betrayal almost tore her heart apart. Finally, there was the divorce proceedings. Ivina was amazed by Son Yali's wisdom and resilience in court. She not only successfully won custody of the children but also received a 5 billion yuan share of the assets. The seemingly gentle woman displayed a strength that terrified her opponents at crucial moments. I see. Ivina gained a deeper understanding of this woman. She was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. No wonder she was able to win in the power struggles within the wealthy family. But what touched Ivina the most was Son Yali's deep maternal love for her two daughters. That unconditional love, that willingness to give everything for her children, deeply moved Ivina, who had never experienced familial affection before. Mom, I love you all. Son Yali murmured softly in her dream. Even in the last moments of her life, she was still thinking of her daughter. Don't worry, Ivina replied softly, I'll take good care of them in your way. As the absorption of consciousness was completed, Son Yali's body began to tremble violently. Her breathing became rapid and erratic, and her full breasts heaved violently. Sweat completely soaked her pajamas, making the already close-fitting silk fabric cling even tighter to her skin. Ah! She let out a final, faint groan, her body suddenly tensing before slowly relaxing. Silence. Only the faint sound of breathing remained in the room. Son Yali's body still lay there, but her soul had vanished forever. A few seconds later, the body slowly opened its eyes. Those once gentle eyes now shimmered with a purple light. Those were Ivina's eyes. It was a success. Ivina spoke softly in Son Yali's voice, her voice filled with satisfaction and excitement. She slowly sat up, experiencing for the first time the full force of this 38-year-old mature woman's body. The feeling was incredible, more substantial and more tangible than her original succubus form. The first thing Ivina noticed was the feeling of gravity. The human body is much heavier than the succubus's spirit, and every movement requires real strength. But this heaviness is not unpleasant. On the contrary, it gives her an unprecedented sense of realism. Then there's the body's temperature. Humans have a higher body temperature than succubi, and the sensation of blood flowing through their veins fascinated her. She could feel her heart beating and her lungs breathing, all completely new experiences for her. What excites her most is the fullness of this body. Ivina gently stroked her 36E breasts, feeling their weight and elasticity even through her damp pajamas. Wow, this feeling, it's really wonderful. She exclaimed softly, her voice filled with pure joy. She slowly unbuttoned her nightgown, revealing her perfect figure in the moonlight. The pale moonlight shone on her newly acquired body, outlining the unique curves of a mature woman. Son Yali clearly pays great attention to skincare. At 38, her skin remains smooth and delicate, without a trace of aging. With a high and firm bust and a slender yet soft and fleshy waist, she is a mature woman who has given birth but still maintains a perfect figure. Ivina's hands continued to roam, exploring every part of the body. She stroked the flat stomach, where two lives had once been conceived. She felt the full buttocks, the soft yet elastic touch making her moan softly. So this is what a mature female human body looks like. Ivina thought to herself, she's even more charming than I imagined. She stood up, feeling the balance of her new body. Son Yali was 168 centimeters tall, slightly taller than Ivina's original body. Her gait was elegant and confident. Even walking barefoot on the carpet, she exuded the air of a noblewoman. From this moment on, Son Yali will be her human identity. Chapter 15: The Dream of Building an Empire. Next, Ivina needs to learn about Son Yali's memories and personality traits. As a result of the complete absorption of consciousness, she not only gained this body, but also inherited all of Sonyali's memories, emotions, and behavioral patterns. The woman in the mirror, though 38, looks like she's 25. That's the effect of money and meticulous skincare. Very good. Ivina looked at her reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. This face is even more beautiful than I imagined. She began practicing Sonyali's various expressions and postures. According to memory, Sonyali always maintained an elegant smile in public and would slightly raise her chin when speaking, displaying the poise and confidence of a noblewoman. Hello, it's nice to meet you. Ivina practiced Sonyali's standard phrases for social occasions, her tone gentle yet exuding an undeniable authority. She noticed that Sonyali's voice was deeper and more magnetic than her own. This is the voice of a mature woman who has experienced the ups and downs of life and has a wealth of life experience. Next, she imitated Sonyali's love for her daughters. From her memories, she learned that although Sonyali was shrewd and capable in the business world, she was unconditionally doting on her two daughters. How are Shiyu's grades lately? Have you been eating well? Mom is very worried about you. Ivina spoke to the mirror with a concerned tone, her maternal tenderness just like that of a mother who truly worries about her daughter. To her surprise, a feeling akin to maternal love welled up within her as she spoke those words. Sonyali's emotional memories had been deeply integrated into her consciousness, allowing her to truly experience the feelings of being a mother. Then she practiced Sonyali's performance in business settings. From her memory, Ivina knew that Sonyali was quite famous in the investment world. Her judgments were accurate and sharp, and she never made investments without certainty. I need to review the risk assessment report for this project more carefully before we discuss the specific investment amount. She spoke in the same tone Sonyali used at the board meeting, her voice carrying an unquestionable air of authority. Ivina continued to move around the room, fully adapting to every detail of her new body. She noticed that Sonyali's gait had a special rhythm, both elegant and powerful, displaying the confidence she had cultivated over many years in the business world. Her gestures are also very distinctive. She uses hand gestures appropriately when speaking, but never in an exaggerated way, always expressing her views just right. These details all reflect the refinement of a well-educated upper-class woman. Now I need to understand the specifics of this family. Ivina begins to examine the various items in the room. She opened Sonyali's wardrobe, which was filled with all kinds of designer clothes. Chanel suits, Dior gowns, Hermes handbags. Each piece is incredibly valuable. The clothes in this wardrobe alone are enough for an average person to buy a house. Looks like I don't need to worry about what to wear anymore. Ivina looked through the luxurious clothes with satisfaction. She noticed that there was a special lingerie section in the wardrobe, with various styles of lace lingerie arranged by color. From conservative nude to bold black, from everyday comforts to sexy looks for special occasions, they have it all. Ivina picked up a set of black lace lingerie, and was amazed by the exquisite craftsmanship and high-quality fabric. This is the lifestyle of wealthy women. Even their most intimate clothing is so exquisite. Next, she examined Sonyali's jewelry box. The jewelry inside dazzled. Ivina: diamond necklaces, ruby earrings, jade bracelets, each piece was sparkling and priceless. Any one of these pieces of jewelry would be enough for an average person to live on for a lifetime. Ivina picked up a diamond necklace and felt the brilliance of the diamonds under the moonlight. She walked to the desk and examined Sonyali's personal documents. Investment reports, company shareholding documents, bank account information. These documents detailed Sonyali's vast wealth empire. A net worth of 5 billion is not just empty talk. In addition to the assets she received in the divorce settlement, Sonyali's investments over the past few years have been very successful, and her wealth continues to grow. Star International Holdings Group. Ivina looked at the company's documents, which covered real estate, financial investment, luxury goods trade. This woman certainly has a good business sense. She discovered that Sonyali had investments in multiple industries, and every investment had been successful. This showed that she not only had money, but also the ability to make money. The perfect choice. Ivina was even more pleased with her decision, as she not only gained wealth but also acquired the skill to make money. Next, she examined her memories of her two daughters. The eldest daughter, Song Shiyu's report card shows that she is indeed a top student, ranking at the top of her class in all subjects. The younger daughter, Song Shirhan's artwork and performance photos show that she is very talented in music. Looking at the two young and beautiful girls in the photo, Ivina felt a complex mix of emotions. It was the maternal love from Sonyali's memories, but it was also mixed with her own expectations. I'll see them soon, Ivina said, gently stroking the photograph. My daughters. She picked up Sonyali's phone, which required fingerprint unlocking. She placed her finger on the sensor, and the phone unlocked smoothly. After all, this body now completely belonged to her. These are high-tech products made by humankind, they're really interesting. Browsing through her phone's contacts, Ivina saw many familiar names: business tycoons, political figures, entertainment stars. Song Yali's social circle was indeed very extensive. These connections will be very useful in the future. Ivina looked at the contacts with satisfaction. With these connections, our plans would be much easier to realize. She sent Lin Yuan a short message: mission accomplished, let's discuss in detail tomorrow. Then she immediately deleted the chat history. Now she needed to understand the family's daily life more deeply. From her memory, there were many servants in the house. Aunt Li was in charge of cleaning, and Master Zhang was in charge of cooking. They all lived in the servants' quarters on the first floor and rarely went upstairs to disturb the masters. Song Yali has a very regular schedule. She gets up at 7 in the morning, works out for an hour in her home gym, and then takes a shower and puts on makeup. She eats breakfast at 8:30, usually a nutritious meal prepared by Chef Zhang. In the morning, I usually go to the company to handle some important matters or attend board meetings. The afternoons are mostly for social activities: beauty salons, golf clubs, charity gatherings, etc. After returning home in the evening, she would call her daughters to check on them, then read or handle some personal matters. She would usually go to bed around 11 o'clock. It seems I need to completely integrate into her lifestyle, Ivina thought to herself. At least in front of outsiders, I must act exactly like the old Song Yali. She stepped onto the balcony, overlooking her luxurious estate. The fountains in the garden shimmered in the moonlight, and the surface of her private pool was as still as a mirror. In the distance, the city lights twinkled, housing the people she was about to conquer. From this moment forward, I am a human woman. Ivina took a deep breath of the night air. A successful woman with 5 billion in assets, 2 beautiful daughters, and limitless possibilities. She returned to the room and lay down on the $1 million custom-made bed. The silk sheets felt incredibly smooth, a luxury far surpassing any she had experienced in the abyss. Although she had completed the absorption of consciousness, she needed to allow this body to rest fully. The 38-year-old woman's body had a different physiological rhythm than her original succubus body, and she needed time to fully adapt. Our new life begins tomorrow. Ivina caressed this perfect body, feeling the warmth of a human woman, her possessions, her beautiful daughter, and her beloved Lin Yuan. She closed her eyes, letting her consciousness sink into every cell of this new body. Song Yali's memories, emotions, and habits merged with her succubus essence, creating a completely new existence. In her dream, she rehearsed the scene of meeting Lin Yuan the next day. She would wear her most expensive dress, drive Song Yali's luxury car to pick him up, and then take him to visit the mansion worth hundreds of millions, showing him the first step of their conquest of the world. Everything is proceeding according to plan, and their dream of building an empire has taken a crucial first step. Information card. Ivina, the succubus princess. Seductive and alluring, arrogant and straightforward, currently appearing as Song Yali. Completely taking over Song Yali's body. Appearance: a mature and glamorous 38-year-old socialite with long black hair and a 36E bust. Identity: age, Song Yali 38 years old, succubus princess 527 years old. Memory synchronization, 100% complete. Social affiliations: chairperson of Xingchen International Holdings Group, mother of 2 daughters. Family members: eldest daughter Song Shiyu, 21 years old, youngest daughter Song Shirhan, 19 years old. Assets: net worth of 5 billion, luxury villa, various luxury goods. Energy reserve, 25%, completely accounts for a large portion of consumption. Chapter 16: The Succubus's Disguise. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Ivina woke up on time. After a night's rest, she had fully adapted to Song Yali's mature 38-year-old body. To her surprise, nourished by the succubus's energy, her body was in even better condition than she had expected. Although Song Yali was well maintained, she was already 38 years old. Although it wasn't obvious from her appearance, she was aging internally. However, now, the succubus's mysterious power has completely repaired the damage that time has done to her body. Her skin has become as smooth and delicate as silk, and her bodily functions have returned to their peak state in her 20s. Ivina stood in front of the full-length mirror, admiring her upgraded body with satisfaction. The mature charm of 38 years old combined with the perfect physique of a 20-something, it was simply the ideal combination. Very good, even better than I imagined. She gently stroked her smooth, jade-like skin, feeling the abundant vitality within her. Following Song Yali's daily routine, Ivina first went to the home gym. It was a fully equipped private fitness space with all kinds of high-end equipment. She put on Song Yali's workout clothes, a set of designer yoga attire, and began her morning exercise. During exercise, Avina felt the changes in her body more acutely. Her strength, flexibility, and endurance reached unprecedented levels. Her 36E breasts displayed perfect elasticity during exercise, and her slender waist and full hips created an alluring curve. With a figure like that, any man would go crazy. Avina smiled seductively at herself in the gym mirror. After exercising, she went to the luxurious master bathroom to take a shower. The bathroom was larger than the average living room, decorated with marble, gold fittings, and a jacuzzi that could accommodate 4 people. Hot water washed over her body, and amidst the rising steam, Avina enjoyed the pleasures of a human bath. Unlike the energy cleansing of a succubus, the warmth and comfort brought by the hot water were something she thoroughly enjoyed. After showering, she began her elaborate makeup routine. Song Yali's dressing table was filled with cosmetics from top international brands, each item incredibly valuable. Using Song Yali's memories, Avina skillfully applied a refined yet understated makeup look, showcasing both the elegance of a mature woman and maintaining a natural beauty. At 8:30, she went downstairs for breakfast on time. Chef Zhang had already prepared a nutritious breakfast: French toast, fresh fruit, and freshly ground coffee, all beautifully presented like works of art. "Madam, you look exceptionally well today," Master Zhang said respectfully. "Thank you, Master Zhang's cooking is as excellent as ever." Ivina responded in Song Yali's gentle tone, without revealing any flaws. During the meal, her phone rang. The caller ID showed Shiyu, her eldest daughter, Song Shiyu. Ivina took a deep breath, preparing for her first test as a mother. She connected to a video call. A young and beautiful girl appeared on the screen. Song Shiyu had indeed inherited her mother's beauty, but possessed even more youthful vigor. She had chestnut-colored medium-length hair, delicate features, and an intellectual gleam in her eyes. At this moment, she seemed to be in her dormitory, with a tidy university dormitory environment as the background. "Good morning, Mom." Song Shiyu smiled sweetly, but Ivina keenly noticed a hint of worry in her eyes. "I called you last night but you didn't answer. I was a little worried about you." Ivina quickly retrieved Song Yali's memories and found that there had indeed been a missed call last night. She smiled gently and said, "I'm sorry, baby, Mommy went to bed early last night and didn't hear the phone." "It's okay, as long as Mom is alright." Song Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief, then exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! Mom, you look especially beautiful today. Your skin is so nice, you're practically glowing." Ivina was secretly pleased, but outwardly maintained her motherly elegance. "Perhaps you've been in a better mood lately. By the way, how's your studying going?" "My studies are going well. I have midterms next week, and I'm studying hard." Song Shiyu reported obediently, "Mom, are you really okay? You seem to have a different side to you today, you're especially charming." Ivina chuckled inwardly. The young man's intuition was truly sharp. She said gently, "What could possibly be wrong with Mom? Maybe she just switched to new skincare products. Focus on your studies, and call Mom anytime if you need anything." "Okay, Mom, I'm going to class now. Love you." Song Shiyu sweetly made a heart shape with her hands. "Mommy loves you too, baby," Ivina responded in a loving tone. After hanging up the video call, Ivina couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "The acting was great. I almost believed I really was their mother." Immediately after, her younger daughter, Song Shihan, also called via video. On the screen appeared an even more lively and adorable girl with long black hair, big eyes, and radiating youthful energy. The background was a music academy practice room, where a piano and other instruments could be seen. "Good morning, Mommy," Song Shihan said sweetly and coquettishly. "Did you miss me?" "Of course I've missed you, my little princess," Ivina replied in a doting tone. "How's school?" "That was great. We had a small performance yesterday, and I played Chopin's Nocturne. The professor praised my progress." Song Shihan shared excitedly. Suddenly, her eyes widened. "Wow! Mommy, you look so beautiful today. Even more beautiful than before. Is something good happening?" Ivina smiled and said, "Seeing you all healthy and happy makes Mom very happy. By the way, are you planning to go home this weekend?" "Of course I'm going home. I miss Mommy, and I want to show you the new piece I learned," Song Shihan said with bright eyes. "But Mommy, you've really changed a lot. I can't quite describe it, but you're just so charming that even I, your daughter, am captivated." Avina felt a surge of secret delight. The succubus's natural allure was indeed irresistible, even to women. She said gently, "Then mommy looks forward to your performance. Practice hard and take care of yourself." "Okay. Mommy, please take good care of yourself too. I love you the most." Song Shihan blew a kiss. After ending the call, Avina smiled with satisfaction. Neither of her daughters noticed anything amiss. Instead, they were captivated by her succubus charm. This proved her disguise was extremely successful. And judging from the reactions of her two daughters, they were indeed influenced by the succubus's energy. Although they were mother and daughters, Avina could sense a subtle shift in their attraction to her. They themselves might not even be aware of this change, but that's precisely the terrifying aspect of the succubus's power. Great, if things continue like this, it will be even easier to control them, Ivina thought smugly to herself. After breakfast, Ivina went back to her room to change. She needed to pick up Lin Yuan, so naturally she wanted to look her best. She chose a black, form-fitting dress, a limited edition piece by an international designer, whose cut perfectly accentuated her mature feminine curves. The V-neck subtly revealed her full bust, while the bodycon design highlighted her rounded hips and long legs. For accessories, she chose a limited edition Hermès handbag, a Cartier diamond necklace, and a pair of Chanel high heels. Each item was extremely valuable, but together they looked just right, luxurious yet elegant. When the butler, old Wang, saw Ivina all dressed up, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. "Madam, you look especially beautiful today. Would you like me to drive you?" "No need, I'll drive myself." Ivina politely declined. She didn't want anyone to know who she was going to see. She arrived at the garage, where Song Yali's car collection was parked, a Maserati Gran Turismo, a BMW X7, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Each car was worth millions, representing a different status symbol. Ivina ultimately chose the Maserati. This car offers ample luxury without being overly ostentatious. Its silver-gray body gleams in the sunlight, and its streamlined design showcases the exquisite craftsmanship of Italy. She settled into the driver's seat, enjoying the luxurious feel of the leather seats. Although Ivina herself had never driven before, Song Yali's memory allowed her to fully master the driving skills. With a deep, powerful roar, Ivina drove the $5 million luxury car out of the villa and headed towards the hotel where Lin Yuan was. Along the way, she attracted countless glances. Pedestrians turned their heads to look, and drivers of other vehicles couldn't help but take a second look. This wasn't just because of the allure of the luxury car, but also because of the woman inside, who was as beautiful as a goddess. Ivina looked at herself in the rearview mirror and smiled with satisfaction. The succubus's power, Song Yali's wealth, and this perfect body, now she possessed everything she needed to conquer the world. "My little master will be shocked," she whispered, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Half an hour later, the Maserati stopped in front of the Star Hotel. The hotel doorman immediately came forward and respectfully opened the car door for her. Ivina stepped gracefully out of the car, her long legs and perfect figure immediately drawing everyone's attention. She was like a supermodel who had stepped out of a magazine, every movement exuding charm. "Lin Yuan, I'm here," she called out in her heart, a confident and alluring smile on her face, preparing to give her little master a surprise he would never forget. "How's Chapter 17 going? This new body?" The hotel doorman immediately stepped forward to serve, and his attitude was exceptionally respectful upon seeing the luxury car and the elegant lady inside. "Madam, would you like valet parking?" the doorman asked politely. "Thanks." Ivina responded in the same gentle yet authoritative tone as Song Yali, gracefully stepping out of the Maserati. Her appearance immediately caused a sensation. Other guests in front of the hotel turned their heads to look, and even the security guards on duty couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. This was not only because of the $5 million luxury car, but also because the woman who stepped out of the car was breathtakingly beautiful. With her mature charm at 38, coupled with the perfect physical condition of someone in their 20s after being nourished by succubus energy, and her luxurious attire, she looks like a lady who has stepped out of a fashion magazine cover. The hotel lobby manager even personally rushed out to greet them, with a respectful and warm smile on his face. "Miss Song, it is a great honor to have you at our hotel. You look exceptionally beautiful and radiant today." Clearly, as the manager of the city's top hotel, he knew high society figures like Song Yali. The presence of the chairwoman of Xingshan International Holdings Group, a wealthy socialite with a net worth of $5 billion, was enough to make all the hotel staff nervous. "Thank you for your hospitality. I've come to visit a friend." Ivina maintained a polite and elegant smile, her voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. Of course, of course. Please feel free to contact us if you need anything. All our staff will be happy to assist you, the manager said, almost bowing. It feels so good to be respected and admired. No wonder people strive so hard for money and status. Avina reveled in the spotlight as she gracefully strode through the lobby. Each step she took was perfectly timed, the click of her high heels on the marble floor like music. Guests around her parted to make way for her, their eyes filled with respect and envy. Inside the elevator operator respectfully asked, "Ms. Song, which floor would you like to go to?" "The top floor," Ivina replied calmly. "Okay, I'll be right there for you." Upon arriving at Lin Yuan's floor, Ivina stopped in front of the door and tidied her clothes and hair. She wanted to give her little master a perfect surprise, and also wanted to see his shocked expression. She knocked lightly on the door, a mischievous excitement welling up inside her. "They're here." Lin Yuan's voice came from inside, filled with obvious anticipation and nervousness. The moment the door opened, Lin Yuan was completely stunned. Standing before me was a stunningly beautiful mature woman, her black bodycon dress perfectly outlining her curves, exuding an aura of luxury and nobility. What's most striking is that this woman looks to be only in her early 20s, with skin as smooth as silk and eyes that possess both the charm of a mature woman and the vitality of a young girl. Is this really Song Yali, who is 38 years old? How come you look so young? Did Ivina succeed? Lin Yuan's mind was in a state of confusion for a moment. Although he knew that Ivina had possessed Song Yali, the beauty and youth of the woman in front of him completely exceeded his expectations. Seeing Lin Yuan's shocked expression, Ivina felt extremely smug. She deliberately used a strange and cold tone to say, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Yuan? I am Song Yali." "Huh? What?" Lin Yuan was even more confused. Song Yali? How did you know me?" Ivina suppressed a laugh and maintained a serious expression. "I have some business proposals I'd like to discuss with you. May I come in and talk?" Lin Yuan was completely dumbfounded. How did Song Yali know him? They still want to discuss business proposals with him? What's going on? Did Ivina succeed or not? Is there some misunderstanding here? Lin Yuan stammered, "I'm just an ordinary college student, I have no commercial value." Seeing Lin Yuan's adorable, helpless expression, Ivy couldn't help but burst out laughing. That facade of elegant sophistication vanished instantly, replaced by a familiar, alluring smile. "Oh my little owner's reaction is so cute." Hearing that familiar tone and that uniquely alluring voice, Lin Yuan instantly understood. "Ivina? Is it really you?" "Of course it's me." Ivina blinked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "So, are you satisfied with my new body, princess?" "Holy crap, you're amazing." Lin Yuan's hands trembled with excitement. Was this really Song Yali's body? She looked more than 10 years younger than in the photos. Ivina twirled around triumphantly, giving Lin Yuan a better view of her new body. This is all thanks to the effects of succubus energy. After a night of nourishment, this body has recovered to its best condition. The mature charm of a 38-year-old paired with the perfect body of a 20-something, how about that, isn't it amazing? Unfortunately, I'm uncultured, so all I can say is holy crap. Lin Yuan's eyes were full of admiration. You look like a real goddess right now. Hee hee, my little master has such a sweet tongue. Ivina smiled contentedly. And did you see how those people treated me just now? The respect that money and status bring is indeed quite nice. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, I saw it. From the doorman to the lobby manager, everyone treated you with utmost respect. Is this the power of a net worth of 5 billion? It wasn't just Chen Ivina who walked into the room and elegantly sat on the sofa. More importantly, Song Yali's social status and network of connections have a greater influence in this city than I imagined. She crossed her legs, striking a pose that was both elegant and sexy. This morning, I even had a video call with my 2 daughters. They were both captivated by my new charm, though they probably didn't even realize it themselves. Really? That's great. Lin Yuan excitedly sat down next to her and couldn't help but reach out and put his arm around her waist. This will make our plan even easier to achieve. How does this new body feel? Chapter 18. You will naturally meet. How does this new body feel? It's even better than I imagined. Song Yali thought to herself, her eyes shimmering. And since it's all about acquiring energy, we should take it easy. Song Yali continued. There's no sense of immorality involved. After all, no matter who I possess or become, my essence is still Ivina. Wow, that's awesome. Lin Yuan was surprised, not expecting Ivina to see things so clearly after gaining the memories of a mature woman. Of course, Song Yali's eyes curved slightly, revealing the confidence unique to successful women. 38 years of life experience have not come easily. Now I possess both the instincts of a succubus and the wisdom of a mature woman. Next, we need to make a plan. A ripple of joy appeared in her eyes. For example, that gold digger named Fang Xiaoyu, I can use exploration magic to help you find them. Wait. Lin Yuan gently stroked Song Yali's smooth, silky skin and shook his head. I think our next step should be to indulge our desires. Have you heard of the Buddhist approach? It means taking things easy, taking your time, and you'll eventually achieve your goals. Song Yali looked at him with some surprise. Does the young master mean he won't actively seek out those gold diggers anymore? Yes. Lin Yuan gently pulled her into his arms. I don't want you to waste your magical energy on my personal grudges. That kind of exploration magic sounds incredibly energy-consuming. Song Yali leaned lazily against him, her head slightly nodding, a deep emotion flashing in her eyes. That makes sense. And, the little master is really considerate. Although this young master is young, he has very mature ideas and is so considerate of me. She secretly admired him and felt a warmth she had never felt before. Indeed, finding a specific person in a vast sea of people requires a significant amount of exploration magic. I had initially thought he would be eager for me to find those who had hurt him. Just enjoy Song Yali's life now. However, Song Yali suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan seriously. Although we won't actively look for them, I can assure you that if we ever encounter Fang Xiaoyu or any other gold diggers in the future, I will definitely help you teach them a lesson. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. Let them experience what it's like to have their feelings manipulated an eye for an eye. She sat up gracefully, one hand resting on Lin Yuan's chest, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall. First, we need a plausible cover. I could say you're my friend's son, and that you need care due to a family emergency. This would explain why you're staying at my house without arousing suspicion. And then? Lin Yuan asked with great interest. Then Song Yali's eyes gleamed with the shrewdness of a little fox. I will gradually get my daughters to accept you. For example, you are excellent, with good grades and a good personality. She bent down and whispered in Lin Yuan's ear, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Did you know that although Shiyu is 21 years old, she doesn't have a serious boyfriend yet? And Shirhan is even more naive, having a natural attraction to mature men. As a lady of high society, surrounded by refined and courteous people, she would never use such blunt language. This kind of owner is really interesting. They have mature ideas yet maintain the energy of a young person. Most importantly, he is so considerate of me. Song Yali thought to herself, feeling her heart filled with warmth. Ah, of course. Lin Yuan said proudly. I'm a good young man of the new era. Yes, it is indeed very charming. Song Yali gently stroked his cheek, her eyes filled with tenderness that could melt hearts. I believe your daughters will also be attracted to you. She paused, her voice becoming even softer. Even if we do encounter those gold diggers in the future, with our current strength and status, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Thinking about it this way, we might end up becoming our playthings, so being more laid back is definitely the best choice. Chapter 19. What negative effects? They were delivered right to our doorstep. She reached out and gently stroked Lin Yuan's cheek. We can arrange it like this. You'll first move in as a distant relative, and then I'll create some opportunities for you two to get to know each other. For example? For example, I'd like to ask you to tutor Shiyu. Song Yali planned, her slender fingers gesturing in the air. Although she is smart, she still needs help with some subjects. As for Shirhan, I can let you go with her to take photos. She loves it when someone appreciates her work. Lin Yuan was deeply moved, and then slowly build a closer relationship? He nodded slightly to Song Yali. I will praise you at the right time to make the daughters like you. Then. Her voice became even more seductive, her tone gentle and soothing. When they develop feelings for you, I can discover it unexpectedly, then pretend to be angry and create some dramatic conflict. Lin Yuan said admiringly, that way they will be even more grateful to you and even more attached to me. That's right. Song Yali's eyes curved slightly, revealing the confidence unique to successful women. According to my analysis, Lin Yuan whispered in her ear, your magic nourishes your body, which is why you become so young, right? Song Yali's bright eyes sparkled with longing like stars. My little master is so observant. She turned to face Lin Yuan and began to explain in detail. The succubus's magic does indeed nourish the host's body, restoring it to its optimal state. However, there is another important effect. She paused, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, revealing a look of worry. The succubus's magic will greatly enhance your attractiveness to the opposite sex, making you irresistibly attractive to women. However, it can also cause other women to instinctively reject and be hostile towards you. Of course, this is only a side effect for you. After all, you have a human body. In other words, Song Yali continued to explain, you easily become the focus of women's attention wherever you go, but men may feel inexplicable aversion or even hostility towards you. This effect will persist as long as our contract remains in effect. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan not only wasn't worried, but instead burst into laughter. Isn't that perfect? Song Yali was startled, her eyes flashing with an indescribable surprise. Little master, aren't you worried? What are you worried about? Lin Yuan said excitedly. Isn't this just like the male lead in a short video? He can have a constant stream of material to show off and then embarrass himself. He continued to explain his thoughts. Just think about it, if those guys don't like me, they'll definitely find all sorts of reasons to make things difficult for me and look down on me. Then I can pull off a comeback, show off, and slap them in the face. That feeling is the best. As Song Yali listened to Lin Yuan's analysis, she felt a surge of strong emotion. As expected of the man who awakened me from my 500-year seal, he truly possesses a unique physique. His ideas are certainly unconventional. Most people might be afraid of this negative effect or try to avoid it, but he sees opportunity in it. This mindset is truly rare. My little owner is so funny. Song Yali sincerely exclaimed, the ability to turn negative effects into advantages is truly a unique way of thinking. She explained excitedly, I can indeed possess other targets at school, such as those pretty female teachers, or other students' mothers. Imagine. She continued, when you're surrounded by your daughters at school, I can transform into a young and beautiful female teacher and display different charms in front of you. Or. Her voice became more seductive, with a slight upward inflection at the end, I can possess Shiyu's roommate, or Shirhan's classmate, to approach them from another angle and understand their true thoughts. Lin Yuan was deeply impressed by her plan. In this way, we can proceed from multiple angles simultaneously. That's right. We should go home now. Let my little master experience true luxury. She picked up her Hermes bag and gracefully took Lin Yuan's arm. Come, my king, your queen will take you back to the palace. Chapter 20. What is truly precious is genuine emotion. After getting into the car, Song Yali gracefully sat in the driver's seat and started the Maserati's engine. The deep engine sound was like the roar of a wild beast, but it was perfectly soundproofed inside the car. Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the soft comfort of the leather seats. Ugh, you keep calling me my king and stuff. It's making me feel so superior. It's like I've been transported to another world. Is this still Earth? Upon hearing this, Song Yali covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her voice as clear and melodious as a silver bell. My little master is so adorable. His simple and honest personality is even more charming. Lin Yuan joked with a laugh, is this a luxury car? It feels comfortable to sit in, but there's nothing special about it. Maybe I'm just a country bumpkin who hasn't seen much of the world, but I really can't see what's so impressive about it. While skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel with elegant and professional gestures, Song Yali explained. The value of luxury cars lies not in showing off, but in the details and the experience. You see. She lightly pressed a button with her slender fingers, and the seat began to massage automatically. This is the seat massage function. And he pressed another button, and the car's high-quality audio system blared out, the sound so pure it was as if the singer were performing right inside the car. This is a custom-made sound system. Every detail has been meticulously tuned. My little master's ability to resist being swayed by material possessions is truly rare. But you're right. Song Yali continued, a car is just a means of transportation. True luxury lies in the lifestyle. You'll see when we get home. As the Maserati drove smoothly on the city roads, Lin Yuan could feel the car's uniqueness. Even on bumpy roads, the interior remains as smooth as if you were on a cloud, with such good sound insulation that you can hardly hear any outside noise. Soon the car entered the Emerald Bay Villa area, where the trees were lush and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Each villa was very valuable, reflecting the status and wealth of its residents. Who lives in this area? Lin Yuan asked curiously, his gaze sweeping over the luxurious villas on both sides of the road. Successful people from all walks of life. Song Yali introduced them, her fingers gracefully pointing in different directions. There were family members of entrepreneurs, celebrities, and government officials, as well as some overseas returnees. She pointed to a European-style villa that was the home of a film company owner, whose daughter was a minor celebrity. Then she pointed to another building, that's where the wife of a leader from a municipal government department lives. She often attends our charity gatherings. These are all potential targets. I can slowly get closer to her and start thinking about them. Soon, they arrived at Song Yali's villa. It was a detached mansion covering 3,000 square meters, with French architectural style. The meticulously maintained garden was filled with precious flowers, and the private swimming pool shimmered, making it both luxurious and elegant. We've arrived. Welcome to our home. Song Yali gracefully parked the car and turned to look at Lin Yuan. How was it? Did you feel anything this time? Lin Yuan stared at the mansion before him, his pupils dilating in shock. This is huge. It feels like our entire neighborhood isn't even as big as this one building. This is just the exterior. Song Yali's eyes crinkled slightly, revealing a smug satisfaction. The interior is even more exciting. She gracefully stepped out of the car and took Lin Yuan's arm. Come on, let me show you what real life in a wealthy family is like. The door opened automatically, and the butler, Old Wang, was already waiting at the door. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a neat uniform, and his demeanor was respectful and professional. Madam, you're back. Yes, this is Lin Yuan, the child of a distant relative of mine. Song Yali introduced herself naturally, her tone unhurried. They'll be staying at our house for a while, so please arrange the best guest room for them. Yes, madam. Old Wang nodded respectfully. Young Master Lin, welcome. Song Yali was satisfied with the actor's natural acting, which was flawless. Stepping inside the villa, Lin Yuan was truly awestruck. The living room has a 6-meter-high ceiling, a huge crystal chandelier that emits a warm glow, Italian imported marble flooring that is as smooth as a mirror, and various famous paintings hanging on the walls. Every decoration exudes a luxurious atmosphere, yet the arrangement is just right, preventing any feeling of oppression. These paintings, could they be real? Lin Yuan pointed to a brightly colored painting on the wall and asked. Of course it's true. Song Yali raised her head slightly, revealing the pride unique to a noblewoman. That painting is by a 19th-century French impressionist master, worth 8 million. She continued her introduction, gracefully gesturing to different areas. This is the dining room, which can accommodate 20 people at a time. That's the study, housing a collection of various rare books. Upstairs there are 8 rooms, including a master bedroom, a guest room, and rooms for the daughters. The basement has a wine cellar, a gym, and a home theater. Lin Yuan's eyes dimmed as he listened, clearly shocked by this extravagance that defied his comprehension. How much will this cost? It's probably around 200 million. Song Yali said casually, in a gentle tone. For Song Yali, this is only a small part of her property. Seeing the child's shocked expression filled me with satisfaction. That's the power of money. Now you know what true luxury is, right? Her eyes shimmered with light. But all of this now belongs to us. Holy crap, that's impressive. I'm living off a woman like Chao Dehua now. Lin Yuan couldn't help but swear, completely stunned by the luxurious environment before him. This straightforward and genuine reaction made Song Yali find it particularly endearing. Men in high society always pretend to be knowledgeable and worldly wise, maintaining their so-called composure even when they are deeply shocked. But Lin Yuan is different. He shows his most authentic self. Upon hearing this, Song Yali's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she giggled. My little master, what you said is really interesting. She gracefully walked to Lin Yuan's side, her slender fingers gently stroking his cheek. However, you're not living off a woman, you're enjoying the treatment you deserve. The young master's genuine expression of his feelings is far more endearing than those hypocritical upper-class men. And a serious glint appeared in her eyes. Chao Dehua is just a minor character in the movie, but my little master is destined to become a true king. She gracefully pointed to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. Look, from here we can overlook the entire city. From now on, everything will be under our control. Butler Wang respectfully said from the side, Madam, lunch is ready. Would you like to eat now? Okay. Song Yali nodded slightly, then said to Lin Yuan. Let's go have lunch first. You absolutely must try Chef Zhang's cooking. He used to be the head chef of a 5-star hotel. She took Lin Yuan's arm. From today onwards, you are the little master here. Just tell me what you want anytime. This feels unreal. Lin Yuan exclaimed, yesterday I was still worrying about next month's living expenses, and today I'm moving into a mansion worth 200 million yuan. A complex mix of emotions welled up in Lin Yuan's heart. Ivina is really good, unlike those human girls who are materialistic and snobbish. She didn't care that I acted so unsophisticated and spoke so crudely. Instead, she found it adorable. Perhaps this is the difference between succubi and humans. He recalled how, during his school years, the disappointment and disdain in other people's eyes were so obvious when they learned that his family was poor. But Ivina was different. She never looked down on him because of his background. This is fate's arrangement. Song Yali said gently, her voice soft and slow, you met me, and I found my true love. She could actually sense the complex emotions in Lin Yuan's heart. As a succubus, she is able to sense human emotional fluctuations. She knew about Lin Yuan's past experiences of being looked down upon, and she understood his current unease and gratitude. Perhaps succubi and humans simply think differently. For succubi, the energy of love is everything. Conversely, they can easily obtain wealth and status in human society using magic. On the contrary, true love is a rare treasure. Therefore, she wouldn't care about Lin Yuan's background, nor would she look down on him because of his poverty. Because the sincere feelings he gave her were more precious than any wealth in the world. Did you know? Song Yali stopped in her tracks, her eyes filled with a tenderness that could melt hearts. Your background doesn't matter to me at all. What matters is you as a person, and the feelings you have for me. Her words were sincere, each one as smooth as a pearl. In my world, money is just a tool. What is truly precious is genuine affection. And you gave me a warmth I've never experienced in 500 years. Chapter 21. My eyes are about to pee. Why so sentimental? I'm about to pee my eyes, Lin Yuan joked. This made Song Yali cover her mouth and giggle, her full breasts trembling slightly with her laughter. Inside the restaurant, exquisite French cuisine was laid out, the silver cutlery gleaming in the sunlight, and each dish was plated like a work of art. Come, sit down. Song Yali pulled out a chair for Lin Yuan without any airs of a wealthy person, acting like a caring older sister next door. Let my little prince enjoy the true treatment of royalty. The little master must really enjoy being pampered like this. That will make him even more inseparable from me. Sister, to avoid suspicion, I'll call you that from now on, Lin Yuan said, sitting at the elegant dining table. Song Yali's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of pleasure appeared on her lips. Calling me sister is a good way to address someone. It's intimate without arousing suspicion. But the way you pamper me. Looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, Lin Yuan said somewhat reservedly, it really makes me feel great. There's that maternal care and maturity in it. I have to say, it's very appealing. Hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Song Yali's face. She elegantly poured Lin Yuan a glass of red wine. My little brother, you've touched my heart. Her voice softened. That's the charm of a mature woman. She can take care of you like an older sister, and love you like a lover. The young master indeed felt the unique charm of a 38-year-old woman. This feeling of maternal love combined with passion is something a young girl cannot provide. Come on, open your mouth. Song Yali used a fork to pick up a piece of exquisite French foie gras and personally fed it to Lin Yuan. Sister is feeding you. Lin Yuan opened his mouth nervously, feeling both excited and uneasy about being fed. As an orphan who had lacked love since childhood, this kind of meticulous care was something he had never experienced before. How is it? Is it delicious? She asked gently, her eyes full of care. It's delicious. Lin Yuan savored the expensive foie gras. Although it tasted really good, he was more touched by the feeling of being taken care of. Sister, you take such good care of me, I don't want to leave. Then never leave. Song Yali gently stroked his hair, as if she were treating her own little brother. From today onwards, this is your home. Your sister will always take care of you. She could sense Lin Yuan's unease and gratitude. This young man, who had lacked family warmth since childhood, was now surrounded by her care. This innocent reaction stirred a strong protective instinct within her. She continued in a gentle tone, when your daughters come back, call them little sister. They'll love you as their older brother. The way they address each other as brother and sister will make the relationship more subtle and interesting. Oh, right. Song Yali, something just occurred to you. I'll take you shopping for some clothes this afternoon. Since you're going to be involved in high society, your image is very important. She looked Lin Yuan up and down at his clothes, which were clearly cheap, and felt a pang of heartache. This kind young man has always lived such a frugal life, and now he can finally experience true luxury. Will it cost a lot of money? Lin Yuan asked with some concern, this instinctive worry revealing his long-term impoverished living conditions. Silly little brother. Song Yali smiled gently, her heart aching even more for him. My money is your money. Spend as much as you want. She reached out and gently stroked his cheek. I love seeing you happy. I'll do anything to make you happy. My God, this is heaven. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This is amazing. I suspect I'm dreaming. Hearing this down-to-earth expression, Song Yali couldn't help but giggle. My little brother, the way you express yourself is so cute. She gracefully set down her cutlery, her eyes filled with doting affection. This unvarnished, genuine reaction is far more endearing than those fake men. It wasn't a dream. She reached out and gently pinched Lin Yuan's cheek. It was all real. And this was just the beginning. Song Yali stood up, walked behind Lin Yuan, and gently placed her hands on his shoulders. The days to come will be even more wonderful than today. Really? Lin Yuan turned to look at her, his eyes filled with disbelief and anticipation. Of course, Song Yali whispered in his ear. When you meet your two younger sisters, experience a more complete family life, and discover the goals that await our conquest. Sister. Lin Yuan turned around and took her hand, his voice trembling. I truly believe in fate now. Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. Silly little brother. Song Yali smiled gently, deeply touched by his sincerity. We are destined to be together. To conquer this world and enjoy all the beautiful things in it. She checked the time. Let's rest for a bit now, and I'll take you shopping this afternoon. We also need to arrange your school transfer tomorrow. Oh, right. She remembered something. Her daughters would be home that evening. Are you ready to see your two younger sisters? Sure, no problem. Let's go. We definitely need to buy something. We're rich now. Lin Yuan stood up, his face filled with excitement and trepidation. Seeing this change in him, Song Yali's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to see. My little brother is starting to gain confidence. She gracefully picked up her Hermes bag. Come on, let me take you to the most upscale shopping mall. Today I'm going to give you a complete makeover from head to toe. Seeing my little master transform from being insecure to confident is so fulfilling. I want him to completely shake off the shadows of the past and become a truly confident man. Old Wang. Song Yali called the housekeeper to prepare the BMW X7. We're going out shopping. Yes, ma'am. Old Wang nodded respectfully. Do you need me to drive? No need, I'll drive myself. Song Yali took Lin Yuan's arm. Today is my and my brother's special time. The two walked towards the courtyard, and Song Yali pointed lightly. We'll drive this car today, it's more suitable for shopping. The trunk is big enough. Sister. Lin Yuan, sitting in the passenger seat, was still somewhat incredulous. Which mall are we going to? The Jinma Plaza, the most upscale shopping mall in the city center. Song Yali started the engine. It housed all the major international brands. And she smiled mysteriously. Other wealthy ladies often frequent that place, so it'll be a good opportunity for them to meet my new brother. This is also a form of publicity. It lets high society know that a young and handsome man has appeared in Song Yali's life. As the car drove out of the villa area, Song Yali said while driving, later, we'll go to the men's clothing store first and pick out a few formal suits for you, then casual wear, as well as shoes, watches, and accessories. How much money will this cost? Lin Yuan was still a little unaccustomed to such extravagant spending. Probably a few $100,000, Song Yali said casually. For us, it's just pocket money. Hundreds of thousands spent on clothes? Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Was this dress made of gold thread or studded with diamonds? I used to buy clothes for only a few dozen yuan. Hearing this, Song Yali felt a surge of heartache. Her young master had lived such a frugal life since he was a child. Clothes costing only a few dozen yuan were a luxury for him. She reached out and gently patted Lin Yuan's leg. Don't think too much. Today, I'm going to completely transform you into a true upper-class playboy. When those socialites and heiresses see their little master, they'll definitely want to get close to him. But I'll protect him and not let anyone hurt him. Oh, right. Song Yali remembered something. Later at the mall, just call me Sister Yali. In front of other people, we're like siblings. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded, Sister Yali. Hearing this address, Song Yali felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. My dear little brother, you're so good. I will make sure he never has to worry about money again, and that he experiences the feeling of being genuinely loved. My little master deserves the best of everything in the world. Chapter 22 Side Effects of Succubus Energy. They soon arrived at Jinmao Plaza, the city's most luxurious shopping mall. Towering glass curtain walls reflected the sunlight, and every shop housed internationally renowned brands. Luxury cars were parked in front, and customers coming and going were all dressed in expensive clothing. Wow, this place looks amazing. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the luxurious surroundings. Looking at Lin Yuan's simple and amazed expression, Song Yali felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Little brother, are we here on a date? Absolutely, this is our first official date. Hearing Lin Yuan's affirmation, Song Yali's eyebrows curved into a smile, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. My little master really remembered his promise to go on a date with me. It feels so good to be valued. After arriving at the shopping mall, Lin Yuan touched his stomach and said somewhat embarrassedly, Sister Yali, let's grab something to eat first. Shopping is tiring. Actually, the exquisite French meal Lin Yuan ate at the villa, although it looked very appealing, wasn't very large in portion. He was a young boy who was still growing and hadn't eaten enough, but he was too embarrassed to show his hunger in front of the servants. Song Yali keenly sensed Lin Yuan's thoughts, and a surge of tenderness welled up in her heart. My little master is so adorable, he's too shy to say he's hungry. It seems those elaborate French meals really aren't to his taste. I'll have to prepare more of his favorite dishes in the future. Good idea. Song Yali nodded gracefully. There's a really nice restaurant on the top floor. Let's go try it. The two arrived at the upscale restaurant on the top floor. The ambience was elegant, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered panoramic views of the city. They found a seat by the window. Sister Yali, the dishes here look pretty fancy, Lin Yuan said, looking at the pictures on the menu, but the prices surprised him. Order as much as you like, my sister's treating today. Song Yali ordered elegantly. The Wagyu beef here is very good, as are the French foie gras and the Italian seafood pasta. Soon, exquisite dishes were served, the portions noticeably more generous than the French cuisine at the villa. Song Yali savored the food, a look of delight flashing in her eyes. Although she had memories, experiencing human food herself was still far more enjoyable. The sensation on her taste buds was truly wondrous. So this is how humans enjoy food. It's much more interesting than simply absorbing energy. Right? Lin Yuan was finally able to eat his steak to his heart's content, a satisfied smile on his face. There are 4 great pleasures in life: eating, drinking, and having fun. We should cherish and enjoy life to the fullest. The two enjoyed their meal together, with Song Yali gracefully serving Lin Yuan food from time to time, demonstrating the thoughtfulness of a mature woman. She noticed that Lin Yuan had a good appetite, which made her even more certain that he hadn't eaten enough before. During the meal, Song Yali noticed that several young men in the restaurant were looking at them with strange eyes, or more precisely, at Lin Yuan. The men's eyes held a strange hostility and displeasure, which reminded Song Yali of the side effects of the succubus energy on her young master that she had mentioned before. So that's how it is. The succubus aura emanating from the little master does indeed cause an instinctive repulsion towards people of the same sex. But that's fine too, as it helps us filter out those with narrow minds. Little brother, I'm going to the restroom to touch up my makeup. After the meal, Song Yali picked up her small bag and stood up. Wait here for me. Okay, Sister Yali. Lin Yuan nodded. As soon as Song Yali left, Lin Yuan was scrolling through short videos on his phone when he suddenly heard a familiar yet annoying voice. Hey, isn't this Lin Yuan? I never thought this poor guy would appear in a high-end place like Jinmao Plaza. Lin Yuan looked up and sighed inwardly, what a small world. They were several of his wealthy classmates from university, the leader being Zhang Hao, whose family owned a building materials company. He was known for flaunting his wealth and looking down on classmates from modest backgrounds. Zhang Hao? Lin Yuan looked at them calmly, but he was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Hao's gaze was particularly unfriendly today, even bordering on hostile. While he usually looked down on him, it never came to such blatant malice. Ha, it really is you, Ma Tuanlei, another rich second-generation heir standing next to Zhang Hao. What, did your family win the lottery? How dare you spend money in a place like this? Although Wang Lei usually likes to flaunt his wealth, he is generally mild-mannered, but today he was unusually harsh. That's right. The third guy, Li Ming, chimed in, saying that a simple meal here costs several thousand yuan, which wouldn't even cover your monthly living expenses. Li Ming found it even stranger. He used to have a good relationship with Lin Yuan and they often attended classes together. But today, he was acting as if they had a deep-seated hatred for each other. Zhang Hao approached the table and deliberately said loudly, "Looks like you ordered a lot of good stuff. Could it be that you're working here as a waiter and taking the opportunity to freeload?" His voice attracted the attention of other guests around him, and many people looked over. Zhang Hao's thoughts were complicated. He felt inexplicably angry the moment he saw Lin Yuan today, as if this usually inconspicuous poor student had done something terribly wrong. Although reason tells him that this thought is strange, he just can't control it. I really dislike this kid today, even more than usual. No way, I have to give him a good humiliation. I'm talking about Lin Yuan. Wang Lei also moved closer, his tone becoming even more vicious. Pretending to be rich is pointless, everyone knows your family's situation. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Wang Lei shared the same confusion. He usually just looked down on Lin Yuan, but today he felt an urge to crush him. This intense loathing struck him as odd. Why am I so angry when I see this guy today? Forget it, whatever, I just want to kill him anyway. Yeah, right, Li Ming chimed in, his voice turning sharp and sarcastic. Go back to the school cafeteria. This isn't a place for you. A poor wretch like you should stay where you are. Li Ming was also struggling internally. He initially thought Lin Yuan was quite nice, that this classmate had good character and good grades, and he was a little envious. But upon meeting him today, he felt a strong aversion, as if someone had planted a seed of hatred in his mind. It's strange, why am I treating Lin Yuan like this? But I just can't help wanting to humiliate him. Several wealthy young men surrounded Lin Yuan, forming a small circle that attracted the attention of many other guests. But Lin Yuan simply sat quietly, a slight smile even playing on his lips. He began to understand what had happened. This was the side effect of the succubus energy that Ivina had mentioned, causing an instinctive repulsion and hostility towards those of the same sex. Why aren't you saying anything? Zhang Hao said smugly. We guessed right and you're feeling guilty? Or is it that you simply can't afford the bill here? Yeah, right, Wang Lei continued sarcastically, do you want us to be kind and pay for your bill? But you'll have to kneel down and beg us. Ha ha, Li Ming laughed loudly. In that case, I might consider giving you a few hundred yuan, enough for you to eat in the school cafeteria for a month. The surrounding guests began to whisper among themselves, some with expressions of schadenfreude. Such direct conflict was rare in such an upscale place. Lin Yuan remained calm. Is this the side effect of the succubus energy on me? Normally, I keep to myself and these people, though we may have some friction, but nothing this malicious. This happened while I was just having a meal today. Was it the succubus energy that triggered their inner thoughts? Chapter 23. No, it's a slap in the face delivered right to your door. Part 1. I won't be your classmate anymore soon. Since you all look down on me anyway, I'm dropping out of school. So you can leave now, right? Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business. Don't let your bragging backfire and get you humiliated. Lin Yuan said casually, his tone revealing a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao and the others were taken aback at first, and then burst into even louder laughter. Ha, dropped out of school? And failed at showing off? Zhang Hao clapped his hands exaggeratedly, the sound so loud that the entire restaurant could hear it. I knew it. He really couldn't afford the tuition. I'd like to see just how much a poor guy can pretend. His inner malice was amplified infinitely under the influence of the succubus's energy. He was particularly annoyed by Lin Yuan today, and now that he heard that the other party was going to drop out of school, he was even more excited. Finally admitted it, huh? This pretentious poor bastard deserved to embarrass himself in such a high-class place. How pitiful. Wang Lei shook his head, his voice full of feigned sympathy. His family is so poor, yet he comes to a place like this to pretend to be rich. He's just putting on a show. Wang Lei is usually quite well-mannered, but today he just couldn't control the urge to humiliate Lin Yuan. That inexplicable feeling of disgust made him exceptionally mean. This poor bastard dares to sit in a place like this, it's disgusting. We must make him understand his place. Li Ming went even further, you dropped out of school and still dare to spend money here? Are you trying to have one last crazy spree? I have to go to work tomorrow to pay off my debts. Li Ming and Lin Yuan originally had a good relationship, but upon meeting today, he felt a strong aversion to each other, as if something was driving him to humiliate the other party. Why do I hate him so much today? Oh well, whatever, I just want to stomp him to death anyway. Look, Zhang Hao said, pointing to the exquisite decor and expensive tableware around him. A single meal in this kind of place could cost your family a month's expenses. Now you know how harsh reality is, right? The surrounding patrons began to whisper, and the atmosphere in the restaurant became awkward. Some cast sympathetic glances, feeling sorry for the young man. Others, however, were eager to see what would happen next. That poor student really looked pitiful. Young people these days are so vain. Showing off in a place like this will only lead to embarrassment when it's time to pay the bill. Lin Yuan, Wang Lei said hypocritically, his voice laced with obvious sarcasm. Actually, we're doing this for your own good. Don't waste your money here. Hurry up and find a job. Supporting your family is the most important thing. Exactly. Li Ming chimed in. With your family's financial situation, you should honestly work hard and earn money instead of always dreaming of living the life of the rich. Looking at Lin Yuan's calm expression, Zhang Hao felt even more annoyed. What's wrong? We guessed right and you're not saying anything now? Or are you thinking about how to skip out on the bill? These guys are still so annoying. It's your own fault for not leaving. Don't blame me when you get slapped in the face for showing off. Lin Yuan sneered inwardly, but maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the ground came from the restaurant entrance, and an elegant figure was slowly walking towards them. Zhang Hao continued his sarcastic performance, but seriously, your last meal was quite lavish. Don't let the bill not show up when you pay later, that would be really embarrassing. Yeah, right. A malicious glint flashed in Li Ming's eyes. How about we pay your bill? Consider it a small favor for a student who dropped out. Haha, Wang Lei laughed loudly. But we'll have to make him kneel down and beg us first. Only then might we consider showing some kindness. The group of rich kids got more and more excited as they talked, completely absorbed in the pleasure of humiliating Lin Yuan. Some of the surrounding guests couldn't stand it anymore, but no one wanted to interfere. Just as Zhang Hao and the others were getting into their mockery, an elegant and authoritative female voice suddenly rang out. What happened? The sound was like heavenly music, instantly silencing the entire restaurant. Everyone turned to look in unison, and then they were all stunned. A stunningly beautiful, mature woman gracefully approached. She wore a black dress, clearly made of top-tier custom material, which perfectly accentuated her figure. On her wrist was a limited-edition Cartier diamond watch, sparkling under the lights. But what's most captivating is her as a person. Her features are exquisitely beautiful, like a work of art. Her skin is as smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade, and her long, black hair cascades over her shoulders like a waterfall. What's most striking is her aura. She possesses both the elegant charm of a mature woman and the vitality of a young girl, exuding a breathtaking allure in every gesture. The entire restaurant fell silent instantly, all the men's eyes fixed on the woman. Even some female guests couldn't help but steal a few more glances, stunned by her beauty. My God, what level of beauty is this? A middle-aged male guest couldn't help but exclaim softly, his voice filled with obvious shock. That figure, that aura, she's practically goddess level. Another young male customer was completely mesmerized, unable to look away. It's so beautiful, like it stepped out of a painting. This kind of aura is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Zhang Hao, Wang Lei, and Li Ming were completely dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Just moments before they had been mocking Lin Yuan, but now they were utterly captivated by the woman's beauty. This woman is so beautiful. Wang Lei stammered, his voice trembling. And she looks so young, probably only in her early 20s? How can there be such a stunning beauty? Li Ming swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Song Yali. A greedy glint flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes, and his mind began to fantasize, if only I could win over a beauty of this caliber. Just as everyone was marveling, a middle-aged woman dressed in designer clothes frowned in a corner of the restaurant. She was the wife of the chairman of a large nearby corporation and a frequent attendee of high society gatherings. This woman, she looks familiar, she whispered to her friend, but couldn't quite place where she'd seen her before. She did look somewhat familiar. Her friend also carefully observed Song Yali, wondering if she might be a celebrity or a business tycoon. No. Her demeanor isn't like someone from the entertainment industry, it's more like a middle-aged woman. She tried hard to recall, but just couldn't remember. Oh well, she must have been mistaken. After all, she's so young. What they didn't know was that the seemingly 20-something-year-old beauty in front of them was actually Song Yali, who had become even younger and more beautiful after being nourished by the power of a succubus, that wealthy socialite worth 5 billion. Sister Yali. Lin Yuan stood up naturally, a friendly smile on his face. It was nothing serious, just running into a few former classmates. Upon hearing the title Sister Yali, Zhang Hao and the others simultaneously had a thought. Wait. Sister? This beautiful woman is this poor guy's sister? No, she's probably just a distant relative, they can't be very close. In that case, we still have a chance. Wait a minute. Zhang Hao's eyes darted around, and he put on what he thought was a very charming smile. Beautiful lady, you weren't tricked by this poor guy, were you? He felt he had found an opportunity. Such a beautiful woman must have been deceived by Lin Yuan's sweet talk. If he could expose Lin Yuan's true colors, he might be able to play the hero and win her heart. Song Yali gracefully took Lin Yuan's arm, her eyes coldly sweeping over them. Lies? Her voice was calm, but those who knew her well knew it was the calm before the storm. Yes, beautiful. Wang Lei hurriedly stepped forward, his voice filled with urgency. You don't know, Lin Yuan's family is extremely poor. They can't even afford the tuition. He just said he wanted to drop out of school. Yes. Li Ming also joined in, afraid of missing this opportunity to show off. He definitely lied to you, saying he was rich, and then tricked you into going out to eat. Beautiful lady, you're so pretty, don't let this poor guy fool you. Zhang Hao even put on a righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor. Beautiful lady, you're so pretty, you must have many outstanding men pursuing you. Don't be fooled by this penniless and hopeless guy. Exactly. Wang Lei quickly added, only those of us from well-off families deserve a goddess like you. The surrounding guests began to point and whisper, some showing sympathy, thinking that such a beautiful girl had been deceived by a poor boy. There are so many scammers these days, they even dare to scam such a pretty girl. That girl seems too naive and easily taken advantage of. That man didn't look like a rich person, he was dressed so shabbily. Seeing that Song Yali seemed somewhat puzzled by their words, Zhang Hao thought his opportunity had arrived and immediately launched his offensive. Beautiful lady, my name is Zhang Hao, and my family is in the building materials business. He straightened his clothes and flashed what he thought was a very handsome smile. My family is quite well known in this city, how about we get to know each other? I can treat you to dinner at a really high-end place. Exactly. Wang Lei retorted, not to be outdone. Beautiful lady, you deserve the best life. Follow us, and we'll guarantee you a princess-like life. It's a million times better than being with this poor bastard. Li Ming went even further, hey beautiful, can I have your WeChat? We're both rich kids, our families are powerful and wealthy, definitely better off than this poor bastard. The three men surrounded Song Yali, completely ignoring Lin Yuan beside her, their eyes gleaming with greed. In their eyes, such a beautiful woman should belong to rich second-generation heirs like them, not a poor wretch like Lin Yuan. These brats are really courting death, daring to be so insolent in front of me. Song Yali sneered inwardly, but maintained an elegant smile on her face. She decided to let these people continue their performance first, so that the slap in the face would be even more resounding later. Just then, the restaurant manager noticed the commotion and rushed over. When he saw Song Yali's face clearly, he was completely shocked. Ms. Song. The manager's face lit up with surprise, his voice trembling. What brings you here today? It's such an honor. The manager's reaction was normal. Song Yali is one of the major shareholders of the group to which this restaurant belongs. Absolutely the VIP among VIPs, SVVVVVVVIP. Upon hearing the title Ms. Song, the middle-aged woman who seemed familiar suddenly whitened her eyes, her face showing disbelief. Ms. Song? Could it be? She gasped, her voice trembling. Oh my god. It's Song Yali. What? Song Yali? Her friend was shocked too. You mean Song Yali, the one who got 5 billion in her divorce settlement? That powerful businesswoman? That's her. No wonder she looked familiar, the middle-aged woman exclaimed excitedly, but how come she looks so young? I thought she was 38. Maybe she's just good at maintaining her appearance, but she looks way too young. The news spread like wildfire, and the entire restaurant was soon in an uproar. What? She's Song Yali? That powerful woman with a net worth of 5 billion? Impossible. She looks so young. But they do look a lot like the people in the news photos. Oh my god, it really is Song Yali. Upon hearing these comments, Zhang Hao and the others turned deathly pale. The name Song Yali was legendary in their circle. She was one of the most powerful women in the entire city. Worth 5 billion, with extensive connections, she held a pivotal position in high society. Song Yali? Zhang Hao stammered, his voice trembling. Is she the legendary socialite Song Yali? Impossible, impossible. Wang Lei's face turned pale. How could she be so young? It must be someone with the same name, it must be. Li Ming refused to believe this cruel truth. Seeing their shocked expressions, Song Yali nodded gracefully. That's right, I am Song Yali. Is there a problem? Boom. These words struck Zhang Hao and the others like a thunderbolt, leaving them completely stunned and dumbfounded. It really is Song Yali, the legendary business queen. A super rich woman with a net worth of 5 billion. It's all over. Wang Lei's face was ashen. We actually. My God. Li Ming's legs went weak and he could barely stand. Miss Song, we didn't know it was you just now, please forgive us. Zhang Hao was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and his voice trembled. Miss Song, we were blind to your greatness, please forgive us. The three men immediately bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle and apologized, their previous arrogance vanishing without a trace. Faced with true power, their pitiful sense of superiority was utterly insignificant. But soon, Zhang Hao remembered something. Wait, Ms. Song, how come you're with Lin Yuan? They still refused to believe that Lin Yuan and Song Yali could have any relationship. After all, the difference in their social status was too great. One was a wealthy socialite worth 5 billion, and the other was a poor student who couldn't even afford tuition. Yes. Wang Lei said with a puzzled look. Lin Yuan, he's just a poor student. His family is extremely poor. Li Ming went even further. Ms. Song, you haven't been scammed by him, have you? This man is really poor. He can't even afford basic necessities. The surrounding guests also began to whisper among themselves. Yes, with such a huge difference in status, how could they possibly be related? How could that student possibly know Ms. Song? Could it be a coincidence? Or some kind of misunderstanding? Zhang Hao's eyes darted around, and he started plotting again. Ms. Song, you must not know the situation. This Lin Yuan is really not worthy of someone of your status. He can't even support himself on a basic level. Exactly. Wang Lei chimed in. He can't even afford tuition, how could he possibly have anything to do with you? He must be lying to you. They assumed that Song Yali had only met Lin Yuan by chance and were unaware of their true relationship. In their view, a poor student like Lin Yuan could never have any interaction with someone of Song Yali's stature. It seems my chances are very high. I can't let this poor bastard fool my goddess. Chapter 24. No, it's a slap in the face delivered right to your door. Part 2. I told you to leave, but you wouldn't leave, and you even tried to take advantage of my woman. Lin Yuan looked at these people's behavior and sneered inwardly. But he decided to cooperate with Ivina and make the slap in the face even more intense. Ms. Song. Lin Yuan feigned nervousness, his voice trembling with obvious timidity. I'm so sorry, I've dragged you into this. Actually, my family isn't well off. I was just shamelessly sitting here getting a free meal. He lowered his head, looking very ashamed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao and the others immediately perked up, becoming as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. See? I told you so. Ms. Song, you see? He admitted it himself. Wang Lei said smugly, he's just a poor wretch trying to freeload. How could a poor wretch like him be worthy of sitting at the same table as you? It's an insult to your status. Li Ming also chimed in, adding insult to injury. The surrounding guests also began to point and whisper about Lin Yuan, thinking he was overestimating himself. So he really did come here to freeload. How can someone like that be allowed into such a high-end restaurant? That's incredibly overconfident. The little master's acting is pretty good. It will be even more satisfying when he gets slapped in the face later. Song Yali chuckled inwardly, preparing to teach these people a lesson they would never forget. Just when everyone thought the truth was out, Song Yali suddenly spoke up. Free meal? She chuckled softly, her voice tinged with affection. My dear little brother, why are you being so modest again? What? Everyone was stunned. Their minds went blank for a moment. Younger brother? Song Yali calls Lin Yuan her younger brother? This is a huge amount of information. Everyone needs time to process it. Wait. Zhang Hao stammered. Ms. Song, what did you just say? Song Yali gracefully straightened Lin Yuan's collar, her movements intimate and natural, just like a real older sister taking care of her younger brother. I told him this is my younger brother, a distant relative, who has been staying at my house recently. Although his family is not well off, he is my most beloved younger brother. Her voice was gentle but carried an undeniable authority. Anyone who dares to bully him is going against me, Song Yali. Rumble. These words were like a nuclear bomb exploding, stunning everyone. The entire restaurant fell silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. Brother, younger brother? Wang Lei stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his ears. Ms. Song's younger brother? Li Ming was so shocked he couldn't speak, his expression incredibly complex. Zhang Hao's face turned deathly pale, as if the sky was about to fall. How is this possible? The surrounding customers were also in an uproar. Holy crap! He's Ms. Song's brother? Doesn't that mean he's also from a wealthy family? Did we misjudge something just now? A rich family's young master. The restaurant manager immediately stepped forward, his face full of respect. So you're Ms. Song's brother. My apologies. Hello, Mr. Lin. The other waiters also bowed and said, Hello, young Master Lin. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. The atmosphere of the entire restaurant instantly changed 180 degrees. Just moments ago, he was a poor student looked down upon, but in the blink of an eye, he became the younger brother of a wealthy woman worth 5 billion, and his status and position soared to the heavens. A cold glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes as she looked at the shocked expressions on Zhang Hao and the others. I just heard you saying that my brother can't afford to pay for his meal? And that you were going to give him charity? No. Zhang Hao hurriedly waved his hands, his voice trembling. We didn't. We absolutely didn't mean that. Really? Song Yali took out her phone, pretending to dial the manager's number. Should I check the security camera footage? So everyone can hear what you just said? The three men were immediately terrified and knelt down this time. They really knelt. Ms. Song. We were wrong. We didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive us. We will never dare to do it again. The other guests present were shocked by what they saw. This was true power-based oppression. The difference in status was too great, leaving no room for resistance. Lin Yuan slowly stood up and patted off imaginary dust from his clothes. Who just offered to pay my bill? Was it charity? His voice was calm, but every word pierced Zhang Hao and the others' hearts like needles. Who else is saying this isn't a place for me? Are they telling me to go back to school and eat in the cafeteria? Zhang Hao and the others were ashen-faced and speechless. Their earlier arrogance and smugness had turned into deep fear and regret. Song Yali continued, My brother is indeed going to drop out of school, but not because he can't afford the tuition. It was because, she smiled gracefully, and I was planning to transfer him to a better school. After all, the environment of an ordinary university is not worthy of our family's status. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. It wasn't that Lin Yuan couldn't afford to go to school, but rather that he looked down on those schools. They're going to a much more upscale place. And Song Yali continued to deliver the blow, each word cutting like a knife into the hearts of Zhang Hao and the others. My brother's monthly allowance is roughly equivalent to your family's lifetime income. My dad earns a maximum of 500,000 yuan a month. A lifetime. How much would that cost? If we calculate based on 50 years, wouldn't his monthly allowance be 2 or 300 million? What does 2 or 300 million yuan even mean? These words completely shattered Zhang Hao and the others' mental defenses. Their proud status as rich second-generation heirs was utterly a joke in the face of true wealth and power. Zhang Hao's family's building materials company only earns a few million yuan a year, which is already quite good in the eyes of ordinary people. But compared to Song Yali's net worth of 5 billion yuan, it's really insignificant. At this moment, the middle-aged woman who had initially recognized Song Yali walked over. She was the wife of the chairman of the Wang Group, a prominent figure in high society. Ms. Song, I am the wife of the chairman of the Wang Group. She said respectfully, I saw what happened just now. Those young people were so inconsiderate. If you need, I can contact their parents and have them properly educate these children. Zhang Hao's legs went weak at the mention of the Wang Group. That was one of their family's biggest clients. If Madame Wang really contacted their parents, they were doomed. No need. Song Yali waved her hand, the child is just being silly. But to Zhang Hao and his group, the word child was more devastating than any insult. In the eyes of someone like Song Yali, they truly were just ignorant children. Lin Yuan then said slowly, "By the way, Sister Yali, aren't we going shopping today?" "Oh right, I almost forgot." Song Yali smiled gently, "I'm going to buy you a few new outfits today, the budget is about 1 million. 1 million. To buy clothes. This number struck Zhang Hao and the others like a hammer blow. They didn't even have that much pocket money in a whole year. Wow, $1 million for clothes? One customer couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this what life is like for the wealthy? A single piece of clothing someone buys costs as much as an apartment for us." And another thing, Song Yali continued, "I'm going to buy you a car tomorrow. Have you chosen a brand yet?" Maybach, I guess. Lin Yuan said casually, "The kind that's not too flashy." "Maybach, don't be too flashy." These words completely shattered Zhang Hao and the others' last psychological defenses. A Maybach. The cheapest one costs millions. And they said not to be too ostentatious. "It's over, it's completely over." Wang Lei slumped into his chair, feeling like his whole world had collapsed. We actually offended someone of this caliber. Li Ming's face turned pale, he was truly doomed this time. Zhang Hao felt dizzy and disoriented, his earlier sense of superiority vanished completely, replaced by deep fear. What to do, what to do? At this point, the other customers in the restaurant also began to discuss it. These young people are really blind. They've offended Ms. Son's brother, their family business is doomed. Who would dare to do business with them in the future? Song Yali and Lin Yuan slowly rose to their feet amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone present. "We'll be going now." Song Yali gracefully picked up her Hermes bag, hoping that next time they met, they would have learned what respect truly means. She took Lin Yuan's arm and gracefully left the restaurant under everyone's gaze. Zhang Hao and the others slumped in their chairs, their faces burning as if they had been slapped dozens of times. The surrounding guests were whispering among themselves. You really can't judge a book by its cover. You can't look down on people like that anymore. Those young people really embarrassed themselves this time. This news will probably spread throughout the entire industry very quickly. The restaurant manager walked over, looking at Zhang Hao and the others with an unfriendly expression. "Gentlemen, I saw what just happened. You've offended Ms. Son's brother, so I suggest you leave as soon as possible." The implication was clear, the restaurant no longer welcomed them. Zhang Hao and his accomplices slunk away from the restaurant, filled with fear and regret. They knew that news of this incident would soon spread throughout high society, and their reputations would be completely ruined. Meanwhile, Song Yali and Lin Yuan had already headed to the luxury goods section, ready to begin their real shopping trip. "Wow, that's awesome. Yali, you're amazing. That was so cool." Lin Yuan said excitedly, his eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. "I feel like the protagonist in a wish fulfillment novel has successfully shown off. This is the effect. It's awesome." Upon hearing this, Song Yali chuckled gracefully, "My dear brother, this is nothing. That was just a small test." She smugly linked arms with Lin Yuan and strolled slowly through the luxury store. "Did you see those kids' expressions? From being arrogant to begging for mercy, the contrast was just too funny. My little master's innocent excitement gives me more satisfaction than anything else." It seems that choosing to protect him was the right decision. Moreover, a sly glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes. This was just the beginning. Once you officially enter high society, there will be many more moments like this. She pointed to the top-tier menswear store ahead. "Now, let's complete the real transformation. We'll dress you up from head to toe as a true scion of a wealthy family. From this day forward." Her voice was filled with doting affection. "Anyone who dares to look down on my brother will pay the price. This feeling of being relied upon and adored is wonderful. My little master is becoming more and more inseparable from me." Walking along the luxury goods street, Song Yali suddenly leaned her head gently on Lin Yuan's shoulder and whispered in his ear. "My dear brother, I learned a lot from what you just witnessed." Her voice carried a hint of satisfaction. "Although it wasn't the kind of energy I feel during intimacy, I also absorbed some energy when I was protecting you and seeing you being worshipped. It was little, but it tasted quite good." Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. "Is this even possible?" Song Yali explained softly, "My analysis is that it's because you've elevated my power. In addition to the energy we gain during intimate moments, we can now absorb some energy in this situation as well." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "When I protect you and demonstrate my strength, when I see you being respected and admired, that sense of accomplishment and satisfaction can also be transformed into energy. Wow! They're not even going to act anymore. Lin Yuan said excitedly, it's true that being more laid back is the right thing to do. If it's a guy showing off, step on him hard. If it's a woman, give her the energy to shine. This two-pronged approach is simply perfect. Song Yali chuckled, amused by his straightforward expression. My little brother is so funny when he talks. But you're right, this lifestyle is indeed very efficient. She gently stroked Lin Yuan's arm. It seems our contract is not just a simple energy exchange, but a deeper symbiotic relationship. Your growth and success will also make me stronger. From now on, I'll have to be even more serious about pretending to be cool. Lin Yuan said smugly, I'll make those who look down on me kneel down and sing conquer, and make all those beauties fall for me. This way, Sister Yali can gain more energy. What a thoughtful and good younger brother. Song Yali's eyes were full of affection. Come on, let me take you to the real world of luxury. Today, I'm going to completely transform you into the kind of wealthy young master everyone envies. I'm finally experiencing the joys of being rich. Those idiots' expressions were classic. Song Yali was amused by his genuine expression. The little owner is just so adorable, always so genuine, without a trace of pretense. Such a person deserves to be protected with everything. Chapter 25, Not? 200 million in pocket money. Just buy any clothes that cost a few hundred yuan, that should be fine. After all, making money is pretty hard. Lin Yuan said somewhat embarrassedly. When you said 1 million, it scared not only them, but it also scared me. Don't go too far. He glanced down at his outfit. Look at me. My shirt was 19 yuan, bought on Pinduoduo. My pants were 10 yuan. My shoes were 20 yuan. My underwear was 10 yuan for 4 pairs. My whole outfit is under 100 yuan. Now you're going to add W to 100? You're trying to scare me to death. Sis, don't mess with me. Upon hearing this, a pang of heartache flashed in Song Yali's eyes. My silly little brother. She gently stroked Lin Yuan's cheek, her voice as tender as if she were soothing a child. You haven't adjusted to our standard of living yet. For us, 1 million is really just pocket change. My little master's simple and honest qualities make me want to love him even more. Children who lack love from a young age are always so cautious and dare not ask for too much. But now that I'm here, he can have everything. Moreover, Song Yali took out her phone and said, let me show you what real wealth is. She opened her bank app and entered a number on the transfer page, 200 million. I'm transferring 200 million to you now as the pocket money I mentioned earlier. She said casually, don't think it's too little. I currently have more than 300 million yuan in cash available for transfer. The rest are various assets, real estate, stocks, company shares, and so on. Lin Yuan was stunned when he saw the string of numbers on his phone screen. 200 million? Sis. Are you crazy? His brain instantly began to work at full speed. 200 million. He works odd jobs at a supermarket, earning only 15 yuan an hour. Working 8 hours a day, that's 120 yuan. Assuming 30 days a month, that's 3,600 yuan, and 43,200 yuan a year. How many years would it take to earn 200 million? 200 million divided by 43,200, that's 4,629 years. If you deposit this 200 million yuan in a bank and earn interest, at an annualized rate of 3%, you would earn 6 million yuan in interest income per year. That's 500,000 a month. That's 16,000 a day. This means that doing nothing but lying down and sleeping, he can earn more interest in a day than he does in a year of working. He's not crazy. Song Yali smiled gently, this is pocket money for my younger brother. You won't have to worry about money anymore. She clicked to confirm the transfer, ding dong. Lin Yuan's phone immediately rang with a notification that the money had arrived. Your account has received 200 million yuan. Lin Yuan stared at the astronomical figure on his phone screen, his hands trembling. Sister, this is too much. 200 million.00, the 8 zeros following it, each one seeming to mock his past impoverished life. He recalled walking 2 hours back to school to save a few yuan on bus fare, and the days he hesitated for ages over a 15 yuan rice bowl. These figures now tell him he no longer needs to worry about money. Isn't it like some kind person gave him 200 million in pocket money? Not much. Song Yali said earnestly, for my younger brother, this is just the beginning. If you want anything in the future, just tell your sister anytime. That way, he'd be completely inseparable from me. The bond of money is more effective than any magic. Once a person gets used to a luxurious life, it is very difficult for them to return to poverty. And she continued, now that you're a real millionaire, you should learn how to spend your money. Buying clothes that cost a few $100s? That's an insult to our status. Lin Yuan was still in shock, but 200 million. I could never spend it all in my lifetime. He continued calculating in his mind. If you spend 10,000 yuan every day, it will last for 54 years. If you spend 100,000 yuan every day, it will last for more than 5 years. If you really spend 1 million yuan every day, it will last for 200 days. But the problem is, how could an ordinary person possibly spend so much money every day? Silly little brother. Song Yali affectionately pinched his cheek. Do you think 200 million is a lot? In true high society, this is just the entry level. Come on, let's go buy some clothes that truly suit your status. She pulled Lin Yuan towards a top luxury store, saying, today, I'm going to get you used to spending money and getting used to luxury. Wow! He's become the protagonist of a wish fulfillment novel. Lin Yuan slapped his face to make sure this wasn't a dream. Hey sis, don't pull me back, there are so many people here. A few $1,000s is enough. That's enough, okay? Lin Yuan said somewhat embarrassedly, noticing the glances cast at him by the other guests around him. Song Yali smiled gently, but still insisted on holding his hand. My good brother, you have 200 million in your account now, why do you still care about other people's opinions? She led Lin Yuan into the Armani boutique, which was decorated in an extremely luxurious style, with crystal chandeliers, marble floors, and every piece of clothing on display exuding an aristocratic air. The shop assistants immediately greeted her warmly. Their well-trained eyes instantly recognized Song Yali's status and position from her clothing and demeanor to the $1 million watch on her wrist. Everything told them that she was a truly distinguished guest. Welcome. How can I help you? The female shop assistant asked politely, her voice carrying just the right amount of respect. Pick out a few formal and casual outfits for my younger brother. Song Yali said elegantly, price is not a concern, I want the best. The young master is still too simple-minded, his spending habits need to be gradually cultivated. Judging from his shocked expression just now, he hasn't adapted to the life of the wealthy yet. The saleswoman immediately became enthusiastic. Yes, ma'am. Sir, you have a very good figure, and we have several new products that would be perfect for you. Lin Yuan was led to the fitting room, and looking at the clothes with price tags of 4 or 5 figures, he still felt a pang of heartache. Sister, this is really too expensive. A shirt costs 35,000, a pair of pants costs 28,000, and a pair of shoes costs 42,000. These prices were still too much of a shock for him. Although he had 200 million in his bank account, his spending habits couldn't be changed overnight. Silly little brother. Song Yali gently stroked his cheek. You are now my family, a member of the Song family. It's only right that you dress presentably. Her eyes were full of affection. Besides, I love seeing you looking handsome, so this money was well spent. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever treated him so unconditionally well. Life in the orphanage had conditioned him to be frugal and unappreciated, but now someone was willing to spend so much money on him. Sister Yali. His voice choked with emotion, you've been so good to me, I really don't know how to repay you. Silly child. Song Yali gave him a gentle hug. There's no need for repayment between family members. Seeing you happy is enough for your sister. This feeling of being needed and relied upon is truly wonderful. The little master's innocence and gratitude fill my heart with a sense of fulfillment. Okay, go try on the clothes. She gently nudged Lin Yuan, letting his sister see how handsome her little brother is. Lin Yuan took the clothes into the fitting room, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He was deeply moved by Song Yali's care, but at the same time, he was thinking about how to repay this kindness. Ivy is so good to me, I need to find a way to make her happy. He recalled the possession ability he had gained from the contract, and his gaze swept across the outside of the fitting room. At that moment, he noticed a young and beautiful saleswoman not far away. She was about 25 or 26 years old, tall, and had a pretty face. She was carefully arranging the goods on the shelves. Chapter 26 Possession of Li Shui. I think it would be great if Ivina could experience the body of a young woman. Lin Yuan began changing his clothes, while secretly making plans in his mind. The first outfit was a dark blue Armani suit, priced at 45,000 yuan. When he put on this suit, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. His original student-like demeanor was replaced by an aristocratic air, and the well-fitting cut perfectly showcased his physique. The deep blue fabric radiated a low-key luxurious sheen under the lights. "Little brother, come out and let your sister see you," Song Yali urged from outside. As Lin Yuan walked out of the fitting room, Song Yali's eyes immediately flashed with amazement. "Wow, my little brother is so handsome." The surrounding customers and shop staff couldn't help but turn their heads. The transformation in his demeanor was nothing short of a complete metamorphosis. He had gone from an ordinary college student to an elegant young gentleman in an instant. That's the magic of clothing. "This outfit is perfect for formal occasions." Song Yali nodded in satisfaction and accepted it. "Madam, this set costs 45,000 yuan, the salesperson explained. "No problem," Song Yali replied without hesitation. Next up is casual wear. The khaki casual suit priced at 28,000 yuan makes Lin Yuan look young and energetic, maintaining an aristocratic air without being overly formal. "This set is great too." Song Yali nodded again. "I'll take it too." And so, Lin Yuan tried on 7 or 8 outfits in a row, each one elevating his image to a new level. There were business suits, casual suits, sportswear, and even evening gowns. Song Yali admired him as if he were a work of art, her eyes filled with pride and affection. "Sister Yali." Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up as he changed into his 9th outfit. "I'll try on the last one." "Okay," Song Yali replied gently. Lin Yuan entered the fitting room. This time, he didn't rush to change his clothes. Instead, he quietly activated the ability he had gained from the contract. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow of succubus energy within his body. As his consciousness focused, his body began to undergo miraculous changes. His flesh and blood gradually became transparent, then transformed into wisps of black smoke. The feeling was strange, like a soul freed from the constraints of the body, able to float and move freely in space. In his smoky form, he could pass through tiny gaps, almost unnoticed. Black smoke drifted silently from under the fitting room door, floating lightly through the air. The target was clear: the young and beautiful saleswoman. Her name was Li Shui, 25 years old, and she had been working at this luxury goods store since graduating from university. She was 165 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, delicate features, and fair skin. At that moment, she was intently organizing the new handbags on the shelves, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Lin Yuan, in his smoke form, quietly drifted to Li Shui's side and began attempting to enter her body. This was his first time using this ability, and he was still somewhat nervous. Black smoke began to drift into Li Shui's nostrils. She only sneezed slightly, thinking it was dust blowing in from the air conditioner, and didn't pay any attention. She rubbed her nose and continued to concentrate on her work. More and more smoke entered her body, passing through her respiratory tract into her lungs, then into her bloodstream, and finally reaching her brain. The process was gentle. Li Shui only felt slightly dizzy, which she attributed to being too tired from work. "Strange. I feel a little dizzy," Li Shui muttered to herself, but did not stop working. As more smoke entered her brain, Li Shui's consciousness began to blur. She felt the world before her eyes begin to spin, and her body became light and airy, as if she were about to fly. "What's wrong with me?" She reached out and grabbed the shelf, trying to steady herself. Just then, Lin Yuan's consciousness completely took over her mind. Li Shui closed her eyes for a few seconds, and when she opened them again, her eyes were completely different. Lin Yuan felt the wonder of this woman's body. Unlike the sensations in his own body, Li Shui was a completely normal human woman, without any magical powers, but possessing the vitality and sensitivity unique to young women. He looked down at himself. He was now in Li Shui's body. Full breasts were encased in a uniform, a slender waist, long legs. The feeling was both novel and somewhat shy. "This feeling is indeed very special," Lin Yuan said softly in Li Shui's voice, a soft and sweet voice, completely like that of a young woman. He tried to move Li Shui's body, feeling the unique structure of a woman's body. Every movement was very careful, for fear of being discovered. Astonished. "Xiao Xue, what's wrong?" Xiao Wang, Li Shui's colleague, noticed something was wrong. "You don't look too good." "Ah, it's nothing, just a little tired," Lin Yuan quickly replied, mimicking Li Shui's usual tone. Fortunately, he had obtained some of the possessed person's memories from the contract, which allowed him to maintain a basic disguise. "Do you want to take a break?" Xiao Wang asked with concern. "No need, I'm fine." Lin Yuan shook his head and walked towards the fitting room. He needed to let Avina know about this surprise. Approaching Song Yali under the guise of Li Shui shouldn't arouse suspicion. Besides, this way Avina could experience the sensations of different women's bodies. Li Shui slowly walked towards Song Yali, a professional smile on her face. "Hello, Miss Song, this is Li Shui," she said in a sweet voice. "Does your brother need any other styles of clothing? We also have some limited edition new items in our store." Song Yali looked up and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes when she saw Li Shui. As a succubus, she could sense unusual energy fluctuations. Chapter 27. This little guy is getting more and more interesting. Song Yali turned her head, saw the young and beautiful saleswoman, and nodded with a smile. "Yes. My brother is indeed very outstanding." "Ha? This saleswoman seems a bit different. She was just tidying up the shelves a moment ago. Why has her demeanor suddenly changed?" "You're such a good older sister." Li Shui deliberately leaned closer, her voice sweet and melodious. "Your brother is so lucky to have a sister like you." As she spoke, she subtly stroked Song Yali's arm, a seemingly unintentional gesture that carried a clear implication. Her fingers gently glided across Song Yali's skin, like the intimate caress of lovers. Song Yali felt the gentle touch, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. This touch felt strangely familiar. "How dare this salesperson touch me like that? And the way he did it." "Your skin is so beautiful," Li Shui continued, while pretending to adjust Song Yali's collar. "You take such good care of yourself, you look like you're in your 20s. Her fingers deliberately caressed Song Yali's neck, the movement gentle yet clearly suggestive. Her slender fingertips lightly touched Song Yali's sensitive neck skin, like a lover's caress. "Thank you for the compliment." Although Song Yali felt a little strange, she still responded politely. This salesperson's behavior is a bit too forward. And that way of touching, why does it feel strangely familiar? "I'll go urge your brother." Li Shui deliberately walked to the fitting room door. "Mr. Lin, are you done?" Of course, the fitting room was empty, but Lin Yuan needed to come up with a reasonable explanation. "It might take a little longer," she said, turning to Song Yali, then walked over and stood beside her. "Why don't you sit down and rest for a bit? You look beautiful today." Li Shui sat next to Song Yali, her voice filled with admiration. "I've never seen such a woman with such elegance." She pretended to tidy Song Yali's hair, her fingers gently stroking her cheek. "Your brother is so lucky to have a sister like you." Song Yali's doubts grew stronger. This salesperson's behavior is so strange. And the feeling of that touch, it has an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "You don't mind me saying this, do you?" Li Shui continued in a sweet voice, while gently placing her hand on Song Yali's hand. "I really envy your brother for having such a wonderful older sister." Her hands were warm, her 5 fingers gently covering the back of Song Yali's hand, her thumb constantly stroking it, like an intimate gesture between lovers. Just then, Li Shui deliberately adjusted her posture on the sofa, pretending to accidentally lose her balance. "Ah," she exclaimed in a sweet voice, leaning forward and falling directly into Song Yali's arms. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." She pretended to panic and tried to get up, but deliberately acted clumsy. "I'm so sorry." Li Shui continued to apologize while trying to sit up. "Ah. Miss Song, I really didn't mean to," Li Shui said in a panicked voice, feigning a blush on her face. "I was so clumsy. I'm so sorry." She quickly sat up straight, but a glint of triumph flashed in her eyes. Song Yali straightened her clothes, her eyes filled with even deeper doubt. This salesperson's actions, why do they feel so familiar? And that way of touching me just now. "It's all right," Song Yali said gently, but inwardly she was carefully observing the salesperson's every move. "You're so kind," Li Shui continued in her sweet voice. "A woman like you must be very popular." He decided to push forward and see how far he could go. "Miss Song," Li Shui said in a sweet voice, "you've been waiting a while. How about I give you a shoulder massage? We offer that service." Before Song Yali could respond, she stood up, walked behind her, and began to massage her shoulders with her hands. "You've maintained your figure so well," Li Shui whispered in her ear, deliberately breathing on Song Yali's ear. "You must have a lot of suitors." Song Yali frowned slightly as she felt this overly intimate contact. This salesperson's behavior is getting stranger and stranger, and this massage technique. At this moment, Song Yali suddenly grabbed Li Shui's wrist. "Mississippi." There was a hint of danger in her voice. "Your actions remind me of someone." Li Shui's heart tightened, but she still pretended to be innocent. "Huh? What do you mean? You know who I'm talking about. A knowing glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes. My brother. Hee, it's me, Sister Yali. I just noticed. Lin Yuan said in Li Shue's voice, but his tone and expression were completely his own. A look of surprise and excitement flashed in Song Yali's eyes. I knew it, only my younger brother would be so bold as to touch me inappropriately. She stood up, her eyes full of doting affection. You little rascal, how dare you tease your older sister like this? Come on, let's go to the staff break room. Lin Yuan took Song Yali's hand. Sister Yali has been so good to me, I want to repay you. Upon hearing this, Song Yali's eyes flashed with intense excitement. My good little brother is becoming more and more sensible, knowing how to care for his older sister. She gently stroked Li Shue's cheek. This body is very good, young, fresh, and also. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. I chose it specially. Only the best is worthy of my sister Yali. The two walked hand in hand toward the staff break room, Song Yali's eyes filled with anticipation. My brother is so thoughtful, she whispered in Lin Yuan's ear. I'll thank you properly. This feeling of being cared for and pampered makes me want to cherish this little one even more. Upon arriving at the staff break room, Lin Yuan quickly closed the door to ensure he wouldn't be disturbed. Chapter 28 Energy Exchange in the Lounge. Let's go to the staff break room. Lin Yuan took Song Yali's hand. I also want to repay Sister Yali properly. Upon hearing this, Song Yali's eyes flashed with intense excitement. My good little brother is becoming more and more sensible, knowing how to care for his older sister. The succubus's energy began to flow slowly. It was a wondrous process, like two souls engaging in a profound dialogue and merging. I can feel your heart. Song Yali whispered in Lin Yuan's ear. This kind of care and love is the most precious energy. As a succubus, she wasn't just absorbing energy, more importantly, she was experiencing Lin Yuan's deep love for her. This emotional fulfillment was far more precious than any form of energy replenishment. If Sister Yali is happy, then I'm happy, he said softly in Li Shue's voice. We should get ready to go back. Song Yali sorted out her thoughts, making sure not to arouse suspicion. Okay, Sister Yali. Lin Yuan nodded, then I'll go back into my body now. He began preparing to dispel the possession. This process needed to be very careful to ensure that Li Shue would not be harmed in any way. Remember to be gentle, Song Yali instructed, don't hurt this girl. I know. Lin Yuan smiled gently, I will make sure she recovers safely. Lin Yuan began to concentrate, slowly separating his consciousness from Li Shue's body. This process was like slowly surfacing in warm water, requiring great patience and care. As his consciousness completely faded, Li Shue leaned back comfortably on the sofa, entering a state of natural, deep rest. Her face was serene, her breathing even, as if she were having a beautiful dream. Lin Yuan, still in a smoky state, quickly returned to the fitting room, regaining his physical form, and a sense of peace welled up within him. Your own body is the most comfortable. Lin Yuan quickly straightened the Armani suit, checked his appearance, and then naturally pushed open the fitting room door. Sister Yali. He pretended to have just changed his clothes. How's this outfit? When Song Yali saw him appear, a look of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. She fully understood everything that had just happened, but on the surface, she maintained a normal sibling relationship. Great. She nodded approvingly, my brother looks good in anything. My recent experience has made me even more satisfied with my little master, he truly is the perfect companion. At this moment, Li Shue slowly woke up from her rest. She felt refreshed, as if she had taken a good afternoon nap. In her memory, she had only felt a little tired and then rested for a while. I'm sorry, Li Shue said somewhat apologetically, I think I dozed off just now. It's all right. Song Yali smiled gently. You've worked hard, it's normal to take a break. Yes, Lin Yuan said kindly, your service is excellent. Although Li Shue felt somewhat relieved, she didn't think much of it. She resumed her professional focus and began organizing the clothes she had purchased for them. Then let's wrap all of these up, and the sales commission will be credited to you, Song Yali said. Really? Thank you so much. Li Shue began packing the clothes skillfully. Of course, you deserve it. Lin Yuan and Song Yali exchanged a knowing glance. The experience they had just had not only replenished Song Yali's energy, but also deepened and solidified the spiritual connection between them. Chapter 29 Private Time with My Sister. Sister Yali, Lin Yuan said softly, his voice carrying a hint of lingering satisfaction. Today's shopping was truly very fruitful. Yes. Song Yali's eyes sparkled with happiness. My brother is becoming more and more considerate. A complex feeling welled up inside her. This tacit understanding and empathy has brought our relationship to a new level. However, the energy gained this time was indeed a bit low. The energy consumed by my brother's possession, plus the energy I gained through Li Shui, resulted in a net loss far less than what my brother directly gave me. As a succubus, she can clearly sense the flow and acquisition of energy. Although the experience was wonderful, it wasn't very efficient from a practical standpoint. Well, the little master's feelings are the most important, and this new way of experiencing things is quite interesting. After their unique experience at the Armani counter, Song Yali and Lin Yuan continued shopping at Jinmao Plaza. Lin Yuan wore the dark blue suit worth 45,000 yuan, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The original student vibe has completely disappeared, replaced by a low-key and elegant aristocratic air. The well-fitting cut perfectly showcased his physique, and the high-end fabric exuded a subtle, luxurious sheen under the lights. As he walked down the street, he frequently attracted the attention of passers-by. "Oh my god, that guy is so handsome. Oh my god, I want a green bubble. That kind of aura, you can tell at a glance he's from a wealthy family. That suit looks expensive, probably worth tens of thousands of yuan." The girls' whispers reached their ears, filling Lin Yuan with an unprecedented sense of confidence and satisfaction. My little brother is getting more and more handsome. Song Yali linked her arm with his, her eyes filled with pride. This outfit suits you so well. She could feel the envious glances from the women around her, and the jealousy in the eyes of the men. This feeling of being the center of attention made her feel satisfied, because this outstanding man belonged to her. The two strolled through the luxurious shopping mall, each step landing on expensive marble floors. The surrounding shops are all top international brands, and each one is decorated in an extremely luxurious style. Song Yali continued to select various accessories for Lin Yuan, wanting to make him look like a true noble young master from head to toe. They entered a high-end watch store, whose interior was exquisitely decorated, with crystal chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, and various expensive watches sparkling under the lights. "Sir, this Patek Philippe would be perfect for you." The salesperson enthusiastically introduced an exquisite watch. "This is our store's prized possession, one of only 100 made worldwide, priced at 2.8 million. Lin Yuan nearly swallowed hard when he heard the price, 2.8 million. That was more than all the wealth he could ever imagine combined. But Song Yali waved her hand dismissively. "Wrap it up, we'll take it. A watch worth 2.8 million. Sister Yali is so generous. I really am a rich young master now." The shop assistants excitedly began packing the watches. Such a large order was a rare and excellent result for them. While the shop assistants were packing the watches, Song Yali pulled Lin Yuan to a relatively secluded corner of the store. There were some display cases there, and the tall cabinets created a small visual blind spot. Although it was still inside the store, it was relatively private. "Little brother." She suddenly leaned closer to Lin Yuan, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. "Sister wants to hug you." Before Lin Yuan could respond, Song Yali hugged him tightly. Lin Yuan felt the softness and warmth of Song Yali's body, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Her body pressed against his, the curves and scent of a mature woman making him slightly dizzy. Although other customers were browsing the merchandise around them, this intimate contact in a public place brought a unique thrill. "Sister Yali," he whispered in her ear, his voice slightly tense, "there are people here." "It's all right." A sly glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes. After all, no one could see this corner. "Your watch is now wrapped up." The salesperson smiled and handed over the beautifully packaged box, "Thanking you for your patronage." "Thank you." Song Yali gracefully accepted it, her expression unchanged, but the warmth and excitement of the kiss still lingered in her eyes. After leaving the watch store, the two continued strolling through the mall. Lin Yuan now wore a top-of-the-line watch worth 2.8 million yuan, which made his overall image even more perfect. "Where to next?" Lin Yuan asked, his voice still trembling slightly from the kiss. "Let's go check out some leather goods." Song Yali pointed to a high-end leather goods store not far away. "You'll also need some accessories." They entered the leather goods store, which had a more spacious interior, but also more secluded corners and trial areas. A dazzling array of luxury goods, including expensive handbags, belts, and wallets, were on display. "Let's go check out those bags over there." Song Yali pointed to a display area deep inside the shop. It was a relatively quiet place, with only a few display cases and some trial areas. There were relatively few customers, making it more suitable for them to have some private interactions. Song Yali pretended to be carefully selecting bags, picking one up every now and then to examine it closely, but in reality she was observing her surroundings and looking for a suitable opportunity. Once she confirmed that there were no other guests around, she approached Lin Yuan again. Chapter 30: A heart-pounding buying experience. This bag is of good quality. Song Yali casually appraised the bag in her hand, as if nothing had just happened. Yes, Sister Yali has excellent taste. Lin Yuan responded, but his voice was still trembling slightly. The guest walked around the area for a while and then left, much to the relief of the two men. The thrill of almost being discovered made their hearts race. That's so exciting, Lin Yuan said in a low voice. Yes. Song Yali's eyes sparkled with excitement. This feeling was even more thrilling than being at home. After the customer left, Song Yali looked around and discovered the fitting area further inside. There were several individual cubicles there, specifically for customers to try on leather goods and accessories. Let's go take a look over there. A look of anticipation flashed in her eyes. The fitting area was relatively private, with curtains in each cubicle that could be drawn to provide more privacy. Song Yali chose the corner cubicle, where she was least likely to be noticed. It's safer here. She pulled Lin Yuan into the cubicle and quickly drew the curtain. Sister Yali, he whispered in her ear, his voice filled with deep affection. Upon hearing this, Song Yali's eyes flashed with intense satisfaction. A few minutes later, the two reluctantly parted ways. They carefully tidied their clothes to make sure there was nothing wrong with their appearance before leaving the fitting room. How are you feeling? The shop assistant asked enthusiastically, completely unaware of what had just happened. Very good. Song Yali replied with a smile, her tone natural and elegant. We are very satisfied with the environment here. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, but he was still savoring the thrilling experience he had just had. After a day of lavish shopping, Song Yali and Lin Yuan finally returned to their mansion. As the sun set, the entire villa was bathed in a warm golden light, as beautiful as a castle in a fairy tale, just like the couple's feelings. Old Wang. As soon as Song Yali entered the door, she called the housekeeper. Has Lin Yuan's enrollment procedure been completed? Madam, everything has been taken care of. Old Wang respectfully handed over a thick file folder. All the procedures, including the young master's identity information, have been completed, including the transfer of his student status and dormitory arrangements. He can officially start school tomorrow. Lin Yuan took the file bag and curiously flipped through the various documents inside. When he saw the class assignment list, his eyes widened. Sister Yali, he said with some surprise, I was assigned to class 2 of the 3rd year. Song Yali glanced at the documents, a playful glint in her eyes. Oh? That's Shiyu's class. You two are classmates now. This arrangement is so interesting. What fun chemistry will happen when my little master and my daughter are in the same class? Won't there be any problems? Lin Yuan asked with some concern. It doesn't matter. Song Yali gently stroked his cheek. And a sly glint flashed in her eyes, that way, your sister can take better care of you. With my little master around, it's much easier for me to recharge, and I can also see him interacting with other girls. Lin Yuan nodded. Although he was still a little worried about the complicated situations that might arise in the future, he was also looking forward to his new school life. All right. Song Yali held his hand, her voice tinged with weariness. My sister is a little tired after shopping all day, so let's go back to the room to rest. A gentle hint flashed in her eyes, and Lin Yuan immediately understood what she meant. A day of flirting in public had stirred up a torrent of emotions within him, and now he could finally spend quality time with his beloved in a private space. The two arrived at Song Yali's bedroom, a master bedroom decorated in an extremely luxurious manner. A huge European-style bed occupies the center of the room, its silk sheets shimmering under the soft lighting. Chapter 31: The Arrangement of Identity. Younger brother. Song Yali closed the door, her eyes becoming both gentle and passionate. You really stirred my heart at the mall today. She was as beautiful as a work of art under the dim light. Today's thrilling experience completely ignited my inner fire. This feeling of being loved is simply wonderful. As Lin Yuan watched Song Yali's increasingly perfect figure unfold, he felt a surge of intense love welling up within him. He too began to remove his expensive suit, every movement filled with longing for her. Sister Yali, his voice was a little hoarse but full of emotion. I've missed you all day. He first gently expressed his love, feeling the warmth and acceptance in her heart. Song Yali was moved to tears by this heartfelt expression. Sister Yali, Lin Yuan whispered affectionately in her ear, you are the most important person in my life. My brother is my everything, Song Yali responded, sister will always love you. As their feelings deepened, their expressions became even more affectionate. The entire room seemed to be enveloped in their love, every inch of air filled with sweetness. Lin Yuan sensed the deep tremor and emotion in Song Yali's heart, and this resonance of souls continuously increased his sense of happiness. Song Yali, in turn, gained immense satisfaction and a sense of security from this affectionate expression. This energy boost was truly plentiful. The little owner's love was so genuine. The two embraced tightly, savoring the hard-won affection and the lingering happiness. My dear younger brother, Song Yali, stroked Lin Yuan's hair contentedly. You're really getting better and better at loving people. Sister Yali and Lin Yuan said affectionately in her arms, I love you. I love you too, sister. Song Yali responded gently, we'll always be together. This feeling of being completely loved and needed makes me cherish this little master even more. Just as the two were enjoying the afterglow of their passion, they heard the sound of a car engine and a door closing downstairs. Mom, we're back. A clear and melodious female voice came from downstairs, breaking the silence in the room. Song Yali immediately sat up from Lin Yuan's embrace, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Oh no, the daughters are back. She quickly got up and began to dress, her movements elegant but somewhat hurried. Hurry up and get dressed too. Lin Yuan also quickly got up and began to put on the Armani suit worth 45,000 yuan. He carefully tidied his hair and collar, making sure there were no traces of the vigorous exercise he had just engaged in. When we see them later, we'll do as we discussed before. While tidying up her clothes, Song Yali gave her some instructions. Remember, I'll have them call you brother and you call them sister. Hopefully, the daughters won't suspect anything, and it would be quite interesting to let the little master approach them as their older brother. Soon, the cheerful voices of two girls came from downstairs. The voices grew closer and closer, and they were clearly coming up the stairs. Mom, are you in your room? Yes, I'll be right down. Song Yali agreed, and then said to Lin Yuan, let's go downstairs and see my precious daughters. The two walked out of the bedroom and came to the stairwell. Two young and pretty girls were standing in the living room. When they saw Lin Yuan, their eyes flashed with obvious surprise and curiosity. The eldest daughter, Song Shiyu, is 21 years old and about 165 centimeters tall. She has a delicate and lovely appearance and shares similar beauty genes with her mother, but is more youthful and lively. She wore a white dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding a pure yet intellectual maturity. Most striking were her large eyes, which were now curiously scrutinizing Lin Yuan. The second daughter, Song Shihan, is 19 years old and about 162 centimeters tall. Compared to her older sister, she is more petite and cute, with a round face and big, watery eyes, like a delicate porcelain doll. She was wearing a pink t-shirt and jeans, exuding youthful energy, and was tilting her head to look at this handsome stranger. Why are you two back today? Mom, I saw you looking so young and beautiful during our video call today, so I thought I'd come back and see you. Song Shiyu looked at Lin Yuan with a puzzled expression, her voice filled with obvious curiosity. Who is this? Oh, let me introduce you. Song Yali walked down the stairs naturally, a gentle smile on her face. This is Lin Yuan, a distant relative of ours. He'll be staying here for a while. Chapter 32 Sisters Rice Bowl. She paused deliberately, then continued. Lin Yuan, you can just call me Sister Yali. These two are my precious daughters. From now on, you'll be siblings, so please take care of each other. This man is so handsome, and he has such a great presence, just like a male lead in a TV drama, Song Shiyu thought to herself, feeling her cheeks slightly flush. As Lin Yuan approached, both sisters could feel the special charm emanating from him. This is an effect granted to him by the power of the succubus, giving him a natural attraction to young women. Hello, I am Song Shiyu. She reached out her hand, her voice tinged with a girlish shyness. Please guide me in the future, brother. Her cheeks flushed even more when she called him brother. Why am I so shy? Omega. Am I just going to admit he's my brother like this? Song Shiyu, you've never been like this before. Hello, I am Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shook hands with her politely, smiling gently, and said, from now on, just call me brother Yuan and sister Shiyu. Was this handshake a bit too long? And his hands are so warm. Song Shihan observed from the side, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. I'm Song Shihan. The younger daughter also stepped forward lightly to introduce herself. Brother Yuan, how old are you? You look so young. 21 years old. Lin Yuan answered gently, his voice very magnetic. Wow, you're the same age as my sister. Song Shihan clapped her hands in surprise. Are you a college student? Yes, I'll be registering at your school tomorrow, Lin Yuan nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Song Shiyu's eyes immediately lit up, sparkling like stars. Really? What major? International Trade Department, 3rd year, Lin Yuan replied. Oh my god. Song Shiyu clapped her hands excitedly, her voice rising 8 octaves. Then we're classmates. I'm also a 3rd year student majoring in international trade. What a coincidence. This handsome guy is actually my classmate? Will I see him every day from now on? Watching her daughter's reactions, Song Yali felt both satisfied and somewhat conflicted. What pleased him was that Lin Yuan was indeed very charming, even his own daughters were deeply attracted to him. What was complicated was that seeing the admiring looks in his daughter's eyes, he felt a pang of jealousy. It seems the little master's charm is quite potent even for young girls. This is all thanks to the power I bestowed upon him. But, seeing my daughter's reaction like this, I feel a little jealous. That's great. Song Shihan was also very excited, jumping up and down as she spoke. Brother Yuan, can you help my sister with her studies? Her grades haven't been very good lately. Sure, Han. Song Shiyu patted her younger sister shyly, her face turning even redder. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yuan found the adorable interaction between the two sisters quite amusing. No problem, I'd be happy to help if you need it. Really? Song Shiyu's eyes lit up with anticipation. That would be wonderful. With such a handsome older brother tutoring me, learning will definitely become more fun. Furthermore, Song Yali deliberately steered the conversation, saying, Shiyu, haven't you always wanted an older brother? Now that you finally have one, you have to take good care of Yuan Gij. Mom! Song Shiyu blushed even more, but the joy in her eyes was undeniable. Song Yali continued to fuel the flames. Yuan, Shiyu is very sensible. You two should take care of each other at school. Shiyu, you should treat Yuan Gij like your own brother. It was a clever arrangement to let them interact as siblings, but in reality. By the way, Song Yali changed the subject, have you had dinner yet? Not yet. Song Shihan touched her belly. We want to come back and eat with Mom, and we also want to meet this mysterious relative. Then I'll have the chef prepare it. Song Yali picked up the phone. Today we must give Yuan a proper welcome to our family. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was prepared. Exquisite tableware filled the long table, and the various delicious dishes emitted an enticing aroma. The family sat around the table, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Brother Yuan, Song Shihan asked curiously, what does your family do? Why are you staying at our house? Lin Yuan glanced at Song Yali, then answered sincerely. My family's situation is not very good, so I came to rely on Sister Yali. So that's how it is. Song Shiyu said sympathetically, it's okay, we'd love to have you in our home. Right, Mom? Of course, Song Yali said gently, Yuan is already a member of our family. This girl is so kind, but also so naive. Lin Yuan thought to himself, while outwardly maintaining a grateful expression. Brother Yuan, do you have a girlfriend? Song Shihan suddenly asked a question that created a subtle atmosphere at the dinner table. Sure, Han. Song Shiyu blushed and stopped her sister. You can't just ask these kinds of questions. It's okay. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, not yet. Hearing this answer, Song Shiyu was secretly pleased, but on the surface she tried her best to remain calm. I don't have a girlfriend, so do I have a chance? No, he's the older brother, what am I thinking, but he's not my biological brother. As Song Yali observed her daughter's reactions, her complex emotions intensified. She could clearly see that her eldest daughter had a crush on Lin Yuan. The way her daughter was in love with her boyfriend made her feel both amused and a little jealous. My daughters were all captivated by their little master's charm. This development was truly fascinating. But, why do I feel uncomfortable? Chapter 33 Song Yali's Jealousy. Mom, Song Shiyu suddenly asked, which room does Yuan Gij live in? The guest room, Song Yali replied, the one near the study. That's great. Song Shiyu said happily. It's right next to my room. You can ask me anytime if you need any help. Yuan Gij is so lucky to live next door to my sister, Song Shihan thought to herself, feeling a little envious. Shiyu is right, Song Yali said deliberately. Yuan is new here, so you should take good care of this older brother. I will. Song Shiyu nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of a young girl meeting a man for the first time. Dinner proceeded in a pleasant atmosphere, and Lin Yuan quickly felt at home in the warmth of the family. Both of his daughters showed obvious affection for him, especially Song Shiyu, whose girlish admiration almost overflowed from her eyes. Oh, right, Song Shiyu, is something you just remembered? Tomorrow is Yuan Gij's first day of school. I can show you around the campus. That's wonderful, thank you so much, Shiyu, Lin Yuan said gratefully. You're welcome. Song Shiyu smiled shyly. We're siblings, we should help each other. I can't wait to go to school with such a handsome older brother. But was I being too enthusiastic? I've met quite a few guys before, so why am I so deeply attracted to Yuan Gij? Song Shiyu tilted her head, rested her chin on her hand, and pondered silently. After dinner, Song Yali arranged for Lin Yuan to rest in the guest room and thoughtfully prepared various daily necessities. Brother Yuan, Song Shiyu said, let me help you tidy up your room. I want to help too. Song Shihan chimed in, I'm the best at organizing things. The two sisters warmly accompanied Lin Yuan to the guest room, which was exquisitely decorated with a private bathroom and balcony. It had excellent natural light and high-end furniture. This room is quite nice. Lin Yuan looked around with satisfaction. Yes, Song Shiyu said as she helped tidy up the things. Moreover, it has excellent sound insulation and won't disturb other people's rest. Good sound insulation? Does that mean, is Song Shiyu implying something? Lin Yuan was a little puzzled. What are you talking about, sister? Song Shihan looked at her sister in confusion. And nothing. Song Shiyu blushed. I was just saying. What am I saying? This is so embarrassing. After helping tidy up the room, the two sisters reluctantly prepared to leave. Good night, Yuan Gij. Song Shiyu said from the doorway, her voice as soft as a feather. Sweet dreams, Yuan Gij. Song Shihan waved goodbye, her pure, big eyes blinking, making her look incredibly cute. Good night to you both, Shiyu and Shirhan. Lin Yuan responded gently. After closing the door, Lin Yuan lay on the comfortable bed, reflecting on everything that had happened that day. From waking up in the morning to the luxurious shopping experience, to the passionate encounter with Song Yali, and finally meeting her two adorable younger sisters, this day was truly full of surprises and unexpected delights. From a penniless college student, he achieved a remarkable turnaround. I really can't believe it. From the moment I met Ivina, it felt like I was dreaming. That experience of being scammed out of money and emotionally seems to have faded from pain. Yali's two daughters are both adorable, especially Shiyu, who clearly has a crush on me. This kind of development is really interesting. They can also be a great source of energy. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. Who? Lin Yuan asked. It was my voice, Song Yali, that came through, carrying a hint of coquettishness. Lin Yuan opened the door and let her in. Song Yali was wearing a silk robe, which looked exceptionally charming in the soft light. The robe was of excellent quality, clinging to her body and outlining her perfect curves. Your daughters have a very good impression of you. She spoke softly, but her tone carried a hint of complexity, especially since Shiyu clearly had feelings for you. I can see that. Lin Yuan nodded. She really is very cute. My brother is so charming. Song Yali said with a hint of jealousy, a trace of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Even my daughter is captivated by you, should I be jealous? Sister Yali, Lin Yuan gently took her hand and looked intently into her eyes. You know that you're the only one in my heart. He paused for a moment, then continued. Moreover, all the charm I possess now is a gift from your abilities. You made me so attractive, so it's only natural that they're attracted to me. Upon hearing this, Song Yali's jealousy dissipated considerably, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, my little master is right, it is my power that makes him so charming. I know. She was gently stroking his cheek. But what would you do if my daughters really fell in love with you? Of course, it's to provide you with more energy resources. Lin Yuan answered honestly, to me, they are just sources of energy. The only person I truly love is you. This is an interesting question. What if my daughters could also provide me with energy? That would be perfect, and I'm very satisfied with my little master's answer. Song Yali smiled contentedly, then lightly kissed his lips. My dear little brother, you always know what to say to make your sister happy. Go to bed early, you have school tomorrow. Okay, Yali, you should get some rest too. After Song Yali left, Lin Yuan lay on his bed, filled with anticipation for school life the next day. A new environment, new sisters, and adorable Shiyu. Tomorrow is going to be fun. And they all seem like great energy providers. In the next room, Song Shiyu lay on her bed, her mind filled with Lin Yuan's image. She hugged a pink pillow, her eyes sparkling with the longing unique to young girls. Yuan Gij is really handsome, and very gentle, and his voice is also very pleasant to hear. I'm so happy to be able to go to school with him tomorrow. Even though I call him brother. She remembered what her mother had said, her brother was just a distant relative, not a real brother. So, does that mean? Song Shiyu blushed and buried her head in the pillow, her heart pounding like a deer. She had never felt this way about a boy before. The sweet flutter of the heart made her both excited and shy. Tomorrow. I need to take good care of Yuan Gich tomorrow. With such sweet thoughts in mind, she quickly drifted into a beautiful dream filled with pink bubbles. Chapter 34. I'll take care of earning money to support the family, you take care of being beautiful. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the exquisite white lace curtains, and Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. This was his first morning at the Song family's house. The luxurious guest room looked especially cozy in the morning light, and everything seemed so fresh and wonderful. Soft conversations and the clinking of cutlery could be heard downstairs, suggesting that this wealthy family's morning had started very early. After a quick wash, Lin Yuan put on the khaki casual outfit he bought yesterday, which cost 28,000 yuan, and walked out of the room. The high-quality fabric of the clothes greatly enhanced his overall demeanor. Good morning, Yuan Gij. Song Shiyu was already dressed and ready to go to school. She was wearing her school uniform, a white shirt paired with a gray pleated skirt, exuding a pure student vibe and youthful vitality. When she saw Lin Yuan, a clear look of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she even lowered her head shyly. Good morning, Shiyu. Lin Yuan responded gently, his voice carrying the magnetism of a mature man. Good morning, brother Yuan. Song Shihan also came out of the restaurant, holding a slice of toast spread with strawberry jam, with a little cream still on the corner of her mouth. Her school uniform was more vibrant than her sister's, tied with a colorful bow. The three of them went to the spacious dining room, where a long oak table was set with a sumptuous breakfast. Song Yali was already seated in the main seat, elegantly sipping her fragrant Blue Mountain coffee. She wore a beige silk blouse and a black pencil skirt. Her professional attire made her look capable and charming, exuding the powerful aura of a successful woman. Good morning, Sister Yali. Lin Yuan sat down next to her and could smell the faint scent of Chanel perfume on her. Good morning, Song Yali smiled gently from afar, but Lin Yuan keenly sensed the complex emotions flashing in her eyes. The obvious affection her two daughters showed him last night is clearly still affecting her mood. As a succubus, she had never experienced such complex emotions: jealousy, possessiveness, and the fear of loss. My succubus princess must have thought a lot last night. During breakfast, Song Shiyu kept asking Lin Yuan about school, her eyes almost never leaving him. Brother Yuan, can I take you to the library? It's very quiet there, perfect for studying. Song Shiyu's voice was sweet and full of anticipation. And the student council, I've made a lot of friends there, I can introduce you to them, she continued, completely oblivious to the change in her mother's expression. By the way, Professor Zhang in our class is a really nice person, and his lectures are very interesting. You'll definitely like him. Song Shiyu's enthusiastic words made the breakfast atmosphere very lively, but Lin Yuan noticed that Song Yali's fingers were gripping the coffee cup with a little force, and her knuckles were turning white. Although her expression remained elegant, her eyes grew increasingly cold. As expected, my succubus princess is jealous. Shiyu, your coffee's getting cold, Song Yali reminded her daughter, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tension and a warning. Oh, okay, Mom. Song Shiyu then noticed her coffee, but her gaze kept sneaking towards Lin Yuan, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was completely absorbed in her love for her brother Yuan and did not notice the change in her mother's emotions. After breakfast, Song Yali asked her daughters to wait in the car first, saying that she had something to say to Lin Yuan. Brother Yuan, I'm waiting for you in the car. Before leaving, Song Shiyu gave a sweet reminder, her voice filled with obvious expectation. Mom, we're leaving. After saying goodbye to Song Yali, the two sisters left the restaurant chatting and laughing. Only Lin Yuan and Song Yali remained in the living room, and the atmosphere instantly became subtle and tense. Song Yali slowly stood up and gracefully walked to the French windows, her back to Lin Yuan. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her and outlining her perfect figure. Although her posture was elegant, Lin Yuan could sense her inner unease and loneliness. My daughters like you very much. Her voice was calm, but Lin Yuan could hear the complex emotions hidden within it: jealousy, unease, and a hint of helplessness. Lin Yuan gently walked up behind her and softly embraced her from behind. He could feel her body trembling slightly. Sister Yali, I know what you're thinking. He whispered in her ear, his voice gentle and soothing. Song Yali's body stiffened slightly, then slowly relaxed and leaned against his chest. I just felt, her voice trembled, carrying an unprecedented vulnerability. They are so young, so lovely, so innocent. Sister Yali. Lin Yuan gently stroked her arm, feeling the warmth of her skin, patiently comforting this succubus princess who was new to society. Do you still remember what you told me back then? A succubus will have many identities and will meet many people. But for me, the most important thing will always be my succubus princess. Upon hearing the exclusive title, Succubus Princess, Song Yali visibly trembled. This name carries the special feelings and secrets between them. You really think so? Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of uncertainty and a desire for confirmation. Certainly. Lin Yuan gently turned her body around so that she faced him, gazing into her beautiful eyes. Sister Yali, do you know? I could feel your emotional shift last night. My succubus princess gets jealous because she loves me so much, which makes me both heartbroken and touched. A complex light flashed in Song Yali's eyes. She hadn't expected Lin Yuan to be so perceptive of her inner world. As a powerful succubus, she rarely showed vulnerability in front of others. I really. She hesitated, a fierce internal struggle raging within her. Should she reveal those emotions that even she herself found shocking? Speak, my princess, Lin Yuan encouraged her gently, cupping her cheeks in his hands. Song Yali took a deep breath, and the hesitation in her eyes gradually gave way to determination. She decided to face her feelings honestly. I confess, seeing how enthusiastic Shiyu was towards you, I did feel an unprecedented sense of jealousy. Her voice carried that uniquely seductive tone, but more than anything, it was sincere. As a succubus, I should be used to sharing, used to not having monogamous feelings, but with you, I find myself becoming so greedy. It turns out my feelings have run this deep. This possessiveness is really dangerous for a succubus. I want to possess you exclusively. I want you to only look at me and love only me. Her eyes burned with intense emotion, and her voice grew increasingly agitated. A dangerous feeling for a succubus, for it meant losing control, but I couldn't control myself. Hearing her heartfelt confession, Lin Yuan was deeply moved. He never expected that the noble and aloof succubus princess would develop such profound and human emotions towards him. Sister Yali. He gently stroked her cheek, feeling the smoothness of her skin. You know what? Our souls have long been connected. No matter who I meet, my heart will always belong to you alone. Upon hearing this, Song Yali's eyes welled up with tears. This was an emotional shock she had never experienced as a succubus before, the feeling of being completely understood and deeply loved. Really? Her voice trembled with anticipation. Really? Lin Yuan looked firmly into her eyes, his voice utterly sincere. You are my succubus princess, and the woman I love most in this life. At this tender moment, soft footsteps sounded upstairs. Song Shihan's clear voice rang out. Mom, I forgot my wallet. The two quickly separated. Lin Yuan pretended to look at the scenery outside the window, while Song Yali elegantly straightened her clothes. Song Shihan rushed downstairs, her little face slightly flushed from running. Mommy, brother Yuan, I'm really leaving. My sister's urging me on from the car. She picked up the small pink purse from the coffee table, waved, and rushed out the door. After confirming that Song Shihan had really left, Lin Yuan immediately walked towards Song Yali. This time, without any hesitation, he pulled her into his arms. Now there was no one around. He gazed deeply into her eyes, his eyes filled with affection. A burning passion shone in Song Yali's eyes. She tiptoed and parted her red lips slightly. Their lips met in a deep and passionate kiss. Unlike the usual kisses filled with lust, this one was brimming with genuine emotion and a deep connection. Song Yali wrapped her arms around Lin Yuan's neck, surrendering herself completely to the man who had captured her heart. Her tongue ventured into his mouth, intertwining passionately with his, savoring each other's sweetness. This feeling is more precious than any energy. Is this true love? Lin Yuan felt the softness and warmth of the woman in his arms. He gently stroked her back and held her tightly. The kiss lasted a long time, as if trying to completely merge their souls. When they parted, both were slightly out of breath, but their eyes shone with satisfaction and happiness. My younger brother, Song Yali, gently stroked his cheek, her voice trembling with satisfaction. You made me feel something I've never felt before. What is it? Lin Yuan asked curiously and gently. True love. Her voice was soft, but every word was clear. It's not physical desire, nor a need for energy, but a longing and attachment deep within the soul. As Lin Yuan listened to her words, he felt a surge of emotion and happiness. Sister Yali, me too. Before I met you, I never knew what true heartbeat or soul resonance was. The two embraced tightly, sharing a tender moment that was all theirs in the quiet morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing them in a golden glow. Okay, Song Yali finally took the initiative to part ways. Although she was reluctant, she knew it was time to say goodbye. You should go to school now, Shiyu is still waiting for you. And what about you? Lin Yuan asked with some reluctance. Me? I'll take care of earning money to support the family, and you take care of being beautiful. Song Yali winked mischievously. Lin Yuan chuckled, I didn't expect Sister Yali to have learned internet slang too? Of course. She smiled smugly, but I really did have to go to the company to handle some important matters after all, I needed to support the family. A look of anticipation flashed in her eyes, but we still have plenty of time to spend together tonight. The allure and suggestive nature of that mature woman made Lin Yuan's heart race. Honestly, Sister Yali has even learned to flirt with people. Well, I'm leaving now. Lin Yuan looked at her reluctantly. Go. Song Yali smiled gently and stepped forward to straighten his collar. Remember, no matter what happens, you will always be the most important person and the most precious treasure to me. Lin Yuan nodded vigorously, looked at her deeply, imprinted this beautiful scene in his heart, and then turned and left. Watching Lin Yuan's figure disappear through the door, Song Yali's face showed a happy and satisfied smile. My little master, you've given me emotions I've never experienced before, this feeling of being deeply loved, making me even more inseparable from you. She walked to the mirror in the entryway and looked at herself. The deep kiss from earlier still left her lips with an alluring rosy hue, her eyes sparkled with the unique light of a woman in love, and she radiated happiness. Is this true happiness? The power of love is truly immense. Chapter 35: The Negative Effects of Possession and New Possession Targets. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan arrived at the school in a private car arranged by Song Yali, a low-key but expensive Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan. The professional driver, Mr. Wang, respectfully opened the door for him. Young Master Lin, I will wait for you here. Please call me when you need to go back. Okay, thank you, Master Wang. Lin Yuan responded politely. Although it had only been 2 days, he had already begun to adapt to this life of luxury. He felt exceptionally happy as he walked to school. His in-depth conversation with Song Yali just now gave him a deeper understanding and confirmation of their relationship. My succubus princess actually gets jealous of me and develops such profound human emotions towards me. This feeling of being deeply loved is truly wonderful. Moreover, her feelings for me have transcended the simple relationship between a succubus and her target. Lin Yuan straightened his expensive khaki casual outfit to ensure his image was perfect. The succubus's power gave him an alluring aura, attracting frequent glances from female students passing by. Soon, he arrived at the main gate of the school. Sure enough, Song Shiyu was standing there patiently waiting. In order to leave a good impression on Lin Yuan, she had changed out of her school uniform and was wearing a light blue dress with a white jacket, exuding a pure and elegant ladylike charm. When she saw him appear, her eyes immediately lit up with surprise, and her whole face lit up. Brother Yuan, you're here. She happily ran towards him, her voice as sweet as a silver bell. Sorry to keep you waiting, Shiyu, Lin Yuan said with an apologetic smile. It's alright, I just arrived recently too. Song Shiyu said with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Come on, I'll take you to the academic affairs office to complete the enrollment procedures. The two walked side by side towards the campus, Song Shiyu's steps light and energetic. Along the way, she enthusiastically introduced Lin Yuan to various aspects of the school, her voice brimming with obvious pride. This is the main teaching building, where most of our major courses are held. She pointed to a classical European-style building that is 150 years old and is a landmark of the school. That's the newly built library over there, 8 floors, with a collection of over 1 million books. She continued, the 4th and 5th floors are the quietest study areas, perfect for studying. And the cafeteria over there, the 1st floor is Chinese food, the 2nd floor is a Western restaurant, and the 3rd floor offers international cuisine. The food is all quite good, especially the steak on the 2nd floor. Lin Yuan listened attentively to her introduction while observing the campus environment. This is indeed a very famous private university, with classic and elegant architecture, excellent landscaping, and neatly trimmed lawns and beautiful gardens everywhere. The students appeared to be very well-mannered, dressed appropriately, and behaved elegantly. Studying at such a prestigious school is truly a wonderful experience. Sister Yali has really arranged the best for me. Oh, right, Brother Yuan. Song Shiyu suddenly remembered something, turned to look at him with anticipation in her eyes, and said, "Let me treat you to lunch, as a welcome ceremony for your enrollment." "I can't let you spend so much money." Lin Yuan politely declined. "It's all right." Song Shiyu insisted, her voice tinged with urgency. "We're classmates, we should look after each other. Besides..." Her voice grew softer and softer, and a faint blush gradually appeared on her cheeks, as tempting as a ripe peach. "And I want to spend time alone with you, I want to know more about you." Looking at her shy appearance, Lin Yuan felt a complex mix of emotions. That budding, innocent affection almost overflowed from his eyes. But his heart already belonged entirely to Song Yali, and as for Shiyu, he could only apologize. "However, I need to build a good relationship with Shiyu so that she'll willingly provide energy for Ivina. Besides, Ivina has previously hinted that she hopes I can develop more relationships with her." Thinking of this, Lin Yuan smiled gently, "Then thank you, Sister Shiyu, but I'll treat you next time." "Okay." Song Shiyu nodded excitedly, her eyes sparkling like stars. Meanwhile, in the luxury car on the way to the company, Song Yali sat elegantly in the back seat, but at this moment, Ivina, who controlled this body, was undergoing a deep inner reflection. The jealousy I felt just now, that intense urge to possess, what was going on? She gazed at the city scenery rushing past the car window, her thoughts completely absorbed in her heartfelt conversation with Lin Yuan. The feeling of being loved was so wonderful, yet it also left her confused. "I can't believe I'm feeling such intense jealousy because of Shiyu's innocent affection for my little master. This is very abnormal. This is very unlike a succubus's nature." Ivina began to calmly analyze the trajectory of her recent emotional changes. As a high-ranking succubus who had lived for hundreds of years, she had never experienced such complex and human-like emotional fluctuations. Is it because I've become too deeply immersed in the identity of Song Yali? Or is it that I've really started to develop human emotions? She recalled her initial state when she first possessed Song Yali's body. At that time, she still maintained the rationality and goal-oriented nature expected of a succubus to acquire energy, maintain survival, and enjoy the game of temptation. But as her relationship with Lin Yuan deepened, she found herself becoming more and more like an ordinary human woman in love. "No. I am Ivina, the noble succubus princess. Song Yali is not an ordinary human woman. I cannot let these emotions cloud my judgment." This clear-headed realization led her to re-examine her role and responsibilities. "My existence is essentially for the purpose of acquiring life energy, and for surviving and prospering in this human world. The most effective way to acquire energy is to build different identities and establish deep relationships with different goals." She recalled what she had told Lin Yuan before, that succubi have many identities and encounter many people. This statement not only explained the complexity of their identities but also revealed the core strategy for a succubus's survival. My little master actually used the words I had said to comfort me. He is smarter and more considerate than I imagined. Without a continuous supply of energy, I cannot even maintain the most basic daily life, let alone maintain so many complex identities and such a luxurious standard of living. Ivina began to realize that her recent feelings of jealousy were actually interfering with her core survival strategy. This irrational possessiveness was preventing her from developing new sources of energy. If my little master doesn't develop intimate relationships with other women and doesn't engage in more emotional hunting, how will I obtain enough energy to sustain my life? Relying solely on his energy supply is simply not enough to support my current consumption. This harsh reality brought her to her senses. Her responsibility should be to guide and encourage Lin Yuan to develop more emotional relationships, not to stop him because of her personal feelings. It seems I really got too caught up in the character of Song Yali. Human emotions have severely impaired my basic judgment as a succubus. This is dangerous. Ivina took a deep breath and began to consciously reconstruct her mental state, returning to the essential mindset of a succubus. I am Ivina, the noble succubus princess. My core goals are survival, prosperity, and power. My young master's genuine love for me is precious and special enough. I should not let irrational jealousy jeopardize my more important long-term objectives. She recalled what Lin Yuan had told her before, the most important thing will always be my succubus princess. This promise had given her enough security and a special status. My little master has clearly expressed his sincerity and devotion to me, which is more precious than any material wealth. As for his relationships with other women, those are merely necessary games, important means of obtaining energy for survival. Avina felt her seductive and alluring nature, deep within her, beginning to awaken. That calm strategic calculation, that focused pursuit of the goal, that pleasurable enjoyment of the seductive game, all of these returned to the core of her thinking. Yes, this is my true nature and charm. My jealousy and irrational possessiveness just now were merely the result of being overly influenced by my human identity as Song Yali. She began to develop new, sophisticated strategies for the next move. Shiyu clearly has a pure and innocent affection for her young master, which is an excellent start. If I can guide her to actively provide me with emotional energy, then I can gain a more stable and continuous source of power. A cunning and dangerous glint began to flash in Avina's eyes, a glint of wisdom and allure befitting a high succubus. And I can also design a really fun little game. She recalled Lin Yuan's brilliant performance when he possessed the saleswoman Li Shui. The thrill and creativity of teasing her with different identities left a deep impression on her and gave her inspiration. Since my little master can use other people's bodies to surprise me, why can't I do the opposite? A brilliant, mischievous idea quickly took shape in her mind. Using Shiyu's young body to tease the young master in reverse, he will definitely be very surprised and excited, and this can also test the depth of his true feelings for me. The more I thought about it, the more interesting and strategically valuable the plan seemed. This not only satisfies her mischievous nature as a succubus, but also further confirms and deepens Lin Yuan's emotional dependence on her, while effectively developing Shiyu as a new source of energy with great potential. A perfect strategy that achieves multiple goals. Moreover, it can also be seen as an elegant response to the little master's previous creative prank. After deciding on the action plan, Avina began the necessary preparations. First, I need to ensure that Song Yali's body functions properly while I am temporarily away, without arousing any suspicion. She began to meticulously adjust Song Yali's subconscious state, implanting a series of precise behavioral instructions and reaction patterns to ensure that she could handle the company's daily affairs naturally, just like having an advanced autopilot system set up. Song Yali possesses exceptional business acumen and social experience, ensuring she will operate independently for an extended period without any issues. Furthermore, the behavioral patterns I've designed are entirely based on her existing personality, preventing any abnormalities. After arranging Song Yali's body to operate automatically, Avina began preparing for the complex process of separating consciousness. Now, it's time to go find my lovely little owner and innocent Shiyu. This is sure to be a very interesting experience. Her succubus consciousness began to slowly separate from Song Yali's body, gradually transforming into an almost invisible state of pale black smoke. Song Yali remained gracefully seated in the luxury car, but all her actions were running naturally according to the program and her original life trajectory that Avina had set up. Black smoke drifted out of the car window quickly and silently, moving at an extremely fast speed towards the university, beginning to search for Lin Yuan and Song Shiyu's exact location. This is going to be a wonderful game. My little master, are you ready for the surprise? Chapter 36 Possession of Song Shiyu. At this moment, Lin Yuan was completing his enrollment procedures with Song Shiyu's assistance. The two filled out various forms in the antique-style registrar's office, with Song Shiyu patiently and meticulously explaining each procedure to him. This form is for course selection. You can select some basic courses first, and add more professional courses later after you are more familiar with the environment. Song Shiyu stood very close, her arm naturally resting on Lin Yuan's arm for easier guidance. Just then, an almost invisible plume of black smoke silently approached Song Shiyu, who was focused on her work. She was completely focused on helping Lin Yuan fill out the form and was unaware of the existence of this mysterious force. The black smoke enveloped Song Shiyu as gently as silk, then began to slowly seep into her body. The entire possession process was extremely delicate and gentle, like a spring breeze and rain, and even Lin Yuan, who was closest to the body, did not notice anything unusual. Song Shiyu suddenly felt a slight dizziness, which seemed to be a symptom of low blood sugar, but she quickly recovered. However, her eyes underwent a very subtle change from the previous shyness and naivety to a light that carried a deep and mysterious charm. It worked! Shiyu's body is so young and energetic, this youthful energy is amazing. She began quickly reviewing Song Shiyu's memory fragments and personality traits in order to perfectly imitate her every move. Song Shiyu is a kind and innocent girl with excellent grades. She is very popular at school, but she is relatively naive when it comes to emotions. Having obtained the basic information, Avina began her meticulously planned prank performance. Brother Yuan, are you alright? She asked with concern in Song Shiyu's sweet voice, her tone and timbre completely identical to the original owner's, but her eyes held a seductive charm that only Ivina possessed. Yes, no problem, everything went smoothly. Lin Yuan continued to fill out the form diligently, completely unaware that Song Shiyu beside him had been replaced by a different soul. The little owner hasn't noticed at all. Great, the fun game is officially starting. Brother Yuan, your writing posture is very beautiful, and your handwriting is also very pretty. She deliberately moved closer, almost pressing her entire body against Lin Yuan's shoulder, her warm breath brushing against his ear. This intimate distance was much bolder than the one the real Song Shiyu had maintained before, but Avina cleverly disguised it as being to better assist with filling out the form. Lin Yuan felt the warmth and soft touch of the girl beside him and turned his head to look at her with some surprise. Could it be that she was influenced by my charm? Shiyu, you. What's wrong? Song Shiyu looked confused, feigning complete innocence, and blinked her big eyes. I just wanted to check if you had filled in anything incorrectly. After all, it's easy to make mistakes when it's your first time doing these procedures. Her expression and tone perfectly mimicked Song Shiyu's youthful innocence, but deep in her eyes shone a mature and alluring light that only Ivina possessed. This contrast between innocence and allure creates a unique charm. Next, Ivina began to implement a bolder approach. While pretending to help look through the enrollment materials, her hand accidentally touched Lin Yuan's hand. This skin contact was much more proactive and lasting than Song Shiyu's previous actions. More importantly, at the moment of contact, she very subtly stroked the back of Lin Yuan's hand with her slender fingertips, a touch that was full of suggestive implications. This simple contact transmitted an electric-like sensation far beyond that of ordinary touch. Lin Yuan immediately sensed this subtle yet meaningful movement, and an indescribable flutter rose in his heart. Shiyu seems a little different today? This feeling. Oh, sorry, I bumped into you by accident. Avina feigned shyness, her cheeks flushing slightly, but a hint of triumphant smugness flashed in her eyes. Lin Yuan observed that Song Shiyu was noticeably more proactive and affectionate today than yesterday, and began to analyze the possible reasons in his mind. Perhaps it was because of Yali's meticulous styling and the expensive outfit that my charm had indeed increased considerably. Sure, you must have genuinely developed a deeper liking for me. He didn't notice anything supernatural or unusual, and simply attributed these subtle changes to Song Shiyu's significantly increased affection for him. After all, she had shown obvious interest and admiration when they first met yesterday. Avina keenly observed Lin Yuan's every micro-expression and reaction through Song Shiyu's body, feeling extremely satisfied and accomplished. The little owner had absolutely no suspicion. After completing the complicated enrollment procedures, Ivina naturally took Lin Yuan's arm. Brother Yuan, let me show you around our beautiful campus. Her movements were more natural and proactive, yet she still skillfully maintained the youthful innocence that Song Shiyu should possess. Okay, thank you so much, Shiyu. Lin Yuan felt the warmth and softness from her arm, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Brother Yuan, look, that's the main library. I usually like to study and think quietly there. She pointed to an elegant classical building and asked, what kind of books do you usually like to read? I prefer books on business management and world history, Lin Yuan answered sincerely. That's fantastic. The library's commercial section has a comprehensive collection, and its historical section is also very rich. Song Shiyu's eyes trembled slightly beneath her long eyelashes, a hint of mischief flashing within them, as if she harbored some wicked thoughts. Another day I can accompany you there to study, just the two of us in peace and quiet. She deliberately emphasized the phrase, just the two of us, cleverly creating an ambiguous and alluring atmosphere. Lin Yuan keenly sensed the deeper implication behind those words, and his heart skipped a beat. Song Shiyu's initiative and suggestiveness had indeed increased significantly compared to yesterday. It seems Shiyu has really developed a deep affection for me, she might even be in love with me. That would be wonderful to look forward to, he replied gently and gentlemanly. Over the next few hours, Ivina showed Lin Yuan around the school's various important facilities. A modern gymnasium, state-of-the-art laboratory buildings, and a fully equipped student activity center. Wherever she goes, she shares interesting stories that seem to be her personal experiences, but they are actually real information carefully extracted from Song Shiyu's rich memories. Brother Yuan, look at that coffee shop in the corner over there. She pointed to a cozy little coffee shop in the student activity center. The handmade lattes there are especially fragrant and rich, and the seating is very private, perfect for two people to chat quietly and share secrets. She subtly hinted once again at her desire to be alone with Lin Yuan, her eyes possessing a deep, alluring charm unique to Ivina. Strolling through the beautiful, tree-lined campus, Ivina keenly noticed that many male students passing by would unconsciously fix their gazes on Song Shiyu, their eyes filled with admiration and longing. By searching Song Shiyu's memories, she learned that this girl was indeed very popular and sought after at school. So Shiyu is so popular and well-liked by the boys at school. With her beautiful appearance, excellent family background, and innocent charm, it's no wonder she has so many suitors and admirers. This is going to be interesting. The little master will definitely be targeted by others. Sure enough, as soon as I got near the student cafeteria, several well-dressed boys came up to greet me. "Good morning, Shiyu." A young man wearing stylish glasses and designer casual wear walked over enthusiastically, but when he saw Lin Yuan, a clear hint of wariness and hostility flashed in his eyes. "Hello, Zhang Wei." Ivina maintained Song Shiyu's usual polite demeanor while quickly searching her memory bank for detailed information about this person. Zhang Wei, 21 years old, comes from a family that owns a large chain supermarket and is financially well off. He had been pursuing Shiyu ardently, but without success. She is extremely sensitive and hostile towards any outstanding man who appears in Shiyu's life. "Shiyu, who is this?" Zhang Wei asked casually, but his dissatisfaction and doubt were very obvious in his tone. "This is Lin Yuan, my new classmate, who just transferred to our class." Ivina deliberately maintained a vague way of introducing the relationship, neither explaining it in detail nor clarifying it completely, cleverly maintaining an ambiguous distance that left room for speculation. "New classmate?" Zhang Wei's tone was clearly skeptical and distrustful. "How come I've never heard of any new students transferring into our class? Shouldn't we be notified in advance about this?" He scrutinized Lin Yuan from head to toe, his hostility and jealousy growing increasingly evident in his eyes. Lin Yuan's appearance and demeanor were indeed outstanding, and the aristocratic aura emanating from his expensive clothes made Zhang Wei feel a strong sense of threat. It was an emergency transfer that was just confirmed last night. Lin Yuan explained calmly and kindly, demonstrating good manners. Zhang Wei continued to scrutinize Lin Yuan, trying to find any flaws or shortcomings in him. However, Lin Yuan was outstanding in appearance, temperament, and speech, which fueled Zhang Wei's jealousy. "Oh, then welcome to our class family." Zhang Wei forced a fake smile, but the unfriendly and hostile tone was very obvious. "Interesting. It seems the little master will soon encounter some interesting challenges from a rival in love." Ivina secretly anticipated the potential conflict of male competition that might erupt next. "Zhang Wei, we still need to visit other places, so we'll take our leave now." She took the initiative to end the slightly awkward conversation, and then very naturally took Lin Yuan's arm tightly. This intimate gesture instantly turned Zhang Wei's face extremely ugly, with jealousy and anger almost bursting from his eyes. But out of consideration for the public setting and his reputation, he didn't dare say anything harsh. He could only stare intently at the departing figures with a malicious and hostile gaze. "That Zhang Wei seems to have a lot of hostility towards me," Lin Yuan said softly after walking away. "Zhang Wei has indeed been pursuing me. Seeing such an outstanding guy like you might make him feel a little uncomfortable. Actually, several eligible bachelors at school are pursuing me. Let the little owner clearly know that Shiyu is popular and sought after. This will make winning her over feel even more rewarding and satisfying." "So, do you have any special feelings towards them?" Lin Yuan asked with a hint of tentative curiosity. Song Shiyu's eyes flashed with complex emotions. She paused deliberately for a few seconds, then gazed deeply and directly into Lin Yuan's eyes, her gaze filled with the sincerity and longing unique to a young girl. "I've never met anyone who truly moved me before, but now." She cleverly stopped speaking at a crucial moment, leaving a huge space for imagination and hints. This hesitant and suggestive way of expressing himself stirred up a huge wave in Lin Yuan's heart. He seemed to hear a deep emotional confession in this unfinished sentence. "Is Shiyu implying that she has developed special feelings for me? Do you want to take our relationship to the next level? If that's the case, then wouldn't it be possible to quickly achieve Ivina's new energy acquisition goal?" As a man with cheat codes, things are definitely different now. Meanwhile, under the potential influence of the succubus's power, the female students passing by also began to involuntarily glance at Lin Yuan more and more frequently. They were drawn to his mysterious charm, but couldn't quite put their finger on what made him so special. "Wow, that guy is so handsome. Her aura is truly unique. She seems to have stepped right out of a TV drama. Is he new here? I've never seen him before." Chapter 37, Losing Shiryu and then losing Noodles. Similar situations occurred several times during the subsequent campus tour. Whenever a boy greets Song Shiyu warmly, their expression changes noticeably the moment they see Lin Yuan. Near the basketball court, Wang Hao, a tall physical education student, originally wanted to invite Song Shiyu to watch the afternoon game, but when he saw Lin Yuan, his smile instantly froze, and his eyes revealed obvious hostility and provocation. "Shiyu, this new friend seems quite refined." Wang Hao deliberately emphasized the word refined, his tone tinged with disdain, hoping he could adapt to our school's sporty atmosphere. At the entrance of the student union office, Chen Yang, the vice president of the student union, originally wanted to invite Song Shiyu to participate in the planning of the upcoming cultural performance, but when he saw Lin Yuan, his originally gentle expression turned cold. "Shiyu, you seem to have a wide social circle lately." Chen Yang said with a forced smile, "I hope it won't affect my grades." Avina keenly sensed the intense hostility these boys felt due to the influence of the succubus's power, and her heart was filled with the pleasure of successfully pulling off a prank. The young master has now become the target of everyone's anger. These usually gentle and refined suitors have now revealed their true colors. It's amazing how easily it can amplify the jealousy and competitive desires within people. She deliberately maintained an ambiguous distance during each introduction, neither explicitly denying the special relationship nor being overly intimate. This elusive attitude made her suitors even more anxious and angry. As class time approached, Song Shiyu led Lin Yuan toward the main teaching building. Spring sunlight filtered through the sycamore leaves and fell on the stone steps, casting the shadows of the two people together. "Our first class is Principles of Management. Professor Zhang is a very nice person, and his lectures are very engaging. You will definitely enjoy them." She walked and introduced the topic, her voice filled with the energy unique to students. "Shiyu." Lin Yuan suddenly stopped and called out to her softly. "What's wrong?" Song Shiyu turned to look at him, the sunlight casting a golden glow on her long hair. "Thank you for spending so much time helping me get familiar with the school today." Lin Yuan's voice was filled with sincere gratitude. "You are so gentle and considerate. You have helped me so much since we met yesterday." Hearing this heartfelt praise, Ivina felt a strange and complex emotion welling up inside her. Although she knew that Lin Yuan was praising Song Shiyu, she herself was the one who created this gentle and considerate behavior. "Being praised so sincerely by my little owner, even as a daughter, makes me feel warm and fulfilled like never before. I'm really happy to be able to help Yuan Gij." She responded gently, a sincere light flashing in her eyes. At this moment, she was not only playing Song Shiyu, but also expressing Avina's true feelings. "This complex role-playing is really interesting. I'm both deceiving him and genuinely caring about him." The two arrived at the door of the management classroom on the third floor of the teaching building. Song Shiyu deliberately paused in front of the door and turned to face Lin Yuan. "Brother Yuan, you might encounter some unfriendly looks and attitudes when you enter the classroom later." She gently reminded me, her tone tinged with worry, "because I get a lot of attention from my classmates, and the sudden closeness between me and such an outstanding new boy might attract some attention." She didn't use the word jealousy directly, but the meaning was clear. "I see." Lin Yuan nodded, a confident smile spreading across his face, and struck what he considered a cool pose. "It's okay, I can handle it." Lin Yuan was well aware that the succubus magic that Ivina had given him would amplify the hostility and competitive spirit of other men towards him. But he wasn't worried about it, on the contrary, he was looking forward to the upcoming challenges. "With such a confident expression, Shiyu should like me even more now. Little Master's action is so funny, but Shiyu isn't falling for it. Looks like I'll have to teach my little master some girl-chasing skills from now on. The allure generated by succubus energy alone is not enough." Song Shiyu took a deep breath without changing her expression and pushed open the heavy classroom door. Forehead. Shiyu didn't seem to notice. Instantly, the once lively classroom fell silent, and more than 30 pairs of eyes focused on the two people at the door. Especially when the students saw the usually aloof Song Shiyu intimately holding hands with a strange but extremely handsome boy, the atmosphere in the classroom became subtle and tense. Avina could clearly sense the various emotions permeating the air: the boy's jealousy, anger, and hostility, and the girl's curiosity, envy, and infatuation. The succubus's power was amplified infinitely in this enclosed space, and everyone's true emotions were stimulated to the extreme. "Oh my god, that guy is so handsome. When did Shiyu get a boyfriend? They look so well matched." The girls' whispers were filled with envy and curiosity, but the boys' reactions were completely different. Li Ming, who was sitting in the front row, slowly stood up. He was 1.8 meters tall and dressed in designer casual wear. He was usually quite prestigious in the class. Li Ming's father is a well-known real estate developer in the city, and he has always believed that he is the most qualified person to pursue Song Shiyu. Shiyu, who is this? Li Ming's tone appeared calm on the surface, but a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. My name is Lin Yuan, and I just transferred to this class today. Lin Yuan took the initiative to introduce himself, his voice calm and confident, completely unaffected by the hostile gazes around him. Li Ming sized Lin Yuan up and down, and every detail, from his clothes to his demeanor, made him feel a strong sense of threat. Although Lin Yuan's khaki casual outfit looked understated, an expert could immediately tell that it was a limited edition from a top brand and was quite valuable. More importantly, the natural aristocratic air that Lin Yuan exudes is something that money can't buy. Transferring schools? It's rare to transfer schools at this time. Sitting in the middle, the sports committee member Zhao Chang deliberately raised his voice and asked, "What does Lin Yuan's family do?" This question, though seemingly casual, was actually a probe into Lin Yuan's family background. In these elite schools, family background often determines a person's status. The family's financial situation is rather ordinary. Lin Yuan humbly replied that he was able to transfer to this school mainly because he received help from some elders. Upon hearing this answer, some of the boys in the classroom showed a look of disdain. In their view, Lin Yuan was likely just an ordinary student who got in through connections. Oh, I see. Li Ming's tone was clearly one of superiority. Lin Yuan, you should cherish this opportunity. The academic workload at our school is very heavy, especially for management majors. Ivina keenly sensed the tense atmosphere in the classroom and was filled with anticipation for a good show. Sure enough, the little master has now become the public enemy of all the boys in the class. A very exciting showdown is sure to follow. Li Ming's eyes darted around and he quickly came up with a plan. Why don't we have Lin Yuan go up on stage and say hello to everyone? Lin Yuan inwardly sighed at his naivete, but walked fearlessly to the front of the class. With the succubus's power amplifying his every move, he exuded captivating charm. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Yuan, and I'm very happy to join this class. I hope that in the future, we can become good friends, help each other, and make progress together. His words were concise and sincere, but the audience's reaction was quite different. The girls were deeply attracted by his charm, their eyes filled with admiration while the boys were more wary and hostile. Next, I will sit down. Lin Yuan looked around the classroom, searching for an empty seat. Lin Yuan, there's a seat here. Song Shiyu raised her hand and pointed to the empty seat next to her. This action immediately provoked a strong reaction from all the boys in the class. Sitting next to Song Shiyu had always been their dream, but now it was easily obtained by a stranger who suddenly appeared. No one expected that Song Shiyu, who was usually aloof, would show such concern for a transfer student today. At this moment, Li Ming wished he could slap himself. He had lost both Shiyu and face. Chapter 38 Turning the Tide. Ivina sensed the increasingly tense atmosphere in the classroom and immediately realized that Lin Yuan might face a collective challenge from multiple suitors. As Song Shiyu, Ivina felt it was her responsibility to protect Lin Yuan from the malicious attacks of those who were jealous. Lin Yuan looked around and keenly noticed the hostile gazes that were like sharp swords aimed at him. He pondered the current situation in his heart. Sure enough, wherever it comes to the competition for beautiful women, fierce competition among men is inevitable. But this is good, because I need to completely win over Song Shiyu to provide a more stable energy source for my succubus princess. He was not afraid of this multifaceted competitive challenge. On the contrary, he was filled with anticipation. After Song Yali's complete transformation and his special experiences during this period, he is very confident in his current charm and strength. Shiyu, thank you for arranging a seat for me. Lin Yuan smiled gently and expressed his gratitude. Song Shiyu admired and was even more satisfied with his calm and composed attitude in the face of challenges. The little master is behaving correctly now. This calm and collected demeanor in the face of provocation is quite charming. Arguing with them would make you seem inferior. Such a calm and collected reaction is what truly makes him worthy of Ivina's man. At this delicate moment, Li Ming deliberately strode over, every movement of his filled with provocation. Shiyu, how have you been lately? He deliberately ignored Lin Yuan standing to the side and only spoke to Song Shiyu. My father's real estate company just signed a huge project worth 1 billion. I'll treat you to a meal at that newly opened Michelin 3-star French restaurant in the city center another day. I heard a meal there costs 30,000 yuan. This blatant display of wealth while belittling Lin Yuan made the atmosphere in the classroom even more tense. The other students were all observing this impending confrontation, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Avina frowned slightly at Song Shiyu's body, responding in Song Shiyu's usual polite but clearly distant tone. "Thank you for your kind offer, Li Ming, but I've been quite busy with my studies lately and might not have time." "What are you busy with? Are you helping the new transfer student get acquainted with the campus?" Li Ming's tone was filled with undisguised sarcasm and contempt. "I remember the school has dedicated orientation volunteers and official events, so there shouldn't be any need for outstanding students like you to receive special treatment, right? This Li Ming is truly courting death. How dare they speak to their little master in such a tone? That's practically suicide. You think you can woo my daughter?" Avina was very unhappy inside, but on the surface she still tried her best to maintain the gentle and kind image that Song Shiyu should have. "Lin Yuan is a friend I trust, and I am willing to take the initiative to help him adapt to the new environment." Her tone became firm, carrying an unquestionable air. "This is my personal choice and has nothing to do with anyone else." This obvious bias towards Lin Yuan immediately provoked a strong reaction from all the boys in the classroom. They originally thought Song Shiyu was just helping the new classmate out of politeness, but they didn't expect her to express her support so clearly. Lin Yuan had been carefully observing this subtle exchange. He could clearly feel the strong hostility of Li Ming and the others towards him, but he also noticed that Song Shiyu stood on his side without hesitation. "You must be Li Ming? Nice to meet you." Lin Yuan took the initiative to speak, his voice calm and polite, demonstrating good upbringing. "Thank you for your concern for Shiyu. She did help me a lot, and I am very grateful for that." When Li Ming heard Lin Yuan address Song Shiyu by her name so naturally, with a tone that conveyed obvious intimacy and familiarity, his face immediately turned extremely ugly, and his eyes almost spit fire. "How long have you known each other?" he questioned, his tone clearly filled with doubt and dissatisfaction. "Is this question important?" Lin Yuan calmly countered with a question, his tone remaining gentle and mild, but a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "The depth of friendship is not measured by the length of time." "Interesting. The little master is starting to show his talent." This dignified yet assertive way of responding is very skillful. "The little master isn't as inexperienced as I thought." Song Shiyu noticed that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense and decided to take the initiative to defuse the standoff. "Alright, we're all classmates, there's no need to make things so tense," she said gently but firmly, then turned to Lin Yuan. "Let's prepare the materials for the next class." This obvious bias towards Lin Yuan and her proactive intervention in helping him out only fueled Li Ming's and his other suitors' anger and jealousy. In their eyes, Song Shiyu had never been so proactive in standing up for any other boy. At this sensitive moment, another long-term suitor, Zhang Wei, also approached with obvious hostility, ready to join the siege. "Shiyu, I heard you spent this morning showing this new student around the whole campus?" His tone seemed casual and concerned, but his eyes were constantly scrutinizing Lin Yuan. "You've really gone to a lot of trouble. You would never normally do something like this for anyone else. Helping new classmates is the right thing to do, it's not hard work at all." Song Shiyu responded briefly and firmly. "By the way, Lin Yuan." Zhang Wei suddenly turned to Lin Yuan, his tone clearly probing and challenging. "I heard you're a transfer student. Could you tell me which school you attended before? Also, what do your parents do for a living?" This clearly aggressive probing question made the other students in the classroom prick up their ears, anxiously awaiting the answer. In these private elite schools, family background and economic strength are often important indicators of social status. They wanted to use their family background to suppress the young master. This kind of low-level tactic is really childish and laughable. Song Shiyu frowned. This was deliberately making things difficult for Lin Yuan, trying to undermine his self-esteem by comparing their economic status. But she was also curious about how Lin Yuan would cleverly deal with this malicious provocation. Faced with this direct and sharp challenge, Lin Yuan maintained an admirable composure, without the slightest panic or unease. "I previously attended a public school in another city, and my family's financial situation was indeed quite ordinary," he answered frankly, without the slightest hint of inferiority or concealment, explaining that he was able to transfer to this school mainly because of the help and support he received from some elders. This honest answer brought a glint of triumph to Zhang Wei and Li Ming's eyes. They believed they had found Lin Yuan's fatal weakness and could use their economic advantage to strike him down. "Oh, so you come from an ordinary working-class family?" Zhang Wei deliberately dragged out his words, his tone filled with undisguised superiority. "That tuition fee must be a considerable financial burden, right?" "The tuition and living expenses for this school are 300,000 yuan a year." It's definitely not cheap. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, making no attempt to avoid the sensitive topic. However, I received a full scholarship and grant, so I should be able to manage financially. This honest and humble attitude left those who wanted to mock and humiliate him at a loss. Lin Yuan neither denied his financial situation nor showed any inferiority complex. This calm and confident attitude revealed a powerful inner strength. As Song Shiyu watched Lin Yuan's outstanding performance, she grew increasingly appreciative and satisfied. She nodded slightly, smoothed her hair with one hand, and gave a faint smile. This made the surrounding boys' eyes pop out. The little master's humble yet confident attitude is truly charming. He's far better than those spoiled brats who only know how to flaunt their family background. But her obvious favoritism and appreciation only made the boys around her even angrier and more jealous. They had never seen Song Shiyu show such obvious affection and protectiveness towards any boy. What's wrong with Song Shiyu today? Possessed by a ghost? How could she make that kind of face and expression at a boy? A full scholarship? Your grades must be excellent. Another boy named Wang Tao also joined the group interrogation. Could you tell me what his major was? He also majored in international trade, and his grades were decent. Lin Yuan maintained a humble attitude. Since we're in the same major, you should be very familiar with business management theories. Li Ming suddenly launched a new attack, his eyes darting around. We happen to have a management class today, so we can have more discussions and exchanges during the class. His tone was clearly provocative and threatening, obviously wanting to give Lin Yuan a hard time in the academic field and make him lose face in front of Song Shiyu. They were trying to stump the young owner with their knowledge of the subject. These people's methods are getting more and more childish. Song Shiyu keenly sensed this malicious academic challenge and decided to once again take the initiative to protect Lin Yuan. Li Ming, isn't what you're doing inappropriate? Her tone was clearly displeased and critical. Lin Yuan had just transferred to this school, and he should be given a gradual adjustment period instead of being put under pressure from the start. I just wanted to have a normal academic exchange with my new classmates. Li Ming feigned complete innocence, asking, "What's wrong with this kind of exchange and discussion? Is academic discussion not allowed?" There is absolutely no problem with academic exchanges. Lin Yuan took the initiative to pick up the conversation, demonstrating his courage to actively confront the challenge. I look forward to in-depth exchanges and mutual learning with all of you. This unwavering and head-on approach made Song Shiyu both worried and gratified. What worried her was that these people might team up to deliberately make things difficult for her, but what pleased her was that Lin Yuan's courage and confidence impressed her. He truly is the man I've set my sights on. This fearless and courageous attitude is truly captivating. However, Song Shiyu's repeated favoritism and obvious protection not only failed to ease the tension, but also made the boys in the class even more angry and united. They began to realize that this suddenly appearing transfer student was not just an ordinary competitor, but a threat who had gained Song Shiyu's special favor. On what grounds? Based on his broken family? Or is he just an ordinary-looking person? This guy's only been here for a day. Quiet, quiet. Students, please return to your seats. Just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, Professor Zhang walked into the classroom carrying a thick stack of lesson plans, temporarily interrupting this fierce contest, both overt and covert. Students, today we will have an in-depth discussion on several core concepts and practical applications of corporate strategic management. Professor Zhang is a meticulous woman in her 50s with a clear and authoritative voice. First, can someone accurately tell me what a company's core competency is, and how to cultivate and maintain this competitive advantage? Several hands immediately rose high, including those of Li Ming, Zhang Wei, and Wang Tao. They clearly wanted to demonstrate their academic prowess and knowledge to Lin Yuan, while also intimidating their new competitor. Okay, Li Ming, you'll answer this question. Professor Zhang calls on him. Li Ming stood up triumphantly, cleared his throat, and began to answer in a loud voice. Professor, core competitiveness refers to the unique capabilities and resource combinations that an enterprise accumulates over a long period of development, which are difficult for competitors to imitate or replace. It typically includes multiple dimensions such as technological innovation capabilities, brand influence, supply chain management, and talent team. His answer was indeed very professional and comprehensive, and it was clearly the result of careful preparation. After he finished speaking, he deliberately looked at Lin Yuan with a clear sense of provocation in his eyes. Very good, a very comprehensive answer. Professor Zhang nodded in satisfaction. So, does anyone else have any points to add? Professor, I'd like to add something. Lin Yuan calmly raised his hand. The entire classroom fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan. This was his first time speaking in class, and everyone was curious about what level of content this transfer student, who got in through connections, could offer. "Please speak, Lin Yuan," Professor Zhang encouraged. Lin Yuan stood up gracefully, his voice clear and confident. "I think Li Ming's answer was excellent, but I might need to emphasize one point: true core competitiveness is not just about static resource ownership, but more importantly, dynamic adaptability and innovation capabilities. In today's rapidly changing business environment, a company's greatest core competitiveness lies in its ability to learn quickly, adapt quickly, and innovate continuously." He paused briefly, looking around the entire classroom. Like today's internet giants, their core competitiveness is not a specific technology or resource, but rather the comprehensive ability to quickly identify market changes, rapidly adjust strategies, and continuously launch innovative products. This dynamic adaptability is the real advantage that is most difficult to imitate. Everyone has ordered takeout before, right? Why are there various coupons and new user benefits? This is one manifestation of it. The classroom was completely silent. Even Professor Zhang showed an expression of surprise and admiration. "A truly excellent addition," Professor Zhang said happily. Lin Yuan raised a very important point: the dynamic nature of core competitiveness. This is indeed a cutting-edge consideration in modern enterprise management theory. Li Ming's face turned extremely ugly. He hadn't expected that Lin Yuan would not only not be impressed by his professional answer, but would instead offer even deeper insights. Furthermore, he used a simple and easy-to-understand example to prove his point. What angered him even more was that Song Shiyu was looking at Lin Yuan with an admiring gaze, her eyes sparkling with obvious appreciation and pride. I've never seen her look so captivating before. At this moment, Lin Yuan was not defeated by the collective provocation. Instead, he demonstrated a level of academic excellence that surpassed everyone else, completely turning the tide of the battle. Chapter 39: The Counterattack of Knowledge. Professor Zhang's praise made Li Ming and Zhang Wei's faces turn extremely ugly. They originally wanted to give Lin Yuan a hard time academically, but they were unexpectedly completely overwhelmed by his brilliant answers. "Ha, look at the expressions on these people's faces, they look like they've swallowed a fly." That was a beautiful strike from the little master. Song Shiyu felt deeply proud of Lin Yuan, and at the same time became even more convinced of how correct her choice was. But Professor Zhang has clearly not yet finished his in-depth exploration of this issue. Very good. Lin Yuan raised an extremely important point. Professor Zhang said excitedly. Now that we've discussed dynamic adaptability, can anyone provide a specific business case to illustrate the practical application of this dynamic core competency? A brief silence fell over the classroom. Questions requiring real-world case analysis were clearly much more difficult to answer than purely theoretical ones. Li Ming gritted his teeth and raised his hand again. "Professor, I think Apple is a great example. From personal computers to music players to smartphones, Apple has consistently transformed itself." That's a good example. Professor Zhang nodded. Any other students would like to add something? Lin Yuan raised his hand again. "Professor, I would like to analyze this problem from another perspective." "Please speak." In fact, Apple, which Li Ming mentioned, is indeed a good example. But I'd like to add an even more disruptive case: Amazon. Lin Yuan calmly stood up. Amazon started as an online bookstore, but its core competitiveness has never been selling books, but rather its data-driven ability to optimize user experience. He looked around the class. From bookstores to e-commerce giants, from cloud services to artificial intelligence. Every transformation Amazon undergoes is based on the same underlying capability: the ability to understand and meet customer needs through data analytics. This ability allows it to enter any industry and quickly become a leader. Professor Zhang's eyes lit up. Go on. More importantly, Amazon has cultivated a corporate culture of customer obsession. This culture itself has become its most difficult competitive advantage to imitate. While other companies are still pursuing short-term profits, Amazon can lose money for years to maintain long-term user value. This strategic resolve and cultural DNA are the true moat. The classroom fell silent. Even the boys who were originally hostile to Lin Yuan had to admit that the depth and breadth of this analysis truly exceeded their level. Professor Zhang clapped his hands excitedly. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Lin Yuan not only understood the theory, but was also able to conduct in-depth analysis by combining it with practical cases. This kind of thinking ability is very rare among third-year students. Song Shiyu looked at Lin Yuan, her eyes almost overflowing with admiration. She clapped her hands gently, giving Lin Yuan the most direct support. Li Ming's face had turned ashen. He hadn't expected Lin Yuan to not only have such a profound academic foundation, but also such a thorough understanding of business case analysis. But Professor Zhang clearly wanted to test this special transfer student further. So, Lin Yuan, since you have such a deep understanding of corporate strategy, I'd like to ask a more challenging question. Professor Zhang's tone became serious. In the current economic environment, how can traditional enterprises carry out digital transformation? What is the biggest obstacle in this process? This question made the atmosphere in the classroom tense. This is beyond the scope of knowledge for a third-year university student. It's a highly complex question that requires practical business experience to answer well. Hope rekindled in Li Ming and the others' eyes. Surely Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to answer this time? But Lin Yuan remained calm and composed. Professor, I believe the biggest obstacle to the digital transformation of traditional enterprises is not technology, but a shift in mindset. Let me elaborate. When many traditional enterprises undergo digital transformation, they often simply move their offline businesses online or introduce some digital tools, but this approach ignores the essence of digitalization. Lin Yuan's voice grew increasingly confident. True digital transformation requires redefining the logic of value creation. Traditional enterprises are accustomed to product-centric thinking, while digitalization demands user-centric thinking. Professor Zhang nodded with interest. Continue. For example, traditional retail companies might think that digitalization is simply about building an e-commerce website. However, true digital transformation should actually involve building an omni-channel user experience system. Online and offline channels are no longer separate channels, but rather a unified user touchpoint. Businesses need to shift their focus from what products do I have to sell to customers to what value do I create for customers. Most importantly, Lin Yuan paused, scanned the entire class. Traditional companies often underestimate the difficulty of organizational change. Digitalization is not just about technological upgrades, but also about a comprehensive restructuring of organizational structure, corporate culture, and talent structure. Many companies fail in this process due to internal resistance. The entire classroom was completely silent. This profound business insight transcends academic theory and demonstrates genuine business wisdom. Professor Zhang stared at Lin Yuan in shock, and after a long while, he said, Lin Yuan, your analysis is very professional. I'm very curious, how did you arrive at these profound insights? Lin Yuan smiled slightly. I usually pay attention to business cases and also read biographies of entrepreneurs and business analysis reports. Theoretical knowledge needs to be combined with practice to generate value. Absolutely fantastic. Professor Zhang sincerely praised. Lin Yuan's performance reminded me of some of my outstanding students at Harvard Business School. This business acumen and analytical ability are top-notch, even among graduate students. This statement completely shocked the entire class. Professor Zhang was a PhD from Harvard Business School. Everyone knew what her approval meant. Song Shiyu's eyes shone with pride. She couldn't help but gently squeeze Lin Yuan's hand, giving him the most direct support and encouragement. Li Ming's face had turned from blue to pale. He originally thought he could use academics to suppress Lin Yuan, but now he realized that he and Lin Yuan were not even on the same level. This time, they've really messed up. The class continued, but the atmosphere in the classroom had changed dramatically. Lin Yuan not only proved with his abilities that he was not someone to be underestimated, but also demonstrated an awe-inspiring level of academic expertise. Song Shiyu remained seated next to Lin Yuan, exchanging glances with him from time to time. Their intimate interaction fueled the jealousy and despair of the other suitors. The little master has successfully established absolute authority. What follows will be even more interesting. In the following class time, Song Shiyu's behavior increasingly shocked and angered her suitors. When Lin Yuan answered questions, she would look at him intently, her eyes filled with obvious appreciation and admiration, making no attempt to hide her affection. When Lin Yuan flipped through his textbook, she would proactively help him find the corresponding page number, and even thoughtfully point out the important content with her finger. When Lin Yuan was thinking about a problem, she would gently touch his arm to encourage him. That kind of intimate physical contact almost drove the boys around them crazy. Chow, let go of Song Shiyu, let me handle this. These interactions, which seem natural to ordinary people, are like sharp knives piercing the hearts of those who have been pursuing Song Shiyu relentlessly but have never received any response. Is this still the same cold beauty Song Shiyu we know? Meanwhile, Li Ming's anger continued to build. Chapter 40 Lin Yuan, Why? What gives you the right? He clearly remembered that he had pursued Song Shiyu for more than 2 years, and each time he invited her, he was politely but distantly rejected. They'd never even had a normal handshake, let alone this kind of proactive intimate contact. Why? Why was she so gentle and considerate towards this poor boy who suddenly appeared? Why? Why did she act so infatuated, with such tender eyes? Why? What do I lack compared to this poor guy? Does he want to live off a woman? Zhang Wei was also roaring in his heart. He clearly remembered that once he wanted to help Song Shiyu carry her heavy school bag, but she explicitly refused, saying that she could handle her own affairs and did not need special care. But now she's actually taking the initiative to help Lin Yuan organize his textbooks and arrange materials. What kind of magic does Lin Yuan possess? Why does he deserve this treatment? Why should I? Why is he able to win the favor of girls? On what grounds? Why should Song Shiyu take the initiative to do these things? Wang Tao carefully observed Song Shiyu's every change in expression and every subtle movement. In his memory, Song Shiyu had always been the epitome of a cold, aloof goddess, maintaining the same polite distance from all boys and never showing any favoritism. But now. How so? The way she looked at Lin Yuan was completely different, that tenderness, that care, we'd never seen before. How so? During the break between classes, Song Shiyu actually offered to pour water for Lin Yuan. Unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Lin Yuan, would you like some water? You must be thirsty after answering so many questions. She asked gently, her voice filled with obvious care and consideration. Thank you, Shiyu, you're so thoughtful. Lin Yuan naturally took the water glass, and their fingers touched slightly as they passed it to each other, a natural intimacy that was the envy of many. This scene was witnessed by everyone in the classroom, especially the suitors, who felt their hearts were breaking. Good heavens, she actually poured water for Lin Yuan, a female classmate couldn't help but whisper among herself. Yes, I remember last time Li Ming had a cold and fever, sure you only asked about him from afar, without offering any of this kind of thoughtful care. And that time Zhang Wei wanted to buy her milk tea, she directly said she didn't need it, but now. These whispers reached the ears of Li Ming and his group, causing their anger to explode. Why? Why should a poor student who relies on scholarships receive such special treatment from a goddess? What's worse, when other boys tried to talk to Song Shiyu, she clearly showed impatience and indifference. Shiyu, there's a class party tonight, would you like to come? Zhao Chang, the sports committee member, invited hopefully. No, I have other plans. Song Shiyu's response was unusually cold, then she immediately turned to Lin Yuan, her tone instantly becoming gentle. Lin Yuan, have you prepared the case study materials for the next class? Do you need me to find some reference materials for you? This stark difference in attitude made the atmosphere at the scene even more tense and awkward. Why is she so cold to us, yet so gentle and caring towards Lin Yuan? Finally, the bell rang, and Professor Zhang packed up his lesson plan and left the classroom. The anger and dissatisfaction that had been suppressed for an entire class period finally found an outlet. Li Ming was the first to stand up, his face grim as he strode toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, let's go outside and talk. His tone no longer concealed hostility and threat. Zhang Wei, Wang Tao, Zhao Chang, and other major suitors also gathered around, forming a clear encirclement, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Song Shiyu immediately sensed the danger. Without hesitation, she stood next to Lin Yuan, watching the group warily. What are you trying to do? Her voice carried a clear displeasure and warning. Shiyu, this is a matter between men, you shouldn't get involved. Li Ming said coldly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. What kind of business is this between men? Song Shiyu frowned. They were all classmates, why couldn't they talk things out properly? Why did they have to be so confrontational? My little master is in trouble. I must do everything in my power to protect him. Am I right, Lin Yuan? Zhang Wei took a step closer, his tone full of provocation. Don't think that just because you're dressed smartly and say a few nice words, you can be on equal footing with us. Exactly, what's with the pretense? Wang Tao sneered, we both have strong family backgrounds and substantial financial resources. What do you have? Besides a reasonably good-looking face, what other assets do you have? How dare a poor student who barely manages to attend school on scholarships covet Shiyu? Zhao Chang said disdainfully, do you know who you are? Lin Yuan looked at the people who were surrounding him, but felt no fear whatsoever. After experiencing so many complicated things, this kind of childish school conflict was nothing to him. These little brats who haven't even grown up yet, are so childish and ridiculous. Do I need to compare myself to you in any way? Lin Yuan calmly countered with a question, his voice steady yet powerful. Of course we need it. Li Ming excitedly shouted. Do you really think Shiyu likes you? She's just being polite. A well-mannered girl wouldn't directly reject a new classmate. Yes, look at your own status and position. Zhang Wei pointed at Lin Yuan, his emotions running high. A poor student who gets into school through connections and scholarships dares to hope for Shiyu's favor? Do you deserve it? That's enough. Song Shiyu stood up angrily, her voice filled with unprecedented determination. Lin Yuan is a friend I acknowledge, and I'm willing to be close to him. What's it to you? Do I need you to tell me what to do with my choices? Her words were like adding fuel to the fire, making the already jealous and angry suitors even more irrational. Friend? Li Ming sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. Shiyu, when have you ever been friends with a boy like this? You've always been polite but distant towards us, never this kind of intimate behavior. That is. Wang Tao said excitedly. We just saw it, you took his arm, poured him water, and those tender eyes. Shiyu, you've never done something like this before. And the interactions in the classroom, the care and concern. Zhang Wei listed them one by one, becoming more and more excited as he spoke. Shiyu, tell us honestly, were you tricked by this guy in some way? Song Shiyu's reaction to these questions and accusations completely shocked everyone. I was not deceived by anyone. She said firmly, and then, to everyone's astonishment, walked to Lin Yuan's side and took his arm tightly. I just like Lin Yuan. I like his talent and his character. Is there a problem with that? Boom! These words exploded in the classroom like a thunderclap. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at the scene in disbelief. Song Shiyu, she actually publicly admitted to liking Lin Yuan? And such a resolute and clear statement? I want to express my support and affection for my little owner in the most direct way. Ivina made this earth-shattering decision through Song Shiyu's body. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hallucination. This must be a hallucination. Li Ming practically roared it out. Shiyu, are you crazy? You've only known him for 1 day. Just 1 day. How could you possibly have such feelings for him? The depth of feelings cannot be measured by the length of time one has known someone. Song Shiyu answered calmly and firmly, I just think Lin Yuan is very special and outstanding, and worth liking. Special? Excellent? Zhang Wei completely lost his temper, his voice became shrill. What's so special about him? Is it his poor family background? Or is it the cheap, knockoff clothes he's wearing? Or perhaps it's that face that's reasonably good looking? Wang Tao said sarcastically, his voice full of malice, Shiyu, you can't be so shallow as to only judge by appearance, can you? Lin Yuan's expression turned blank, and he forced himself to speak. Chapter 41 TMLGB. A brief scene, a college student is sitting at the next table, engrossed in reading a novel on his phone. He chuckled occasionally, clearly engrossed in the watch. After a while, the student put down his phone and started writing a book review in the comments section. Lin Yuan glanced at it unintentionally and found that he had actually given a 2-star review to a novel that he clearly liked. The student was still muttering to himself, another book that my second brother loves. I'll give it a low rating to keep it safe and avoid being flagged by the censors. After finishing his book review, he turned to Lin Yuan and said, Brother, want me to recommend a good book? It's really exciting. Lin Yuan looked at his actions just now and shook his head speechlessly. Doing this will only bring this book to an abrupt end. The student looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? I'm protecting this book. If it's less popular, it won't be noticed by the censors. Use your brain. Lin Yuan patiently explained. Low star ratings lead to low book scores, which naturally results in low traffic. And you're reading tomato novels, which is free. How can the author make money? It's all about traffic. He continued, high book ratings naturally lead to high traffic, which motivates authors to keep writing. How can authors continue writing if you do it this way? Do you think the censorship will stop once the hype dies down? On the contrary, books without readership are more likely to be cancelled. Cutting off someone's livelihood is tantamount to murdering their parents. Do you think it's appropriate to kill someone's parents after getting a free copy of a book? The student looked puzzled upon hearing this. But I'm really afraid this book will be censored. You should trust the author's judgment. Lin Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Besides, he's already written several books, he's an experienced writer and knows how to handle things. People shouldn't be so selfish. If you like it, give it a 5-star review, the author will know what's good for him. Sure enough, a new message popped up on their phone just as they were talking. The author, known as Evil King, replied in the comments section, "Brother, if you like it, give it a 5-star review. If you give it a low score, I won't want to write anymore, I'll lose motivation." Upon seeing the author's reply, the student's face instantly turned red, realizing that he had indeed made a mistake. I'll change it right away. He quickly edited his review, gave it a 5-star rating, and wrote in the comments, "Dear author, I'm sorry, I was wrong before. This book is really great, I support you in updating. The above reflects reactions to low-star reviews. If you like it, please give it 5 stars. No more complaints. Thank you. The following is the main plot." That's enough. Lin Yuan slowly stood up. Although his voice was not loud, he exuded a powerful sense of oppression, as if the air itself had become heavy. "I didn't want to argue with you kids, but you've really gone too far." In Lin Yuan's eyes, this little farce was like a scene from an outdated novel. "I simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention or argue. These people are so aggressive that there's no way to escape them." Excessive? For a child? This smirking bastard actually treated me like a child. Li Ming sneered, his voice filled with hysterical anger. "We're telling the truth. You're just a country bumpkin who got in through connections. You're not good enough for Shiyu at all. Whether someone is good enough or not is not for you kids to decide." Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened, a hint of danger lurking beneath his composed demeanor. "Besides, who told you I was poor? Didn't you say your family background was ordinary?" Zhang Wei questioned smugly, thinking he had caught them red-handed. "Being ordinary doesn't mean being poor," Lin Yuan said calmly, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. "I just don't like you guys showing off everywhere, making a big fuss about every little thing. Still pretending. Damn it, you think you're so great?" Wang Tao pointed angrily at Lin Yuan, his voice shrill. "You got into school on a scholarship, what's there to brag about? Stop showing off." At this tense moment, Lin Yuan made a move that caught everyone off guard. He suddenly reached out and gently pulled Song Shiyu into his arms, his movements elegant and natural, full of protectiveness. "Because." He gazed deeply into the eyes of the girl in his arms, his voice becoming incredibly gentle yet firm. "I don't need to prove anything to anyone. All I need to do is make the girl I love happy." Avina was caught off guard by the sudden warm hug, but she quickly became immersed in Lin Yuan's strong embrace, feeling the sense of security emanating from him. The little master, holding his daughter's body like this, the feeling is so wonderful, so complex. This scene left everyone in the classroom completely stunned. Song Shiyu, that aloof goddess, didn't resist at all? She actually enjoyed that affectionate hug so much? No? Where did this come from? Is this still Earth? Shiyu, you. Li Ming called out in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. His face grew increasingly red, as if the teapot was about to boil. "I'm so happy, really happy." Song Shiyu whispered in Lin Yuan's warm embrace, her voice as sweet as honey, her face flushed with happiness. She had never been so happy. Her words were like the last straw, causing those who had pursued her for years to completely break down. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Zhang Wei roared angrily, his voice cracking. "Lin Yuan, what despicable methods did you use? Did you drug Shiyu?" "Exactly." Wang Tao completely lost his temper and pointed at Lin Yuan viciously, saying, "You must have used some underhanded methods to deceive Shiyu." Faced with these vicious accusations and personal attacks, Lin Yuan's patience finally reached its limit. "I'm warning you one last time," his voice turned icy, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. "I haven't deceived anyone. If you dare to insult Shiyu with such vicious words again, don't blame me for being ruthless." "You're not going to be polite? Ha ha ha." Li Ming let out a hysterical laugh, completely blinded by anger, like a teapot that had been boiling over suddenly erupting. "What can you do about it? Hit us? Come on. Go ahead and hit me if you dare. Try hitting me and see what happens." "Hit you?" Lin Yuan looked at Li Ming's crazed state and shook his head helplessly. "No. There really is someone making such a strange request." He turned to look at Song Shiyu in his arms, his tone becoming more relaxed. "Shiyu, you saw it yourself, he asked me to hit him. I've always been a helpful person. Song Shiyu burst out laughing at Lin Yuan's humorous teasing. That smile bloomed like a flower, absolutely beautiful and moving. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and two shallow dimples appeared and disappeared on her cheeks. With her smile, she looked as beautiful as a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, making the hearts of all the boys present race. My little master actually fought over me. Although he's embracing his daughter's body now, his protective instincts are directed at me. It's both contradictory and touching. After saying this, Lin Yuan slowly rolled up his right sleeve, revealing the wrist with a watch on it. Those present initially paid little attention to the subtle action, their focus entirely on the impending conflict, until the watch was fully revealed. This is... Zhang Ming, who is usually quite knowledgeable about luxury goods, suddenly let out a trembling voice. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, his eyes widened like copper bells, and his pupils contracted slightly in shock. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. What's wrong, Zhang Ming? Everyone else looked at that classmate with a puzzled expression, and Li Hua asked with a frown. Zhang Ming opened his mouth, but found his voice was a little hoarse. He bought a watch. TMLGB. Wang Chang couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Zhang Ming was using an internet meme to make a sarcastic remark about Lin Yuan. You used that meme at just the right time. Everyone thought Zhang Ming was using this joke to tease Lin Yuan, and they all smiled knowingly. No. He bought a watch. I know. Wang Chang patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder. No. God the hell, TMLGB. Zhang Ming waved his hand anxiously, and fine beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead without him noticing. He actually bought a watch. This is a Patek Philippe, 5175R. Zhang Ming's voice grew softer and softer, trembling more and more, as if he had seen something incredible. A bead of sweat slid down his forehead, down his cheek, and finally dripped onto his clenched fist. The icy touch jolted him awake, making him realize that it was all real. He swallowed hard, his voice becoming even hoarser. This is a Patek Philippe Ultra complicated watch. Limited global release. Market price. The market price is at least 2.8 million renminbi. Chapter 42. Yes, I like Lin Yuan as a person. Boom. This number exploded in the classroom like a bombshell, and the entire space instantly became eerily quiet, so quiet that even breathing could be clearly heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the understated yet incredibly valuable top-tier watch on Lin Yuan's wrist. The exquisite dial gleamed softly under the light, every detail exuding unparalleled luxury. 2.8 million. This astronomical figure struck everyone like a hammer blow, causing their worldview to collapse in an instant. Li Ming felt his mind go completely blank. His family's real estate company only makes a few million yuan in net profit a year, while the watch Lin Yuan casually wears on his wrist is worth 2.8 million yuan. This is more than his family's entire year's income. Zhang Wei's face turned ashen, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His family's chain of supermarkets is considered quite large locally, but would he really spend 2.8 million on a watch? This is simply a fantasy. Wang Tao was so stunned that he stood there with his mouth agape, wide enough to fit a bag of spicy strips. 2.8 million yuan, that's his family's total income over several years, and all he used it to buy a watch. It's fake, it must be fake. Li Ming said in a trembling voice, with a last glimmer of hope in his voice, this must be fake, just a high-quality counterfeit. Fake? Lin Yuan sneered and raised his watch so everyone could see it more clearly. You can verify its authenticity at any Patek Philippe boutique. I trust that professional appraisers won't make a mistake. Phew, thank goodness Ivy bought me such an expensive watch. Phew, thank goodness I didn't bring it today because it was too much trouble. Phew, thankfully I met a classmate who knows what's good for me today. Lin Yuan felt a surge of relief, which gave him complete confidence and assurance. If it weren't for Ivina, a conflict might have really broken out, and then Ivina would have had to clean up the mess. Although, given Ivina's personality, she wouldn't care. But for me, it's really not good to need her help with something like this. The watch gleamed under the soft classroom lights, revealing its exquisite and complex craftsmanship and top-notch movement design. Even a complete novice who knows nothing about watches can tell from the exquisite craftsmanship that this is a true work of art that no high-quality imitation can compare to. How is this possible? Zhang Wei still couldn't believe this cruel reality. Didn't you say you come from an ordinary family? How could you possibly afford a watch of this caliber? As I said, being ordinary doesn't mean being poor. Lin Yuan calmly lowered his arm, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. It's just that my understanding of ordinary might be different from yours, you frogs in a well. These words were like the last straw, completely breaking down the already fragile psychological defenses of those suitors. They were just moments ago recklessly mocking Lin Yuan for being a poor kid who got in through connections, but now they've discovered that the watch he casually wears is a top-tier luxury item that they couldn't afford even after years of hard work. This stark contrast in comparison made them feel an unprecedented and profound humiliation, as if they had been slapped countless times across the face. Even if you have money. Li Ming gritted his teeth, his voice filled with resentment and despair. But Shiyu doesn't like money, she's not the kind of girl who's materialistic. You're absolutely right, what she likes isn't money. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, then looked affectionately at Song Shiyu in his arms. She likes me as a person, my character and talent. Song Shiyu looked up at Lin Yuan with deep affection, her eyes sparkling with admiration and love. Her sincere emotions moved everyone around her. Yes, what I like about Lin Yuan is him as a person, not anything external. She spoke firmly and sweetly, her voice filled with happiness and contentment. The little owner is so handsome. This kind of domineering yet gentle protection gives me a deep sense of security. This sweet and sincere interaction made the suitors even more heartbroken, as if their hearts were being torn apart. The tenderness they had sought for years was now so easily given to an outsider. We're leaving. Li Ming said with a sullen face, his voice filled with frustration and despair. There's nothing more for us to do here. Wait. Lin Yuan suddenly called out to them as they were about to leave. Everyone nervously turned to look at him, thinking he was going to continue humiliating them. From now on, please respect Shiyu's choices. Lin Yuan's voice was calm and authoritative, but the threat was unmistakable. Stop bothering her with such childish tactics. Although the statement was made politely, the underlying threat sent chills down everyone's spine. People who can casually wear watches worth 2.8 million yuan must have a family background and social influence that are far beyond the reach of ordinary, moderately wealthy families. We understand. Li Ming and his friends slunk away from the classroom like stray dogs, their earlier arrogance completely gone. Watching their disheveled departure, the other students in the classroom looked at Lin Yuan with awe and admiration. Someone who can afford a top-of-the-line watch worth 2.8 million is definitely at the very top of the pyramid in this elite school. Lin Yuan. Song Shiyu whispered in his arms, her voice filled with deep gratitude and admiration. Thank you for protecting me like this. This is what I should do. Lin Yuan gently stroked her soft, long hair. No one will dare to bother you again. The little owner has a very strong protective instinct. This feeling of being wholeheartedly protected is truly wonderful. Ivina enjoyed the feeling of being protected and cherished, and at the same time felt deeply proud of Lin Yuan's wonderful performance. My man should have this kind of domineering presence. Oh, right, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something and explained gently. This watch was a gift from my sister Yali to me when I started school. She said that since I was going to study at such a prestigious school, I needed to have the appropriate status and not bring shame to my family. These words stirred up a complex yet warm feeling in Song Shiyu's heart. My little owner still remembers my kindness and even went out of his way to explain the origin of the chart to Shiyu, afraid that Shiyu might misunderstand. But the Shiyu you see now is your beloved Yali Jia. Your mother really loves you. She spoke gently, a complex light flashing in her eyes. Yes, she is the most important person in my life. Lin Yuan gazed at Song Shiyu with deep affection, just as she was important and precious to him now. Although Lin Yuan spoke of his deep affection for Song Yali, Ivina truly felt this burning love through Song Shiyu's body, and a strong sense of satisfaction and happiness welled up in her heart. My little master's feelings for me are sincere and profound. Even though he's embracing his daughter's body right now, he's still thinking of me. Chapter 43: A Misplaced Confession. After the conflict in the classroom ended, Lin Yuan looked at Song Shiyu in his arms and felt a strong sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell on the two of them, and the sight of their suitors fleeing in disarray was still vivid in their minds. Sister Yali will be proud of me, right? I used just a little bit of charm to completely win over her daughter. He observed with satisfaction Song Shiyu's tense yet excited demeanor just moments before. The adoration in her eyes when he showed her the watch. Her shyness when he hugged her. Her dependence on him when he protected her. These reactions all prove his success. Judging from Song Shiyu's blissful expression just now, she was clearly completely captivated by me. The emotional energy of such a young and innocent girl should be of great value to Ivina. After all, she had said before that different types of energy have different effects. Although Lin Yuan did develop some genuine feelings for Song Shiyu. Her kindness, innocence, and beauty captivated him, but more importantly, he wanted to provide Ivina with a stable source of energy. He was very clear about his main goals and priorities. I can't get too emotionally involved, after all, the person I truly love is Sister Yali. But Song Shiyu's pure and sweet youthful energy is indeed very precious, and Ivina will definitely be very satisfied. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel proud of the perfect execution of his plan. From our first meeting yesterday, to today's campus tour, and just now, to his domineering protection of her, everything has gone according to plan. I really want to let Sister Yali know right now that I've successfully gotten together with her daughter. Immersed in the joy of victory, he inadvertently revealed his true feelings. She will be amazed by my efficiency. Lin Yuan interpreted this as an attempt to report his achievements to Song Yali and show off his outstanding execution capabilities. After all, Ivina clearly stated that she needed a diverse range of energy sources, and successfully winning over Song Shiyu can be considered as completing an important stage of her mission. However, when these words reached Song Shiyu's ears, Ivina interpreted them in a completely different way. What? The little master wants to brag to me, Song Yali, about the fact that he took my daughter? Ivina interprets Lin Yuan's words through Song Shiyu's body, using her perspective as a third party. In her understanding, Lin Yuan wanted to show off to Song Yali that he had successfully won over the young and lovely Song Shiyu. Is the little master trying to show off to Song Yali that he has found a new prey? He wanted me to know that he could not only conquer mature women, but also easily capture the hearts of young girls. A complex and painful emotion surged violently within Ivina. Little did they know that these emotions were caused by a sense of identity distortion resulting from possession. As a rational succubus, she naturally knew that this development was logically normal, and even something she had previously encouraged. But from an emotional perspective, men really are all fickle. While mature and alluring women are tempting, a young, juicy peach is undeniably sweeter and more delicious. She painfully recalled the tender expression on Lin Yuan's face when he held Song Shiyu in his arms. His protectiveness and possessiveness were so real and intense, even more passionate than the way he showed Song Yali. The little master's feelings for Shiyu. He seems more innocent and passionate than he is with me. Is this what men are like? Are they always chasing novelty and excitement? This realization left Ivina feeling deeply disappointed and betrayed. Although her reason repeatedly told her that this was a necessary strategy to obtain energy, she found it difficult to accept the feeling of being abandoned emotionally. I naively believed that my little master's love for me was sincere and unwavering. It turns out he was just enjoying the thrill of conquest. Now that there are younger goals, this old woman like me has lost her value. Ivina's complex emotional changes immediately affected Song Shiyu's outward demeanor. Song Shiyu, who had been immersed in Lin Yuan's warm embrace, suddenly stiffened. Her body language underwent subtle but obvious changes. Her shoulders tensed, her breathing became shallow, and her eyes began to wander. A few seconds later, she slowly withdrew from Lin Yuan's embrace, and the expression on her face gradually changed from sweet happiness to a subtle indifference and estrangement. Shiyu? What's wrong? Lin Yuan keenly sensed her change and looked at her with some confusion. You don't seem to be feeling well? Nothing. Song Shiyu's tone turned noticeably colder, and the warmth in her voice was gone. I'm just a little tired. I suddenly feel very exhausted. She turned around and began tidying up the scattered books and stationery on the table, her movements somewhat hurried and mechanical, deliberately avoiding any eye contact with Lin Yuan. The little master couldn't wait to show off his new love to Song Yali. In his heart, his former love, had no value whatsoever. Lin Yuan was completely baffled by Song Shiyu's sudden and obvious change in attitude. They were perfectly fine just a moment ago, even deeply in love, so why did they suddenly turn on each other? A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It changes in an instant, making it completely unpredictable. He carefully recalled the conversation and interaction, trying to figure out the specific reasons that led to this change. Did I say something inappropriate? Did I cause her to misunderstand? I wanted Sister Yali to know that we're together. Oh, right. Lin Yuan felt he had found the root of the problem. Shiyu must have felt shy and nervous when she heard that I was going to tell her mother. After all, she is still an innocent young girl. Suddenly establishing such an intimate relationship would definitely make her feel embarrassed to let her parents know, for fear of being criticized for being too hasty and frivolous. This explanation seemed perfectly reasonable to him. After all, Song Shiyu is only 21 years old. Although she is in college, she may still be relatively conservative and traditional when it comes to relationships. Naturally, she will worry about her parents' opinions and reactions if she suddenly establishes a romantic relationship with a boy. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan took the initiative to walk towards Song Shiyu, who was packing her things, his voice gentle and considerate. Shiyu, are you feeling uneasy because of what I just said? He asked tentatively. I understand your concerns. Song Shiyu stopped tidying up her books, but still didn't turn around to look at him. I don't know what you're talking about. Her voice sounded cold, even aloof. The little owner is now pretending to be innocent and unaware. He clearly just wanted to show off the sense of accomplishment he felt after conquering his new love. Did he think I couldn't understand his hints? Chapter 44 Deepened Misunderstandings. I understand your concerns. Lin Yuan thought he had guessed her thoughts correctly, and his tone became even gentler and more understanding. Are you worried that Sister Yali will have some thoughts or opinions about us if she finds out that we established a relationship so quickly? This statement further confirmed Avina's guess and judgment. As expected, the little master felt that our relationship would make Song Yali feel unhappy and jealous. So he wanted to keep the relationship a secret for now. He wanted to enjoy the love of two women at the same time, but didn't want to bear any responsibility or consequences. So what do you want to do? Song Shiyu turned around, her eyes slightly red, clearly quite angry, her expression a mixture of grievance and disappointment. Should you keep it from her? Should you let her never know your true colors? Lin Yuan noticed that Song Shiyu's eyes were slightly red, which further convinced him that his judgment was correct. She was indeed struggling with whether or not to tell her parents about it. If you feel that now is not the right time to tell her, we can definitely develop our relationship privately first. He said understandingly, it's perfectly fine to tell our parents formally once our relationship is stable and mature enough. That would be better for everyone. Boom! These words struck Ivina like a bolt from the blue, filling her with unprecedented anger and despair. Developing privately? You didn't let me know? Keeping a mistress in a gilded cage? Ivina felt a deep sense of betrayal. She never imagined that Lin Yuan would secretly develop a relationship with Song Shiyu behind Song Yali's back. In her eyes, this was the most typical behavior of a scumbag. The little master actually wants to have his cake and eat it too? Enjoying the love of two women, but unwilling to take on any responsibility? He wanted to keep me, the legal wife, in the dark and secretly have an affair with his daughter? You? Song Shiyu's voice began to tremble, her eyes flashing with pain and anger. You actually want to keep this from your mother? Do you know what you're saying? Seeing her agitated reaction, Lin Yuan mistakenly thought that she felt wronged and resentful because she had to hide their relationship. In his understanding, Song Shiyu wanted to date openly and honestly, and didn't want to be secretive. Shiyu, that's not what I meant. Please understand my thoughts. He quickly explained, trying to calm her down. I just think we can focus on nurturing our relationship first, and then tell our parents when the time is truly right. This is better for everyone and more reliable. Is it good for everyone? Song Shiyu let out a cold laugh, her voice filled with sarcasm and disappointment. Or is it that you're only nice to me? Her strong reaction only made Lin Yuan more confused and perplexed. Why did Shiyu react so strongly? Does she really not want to hide their relationship? But most girls are shy and want to take things slowly, right? Shiyu, what are you angry about? I don't understand at all. Lin Yuan looked at her sincerely, his voice filled with confusion and concern. If you want to tell Yali about our relationship right away, I have absolutely no objection. I just thought you might feel it's too fast and want to slow things down. Shy. Slow down? A mocking glint flashed in Song Shiyu's eyes, and her voice became shrill. What do I have to be shy about? Do you take me for some naive young girl? My little master actually said I was shy and naive? Did he think I was some naive little girl? Or does he think he can use this excuse to cover up his true intention of having his cake and eating it too? Ivina's anger continued to build and fester. She felt that Lin Yuan was insulting her intelligence, treating her like a fool who could be easily deceived. Lin Yuan, I have a very important question to ask you now. Song Shiyu looked directly into his eyes, her voice carrying a judgmental authority. Do you really like me? Or are you just trying to get something else out of me? This direct and pointed question caused Lin Yuan to fall into a brief moment of contemplation. To be completely honest, he did approach Song Shiyu to a large extent in order to gain energy. But at the same time, if I tell the truth, I definitely won't be able to win Song Shiyu's heart. What should I do if I can't win Song Shiyu's heart and gain energy? He died before he could even begin, and even with the added power of the succubus, he couldn't pick up a girl? How can we help Ivina? How can we deal with the abyss enemies that may appear in the future? This complexity makes it difficult for him to give a simple and clear answer. Of course I like you. Ultimately, he chose a relatively safe but incomplete answer. How could I not like someone as cute and kind as you? If you really like me, why don't you want to be with me openly and honestly? Song Shiyu pressed on, her tone becoming increasingly stern. Why must we hide it secretly? Shouldn't someone who truly loves me want to announce our relationship to the whole world? The young master really wants to keep his mistress hidden away. He wanted to enjoy my body and my feelings, but didn't want to take on any responsibility or obligation. Typical scumbag mentality. Ivina grew angrier the more she thought about it. In her understanding, Lin Yuan wanted to enjoy the love of two women at the same time, but didn't want either of them to know about the other's existence. I didn't mean to sneak around, really I didn't. Lin Yuan explained somewhat impatiently. I just feel that telling parents something this important requires more careful consideration and choosing the right time. Caution? The right timing? Song Shiyu's tone became even colder and more sarcastic. Or do you think I'm not good enough for you to publicly acknowledge our relationship? This statement shocked and upset Lin Yuan. Why would Shiyu think that way? How could I possibly think she's not qualified? She's so outstanding and wonderful, how could I possibly look down on her? Shiyu, why do you have this idea? He tried to approach her, wanting to take her hand. You are very important to me, more important than you can imagine. Important? Chapter 45 Song Shiyu's confusion. Song Shiyu took a step back, avoiding his hand that was trying to touch her. If I were truly that important, you wouldn't want to hide our relationship. Someone who truly cherishes me will want everyone to know that I am his girlfriend. The little master's explanations became increasingly weak and unconvincing. It seems he really did want to secretly enjoy the bodies of young girls without my knowledge. Ivina felt deeply disappointed and angry. She had originally thought that Lin Yuan's feelings for her were sincere and devoted, but now it seemed that he was just a philandering man who was good at pretending. Okay, I understand. Song Shiyu suddenly became unusually calm, and all emotion vanished from her voice. Since you want to develop a relationship privately, then let's do as you say. Her words sounded like a compromise and concession, but the detachment and coldness in her tone made Lin Yuan feel deeply uneasy. Shiyu. He wanted to say something to salvage the situation. There's nothing to say. I completely understand your concerns and considerations. Song Shiyu coldly interrupted him. After all, your mother is so good to you, buying you such an expensive watch, so of course you don't want to disappoint or upset her. This statement left Lin Yuan even more confused. Why did Shiyu say that? Sister Yali should be very happy to know we're together. She always hoped that I could integrate into the family and build a good relationship with Shiyu. But he had no idea that, in Ivina's understanding, the true meaning of that sentence was. Lin Yuan was worried that Song Yali would be furious if she found out that he had fallen in love with someone else and betrayed their relationship, so he wanted to hide his relationship with his daughter. Shiyu, I feel there must be some serious misunderstanding between us. Lin Yuan tried to clarify this strange atmosphere. Your understanding of me seems to be completely different from my true thoughts. There is no misunderstanding. Song Shiyu shook her head, her eyes turning cold as if she were looking at a stranger. I know exactly what you mean. You want us to develop a relationship privately, without telling anyone, especially Mom. Since my little master wants to play this game, I'll play with him and have a good time. Let's see how far he can go in the end. Ivina decided to play along. She wanted to use Song Shiyu's identity to test Lin Yuan's sincerity and see just how much of a scumbag he was. However, if things are to develop the way you want, there is one condition I must abide by. Song Shiyu's tone became commercial and conditional, completely losing its previous warmth. What are the conditions? Tell me. Lin Yuan asked eagerly, hoping to repair this strange relationship. Since you insist on developing this privately, we must maintain an appropriate distance in front of outsiders. Song Shiyu's tone became calm and rational. In front of everyone, including classmates and teachers, we are just ordinary classmates, and there is no special intimate behavior between us. This proposal left Lin Yuan feeling deeply puzzled and confused. Keep your distance? How do I pursue her? How to cultivate feelings. How can I obtain her energy? What's the point of such a relationship? Shiyu, isn't this a bit too distant and cold? He tentatively asked. We've just started a relationship, so if we keep our distance. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Song Shiyu retorted, a hint of provocation flashing in her eyes. This is how things should be done in private, isn't it? No public intimacy, no clear relationship status, so you can deny our relationship at any time. Faced with her sharp logic, Lin Yuan found himself completely speechless and didn't know how to refute her. No, sis, do you think I'm living a carefree life? Women's thinking is so complicated. She was so proactive and enthusiastic just a moment ago, how come she suddenly becomes so calm and rational? Do all women have this kind of dual personality? Okay, if you think this is more appropriate. He could only reluctantly agree, though his heart was filled with doubt and resentment. Okay, then let's decide on this. Song Shiyu nodded in satisfaction, a glint of victory flashing in her eyes. We'll maintain a superficial classmate relationship, but privately you can take your time to figure out what you really want. Once you've truly thought it through, come back to me for further discussion. After saying that, she picked up her school bag neatly and walked towards the classroom door without looking back. Shiyu, wait a minute. Lin Yuan wanted to chase after them. No need to see me off. Song Shiyu stopped at the door, glanced back at him, and said, remember our promise. From now on, we're just ordinary classmates. After saying that, she left the classroom without hesitation, leaving Lin Yuan standing there, completely confused about what had just happened. What exactly is Shiyu angry about? Why do I feel like the more I explain, the worse the situation gets? Women's minds are more complex than quantum physics. After Ravina left the classroom through Song Shiyu's body, she felt a mix of emotions, with various complex feelings intertwined. The young master really wants to keep his mistress hidden away. He wanted to enjoy the youthful bodies of young girls, but didn't want to take on any emotional responsibility. All the sweet words were lies, all the heartfelt declarations were just an act. She painfully recalled Lin Yuan's heartfelt confessions and tender affections to Song Yali. Those words that had once moved her to tears now seemed like carefully woven lies and deceptions. Are all men like this? Do you not cherish what you have, and forget your old love once you find a new one? Was I too naive in my expectations and trust in my little master? Even though she felt deeply disappointed and betrayed, Avina decided to continue observing and waiting. She wanted to see what Lin Yuan would do next and whether he would realize his mistake. Since you want to play this game of flirtation, then I'll play along. Let's see how long you, this womanizing scumbag, can keep this up, and how bad you can get. The school bell rang throughout the entire teaching building, and students poured out of the classrooms like a tide, filling the corridors with the boisterous sounds of youth. Avina felt exhausted from a whole day of mental pretense and knew it was time to return to Song Yali's body and rest. On the third floor, in a restroom that is rarely used, Ivina chose the corner stall. After confirming that no one was around, she began preparing for the process of separating her consciousness. The mysterious black smoke silently separated from Song Shiyu's body, drifting gently into the air like silk. The smoke quickly gathered, forming a fine mist that silently passed through the wall and drifted directly towards Song Yali, who was waiting in a luxury car at the school gate. Having lost Avina's control, Song Shiyu suddenly felt a strong wave of dizziness. She quickly reached out and grabbed the edge of the marble sink, trying to keep her balance. This feeling is so strange. She splashed cold water on her cheeks, trying to clear her head. Looking in the mirror, she saw that her face was pale and her eyes were still somewhat dazed. I have a feeling that something important happened today, but why is my memory of it so vague? Song Shiyu tried hard to recall her experiences today. She remembered visiting the campus with Lin Yuan in the morning, his outstanding performance in class, and the siege by his suitors, but the specific details of their conversations were vague. Especially in the last part of the afternoon, she felt like she had said something unfriendly to Lin Yuan, but she couldn't remember the specifics. Did I say anything offensive to Brother Yuan? A strange sense of guilt welled up in her heart. Although her memory was hazy, she could clearly sense a subtle change in her attitude towards Lin Yuan. The pure affection that was once felt is now mixed with some inexplicable and complex emotions. It's like disappointment? Or anger? But she couldn't remember anything Lin Yuan had done that had caused her to feel this way. This conflicting feeling greatly troubled her. After leaving the restroom, Song Shiyu encountered Lin Yuan, who was about to leave, in the corridor. Shiyu, are you alright? You don't look well. Lin Yuan asked with concern. Seeing Lin Yuan's concerned gaze, Song Shiyu felt a complex mix of emotions. She wanted to respond to him sweetly as usual, but a strange sense of distance always held her back. I'm fine, I'm probably just too tired today. Her voice sounded somewhat distant, which even surprised her. Lin Yuan keenly noticed the change in her tone, but he didn't know how to respond. After all, the inexplicable argument just now left him confused about Song Shiyu's emotional changes. Shall we go home together? He tentatively suggested. Okay. Song Shiyu nodded, but her tone remained indifferent. The two walked side by side toward the school gate, but the sweet understanding they had shared earlier had completely vanished. Song Shiyu always kept a certain distance from Lin Yuan unintentionally, avoiding overly intimate contact. This made Lin Yuan even more certain that the argument had indeed affected her mood, but he had no idea how to repair the relationship. Chapter 46. The farcical misunderstanding will eventually be cleared up. At this moment, Ivina had already reintegrated into Song Yali's body. She sat cross-legged in the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz, her long legs clad in black stockings, observing the situation at the school gate through the car window. Today's role-playing is finally over. But my little master made me very uncomfortable today. She saw Lin Yuan and Song Shiyu walk out of the school gate one after the other, and the obvious estrangement between them made her certain that Shiyu also had memories. Soon, the three people got into the car one after another. The youngest daughter, Song Shihan, was as excited and lively as ever, completely unaware of the subtle change in the atmosphere inside the car. Mom, do you know what? We got a new foreign teacher in our class today, and he's super handsome. Song Shihan excitedly shared that many female classmates were secretly watching him. Some even said they wanted to learn spoken English. Really? That's very interesting. Song Yali responded gently to her youngest daughter's words, but most of her attention was focused on the rearview mirror, observing the interaction between Lin Yuan and Song Shiyu. Or rather, it's a lack of interaction. Song Shiyu sat quietly in the corner of the carriage, looking out the window, appearing silent and aloof. When Lin Yuan occasionally tried to strike up a conversation with her, she would only nod politely in response, completely lacking the enthusiasm and intimacy she had shown in the morning. Lin Yuan felt deeply confused and uneasy about this obvious change in attitude. He could clearly sense the changes in Song Shiyu's emotions, but he had no idea what he had done wrong. What puzzled him even more was that when he looked at Song Yali through the rearview mirror, he found that her gaze seemed to carry a subtle indifference. The gaze that was usually full of fervent love and affection seemed to lack its unique warmth today, replaced by some indescribable complex emotions. What happened? Why did Sister Yali's attitude change as well? What's going on? Lin Yuan felt unprecedented confusion and unease. Everything was normal when he left home this morning. Song Yali even gave him that passionate kiss. Why have the attitudes of the two most important women in his life changed now? The journey was spent in this oppressive and subtle atmosphere. Only Song Shihan was still carefree, sharing all sorts of interesting things from school, completely unaware of the emotional changes among the other three. By the way, why is my sister so quiet today? Song Shihan finally noticed something was wrong and turned to look at Song Shiyu, who had been silent all along. Don't you usually love listening to me share funny stories from school? It's nothing, I'm just a little tired. Song Shiyu answered briefly, her voice revealing a weariness that she herself couldn't quite explain. Tired? How could university life be tiring when it's so easy? Song Shihan asked curiously, or, did something special happen? Song Shiyu glanced at Lin Yuan, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Nothing special, just a regular class. She avoided Lin Yuan's gaze. This obvious avoidance intensified Lin Yuan's unease. He began to recall every detail of what had happened that day, trying to find the root of the problem. Where exactly did things go wrong? The luxury car slowly drove into the courtyard of the Song family villa. Back home, Song Shihan excitedly skipped and hopped into the living room, continuing to share her school experiences with the family's servants. Song Shiyu silently picked up her school bag, preparing to go straight back to her room. Shiyu, wait a minute. Lin Yuan finally couldn't hold back any longer. Can we talk? Song Shiyu stopped walking, but did not turn around. What should we talk about? Her tone was indifferent. About today. I feel like you have some kind of problem with me, Lin Yuan said cautiously. Song Shiyu was silent for a few seconds, then turned to look at him. There was a complex emotion in her eyes that was hard to describe. I don't know why, but I always feel you've disappointed me. She honestly said, although I can't remember exactly what happened, the feeling was very strong. These words pierced Lin Yuan's heart like a knife. Do I do something to disappoint you? He tried hard to recall. I told you, I don't know either. Song Shiyu shook her head, maybe I'm overthinking it. I'm going back to my room to rest. After saying that, she turned and went upstairs, leaving Lin Yuan standing there alone, his heart filled with confusion and self-blame. Watching Song Shiyu's retreating figure as she went upstairs, Lin Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. He turned to look at Song Yali, hoping to get some answers or comfort from her. Sister Yali. He called softly to Song Yali, who was about to leave. What's wrong? Song Yali turned around, her face bearing her usual gentle smile, but Lin Yuan could keenly sense the distance and indifference within it. Can we talk privately? Lin Yuan asked cautiously, his voice filled with obvious unease. Song Yali nodded and led Lin Yuan to the quiet study. This is where they often have private conversations. It is surrounded by high-end mahogany bookshelves, and the air is filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance. After closing the heavy solid wood door, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to speak. Sister Yali, what exactly happened? Why do I feel like your and Shiyu's attitudes have changed? Looking at the confused and innocent expression on Lin Yuan's face, Song Yali felt a strong surge of guilt. The little master looks really confused, he has no idea what happened, could I have misunderstood him? Do you think my attitude has changed? She asked tentatively, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Yes, it's obvious. Lin Yuan nodded honestly. Your eyes were so warm and affectionate this morning, but now they feel much colder. And then there's Shiyu. Today at school, she suddenly became very distant and cold, like a completely different person. Hearing Lin Yuan's description, Song Yali realized that her emotional changes had indeed deeply affected his feelings. She began to reflect on her own behavior. I need to know exactly what happened to my little master today. Perhaps things are not as I imagined. Chapter 47 Dual Identity. Could you tell me in detail what happened at school today? She inquired gently, her tone full of concern, making sure not to miss any details from beginning to end. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and began to recount his experiences of the day in detail. From Song Shiyu's enthusiastic companionship and campus tour in the morning, to the fierce conflict with her suitors in class, and finally to that inexplicable argument in Cold War. I had assumed the energy collection mission was progressing smoothly. Lin Yuan said sincerely, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Shiyu's attitude towards me was very good, even enthusiastic. I thought I could win her over quickly and provide you with a new and stable source of energy. Today I even excitedly said that I really wanted to let Sister Yali know right away that I was already with her daughter. Lin Yuan continued to explain in detail, what I wanted to do was to tell you this good news as soon as possible, so that you could be proud of my efficiency. Upon hearing this, Song Yali felt a bad premonition. Then how did Shiyu react? She asked carefully. She suddenly asked me if I wanted to develop a relationship privately without telling my parents. Lin Yuan recalled the scene at that time. I thought she was shy because she was young and embarrassed to let her parents know about our relationship so soon, so I considerately suggested that we could cultivate our relationship privately first, and then tell you when the relationship was stable. And then? Song Yali's voice began to sound a little nervous. Then her reaction was strange, she seemed to suddenly become very angry. Lin Yuan shook his head in distress. She kept saying we should keep our distance and act like ordinary classmates in front of others. I have absolutely no idea what I did to offend her. The energy collection mission, which had been planned so smoothly, was inexplicably ruined. After listening to Lin Yuan's complete account, Song Yali finally understood the whole story. The truth struck her like a bolt from the blue. It turns out, I completely misunderstood. She realized that all of Song Shiyu's reactions at the time were the result of her analysis from multiple perspectives. This resulted in a huge misunderstanding. The little master said he really wanted Sister Yali to know that he wanted to report on the progress of the mission and show off his ability to execute tasks, not that he wanted to brag about having a new love interest. He said the reason for developing the relationship privately was because he thought Shiyu was shy and didn't want her parents to know, not because he wanted to keep her as a mistress and deceive two women at the same time. The truth coming to light filled Song Yali with deep guilt and self-reproach. It was all my misunderstanding. I actually doubted my master's sincerity because of jealousy. How could I doubt him like that? She recalled the innocent confusion and naivety in Lin Yuan's eyes, and the sincerity in his voice as he spoke, and her guilt reached its peak. I clearly felt the deep connection between our souls. He clearly gained a powerful force that only true love could unleash. Don't all of this prove that my little master is truly sincere towards me? How could I doubt his feelings because of a momentary misunderstanding? How could I hurt him in this way? Song Yali began to engage in intense self-criticism and reflection. As a high-ranking succubus who has lived for hundreds of years, I should be more rational and calm. Even if the little master really falls in love with someone else, it's a necessary means to obtain energy, and it's our common goal. How can I let my personal jealousy affect the overall situation? More importantly, how can I let personal feelings affect the execution of the mission? With this in mind, Song Yali made up her mind. Even if my little master falls in love with another woman in the future, I absolutely cannot let myself get emotional like this again. Isn't this all about gaining more energy? I should support him, not hinder him. After making this decision, Song Yali's expression softened, and the affectionate light in her eyes rekindled. My little brother, she gently stroked Lin Yuan's cheek, her voice filled with apology and tenderness. I'm sorry, I was overthinking things and misunderstood you. Sister Yali? Lin Yuan looked at her sudden change in attitude and was a little puzzled. What do you think you misunderstood? Xiu's reaction was simply because she was young and shy. Song Yali explained gently, trying her best to hide her embarrassment. Think about it, she's still an innocent girl. Suddenly establishing such an intimate relationship with a boy, she'll definitely feel embarrassed to tell her mother, worried that people will say she's too fast and too frivolous. Is that really all? Lin Yuan was still somewhat unsure, but her reaction seemed genuinely angry. That's all there is to it. Song Yali nodded affirmatively. Girls are generally more sensitive and delicate when it comes to relationships, and they might feel that things are progressing too quickly and people will misunderstand them as not being reserved enough. This is perfectly normal. Her explanation brought Lin Yuan some comfort, but doubts remained. What should I do now? She said to keep my distance. Keep up the good work. Song Yali encouraged. Gradually cultivate the relationship and deepen her affection for you. Use your sincerity and thoughtfulness to influence her and let her understand your true feelings. In that time, both daughters will be excellent sources of energy. Hearing Song Yali's explicit support, Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sister Yali. I thought you had some kind of problem with me too, he said sincerely. How could that be? Song Yali's guilt made her act even more gentle and considerate. You are the most important person to me, how could I have a problem with you? I will always support you. She opened her arms and hugged Lin Yuan, feeling the warmth and strength of his body. I almost hurt my little master because of a foolish misunderstanding. I want to make it up to him, to let him feel my love. Sister Yali. Lin Yuan said in her warm embrace, you were so gentle today. Because I wanted to make up for the coldness and distance I had shown earlier. Song Yali said softly, her voice filled with deep apology. As an apology and a reward. She tiptoed and kissed Lin Yuan's lips. My dear master, please forgive my foolish misunderstanding and the hurt I caused. As Lin Yuan felt the sudden, deep kiss, all his confusion and unease vanished. Song Yali's initiative and enthusiasm made him feel incredibly warm and loved. When they parted, the burning, affectionate light in Song Yali's eyes rekindled. My dear younger brother. She gently stroked his cheek and said, no matter what happens in the future, you can always come to your sister first. I will always be on your side. I know. Lin Yuan nodded, touched. And Song Yali's voice became even gentler and sweeter, as if saying, if you want to do anything to your sister, you can do it any time. There's no need for any worries or concerns. This statement surprised and delighted Lin Yuan. Sister Yali? What's wrong with you? I mean it. Song Yali looked at him earnestly and affectionately. You can treat my sister however you want. I will never refuse any of your requests. This is my promise and guarantee. Even if my little master falls in love with another woman in the future, I will be his strongest and most reliable support. Why are you suddenly saying that? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Because I want you to fully understand that my feelings for you are absolute and unconditional, Song Yali said affectionately. No matter when, no matter what happens, you will always be the most important and precious person in my heart. This sincere and heartfelt confession deeply moved Lin Yuan. Sister Yali, me too. He hugged her tightly, you will always be the most special person in my heart. That will never change. The two embraced quietly, savoring the deep affection that had been reaffirmed. My little master's words put me at ease. It seems my worries were unnecessary. However, I also need to reflect deeply. As a succubus, I shouldn't let personal feelings cloud my rational judgment. From now on, I must wholeheartedly support my master's energy collection efforts. Oh, right. Song Yali suddenly remembered something. Tomorrow you can take the initiative and prepare some small surprises for Shiyu. Girls all like to feel pampered and cared for. Do you have any specific suggestions? Lin Yuan humbly asked for advice. You could give her something she likes, or be there for her when she needs help. Song Yali began to seriously devise a strategy to pursue Lin Yuan, making her feel your thoughtfulness and sincerity, proving that you genuinely like her. I must do everything in my power to help my master successfully collect energy. This is my basic duty as a succubus. I will try my best. Lin Yuan nodded earnestly, thanking Sister Yali for her advice and support. You're welcome. Song Yali smiled gently. We are one. Your success is my success. This unconditional support and understanding made Lin Yuan feel incredibly at ease. With Song Yali's help and support, he was confident that he would be able to win over Song Shiyu and provide her with a more stable source of energy. With Sister Yali's full support, my plan is sure to succeed. Song Yali's body suddenly began to tremble slightly, as if touched by some mysterious force. Sister Yali? Chapter 48. You big idiot. You big idiot. Lin Yuan observed her changes with concern. Mysterious black mist began to slowly emerge from Song Yali's lips, forming a beautiful spiral vortex in the air. The fog grew thicker and thicker, gradually condensing and taking shape in the room, radiating a supernatural and mysterious glow. Ivina's figure began to appear in the black mist. Her long purple hair danced gently in the air like clouds in the sky, each strand shimmering with a mysterious starlight-like luster. Those amethyst-like eyes were gazing at her beloved Lin Yuan with deep affection and interest. Her fair skin glowed with a faint purple light, appearing dreamlike under the soft room lighting. She wore a magnificent purple gown, its exquisite and bold design perfectly showcasing her extraordinary figure. The high slit in the skirt subtly revealed her long legs, and every inch of her skin exuded a mature and mysterious charm. My dear little master. Ivina's voice, like heavenly music, filled the room, possessing a captivating magic. Today, I will accompany you in two roles simultaneously. Lin Yuan looked at the wondrous and awe-inspiring scene before him and could hardly believe his eyes. Two identities, at the same time, he was so excited he was incoherent. Is this really possible? What I saw before me was a scene beyond my wildest imagination. One is Song Yali, the perfect vessel for Ivina on earth, possessing the unique gentle charm of a mature woman. The other is the succubus herself, Ivina, who possesses a supernatural, mysterious charm and unparalleled allure. Both were stunning beauties, and both belonged entirely to him. Lin Yuan couldn't help but swallow, feeling an unprecedented surge of excitement and anticipation welling up inside him. After Ivina completely separated from Song Yali's body and existed independently, she suddenly felt an unprecedented clarity. So that's how it is. I understand everything now. Those complex emotional fluctuations that once troubled her, that jealousy and deep worry about Lin Yuan possibly falling for someone else, now seem to be the inevitable result of her complete immersion in the role of Song Yali. When I permanently assume a human identity, I not only inherit all her memories and social identity, but also inevitably inherit her emotional patterns and instinctive reactions as a human being. Ivina began to deeply understand the complex implications of the advanced succubus skill of permanent identity replacement. Becoming Song Yali means she not only has to play a role, but truly become that person. The emotional patterns unique to me after becoming human have severely impacted my rational judgment and strategic thinking as a succubus. She recalled her in-depth conversations with Lin Yuan after the seal was broken, and the ingenious plan to collect high-quality energy. How clear-headed and rational she was at that time, how possessing the strategic thinking expected of a succubus. How wise I was back then, thinking and planning from the succubus's detached perspective. I even planned to possess other valuable goals in school and social circles. For example, those beautiful and mature female teachers. Or the elegant mother from another student's family. I can possess the body of a young and beautiful female teacher, showing different levels of intellectual and youthful charm to her young master. I finally understand completely that permanently replacing a human would allow my instinctive judgments to be profoundly influenced by her human emotions. Ivina recalled the sweet and pure energy she felt when she was deeply connected with Lin Yuan. That fusion, imbued with sincere love, truly refined her energy, significantly enhancing her power. The little master's understanding is completely correct. Everything he did was for our common goal. Only a deep union containing genuine love. The energy produced will be purer and sweeter. That sweet and pure taste. Avina finally understood everything. Those past feelings of jealousy and possessiveness were superfluous human emotions. Every action her master took was for their shared cause of energy gathering. But at the same time, a deep sense of guilt welled up in her heart. I made such a stupid mistake. She recalled her initial thoughts when she chose to permanently replace Song Yali's identity. At that time, she was filled with the pride and confidence of a high-ranking succubus. At the time, I thought that with hundreds of years, 27 years of experience and strong willpower, the influence of human emotions can be completely controlled. Therefore, no energy was used for preventative marking. I was too confident. They felt they didn't need to waste precious energy on such unnecessary protective measures. Ivina, oh Ivina, how foolish you are. I was wrong. Absolutely wrong. This also deeply hurt my beloved little owner. Ivina recalled the confused and innocent look in Lin Yuan's eyes just now, and the unease and self-reproach he felt because of Song Shiyu and Song Yali's coldness. Her guilt reached its peak. My pride and arrogance caused my little master to suffer pain he shouldn't have had to endure. This is an unforgivable mistake. You big idiot. You big idiot. Ivina, you're such a big idiot. She mentally berated herself several times. At this moment, Song Yali had lost the control of Ivina's consciousness and leaned peacefully against Lin Yuan, as if in a deep sleep. Her fair, full skin shimmered like pearls under the light, and her innocent, temporarily subdued demeanor stirred a strange protective instinct in Lin Yuan. Such a quiet and innocent appearance is indeed very endearing. Ivina gently placed her slender, long hand on Song Yali's head, beginning a deep inscription of succubus abilities. This time, I absolutely cannot make the same mistake again. A mysterious purple light slowly flowed from Ivina's palm into Song Yali's body, but this light was more intense and concentrated than usual. She spared no expense in expending her precious energy to ensure the depth and durability of this imprint. This special imprint will allow Song Yali to retain her complete personality and memories, while forever remembering her fundamental mission and ultimate purpose as a succubus vessel, preventing her from being swayed by human emotional impulses. In this way, I can perfectly embody the identity of Song Yali, enjoy the rich experiences of human emotions, and at the same time never lose sight of my essential pursuit as a succubus. Ivina, what are you doing? Lin Yuan observed this mysterious process with curiosity. Ivina paused, knowing she couldn't explain the foolish mistake she had just made to Lin Yuan. That would damage her image in her young master's eyes and make him doubt her abilities. This is a special imprint of love. She explained gently that it would make love deeper and never change. This isn't entirely a lie. Although the primary purpose of the imprint is to prevent interference from human emotions, it does indeed deepen her connection with Lin Yuan as Song Yali, including feelings. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding, a look of gratitude flashing in his eyes. You're so considerate. After the engraving was completed, Ivina gave a graceful, crisp snap of her fingers. Snap. Song Yali's eyes immediately regained their liveliness and vitality, but she now fully understood and accepted her dual identity and sacred mission. More importantly, she will no longer be troubled by simple human emotions. Oh dear, my dear brother Lin Yuan. Song Yali has regained her captivating vitality, her eyes burning with passion and anticipation for the energy collection cause, while also containing a love that is deeper than ever before. You could let her act alone. Oh dear, my little master, what's the big deal? After all, I am Song Yali now. Simply put, it's like having a clone. I see, that's truly impressive. It seems I must work even harder to gather high-quality energy for her in order to thank Ivina for her efforts. Chapter 49 Engraving. Two stunningly beautiful women began to face Lin Yuan together, each with their own distinct style. I sensed Ivina's voice. This energy is purer and more powerful than ever before. What kind of energy? Lin Yuan asked with a hint of pleasure. It contains the energy of sincere love. Ivina's eyes flickered with guilt, realization, and regret. I understand completely now. I was too eager for quick success before. While the energy gained from possession is rapid, its quality is far inferior to the energy generated by genuine love. Song Yali gently embraced Lin Yuan. Yes, feelings nurtured with care will generate the purest energy. Moreover, the process itself is full of beauty. Then our plans for Shiyu and Shirhan become even more meaningful. Lin Yuan understood this philosophy: I will use sincerity to win their affections. This is better for everyone. Avina said with satisfaction, her guilt finally completely dissipating. They will find happiness in true love, and we will gain the highest quality energy. And I will fully support you. Song Yali promised sincerely that there would be no more misunderstandings or conflicts. Conflict? What conflict? I don't know anything about it. So what exactly happened? Lin Yuan was about to ask a question when his mouth was silenced by a warm, soft touch. Avina secretly vowed in her heart, I will never let pride and arrogance hurt my young master again. After replenishing her energy, Ivina slowly got up from Lin Yuan's body, and her body began to emit a faint purple light. The supernatural radiance was dreamlike and ethereal, appearing mysterious and beautiful under the soft lighting of the room. Little master, I'll go back to the container first. She spoke gently, her voice carrying a languid satisfaction from the recent joy. Now we need to act normally. Ivina's body gradually became translucent, slowly turning into mysterious black smoke. The smoke swirled in the air like ribbons, then gently drifted towards Song Yali, who was lying on the sofa. The smoke seemed to have a life of its own, slowly seeping into Song Yali's body, silently seeping in through her slightly parted lips, delicate nostrils, and even her pores. Soon, all the black mist completely disappeared, and Song Yali's body trembled slightly, as if welcoming her master's return. Song Yali's gaze refocused, but she was now in a state of perfect fusion with Ivina. After the deep imprinting just now, she retained Song Yali's complete personality memories, while also possessing Ivina's rational thinking. This fusion is more perfect than ever before. Younger brother. Song Yali sat up softly and began to elegantly tidy her clothes, which had been disheveled during the passion. Every movement was full of the charm of a mature woman. We now need to consider some practical considerations. What's going on? Lin Yuan also started putting his clothes back on, still immersed in the afterglow of the wonderful experience he had just had. Shiyu is still angry. The misunderstanding that happened today has made her have some negative feelings towards you. While straightening her shirt, Song Yali rationally analyzed the situation. If you try to force your way close to her now, it might backfire. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, her attitude changed very noticeably today. The contrast between her enthusiasm in the morning and her coldness in the afternoon was too great. But Shihan is different. Chapter 50 Target, Song Shihan. A glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes, as if she had thought of some clever plan. She's in the living room right now, and her impression of you is still stuck in the stage of liking you from yesterday. You mean? Lin Yuan began to understand the deeper meaning in her words. Let's start with Shirhan. Song Yali's voice has an alluring charm. She is more innocent and straightforward than Shiyu, and more open to new things. Moreover, 19 is the age when one is most easily moved and full of longing for beautiful things. Isn't this too fast? After all, we've only known each other for 2 days, and I just had that inexplicable misunderstanding with Shiyu today. His voice carried a hint of uncertainty. If he were to approach Shirhan again now, would people think he was a womanizer or had some ulterior motive? No, absolutely not. Song Yali shook her head, her expression becoming more gentle and confident. We don't want any deep emotional development to happen immediately, but rather to first establish a more intimate and trusting foundation for our relationship. This is a gradual process and cannot be rushed. For example, she paused for a moment, walked to the window, and looked towards the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A mother's gentle smile appeared on her face, an expression that contained both deep understanding and love for her daughter, as well as confidence and anticipation for the upcoming plan. For example, you can take the initiative to care about her interests and hobbies, and accompany her to do things that she truly likes and loves. Shihan has loved taking photos and watching movies since she was a child, and she has a natural passion and sensitivity to all kinds of artistic creations. You can approach her from these angles to demonstrate your genuine understanding and support for her interests. Lin Yuan's expression began to relax clearly. The suggestion made him feel more at ease and that it was feasible. That sounded really good, and very natural. He nodded in agreement. Moreover, this would allow Shiyu to see my care and respect for her family, which might help resolve any misunderstandings and estrangement between us. Clever. Song Yali looked at him approvingly, her eyes sparkling with appreciation for his understanding and emotional intelligence. Girls are very sensitive and delicate. When Shiyu sees that her younger sister has developed feelings for you and sees the harmonious and pleasant interactions between you, her underlying jealousy and resentment may make her re-examine and reflect on her attitude today. This subtle psychological shift is very beneficial to our overall plan. Women's psychology is truly complex and subtle. Lin Yuan's side, finding this subtle emotional game both amazing and somewhat frustrating. You are able to glean so much information from so many details. This is where our natural advantage lies. Song Yali said confidently, her voice carrying the pride of a mature woman. Having lived for so many years, and more importantly, I understand my two daughters, knowing their individual personality traits and emotional response patterns. They know how to guide their emotional development in the most appropriate and effective way. The two quickly tidied their clothes. Song Yali carefully checked her makeup to make sure there were no suspicious traces. Lin Yuan also fixed his hair and clothes, making himself look natural and charming. Remember a few important principles. Before opening the door, Song Yali whispered a reminder, her voice low but each word clear. Try to appear natural and avoid seeming too deliberate or having an obvious purpose. Although Shihan is simple and kind-hearted, girls' intuition is often more acute than rational analysis. If she senses that you have any special purpose or motive, she will instinctively become wary. I understand this principle. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, trying to adjust his mindset and state of mind. Just like an ordinary older brother caring for his younger sister, he showed the most sincere and natural concern, without any ulterior motives. Yes, that's exactly the feeling in state. Song Yali nodded in satisfaction. I will create opportunities from the sidelines to provide suitable topics and a warm atmosphere for your interaction. But remember, my role is only to assist true interaction, and the building of feelings still depend on the natural chemistry between the two of you. The two left the study and slowly walked towards the living room. Lin Yuan could hear the upbeat music coming from the TV program and Song Shihan's occasional cheerful laughter, which suggested that she was watching something particularly interesting and enjoyable. Are you ready? Song Yali asked one last time, her eyes filled with encouragement and anticipation. Ready? Lin Yuan nodded, already looking forward to the wonderful interactions that might follow. The warm and soft lighting in the living room creates a very cozy and comfortable family atmosphere. The entire space is tastefully decorated, showcasing the owner's financial strength while maintaining a warm and welcoming feel. Song Shihan was comfortably curled up on the large leather sofa, her body almost completely sunk into the soft cushions, holding a pink cartoon pillow in her hands, watching the variety show playing on the TV screen with focused enjoyment. She wore a pink silk nightgown that looked very high-end, printed with cute cartoon patterns. Her long hair was loosely draped over her shoulders, and it had a healthy sheen under the light. She looks both comfortable and homey, and exudes the pure and lovely charm unique to young girls. A well-produced variety show is playing on the television screen. The visuals are colorful and the sound effects are upbeat, clearly the kind of entertainment that can make people feel happy. Shihan, what are you looking at that's so interesting? You're laughing so happily. Song Yali walked gently into the living room, her voice filled with a mother's unique love and intimacy, as well as a heartfelt curiosity. Mother! Upon hearing the sound, Song Shihan immediately turned around, her face beaming with the radiant, innocent smile unique to young people. That heartfelt joy made the entire room seem brighter. I'm watching that new cooking show, and the way that chef cooks is so interesting. They also have a special segment called the Gardenia Project, where they use the simplest ingredients to create the most amazing dark cuisine. Her eyes sparkled, clearly captivated by the program. She gestured animatedly as she spoke, radiating the energy and enthusiasm characteristic of youth. Lin Yuan followed Song Yali into the living room, his steps natural and his expression gentle and friendly. When Song Shihan saw him, a clear look of surprise and excitement immediately flashed in her eyes. The reaction was completely spontaneous and could not be concealed. Brother Yuan is here too. She greeted us warmly and proactively, her tone lively and sincere, typical of a young girl, and her voice noticeably higher than when she spoke to her mother earlier. Do you want to watch TV too? Let's watch together. This show is really good. If it won't bother you. Lin Yuan answered with a smile, behaving politely and gently, neither appearing presumptuous nor distant. I'm also very interested in these kinds of shows. Of course I won't bother you. Not even a little bit. Song Shihan immediately and excitedly moved aside to make room for Lin Yuan, her movements somewhat hurried, clearly hoping he would sit down and watch together. This show is amazing. They not only filmed in so many beautiful locations, but also made a lot of creative dishes that looked unusual but were actually delicious. Look, this segment is about cooking with seawater and seaweed at the beach. She pointed at the television screen, her eyes filled with curiosity and excitement for something new. An opportunity has arrived. Song Yali thought to herself, keenly catching the key information mentioned in her daughter's words, knowing that Shirhan had a natural love and sensitivity to photography, artistic creation, and food. Shihan has been particularly interested in various forms of artistic creation since she was a child, especially photography. Song Yali introduced her daughter's talent at the opportune moment, her voice filled with a mother's pride. Her photos are very artistic and creative, often capturing beautiful moments and unique angles that others miss. Really? That's great. Lin Yuan showed genuine interest, automatically filtering out the potentially strange food ideas in the program and focusing on the topic of artistic creation. I also enjoy photography and have some understanding and experience with various art forms. If there's a chance, we can have an in-depth exchange of ideas and techniques. These words were like flipping a magic switch. Song Shihan's eyes immediately lit up, and she became even more excited and active. Yuan Gij also likes photography? That's wonderful. That's fantastic. She said excitedly, her voice filled with the immense joy of finding a kindred spirit, almost jumping off the sofa. I'm trying to learn portrait photography, but I always feel like I'm missing some key inspiration and practical technical guidance. Although there are many tutorials and theoretical knowledge available online, there is a general feeling that there is a lack of genuine sharing and guidance from actual shooting experience. Portrait photography is indeed a discipline that requires special skills and artistic sensitivity. Lin Yuan nodded seriously, his expression becoming professional and focused. I think the most important thing is to capture the subject's most natural and authentic state and emotions, rather than the stiff poses that are deliberately staged. Truly excellent portrait photography should be able to reveal the subject's inner emotional world and unique personality traits beyond their outward appearance. Song Shihan listened very attentively, her eyes filled with admiration and a thirst for knowledge. She discovered that Lin Yuan was not only handsome and charming, but also had a truly profound understanding and unique insights into the art of photography. This combination of wisdom and talent made her like her much more. This girl is indeed very innocent and kind, and her passion for art is sincere and pure. Lin Yuan thought to himself that he could clearly feel her genuine love for the art of photography, and this heartfelt interest was heartwarming and touching. Oh, right, Shihan. Song Yali suddenly remembered something, as if a brilliant idea had just flashed into her mind. Haven't you always wanted to go to that new contemporary art exhibition? I remember you've been following this for a long time, always saying you wanted to see the photography exhibition area and interactive experience area in person. Lin Yuan also happens to be very interested in art, so why don't you go together tomorrow? Upon hearing this unexpected suggestion, Song Shihan's cheeks immediately flushed slightly, and that innocent shyness made her look even more adorable. She glanced nervously at Lin Yuan, then quickly looked away, clearly excited but also somewhat incredulous. Won't this be too much trouble for Brother Yuan? Her voice became cautious, carrying the shyness and worry unique to a young girl. Furthermore, my understanding of art may still be quite superficial, and I'm afraid it might bore Yuan Gij. No, it's not troublesome at all, and it won't be boring at all. Lin Yuan said gently and sincerely. I was also very interested in the art exhibition, and having a local guide and explanation would make the whole experience better and more meaningful. We can appreciate those excellent works together and exchange our views and feelings. That's really great. Song Shihan was so happy she almost jumped off the sofa, her eyes sparkling with innocent excitement. The exhibition reportedly features representative works by many internationally renowned photographers, as well as some interactive art installations that you can experience firsthand. We can go together to view and learn from it, and explore the charm of art. Song Yali observed the interaction between the two with satisfaction. Her strategy was progressing very smoothly. Shirhan clearly had feelings for Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan also acted very naturally and sincerely. While you chat, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare some fresh fruit and refreshments. She found a suitable excuse to leave, saying it was good for young people to interact more. The little master behaved very naturally and appropriately, and Shirhan clearly developed a liking for him. This gradual approach is indeed more effective than any harsh measures. After Song Yali left the living room, only Lin Yuan and Song Shirhan remained in the space. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle, but not in an awkward or tense way. Rather, it was a kind of youthful awkwardness and anticipation unique to young people. Chapter 51: The Budding of Emotions. Brother Yuan. Song Shihan broke the silence by speaking first, her voice tinged with nervousness but mostly with curiosity. What kind of photos do you think are the most beautiful? I mean, from an artistic point of view. This question surprised Lin Yuan. He could sense the girl's pure love for photography and her desire for professional advice. I think the most beautiful photos are those that can express genuine emotions. He thought about it carefully before answering. Technical skills can be learned and practiced, but emotions cannot be faked. A good photograph should resonate with the viewer, allowing them to feel the emotions or story the photographer wants to convey. Song Shihan listened intently, her eyes sparkling with thoughtful consideration, as if she were digesting and understanding the deeper meaning behind Lin Yuan's words. I see. She suddenly realized and said. So, portrait photography requires truly understanding the person being photographed, comprehending their personality traits and inner world, right? Only in this way can we create works with soul. Very intelligent. Lin Yuan nodded approvingly, impressed by her understanding. Only by truly understanding the subject can one create works with depth and soul. This is why the best portrait photographers are often also excellent psychological observers. Their conversation became increasingly engaging, and Song Shihan discovered that Lin Yuan was not only handsome and charming, but also possessed a genuine understanding and insight into art. The maturity and wisdom revealed in his words steadily increased her affection for him. This guy, Yuan, is completely different from the guys I've met before. He truly understands the art of photography, and his words are very insightful. I learned a lot from talking to him. So, what kind of person does Brother Yuan think is suitable to be a model? Song Shihan asked with a hint of shyness, her question clearly carrying a deeper meaning. Lin Yuan sensed the implication in her words, but chose to respond in a gentle and honest manner. I believe anyone can be a good model. The key lies in whether the photographer can discover and showcase their unique beauty. He looked at Song Shihan tenderly, saying, like you have a very natural presence in front of the camera. Your eyes are so pure, your smile so sincere. These are very precious qualities. Hearing such praise, Song Shihan's cheeks turned even redder, but the joy in her eyes was undeniable. Just then, the sound of a door gently closing came from upstairs. Song Shiyu came out of her room, intending to go downstairs to the kitchen to get some water. When she reached the middle of the stairs and saw Lin Yuan and Song Shihan sitting close together in the living room, chatting happily and intimately, a complex and intense emotion welled up inside her. What are they talking about? She looks so happy. My sister has never chatted so well with any boy before. Although the events of the day had given her some inexplicable negative feelings toward Lin Yuan, seeing her sister interacting with him so harmoniously still stirred up an indescribable bittersweet feeling in Song Shiyu's heart. Was it jealousy? Or simply resentment? She herself couldn't say for sure. Song Shiyu hesitated for a few seconds on the stairs, but ultimately decided not to go down and disturb them, and quietly returned to her room. In the living room, Lin Yuan and Song Shihan's conversation continued. What kind of artworks are you most looking forward to seeing at tomorrow's art exhibition? Lin Yuan asked. I most want to see the portrait photography section. Song Shihan excitedly replied, I heard that there are works by several internationally renowned photographers on display. I want to learn how they capture the emotions of people. That would be a great learning opportunity. Lin Yuan nodded, seeing the original work in person was a completely different experience from looking at pictures online. The two got along very well and time passed by in the blink of an eye. When Song Yali returned to the living room with an exquisite fruit platter and fragrant flower tea, she saw the two men having a lively discussion about photography techniques, their eyes sparkling with excitement. It seems you two are having a pleasant conversation. Song Yali said with a smile, feeling satisfied with the progress of the plan. Yes, Brother Yuan knows a lot about photography. Song Shihan excitedly shared, I learned a lot of new ideas. It was getting late, so Lin Yuan wisely prepared to take his leave. It's getting late, I'll go back to my room to rest. I'm really looking forward to the art exhibition tomorrow. Me too. Song Shihan replied happily, Good night, Yuan Gugu. Good night, Shihan. Yili, get some rest too. Back in his room, Lin Yuan was in a good mood. The interaction tonight filled him with anticipation for tomorrow's art exhibition. Before going to bed that night, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered a question. He looked at Song Yali, who was carefully making the bed, and asked her. Sister Yali, I have a question. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, his expression turning serious. If you use charm or other supernatural methods like psychological suggestion to make someone fall in love with you, will the resulting feelings be effective? Song Yali stopped what she was doing and seriously considered this rather profound question. That's a good question, she said, turning to face Lin Yuan with a serious and professional expression. However, feelings that arise after being forcibly interfered with by succubus energy cannot be considered pure love. What's the meaning? Lin Yuan asked curiously, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of the concept. Love that is forced lacks a genuine emotional foundation, and the quality of the energy generated will be significantly reduced. Song Yali patiently explained. Just like the energy we experience today, which contains genuine love, pure and sweet. If the love is false, generated through methods such as seduction, it completely lacks that pure quality and may even carry negative energy residue. Do you remember Li Shui? Although the energy from the virgin was delicious, it was done while you were possessing me, so it didn't provide me with much energy. Quality and taste are the key points. Lin Yuan scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. I already knew it should be like this, I was just asking out of curiosity. After all, if there really is a shortcut. I completely understand your thoughts. Song Yali smiled gently, but some things really can't be rushed. Slow and steady wins the race. True feelings need time to cultivate, and the process itself is a beautiful experience. However, deep down in Song Yali's heart, Ivina thought of another, more subtle possibility. Actually, there is a way to speed things up moderately. She recalled the strange experience that had occurred earlier that day when she possessed Song Shiyu's body. When she was freed from possession, Shiyu did retain some vague fragments of memory and complex emotional fluctuations. If I frequently possess different targets, allowing memories of beautiful romance to slowly take root in their subconscious, eventually developing into genuine mutual affection. The energy produced in this way should still be pure. Because the final feelings are genuine, only the process of forming them received some assistance. This idea excited Ivina. I can often possess various types of targets, accompanying my little master in different identities. This allows him to create beautiful and unforgettable memories with me without fully knowing it. In this way, what he truly loves is still me, just expressed through different identities and forms. This not only allows them to obtain more types of pure energy, but also lets the little master experience the diverse pleasures of dating different types of women. Ivina was secretly proud of her clever strategy. This method not only ensures the high quality of the final energy but also accelerates the collection process to some extent. At the same time, it allows the user to experience the sweetness of romance with the little master in various identities at any time, making it a near-perfect strategy. But she wasn't ready to tell Lin Yuan all about this complicated idea yet. After all, such a sophisticated strategy requires her to carefully guide and control it, while Lin Yuan only needs to naturally enjoy the process and the result. Okay, let's not think about these complicated things anymore. Song Yali became gentle and considerate again. She was already very tired today, and she had an art exhibition scheduled for tomorrow. She should get some rest early to be good for her health. Wait a minute. Lin Yuan suddenly stood up and walked towards Song Yali, his eyes shining with deep affection. The sweet moments before bedtime haven't even begun yet. Looking at Lin Yuan's proactive and affectionate manner, Song Yali's eyes flashed with surprise and satisfaction. My brother has become more proactive, she said gently, her voice filled with relief and joy. Lin Yuan reached out and gently stroked Song Yali's cheek, feeling the smoothness and delicacy of her skin, and then slowly leaned down. Their lips gently touched under the soft light, beginning a deep and lingering kiss. Song Yali's kissing skills were indeed very proficient. They possessed a unique skill and tenderness characteristic of mature women. Her tongue intertwined with Lin Yuan's gently and nimbly, every movement exuding the unique charm and allure of a mature woman. Her saliva was indeed very sweet, with a unique fragrance and the mellow charm of a mature woman. Lin Yuan was completely immersed in this wonderful feeling. Song Yali's lips were soft and warm, and her kiss was intoxicating, as if it could convey all the love and affection in her heart. As the two slowly separated, they both seemed reluctant to part, their eyes still lingering with the afterglow of their intimate encounter. Sister Yali's kiss was truly. Lin Yuan murmured, it had a special sweetness and warmth. Because it contains all my love and deep affection for my younger brother. Song Yali responded gently, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. Good night, my dearest brother. Good night, Yali. Lin Yuan returned to his room, completely satisfied. Lying on his comfortable bed, he was still savoring the wonderful feeling of the kiss he had just experienced. The deep kiss with Sister Yali felt amazing. Her saliva was so sweet and fragrant, with a captivating scent unique to mature women. Tomorrow's art exhibition should be very interesting. With Sister Yali's clever arrangements and help, I believe it will further strengthen my relationship with my two lovely younger sisters. In the next room, Song Yali was also putting her final thoughts and plans into her carefully crafted strategy for tomorrow. We'll see the actual results of my strategy tomorrow. Shirhan's innocence and kindness, and Shiyu's underlying jealousy, will both be powerful aids for our little master in collecting high-quality energy. And so, both of them, filled with anticipation for tomorrow's wonderful journey in their own little thoughts, drifted off into a sweet dream. Chapter 52: The Succubus's Enhanced Magic. The morning sunlight streamed into the dining room through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, where Song Yali had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. She was dressed in a beige silk loungewear, busily and elegantly working in the kitchen. When Lin Yuan walked downstairs, he felt that his state was somewhat different from yesterday. After last night's deep union with Ivina, the succubus magic within me seems to have increased even further. Good morning, little brother. Song Yali greeted him gently. You look great today. Good morning, Sister Yali, Lin Yuan replied, feeling indeed full of energy. Soon, Song Shihan skipped and hopped downstairs. She was wearing a light blue dress, her hair was tied into pigtails with cute bows, and she exuded youthful energy. Good morning, Brother Yuan, she greeted sweetly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for today's art exhibition. Good morning, Shihan. Lin Yuan responded with a smile. Strangely, when Shirhan saw Lin Yuan, her cheeks suddenly flushed slightly, and her heart seemed to beat a little faster. Brother Yuan seems different today, he has an indescribable charm. Shortly after, Song Shiyu also came downstairs. She was wearing a white shirt with a gray skirt, and her hair was tied in a simple low ponytail, making her look intellectual and elegant. Good morning. She greeted everyone briefly, deliberately avoiding Lin Yuan's gaze. But when she glanced at Lin Yuan unintentionally, she also felt a peculiar sensation. The mysterious charm emanating from him caused a subtle fluctuation in her heart. What is this feeling? I was still angry with him yesterday. Shiyu, let's have breakfast together, Song Yali said gently. After we finish eating, we can head to the art exhibition. During breakfast, Lin Yuan noticed that the two girls' reactions were somewhat subtle. Shirhan was more lively than usual, always looking for opportunities to talk to him, while Shiryu, although outwardly maintaining her distance, had clearly increased the number of times she secretly observed him. It seems the influence of the succubus's magic is indeed increasing. They become more sensitive to my reactions. Brother Yuan, what kind of works do you think there will be at today's art exhibition? Shirhan asked expectantly. There should be many photographic works. Lin Yuan replied, I saw in the introduction that there will be an exhibition by internationally renowned photographers. That's amazing. Shihan exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. I love looking at the works of masters. I can learn so much about composition and lighting techniques. Song Shiyu listened to their conversation with mixed feelings. Although her major was international trade, she also had her own insights into art. The International Photography Exhibition is definitely worth seeing. She suddenly spoke, but it only has meaning if you know how to appreciate it. These words sounded somewhat pointed, but Lin Yuan didn't care. Shiyu is right, art appreciation does require a certain foundation. He responded gently, but with Shirhan, a professional, guiding us, we will definitely learn a lot. Hearing Lin Yuan say that, Shirhan was even happier, while Shiryu was somewhat surprised that he wasn't angry because of her words. How can he be so patient? Any other guy would have already retorted. When are we leaving? Shirhan asked impatiently. Around 10 o'clock. Song Yali checked the time. The art exhibition started at 10:30, which was just right. Just then, Lin Yuan's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was his roommate, Wan Lei. Hello, Wan Lei? Hey Yuan, are you free today? A few of us are planning to play basketball, but we're missing one person. I'm sorry, I have something to do today. Lin Yuan politely declined. Something else? You've been so busy lately. Never mind, maybe next time. Wang Lei's tone sounded somewhat dissatisfied. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan realized that this might be a side effect of the succubus's magic. His roommate's attitude towards him did become somewhat subtle. Although they were still friendly on the surface, there was always an indescribable sense of distance between them. It seems that same-sex repulsion does exist, but there's nothing we can do about it. Is he a friend of Brother Yuan? Shirhan asked curiously. My roommates invited me to play basketball, Lin Yuan explained. Brother Yuan can play basketball? Shirhan's eyes shone with admiration. That's amazing. Upon hearing this topic, Song Shiyu couldn't help but glance at Lin Yuan a few more times. Turns out he's good at sports, no wonder he's in such great shape. She immediately felt ashamed of her thoughts and quickly tried to distract herself. It's almost time to get ready to leave. Song Yali reminded them that the art exhibition was at the Lanjiang Cultural and Arts Center in the city center, about a half-hour drive away. I'll go change my clothes. Shirhan excitedly ran upstairs. I'll go get ready too. Song Shiyu followed her upstairs. 10 minutes later, Song Shihan came downstairs again, this time in a more carefully chosen outfit. She wore a pink knitted cardigan with a white pleated skirt and white sneakers, making her look sweet and cute. Brother Yuan, do you think I look good dressed like this? She asked shyly, her hands behind her back, her body swaying slightly. Lin Yuan looked you over carefully and nodded in approval. It suits you very well, giving off a youthful and lively vibe. Hearing the praise, Shihan's cheeks flushed even more. She could sense a special charm about Yuan Gij, making her want to get his attention and approval. Yuan Gij's eyes are so gentle. My heart is racing when he looks at me like that. Song Shiyu also came downstairs, having changed into a more formal outfit. A dark blue fitted dress, paired with a matching jacket and low-heeled shoes, makes the wearer look sophisticated and elegant. Your sister is beautiful too. Shihan complimented. Song Shiyu nodded, but her gaze inadvertently swept towards Lin Yuan. When she realized that Lin Yuan was also looking at her, a complex emotion welled up inside her. The mysterious charm emanating from Lin Yuan troubled her. I was angry about something yesterday, but now I find it hard to maintain my original indifferent attitude. We can go now, she said, trying to remain calm. Okay, I'll go get the car. Song Yali picked up the car keys. Sister Yali, let me drive. Lin Yuan offered, let you rest for a bit. Then I'll have to trouble you, little brother. Song Yali gently handed him the keys. The four arrived at the underground parking garage. Song Yali's car for the day was a white Maserati. Wow, brother Yuan can drive. Shirhan exclaimed excitedly. Just average driving skills, Lin Yuan replied modestly. When getting into the car, Shihan chose the front passenger seat without hesitation. I want to sit in the front and chat with brother Yuan, she said matter-of-factly. Seeing her sister's initiative, Song Shiyu felt a subtle unease. She and her mother sat in the back row, but she found her attention unconsciously drawn to Lin Yuan in front of her. Chapter 53 Possession of Li Xiaowen. Brother Yuan, where did you learn to drive? Shirhan asked curiously. I learned to drive with a friend after graduating from high school, Lin Yuan answered as he started the car, but this is the first time I've driven such a nice car. Yuan Gij is so humble. Shirhan's eyes are full of admiration. I think you can do everything. As Song Shiyu listened to the conversation in front of her from the back row, her feelings became increasingly complicated. My sister's attitude towards him has changed so much. She didn't seem this affectionate yesterday, but today she's so proactive. Shirhan, watch your seatbelt, Song Yali gently reminded her daughter. Okay, Mom. Shirhan obediently fastened her seatbelt, but still turned to face Lin Yuan. As the car drove out of the villa area and headed towards the city center, Lin Yuan's driving skills were indeed quite good, smooth and rhythmic. Brother Yuan, what do you think is the most important thing in photography? Shirhan continued chatting with him. I think it's about expressing emotions. Lin Yuan answered seriously, techniques can be learned, but emotions cannot be faked. Well said. Shirhan clapped her hands excitedly. That's what I thought too. Brother Yuan really understands art. Song Shiyu, listening from the back row, was surprised by Lin Yuan's answer. His understanding of art is deeper than I imagined. What do you think, Shiyu? Lin Yuan looked at her through the rearview mirror and asked, what are your thoughts on art? Caught off guard by being called out so suddenly, Song Shiyu felt a little uncomfortable. She sensed the gentleness in Lin Yuan's eyes, and her guard lowered slightly. I think art should have commercial value, she replied somewhat stiffly. After all, art is also a kind of investment. A commercial perspective is indeed important. Lin Yuan didn't deny her point of view, but it would be even more perfect if the purity of art could be maintained while also being grounded in commercial value. This tolerant attitude surprised Song Shiyu. She thought Lin Yuan would criticize her for her utilitarian views, but he showed understanding and tolerance instead. Why is he so patient with me? Brother Yuan is right. Shirhan agreed, art and commerce can coexist. The atmosphere inside the car gradually became harmonious. Even Song Shiyu, who was initially a little awkward, began to participate in the conversation unconsciously. We've arrived at the Lanjiang Cultural and Art Center. Song Yali points to the buildings ahead. It was a modern art building, unique in shape and full of design sense. The parking lot was already full of luxury cars, clearly indicating that today's exhibition had attracted many distinguished people. Wow, so many people. Shihan looked at the crowd excitedly. After Lin Yuan parked the car, the four of them walked towards the art center together. In the crowd, the succubus magic emanating from Lin Yuan became even more pronounced. Many young women would glance at him a few times as they passed by, while some men would cast inexplicably hostile looks at him. Both Song Shihan and Song Shiyu noticed this phenomenon. Brother Yuan is so popular. Shirhan whispered, a hint of pride in her voice, as if she were also benefiting from his popularity. Although Song Shiyu didn't speak, a strange feeling arose in her heart. Seeing the other women's gazes towards Lin Yuan, she felt a little uncomfortable. Why would I care about something like this, when it has nothing to do with me? Let's go in, Song Yali said gently. The exhibition is about to begin. Upon entering the art center, the environment of the exhibition hall is immediately striking. The high ceilings, soft lighting, and various styles of photographic works hanging on the walls create a very artistic atmosphere. Wow, so many beautiful works. Shihan looked around excitedly. The exhibition hall was quite crowded, mostly with cultured middle-class and wealthy individuals. Lin Yuan noticed that quite a few young women would glance at him a few times as he passed by, while some men's gazes carried an inexplicable hostility. Let's start from here, Song Yali suggested. The four began to slowly appreciate the artwork. Shirhan was the most active, frequently pulling Lin Yuan aside to discuss composition and lighting techniques. Brother Yuan, look at this one. Shirhan pointed to a portrait photograph. Doesn't this backlighting technique have a great feel to it? It's really great. Lin Yuan observed carefully. The backlighting made the figure's outline stand out more, creating a dreamlike feeling. Song Shiyu followed behind, maintaining a distance on the surface, but actually keeping a close eye on the interaction between the two in front. My sister and he had a great chat, and his understanding of photography is indeed quite good. Just then, Song Yali quietly observed the other women in the exhibition hall. Her gaze settled on a young female guide, about 25 years old, tall and pretty, who was introducing the artworks to a group of visitors. That girl is a good match, she's good looking, and she's a staff member, so there's a reason to approach her. Ivina was making a plan in her mind. She would take advantage of everyone's focus on appreciating the artwork, secretly possess the guide, and then approach Lin Yuan in a professional capacity to provide him with more in-depth explanations. You guys keep an eye on things, I'm going to the restroom, Song Yali said, making an excuse. Okay, Mom, Shirhan replied without looking up, continuing her discussion of the artwork with Lin Yuan. Song Yali headed towards the restroom, but actually went around to a relatively secluded corner. After confirming that no one was paying attention, her body began to emit a faint purple glow. A wisp of black smoke separated from her body and quietly drifted toward the girl who was giving the explanation. The smoke silently seeped into the female guide's body. The girl's eyes momentarily became dazed, then quickly returned to normal, but by then her consciousness was already under Ivina's control. Possession successful. Now I have two identities. The guide finished her explanation and walked towards Lin Yuan and his group. Meanwhile, Song Yali, the real person, returned from the restroom and casually rejoined the group. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Song Yali said gently. It's okay, Mom, Shihan replied. At this moment, the tour guide walked up to them and spoke up. Hello everyone, I'm Li Xiaowen, your professional guide here. Seeing that you seem very interested in these works, would you like me to give you a more detailed introduction? Shihan immediately became interested. That's great. I've been wanting to learn more about this professional knowledge. Li Xiaowen's gaze lingered on Lin Yuan for a moment, a peculiar light flashing in her eyes. This gentleman also has a great understanding of photography. She said gently to Lin Yuan, I can introduce you to some deeper artistic connotations. Song Shiyu noticed that the tour guide seemed to treat Lin Yuan somewhat differently, and a strange feeling of unease welled up inside her. Chapter 54 I told you Ivina's magic was a good thing. Why is this tour guide so focused on Lin Yuan? Then I'll trouble you. Lin Yuan replied politely. Next, Li Xiaowen began to explain the artwork to them in detail. She had extensive professional knowledge and always took special care of Lin Yuan, frequently asking for his opinion and creating more opportunities for interaction. Song Yali observed all of this from the sidelines, feeling satisfied with her plan. This way, I can approach the young master with a professional air without arousing suspicion. Plus, I can observe the reactions of my two daughters. What special techniques were used in this work? Lin Yuan asked Li Xiaowen. This is a multiple exposure technique. Li Xiaowen is standing very close to Lin Yuan. If you're interested, I can explain it to you in detail separately. Hearing this, Song Shiyu felt even more uncomfortable. Isn't this tour guide being a little too proactive? Although Shirhan was very interested in professional knowledge, she also keenly noticed the special attention her older sister paid to Yuan Gij. This older sister seems to have a crush on Yuan Gij. No, I can't let her steal Yuan Gij's attention. A separate explanation? Lin Yuan repeated Li Xiaowen's words, a subtle feeling welling up in his heart. What does alone mean? Could it be that he's incredibly charming and attracted this young lady? He glanced at the special light shining in Li Xiaowen's bright eyes in the distance she deliberately closed in, and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Hee, I told you Ivina's magic was a good thing. Look how much luck she's getting in love. Miss Li means. Lin Yuan pretended not to understand. We can go to a quiet corner over there, and I'll explain these advanced techniques to you one-on-one in detail, Li Xiaowen said gently. That way, the conversation will be much more in-depth. Upon hearing this, Song Shihan immediately tensed up. No need, she quickly interjected. We can all listen together. Brother Yuan, don't you agree? Shirhan tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve, her eyes filled with obvious tension and possessiveness. This older sister clearly has feelings for Yuan Gij. No way, I absolutely can't let Yuan Gij be alone with her. Although Song Shiyu maintained her composure on the surface, a strong sense of unease welled up inside her. This tour guide's attitude is definitely problematic. What does in-depth communication even mean? Shirhan is right, Song Shiyu suddenly said. We're a family visiting together, so it's better to listen to the explanation together. This was the first time Song Shiyu had taken the initiative to help Lin Yuan out of a predicament today, although she herself was unaware of the true motives behind this behavior. Song Yali observed her two daughters' reactions from the side and was very satisfied. It seems her jealousy has been successfully aroused. Shirhan's jealousy is so obvious that even Shiyu can't help but want to protect her little master. Lin Yuan sensed the tension in the two girls and felt even more smug. Haha, is this the power of a succubus's magic? Not only did it attract the beautiful guide, but even Shirhan and Shiyu started to get nervous. Alright then. Li Xiaowen showed a hint of regret. Since everyone wants to listen, I will give you a detailed introduction. Although she outwardly compromised, she would still frequently look at Lin Yuan during the explanation, asking for his thoughts and creating more opportunities for interaction. How does this gentleman feel about the emotional expression in this work? What are Mr. Lin's thoughts on this lighting treatment? You have a great eye for aesthetics. Have you ever considered studying professional photography? Each question made Shihan and Shiyu even more nervous. Of course Yuan Gij has good taste. Shirhan answered eagerly, he knows everything. Indeed, Lin Yuan's insights were very profound. Song Shiyu also offered a rare compliment. Lin Yuan was enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by three beautiful women. On the left is the cute and lively Shirhan, on the right is the intellectual and aloof Shiyu, and in front of her is a proactive and enthusiastic tour guide. This feeling of being snatched away is actually quite nice. The succubus's magic is truly powerful, even passers-by are now attracted. It seems collecting energy will be much easier from now on. Li Xiaowen continued her professional explanation, but her gaze kept lingering on Lin Yuan, intentionally or unintentionally. If Mr. Lin is truly interested in photography, I can introduce you to some private photography lessons. She offered another tempting suggestion: one-on-one instruction would be even more effective. Another one-on-one session. Shirhan almost jumped up. Brother Yuan, you're already amazing, you don't need any private lessons. Song Shiyu also frowned. Indeed, Lin Yuan's level is already sufficient. Seeing the two girls protecting him so much, Lin Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. Ha, is this what it feels like to compete for favor? Being fought over and protected by beautiful women is just too awesome. The succubus magic that Ivina gave me is truly a divine artifact. Seeing that her two daughters were becoming increasingly nervous, Song Yali stepped in to smooth things over. Shirhan, Shiyu, don't be nervous, she said gently to her daughters. Since Ms. Li is so professional, why don't my brother and I go and learn about the specific course content together? That way, you can rest assured. Hearing that their mother was going along, the two girls' nervousness eased a little. If mom comes too, then it should be fine. Shihan nodded reluctantly. Indeed, it's better to have mom around. Song Shiyu agreed. A hint of smugness flashed in Li Xiaowen's eyes. Of course, I'd be happy to give you both a detailed introduction. She said gently, we can go to the VIP consultation room over there. It's quieter and more suitable for in-depth discussions. You two go ahead, we'll continue looking at the exhibition. Although Shihan was still somewhat reluctant, she had no choice but to accept it since her mother was with her. Don't take too long, Song Shiyu added. Of course, we'll be back soon, Song Yali said reassuringly. The three walked towards the VIP consultation room on one side of the exhibition hall. Lin Yuan walked in the middle, feeling very happy to be accompanied by two beautiful women. On the way, he quietly approached Song Yali and whispered, Sister Yali, in this situation, we can gain energy again. Song Yali smiled slightly and replied in a low voice, your little brother is very smart. Enjoy yourself later. Chapter 55 Playing the Dual Identity. Li Xiaowen led the way. Although she couldn't hear what they were saying, Ivina's consciousness knew what Lin Yuan was expecting. My little master is already looking forward to it. Let him experience what it's like to interact with me in two different identities at the same time. The three entered the VIP consultation room, a relatively private small room, elegantly decorated with comfortable sofas and coffee tables. Please have a seat. Li Xiaowen politely gestured for the two of them to sit down, and then introduced our advanced photography course to them. After the door closed, the atmosphere became more private. Lin Yuan sat in the middle, with Song Yali and Li Xiaowen on either side of him. Our one-on-one courses are divided into two parts, theory and practice. Li Xiaowen began her professional introduction, but her body unconsciously moved closer to Lin Yuan. The practical part required a lot of close cooperation. She deliberately emphasized the words intimate cooperation. Song Yali nodded in agreement, that sounds very professional. What exactly is the method of cooperation? For example, in portrait photography, a deep emotional connection needs to be established between the photographer and the model. Li Xiaowen's hand accidentally touched Lin Yuan's arm. Only by truly understanding each other can one create a work with soul. Lin Yuan felt Li Xiaowen's initiative in touching him, and his heart started racing. This girl is really proactive, and the feeling of being with Sister Yali. So what's it like in practice? Song Yali continued to ask curiously. How about I give Mr. Lin a little demonstration now? Li Xiaowen suggested, her eyes gleaming with an alluring light. That would be more intuitive. Lin Yuan looked at Song Yali, then at Li Xiaowen, feeling as if he were in a wonderful dream. Two beautiful women are going to give me a demonstration? This is absolutely amazing. While Li Xiaowen was organizing the presentation materials, Lin Yuan quietly leaned close to Song Yali's ear and whispered. Sister Yali, why don't we win her over right now? Upon hearing this, Song Yali almost burst out laughing. My little master is so cute. He actually wanted to take down my clone. This kind of game is so much fun. Ivina was inwardly laughing hysterically, but outwardly maintained a gentle expression. She nodded slightly and responded in a low voice. If your younger brother wants it, your older sister will accommodate him. A sly glint flashed in her eyes, but Lin Yuan didn't notice anything amiss. Ha, the little master has no idea that the person he's trying to take down is me. At the same time, Li Xiaowen was secretly laughing to herself. Our little master actually wants to take both of us at the same time. What kind of expression would he have if he knew that we were actually the same person? Now I'll begin the demonstration. Li Xiaowen turned around and looked gently at Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, please relax a little, it will be more effective that way. Her voice had a special charm that made Lin Yuan's heart race. How exactly do I do it? Lin Yuan asked expectantly. First, eye contact needs to be established. Li Xiaowen gazed deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes. The photographer needs to learn to read the model's heart. Song Yali observed attentively from the side, occasionally nodding in agreement. Indeed, eye contact is very important. She interjected at the opportune moment, little brother, you should study this carefully. Lin Yuan felt the attention of the two beautiful women and a sense of unprecedented excitement welled up inside him. Being taught by two beautiful women, it's just amazing. And they both seem interested in me. As Sister Yali said, let's work together to take down this girl, and then we'll get more energy. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly ambiguous, and Avina, through her dual identity, was enjoying this unique role-playing game. The young master believes he is conquering two women at the same time, but in reality, he is having intimate contact with the same me. Next, we need to proceed with a more in-depth contact demonstration. Li Xiaowen's voice became even softer. Mr. Lin, are you ready? Lin Yuan looked at Song Yali, and after receiving an encouraging look from her, he nodded heavily. I'm ready. Now, let's begin the real in-depth demonstration, Li Xiaowen said gently, slowly standing up and walking to Lin Yuan. The most important thing in photography is capturing genuine emotions. She reached out and gently stroked Lin Yuan's cheek, which requires a complete trust to be established between the photographer and the model. Lin Yuan felt her soft hand and his heart raced. Sister Yali, what do you think? He turned to look at Song Yali. I think Miss Li is absolutely right. Song Yali nodded gently. Little brother, you need to seriously learn this skill of close cooperation. As she spoke, she stood up and walked to the other side of Lin Yuan. Why don't I participate in the demonstration too? That way, my younger brother can learn more comprehensively. Ha, my little master thought I was helping him win over Li Xiaowen. Ivina, using her dual identity, is preparing to give Lin Yuan an unprecedented experience. Then, let's demonstrate together. Li Xiaowen's eyes curved slightly, revealing a mischievous satisfaction of success. Two beautiful women approached Lin Yuan at the same time and sat on the sofa next to him, one on his left and one on his right. Mr. Lin, please relax. Li Xiaowen gently stroked Lin Yuan's chest, feeling this natural and intimate contact. Song Yali also reached out and gently stroked Lin Yuan's other side. Brother, this kind of contact can help you understand the model's emotional state. Lin Yuan was sandwiched between two beautiful women, feeling their gentle caresses, and he felt like he was floating on air. Oh my god. This feeling, two beautiful women serving me at the same time. Is this the power of a succubus's magic? Chapter 56, the highest level of teaching content. And Sister Yali was so cooperative in helping me win over this girl, she really understands me best. Next, we need to delve deeper into the demo. Li Xiaowen asked, are you ready to receive further instruction? Her hand slowly moved down, pointing to the large screen, and Song Yali also pointed to the photography knowledge on the screen. Little brother, focus on the experience, Song Yali whispered in his ear. This experience will be very helpful for your photography skills. This feeling of being taught photography by two beautiful women. It's like being in heaven. The temperature inside the room seemed to be rising, and the two girls waiting in the exhibition hall began to become increasingly uneasy. Why haven't they come back yet? Shirhan asked anxiously. It has indeed been a long time. Song Shiyu frowned, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Meanwhile, in the VIP consultation room, Ivina's game is reaching a whole new level. My little master was completely fooled by my acting skills. It felt so exciting. Now, let's move on to the most crucial part, the demonstration. The following demonstration requires more realistic interaction. To help you truly understand the emotional expression in photography, we need to show the most authentic state. Song Yali also joined in, analyzing the camera angles on the screen. Little brother, this is the highest level of instruction. She whispered in Lin Yuan's ear, you must study hard. Mr. Lin, do you think this state is suitable for filming? She asked deliberately. Very, very suitable. Lin Yuan swallowed hard. Song Yali also unbuttoned her coat, revealing a silk shirt underneath. For a photographer to capture this kind of shot, they need to have a lot of skill. Now, let's begin the most in-depth demonstration. You need to use your hands to feel every emotion in the model in order to create an emotionally resonant photograph. She guided Lin Yuan's hand. Song Yali also came closer. Little brother, I'll help with the teaching too. This feeling is so unreal. Is this the magical effect of a succubus? Li Xiaowen had a big smile on her face, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she stared intently at the monitor in front of her. Her voice was full of passion, as if she wanted to convey her deep understanding of the model's expressions and emotions to every listener. She described in detail every subtle expression of the model, explaining the emotions behind those expressions. She pointed out that a smile may not only represent happiness, but may also hide a hint of helplessness, or tension. A frown may not only represent annoyance, but may also be a sign of thinking. Next, Li Xiaowen began to share her secrets to creating great works. When discussing her collaborations with models, Li Xiaowen emphasized the importance of establishing good communication and trust. She advised photographers to have thorough conversations with models before shooting to understand their personalities and preferences, in order to better capture those authentic and unique moments. Song Yali listened attentively to Lee Xiaowen's explanation, nodding in agreement from time to time. Has your younger brother learned it? Lin Yuan nodded. I've learned a lot. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the room. Mom, Yuan Gij, are you alright? Shirhan's voice came from outside the door. We're a little worried. Song Shiyu's voice rang out. Quickly, Song Yali whispered. However, the ambiguous atmosphere and disheveled clothes in the room at this moment are difficult to completely conceal in a short period of time. Oh no, if we get caught. Lin Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Ivina, however, found this thrill even more interesting. This is even more exciting. What if our daughters find out we're playing this kind of game? The doorknob started turning. It seemed the two girls couldn't wait to come in and check on things. The door opened, and Shirhan and Shiyu walked in. Mom, Yuan Gij, you. Shirhan's words trailed off. The atmosphere in the room was indeed a bit strange. Although Song Yali's shirt had been straightened, the earlier commotion was still evident. Li Xiaowen's business suit was also slightly disheveled, and her face still had a blush. What are you doing? Song Shiyu keenly sensed that something was wrong. At this critical moment, Li Xiaowen suddenly covered her forehead and swayed precariously. Excuse me. I suddenly feel a little dizzy, she said weakly. It might be low blood sugar. This was a clever escape plan that Ivina came up with on the spot. Song Yali immediately played along. Miss Li suddenly felt unwell just now, and my brother and I are taking care of her. Is that so? Shirhan looked at Li Xiaowen with concern. Sister, are you alright? Thank you for your concern, I'm much better now. Li Xiaowen smiled weakly, thanks to everyone's care. Lin Yuan secretly admired Yali's quick thinking. She had almost been discovered just now. Let's hurry up and get out of here. The air isn't circulating well, Song Shiyu suggested. The four returned to the exhibition hall, and Li Xiaowen said goodbye, citing that she was feeling unwell and needed to rest. I'm so sorry about today. I hope I'll have the opportunity to serve you again next time, she said politely. But when they parted, she secretly slipped a small note into Lin Yuan's palm. After Li Xiaowen left, Lin Yuan secretly glanced at the note, which read: Tonight at 8 p.m., in room 1208 of the Blue Bay Hotel, I'd like to continue the lesson from before. Lin Yuan's heart raced. It seemed his romantic encounters weren't over yet. Brother Yuan, what are you looking at? Shirhan asked curiously as she leaned closer. It's nothing, just a flyer for the exhibition. Lin Yuan quickly put the slip of paper away. Seeing this, Song Yali's lips curled into a slight smile. Her plan was proceeding as expected. Chapter 57. She actually had to take care of her clone. During the subsequent visit to the exhibition, both girls became more clingy than usual. Shirhan followed Lin Yuan almost every step of the way, while Song Shiyu, although she kept her distance on the surface, would always take the initiative to discuss the works with him. Brother Yuan, what do you think of this painting? Shirhan tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve. The composition is very layered, and the lighting is also very well done. Lin Yuan answered earnestly. I think so too. Shirhan's eyes were full of admiration. Brother Yuan really knows everything. Hearing her sister praise Lin Yuan, Song Shiyu felt a complex mix of emotions. She realized that she also longed for Lin Yuan's approval. Lin Yuan, what are your thoughts on this kind of abstract art? She asked proactively. This was the first time Song Shiyu had taken the initiative to start a conversation with Lin Yuan. I think the charm of abstract art lies in giving viewers room for imagination. Lin Yuan answered thoughtfully, adding that everyone can see something different in it. Well said. Song Shiyu nodded in agreement. Your understanding is deeper than I imagined. Hearing her older sister praise Yuan Gij, Shihan felt a little unconvinced. Sister, of course Brother Yuan is amazing. She took Lin Yuan's arm. Right, Brother Yuan? Lin Yuan felt a secret thrill at the sight of the two girls vying for his attention. The succubus's magic was truly amazing. Around noon, the four of them had lunch at the Art Center's cafe. Today's exhibition was very rewarding, Song Yali said gently. My younger brother's artistic taste is indeed quite good. Brother Yuan is so outstanding. Shirhan praised without reservation. Although Song Shiyu didn't say anything, her expression showed that her impression of Lin Yuan had indeed changed significantly. While the two girls were ordering food, Lin Yuan quietly leaned close to Song Yali's ear and whispered excitedly. Sister Yali, have I become that charming? Did you see the way Li Xiaowen looked at me? They're just like a couple deeply in love. And she even gave me a note just now, looks like I can start collecting energy tonight. Upon hearing this, Song Yali almost burst out laughing. The little master was actually showing off to her that he had conquered her own clone. It was such a funny feeling. My younger brother is indeed very charming, she replied gently, a sly glint in her eyes. That Miss Li seems to really like you. She deliberately lowered her voice to match Lin Yuan's excitement. Tonight, little brother, be careful, that lady seems very forward. Lin Yuan felt even more smug. Sister Yali really understood him best. She not only created opportunities for him but also cared about him so much. Don't worry, Sister Yali. I'll take good care of her, he said suggestively. Song Yali was inwardly laughing hysterically. Her little master was actually going to take care of her clone. It would be another interesting game. She was already looking forward to her date that evening. Just then, Shihan returned, holding a menu in her hand. Brother Yuan, what would you like to eat? I'll order for you, she said considerately. Thank you, Shihan. Just keep an eye on things. Lin Yuan replied gently. Song Shiyu returned to her seat. She noticed that Lin Yuan and her mother had been talking quietly, and she was curious about what they were talking about. What were you talking about? She asked tentatively. They were just discussing their impressions of the exhibition. Song Yali calmly replied that her younger brother's understanding of art was indeed very profound. During lunch, Lin Yuan enjoyed being surrounded by three beautiful women. Shirhan would serve him food, Song Shiyu would occasionally discuss art with him, and Song Yali would take care of him like a caring older sister. Brother Yuan, this is delicious, you should try it. Shirhan presented the food to him like a precious treasure. Lin Yuan, what do you think of the photographer's style just now? Song Shiyu took the initiative to start a conversation. Little brother, drink more soup, it's good for your health. Song Yali said gently with concern. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly, marveling at the succubus's magical power. Not only could it attract beautiful strangers, but it had also caused such a dramatic change in how the people around him treated him. He was filled with anticipation for their date that evening. Li Xiaowen's enthusiastic and proactive demeanor suggested tonight would be an unforgettable experience. Seeing the expectant look on her little master's face, Song Yali had already begun planning the surprise for that evening. After lunch, the four prepared to go home. On the way back, Shirhan and Song Shiyu clung to Lin Yuan even more than they had on the way there. Brother Yuan, shall we go out and play together again tomorrow? Shirhan asked expectantly. Sure, where would you like to go? Lin Yuan replied gently. I want to go to the amusement park. Shirhan said excitedly. Amusement parks are too childish, Song Shiyu interjected. Why not go to a museum or art gallery? Watching the two girls argue about their date plans, Lin Yuan felt a new level of satisfaction. This is the wonderful life brought about by the magic of succubi. Shirhan wants to play, let's go play this afternoon, no need to wait until tomorrow, Lin Yuan readily agreed. Shirhan immediately perked up, really? That's great. Brother Yuan is the best. When Song Shiyu heard that they were going to an amusement park, a hint of reluctance appeared on her face. I'm not interested in places like that. At this moment, Song Yali stepped in as a wingman. Little brother, Shiyu rarely goes to places like this, so you should take good care of her feelings. She gave Lin Yuan a meaningful look, implying that this was a good opportunity. Sister is right. Lin Yuan immediately understood Song Yali's intention and turned to Song Shiyu. Shiyu, it's good to relax once in a while. Besides, I'll be with you, so you won't be bored. His voice was gentle and magnetic, which stirred something in Song Shiyu's heart. Song Shiyu hesitated. Sister Shiyu, let's go together. Shirhan chimed in sweetly, with Brother Yuan around, it'll definitely be a lot of fun. Persuaded by the two of them, and with Lin Yuan's gentle gaze, Song Shiyu finally nodded, well, okay. Song Yali watched this scene with satisfaction. Her young mistress was gradually winning over her two daughters' hearts, following her guidance. The four of them arrived at Happy Valley Amusement Park in the city center. Wow! So many activities. Shirhan excitedly grabbed Lin Yuan's hand. Brother Yuan, which one should we play first? Let's ask Shiyu what she wants to do first, Lin Yuan said considerately. Song Shiyu was somewhat surprised that Lin Yuan would consider her opinion first, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Whatever, she said awkwardly. Let's start something gentler, Lin Yuan thoughtfully suggested. How about we ride the Ferris wheel first? We can see the whole city. Great idea. Han agreed. The four of them were queuing for the Ferris wheel when Song Yali deliberately created an opportunity. I'm a little tired, I'd like to go sit in the rest area for a while. Han, come with me to buy some drinks. But I want to be with Brother Yuan. Han was a little reluctant. Be good, listen to mommy. Song Yali said gently but firmly, let Yuan Gij accompany Shiyu upstairs first, we'll wait for the next bus. With this arrangement, Lin Yuan and Song Shiyu sat alone in the Ferris wheel cabin. The private room slowly rose, and the city view gradually unfolded before our eyes. The scenery is truly beautiful. Song Shiyu looked out the window, her voice much gentler than usual. Yes, but I think the scenery around us is more beautiful, Lin Yuan said gently, looking at her. Song Shiyu blushed slightly and avoided his gaze. What are you talking about? I'm telling the truth, Lin Yuan said earnestly. Shiyu, you know what? You look especially beautiful when you smile. This direct praise made Song Shiyu's heart race. She had never been praised like this before. Don't say things like that. Her voice was so soft it was barely audible. Why can't I say it? Lin Yuan chuckled. Am I not allowed to compliment a beautiful woman? As the Ferris wheel reached its highest point, Song Shiyu secretly glanced at Lin Yuan and found him looking at her gently, without the usual joking expression in his eyes. At that moment, her defenses crumbled. Chapter 58 Be Brave. After coming down, Song Yali keenly noticed the changes in her daughter. How is it? The scenery is nice, isn't it? She asked with a smile. It's all right. Song Shiyu's reply was much gentler than usual. Han immediately ran to Lin Yuan and shook his sleeve with her little hand. Brother Yuan, it's my turn. I want to ride the Ferris wheel with you alone. Her eyes were full of anticipation, and her voice carried the unique charm of a young girl. Song Yali smiled gently. Of course it's Han's turn. Little brother, why don't you sit with her for another round? She appeared perfectly natural on the surface, but inwardly she was plotting something even more interesting. Since her young master seemed to enjoy his close interactions with his daughters so much, why not let her experience firsthand what it felt like to be won over by him? Watching her younger sister being so proactive, Song Shiyu felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. The flutter in her heart from the Ferris wheel hadn't completely faded, and seeing Han so affectionately holding Lin Yuan's hand, she even felt a pang of jealousy? No, why would I be jealous of my sister? She denied this thought in her heart, but her eyes still involuntarily followed Lin Yuan. Sister Shiyu, what are you thinking about? Han asked innocently. Your face is so red. And nothing, it's nothing. Song Shiyu hurriedly turned her face away. Lin Yuan and Han entered the next Ferris wheel cabin, and Han excitedly pressed herself against the window to look at the scenery. Wow! Looking down from here, Mom and my sister look so small. She exclaimed happily. Lin Yuan looked at her gently. Han, are you very happy today? I'm so happy. Han turned around, her eyes sparkling, because Yuan Gij was with me. Just then, Han suddenly felt a slight dizziness. She thought it was because of the Ferris wheel and didn't pay much attention to it. Meanwhile, Ivina's consciousness was silently merging into Han's body. This was an extremely precise possession, one that Lin Yuan wouldn't notice, nor would it completely suppress Han's consciousness. Rather, it was a subtle fusion with her thoughts. Han blinked, feeling that her ideas seemed to have become a bit bolder. Brother Yuan. Her voice was still as sweet as ever, but her eyes held a touch of mature charm. Do you think I am pretty? This question surprised Lin Yuan. Although Han was usually lively, she rarely asked about his appearance so directly. Of course she's beautiful. Han is the cutest girl, he replied gently. Hearing this answer, Han felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. But this sweetness was mixed with a thrill she had never experienced before. She wanted to get closer to Lin Yuan. Brother Yuan, can I hug you? She asked, blushing. The Ferris wheel is swaying a bit, and I'm a little scared. The excuse sounded so natural that Lin Yuan didn't suspect anything. He opened his arms, and Han immediately rushed over. Held in Lin Yuan's arms, Han could clearly feel his body temperature and heartbeat. This intimate contact made her heart pound like a deer. Why did she feel this strange sensation even though it was just a normal hug? She wondered to herself, but her body was reluctant to leave Lin Yuan's embrace. Meanwhile, Ivina is experiencing the feeling of being gently treated by her little master through Shirhan's body. This game of multiple identities is so interesting. As Song Shiyu waited below, she looked at the cabin on the Ferris wheel and could vaguely see two figures very close together. A pang of sadness welled up in her heart. Why do I care about these things? She tried to convince herself that they were just a normal hug. But this explanation did not alleviate her discomfort. Song Yali noticed the change in her eldest daughter's expression and secretly felt smug. It seemed that today's plan had been very successful, and both daughters were gradually falling for her. Seeing her daughter's complicated expression, Song Yali gently beckoned, "Shiyu, come sit with mom for a while." Song Shiyu walked over somewhat absent-mindedly, her eyes still glancing at the cabins on the Ferris wheel from time to time. "What's wrong? You look preoccupied." Song Yali patted the bench next to her, gesturing for her daughter to sit down. "It's nothing," Song Shiyu said in a muffled voice after sitting down. "Mom can tell you're not in a good mood today," Song Yali said in her characteristically gentle motherly tone. "Is it that you have some special feelings for Lin Yuan?" Song Shiyu froze. "Mom, what are you saying? Shiyu, mom was once your age too." Song Yali gently stroked her daughter's long hair. "It's normal to like someone, there's no need to be so nervous." Hearing her mother point it out so directly, Song Shiyu's cheeks instantly turned red. I didn't. Your expression was different on the Ferris wheel just now." Song Yali continued to gently comfort you. "Mom can tell that you have feelings for him." Song Shiyu lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Even if he did, so what? He's so outstanding, how could he possibly be interested in someone like me?" "How could you think that?" Song Yali said with heartache. "My daughter is so outstanding, any boy should feel lucky." Song Yali continued to comfort her daughter. "Shiyu, you have to believe in your own charm," she said softly. "And mom can tell that Lin Yuan isn't indifferent to you either." "Really?" Song Shiyu looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. "Of course it's true." Song Yali nodded firmly. "Just now on the Ferris wheel, the way he looked at you was very gentle. A man wouldn't look at a girl he has no feelings for." The flame of hope in Song Shiyu's heart was rekindled. Maybe she really had a chance? Just then, the Ferris wheel slowly descended, and Lin Yuan and Shirhan stepped out of the private box. Shirhan's cheeks were still flushed clearly, the intimate contact just now had made her very happy. Seeing this scene, Song Shiyu felt a pang of sadness again, but this time she did not run away, but faced the emotion head-on. Maybe mom is right, she should be braver. Chapter 59. Perhaps the truth. On the other side, inside a Ferris wheel cabin. Lin Yuan gently patted Shirhan's back in his arms, feeling her petite and soft body. Completely different from Song Yali's mature and voluptuous figure, Shirhan's body was full of youthful vitality, exuding a delicate fragrance like jasmine in the morning. "Brother Yuan's embrace is so warm," Shirhan whispered against his chest, her voice carrying the sweet innocence of a young girl. Shirhan was also very warm. Lin Yuan responded gently, stroking her soft, long hair. Influenced by Avina's partial consciousness, Shirhan's thoughts became bolder. She looked up at Lin Yuan's profile, a surge of unprecedented impulse welling up within her. "Brother Yuan." She bit her lower lip gently. Will you always be this gentle with me?" "Of course I would." Lin Yuan looked down at her, his eyes full of doting affection. "Shirhan is so adorable, how could I bear not to be gentle with her?" Hearing this, Shirhan felt as if a flower was blooming in her heart. She mustered her courage, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed Lin Yuan on the cheek. "This is Shirhan's thank you gift," she said, blushing, before immediately burying herself in Lin Yuan's arms. Lin Yuan felt the warm touch on his cheek, and his heart skipped a beat. Shirhan's initiative surprised him, but this innocent intimacy warmed his heart. However, this innocence couldn't help but remind him of another person, Fang Xiaoyu. 3 years ago, that well-behaved and sensible girl next door had also shyly kissed his cheek like that. Back then, her eyes were clear and innocent, her dimples were charming, and she spoke softly, always evoking a strong protective instinct in him. "Brother Lin Yuan, I'm really scared. Mom's illness is getting worse and worse. It's like the scene of Xiaoyu holding him and crying back then is still right in front of me. You've been so good to me, Xiaoyu can never repay you in this lifetime." She once nestled against his chest, looking at him with those pitiful eyes. 1 million, a whole million, all of it was given to her to treat her mother's illness. And she did indeed take him to see her mother, a haggard middle-aged woman, lying in a hospital bed. But in the end, the drizzle disappeared. All that remained was a letter. Brother Lin Yuan, I know I am not good enough for someone as outstanding as you. Please forget me. Sometimes Lin Yuan wondered if he had misunderstood her. Perhaps she really had some unspeakable secret? Perhaps she truly felt she wasn't good enough for him? But her disappearance over the past few years completely shattered his last shred of hope. If you're really having a hard time, why don't you contact him? If you truly love him, how could you bear to let him suffer this pain alone? Her mother's illness was real. But now, thinking back, could it all have been a carefully orchestrated drama? Brother Yuan, what are you thinking about? Shirhan noticed Lin Yuan's distraction and asked softly. It's nothing, I just remembered some things from the past. Lin Yuan snapped out of his reverie and gently patted Shirhan's head. Looking at the innocent girl before him, Lin Yuan felt a complex mix of emotions. Shirhan's eyes were so clear, devoid of any calculation, filled only with pure affection. This looks very similar to Xiaoyu from back then, but there are also fundamental differences. Shirhan is Song Yali's daughter, with a good family background, and her innocence is genuine. But Xiaoyu, perhaps her innocence is just a facade? No, I can't let past hurts make me doubt everyone. Lin Yuan reminded himself. Shirhan is Shirhan, and Xiaoyu is Xiaoyu, they can't be confused. But that shadow truly lingers. What he's thinking about now is whether the letter she left behind, I'm not good enough for you, was just an excuse for her departure, or if there was something else going on. After all, he had met her mother, and the pain in that woman's eyes didn't seem faked. Perhaps the truth is not what he imagined? Brother Yuan, did Shirhan do something wrong? Shirhan noticed the complicated emotions in Lin Yuan's eyes and asked with some concern. No, Shirhan is fine. Lin Yuan said gently, Brother Yuan was just thinking how lucky I am to have met you all. Shirhan, who was partially possessed by Ivina, could sense the fluctuations in Lin Yuan's heart, and she inexplicably wanted to comfort him. Brother Yuan, if you're ever unhappy about anything, you can tell Shihan, okay? She said earnestly. Although Shihan might not be able to help much, at least she can keep you company. This genuine care warmed Lin Yuan's heart. The past wasn't so important anymore. What mattered was that he now had Ivina, a little princess who truly cared for him. Lin Yuan's heart was filled with renewed motivation. The pain of the past only made him cherish everything he had now even more. He was different now with a succubus princess like Ivina by his side. His task now was to win over Yali's 2 daughters. Shirhan, you're so sensible, you don't have a bit of a spoiled princess attitude at all. Lin Yuan couldn't help but stroke her hair, feeling its silky smooth texture. Shihan squinted her eyes as he stroked her, enjoying the intimacy like a little kitten. Brother Yuan's hands are so warm, she said softly, her voice carrying the innocent charm unique to young girls. Shirhan isn't some rich girl, she's just an ordinary girl. Lin Yuan's fingers gently combed through her hair, each strand as smooth as silk. Shirhan's hair exuded a faint, refreshing scent of shampoo. Shirhan is anything but ordinary. He said gently, you are so kind and lovely, the most special girl Brother Yuan has ever met. Hearing such praise, Shirhan's cheeks flushed as red as the evening glow. She secretly glanced up at Lin Yuan and found him looking at her intently, his eyes full of tenderness. Brother Yuan. I'm getting shy looking at me like that. She bit her lower lip lightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Shy Shirhan is even more adorable, Lin Yuan chuckled, gently stroking her soft cheek, which felt like a ripe peach. Shirhan was amused by his analogy and giggled, Brother Yuan is so good at talking, comparing me to a peach. Because Shirhan is as sweet as a peach. Lin Yuan's voice was full of doting affection, making one want to protect her. Under the influence of Avina's partial consciousness, Shirhan became bolder. She took the initiative to approach Lin Yuan and gently grabbed the hem of his clothes with her small hand. Will Brother Yuan always protect Shirhan? She asked, tilting her head up, her eyes full of anticipation. Of course. Lin Yuan answered without hesitation. Brother Yuan will protect Shirhan for the rest of my life. Hearing this promise, Shirhan felt a sweet warmth spread through her heart. She mustered her courage, stood on tiptoe, and lightly kissed Lin Yuan on the other cheek. That'll make it symmetrical, she said, blushing, then shyly buried herself in Lin Yuan's arms. Feeling the petite body in his arms, Lin Yuan felt a strong urge to protect her. Shirhan's innocence reminded him of his own initial beautiful dreams about love. Shirhan, he called softly. Whom? Shirhan responded softly in his arms. Thank you for letting Yuan Gij believe in goodness again, he said sincerely. These words warmed Shirhan's heart. Although she didn't fully understand what they meant, she could feel the sincerity in Lin Yuan's voice. Brother Yuan, you don't need to thank Shirhan. It's Shirhan who should thank Brother Yuan. She snuggled closer to him. Meeting Brother Yuan was Shirhan's greatest happiness. The Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground, but neither of them wanted to end their intimacy. Below, Song Yali continued to comfort her daughter. Shiyu, you have to believe in your own charm, she said softly. And Mom can tell that Lin Yuan isn't indifferent to you either. Really? Song Shiyu looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Of course it's true. Song Yali nodded firmly. Just now on the Ferris wheel, the way he looked at you was very gentle. A man wouldn't look at a girl he has no feelings for. The flame of hope in Song Shiyu's heart was rekindled. Maybe she really had a chance? Just then, the Ferris wheel slowly descended, and Lin Yuan and Shirhan stepped out of the private box. Shirhan's cheeks were still flushed clearly, the intimate contact just now had made her very happy. Seeing this scene, Song Shiyu felt a pang of sadness again, but this time she did not run away, but faced the emotion head-on. Maybe Mom is right, she should be braver. When Lin Yuan and Shirhan got off the Ferris wheel, Song Shiyu took a deep breath and went to greet them. Chapter 60 The Succubus's Guidance. Lin Yuan, did Shirhan have fun? Her voice was much gentler than usual, and her eyes no longer held their usual aloofness. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised by Song Shiyu's initiative, but quickly responded gently, I'm very happy, the scenery on the Ferris wheel is indeed beautiful. So what should we play next? Song Shiyu mustered her courage and asked. I want to play with you. This made Shirhan a little unhappy. Sister, didn't you just say that amusement parks are childish? People always change their minds. Song Shiyu glanced at her sister, then looked directly at Lin Yuan. And, when you're with the right person, nothing you do will seem childish. These words stirred something in Lin Yuan's heart. The fact that Song Shiyu, usually so aloof, would say something like this meant she was indeed changing. Song Yali watched her two daughters secretly vying for Lin Yuan's attention, feeling a surge of smug satisfaction. The plan was progressing even more smoothly than expected. Let's go ride the carousel, Lin Yuan suggested, a gentle suggestion that everyone would be comfortable with. Okay. Shirhan immediately agreed, then took Lin Yuan's arm and said, Brother Yuan and Shirhan ride on the same horse. Seeing her younger sister's initiative, Song Shiyu's competitive spirit was ignited. She walked to Lin Yuan's other side and said softly, Lin Yuan, I'm a little scared, can you stay with me? This was the first time Song Shiyu had shown weakness in front of Lin Yuan. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she had clearly mustered a lot of courage. Lin Yuan glanced at the two girls on either side, secretly pleased. The succubus's magic was truly amazing. Even the aloof Song Shiyu was starting to actively seek his attention. Of course, I'll take good care of both of you, he said gently. The four of them arrived at the carousel. Shirhan excitedly chose a white carousel, while Song Shiyu chose the pink carousel next to her. Brother Yuan, which horse do you want to ride? Shirhan asked expectantly. Just as Lin Yuan was about to answer, Song Shiyu suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Lin Yuan, can you sit next to me? I'm really a little nervous. Her voice carried a delicate, girlish quality that made one want to protect her. This unexpected contrast amused Lin Yuan. Okay, I'll sit between you two. Lin Yuan chose a golden wooden horse between the two of them. The carousel began to turn, and melodious music filled the air. Shirhan smiled happily, while Song Shiyu, though outwardly maintaining her elegance, also had a long-lost joy shining in her eyes. Shiyu, you look so beautiful when you smile, Lin Yuan said to her as the music played. Upon hearing this, Song Shiyu's cheeks instantly flushed red. You shouldn't say that. I'm telling the truth. Lin Yuan looked at her seriously. You should smile more, you're more attractive that way. Song Shiyu's heart pounded like a drum. This was the first time a boy had praised her so directly. She found herself actually enjoying this feeling of being noticed. Brother Yuan, you can't just praise my sister, Shirhan is pretty too. Shirhan said coquettishly from the side. Shirhan is adorable too, Lin Yuan said affectionately. Both of my little princesses are the most beautiful. Hearing the title of little princess warmed the hearts of both girls. Watching this scene from below, Song Yali's lips curled into a slight smile. Her young master had completely mastered the art of seduction, and both daughters were gradually succumbing to his gentle advances. After the carousel ride ended, the four of them found a rest area to sit down. Song Yali watched her two daughters secretly vying for Lin Yuan's attention and knew she needed to give them a heads up. To prepare for future energy plans and avoid situations where the young master encounters chaotic situations, which would not only affect energy collection but also its quality. It's worth spending more time and effort for that pure, sweet energy. Little brother, why don't you go with Shirhan to buy some drinks? Song Yali said gently. I'll chat with Shiyu for a while. Lin Yuan nodded, took Shirhan's hand, and left. After they walked away, Song Yali sat down next to Song Shiyu and said gently, Shiyu, Mom can see that your feelings for Lin Yuan are getting deeper and deeper. Song Shiyu's cheeks flushed slightly, Mom. That's normal, Mom isn't trying to stop you. Song Yali gently stroked her daughter's hair, but Mom wants to talk to you about some practical issues. What's the problem? Song Shiyu asked curiously. What do you think Shirhan's feelings are for Lin Yuan? Song Yali asked meaningfully. Song Shiyu was stunned for a moment, recalling her sister's intimate actions just now. She also liked brother Yuan. Yes. Song Yali nodded, and both of you hold important positions in Lin Yuan's heart. What Mom is worried about is that if you hurt your sisterly relationship for his sake, it would be a loss. These words made Song Shiyu's heart tighten. Her mother meant. Shiyu, matters of the heart aren't always black and white. Song Yali's voice carried the wisdom of life experience. Some outstanding men deserve to be cherished by multiple women. Mom! What are you saying? Song Shiyu looked at her mother in shock. Mom is just telling you about some possibilities in life, Song Yali continued gently. Look at those talented men of ancient times, which one didn't have a harem of wives and concubines? Modern society is different, but the essence of feelings hasn't changed. Song Shiyu lowered her head and pondered her mother's words, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Moreover, Song Yali continued to guide her, if you really had to choose between Lin Yuan and Shirhan, would you really be willing to make your sister sad? This question struck a chord with Song Shiyu. She truly couldn't bear to see Shirhan sad. Chapter 61 Statements that are both true and false. Mom meant, we can. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already clear. Mom just hopes that you sisters can get along well and find happiness, Song Yali said gently. Some things, if you look at them from a different perspective, might have a different answer. On the other side, Lin Yuan and Shirhan were queuing at a beverage shop. Brother Yuan, do you think my sister has changed a lot today? Shirhan asked curiously. There have indeed been some changes. She's become gentler, Lin Yuan replied. Shirhan was a little worried. She bit her lower lip. What if her sister also liked Yuan Gij? Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Shirhan to be so perceptive in noticing this problem. So what do you hope to do? He countered. Shirhan didn't know. Her voice was filled with confusion. Shirhan liked Yuan Gij, but she didn't want to argue with her sister. Lin Yuan gently stroked Shirhan's hair, feeling its silky smooth texture. What would you like to drink? Let's chat while we drink, he said gently. I want a strawberry milkshake, Shirhan said, tilting her head up, her eyes still showing the confusion she had just felt. Where's brother Yuan? I'll just have a lemonade. Lin Yuan ordered the drinks, then led Shirhan to a quiet corner to sit down. He handed the strawberry milkshake to Shirhan, watching her sip it slowly, her pink lips adorned with a little milkshake foam, making her look exceptionally cute. Shirhan, Lin Yuan called softly. You said you were worried that your sister also liked me, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Huh? Shirhan stared at him, her eyes wide. But if that's the case, won't Shirhan and her sister be? What do you want? To fight for it? Lin Yuan asked gently. Shirhan thought, if you really like someone, do you have to possess them completely? This question made Shirhan think. Under the subtle influence of Avina's consciousness, her thinking became more open. Shirhan didn't know. She answered honestly, but Shirhan didn't want to argue with her sister. That's right. Lin Yuan gently stroked her hair. True love is wanting the other person to be happy, and also wanting everyone around you to be happy. If fighting for someone hurts the sisterly bond, then it's not true love. Shirhan nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. What brother Yuan means is. What I mean is, there are many possibilities when it comes to relationships. Lin Yuan's voice was guiding. The most important thing is that everyone can be happy and find happiness. Shirhan took a sip of her milkshake, pondering Lin Yuan's words. Then what should Shirhan do if her sister really also likes brother Yuan? What do you think? Lin Yuan asked gently in return. If you had to choose between me and my sister, who would you choose? This problem put Shihan in a difficult position. Shihan doesn't want to lose either of them. Then don't choose. Lin Yuan chuckled. Sometimes, the best solution is not to choose. Shirhan blinked. Is it okay to do this? Of course. Lin Yuan nodded firmly. As long as everyone is willing, there's nothing that can't be done. Under the influence of Ivina's consciousness, Shirhan found that this idea wasn't so hard to accept. If that were the case, she wouldn't lose her brother Yuan, nor would she have any conflict with her sister. Brother Yuan is so clever. She smiled sweetly. That way, everyone will be happy. Shirhan is clever, Lin Yuan said affectionately. Being able to think about things this way shows that Shirhan is very kind. Shirhan was even happier after being praised, and she felt that her worries were completely unnecessary. At this moment, Song Yali and Song Shiyu also came over. What are you chatting about so happily? Song Yali asked gently. We were talking about how to make everyone happy, Lin Yuan replied meaningfully. Song Shiyu looked at her younger sister, then at Lin Yuan, and gained a deeper understanding of what her mother had just said. Maybe there really is such a possibility? Lin Yuan bought the drinks and handed them to Song Shiyu and Song Yali respectively. Shiyu, here's your lemon honey tea, he said gently. Thank you. Song Shiyu took the drink, her cheeks still flushed from their conversation. Then, Lin Yuan walked over to Song Yali and handed her a seemingly ordinary cup of milk tea. At the same time, he whispered in her ear, Sister Yali, I added a little milk to your drink. It should be a good energy booster. Song Yali understood immediately, a hint of pleasure flashing in her eyes. Her little master was so thoughtful, knowing she needed to replenish her energy. My brother is so considerate, she replied gently. I'm a little tired right now, so a special drink would be perfect. She picked up her milk tea and took a sip. The familiar taste filled her with a sweet feeling. Shirhan asked curiously from the side, Mom, what are you whispering about? They were just talking about the taste of the drinks. Song Yali replied calmly, Your brother Yuan is very good at picking drinks. Song Shiyu and Shirhan kept the words of guidance in mind. Song Shiyu thought about what her mother had said, matters of the heart are not black and white. Some outstanding men deserve to be cherished by multiple women. These ideas slowly took root in her mind. Maybe we really don't have to make a choice? If that's the case, we won't lose Lin Yuan, nor will we hurt our relationship with my sister. Shirhan thought about Lin Yuan's words. True love is wanting the other person to be happy, and also wanting everyone around you to be happy. The best solution is not to make a choice. Both girls silently processed these new ideas in their hearts. Although they were still a little confused, they had begun to accept this possibility. Where shall we go next? Shirhan asked playfully. It's getting late, we should probably go home. Song Yali checked the time, and her younger brother also had plans for the evening. She gave Lin Yuan a meaningful look, reminding him of his date with Li Xiaowen that evening. Lin Yuan recalled the note, and a sense of anticipation welled up within him. Tonight, he could collect even more energy. It's time to go back. He nodded. He had a lot of fun today. Shirhan was also very happy. Shirhan said happily that she hoped she could go out and play with brother Yuan again in the future. Of course. Lin Yuan affectionately patted her head. Song Shiyu also said softly, Thank you for spending time with us today. Her voice was much gentler than usual, and her eyes no longer held their usual aloofness, but instead carried a hint of affection. The four of them walked together toward the amusement park exit, each with their own expectations. When getting on the bus, Shirhan took Lin Yuan's hand and said, Brother Yuan, sit in the back and keep me company. Her eyes were full of longing, clearly reluctant to part with Lin Yuan. Okay. Lin Yuan agreed gently, not sitting in the passenger seat as usual. Shirhan happily pulled him into the back seat, then naturally leaned against Lin Yuan. Her little head rested lightly on his shoulder, her eyes closed, enjoying the intimacy. I'm so happy today, she said softly, her voice filled with contentment. Lin Yuan gently stroked her hair. Shirhan, are you tired? Yeah, but it's a happy kind of tired. Shirhan snuggled closer to him. With Yuan Gij by her side, Shirhan felt especially at ease. Seeing this scene in the rearview mirror, Song Shiyu felt a pang of sadness, but remembering her mother and Lin Yuan's words, she didn't show any jealousy. Instead, she gently said, "Shirhan, be careful and fasten your seatbelt." "Okay, sister." Shirhan replied obediently, but still clung tightly to Lin Yuan. Watching this heartwarming scene from the driver's seat, Song Yali felt the time was right. She quietly withdrew her possession of Shirhan, allowing her daughter to fully return to her own consciousness. Shirhan felt a slight dizziness, but she thought it was because she was tired and didn't pay attention to it. She just felt that she was unusually brave today, daring to be so proactive in getting close to Lin Yuan. "Brother Yuan, do you think Shirhan is too clingy?" she asked with some concern. "How could that be?" Lin Yuan replied gently. "Shirhan is so cute, I'm overjoyed." Hearing this, Shihan felt as sweet as honey in her heart. As Song Yali drove, she enjoyed the warm atmosphere inside the car. She was constantly absorbing the sweet energy of being in love, and the special drink Lin Yuan had thoughtfully prepared earlier had greatly replenished her energy reserves. Judging from the day's gains at the amusement park, not only did he successfully cultivate deep feelings for Lin Yuan and both daughters, but he also laid the foundation for a harmonious relationship in the future. Most importantly, he collected a large amount of high-quality romantic energy. "Little brother, you've worked so hard today," she said gently to Lin Yuan in the rearview mirror. "It's not hard work. I'm very happy to be with you all," Lin Yuan replied sincerely. Song Shiyu also said softly, "Lin Yuan, today, thank you for making me feel so much joy that I've never felt before." Her voice was much gentler than usual, and her eyes sparkled with a new light. Today's experience had greatly changed this aloof girl. The atmosphere inside the car was warm and harmonious, and all four people were immersed in this wonderful feeling. Chapter 62 Li Xiuwen's date. The car slowly drove into the villa area, and the warm atmosphere continued. "We're home," Song Yali announced gently. Shirhan reluctantly lifted her head from Lin Yuan's shoulder. "We've arrived so quickly. Time really flies." Lin Yuan gently stroked her hair, thinking that there would be other opportunities to go out and have fun together in the future. The four of them got out of the car, and Song Shiyu took the initiative to help carry their things, showing much more consideration than usual. "Lin Yuan, what are your plans for tonight?" she asked tentatively. "I do have a date," Lin Yuan answered frankly. "A friend invited me to dinner." Upon hearing the word date, Song Shiyu felt a pang of disappointment, but she quickly recalled their conversation during the day and tried to remain calm. Shirhan directly expressed her dissatisfaction. "Brother Yuan, are you going on a date with someone else? Wasn't it fun enough being with us today?" "Of course I'm very happy to be with you all," Lin Yuan explained gently, "but this date was agreed upon long ago, and I can't break my promise." Song Yali stepped in to smooth things over. "Shirhan, you can't be so selfish. Lin Yuan has his own social circle too, we should understand." "Okay." Shihan was a little disappointed, but she still nodded obediently. After entering the villa, Song Yali checked the time. "Little brother, what time did you make an appointment? Do you want to rest for a bit first?" "It's about 7:30, so we can definitely rest for a while first." Lin Yuan nodded. "Then go take a shower and relax. I'll have the nanny prepare some snacks," Song Yali thoughtfully arranged. After Lin Yuan went upstairs, Song Yali turned to her two daughters and said, "You two should go and rest too. You must be tired after playing all day." "Mom, who is Yuan Gij dating?" Shirhan asked curiously. "Don't pry into that, everyone has their privacy," Song Yali said gently. "Besides, weren't you all very happy today?" Song Shiyu looked at her mother thoughtfully. "Mom, you don't seem worried about Lin Yuan dating other people?" "Why worry?" Song Yali countered. "If there's not even this much trust, what kind of relationship is that?" She gestured for her two daughters to sit down, preparing to give them an important lesson in emotional education. "Moreover," Song Yali said meaningfully, "sometimes, giving the other person some space can actually make the relationship more stable. A woman who has no thoughts of her own and always gives in to others is more likely to be looked down upon by men." But won't they get angry if we don't give in?" Shihan asked, puzzled. "Silly child, truly outstanding men are attracted to women who have their own thoughts and values." Song Yali explained gently. "Look at Lin Yuan, why is he so attractive?" "Because he's confident, self-reliant, and has his own principles and bottom line. He never changes himself to please anyone." Song Shiyu nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, those boys who pursue me are always trying to please me, which makes me feel bored." "Yes." A hint of admiration flashed in Song Yali's eyes. "Shiyu, think about it, you usually have a lot of guys chasing after you, right? Do you even look at those men who try every means to please you and have no opinions of their own?" I don't think much of them. Song Shiyu shook her head, feeling that they lacked individuality and always listened to her, which made her feel that they were cheap. That's right. Song Yali continued to guide him, explaining that relationships are based on mutual attraction, not one-sided giving. If a person loses themselves and only knows how to compromise, they lose their attractiveness. Shirhan suddenly realized, so, Brother Yuan went on a date today to maintain his charm? Smart. Song Yali patted her youngest daughter's head approvingly. A charming person should have their own social circle and their own principles. Only such a person deserves to be loved and can give true love. So what should we do? Song Shiyu asked earnestly. First, you must enhance your own value. Song Yali said seriously, whether it's your appearance or your inner self, you must make yourself better. Second, you must have your own thoughts and principles, and not lose yourself for a man. Most importantly, her voice became gentler, emphasizing the importance of appreciation and understanding. True love isn't about possession, but about fulfillment. It's normal for a man to be admired by multiple women if he's outstanding enough. The key is whether you can maintain your value and charm in such circumstances. Both daughters fell into deep thought. Does Mom mean we need to become more independent and more attractive? Shirhan asked. That's right. Song Yali nodded firmly. Only in this way can you truly attract worthy people and maintain your dignity and value under any circumstances. These words gave the two girls a completely new understanding of relationships. It was 7 o'clock quickly, and Lin Yuan changed his clothes and went downstairs. He had chosen a casual suit for the evening, which made him look handsome and sophisticated. Brother Yuan is so handsome. Shirhan's eyes were full of stars. Song Shiyu couldn't help but glance at it a few more times, but this time she didn't show too much enthusiasm, instead maintaining an appreciative distance. Go on, little brother, be careful, Song Yali gently reminded him, don't come back too late. Okay, Sister Yali. Lin Yuan nodded, you should all get some rest too. Watching Lin Yuan's departing figure, Shirhan felt a little reluctant, but remembering her mother's words, she tried her best to remain elegant. How about this, Mom will make you a late-night snack, and we'll wait for him to come back so we can eat together, Song Yali suggested. Great. Shirhan excitedly agreed, now we have our own plans too. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already arrived at the agreed-upon hotel according to the address on the note. He was filled with anticipation, wondering what surprises awaited him that night. Lin Yuan arrived at the Blue Bay Hotel according to the address on the note. Standing in front of room 1208, he straightened his clothes, a surge of confident satisfaction welling up inside him. He hadn't expected his captivating presentation at the art museum during the day to be so effective. Even the pretty female guide had been drawn to him and had invited him to the hotel. It seems the succubus's magic is truly powerful. He secretly rejoiced. First, he made great progress with Sister Yali's 2 daughters today, and now he has gained something new. Lin Yuan knocked lightly on the door. Please come in, the door is unlocked. A gentle female voice came from inside. Pushing open the door, Lin Yuan saw the tour guide from earlier that day, Li Xiaowen. She had changed out of her uniform and was wearing a simple black dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, looking exceptionally charming in the dim light. You've come. Li Xiaowen smiled gently. I was worried you wouldn't come. Why wouldn't you come? Lin Yuan closed the door and walked towards her. Your behavior during the day has piqued my interest. At this moment, Li Xiaowen outwardly appeared to be the same delicate-looking tour guide, but in reality, her consciousness was completely controlled by Avina. Avina was enjoying the thrill of dating her young master under a different identity. You gave me a very special feeling at the art museum today. Li Xiaowen approached Lin Yuan, her eyes gleaming with a seductive light. I've never felt this way about a man I've just met. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Yuan secretly admired his own charm. This tour guide, who was usually quite reserved, was now being so proactive. Really? What kind of teaching do you want now? He asked gently, reaching out to stroke her cheek. Li Xiaowen closed her eyes and enjoyed his caresses. I want for you to teach me some things I've never experienced before. Her voice carried a girlish shyness, yet her eyes sparkled with the desire of a mature woman. This contradictory charm greatly excited Lin Yuan. The warm lighting in the room created a romantic atmosphere, and the two grew closer and closer. Lin Yuan was completely unaware that the girl in front of him, who seemed to be captivated by his charm, was actually Avina, whom he knew best. And Avina was enjoying the unique pleasure of being intimate with her young master under different identities. Xiaowen, why did you ask me out today? Lin Yuan asked, gently stroking her hair. Because you give me a very special feeling. Li Xiaowen replied shyly, I've never felt such a strong impulse towards a man before. The moment I saw you, I knew I had to take the initiative. These words filled Lin Yuan with a strong sense of accomplishment. His succubus magic was indeed powerful, even a normally conservative girl couldn't resist it. Xiaowen, so you're officially my girlfriend now. But I might have a lot of boyfriends in the future, is that okay with that? Lin Yuan gently stroked her cheek and kissed her. Li Xiaowen nodded gently in Lin Yuan's arms, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Of course. I'm your boyfriend. She said shyly, then looked up at him, but, what do you mean by saying you have a lot of boyfriends? Her voice carried a hint of nervousness and curiosity, but she did not immediately show any rejection. Well, I might be dating several girls at the same time, Lin Yuan said frankly. If you can't accept that, I can understand. Li Xiaowen remained silent for a moment, seemingly pondering the question. Avina certainly wouldn't reject this arrangement, but she needed to give an appropriate response in Li Xiaowen's capacity. I'm a little confused, she said softly, but if it's you, I think I can try to accept it. Really? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Why did you agree so easily? Because. Li Xiaowen said, blushing, I think a man as outstanding as you would indeed attract many girls. If I selfishly demanded that you belong only to me, it would make me seem petty. Her words warmed Lin Yuan's heart. He hadn't expected this seemingly conservative girl to be so open-minded. Furthermore, Li Xiaowen continued, if you truly love someone, you should wish for their happiness, not restrict them. It's enough that you have a place for me in your heart. These words made Lin Yuan look at her with new respect. He never expected that there would be such an open-minded girl. For a moment, Lin Yuan began to suspect that this girl might be possessed by Ivina. Chapter 63 Who Would Joke About Innocence? Heartbeat Game Chapter. The exciting game chapter begins here. For a moment, Lin Yuan began to suspect that this girl might be possessed by Ivina. Xiaowen, you are truly special. He gently kissed her forehead. I will cherish you. So, do you have any other girlfriends now? Li Xiaowen asked curiously. I have some close friends, Lin Yuan answered truthfully, but they are all very kind, and I think you should get along well. I will try my best. Li Xiaowen nodded obediently, as long as you're happy. By the way, are you free tomorrow? Lin Yuan asked. I'd like to introduce you to my other friends. Of course I have time, Li Xiaowen said with a sweet smile. I'm really looking forward to it. She was certainly looking forward to it, because it meant she could continue to interact with her little master in different identities, while also observing the interactions between other women and her little master, thus safeguarding the energy collection plan. As soon as the two stepped out of the hotel, they spotted a group of people on the bridge ahead. They were gathered in a circle, seemingly watching something interesting. What's going on over there? Li Xiaowen asked curiously, pointing ahead. Let's go take a look. Lin Yuan took her hand and walked towards the crowd. After squeezing through the crowd, they saw a young man standing on the outside of the bridge railing, gripping it tightly with both hands, shouting excitedly at the onlookers. I really didn't sexually harass her. I'm innocent. The man's voice was hoarse. Chen Shueli, why did you do this to me? When Li Xiaowen heard the name, her body trembled slightly. Avina knew from this body's memories that the man was Li Xiaowen's senior from university, named Wang Jianming, 28 years old, who previously owned an entertainment media company. Senior? Li Xiaowen said in a low voice, a worried expression on her face. Do you know him? Lin Yuan asked. He was a senior in my university, a really nice guy, how could this happen? Li Xiaowen was interrupted by Wang Jianming's shout before she could finish speaking. That woman Chen Shueli is a liar. She deliberately wore revealing clothes to my office and secretly recorded me. All I said was out of concern for her work, but she deliberately took things out of context. Wang Jianming roared in despair. Someone in the crowd recognized him. Isn't this the heartless boss who sexually harassed female employees? And he still dares to argue here. Exactly. Would a girl joke about her innocence? You must have done something filthy. That's right, that's right. Everyone else has said they won't use their innocence to slander him, and there won't be any reversal. Jump already. This kind of scum is wasting air by living. Faced with these vicious accusations, Wang Jianming felt even more desperate. None of you believe me. My company went bankrupt, my reputation is ruined, my family is being cyberbullied. What's the point of my life anymore? Li Xiaowen rushed forward anxiously. Senior, don't do anything rash. However, it was blocked by the crowd of onlookers. Lin Yuan frowned, he felt something was amiss. Judging from the man's behavior, he didn't seem to be feigning innocence. Xiaowen, do you know your senior? He asked. My senior was a very upright person in college and would never do such a thing. Li Xiaowen said anxiously, adding that he always respected female classmates and often helped younger female students. Ivina confirmed this through Li Xiaowen's memories. Wang Jianming was indeed a decent person and would never have committed sexual harassment. At this moment, Wang Jianming seemed to have made up his mind. Since no one believes me, I will prove my innocence with my death. Chen Xueli, you killed an innocent person, you will be punished. After saying that, he was about to let go and jump. Don't want. Li Xiaowen shouted loudly, but she was too far away to stop her in time. When Lin Yuan saw Wang Jianming about to let go outside the bridge railing, his pupils instantly contracted, his brows furrowed, and the muscles on his face tensed instantly. Without any hesitation, he suddenly exerted force with both legs, and his body shot towards the bridge like an arrow. Brother, don't give up on life. Lin Yuan's voice sounded particularly strong in the night wind. His right hand accurately grasped Wang Jianming's wrist, his fingers gripping so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Wang Jianming was suddenly grabbed and left hanging outside the bridge. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by confusion. His lips trembled slightly, and his voice was hoarse. Why did you save me? You don't even know me. Why would a stranger be willing to save me? Are there still people in this world who believe in me? A long-lost warmth welled up in Wang Jianming's heart, but it was quickly suppressed by despair. Lin Yuan felt the weight coming from his wrist, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, but his eyes remained unusually firm. He carefully observed Wang Jianming's eyes, they were filled with pure despair and helplessness, without any deception or acting. Because I can see sincerity in your eyes, not pretense. Although Lin Yuan's voice trembled slightly from the effort, he pronounced each word clearly. Once you lose your life, everything is gone. Your death may not clear your name, and even if it does, what good is it if you're gone? The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, and someone pointed at Lin Yuan and said, Why is this young man meddling in other people's business? Let this scum die. However, some people have begun to re-examine the current situation. After all, Wang Jianming's willingness to die to prove his innocence speaks volumes. Li Xiaowen stood 3 meters away from the bridge, her eyes slightly narrowed, a habitual gesture of Ivina when she was deep in thought. Her fingers lightly stroked her chin as she quickly analyzed the current situation in her mind. It seems this internet celebrity really is a gold digger. Ivina quickly reviewed Wang Jianming's behavior in college through Li Xiaowen's memories. In her memory, Wang Jianming was indeed a person of good character who would never do anything inappropriate to girls, and he was even careful about his jokes. How could someone like that suddenly become a sexual harasser? Ivina frowned slightly as she recalled how she had almost misunderstood Lin Yuan because of Chen Yali's memories. Although she really wanted to help the innocent man, her young master hadn't clearly stated his intentions, and acting rashly might backfire. After all, her gaze grew even colder. The woman who swindled her young master out of $1 million has still not been found. Although her young master says he doesn't care, I know how deeply that incident hurt him. Now I've encountered another similarly vicious woman, so I must proceed with caution. At this moment, Li Xiaowen suddenly spoke, her voice filled with obvious anxiety and concern. Senior, listen to me. I'm Li Xiaowen, do you remember me? You even wrote a recommendation letter for me back in my junior year. She walked quickly towards the bridge, each step showing urgency, her expression genuine worry, without any pretense. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Jianming turned his head with difficulty. When he saw Li Xiaowen's face, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, like a drowning person seeing a lifebuoy. Xiaowen? Is it really you? His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes began to redden. Xiaowen still remembers me and is still willing to speak up for me. Maybe there really are still people in this world who believe in my innocence. It's me. Li Xiaowen's voice was clearly choked with emotion. Senior, I believe in your character, you would never do such a thing. I know you've always been an upright person. Hearing Li Xiaowen's words and seeing the sincerity and trust in her eyes, Lin Yuan made his decision. His lips curled up slightly, revealing a warm yet firm smile. Since you are Xiaowen Senior, I can't stand idly by. He pulled Wang Jianming up forcefully, then reached out and patted Wang Jianming's shoulder with his other hand. Brother, we'll help you get justice. There are indeed many injustices in this society, but running away won't solve anything. At this point, Lin Yuan's eyes became somewhat deep, and a trace of painful memories flashed in them. He remembered that rainy night a year ago. Light rain. Lin Yuan's fist clenched unconsciously, his knuckles making a slight cracking sound. He remembered the seemingly frail and helpless girl, remembered her crying and saying that her family was in trouble and needed money, and remembered that he transferred all of his mother's 1 million yuan inheritance to her without hesitation. He remembered how he felt at the time, the impulse to protect the woman he loved, the naive belief that money was insignificant in the face of love. However, the day after he transferred the money, Xiao Yu disappeared. He couldn't reach her by phone, and she blocked him on WeChat. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. That million wasn't just money, it was the last bit of love my mother left me, her wish that I could have a better life. A flash of anger and pain crossed Lin Yuan's eyes, while I, due to a moment of impulsiveness, was easily deceived by a swindler. He thought about the days that followed. In order to support his studies and life, he had to work several jobs and could only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day. The cheapest dishes in the cafeteria, the dim lights in the library, hands scalded red by hot water while washing dishes late at night. All of this is because of that woman named Xiao Yu. But things are different now. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the man in front of him who had also been framed by a woman. I have the ability to help him, and I must help him. I can't let him follow the same path I did. Looking at the determination and understanding in Lin Yuan's eyes, Wang Jianming felt a warmth he had never felt before. This man, younger than himself, had a maturity and world weariness in his eyes that belied his age, as if he had also experienced similar pain. But nobody believed me. My company went bankrupt, my reputation was ruined, and my family was subjected to cyberbullying because of me. Wang Jianming's voice grew even more desperate, his hands trembling uncontrollably. I really don't know what to do. My parents are afraid to leave the house because of the vicious comments online, my younger sister is being pointed at and gossiped about by her classmates at school, and I've ruined my whole family. Wang Jianming's heart was filled with self-blame and pain. That's because you haven't found the right method. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he recalled his growth and changes over this period. Since she can spread rumors and frame you, we can find evidence to expose her true colors. Evil will not prevail over good, and the truth will always come to light. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, a glint of excitement flashed in Avina's eyes. She bit her lower lip lightly, a habitual gesture she made when she was looking forward to something. My little master is finally going to take action against this vicious woman. Great, I want to see just how many tricks Qin Shueli has up her sleeve. Chapter 64 Clues about Fang Xiaoyu. Some dissenting voices began to emerge from the crowd. This girl seems very sincere. If she says this man has good character. Indeed, a girl shouldn't speak up for a bad person. Moreover, the fact that this young man risked his life to save him suggests that the matter may not be so simple. Could it be that the internet celebrity was really lying? These days, internet celebrities will do anything to create hype. Lin Yuan keenly sensed the shift in public opinion, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Human nature is still inclined towards good. If given the truth, they will make the right judgment. He turned to Wang Jianming, his tone becoming gentler. Brother, do you believe me? If you do, tell me the whole story in detail. I have a way to help you clarify the facts. Looking into Lin Yuan's sincere eyes and then at Li Xiaowen's concerned expression, Wang Jianming felt a long-lost hope welling up inside him. Perhaps, just perhaps, there really was still a chance to prove his innocence. Li Xiaowen walked to Wang Jianming's side and gently took his hand. Senior, you must believe that justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Lin Yuan and I will help you. Through this gesture, Avina conveyed support and encouragement to Wang Jianming, while at the same time, she had already begun to formulate a plan in her mind. Since my young master has decided to help him, I will fully cooperate. This Chen Shueli, I'll teach her a lesson she won't forget. The night breeze gently caressed the bridge, carrying away some of the despair and bringing new hope. The three people stood on the bridge, forming a warm little group under the dim streetlights, while the onlookers began to re-examine the whole incident. Wang Jianming took a deep breath, and the flame of fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. Okay, I believe you. Here's what happened. Lin Yuan patted Wang Jianming on the shoulder, his tone gentle but with an undeniable firmness. Brother, this isn't the place to talk. Let's find a quieter place to talk. The three of them squeezed out from the crowd of onlookers. The night breeze was a little chilly, but Lin Yuan's words warmed Wang Jianming's heart. After walking for about 5 minutes, Lin Yuan stopped in front of a Mishue ice cream shop. This milk tea shop, which is still open late at night, didn't have many customers at the time. The dim yellow light shone through the glass windows onto the street, making it look particularly cozy. This will do. Lin Yuan pushed open the shop door, and the crisp doorbell rang. There was only one young employee on the night shift. He looked a little tired, but he still mustered his energy to greet the customers. "Welcome to Mishue Ice Cream," the clerk said mechanically. Lin Yuan walked to the counter and carefully examined the price list. His brows furrowed slightly, and his fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the counter, a habitual gesture he made when calculating expenses. "What would you like to drink?" Lin Yuan turned to Li Xiaowen and Wang Jianming and asked. "It's a bit cold tonight, so something hot would be better." Wang Jianming had just experienced a brush with death, and his emotions were not yet fully calmed. His voice trembled slightly. "Anything is fine, thank you." Li Xiaowen said gently, "Senior, why don't you have some red bean milk tea to warm yourself up? It's windy today." Then I turned to Lin Yuan and said, "I'll just have a red bean milk tea too." Lin Yuan nodded and said to the shop assistant, "2 cups of red bean milk tea, hot." His gaze lingered on the price list for a few seconds before finally landing on the cheapest option, "I'd like a lemonade." The shop assistant looked at Lin Yuan with some surprise, since few people would order lemonade in the dead of winter, but still began making the drink. Lin Yuan took out his phone from his pocket and skillfully opened the coupon page. His fingers swiped rapidly across the screen, his eyes focused as if he were looking at some important document. Look, cheap and affordable." Lin Yuan found a discount coupon and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. As he said this, his eyes sparkled with a pure joy, like the satisfaction a child feels when they receive candy. This appreciation for small joys contrasts sharply with the wealth he currently possesses. Li Xiaowen stood aside, quietly observing Lin Yuan's every move. When she saw Lin Yuan's focused expression as he carefully studied the coupon, and the satisfied smile on his face as he saved a few yuan, a strong emotional surge welled up in her heart. Her eyes began to moisten slightly, but she tried hard to hold back the tears. She gently bit her lower lip, a habitual gesture she made when trying to suppress her emotions. "Little master, you really are." A complex mix of emotions welled up inside of Ina through Li Xiaowen's body. She thought of the 200 million yuan in Lin Yuan's account, the interest that was automatically deposited into his account every day, and then looked at the man in front of her who was happy over a few yuan in coupons. As expected, he still wasn't used to the life of the rich. Ivy felt both heartache and gratitude. Even now that he had so much money, he still maintained his frugal habits and would still be happy for small discounts. She recalled Lin Yuan's days working odd jobs, washing dishes late into the night in a restaurant, his hands scalded red by hot water, eating only the cheapest vegetables to save money, studying late into the night in the library wearing faded clothes. Those difficult days left a deep mark on his heart, and even though his living conditions have improved now, his caution with money and his preference for cheap things remain deeply ingrained. Li Xiaowen quietly wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. The movement was very light and quick, as if she was afraid that Lin Yuan would find out. A strong protective instinct welled up within her. If I hadn't possessed Li Xiaowen's body, I wouldn't have known that my little master had this side to her. Of Ina's side, he always appears so composed in front of me, never mentioning his difficult past. But these small details reveal his true feelings. Watching this scene, Wang Jianming was also moved. This young man could have chosen a more expensive drink, but he still chose the cheapest one. This simplicity reminded him of his own early days in starting his business. "That'll be 23 yuan in total," the shop assistant quoted. Lin Yuan skillfully used the coupon, 5 yuan off for purchases over 20 yuan, which should be 18 yuan. "Okay." After the clerk confirmed, Lin Yuan scanned the code to pay, his movements swift and efficient. While waiting for their drinks to be made, the three of them found a corner seat. Warm yellow light shone on the table, creating a cozy atmosphere. Lin Yuan placed his hands on the table, leaned slightly forward, and looked at Wang Jianming with sincere eyes. "Now we can talk about Chen Shueli in detail." Li Xiaowen sat down next to Lin Yuan, her hand discreetly placed under the table, and gently took his hand in hers. This gesture seemed both to offer him warmth and to draw strength from him. The little master's hands were still so warm. Ivina felt the warmth from her palms, and the tenderness in her heart grew stronger. Wang Jianming took the steaming hot red bean milk tea, gripping the cup tightly with both hands, as if trying to draw some warmth and courage from it. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with pain and complexity. The story begins 3 months ago. Wang Jianming's voice was a little hoarse. Chen Shueli was indeed an internet celebrity signed by my company. At that time, she was very popular, and we had a very pleasant collaboration. He paused, took a sip of milk tea to moisten his throat, and continued. But gradually, I noticed that she would often find various excuses to come to my office, and every time she would dress very provocatively. Lin Yuan listened attentively, occasionally nodding to signal Wang Jianming to continue. Li Xiaoman listened while observing Lin Yuan's changing expressions. At the time, I thought it was just work-related, so I didn't think much of it. But later I found out that she started deliberately creating ambiguous situations. Wang Jianming's face showed a pained expression. For example, he deliberately bent down in front of me, deliberately touched my hand, and even tried to hug me a few times. So how did you handle it back then? Lin Yuan asked. I always refused very seriously and told her to keep her distance. Wang Jianming shook his head with a wry smile. I thought she would understand what I meant, but I didn't expect. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. I never imagined she was secretly recording me. And she took all my comments about caring about her work out of context and edited them into so-called evidence of sexual harassment. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoman frowned deeply. This is too vicious. What followed was even more vicious. A flash of anger crossed Wang Jianming's eyes. She not only framed me, but also found a girl named Su Xiaoyu to give false testimony, saying that she saw me touching Chen Shueli inappropriately. Upon hearing the name Su Xiaoyu, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped drinking his lemonade. His pupils contracted instantly, and the cup in his hand trembled slightly. You mean Su Xiaoyu? Lin Yuan's voice became a little nervous. Could you tell me more about this person? Wang Jianming nodded. Su Xiaoyu claims to be Chen Shueli's friend. She posted a long article online, saying that she witnessed my inappropriate behavior towards Chen Shueli. Moreover, her description was very detailed, as if she really saw it with her own eyes. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a gesture he often made when he was thinking or alert. The name is too similar to Fang Xiaoyu, the one who deceived me, and both of them were involved at crucial moments. Do you have a photo of Su Xiaoyu? Lin Yuan's voice became even lower. I want to see what this person looks like. Wang Jianming took out his phone and searched. Yes, I did collect her information back then to clarify the facts. A few seconds later, Wang Jianming found the photo and handed his phone to Lin Yuan. It's her. When Lin Yuan saw the photo on his phone screen, he froze instantly. That familiar face struck his heart like lightning, making his world stop turning for a moment. Chapter 65. The first encounter. It was just a chance encounter with you when my heart was just beginning to flutter. The girl in the photo has a petite and charming figure, the typical girl next door type. Her face is pure and sweet, with a round face and large, innocent eyes that give her a delicate, almost pitiful look. Shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth make her smile exceptionally sweet. Her shoulder-length short hair adds to her youthful and adorable appearance, and she wears a simple, pure white dress, radiating a well-behaved and innocent charm. Those clear, innocent eyes once stirred a protective instinct in countless people, including Lin Yuan himself. Fang Xiaoyu. Lin Yuan's voice trembled, and he almost squeezed out these words through clenched teeth. The phone slipped from his hand and fell onto the table with a soft thud. But at that moment, the sound seemed particularly jarring. Lin Yuan's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat began to seep from his forehead. His hands clenched into fists, and his whole body trembled slightly. The woman who had once left a deep wound in his heart appeared before him without warning, as if she herself were standing there. Memories flooded back that rainy night. She cried and said her family was in trouble and needed money. Her pitiful appearance softened his heart, and he transferred $1 million without hesitation. The next day she disappeared without a trace, as if she had never existed. That $1 million was more than just money. It was an inheritance left to him by his mother, her final love and expectations for him. And this seemingly innocent and pitiful woman easily stole all of this. Li Xiaoman keenly sensed Lin Yuan's unusual behavior, and a strong sense of sorrow welled up in her heart. Through Ivina's perception, she could feel the shock and pain in Lin Yuan's heart at that moment. It was her. This is the woman who hurt my little master. A murderous glint flashed in Ivina's eyes. I've finally found you, Su Xiaoyu, or rather, Fang Xiaoyu. She quietly reached out and gently stroked Lin Yuan's back, trying to offer him some comfort. But she could feel the stiffness and trembling in Lin Yuan's body. The discovery had been too much of a shock for him. Seeing Lin Yuan's reaction, Wang Jianming was somewhat confused. You know her? Lin Yuan closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm himself down. When he opened his eyes again, flames of anger were burning in his pupils. I know her. His voice was so deep it sounded like it came from hell. She was the woman who swindled $1 million from me. As Lin Yuan narrated, time seemed to flow backward to that autumn afternoon 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Mishui ice cream in a university town. 18-year-old Lin Yuan had just finished a day of university classes and walked into the familiar milk tea shop with his worn-out backpack. As a freshman, he was short of money, but he would occasionally come here to buy the cheapest lemonade to treat himself. The shop's decor remains simple and cozy, with warm yellow lighting that creates a relaxing atmosphere. Lin Yuan was much younger then, with the naivety of a high school student on his face and clear, innocent eyes. "Welcome to Mishui Ice Cream," a sweet voice called out. Lin Yuan looked up and saw the face behind the counter that made him momentarily lose his composure. A girl who looked even younger than herself stood behind the cashier, her shoulder-length hair gleaming softly in the warm light. She had a classic oval face, large, bright eyes, and a sweet, professional smile. A shallow dimple graced her left cheek. Wearing the store's uniform, she appeared exceptionally pure and charming. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, almost forgetting what he was going to say. This was the first time he had seen this girl in this store before. It was other employees. I'd like a small glass of lemonade," Lin Yuan said nervously, his voice slightly louder than usual. The girl nodded and began to skillfully operate the equipment. "Are you a student at Shanshui University? I noticed the school badge on your backpack." She struck up a conversation while mixing drinks, her voice as soft as a feather. "Ah, yes, a freshman." Lin Yuan glanced subconsciously at his somewhat faded backpack, feeling a little embarrassed. The girl looked up at him, a flicker of something passing through her eyes, but it quickly returned to its innocent clarity. "My name is Feng Xiaoyu. What's yours?" "Lin Yuan." He answered honestly. Feng Xiaoyu paused slightly while making the drink, but her movements remained fluid. She was quickly observing the boy in her mind. His clothes weren't designer brands, but they were clean. His backpack was old, but well maintained. He spoke with honest and direct eyes, a typical good student. "Lin Yuan, that's a beautiful name." She said softly, "Do you come here often? I don't think I've ever seen you before." "I haven't been working here long." Feng Xiaoyu handed him the lemonade she had prepared, her fingertips lightly touching the back of his hand. 3 yuan. Lin Yuan felt the touch for a moment, his face flushed slightly, and he quickly took out his phone to scan the code to pay. "Thank you." He took the drink, somewhat reluctant to leave. Looking at him, Feng Xiaoyu's smile became even sweeter. "Lin Yuan, if you don't mind, can I talk to you? I live alone in this city and I'd like to make more friends." "Sure, Xiaoyu, may I call you that?" Lin Yuan smiled sincerely, his eyes curving into crescent shapes. He felt a surge of warmth in his heart when she took the initiative to express her desire to make friends. As an orphan who had just arrived in a strange city, he desperately wanted someone to talk to him. "Sure." Feng Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and her voice was filled with a hint of joy. "It feels so warm and familiar when you call me that." Lin Yuan, carrying the lemonade, leaned closer to the counter. "Are you also a student at this university?" His tone was filled with curiosity and anticipation. If she were also a student, they would have even more in common. Feng Xiaoyu's expression dimmed for a moment. She lowered her head and gently wiped the already clean counter with her hand. I didn't go to university. My family isn't well off, and my mother's health isn't good, so I have to work to earn money." Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes reddened. This was no performance at all. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyu thought of her mother lying in the hospital bed and the mountain of medical bills, and tears almost welled up in her eyes. She's only 17 years old. She should be sitting in a classroom like her peers, but instead, she has to work here to survive. Seeing her like this, Lin Yuan felt a pang of sadness. He put down his drink, his tone becoming exceptionally gentle. "Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that question." "It's okay, Lin Yuan." Feng Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes still glistening with tears, but she forced a strong smile. "I think it's good to be able to live by my own efforts. And, now I've met a friend like you." Lin Yuan thought to himself, this girl is really too strong, she's had it even harder than me. He instinctively wanted to protect her, to help her. "Xiaoyu, if you don't mind, can I come here often in the future?" Lin Yuan asked somewhat nervously. "I mean, we can chat more." Feng Xiaoyu gently wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand and nodded. "I work here from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. every day. If you don't mind the hassle, I would really like you to come." How could I find it annoying? Lin Yuan's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes were so sincere that it was heartbreaking. I'm also single, and you don't mind that I'm poor and are willing to be friends with me. I think you're a really nice person. As he spoke, he subconsciously hid the somewhat damaged backpack behind him, as if afraid that Fang Xiaoyu would see the wear and tear on it. Lin Yuan's words sent a shiver down Fang Xiaoyu's spine. She looked at the shy boy, at how he awkwardly covered something with his backpack, his self-conscious yet determined manner reminding her of herself when she first started working. Fang Xiaoyu noticed his subtle movements, and a complex mix of emotions welled up inside her. The boy's inferiority complex and timidity evoked a strange pang of sympathy in her. She had never met a boy like this before, one who showed no sense of superiority but was instead anxious because of his poverty. Lin Yuan. Fang Xiaoyu called his name softly, her eyes softening with tenderness. You're not poor at all, you have so much knowledge and even went to university. I'm the one who truly has nothing. She reached out and gently patted the counter. You know, every day I see you college students walking past this store, and I'm so envious. You have education, you have dreams, while I. But you have dreams too. Lin Yuan interrupted her urgently. You're working so hard, it must be for something important. Looking into Lin Yuan's clear eyes, Fang Xiaoyu felt for the first time what it meant to be genuinely cared for. It was for my mother. She spoke softly, her voice trembling with genuine emotion. She is sick and needs a lot of money for treatment. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt even more heartbroken. He wanted to say something comforting, but he didn't know how to express it. Finally, he simply nodded earnestly. Xiaoyu, you are truly amazing. Just then, a few more customers entered the store. Fang Xiaoyu quickly wiped her eyes and returned to work. But the look she gave Lin Yuan carried a special warmth. Have a seat for a while. I'll come and chat with you after I've finished entertaining my guests, she whispered to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan held the glass of lemonade, the taste of which he used to find sweet now tasted bitter and hard to swallow. He watched Fang Xiaoyu skillfully serve other customers, and behind that professional smile, he seemed to see the helplessness of a girl who had to mature early in order to survive. Yes, money. It's so important in this society. Chapter 66. I can occasionally bring you little sweet moments. Money is too important in this society. Lin Yuan recalled his original intention for choosing finance as his major. Wasn't it to live a good life and make a lot of money in the future? But now, seeing Fang Xiaoyu, he truly understands what the heavy burden of life means. He secretly sized up Fang Xiaoyu. She looked even younger than him, yet she had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of caring for her sick mother. A perfectly good girl's life was dragged down by reality, and even her most basic right to education was taken away. This contrast left him with mixed feelings. He was an orphan since childhood and thought he had suffered enough, but at least he still had the opportunity to study and could look forward to a relatively stable future. After seeing off the last customer, Fang Xiaoyu returned to Lin Yuan's side and noticed that his expression was somewhat heavy. Lin Yuan, what's wrong? Is the lemonade not good? She asked with concern, thinking it was a problem with her cooking skills. Lin Yuan shook his head, looked up at her. Xiaoyu, is your mother's illness serious? Fang Xiaoyu's hand trembled slightly as she gripped the rag tightly. Looking at the genuine concern in Lin Yuan's eyes, she felt a surge of complex emotions. The boy's concern was genuine, but what she was about to do? It's quite serious and requires long-term treatment. She spoke softly, her voice filled with genuine worry and exhaustion. The doctor said it would cost at least several $100,000. When Lin Yuan heard this number, his heart felt as if it had been violently struck. Hundreds of thousands is an astronomical figure for a girl who does odd jobs. Of course, this number was astronomical even for him. Lin Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. But seeing the helplessness in Fang Xiaoyu's eyes, he couldn't help but want to do something for her. Light rain. Lin Yuan began cautiously. Your mother's illness, the doctor said it still. He stopped mid-sentence, realizing that asking so directly might hurt her. Fang Xiaoyu realized what he wanted to ask, and her eyes dimmed. The doctor said that if he could continue treatment, he could live for many more years. But if he couldn't afford treatment? She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was already quite clear. Lin Yuan felt even more distressed after hearing this. He began to silently calculate in his mind. He was studying finance, and if he studied hard, he could find a good job after graduation with a monthly salary of several thousand yuan. If we save money and live frugally, we might be able to save some money to help her. But wouldn't it be too late 4 years later? Xiaoyu, besides working here, do you have any other sources of income? Lin Yuan asked tentatively. Fang Xiaoyu shook her head. I also do part-time jobs in other places, but I don't earn much. Sometimes I would hand out flyers on weekends, earning 50 yuan a day. She said this with a hint of self-mockery in her voice, but her mother's medical expenses were several hundred yuan a day. Lin Yuan gripped the cup tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white. He imagined this girl, who was even younger than him, working odd jobs in different places every day, yet still feeling powerless because it was all in vain. Xiaoyu, have you ever thought about applying for medical assistance or charitable funds? Lin Yuan wanted to find some other way out for her. Fang Xiaoyu shook her head with a wry smile. I've tried, but I don't meet the requirements. And even if I get approved, it will only solve a small part of the problem. She paused for a moment, looking into Lin Yuan's concerned eyes, and something inside her was gently touched. However, Lin Yuan, thank you so much for being willing to listen to what I have to say. Looking at her forced smile, Lin Yuan made up his mind. He may not be able to help much right now, but he must work hard to be able to help this kind girl as soon as possible. Lin Yuan stood up and gently placed the empty cup on the counter. Xiaoyu, let's add each other on WeChat, we can chat sometime. Fang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly took out her phone. Okay. Her voice carried a hint of excitement. This was the first person her age to ask to add her on WeChat since she arrived in the city. The two skillfully scanned the QR code to add each other as friends. Lin Yuan's WeChat profile picture was a simple landscape photo, and his nickname was his real name. Fang Xiaoyu's profile picture is a cute little rabbit, and her nickname is Xiao Oyushin Little Rainy Day. I'll be going now, you should get some rest. As Lin Yuan spoke, he slung his somewhat worn-out school bag over his shoulder. Before turning to leave, he couldn't help but glance at Fang Xiaoyu one last time. Under the dim light, she was waving goodbye to him with an innocent smile on her face, but the corners of her eyes still held traces of sadness from when she talked about her mother. Lin Yuan felt a pang of heartache, and his steps became heavy. After leaving Mishue Ice Cream, the evening breeze brushed against his face, but he couldn't calm down. Although his excellent grades and scholarships barely covered his tuition and basic living expenses, he made a decision after seeing Fang Xiaoyu's situation. He wants to take on several jobs, not only for his own livelihood, but also to help Xiaoyu. Lin Yuan took out his phone and started searching for campus part-time job groups and recruitment information. Tutor, waiter, flyer distributor, even mover, he's willing to try any legitimate job that can earn money. He remembered what Fang Xiaoyu had said, his mother's medical expenses were several hundred yuan a day. Although he may not be able to help much with his current abilities, even if he can give her a few hundred yuan a month, it might ease her burden a little. Back in the dorm, while his roommates played video games, Lin Yuan sat at his desk, planning his study time and calculating his potential part-time income. He filled his notebook with his schedule for various part-time jobs, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. That night, 18-year-old Lin Yuan changed his life plans for the first time for another person. The first week, a new rhythm of life. Lin Yuan's life has changed completely. He gets up at 6 o'clock every morning, goes to a fast food restaurant off campus to work part-time after class, and doesn't get back to his dormitory until after 9 o'clock at night. His roommates always joked that he was working even harder than he did in his senior year of high school, but Lin Yuan never explained why. On the third night, Lin Yuan dragged his tired body back to the dormitory. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed and habitually opened WeChat. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, are you asleep? Almost instant reply. Light rain, not yet. Just got back to my dorm after get off work. How are you today? Lin Yuan, it's fine, just a little tiring. How about you? Is the shop busy? Light rain, it's alright, but my feet hurt a bit after standing all day. Lin Yuan felt a pang of heartache upon seeing the message. He imagined Fang Xiaoyu busy in the shop, wondering how uncomfortable her small feet must be standing all day in flat shoes. Lin Yuan, why don't you soak your feet? I've heard that soaking your feet in hot water is very helpful for relieving fatigue. Light rain, okay, I'll go in a bit. Lin Yuan, you're so thoughtful. Seeing that adorable expression, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile, and his fatigue seemed to lessen considerably. Lin Yuan, by the way, what hobbies do you have besides work? Rainy day, hobbies. I used to like reading novels, but I don't have much time for that anymore. What about you? Lin Yuan, I like watching movies, but I don't have time to go to the cinema anymore. Rainy day, how about we go to the movies together sometime when we have the chance? Lin Yuan's heart suddenly raced, and his finger hovered over the screen for a long time before replying. Lin Yuan, okay, it's a deal. Light Rain, it's a deal. By the way, did you have dinner today? Lin Yuan, I ate. It was a staff meal at a fast food restaurant. It wasn't great, but it filled my stomach. Light Rain Day, you must eat well, don't starve yourself to save money. Lin Yuan, you too, don't always be so stingy with money. Rainy Day, yeah, I will. Lin Yuan, I feel so happy chatting with you, it's like all the fatigue of the day has disappeared. Lin Yuan, me too. It feels like even being tired is worth it when you're chatting with me. Rainy Day, shall we chat every night? Lin Yuan, of course. Week 2 gradually deepening understanding. Lin Yuan found another weekend tutoring job, tutoring a middle school student in math. Although he was busier, his income had increased significantly. His evening chats with Fang Xiaoyu became his most anticipated time. That evening, Lin Yuan had just finished tutoring and returned to his dormitory when he discovered that Fang Xiaoyu had sent him a message. Light Rain Day, Lin Yuan, did your tutoring go well today? Lin Yuan, not bad, that kid is quite smart, just a little mischievous. Light Rainy Day, all kids are like that. You're amazing, teaching others while in University Omega. Lin Yuan, it's nothing much, just earning some living expenses. By the way, how are you today? Light Rainy Day, a very grumpy customer came into the store today. He got angry at me because I waited too long, and I almost cried. Upon seeing this message, Lin Yuan immediately sat up straight. Lin Yuan, what? Someone bullied you? Did he do anything to you? Light Rain, no, they just scolded me a few times. But the store manager helped me resolve it later. Lin Yuan, it's Xiaoyu, if you encounter something like this again, you must protect yourself and call the police if necessary. Rainy Day, yeah, I know. But it warms my heart to know you care about me. Lin Yuan, I will always care about you. Light Rain, Lin Yuan, I have a question for you. Lin Yuan, what's the problem? Rainy Day, why are you so good to me? We've only known each other for a short time. Lin Yuan stared at the message, lost in thought for a long time. How should he reply? Should he tell her he liked her? But they'd only known each other for 2 weeks, wouldn't that be too fast? Lin Yuan, because I think you're a very special girl, kind, strong, and independent. I want to protect you. Light Rain, protect me. This word makes me feel safe. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, you've had a long day, get some rest. Light Rain, okay, good night, Lin Yuan. Sweet dreams. Lin Yuan, good night, Xiaoyu. After putting down her phone, Fang Xiaoyu lay on her simple dormitory bed, her feelings a mix of emotions. Lin Yuan's words had given her a warmth she had never felt before, but they had also reminded her of her true identity. She remembered Wang Meiqi's words, men are emotional creatures, and the kinder a man is, the easier it is to be hooked. But why did she feel a strange sense of guilt when she saw Lin Yuan's caring words? Chapter 67, The Story of the Perfect Victim. Week 3, Emotions Heat Up. This week, their conversations became increasingly personal. Lin Yuan began sharing his childhood experiences, telling Fang Xiaoyu that he grew up in an orphanage and was later able to go to school thanks to the help of a kind person. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, I have a secret to tell you. Light Rain, what secret? Lin Yuan, I've never talked to another girl for this long before, you're the first. Rainy Day, really? Me too. No boy has ever cared for me like you have. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, I want to ask you a question, but you don't have to answer. Light Rain, go ahead and ask. Lin Yuan, do you have a boyfriend? Fang Xiaoyu's heart raced when she saw the message. She knew what this question meant. Light Rain, no, never. What about you? Lin Yuan, I didn't either, I've been focusing on my studies. Light Rain, and now? Lin Yuan, now. I've met a girl I want to protect. Light Rain, who is it? Lin Yuan, this is the person I'm talking to right now. Fang Xiaoyu blushed instantly upon seeing the message. She put down her phone, rolled around on the bed a few times, feeling both happy and nervous. Light Rain, Lin Yuan, are you confessing your feelings to me? Lin Yuan, I guess so. Although we haven't known each other for very long, I really care about you. Rainy Day, I care about you too. But I'm not good enough for you. You're a college student, and I'm just a working girl. Lin Yuan, don't say that. In my eyes, you are more precious than anyone else. Light Rain, Lin Yuan, I'm so touched. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, I want to formally ask you, will you be my girlfriend? Fang Xiaoyu stared at the message, her fingers trembling on the screen. She thought of the organization's mission, her mother's medical expenses, but also of Lin Yuan's gentleness and care during this time. Light Rain, I'm willing. Weak for the moment of transfer. After becoming lovers, their relationship grew even closer. Lin Yuan would text Fang Xiaoyu during breaks between classes, and Fang Xiaoyu would also check on Lin Yuan during work breaks to see if he had eaten properly. But something happened this week that caused a subtle change in their relationship. On Wednesday evening, Fang Xiaoyu's message came much later than usual. Light rainy day, Lin Yuan, I'm sorry, I just saw the message. Lin Yuan, what's wrong? Why are you so late today? Light rain, my mother's condition suddenly worsened today, and I spent the whole day at the hospital. Lin Yuan, what? Is it serious? How is it now? Light rain, the doctor said I need to have surgery immediately, but the cost. Lin Yuan, how much money do you need? Light rain, the doctor said it would cost at least 30,000. I only have 5,000 now, I'm still far short. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, don't cry, we'll think of something. Rainy day, I don't know what to do, I'm so afraid of losing my mom. Lin Yuan felt as if his heart was being torn apart as he looked at these messages. He immediately checked his bank account. He had earned 1,200 yuan from his part-time job this month, and with his previous savings, he had a total of 2,800 yuan. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, I have 2,800 yuan on me right now. It's not much, but you can take it and use it first. Rainy day, no. This is your living expenses, I can't take it. Lin Yuan, it's okay, I can think of another way. Your mother's illness is more important. Lin Yuan, I'll transfer it to you now. As he spoke, Lin Yuan opened the transfer interface and entered the number 2,800 without hesitation. My phone beeped with a notification that the transfer was successful. Light rain, Lin Yuan, you really reposted. Lin Yuan, did you receive it? It's not much, but I hope it helps. Rainy day, I don't know what to say, I'm so touched. Lin Yuan, don't cry. We're lovers. It's only right that I help you. Light rain, but this money is also very important to you. Lin Yuan, you are much more important than money. Fang Xiaoyu stared at her phone screen, tears streaming down her face. This was the first time she had ever received money from a boy, and it was almost all of his savings. At that moment, a feeling that 17-year-old Fang Xiaoyu had never experienced before welled up in her heart, not the kind of exploitation and scheming that the organization had taught her, but genuine emotion and guilt. She remembered what Wang Meiqi had said, fishing requires patience first, let the fish take the bait, then slowly pull in the net. But now, she felt like she was the fish that had been caught. Light rain, Lin Yuan, you've been so good to me, I'll definitely repay you. Lin Yuan, no need to repay me, as long as you're happy. Light rain, I will never forget how kind you were to me today. That night, Fang Xiaoyu couldn't sleep. Holding her phone, she looked at the extra 2,800 yuan in her bank account, her feelings a mix of emotions. The money had indeed solved her immediate problem, but it also made her question her own identity for the first time. Lin Yuan didn't sleep well either. After transferring almost all of his savings, he began to worry about his living expenses, but when he thought about how he could help Fang Xiaoyu, he felt that it was all worth it. That night, both 18-year-old Lin Yuan and 17-year-old Fang Xiaoyu were unable to sleep because of the same money transfer, but their feelings were completely different. As they listened to Lin Yuan's story, the two couldn't help but be moved by the innocence and beauty of their past. However, Li Xiaowen frowned slightly upon hearing this and raised a pointed question. Is her mother really sick? Li Xiaowen's tone carried a hint of doubt. And you just gave her all your money like that? I think this kind of behavior only exists in novels. It's basically impossible in reality. She paused, her voice becoming more serious. People these days will do anything for money. Avina expresses her views through Li Xiaowen's body. She has seen too much of the dark side of humanity and is instinctively wary of stories of perfect victims. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled wryly and took a sip of lemonade. The familiar taste blossomed on his tongue, but now it tasted just like it did back then, bitter. There was no sweet and sour joy of the past, only bitter memories spreading in his mouth. He put down his cup, his eyes filled with a complex and painful expression. You'll find out later. Lin Yuan's voice became low, carrying an indescribable weariness. Her mother did indeed have that illness, and she didn't lie to me about it. The hospital diagnosis was genuine, and the surgery did indeed cost that much money. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen and Wang Jianming were both stunned. This was completely different from what they had imagined. So I am confused, disappointed, and angry. Lin Yuan slowly clenched his fist. The most terrifying thing was a dream that was real but false. He looked up at the ceiling, a flash of pain in his eyes. If she had been lying to me from beginning to end, I would be able to hate her completely. But some of the warmth she gave me was genuine, her mother's illness was real, and my help to her was indeed meaningful. This makes it impossible for me to completely deny everything between us, nor can I forgive her for betraying me. Lin Yuan's voice trembled. Do you know that feeling? It's like suddenly discovering in a beautiful dream that the foundation of that dream is rotten, but the beauty of the dream is so real. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen felt a surge of intense heartache. Through this body, Avina can sense Lin Yuan's inner pain, a complex emotion that is more painful than mere deception. I see. Avina sighed inwardly. Her young master had not suffered a simple financial scam, but a double betrayal of both emotions and reality. This kind of harm is more terrifying than simply being scammed out of money, because it makes people unable to trust their own judgment and unable to believe that there is still pure affection in the world. Wang Jianming also fell silent. He could understand this kind of pain. After being framed, he also experienced this questioning of human nature and doubt about his own judgment. Then, what happened next? Li Xiaowen asked softly. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Chapter 68: The Origin of 1 Million. The next afternoon, at the hospital. Lin Yuan, carrying a bag of fruit, walked into the inpatient department of the city's central hospital with Fang Xiaoyu. This was the first time he had met Fang Xiaoyu's mother, and he felt both nervous and excited. Mom, I brought a friend to visit you, Fang Xiaoyu said softly to the woman on the hospital bed. Lin Yuan saw a middle-aged woman with a haggard but still gentle face, probably in her 40s, with some gray hair, but her eyes were still clear. She was receiving in 4 drip, with an 4 patch on the back of her hand. Hello, Auntie, I'm Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan greeted her politely and placed the fruit on the bedside table. Xiao Yuan, right? Xiao Yu often mentions you, saying you're a very nice person. The mother's voice was a little weak, but she still managed to smile. What a sensible child. Mom, Lin Yuan was still yesterday. Just as Fang Xiaoyu was about to say something, Lin Yuan gently tugged at her sleeve, signaling her not to mention the money transfer. Auntie, how are you feeling now? The doctor said the surgery was very successful, Lin Yuan asked with concern. It's much better, but these past years have been a burden on Xiaoyu. The mother said, her eyes reddening. Mom, don't say that. Fang Xiaoyu held her mother's hand. Once you get better, our family will live a good life together. Lin Yuan felt a warm glow in his heart as he watched this heartwarming scene. Although the ward was simple, the affection between family members made him, who had grown up in an orphanage, particularly envious. Just then, Lin Yuan's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar local number. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Lin Yuan got up and walked to the corridor outside the ward. Hello? Is this Lin Yuan? The voice on the other end of the phone was that of a middle-aged man, who sounded very formal. Yes, I am Lin Yuan. And you are? I am Zhou Qiang, a client manager at Huaxia Bank. The funds regarding your mother, Ms. Lin Hui's, estate have officially arrived in your account today. Lin Yuan was stunned. An inheritance? What inheritance? Your biological mother, Ms. Lin Hui, established a trust fund 18 years ago, specifying that you would receive it upon turning 18. The amount is 1 million yuan. Manager Wang's voice was calm, but to Lin Yuan, it was like a bolt from the blue. 1 million? Are you sure you're not mistaken? I grew up in an orphanage. Lin Yuan's voice trembled slightly. There are no errors. Ms. Lin Hui left a letter when she established the foundation, in which she hoped you would study hard and change your destiny through knowledge. Additionally, Manager Wang paused for a moment, then specifically asked you not to hate your father. Lin Yuan felt his mind go blank, and he only managed to avoid falling by leaning against the wall. He grew up without a father, and his mother sent him to an orphanage. He never understood why his parents didn't want him anymore. Sir, are you still there? Manager Wang asked. Yes. Are you sure? It's true. You can check with our bank at any time. You will receive an SMS notification today that the funds have been deposited into your bank account. My mother, did she leave any messages? Lin Yuan's voice choked with emotion. Besides what I just mentioned, she also said, Yuaner, Mom is sorry for not being able to accompany you as you grow up. Your mother is unwell and unable to care for you, which is why she placed you in an orphanage. This money is intended to give you a better future. In any case, please be a kind person. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't stop the tears from flowing. For the first time in 18 years, he heard news about his mother and learned that he had blood relatives in this world who had loved him. Thank you for telling me all this, Lin Yuan said, his voice choked with emotion. You're welcome. Lin, your mother is an amazing woman. Cherish this opportunity she's given you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan stood blankly in the hospital corridor, watching the patients and their families coming and going, unsure of how to react. 1 million. This number was simply unimaginable for him, who had been agonizing over 2,800 yuan just yesterday. More importantly, he finally learned about his origins and that a woman named Lin Hui had once loved him deeply and had prepared all of this for him. Lin Yuan? What's wrong? Fang Xiaoyu appeared behind him without him noticing. Why are you crying? Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Fang Xiaoyu, who was concerned. For a moment, he didn't know how to start the conversation. Lin Yuan quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, trying to appear calm. It's okay. Seeing your mother like this reminded me of my own mother, and it made me feel a little sad. His voice was still trembling, but he tried to control his emotions. Fang Xiaoyu looked at him with heartache and gently took his hand. Lin Yuan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought you to the hospital. I forgot you were also. It's okay. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. I'm just feeling a bit emotional right now. Your mother is still waiting for us. Let's go inside. He was cautious and decided not to tell Fang Xiaoyu about the 1 million yuan inheritance for the time being. Although they are already a couple, they have only known each other for a month, so it's better to wait until later to talk about such a big thing. Moreover, Lin Yuan had a vague feeling that if Xiaoyu knew he suddenly had so much money, she might feel inferior and that the gap between them had widened. He didn't want her to feel burdened. Chapter 69 The Debt Collector. Back in the ward, Lin Yuan tried his best to act naturally. Auntie, please get some rest. If you need anything, just let Xiaoyu tell me. Lin Yuan said to the woman on the hospital bed. Xiao Yuan, what a good boy. His mother looked at him gratefully. It is Xiaoyu's good fortune to have met you. Fang Xiaoyu blushed and asked, Mom, what are you saying? I'm telling the truth. My mother gave a weak smile. Xiao Yuan, you young people should get along well and take care of each other. I will, Auntie. I will take good care of Xiaoyu, Lin Yuan promised earnestly. Although he said that, his mind was already on the phone call he had just received. 1 million. This money is enough to solve all of Xiaoyu's family's difficulties, enough for her mother to receive the best treatment, and enough for Xiaoyu to go back to school. But how should we handle this? If I tell her the truth directly, will she believe me? Do you think he's lying? Or even if she believed it, would she accept such a large amount of help? Given her kind nature, she definitely wouldn't accept it. Lin Yuan felt a mix of emotions. That phone call not only told him about the wealth, but more importantly, it made him understand his background for the first time. His mother, Lin Hui, a woman he had never met, gave him a hug in this way 18 years later. Lin Yuan, are you feeling unwell? Fang Xiaoyu noticed that he seemed somewhat absent-minded. Why don't you go back to school and rest first? I'll stay here with Mom. No need, I'm fine. Lin Yuan snapped out of his daze and said, I'll stay with you for a while before I leave. Looking into Fang Xiaoyu's worried eyes, he made up his mind. Regardless, he was determined to use the money to help the kind girl and her mother. As for how to help her and how to get her to accept it, he needs to think about it carefully. But right now, the most important thing is not to let her notice anything unusual. My phone vibrated slightly in my pocket. It must have been a text message from the bank announcing a deposit. Lin Yuan's heart was racing, but he remained calm on the surface. Watching Lin Yuan chat gently with his mother, and seeing the sincere love in his eyes, Fang Xiaoyu felt increasingly guilty. This boy was so good to her, he even transferred all his savings for her, and yet she was deceiving him. Just as Lin Yuan was about to comfort Fang Xiaoyu's mother, a series of noisy footsteps suddenly came from outside the ward. The footsteps were unusual. They weren't the hurried sounds of doctors and nurses, nor the anxious footsteps of patients' families, but rather the deliberately heavy, threatening sounds of several people. "Which ward is Fang Xiaoyu in?" A rough, hoarse male voice rang out in the corridor, loud and unconcerned about the quiet environment of the hospital. Upon hearing this sound, Fang Xiaoyu's face turned deathly pale, and the apple she was peeling fell to the ground with a crisp sound. "Xiaoyu? What's wrong?" Lin Yuan keenly noticed her unusual behavior. "Do you know the person talking outside?" I. Fang Xiaoyu's voice trembled, and a hint of panic and confusion flashed in her eyes. "How did they know about this place? We clearly agreed on a time." No sooner had he finished speaking than the ward door was violently pushed open. 3 men appeared at the door. The one in the lead was a bald man in his 30s with a blue dragon tattooed on his neck. He was wearing a black jacket and had a sinister look in his eyes. Behind him were 2 equally formidable young men, one with dyed blonde hair and the other wearing a gold chain. "Hey, I've finally found you, Fang Xiaoyu." The bald man sneered as he glanced at the 3 people in the ward. "They've been hiding pretty well." Fang Xiaoyu stood up almost instantly, her body visibly trembling. "Brother Chang, what brings you here? Didn't we agree to meet next month?" "Next month?" The bald man, a Chang, sneered. "Little sister, are you sure you're not mistaken? The interest on your debt is calculated daily. Every day you delay, you pay more." Hearing this, the mother on the bed turned pale. She struggled to sit up. "Xiaoyu, what happened? Who do you owe money to?" "Mom, don't get agitated, lie down." Fang Xiaoyu quickly supported her mother, but her own hands were trembling. Lin Yuan stood to the side, not understanding the specifics, but instinctively sensing danger. He stepped forward, blocking Fang Xiaoyu's path. "Who are you? This is a hospital. Patients need quiet." The blonde man sized Lin Yuan up and down, then smiled disdainfully. "Oh, so you have a pretty boy protecting you? Kid, this is between us and Fang Xiaoyu. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Watch your words." Although Lin Yuan was scared, he still forced himself to stand in front. "If you have something to say, you can go outside to talk. Don't disturb the patients. Rest here." Ah Chang looked at Lin Yuan with interest. "You've got guts, kid. But this has nothing to do with you. We're here to collect a debt from Fang Xiaoyu." He turned to Fang Xiaoyu, his voice becoming even colder. 100,000 yuan, plus the interest from this period, totals 123,000. It must be paid off today. 120,000? Lin Yuan looked at Fang Xiaoyu in shock. "Xiaoyu, what's going on?" Fang Xiaoyu's tears were already welling up in her eyes. She dared not look Lin Yuan in the eye. I borrowed money bit by bit to pay for my mother's medical expenses." "Some money?" The man with the gold chain pulled out a small notebook. "Come on, let me do the math for you. I borrowed 20,000 in March, 30,000 in April, 20,000 in May, and 30,000 in June. Each transaction incurs a monthly interest rate of 3%, which adds up to 123,000. Not a penny less." Upon hearing this number, the mother in the hospital bed felt dizzy and nearly fainted. "Xiaoyu, how could you borrow so much money, and the interest?" "Mom, I'm sorry, I had no choice." Fang Xiaoyu burst into tears. "I really did it to save you." Ah Chang watched this scene indifferently. "All right, stop with the sob story. We're not heartless. We'll give you time to raise the money. But you have to pay half of it today, 60,000 yuan. I'll give you the rest in another week." 60,000? Where would I get 60,000? Fang Xiaoyu shook her head in despair. "Brother Chang, could you give me a few more days? I'll definitely find a way. Think of a solution?" The blonde man grinned maliciously. "Do you think we're a charity? It's been dragging on for so long, even the boss is getting impatient. Moreover," Ah Chang squinted and said, "the reason we came today is because someone told us that you recently got a rich boyfriend." He looked at Lin Yuan and thought, this must be him. Fang Xiaoyu instantly understood something, and her face turned even paler. "Impossible. I didn't tell anyone." "Little sister, you're still too green." Ah Chang smiled smugly. "In this circle, what news doesn't reach our ears? We know perfectly well about the 2,800 your boyfriend transferred to you yesterday." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a bad premonition. Who else besides him and Xiaoyu would know about yesterday's money transfer? Chapter 70 Planned Debt Repayment. Who exactly are you? How do you know all this? Lin Yuan questioned. Who we are is not important, what's important is that we pay back the money now. Ah Cheng said impatiently, kid, since you're her boyfriend, then help her pay off the debt. 60,000 yuan shouldn't be much to you college students. Lin Yuan hesitated. He remembered his phone in his pocket, and the phone call that had changed everything. 1 million is enough to solve this problem, but how can he explain the source of this money? Seeing Lin Yuan's hesitation, Fang Xiaoyu felt even more desperate. She knew that for a college student who relied on scholarships and part-time jobs, 60,000 yuan was an astronomical figure. The 2,800 yuan he transferred to himself yesterday was all his savings. Lin Yuan, don't get involved in this. Fang Xiaoyu choked up and said, this is my own problem, I can't drag you down with it. Implicated? Ah Cheng sneered, since we're boyfriend and girlfriend, we're family. Debts of a family must be repaid together. The atmosphere in the ward grew increasingly oppressive. A nurse passed by the door, saw the situation, and wanted to come in and ask what was wrong, but was scared away by a look from the blonde man. I'll give you an hour to think it over. Ah Cheng glanced at his watch. We'll come back in an hour. Either you pay, or... He didn't finish, but the threat was clear. A coffee shop not far away. Wang Meiqi sat by the window in a coffee shop across from the hospital, leisurely stirring her latte. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could clearly see the hospital building. Her phone screen displayed a message that had just been sent, mission accomplished. Little Rabbit must be panicking by now. A satisfied smile appeared on Wang Meiqi's lips. As a senior member of the Flying Up organization, she knew exactly when to apply pressure to be most effective. Fang Xiaoyu, this newcomer, is too soft-hearted and can't bring herself to be ruthless. Since that's the case, some external force is needed to push her forward. The boy named Lin Yuan seemed to care about Fang Xiaoyu. Since he was able to transfer 2,800 yuan yesterday, it meant he had even more money. Now, with just the right amount of pressure, Fang Xiaoyu can completely let go of her burdens and focus all her energy on completing the task. Wang Meiqi picked up her phone and dialed a number. Chang, how is it? Sister Meiqi, as you instructed, we've put enough pressure on her. That girl looks like she's about to break down. Good. Remember, don't really hurt her. We want money, not trouble. Put enough pressure on her so she knows she has no choice but to get it from her boyfriend. I understand. So, what's next? Now it's up to the little rabbit to react. If she still can't make up her mind, I'll go and help her myself. Wang Meiqi hung up the phone, picked up her coffee and gently blew on it. She sipped her coffee with her rosy lips, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Seeing Lin Yuan stop, his eyes lost in painful memories, Li Xiaowen asked softly. Lin Yuan, did you help her pay off her debts? Upon hearing this, Wang Jianming sighed deeply, a hint of understanding and sympathy flashing in his eyes. A capable man would find it hard to refuse his girlfriend when she's facing such difficulties. He paused, his voice growing even heavier. It all felt so real. The mother was really sick, the debt was real, and the threats were really dangerous. In this situation, any man with a conscience would choose to help. Wang Jianming clenched his fist. Chen Xueli used similar methods. She will create some real difficulties, and then make you feel that not helping her is cold-blooded and heartless. But after you help her, you realize you've fallen into an even bigger trap. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen frowned even more deeply. I see. Ivina pondered to herself that the most ingenious deception is not entirely false, but rather a mixture of truth and falsehood. When victims discover that some of the content is true, they subconsciously believe that everything is true. Such methods and such cunning, humans are truly amazing. They will use real pain and hardship to package their lies, making the victims feel morally blackmailed in the process of helping them. Moreover, Li Xiaowen said thoughtfully, the fact that your creditors knew about your money transfers means the whole thing was planned. They deliberately appeared just after you helped her, making you feel that your help had exposed her location. Wang Jianming nodded. That will make you feel guilty, like you've hurt her. Driven by guilt, you're more likely to make irrational decisions. Lin Yuan listened to their analysis, then shook his head with a wry smile. You're all right. But I didn't think of all that back then. His eyes grew even more pained. I stood in that hospital room, watching Xiaoyu cry her heart out, watching her mother, overwhelmed with guilt, try to get out of bed and beg the creditors, watching those menacing men threaten to take Xiaoyu away. Lin Yuan's voice began to tremble. I told myself that I was capable of solving this problem. $1 million was a windfall for me, since I could live without it anyway, but for them it was a lifeline. What kind of man would I be if I didn't help them? He looked up at the ceiling. Besides, those creditors made it very clear that if I don't help, they will find other ways to make Xiaoyu pay off her debts. I can't let that happen. The two knew perfectly well what the so-called debt repayment was in ancient times. Women who couldn't repay their debts were simply sold to brothels. Hearing this, Li Xiaowen felt a surge of intense heartache. She could imagine how much pain and inner turmoil Lin Yuan must have been going through. The young owner was only 18 years old at the time, and it was already quite remarkable that he was able to remain rational in the face of such a complicated situation. Ivina defended Lin Yuan in her heart, saying that those swindlers were not only taking advantage of his kindness, but also his sense of justice and protectiveness. So you've decided to help her pay off her debts? Li Xiaowen asked softly. Lin Yuan nodded and continued to recall. Chapter 71. A turning point. 1 hour later. Lin Yuan gently took Fang Xiaoyu's hand and pulled her out of the ward. He could feel the softness and smoothness of her palm, but what was more noticeable at this moment was the slight trembling from crying in fear. Little Rain, let's go outside and talk. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, but carried a firm tone. Fang Xiaoyu let him lead her to the window at the end of the corridor, where it was relatively quiet and she wouldn't be disturbed. She lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Yuan in the eye, tears still streaming down her face. Little Rain, don't be afraid. Lin Yuan gently patted her shoulder with his other hand. I have a way. Is there a way? Fang Xiaoyu raised her head, her eyes filled with despair. Lin Yuan, 120,000. 120,000. This isn't 1,000 or 2,000, it's 120,000. Her voice became hoarse from sobbing. Do you know what this means to us? Looking at her swollen eyes, Lin Yuan felt a pang of heartache, as if being cut by a knife. The 17-year-old girl should be enjoying the best years of her youth, yet she had to bear such a heavy burden. I know this is a lot, but... No, you don't know. Fang Xiaoyu suddenly became agitated, breaking free from Lin Yuan's hand. You're a college student, you have a future, you have a promising future. And me? I'm just a factory worker, someone who would do anything to pay off debts. Her words startled Lin Yuan. He felt that there was something hidden behind her statement that she was capable of anything, but he didn't have time to think about it now. Xiaoyu, don't talk about yourself like that. Lin Yuan, you should go. Fang Xiaoyu suddenly calmed down, her voice becoming very soft, but every word was like a nail driven into Lin Yuan's heart. Let's end it here. Let's just consider our meeting a dream, a beautiful dream. What? Lin Yuan felt dizzy. Xiaoyu, what are you saying? I said, let's break up. Fang Xiaoyu tried to make her voice sound calm, but her trembling lips betrayed her inner pain. You're a good person, Lin Yuan, really good. But I'm not good enough for you. We're not from the same world. No, Xiaoyu, it's not like that. Lin Yuan wanted to go forward and hug her, but she stopped him by her retreating figure. That's how it is. Fang Xiaoyu closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Look at me now. I'm in debt to loan sharks, being chased by creditors, and you have to live in fear because of me. What right do I have to be your girlfriend? Lin Yuan's heart was bleeding. He remembered Fang Xiaoyu's touching words when she received the transfer last night, her words that she would never forget his kindness, and the light in her eyes when she agreed to be his girlfriend. Xiaoyu, I don't care about the money. What I care about is you. Lin Yuan's voice also began to tremble. We are lovers, and lovers should face difficulties together. Lovers? Fang Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. Lin Yuan, we've only known each other for a month, just 1 month. How much do you really know about me? Do you even know what kind of person I truly am? These words stunned Fang Xiaoyu herself. She hadn't expected to say such a thing. At that moment, the true self deep within her 17-year-old heart was screaming, repenting, and trying to stop it all from continuing. I know you're kind, I know you're strong, I know you'd give up everything for your mother. That's enough. Lin Yuan looked at her earnestly. As for the rest, we have a lifetime to find out. Fang Xiaoyu's heart pounded when she heard the words forever. For a fleeting moment, she truly wanted to abandon everything, the organization, the mission, and just be with Lin Yuan. But reality doesn't allow it. Lin Yuan, don't you understand? Fang Xiaoyu forced herself to be cold. I've been using you. From the very beginning. I approached you and started dating you just because you're a little handsome, do you understand? The moment she uttered those words, Fang Xiaoyu felt her heart break. It was the truth, yet also a lie. Indeed, she initially approached Lin Yuan for the sake of the mission, but over time, she had truly fallen in love. Lin Yuan was struck by those words, his face turning deathly pale. But quickly, he shook his head. I don't believe it. Xiaoyu, the tears you shed when you received my transfer yesterday were real, your concern about whether I'd eaten properly was real, and your feelings for me are real. Why are you so stubborn? Fang Xiaoyu almost shouted, I told you, I was just lying to you. Enough. Lin Yuan suddenly interrupted her. Xiaoyu, no matter what you say, I won't leave you. I'll resolve this in an hour. An hour later? What can you solve? Fang Xiaoyu laughed desperately. Lin Yuan, wake up. 120,000 isn't 12 yuan. You can't earn that in a few days of work. Lin Yuan gave her a deep look, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards the elevator. Fang Xiaoyu watched his retreating figure, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She hoped he would really leave like this, leave this quagmire, leave her, this liar. But at the same time, she couldn't bear to part with him, couldn't bear to part with this boy who was so sincere to her. An hour passed quickly. Ah Chang arrived at the ward door on time with 2 of his men, their faces even more grim this time. Time's up, Fang Xiaoyu. Ah Chang said coldly, is the money ready? Fang Xiaoyu stood beside her mother's hospital bed, her face ashen. She had prepared for the worst. If she didn't make it through today, she would have no choice but to. Just then, the ward door was pushed open. Lin Yuan walked in, carrying a black briefcase. His expression was calm, almost unreal. Lin Yuan? Why are you back again? Fang Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise. I didn't mean for you to. I have the money ready. Lin Yuan interrupted her, placing his briefcase on the bedside table. 123,000 yuan, not a penny less. The ward fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Ah Chang was the first to react, scoffing. Kid, you think we'll be scared just because you're putting on an act? 120,000 is no small sum. Where did you, a student, get so much money? Lin Yuan ignored his sarcasm and calmly opened his briefcase. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. The briefcase contained 12 neatly stacked bundles of brand new 100 yuan bills and a stack of smaller bills. The red banknotes gleamed under the light, and each bundle was neatly tied with bank slips of paper, each marked with the number 100. This is 123,000 in cash. Holy crap! The blonde man couldn't help but swear. Really 123,000? Ah Chan was also shocked. He had been in the underworld for many years and had seen all kinds of situations, but this seemingly refined college student could actually produce 123,000 yuan in cash at once, which was completely beyond his expectations. Fang Xiaoyu froze, staring wide-eyed at the banknotes in the briefcase, as if looking at something unreal. Yesterday, Lin Yuan had transferred all his savings of 2,800 yuan to help her. Today, he could actually produce 123,000 yuan? How is this possible? Fang Xiaoyu's voice trembled. Lin Yuan, where did you get this money? Chapter 72. A glimpse of the truth. Lin Yuan didn't answer her immediately, but turned to Ah Chang. The money is here, not a penny less. From today onwards, the score between Xiaoyu and you is settled. I hope you won't cause her any more trouble in the future. Ah Chang snapped out of his daze and immediately went to check the banknotes. He took out a few and examined them carefully. After confirming that they were all genuine, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He's still rich. Ah Chang patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. Kid, you've got guts. We'll take the money. From today onwards, Fang Xiaoyu's debt is settled. Wait a minute. Lin Yuan's voice suddenly turned cold and hard. What I meant was, don't cause her any more trouble in the future, do you understand? Ah Chang paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Of course, money and goods exchanged immediately. Kid, don't worry, we're trustworthy in business. That's good. Lin Yuan nodded. You can go now. Ah Chang and the others happily took the money and left, giving Lin Yuan a thumbs up before they left. The ward fell silent again, but this silence was more somber than the previous commotion. Fang Xiaoyu stared blankly at her empty briefcase, then at Lin Yuan's calm face, her shock beyond words. 120,000 yuan for a working girl, this was an astronomical figure, money she might never earn in her entire life. Lin Yuan, the boy who helped her transfer all her savings yesterday, was able to easily come up with so much money today? Lin Yuan. Fang Xiaoyu's voice was very soft. This money, is it really yours? Lin Yuan took a deep breath and sat down on the chair beside the bed. He knew he had to give an explanation no matter what, but he needed to consider how much to say. Xiaoyu, I want to tell you something. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, but Fang Xiaoyu could hear the tremor in it. It was about my background. What is your background? This afternoon, I received a phone call. Lin Yuan looked at his hands. It was someone from the bank calling to tell him that my mother had left me an inheritance. Fang Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Inheritance? Yes. My biological mother passed away when I was very young, but before she died, she set up a trust fund for me. This money will be given to me when I turn 18. Lin Yuan looked up at Fang Xiaoyu. Today is exactly 1 month after my 18th birthday, and the bank only contacted me. The mother, lying in her hospital bed, listened intently. Although she was physically weak, she felt heartbroken for Lin Yuan's plight. So this money came from that inheritance? Fang Xiaoyu's voice was still trembling. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Xiaoyu, I didn't tell you the specific amount because I don't think it's important. What's important is that I have the ability to help your aunt. After listening, Fang Xiaoyu's tears started flowing again, but this time it wasn't because of despair, but because of shock and emotion. But this is the money your mother left you, it's everything you have, how could you do this for me? Because you deserve it. Lin Yuan looked at her earnestly. Xiaoyu, I've been thinking about this for a long time outside. My mother said in her letter that she hopes I will be a kind person. I think using this money to help the people I care about is the kind of kindness she hopes to see. Fang Xiaoyu could no longer control herself, rushed to Lin Yuan and hugged him, bursting into tears. I'm sorry, Lin Yuan, I'm so sorry. What I just said wasn't true. I didn't mean to use you. I really care about you. Lin Yuan gently stroked her back, his heart filled with mixed emotions. What he hadn't told her was that the inheritance was far more than 120,000, but 1,000,000. But now wasn't the time to talk about that. The most important thing now was to let Xiaoyu know that no matter what happened, he would never leave her. I know, Xiaoyu, I know you're not that kind of person. Lin Yuan whispered in her ear, let's face everything together, okay? Fang Xiaoyu nodded vigorously in his arms, but the guilt in her heart grew heavier and heavier. Lin Yuan had been so good to her, even using her mother's inheritance for her, yet she had been deceiving him all along. For Lin Yuan, this hug was a relief after surviving a disaster for Fang Xiaoyu, however, it marked the beginning of an inner struggle. She began to understand what true love was, and she also began to understand what she was doing. At 11 p.m., Fang Xiaoyu lay on her small bed in the dormitory, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Everything that had happened that day was playing over and over in her mind like a movie: the creditor's threats, Lin Yuan's 120,000 yuan, the neatly stacked banknotes in that briefcase, and Lin Yuan's words, because you are worth it. Her feelings were mixed, a mixture of gratitude and guilt, warmth and unease. Just then, my phone screen lit up. It was a WeChat message from Wang Meiqi. Meiqi, Xiaoyu, are you asleep? Upon seeing this message, Fang Xiaoyu felt inexplicably nervous. She hesitated for a moment, then replied. Light rain, still not asleep? Sister Meiqi, are you still up so late? Meiqi, I'm worried about you and can't sleep. I heard you encountered some trouble today? Fang Xiaoyu's hand trembled. How could Wang Meiqi know about today's events? She clearly hadn't told anyone, not even Lin Yuan knew she knew Wang Meiqi. Rainy day, how did Sister Meiqi know? Meiqi, Xiaoyu, this circle is very small. I know about everything that happens. Have those creditors come looking for you? Rainy day, But it's already resolved. Meiqi, is it resolved? How was it resolved? Did your college student boyfriend pay it for you? Upon seeing this message, Fang Xiaoyu felt even more uneasy. Wang Meiqi even knew that Lin Yuan had helped her pay off her debts? This was too strange. Rainy day, it was Lin Yuan who helped me. Sister Meiqi, how do you know everything? Meiqi, Xiaoyu, I've lived longer than you've lived. Do you think those creditors came knocking on our door? These words struck Fang Xiaoyu like a bolt from the blue, and she sat up instantly. Light rainy day, what does that mean? Meiqi, what I mean is, I'm the one who sent them to find you. Fang Xiaoyu felt her mind go blank, and she almost dropped her phone. Rainy day, why? Sister Meiqi, why did you do that? Chapter 73. Love may change, men may change, but money will not. Meichi, it's because you're too soft-hearted, Xiaoyu. In our line of work, the worst thing you can do is be soft-hearted. You've been in contact with that Lin Yuan for a month, and besides the 2,800 he voluntarily transferred to you, what else did you get from him? Rainy day, I never expected to get anything from him. Meichi, you haven't thought about that? What about your mission? What about your mother's medical expenses? Do you think feelings can put food on the table? As Fang Xiaoyu read these words, tears welled up in her eyes. She recalled the scene that afternoon when Lin Yuan unhesitatingly took out 120,000 yuan, and the sincerity in his eyes when he said, "Because you are worth it." Light rain, but Lin Yuan is really good to me. Meichi, okay? Xiaoyu, you're too naive. A man's kindness always comes with conditions. When you're no longer young and beautiful, when you no longer need his protection, will he still be good to you? Sister Meichi, wasn't your father good to your mother back then? How many vows of eternal love did he make when he was pursuing her? And what happened? As soon as your mother got sick, he ran away, didn't he? These words pierced Fang Xiaoyu's heart. She recalled her hazy childhood memories, the man who had once existed and then suddenly disappeared, and the hardships her mother endured raising her alone. Light rain, that's different. Meichi, what's the difference? Husbands and wives are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. This is an eternal truth. Do you think you and Lin Yuan, who have only known each other for a month, are closer than a married couple? Meichi, Xiaoyu, let me tell you a lesson. A woman must rely on herself. A woman who relies on a man will eventually be abandoned. Fang Xiaoyu lay back on the bed, tears sliding down her pillow. Wang Meichi's words were like a knife, cutting into her heart, which had just softened because of her gratitude. Light rain, but Lin Yuan spent 120,000 yuan on me today. Meichi, 120,000? Ha, Xiaoyu, do you know how much money he has now? Rainy day, he said it was his mother's inheritance. Meichi, an inheritance? Have you checked? Are you sure he's telling the truth? Don't you find it strange that a child who grew up in an orphanage suddenly has a huge inheritance? Fang Xiaoyu was stunned by this question. Indeed, Lin Yuan's words sounded rather sudden. Someone who was worrying about 2,800 yuan in the morning could come up with 120,000 yuan in cash in the afternoon. This change was indeed too fast. Meichi, besides, even if the inheritance is real, he's willing to spend that money not because he loves you, but because he wants to possess you. Men are all like that, they're willing to spend a little money to get a big return. Light rain, no. Lin Yuan isn't that kind of person. Meichi, Xiaoyu, you're only 17. How many men have you seen? I'm 25, and I've seen more men than you have. Trust me, none of them are sincere, they're all after your body. Meichi, think about it, if you weren't young and beautiful, if you weren't an innocent little girl, would he still treat you so well? Fang Xiaoyu's resolve began to waver. She recalled her time with Lin Yuan, the admiring look in his eyes when he looked at her, and how he always complimented her on her beauty. Perhaps Wang Meichi was right? Meichi, Xiaoyu, you now have two paths in front of you. The first is to continue indulging in this false love, and one day when he gets tired of it, you will be abandoned and left with nothing, just like your mother. Meichi, second, while he's currently infatuated with you, make good use of this opportunity to fight for a better future for yourself and your mother. Light rainy day, what does utilize mean? Meichi, didn't you say he had an inheritance? Since he's willing to spend 120,000 on you, it means his inheritance must be substantial. Try to get more money from him, enough for you and mom to live on for the rest of your lives. Light rain, this isn't really a good idea. Meichi, what's wrong with that? He gave it to you willingly, you didn't steal it. Besides, women can use any means necessary to survive. Sister Meichi, Xiaoyu, think about what your mother looks like now, think about all the hardships you've endured over the years. Do you really want to continue living like this? Do you really want to see your mother suffer? These words struck a chord deep within Fang Xiaoyu's heart. She thought of her mother's pale face, the exorbitant medical bills in the hospital, and the meager income she had earned from working over the years. Light rain, I don't know what to do. Meichi, it's simple. Since he says he loves you, and since he's rich, let him prove it. True love means being willing to give everything for someone, including money. Meichi, tomorrow, tell him you want to start a business and need seed money. Or say you want to buy a house and need a down payment. A man who truly loves you will help you without hesitation. Fang Xiaoyu felt a mix of emotions as she looked at the suggestions. Reason told her that this was wrong, but the pressure of reality made it impossible for her to ignore Wang Meiqi's words. Light rainy day, what if he finds out? Meiqi, what did you discover? You were just testing how deep his love for you is. If he truly loves you, he will support you unconditionally. If he isn't, it means his love for you isn't all that great. Meiqi, Xiaoyu, remember what I said, if a woman doesn't think about herself, no one else will. Isn't your father the best example? Fang Xiaoyu closed her eyes, and the scene of her father leaving reappeared in her mind. She was only 5 years old then, and she remembered her mother holding her and crying all night, saying that men were all unreliable. Light rain, I need time to think. Meiqi, sure, but don't think about it for too long. Opportunity waits for no one, Xiaoyu. While he's completely devoted to you now, act quickly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sister Meiqi, remember, only money is truly reliable. Love may change, men may change, but money will not. After sending these words, Wang Meiqi did not reply, leaving Fang Xiaoyu alone in the darkness to think. Fang Xiaoyu tossed and turned, two voices echoing in her mind. One was Lin Yuan's gentle words from that afternoon, because you are worth it, and the other was Wang Meiqi's cold analysis that women must rely on themselves. She recalled Lin Yuan's calm expression when he took out 120,000 yuan today. That calmness made her feel safe, but it also made her wonder, could an ordinary college student really take out so much money so easily? It was already very late at night, but Fang Xiaoyu's inner struggle had only just begun. Chapter 74, taking it step by step. The next morning, Fang Xiaoyu arrived at Mishui Ice Cream for work with swollen, red eyes. Having not slept well all night, she was listless, and Wang Meiqi's words echoed in her mind like a curse. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? You look so pale, her colleague Xiaofang asked with concern. It's nothing, I just didn't sleep well last night. Fang Xiaoyu forced a smile and began preparing for the day's work. Around 10 a.m., Lin Yuan arrived at the store as agreed. He had a warm smile on his face and was carrying a bag of breakfast. Xiaoyu, have you had breakfast? I brought you soy milk and steamed buns. Lin Yuan placed the breakfast on the counter. Seeing Lin Yuan's concerned gaze, Fang Xiaoyu felt a surge of warmth in her heart, but then she remembered Wang Meiqi's words, a man's kindness always comes with conditions. Thank you. Fang Xiaoyu took the breakfast, her tone a little colder than usual. Lin Yuan keenly noticed her change. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Did yesterday's events upset you? Seeing the worry in his eyes, Fang Xiaoyu felt even more conflicted. On one hand, she could feel Lin Yuan's genuine concern. On the other hand, Wang Meiqi's words kept echoing in her ears. Lin Yuan, I want to ask you a question. Fang Xiaoyu bit her lip. What's the problem? How much money is in your estate? Lin Yuan was taken aback, not expecting her to ask this question so directly. He hesitated for a moment. Why are you suddenly asking this? I just want to know what those 120,000 yesterday meant to you. If that's all you have, then Not all. Lin Yuan shook his head. Xiaoyu, the exact amount isn't important. What's important is that I'm willing to spend this money for you. Fang Xiaoyu's heart raced. Not all of it? That meant Lin Yuan had even more money. Wang Meiqi's words echoed in her mind again. Since he has money, let him prove it. Lin Yuan, I want to discuss something with you. Fang Xiaoyu made up her mind. I want to start a business. Doing business? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. What kind of business? Fang Xiaoyu had already prepared her answer that morning. I want to open a small shop, selling milk tea or small accessories. That way, I won't have to work for someone else, my income will be more stable, and I can take better care of my mother. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's a great idea. Do you have a specific plan? I've looked at some shop locations. It'll probably require around 100,000 yuan in startup capital. Fang Xiaoyu's voice trailed off, but she didn't have that much money right now. Lin Yuan replied without hesitation, no problem, I support your business venture. I'll cover the 100,000 yuan. Fang Xiaoyu's feelings were extremely complicated upon hearing this. Lin Yuan's straightforwardness touched her, but it also reminded her of what Wang Meiqi had said, a man who truly loves you will help you without hesitation. Really? Fang Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. Of course it's true. Lin Yuan looked at her tenderly. Xiaoyu, I hope you can have a better life. If starting a business makes you happy, I will fully support you. Just then, Fong Xiaoyu's phone rang. It was a message from Wang Meiqi. Meiqi, how did it go? Did you test the waters? Fong Xiaoyu secretly glanced at the message, feeling even more conflicted. Lin Yuan, when are we going to take care of this? Fong Xiaoyu asked. We'll go to the bank tomorrow. I'll prepare the money first. After saying that, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Xiaoyu, do you have any experience in starting a business? How about we work together to work on a business plan? Fong Xiaoyu nodded, but in her heart she was thinking, Wang Meiqi is right, Lin Yuan does have a lot of money, and he seems to really care about her. During her afternoon break, Fong Xiaoyu hid in a small room behind the shop and dialed Wang Meiqi's number. Sister Meiqi, I did as you said. How about it? Wang Meiqi's voice was smug. He promised to give me 100,000 yuan to start a business. Fong Xiaoyu's voice was very soft. Great. See, I was right, wasn't I? That's how men are. As long as you ask, they'll obediently hand over their money. But I think Lin Yuan is sincere. True love? Wang Meiqi sneered. Xiaoyu, you're too naive. What is 100,000 yuan to him? If he truly loved you, he should have given you all his money. Fong Xiaoyu was taken aback by these words. All the money? Of course. True love transcends boundaries. If you're going to get married in the future, then his money is your money, isn't it? Giving it to you now is only natural. But we've only known each other for a month. What's wrong with a month? Some people can know each other for 10 years and still not have real feelings, while others fall in love at first sight and stay together for life. The key is to test how deep his love for you is. Wang Meiqi's voice became even more seductive. Xiaoyu, 100,000 is just the beginning. You need to slowly test his limits, see how much money he actually has, and how much he's willing to spend on you. I don't know what to do. It's very simple. After you get the 100,000 tomorrow, a few days later you'll say you've encountered difficulties and need more funds. For example, the store renovations have exceeded the budget, or you need to order more inventory. Take it one step at a time, like boiling a frog slowly. Fong Xiaoyu felt increasingly uneasy as she listened to these suggestions. Sister Meiqi, I don't think this is a good idea. Not good? Wang Meiqi's voice suddenly turned stern. Xiaoyu, have you forgotten your situation? Have you forgotten that your mother still needs follow-up treatment? Do you think you can earn enough money by working part-time? I know, but... No buts. Wang Meiqi interrupted her. Xiaoyu, relationships are a luxury. Only financially independent women have the right to talk about relationships. Do you have that right now? These words deeply stung Fong Xiaoyu. She thought of her mother's haggard appearance on her sickbed, the exorbitant medical bills, and her own meager income. Furthermore, Wang Meiqi continued, even if you don't take his money now, what will you get after you break up? Nothing. At least if you take the money now, you have some security. How did you know we would break up? Xiaoyu, do you really believe a college student would marry a working girl? Once he graduates and enters high society, do you think he'll still want you? Have you ever heard of the concept of marrying someone of equal social standing? Fong Xiaoyu felt a sharp pain in her heart. Indeed, she was just a working girl who hadn't even finished high school, while Lin Yuan was a college student with a bright future ahead of him. The gap between them. So, while he's still interested in you, quickly fight for your own interests. This isn't exploitation, it's self-protection. Wang Meiqi's voice softened. Xiaoyu, I'm doing this for your own good. Look at your father back then, wasn't he the same? He was so obedient to your mother at first, and what happened? There was a moment of silence on the phone, and then Fong Xiaoyu's tears fell to the ground. I understand, Sister Meiqi. I will do as you say. That's what a smart girl is like. Remember, a woman can only truly gain a sense of security by relying on herself. After hanging up the phone, Fong Xiaoyu slowly slid down to the ground, leaning against the wall. She felt like she was standing on the edge of a cliff, with Lin Yuan's warm embrace on one side and the abyss of reality described by Wang Meiqi on the other. She didn't know which side to choose, but Wang Meiqi's words took root in her heart like a seed. Perhaps she really should think about her future. Chapter 75. Warm afternoon sunshine. The next afternoon, when Lin Yuan came out of the bank, the autumn sun shone brightly on them. The transfer of 100,000 yuan went exceptionally smoothly, and Lin Yuan appeared relaxed and natural throughout, as if he were just buying a cup of milk tea. Alright, the startup funds have arrived. Lin Yuan looked at the successful transfer notification on his phone and nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoyu, would you like to go check out the store first? Fang Xiaoyu stared at the six-figure balance that had suddenly appeared on her phone screen, feeling a mix of emotions. This number was so unfamiliar and so unattainable to her, yet Lin Yuan could give it to her so casually. Wang Meiqi's words kept echoing in my ears. What is 100,000 yuan to him? But the sincere and expectant smile on the boy's face made her feel deeply guilty. Lin Yuan, her voice trembled slightly, thank you. Lin Yuan noticed the unusual tone in her voice and gently took her hand. Her hands were small and soft, but they were slightly cold at the moment. Don't thank me. I'm your boyfriend, it's nothing. He gently stroked the back of her hand. Let's go shopping and see if there are any suitable shops. The two walked hand in hand down the street where the plane tree leaves were turning yellow. Fang Xiaoyu felt the warmth from Lin Yuan's palm, and that reassuring feeling made her temporarily forget her inner turmoil. Ginkgo leaves drifted down from the roadside, and occasionally a few would land on her shoulder, which Lin Yuan would always carefully brush away. Xiaoyu, look at that flower shop. Lin Yuan suddenly stopped and pointed to a beautifully decorated flower shop on the street corner. I'll go buy you a bouquet of flowers. No need, flowers are too expensive. Fang Xiaoyu instinctively wanted to stop her. Wait for me. Lin Yuan had already let go of her hand and was running quickly towards the flower shop. Fang Xiaoyu stood there, watching his back as he carefully selected flowers, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Through the glass window, she could see Lin Yuan talking to the florist. His gestures were serious, as if he was asking about the meaning of different flowers. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan came out, holding a bouquet of light pink roses. The flowers were very fresh, each petal adorned with glistening dewdrops and emitting a delicate fragrance. This is for my future female boss. Lin Yuan handed the bouquet to her, his eyes full of affection. My boss said pink roses represent the beauty of first love, and I think it suits us perfectly. Fang Xiaoyu took the bouquet, and the fragrance of the flowers instantly enveloped her. This was the first time in 17 years that she had received flowers from a boy, and the feeling of being cherished and pampered instantly brought tears to her eyes. Lin Yuan, why are you so good to me? She hugged the bouquet, her voice choked with emotion. Lin Yuan gently stroked her cheek, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, because you deserve the best of everything in the world. Xiaoyu, in my heart, you are more precious than any jewel. At that moment, Fang Xiaoyu almost blurted out the truth about Wang Meiqi, about the organization, about all the deception. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but seeing the sincere love in Lin Yuan's eyes, she ultimately swallowed them back. My mother's haggard face on her sickbed floated into my mind, and the astronomical medical expenses weighed heavily on my heart. My first experience at an amusement park. The weekend sun was exceptionally bright, and Lin Yuan had booked amusement park tickets a week in advance. Amusement park? Fang Xiaoyu looked at the ticket in his hand and couldn't believe it. We're all so old, isn't it childish to go to an amusement park? Who says college students can't have a childlike heart? Lin Yuan blinked, deliberately making a face. And what I want to see most is you happy. You know what? When you smile, your eyes sparkle. Fang Xiaoyu blushed and gently hit him. Why are you so sweet talking? Because seeing you makes me want to say sweet words. Lin Yuan took her hand and said, come on, today I'm going to let you experience all the activities. When they arrived at the amusement park, Fang Xiaoyu was stunned by what she saw. The colorful rides glittered in the sunlight, laughter filled the air, and the sweet aroma of popcorn and cotton candy permeated the atmosphere. For her, who had grown up in poverty and had never experienced such joy, it was like a fairy tale world. What would you like to play first? Lin Yuan looked at the excited light in her eyes, his heart filled with happiness. I don't know. Fang Xiaoyu looked around nervously. I've never played any of these before, and I don't know which ones are fun. Lin Yuan looked at her with heartache. This kind girl had to struggle for a living since she was young, missing out on so much joy that should have belonged to her age. He gently held her hand. It's okay, we'll try them one by one. I promise, today will be your happiest day. Confession on a Ferris wheel. Their first stop was the Ferris wheel. This was Fang Xiaoyu's idea. She said she wanted to see what it was like to overlook the whole city from a high place. Fang Xiaoyu seemed a little nervous as they sat in the Ferris wheel cabin. She gripped Lin Yuan's hand tightly, her palms slightly sweaty. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Yuan gently stroked the back of her hand, feeling her body trembling slightly with nervousness. The Ferris wheel slowly rose, and the city view unfolded beneath her. At first, Fang Xiaoyu didn't dare to look down and just kept her eyes tightly closed. But when Lin Yuan gently said, "Xiaoyu, open your eyes and look," she mustered up her courage and opened her eyes. "Wow," she exclaimed in admiration. The entire city stretched out before her, cars weaving through the streets like toys, crowds appearing as tiny as ants. As the sun set, golden rays bathed every corner of the city, distant mountains appearing like dark eyebrows, and nearby waters as smooth as a mirror. This breathtaking view from a god's eye perspective left her utterly awestruck. "So beautiful," she murmured, her eyes reflecting the golden glow of the setting sun. "Yes, she's beautiful." Lin Yuan looked at her profile, watching the golden rays of the setting sun cast on her face, and said softly, "But not as beautiful as you." Fang Xiaoyu turned to look at him and found him gazing intently at her, his eyes filled with deep affection. In this secluded little space, in this place closest to the sky, time seemed to stand still. "Xiaoyu, I want to tell you something." Lin Yuan looked at her earnestly, his voice trembling slightly. "What is it?" Fang Xiaoyu's heart was pounding like a drum. "I love you." These 3 words echoed like heavenly music in the small Ferris wheel cabin. Fang Xiaoyu felt her heart pounding in her chest, and her cheeks instantly flushed as red as the setting sun. She had never imagined that anyone would say such things to her, never imagined that anyone would gaze at her with such deep affection. I. She stammered, unsure of what to say. "You don't need to answer me now." Lin Yuan gently stroked her cheek. "I just want you to know that in this world, there is someone who loves you deeply and is willing to do anything for you." Looking into his sincere eyes, Fang Xiaoyu felt the whole world become beautiful. In that moment, Wang Meiqi's words, the organization's mission, and all the deception were forgotten. She only wanted to live in this beautiful moment. "Lin Yuan," her voice was as light as a feather, "I love you too." The moment she uttered those words, tears streamed down her face. These were her true feelings, the deepest emotions she felt. Regardless of her initial motives for approaching him, she had now truly fallen in love with this kind and gentle boy. Lin Yuan saw her tears and thought they were from being moved, so he gently wiped them away. "Don't cry, today is a happy day." But he didn't know that Fang Xiaoyu's tears contained a complex mix of emotions: love, guilt, fear, despair. When the Ferris wheel reached its highest point, Lin Yuan gently kissed her forehead. The kiss was very light, like a feather drifting by, but it was deeply imprinted in Fang Xiaoyu's heart. Under the witness of the setting sun, overlooking the entire city, 2 young hearts embraced tightly. Chapter 76: Reality is Cruel. The Fairy Tale of the Carousel. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Fang Xiaoyu was no longer nervous. Holding Lin Yuan's hand, she strolled between the various rides, her eyes shining with excitement. "Let's go ride the carousel." Fang Xiaoyu pointed to the carousel not far away, where fairy tale music was playing. "A carousel?" Lin Yuan was a little surprised. "Isn't that something for little kids?" "I want to try," Fang Xiaoyu said, a little embarrassed. "When I was little, I often passed by amusement parks and saw other children riding the carousel. I was so envious, but my mom said we didn't have the money." Lin Yuan looked at her with heartache. This girl had missed out on so much of the joy that should have belonged to her childhood. He held her hand tightly. "Then let's go and make up for your childhood regrets now." On the carousel, Fang Xiaoyu chose a white horse, and Lin Yuan sat on the horse next to her. When the music started and the carousel began to spin up and down, Fang Xiaoyu let out a silvery laugh. Her long hair danced in the air as she twirled, and her face radiated an innocent smile, making her look like a true princess. Looking at her happy expression, Lin Yuan felt like the happiest person in the world. "Lin Yuan, look at me." Fang Xiaoyu waved to him from her horse, and I felt like a princess. "You were born a princess." Lin Yuan shouted back. "My princess." The carousel played classic fairy tale tunes, and in this dreamlike melody, Fang Xiaoyu felt as if she had truly returned to her childhood, to that carefree age. The screams of the roller coaster. "Let's go ride the roller coaster." Lin Yuan pointed to the towering roller coaster track in the distance. Fang Xiaoyu looked at the almost vertical track and felt a little scared. Could that be scary? "I'm here, don't be afraid." Lin Yuan held her hand. "And I want to hear your scream, it must be so cute." "You're so mean," Fang Xiaoyu said, blushing as she hit him. After boarding the roller coaster, Fang Xiaoyu gripped the safety bar tightly, while holding Lin Yuan's hand firmly with her other hand. As the roller coaster slowly climbed to its highest point, she closed her eyes in nervousness. "Xiaoyu, open your eyes." Lin Yuan encouraged her from the side. "Believe me, you're beautiful." Fang Xiaoyu mustered her courage and opened her eyes, only to see a panoramic view of the entire amusement park and a magnificent sunset in the distance. It really is beautiful. She had just finished speaking when the roller coaster plunged down from its highest point. Ah! Feng Xiaoyu screamed, gripping Lin Yuan's hand tightly. Strangely, after the initial fear subsided, she began to enjoy the thrill. The wind whistled in her ears, her heart pounded, but with Lin Yuan by her side, she felt fearless. When the roller coaster ended, Feng Xiaoyu's hair was completely messed up, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. That was so exciting, she exclaimed excitedly. Shall we ride it again? Seeing her happy expression, Lin Yuan felt incredibly satisfied. Of course, you can ride it as many times as you want. Deep affection at night. As night falls, the amusement park lights up with colorful lights. The entire amusement park transforms into a fairy tale world, with warm light shimmering everywhere. They sat on a bench in the amusement park to rest, Feng Xiaoyu leaning on Lin Yuan's shoulder, holding the cotton candy he had bought for her. Lin Yuan, I'm really happy today, she said softly. I've never been this happy before. That's good. Lin Yuan gently stroked her hair. We'll come here often from now on. I want you to experience all the joys you've never experienced before. Really? Feng Xiaoyu looked up at him. Of course it's true, Lin Yuan said earnestly. Xiaoyu, I want to create more wonderful memories with you. I want to take you to see the sea, to climb mountains, to all the places you want to go. Feng Xiaoyu listened to his words, feeling both sweet and painful. Sweet because of the feeling of being so cherished, and painful because of knowing that all of this might only be temporary. Lin Yuan, if one day I do something to betray you, will you forgive me? Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then shook his head. That day will never come. Xiaoyu, you are the kindest girl, you would never do anything to wrong anyone. But what if that day really comes? Feng Xiaoyu persisted in asking. Looking into her earnest eyes, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Xiaoyu, I don't know what will happen in the future, but I do know that I love you as a person, and no matter what you have done, this love will not change. These words pierced Feng Xiaoyu's heart like a sharp sword. Lin Yuan's tolerance and understanding made her feel even more guilty, and made her even more unsure how to face the impending deception. The contradictions of the night. Back in her dorm, Feng Xiaoyu lay on her bed, her mind replaying the wonderful moments of the day. The confession on the Ferris wheel, the laughter on the carousel, the screams on the roller coaster, and the tenderness and doting in Lin Yuan's eyes. She looked at the bouquet of roses on the bedside table. The flowers emitted a faint fragrance in the darkness, as if reminding her that all of this was real. My phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, have you arrived at the dorm yet? Did you have fun today? Light rainy day, I've arrived. I'm very happy today. Thank you. Lin Yuan, you're welcome. Seeing you happy makes me happy. By the way, how about we go check out the shop tomorrow? Upon seeing this message, Feng Xiaoyu felt a sharp pain in her heart. The shop, the startup, these were all lies she had fabricated. Light rain, okay. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, I love you. Good night. Light rain, I love you too. Good night. After sending the message, Feng Xiaoyu tossed her phone aside and pulled the blanket over her head. The words I love you too were sincere, but it was precisely because they were sincere that they caused her even more pain. Just then, another message arrived. It was from Wang Meiqi. Meiqi, how's it going? Got the 100,000? How does it feel? As Feng Xiaoyu looked at the message, she recalled all the wonderful memories Lin Yuan had given her today, and the conflict in her heart reached its peak. Light rainy day, got it. Meiqi, great. In a few days, tell him the renovation went over budget and ask for another 50,000. Remember, do it gradually and don't arouse his suspicion. Light rain, I understand. After sending the message, Feng Xiaoyu felt like she was standing on the edge of a cliff, with Lin Yuan's warm embrace on one side and the cruel abyss of reality on the other. She remembered saying I love you too on the Ferris wheel earlier that day, the sincerity and trust in Lin Yuan's eyes, and his words that she was the kindest girl. Tears silently streamed down her face, soaking her pillow. That night, Feng Xiaoyu had a dream. In her dream, she married Lin Yuan, wearing a white wedding dress, standing in a sea of flowers, her face beaming with happiness. But when she walked towards Lin Yuan, she found his eyes filled with disappointment and pain. Little Rain, why did you lie to me? Lin Yuan asked in his dream. Feng Xiaoyu wanted to explain, but no sound came out. She watched Lin Yuan turn and leave, desperately trying to catch up, but her steps felt as heavy as lead. Don't go, don't leave me, she cried out in her dream. But Lin Yuan's figure grew farther and farther away until it disappeared on the horizon. She woke up crying from her dream, finding her face covered in tears and her pillow soaked. Daylight had broken, and a new day had begun. But Fang Xiaoyu knew that yesterday's beautiful memories might soon become a permanent pain in her heart. She looked at the roses by her bedside and gently stroked the petals. The flowers were still so beautiful, but her heart felt as heavy as a stone. I'm sorry, Lin Yuan, she whispered. But she knew she would still follow Wang Meiqi's plan. Because in this realistic world, she had no other choice. Love is beautiful, but reality is cruel. And she was just a pitiful girl struggling between the two. An unexpected birthday surprise. October 28th was Fang Xiaoyu's 18th birthday. But she had never told anyone about this date, not even Lin Yuan. From childhood, her birthday was always overlooked. Her mother was busy making a living and had no time for such things after her father left. No one remembered her birthday. Gradually, she herself got used to this feeling of being forgotten. This year was no exception. When Fang Xiaoyu woke up in the morning, she glanced at the calendar and a sense of loneliness flashed through her heart. She was 18, an adult, but she felt more lonely than ever before. Happy birthday, Xiaoyu. As she walked out of the dormitory building, Lin Yuan suddenly jumped out from the side, holding a beautiful cake box in his hands, with a bright smile on his face. Fang Xiaoyu was stunned, completely unexpected to receive such a surprise. How did you know it was my birthday today? I have my own way. Lin Yuan winked mysteriously. How about it? Surprised? How did you know? Fang Xiaoyu still couldn't believe it. She had never told anyone her birthday. Last time we went to the hospital, I secretly looked at your ID card. Lin Yuan said somewhat embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have looked at it, but I just wanted to know your birthday so I could surprise you. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiaoyu's eyes instantly welled up with tears. This was the first time in her 18 years that someone had remembered her birthday, the first time someone had prepared a birthday surprise for her. This cake must be expensive, right? She looked at the exquisite packaging box, her voice trembling slightly. It's not expensive, it's worth it as long as you're happy. Lin Yuan looked at her tenderly. Let's go to a special place to celebrate your birthday. Chapter 77, this story is destined to be a tragedy. Birthday celebration by the lake. Lin Yuan led Fang Xiaoyu to a small lake on the outskirts of the city. Far from the hustle and bustle of the city, the lake water was as clear as a mirror, and willow catkins danced in the air along the shore, creating a very tranquil environment. This place is so beautiful. Fang Xiaoyu looked at the beautiful scenery before her and temporarily forgot the complicated emotions in her heart. I specifically looked for this place. Lin Yuan laid out a picnic blanket by the lake, thinking that your birthday should be spent in a quiet and beautiful place. They sat by the lake, and Lin Yuan carefully opened the cake box. It was a small, exquisite strawberry cake with Happy 18th Birthday Xiaoyu written on it in cream, and 18 colorful candles stuck in it. How is it? Does it look good? Lin Yuan looked at her expectantly. Looking at the cake specially made for her, Fang Xiaoyu could no longer hold back her tears. No one knew how many times she had fantasized about someone celebrating her birthday, someone lighting the birthday candles for her, and someone saying happy birthday to her. Little Rain, why are you crying? Don't you like it? Lin Yuan asked nervously. If you don't like this flavor, we can buy another one. No. Fang Xiaoyu shook her head. I like it very much, I like it so much. I just didn't expect anyone to remember my birthday. Lin Yuan tenderly wiped away her tears. Silly girl, I will spend every birthday with you from now on. He lit the candles, and 18 tiny flames swayed gently in the breeze. Make a wish, Lin Yuan said gently. Fang Xiaoyu looked at the candle in front of her, closed her eyes, and silently made a wish. She hoped to be with Lin Yuan forever, she hoped she would never deceive him again, and she hoped her mother would be healthy. Is it approved? Fang Xiaoyu opened her eyes and blew out all the candles in one breath. Happy birthday, my little princess. Lin Yuan gently kissed her forehead. An unexpected gift. Oh, right, I also prepared a gift for you. Lin Yuan took out an exquisite jewelry box from his backpack. Fang Xiaoyu opened the box. Inside was an exquisite silver necklace with a small star pendant that sparkled in the sunlight. So beautiful. She gently touched the necklace, but it must be very expensive. It's not expensive, and... Lin Yuan said shyly, this star pendant was specially made for me, and our names are engraved inside. Fang Xiaoyu looked closely and found that there were indeed two small names engraved on the back of the star, Lin Yuan Xiaoyu. I hope you will always wear it, so that even when we are not together, you can still feel my love. I will wear it forever. Fang Xiaoyu's voice was choked with emotion. She would never take it off for the rest of her life. Lin Yuan carefully put the necklace on her. The silver chain sparkled on her fair neck, making her even more beautiful and charming. Confession by the lake. The afternoon sun shone on the lake, making it sparkle. They ate cake, chatted, and enjoyed this quiet and beautiful time. Xiaoyu, I want to tell you something. Lin Yuan suddenly became serious. What's up? I want to formally propose to you. What? Fang Xiaoyu almost choked on the cake. A proposal? We're still so young. I know we're still young, but I know I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Lin Yuan held her hand. I'm not saying we should get married now. I mean, I hope you'll promise me that we'll get married after we graduate and when our financial situation allows, okay? Looking into his earnest eyes, Fang Xiaoyu felt a mix of emotions. This boy was so sincere, so deeply in love with her, yet she was deceiving him. Lin Yuan, You don't need to say yes now. Lin Yuan interrupted her, I just want you to know how I feel. Xiaoyu, in my heart, you are my only one, my everything. Fang Xiaoyu's tears flowed again. She wanted to say I do, she wanted to say I want to be with you for the rest of my life, but she knew she didn't deserve it. Why are you so good to me, she asked, her voice choked with emotion. Because you deserve the best of everything in the world. Lin Yuan gently stroked her cheek. Xiaoyu, you are the kindest and most innocent girl. Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. Hearing the words kindest and most innocent cut Fang Xiaoyu to the bone. She didn't deserve such praise. She was a liar who deceived people's feelings for money. The torment of the night. Back in her dorm, Fang Xiaoyu lay on her bed, stroking the necklace around her neck. It was the first birthday present she had ever received, and also the first piece of jewelry she had ever owned. She remembered what Lin Yuan had said, I hope you will always wear it, so that even when we are not together, you can still feel my love. Tears blurred her vision again. My phone rang. It was a message from Wang Meiqi. Meiqi, I heard it's your birthday today? What did that sucker buy you this time? Upon seeing the word sucker, Fang Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger. Light rain, don't say that about him. Meiqi, what? Starting to feel sorry for Xiaoyu? You need to remember your identity and goals. Love is a luxury, you can't afford it right now. Light rain, but he's really good to me. Meiqi, okay? He's nice to you for a reason. Do you really think he loves you? It's unrealistic for a college student to fall in love with a working girl. He's just after something new. Once the novelty wears off, he'll dump you. Meiqi, and don't forget your mother's condition. Further treatment will require a lot of money. What are you planning to do? Continue working to save money? By the time you've saved enough, your mother's condition will have been severely compromised. These words deeply stung Fang Xiaoyu. Indeed, her mother's condition couldn't wait. The subsequent treatment costs would be astronomical. Meiqi, tomorrow, tell him that the renovation has exceeded the budget and you need to add another 50,000. Remember to act like you're in a difficult situation so he'll offer to help you. Rainy day, I don't know how to start. Meiqi, it's very simple. Just say you've encountered some difficulties, and then cry a little. Men feel most sorry for women when they cry. He will definitely ask you how much money you need, and you just say 50,000. Meiqi, Xiaoyu, remember, this isn't deception, it's for survival. In this cruel world, only money can give you a sense of security. Fang Xiaoyu was torn by these messages. Reason told her that Wang Meiqi was right, that reality was indeed cruel, but her feelings told her that doing this would be betraying Lin Yuan's true love. She picked up the necklace Lin Yuan had given her that day and examined it closely under the light. The small star pendant was exquisitely crafted and clearly expensive. More importantly, it was engraved with both of their names, representing Lin Yuan's seriousness and commitment to this relationship. Lin Yuan Xiaoyu. These words shimmered under the light, as if telling a beautiful love story. But Fang Xiaoyu knew that this story was destined to be a tragedy. She recalled Lin Yuan's proposal earlier that day, the sincerity and expectation in his eyes. He truly wanted to spend his life with her, but she was deceiving him, using his feelings for her own gain. Late night decision. At 2 a.m, Fang Xiaoyu still couldn't fall asleep. She got up and walked to the window, looking at the night outside. The moon was round, the stars were bright, as beautiful as the necklace Lin Yuan had given her. But her heart was filled with darkness. She remembered a story she had heard as a child. A girl fell in love with a prince, but to win his heart, she sought help from a sea witch. The sea witch gave her beautiful legs, but at the cost of her voice. In the end, the girl gained love, but lost herself. She's like that girl now, selling her soul to get something. My phone rang again. It was a late-night message from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, still can't sleep? I can't sleep either. I keep thinking about how wonderful today was. Thank you for making my life so beautiful. Lin Yuan, I know it's late, but I still want to say, happy birthday, my little princess. I love you. Upon seeing this message, Fang Xiaoyu's tears flowed again. She picked up her phone, wanting to reply, but her finger lingered on the screen for a long time. She wanted to say, I love you too, thank you for giving me the most wonderful birthday, and I want to be with you for the rest of my life. But in the end, she only replied with 4 words, good night, Lin Yuan. After sending the message, she tossed her phone aside, covered her head with the blanket, and cried silently in the darkness. Today is her 18th birthday, the most beautiful day of her life, but it may also be the last beautiful time she spends with Lin Yuan. Because she knew that starting tomorrow, she would have to continue carrying out Wang Meiqi's plan and continue deceiving the boy who loved her deeply. This beautiful memory will forever remain a source of pain in her heart. I'm sorry, Lin Yuan. I'm so sorry. On what should have been a joyful birthday night, Fang Xiaoyu cried herself to sleep, her dreams filled with Lin Yuan's gentle smile and the words I love you. But she knew that this dream would soon come to an end. 50,000 easily obtained. 3 days after her birthday, Fang Xiaoyu mustered up her courage and dialed Lin Yuan's number. She paced back and forth in her dormitory, her palms sweaty. Xiaoyu? What's wrong? You sound a little nervous. Lin Yuan's gentle voice came through the microphone. Lin Yuan, I've run into a little trouble. Fang Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly as she began her performance, following Wang Meiqi's instructions. What's wrong? Tell me, and I'll help you solve it. It's about that shop. Fang Xiaoyu took a deep breath. The renovation company recalculated and said my previous budget wasn't enough. I need another 50,000 yuan. 50,000? Lin Yuan paused for a moment on the other end of the phone. Had the price of renovation materials gone up? They said that environmentally friendly materials are quite expensive now, and the style I want requires special techniques. Fang Xiaoyu bit her lip, feeling like every word was a knife cutting into her heart. Xiaoyu, don't worry. Lin Yuan's voice remained gentle. 50,000 yuan isn't a big problem. I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. Really? Fang Xiaoyu feigned surprise, but her heart was filled with guilt. Lin Yuan, I really don't know how to thank you. Silly girl, what is there to thank each other for? Lin Yuan smiled, your dream is my dream, your career is our career. The next morning, Fang Xiaoyu received a bank transfer notification on her phone. Lin Yuan transferred 50,000 yuan. She looked at the numbers on the balance sheet, her feelings extremely complicated. The money came so easily that Lin Yuan didn't even hesitate, which both moved and terrified her. Chapter 78 Breakup. That evening, Wang Meiqi asked her to meet at a coffee shop. How was it? Did it go smoothly? Wang Meiqi took a sip of her latte, a smug smile on her face. It went too smoothly. Fang Xiaoyu felt uneasy. He transferred the money without asking any further questions. What does this mean? Wang Meiqi putting down her coffee cup shows that 50,000 yuan is nothing to her, and that she has more money than we imagined. But Sister Meiqi, I don't think this is a good thing. Not good? Wang Meiqi sneered, Xiaoyu, have you forgotten reality? Do you think an ordinary college student can so easily come up with tens of thousands of yuan in cash? He's either a rich second generation or he has some kind of unspeakable secret. What's the meaning? The implication is, if he has money, why hide it? Why pretend to be an ordinary student? Wang Meiqi moved closer to her and lowered her voice, perhaps he has an ulterior motive for approaching you. This speculation surprised Fang Xiaoyu. Indeed, Lin Yuan's transformation from initial financial hardship to later extravagance was too sudden. No, Lin Yuan isn't that kind of person. Xiaoyu, you're too naive. Wang Meiqi shook her head. Men are all actors, especially rich men. Their specialty is playing dumb to fool others. So what do you think I should do? Of course, we'll continue. A greedy glint gleamed in Wang Meiqi's eyes. Since he's so rich, not even bothering with 50,000 yuan, then we should be even bolder. Next time, just say you need to buy more goods, that you need 300,000 yuan. 300,000? Fang Xiaoyu was shocked that was way too much. Is it a lot? For a true second-generation rich kid, 300,000 and 30,000 make little difference. Wang Meiqi calmly analyzed, and added, and remember, if he truly loves you, he will unconditionally support your career. If he's unwilling, it means his love for you isn't all that great. Purchase of 300,000. Another week passed, and Fang Xiaoyu called Lin Yuan again. This time she was even more nervous because the number 300,000 was simply too large. Lin Yuan, I've run into another problem. Her voice was trembling with tears. What's wrong? Xiaoyu, don't cry, tell me slowly. Lin Yuan comforted her on the phone. Well, it's about the suppliers. They said if I could order 300,000 yuan worth of goods at once, they'd give me the lowest price and exclusive distribution rights. Fang Xiaoyu said, following the script Wang Meiqi had taught her. It's a great opportunity, but it costs 300,000? Lin Yuan's voice was devoid of emotion. I know a lot about this, if you find it difficult. Xiaoyu, do you think I would let you miss such an opportunity? Lin Yuan interrupted her. 300,000 is a lot, but if it can make your career more successful, this investment is worthwhile. Really? Fang Xiaoyu was genuinely surprised this time. She hadn't expected Lin Yuan to agree to 300,000 so easily. It's true, of course. But this time I need to transfer it in 2 parts because the bank has a limit. Okay, no problem. Fang Xiaoyu's heart was pounding. Lin Yuan, I really don't know how to repay you. Silly girl, we are lovers, your success is the best reward for me. 2 days later, Fang Xiaoyu's account had an extra 300,000 yuan. Looking at this number, she felt like she was dreaming. From being penniless a month ago to having hundreds of thousands in savings now, the change was too unreal. She recalled what Wang Meiqi had said, perhaps he approached you with an ulterior motive. Could an ordinary college student really so easily come up with hundreds of thousands of yuan? But when she saw the message from Lin Yuan, her heart softened. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, the money has been transferred. Focus on your business, I believe you will succeed. I love you. These few simple words were filled with trust and support. Fang Xiaoyu looked at the message, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. That evening, Wang Meiqi called right on time. You've got 300,000? We've arrived. Fang Xiaoyu's voice was very soft. Great. Looks like I wasn't wrong, this kid really is a rich second generation. Wang Meiqi said excitedly, we've already gotten 450,000 yuan from him, but I feel that's far from enough. Sister Meiqi, I think that's about enough. Almost? Wang Meiqi's voice turned stern. Xiaoyu, you must remember, this money is all yours. If a man truly loves you, he should give you everything. Besides, think about your mother's illness. The follow-up treatment will require a lot of money. Mentioning her mother, Fang Xiaoyu's heart sank again. Indeed, her mother's condition remained unstable, and the doctor said that a more expensive treatment plan might be needed. Next time, just say your mother's condition has worsened and she needs surgery, which will cost 400,000 yuan. Wang Meiqi's voice was calculating. This is the last time. Once you get this money, you'll be financially independent. 400,000. Fang Xiaoyu felt like this number was suffocating her. Xiaoyu, remember, this isn't deception, it's for survival. In this world, only money can give you true security. Love may change, men may leave, but money will never betray you. Mother's 400,000. A month later, Fang Xiaoyu's mother's condition did indeed worsen. The doctor recommended a new treatment plan, which would cost 400,000 yuan. This time, Fang Xiaoyu didn't need to lie, because it was true. She sat in the hospital corridor, looking at the diagnosis in her hand, tears blurring her vision. 400,000, it was still an astronomical figure for her. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Lin Yuan's voice came from behind him. He had rushed to the hospital immediately after receiving the news. My mother's condition has worsened, Fang Xiaoyu said, choking back tears. The doctor said she needs surgery, which will cost 400,000 yuan. Lin Yuan took the diagnosis report, read it carefully, and then hugged her tightly. Don't be afraid, we'll face this together. But 400,000. That's too much. Fang Xiaoyu cried in his arms. Xiaoyu, listen to me. Lin Yuan gently patted her back. No matter how much it costs, we must save Auntie. Money can be earned back, but once a person is gone, everything is gone. But? No buts. Lin Yuan said firmly, I'll go and complete the transfer tomorrow. Lin Yuan, won't this put you in a difficult position? Fang Xiaoyu looked up at him. 400,000 is no small sum. No, it won't. Lin Yuan gently wiped away her tears. Xiaoyu, you and Auntie are the most important people to me. I'm willing to give everything for you. The truth after the transfer. The next morning, Lin Yuan went to the bank. He looked at the balance in his account, 408,000 yuan. After transferring 400,000 yuan to Fang Xiaoyu, his balance became 8,000 yuan. Lin Yuan looked at the numbers on the screen and gave a bitter smile. His 1 million yuan inheritance was gone just like that. But he didn't regret it for Xiaoyu and her mother, it was all worth it. He recalled his mother's words in her letter, I hope you will be a kind person and use this money to help those who truly need it. Xiaoyu is the one who truly needs help. After confirming the transfer, Lin Yuan sent Fang Xiaoyu a message, the money has been transferred. You should go and complete the hospital admission procedures as soon as possible. Your aunt's health is the most important thing. Fang Xiaoyu received the message at the hospital payment counter. She looked at the balance in her bank card, 785,000 yuan. The number made her dizzy. From having nothing a month ago to nearly 800,000 now, the change felt too unreal. But what shocked her even more was Lin Yuan's attitude. Faced with her mother's real crisis, he didn't hesitate at all and unreservedly took out 400,000 yuan. This unconditional support and trust filled her heart with guilt and pain. That evening, after her mother successfully underwent surgery, Fang Xiaoyu returned to her dormitory and collapsed onto her bed. She took out her phone and scrolled through her chat history with Lin Yuan. From their initial acquaintance to their current deep love, every message recorded their beautiful memories. But she knew that it was all built on lies. Wang Meiqi's message arrived right on time. How did it go? Did you get the 400,000? Light rain, we've arrived. Meiqi, great. So you've gotten 850,000 from him. It's about time to stop. Light rain, should we stop? Meiqi, yes, that's enough. Going any further might expose your secret. As a newcomer, your performance has surpassed most people, and 850,000 is enough for you and your mother to live on for a long time. Light rainy day, and then what? Meiqi, then break up with him. Make an excuse, like you're not compatible, or you're moving to another city. In short, end the relationship cleanly and decisively. Light rain, break up. Chapter 79 The Past, Angry Ivina. Meiqi, Xiaoyu, you haven't really fallen in love with him, have you? Remember, this is just a mission, a chance for you to change your destiny. Don't get too deeply involved. Fang Xiaoyu felt as if her heart was being torn apart as she read these messages. A breakup? How could she face Lin Yuan's sincere eyes? How could she face his unconditional trust and love? She remembered what Lin Yuan had said at the hospital that day, no matter how much it costs, we must save Auntie. Money can be earned back, but once a person is gone, everything is gone. How could she bear to hurt such a kind and sincere boy? But reality told her that she and Lin Yuan were from completely different worlds. One was a rich second-generation heir, the other a working girl. One had a bright future, the other came from humble beginnings. Could such a relationship have a future? Fang Xiaoyu hugged her knees, curling up into a ball on the bed. She knew that no matter what choice she made, someone would get hurt. She was already deeply mired in this quagmire, unable to extricate herself. It was late at night when a message from Lin Yuan came from afar. Xiaoyu, Auntie's surgery was a success. You need to rest well. I'll come to the hospital to be with you tomorrow. I love you. Upon seeing this message, Fang Xiaoyu's tears flowed again. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuan was sitting in his dormitory, looking at the meager 8,000 yuan left in his bank account, a satisfied smile on his face. In his heart, the best use of this inheritance was to help the girl he loved and her mother. He would never have imagined that his kindness and sincerity were being exploited and deceived. The final farewell by the lake. On an autumn evening, the lake shimmered, and the setting sun bathed its surface in a golden hue. This place had once been the witness to their most cherished memories. Fang Xiaoyu had spent her 18th birthday here. But today, this beautiful spot was about to witness the quiet end of a relationship. Fang Xiaoyu arrived at the lakeside half an hour early. She needed time to compose herself. For the past few days, Wang Meiqi's words had echoed in her mind like a curse. How could an ordinary college student easily come up with over 800,000 yuan? He must be a rich second-generation heir, and he's only getting close to you for fun. She recalled Lin Yuan's transformation from initial poverty to later extravagance. The change was indeed too sudden. The so-called mother's inheritance sounded like a lame excuse. Perhaps Wang Meiqi was right. Perhaps she had been kept in the dark from the very beginning. Little Rain. Lin Yuan's voice came from afar. He jogged over with a warm smile on his face and a bag of her favorite snacks in his hand. Have you been waiting long? Looking at his sunny smile, Feng Xiaoyu felt a surge of complex emotions. If he really was a rich second generation, what was hidden behind that smile? No, I just arrived too. She forced a smile and took the snacks he offered. How is your mother's health? When did the doctor say she could be discharged? Lin Yuan sat down beside her and asked with concern. Soon, the doctor said we just need to observe for a few more days. Feng Xiaoyu looked at him, mustered her courage, and asked, Lin Yuan, I want to ask you a question. What's the problem? Tell me. Lin Yuan looked at her gently. You've spent so much money on me lately, are you sure your life won't be affected? Feng Xiaoyu asked tentatively, her heart filled with unease. Lin Yuan's heart tightened when he heard this question. Of course, he couldn't tell Xiaoyu that he was penniless. That would only make her feel guilty and distressed. He had to appear relaxed to put her at ease. Of course not. Lin Yuan smiled casually, gently stroking her hair. Xiaoyu, why are you thinking so much? Don't worry about the money, I can handle it. Really? Then your family must be quite well off, right? Feng Xiaoyu continued to probe. It's all right. To avoid worrying her, Lin Yuan continued to act nonchalant, saying that it was enough for them anyway. Xiaoyu, you really don't need to worry about money. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyu's heart sank completely. This was exactly what Wang Meiqi had said. For a true second-generation rich kid, this amount of money is nothing at all. He was lying to me, just as I suspected. Feng Xiaoyu thought painfully to herself. He had been lying from the very beginning. The mother's inheritance, the ordinary college student, it was all a lie. He was just a rich second-generation heir who approached me only to experience life and to play with the feelings of a poor girl. She recalled Wang Meiqi's words, once he gets tired of you, he'll kick you to the curb. Have you ever heard the phrase marrying someone of equal social standing? Now it all makes sense. Lin Yuan being so good to her and giving her so much money was just a rich kid's game. To him, 800,000 yuan was probably just pocket change. And I, like a clown, actually believed he loved me. Feng Xiaoyu felt her heart bleeding, but she tried hard to control her expression so that Lin Yuan wouldn't notice anything amiss. Lin Yuan, she took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound normal. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Why are you thanking me? Lin Yuan held her hand. Xiaoyu, we're lovers. This is all I should do. Lover? Feng Xiaoyu smiled bitterly to herself. To a rich second generation like him, she was nothing more than a temporary playmate. Lin Yuan, I've been thinking about some things lately. Feng Xiaoyu carefully chose her words. I feel like we might be moving too fast. Too fast? Lin Yuan was a little confused. What do you mean? It's about relationships. Feng Xiaoyu lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. I think I need more time to sort out my thoughts. Xiaoyu, is there something I did wrong? Lin Yuan asked nervously. You can tell me, and I'll change. No, it's my problem. Feng Xiaoyu shook her head. I just feel. I need some time and space to think about our relationship. Lin Yuan looked at her and sensed her unusual behavior, but he assumed it was because she was under too much pressure due to her mother's illness. Xiaoyu, if you feel stressed, we can slow down. I'll wait for you. Wait for me? Feng Xiaoyu sneered inwardly. How long will you wait? Until you get tired of this game? Until you find your next target? Lin Yuan, I think we should separate for a while. She finally said these words, I'll contact you again after I've thought it through. Separated? Lin Yuan was stunned. Xiaoyu, what exactly happened? Nothing happened, I just need time. Feng Xiaoyu stood up, avoiding his gaze, and said, I'm leaving now. You, take care. Wait, Xiaoyu. Lin Yuan hurriedly stood up, took out an exquisite box from his pocket, and said, This is a gift I bought for you to celebrate Auntie's upcoming discharge from the hospital. Feng Xiaoyu glanced at the box and felt a pang of pain in her heart. She knew it must contain something expensive for a rich second generation. Such a gift could probably be bought dozens of times over. No need, you keep it. She shook her head, not taking the box. Lin Yuan, I really have to go. Xiao Yu. Lin Yuan wanted to stop her, but she had already left quickly. Feng Xiaoyu walked quickly, afraid that if she looked at Lin Yuan any longer, she would burst into tears. Not because she was moved, but because of the pain of being deceived, the pain of the falseness of this relationship. Lin Yuan stood by the lake, holding the gift he hadn't given, his heart filled with confusion and unease. He didn't understand why Feng Xiaoyu suddenly wanted to break up, nor why her attitude had become so cold. The reality of being blocked. The following evening, Lin Yuan couldn't hold back any longer and sent Feng Xiaoyu a message. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, are you alright? Did I say something wrong yesterday? If so, I apologize. After the message was sent, it did not show as delivered, but instead displayed a red exclamation mark. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then sent another message. Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu? Can you see my message? It's still a red exclamation mark. He started to panic and quickly made a phone call. The number you dialed is currently switched off. Lin Yuan hung up the phone and tried contacting her again via QQ. He discovered that he was no longer on Feng Xiaoyu's friend list. WeChat, QQ, phone calls, all means of communication have been cut off. Lin Yuan slumped into his chair, his phone slipping from his hand. He finally understood, Feng Xiaoyu didn't just want to separate for a while, she wanted to leave him completely. But he didn't understand why. Everything was fine yesterday, so why was he blocked today? What did he do wrong? Lin Yuan recalled Feng Xiaoyu's words from yesterday, I feel like we're moving too fast. Perhaps she really felt too much pressure? Perhaps what she needed wasn't a break, but a complete end? He opened the drawer and took out the gift box he hadn't given away. Inside was an exquisite jade ruby, its emerald green jade shimmering under the light. He had spent several thousand yuan on it, almost all of his remaining money. He had intended to give it to Feng Xiaoyu's mother when she was discharged from the hospital, as a wish for peace, good fortune, health, and longevity. But now, this gift will never have an owner. Feng Xiaoyu's resolute decision. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoyu sat in the hospital room, looking at her mother's peaceful sleeping face. The surgery was successful, and the doctor said she could be discharged in a few days. Her phone lay quietly on the table, having blocked all of Lin Yuan's contact information. She knew it was heartless, but she dared not face his tenderness and care any longer. Because she knew it was all fake. Fine, she thought to herself, a short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. Rather than waiting for him to get tired of me and dump me, I'd rather leave on my own. At least that way, I can retain some dignity. She stroked the necklace around her neck, the star pendant Lin Yuan had given her. She had almost taken it off yesterday, but ultimately kept it. Not because she couldn't bear to part with it, but because it was her only keepsake, a memento of being deceived in love by a rich second-generation heir. Lin Yuan, she said silently in her heart, thank you for teaching me what reality is. From now on, I will never believe in love again. The night outside the window was deep, just like Feng Xiaoyu's mood at that moment. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuan was sitting by the lake, staring blankly at the water that had witnessed their beautiful memories, clutching tightly the gift he could never give away. I never saw Xiaoyu again. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in Mishui Ice Cream City, carrying an indescribable sense of desolation. Perhaps I was deceived from the very beginning. Hearing this, Wang Jianming sighed deeply. As a man who had also been betrayed by a woman, he understood Lin Yuan's feelings all too well. I understand that feeling. Wang Jianming's voice was a little hoarse, as if suddenly, the whole world had become unreal. You start to doubt your own memories, doubt whether those beautiful times really existed. Looking at Lin Yuan's pained expression, Li Xiaowen felt a surge of intense anger. That damn Feng Xiaoyu. She cursed inwardly, wishing she could find that woman immediately and make her pay for hurting Lin Yuan. 1 million. Li Xiaowen said softly, just like that, all gone? Lin Yuan nodded, a hint of self-mockery flashing in his eyes. Yes, 1 million. The inheritance my mother left me, I just handed it all over to someone else. He paused, his voice growing even more bitter. The most ironic thing is, I never even knew her real name. Feng Xiaoyu, Su Xiaoyu, who knows how many other names she had. A breeze blew in from outside, bringing the chill of the late night. The three people sat in the warm milk tea shop, yet they all felt the coldness in people's hearts. Chapter 80 Target, Chen Shueli. Lin Yuan walked out of the milk tea shop, the night breeze gently brushing his face, carrying away some of his heavy emotions. He glanced back at the two people still sitting in the shop and said to Li Xiaowen, take good care of Wang Jianming and make sure he doesn't do anything rash. This matter will be resolved soon. Li Xiaowen nodded, watching Lin Yuan's figure disappear into the night. Watching Lin Yuan's dejected figure, she felt secretly anxious. The little master is too kind. Ivina thought coldly to herself. A monster like Fang Xiaoyu deserves the cruelest revenge. Let her experience what it means to wish she were dead. But it's okay, I'll help him. She was devising a plan in her mind, a plan that would make Fang Xiaoyu completely regret ever being born. That woman had hurt her most important little master. It was an absolutely unforgivable sin. Afterwards, Ivina quietly released herself from possessing Li Xiaowen. Li Xiaowen felt dizzy for a moment, then returned to normal. She touched her temples, somewhat puzzled, wondering how she and Lin Yuan had established a relationship so quickly, and how she felt it was so natural to care for him. Thinking about her crazy time with Lin Yuan at the hotel, Li Xiaowen's cheeks flushed and her heart skipped a beat. She turned to look at Wang Jianming, remembering Lin Yuan's words, Senior Wang, don't overthink it. Lin Yuan said he'll resolve this soon, we should trust him. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Song Yali was sitting on the sofa in the living room, elegantly sipping red wine. When the name Fang Xiaoyu entered her senses, her body trembled slightly, and the wine glass in her hand almost slipped from her grasp. Fang Xiaoyu. The woman who hurt Lin Yuan. A dangerous glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes, but she quickly regained her gentle expression. Hearing the sound of a key turning at the door, Song Yali immediately stood up, reverting to her usual elegant and gentle demeanor. As soon as Lin Yuan opened the door, he saw Song Yali running over in a silk robe and hugging him tightly. Her soft body pressed against him, carrying a faint scent of jasmine. Sister Yali, what's wrong with you? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. I was waiting for you with my daughters to have a late-night snack together. Song Yali gently patted Lin Yuan's back, her voice as gentle as if she were coaxing a child. You're not back so late, so let them go to sleep first. I was a little worried about you. Lin Yuan felt the warmth of her embrace, and the chill he had felt outside instantly dissipated. He was all right. How could nothing have happened? Song Yali looked up into his eyes, clearly. She paused for a moment, almost revealing the truth. What do you mean, clearly? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. Song Yali realized she had almost been exposed and quickly explained, we signed a contract. I can naturally sense your emotions and what you've been through. Lin Yuan nodded, not delving into it further. The contract was indeed quite mysterious, and having such a feeling was normal. There is indeed something I need to do. Lin Yuan sat down on the sofa. Regarding Wang Jianming's matter, how do you plan to help him? Song Yali sat gracefully beside him, her long legs together, the hem of her silk robe slightly raised, revealing a section of her snow-white calves. I have some thoughts about Wang Jianming's matter. Song Yali's voice was still gentle, but upon closer listening, it seemed to carry a hint of coldness. That Chen Shueli, since she dared to use such despicable means to frame innocent people, should pay the corresponding price. She paused for a moment, as if carefully choosing her words. I can make her confess to her crimes, return all the stolen money to Wang Jianming, and issue a public apology. Song Yali traced circles on Lin Yuan's hand with her finger, but my method might be a bit. She bit her lower lip, looking somewhat hesitant. What should I say? Song Yali pondered in her heart. Should she tell her young master that she could drive that woman to the brink of collapse in fear? Make her have nightmares every night, dreaming of being burned by the flames of hell? Torture her conscience eternally until she confesses everything? Or can I directly control her consciousness and make her act like a puppet according to my will? But looking into Lin Yuan's clear eyes, Song Yali became worried again. My little master is so kind. If he knew I used these methods, would he be scared? Would he think I was too cruel? She recalled the pained expression on Lin Yuan's face as he recounted his past, and her protective instincts intensified. At the same time, however, she didn't want Lin Yuan to see the cruel side of her as a succubus. Compare what? Lin Yuan noticed her hesitation and asked softly. Song Yali took a deep breath, deciding to test Lin Yuan's limits first. She could be rather direct. She could subject Lin Yuan to some mental torment to force her to reveal the truth. However, this method might cause her considerable pain. She carefully observed Lin Yuan's reaction, afraid that her words might make him uncomfortable. And about Fang Xiaoyu? Song Yali's voice was even softer, but the murderous intent in her eyes was even stronger. I will never let the person who hurt you get away with it. I will make her regret ever being born. I will make her taste all the pain in the world, make her kneel before her young master in repentance. I will. However, seeing Lin Yuan's tired expression, Song Yali suppressed her inner impulse. However, I'll do whatever you say. She squeezed Lin Yuan's hand. I'll do whatever you want me to do. If you think it's too much, I can use a gentler approach. Song Yali was torn. As a princess of hell, her nature was to deal with enemies using the most cruel methods. But when facing her beloved young master, she was willing to restrain her sharpness, even if it might not be enough to completely vent her hatred. She only wanted Lin Yuan to be happy and didn't want her dark side to taint his pure heart. Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart when he saw the hesitation and worry in Song Yali's eyes. He turned and took Song Yali's hand in his own, gently comforting her. Sister Yali, I'm not a child anymore. You're more important to me now. Lin Yuan's words startled Song Yali for a moment, then a look of emotion flashed in her eyes. Oh dear, my little brother is really. A radiant smile bloomed on Song Yali's face, her heart overflowing with this care. She hadn't expected that Lin Yuan wouldn't be frightened by her potential cruelty, but instead would be worried about her. Looking at her smile, Lin Yuan continued, Of course I know how capable you are, Sister Yali. But I just don't want you to expend too much energy on these things. His expression turned serious. You need to conserve your energy to deal with the enemies of the abyss. The enemy that could seal Ivina away must be incredibly powerful. Hearing this, Song Yali was deeply moved. Her young master was actually concerned for her safety, and was even willing to give up revenge for the sake of her energy reserves. This profound care moved her to tears. Little master, you really are. Song Yali gripped Lin Yuan's hand tightly, a determined glint in her eyes. Suddenly, she thought of a brilliant idea, a method that wouldn't consume too much energy but would still make those damned women pay the price. I've got a good idea. Song Yali smiled mysteriously, but didn't elaborate, saying, Just trust me. She gently kissed Lin Yuan's forehead. It's getting late, let's rest. You'll see the results tomorrow. The next morning, after having breakfast, Song Yali and her two daughters took Shiyu and Shirhan out. Lin Yuan, we're going to Lanjian University. They're going to the library to do their homework. Song Yali tidied her handbag and said elegantly, You have something to do today, right? Lin Yuan nodded. There are indeed some things to take care of. After watching the three figures disappear from the villa's entrance, Lin Yuan quickly returned to his room and turned on his phone. He typed sherry sauce side dishes into the Douyin search bar. Soon, an account with 3 million followers appeared on the screen. The profile picture was of a girl in a white cosplay outfit, with an oval face, big eyes, and an innocent look that was both alluring and pure. Lin Yuan clicked on it and found that the account's videos had extremely high view counts. The titles of the latest videos were particularly eye-catching. It's so hard being a girl out there, my boss actually treated me like this. 6.8 million views. Why are good people always bullied? I just want to work hard. 4.2 million views. The truth revealed. The unscrupulous boss finally gets his retribution. 8.9 million views. Lin Yuan clicked on the first video. In the video, Chen Shuali sits on a pink bed, wearing a white dress, her eyes slightly red, speaking pitifully to the camera. Honey, Shirley is so upset. That boss, he actually did that to me in his office. As she spoke, she choked up and gently wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Her pitiful appearance easily evoked sympathy. The comments section below the video has exploded. Guardian of Flowers 99, Sherry, baby, don't cry, it breaks my heart. Anime Guardian, this kind of scumbag boss deserves social death. Little Angel of Justice, did you call the police? We support you. Genshin Impact activation, Sherry is such a pure girl, what beast could bear to hurt her? Lin Yuan continued scrolling down and found several videos of this type. Each one of them denounces the so-called unscrupulous boss, and they all have extremely high viewership. Many self-media outlets are editing her original videos for the sake of traffic, with titles like Shocking. Beautiful anchor woman accuses boss of sexual harassment. Videos with clickbait titles like Heartbreaking. Cosplay goddess encounters workplace sexual harassment are flooding the internet. Is this how she brought down Wang Jianming's company? Lin Yuan's expression grew increasingly gloomy. He saw Chen Shueli's perfect performance in front of the camera. That standard internet celebrity face paired with a carefully designed victim persona could easily deceive those naive netizens. Coupled with the fact that today's young people have a strong sense of justice, a surge of passion has led them to become verbally aggressive and launch attacks. He then came across her cosplay works. From Daji in Honor of Kings to Ganyu in Genshin Impact, from Hinata in Naruto to Nezuko in Demon Slayer, she has cosplayed various game and anime characters, and her accuracy is very high. These works are most likely to capture the hearts of young people who are into anime and manga. Just then, he noticed that Chen Shueli's profile picture was flashing a red live icon. It seems she's live streaming. Lin Yuan clicked into the live stream and was instantly stunned by the scene on the screen. At this moment, Chen Shueli was wearing an exquisite Genshin Impact cosplay outfit of Ganyu. The light blue off-shoulder top outlined her perfect figure, and the bottom was a high-slit short skirt, with her two straight long legs wrapped in white over the knee socks. Her makeup was so exquisite that she looked like a character straight out of a video game, and she even wore her signature ram horns. Babies, how was Shirley's cosplay of Ganyu today? Do you like it? She smiled sweetly at the camera, her voice as soft and sweet as cotton candy. The live stream was instantly flooded with gift effects. Rich guy Li Ming sent out 10 super rockets. Guardian of Flowers 99 sent out Carnival X1. Genshin Impact Startup gifted a sports car X5. Wow, thank you Li Ming for the 10 rockets. Shirley is so happy. Chen Shirley made a heart shape with her hands towards the camera, and the curve of her chest became even more alluring because of the gesture. Li Ming is so thoughtful, Shirley doesn't know how to repay you. Lin Yuan noticed the user named Taheo Liming, meaning Rich Man Li Ming. His profile picture was of a young man driving a luxury car, and he did indeed look very wealthy. Rich guy Li Ming, baby Shirley, how about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Guardian Angel 99, Li Ming, what are you trying to do? Shirley belongs to everyone. Little Angel of Justice, that's right, don't even think about hitting Sherry. Seeing these comments, Chen Shueli giggled and said, oh dear, darlings, don't fight. Shueli cherishes everyone who loves me. But, brother Li Ming, Shueli is still troubled by what happened before and doesn't want to go out and see anyone for the time being. As she spoke, her eyes turned melancholic again. Although that bad boss got his comeuppance, Shirley still carried a shadow in her heart and needed time to recover. Rich man Li Ming, Shirley, don't be sad, your brother will protect you. That kind of trashy boss should go bankrupt. Anime Guardian, Sherry, stay strong, we all support you. Genshin Impact Startup, if you have any difficulties, just tell us, your brothers will help you. As Lin Yuan watched these comments, his anger grew stronger and stronger. This woman is still exploiting Wang Jianming's reputation, and her misled fans are even applauding her courage. Chapter 81, The Heart-Fluttering Game, has begun. Lin Yuan stared at the username Li Ming, the tycoon on the screen, and narrowed his eyes. Could this Li Ming be that rich second-generation real estate tycoon in our class? The one who embarrassed himself in front of Song Shiyu before? Just then, a notification sound appeared in the live stream inviting people to a PK battle. Hey everyone, a streamer wants to challenge Shirley to a PK battle. Chen Shirley exclaimed excitedly. Do you think Shirley should accept? Rich guy Li Ming, here you go. What are you afraid of, Shirley? Your brother's here. Guardian Angel 99, charge. 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 Let's show the other side what Sherry's strength is like. Genshin Impact activation, Li Ming is awesome. We're all watching your performance tonight. Chen Shueli accepted the challenge, and the screen split in two. On the other side was an equally hot female streamer, wearing a black bodysuit and dancing seductively. Brothers, the battle has begun. Chen Shueli has struck an even more alluring pose. Shueli doesn't want to lose. Please help her. Li Ming immediately began his performance. Rich man Li Ming, brothers, tonight I, Li Ming, have Shirley under my protection. Who dares to challenge us? Rich guy Li Ming sent out 20 super rockets. Rich man Li Ming, that's it? The other side is too weak. Other fans followed suit. Guardian of Flowers 99 gifted 10 sports cars. Anime Guardian gifted 5 yachts. Genshin Impact activation gifted 3 castles. For a time, Chen Shueli's votes were far ahead. She excitedly wiggled her body in front of the camera, making the curves of her chest even more alluring. Thank you, brother Li Ming. Thank you, all my darlings. Shirley loves you all so much. Rich man Li Ming, no problem, tonight I'll show Shirley what real power is. Rich man Li Ming, Li Ming, have never submitted to anyone on this platform. Watching Li Ming spout nonsense in the livestream, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. It's time to show this guy what real money power is. Lin Yuan registered a new account with a simple and direct username, Mysterious Sugar Daddy. Then, he began his performance. A mysterious benefactor gifted 100 supreme crowns. In an instant, the entire livestream was enveloped in golden special effects. The Supreme Crown is the platform's most expensive gift, costing 1,000 yuan each. 100 of them would be 100,000 yuan. The livestream was silent for a few seconds, then exploded with discussion. Guardian of Flowers 99, holy crap. Where did this super rich guy come from? Anime Guardian, 100 Supreme Crowns? What does that even mean? Genshin Impact Startup, Pro, please carry me. Chen Shueli was stunned when she saw the glittering special effects on the screen. She had never seen anyone give her such an expensive gift all at once. Thank you so much, my mysterious benefactor. Her voice trembled slightly. Shirley really didn't know what to say. Rich guy Li Ming, bro, what do you mean by this? Trying to steal my thunder? Mysterious patron, oh? Who are you? Lin Yuan replied in a deliberately contemptuous tone. Li Ming the tycoon, I am Li Ming. No one on this platform dares to compare with me. Mysterious backer, Li Ming? Never heard of him. A mysterious benefactor gifted 200 supreme crowns. Another 200,000. Even the female streamer on the other side was stunned, and her fans began to switch sides. Akarin passing by, holy crap, Sherry has a super rich guy on her side. Vegas, how much does this cost? I can't even calculate it. No more than 3 spoons of sugar, mysterious sponsor, come and see our streamer. Rich man Li Ming, you, who exactly are you? A mysterious benefactor gifted 500 supreme crowns. 500,000. The entire platform was shaken. This level of gift giving had set a new record. Chen Shueli watched the supreme crown fly past, a greedy glint in her eyes. This mysterious patron was definitely the richest person she had ever met. Mysterious patron, bored, logging off. Lin Yuan left the live stream immediately after sending the message, without even listening to Chen Shueli's words of thanks. The live stream room was left in silence, and the viewers were stunned. Li Ming, the nouveau riche, this is impossible. Guardian of Flowers 99, brother Li Ming, didn't you say that no one could compare to you? Anime Guardian, that super rich guy was terrifying. Li Ming stared at the screen, his face turning ashen with rage. He had just spent hundreds of thousands of yuan, but in front of this mysterious patron, it was like child's play. What frustrated him even more was that this person's tone seemed a little familiar. Less than 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan's phone received a private message notification. It was sent by Chen Shueli. Dear patron, Sherry would like to thank you privately. May I add you on WeChat? You were absolutely amazing tonight. Sherry has never met anyone like you. Lin Yuan looked at the suggestive private message and sneered. The fish has taken the bait. Lin Yuan looked at the private message Chen Shueli sent on his phone screen and deliberately did not reply immediately. His experiences over the past few years have taught him a profound lesson. Answering immediately would reveal his intention to get closer to her, thereby reducing his attractiveness and mystique. The easier something is to obtain, the less likely it is to be cherished. Sure enough, Chen Shueli in the live broadcast room began to appear somewhat anxious. Why is the mysterious big spender not saying anything? She asked the question casually to the camera, but her eyes kept glancing at the private message interface, wondering if Shirley had done something wrong. Why isn't he replying to my messages? Is he not interested in me? That's impossible, I just spent so much money. Chen Shueli's mind began to wander. Was it just a passing fancy? This kind of super rich person must have seen many beautiful women. How can I capture his attention? She began to make more alluring movements in front of the camera, deliberately bending over to arrange the props on the table, making the curves of her chest more obvious. At this point, Li Ming had completely lost face. He had just been thoroughly humiliated by Lin Yuan in front of Song Shiyu 2 days ago, and today he came online looking for some fun, only to be crushed by a stranger who suddenly appeared. Rich guy Li Ming, I'm saying, could this mysterious big spender be a shill for the platform? Li Ming, the nouveau riche, who in their right mind would spend hundreds of thousands of yuan at once? This is clearly unreasonable. Rich guy Li Ming, Sherry, be careful. Many platforms are using fake data to scam people. Other audience members began to discuss the matter. Guardian of Flowers 99, Li Ming is right, what happened just now was indeed too exaggerated. Anime Guardian, but to be able to display so many special effects, it must have cost real money, right? Genshin Impact Startup, who cares if they're shills or not, we got to see a great show. When Chen Shueli heard Li Ming question the mysterious benefactor, she immediately retorted with some displeasure. Brother Li Ming, how could someone who can tip hundreds of thousands of yuan be a shill? She pouted and said, where would the platform get so much money to create fake data? Besides, the special effects just now were so realistic. She paused for a moment, then added, although that name is indeed very, very human-like, rich people are generally low-key, so it's normal that they don't like overly flashy names. Mysterious benefactor. The name does sound like it was just randomly chosen, Chen Shueli thought to herself, but the spending power is absolutely real. Even if this kind of tycoon is just playing around, he can still make me a fortune. Rich man Li Ming, surely, why are you siding with outsiders? I've always supported you. Rich guy Li Ming, that guy doesn't say a word, he just throws money around. He's obviously not a decent person. Li Ming grew angrier the more he thought about it. The status he had painstakingly built up in this livestream was taken away by some random person. Chen Shueli felt a little annoyed when she saw Li Ming's complaints. This Li Ming is really something. He clearly doesn't have as much money as others, so why is he being so sour? But on the surface, she still had to maintain her sweet persona. Brother Li Ming, of course Shirley thanks you for your support. But Shirley was also very curious about that mysterious person. After all, this was the first time Shirley had ever encountered such a generous donation. Her eyes revealed obvious anticipation. She was clearly still waiting for a reply from the mysterious benefactor. Why haven't you replied to my messages yet? Did I say something wrong? Or should I be more proactive? The atmosphere in the livestream became somewhat awkward, with everyone waiting for the mysterious big spender to reappear. Lin Yuan watched Chen Shueli's anxious expression in the livestream, a playful smile playing on his lips. It was about time he needed to give her a response, but he couldn't appear too concerned. He casually sent a comment in the livestream. Mysterious investor, just passing by. You guys have fun, I'm going to watch others. These few words instantly caused a huge uproar in the live broadcast room. Guardian of Flowers 99, boss, don't go. Anime Guardian, godly rich guy, take another look at Sherry. Genshin Impact launch, so carefree? Hundreds of thousands just leaving like that? When Chen Shueli saw this comment, her heart suddenly started pounding. This nonchalant attitude, this indifference despite having money, this carefree attitude of leaving whenever one wants. She had never met a man like him before. The men who pursued her were either obsequious like lapdogs or the type like Li Ming who showered her with money but hoped for a return. But this mysterious big spender, he spent hundreds of thousands, yet acted as if he had just casually tossed away a few dollars. This aloof charm stirred something within Chen Shueli that she had never felt before. She felt her heart pounding faster and faster, an inexplicable attraction drawing her in and making it impossible for her to look away. Just then, a transparent data panel suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Heartbeat game launch. Target, Chen Shueli. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 8 points, Chen Shueli 12 points. Trigger event, attracted by aloof charm, initial attraction plus 5 points, financial shock plus 4 points, mystery plus 3 points. The sudden appearance of the data panel took Lin Yuan by surprise. What was going on? Chapter 82 Rules of the Heart Fluttering Game. What's going on? The next second, a familiar and alluring voice rang in his mind. Little master, are you surprised? This is the special game I prepared for you. Lin Yuan immediately realized that it was Ivina's voice. Oh my, you look so surprised, it's so cute. Ivina's voice carried a mischievous laugh. Let me explain the rules of this heart-fluttering game to you in detail. Lin Yuan hurriedly asked in his mind, Yali, no, Ivina, what's going on? Ivina's voice became even more alluring. This heartbeat game is a revenge weapon I specially designed for you. When two people have genuine emotional interactions, both will gain heartbeat points. She continued to explain, there are many ways to gain heart points, 5 points for first attraction, 3 points for deep conversation, 2 points for physical contact, 4 points for romantic moments, 6 points for crisis rescue, 8 points for heartfelt confession, and 10 points for complete trust. What will happen when it reaches 100 points? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Oh my, this is the most exciting part. Ivina's voice was full of excitement. When the affection value reaches 100 points, the love contract will be automatically triggered. At that point, your target will develop an irresistible, deep attachment to you, becoming inseparable, absolutely loyal, and even capable of making some excessive demands. Most importantly, this effect is permanent unless you actively remove it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart began to race. This won't have any side effects, will it? Don't worry, little master. Ivina's voice softened. This game consumes very little energy, and you possess my succubus magic within you, giving you a natural 50% bonus to gaining affection points. More importantly, you can sense changes in the other person's level of attraction, so you'll never lose in this game. Lin Yuan felt the warm magic within his body and could clearly sense the throbbing in Chen Shueli's heart at that moment. I know you have 200 million now, and money can solve many problems. Avina's voice carried a hint of heartache, but I hope you can completely control them and make them emotionally yours, so you won't have to worry about betrayal later. After hearing Ivina's explanation, Lin Yuan felt a warm feeling well up in his heart. Even though she is now rich and powerful, Ivina is still thinking of him and doesn't want him to take any risks. Thank you, Ivina. Lin Yuan said gratefully in his heart. No need to be polite, little master. Ivina's voice became even more seductive. Now, let's see how long that little bitch can hold out. In the live stream, Chen Shueli was still trying to persuade the mysterious sugar daddy to stay. Mysterious master, if Shirley did anything wrong just now, please tell Shirley, okay? Shirley will definitely correct it. Her voice was filled with obvious nervousness and eagerness. Seeing Chen Shueli like this, Li Ming felt even more furious. Rich man Li Ming, Shirley, do you really have to go to such lengths? Is someone you don't even know worth you fawning over? Rich guy Li Ming, I've been here with you for so long, when have you ever cared about me like this? Hearing Li Ming's complaints, Chen Shueli felt a little annoyed. Her mind was completely occupied with that mysterious sugar daddy. She had no time to care about Li Ming's jealousy. Lin Yuan watched as Chen Shueli's affection level steadily rose on the data panel, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. The game has only just begun. Lin Yuan looked at the data panel and saw that Chen Shueli's heartbeat value had reached 12 points. He decided to give her a little more sweetness, but he must not let her be too easily satisfied. He deliberately waited 5 minutes before sending a seemingly casual comment in the livestream. Mysterious backer, never mind, I'll watch for a while longer. That one sentence alone caused the entire live stream room to erupt in excitement. Guardian Angel 99, the big boss is back. Anime Guardian, the rich guy didn't leave. Sherry is saved. Genshin Impact activation, is this the charm of a pro? One sentence is enough to make the whole audience go wild. When Chen Shueli saw this comment, she almost jumped for joy. She tried hard to suppress her elation, but the light in her eyes was impossible to hide. Thank you so much, Mysterious Master, for continuing to watch Sherry's livestream. She said excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. Sherry will definitely do her best. Heartbeat value change, Chen Shueli plus 3 points joy of being valued. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 8 points Chen Shueli 15 points. Avina chuckled in Lin Yuan's mind, see? She's starting to feel anxious and insecure. This kind of emotional fluctuation is exactly what we need. Lin Yuan maintained his mysterious persona, occasionally sending ambiguous comments. Mysterious patron, this character is alright, but the acting is a bit forced. Mysterious backer, the real gone you wouldn't do something so pretentious. These words, which were half praise and half criticism, made Chen Shueli even more nervous. She immediately adjusted her performance and tried to act more naturally. Heartbeat value change, Chen Shueli plus 2 points yearning for recognition. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 8 points Chen Shueli 17 points. Seeing Chen Shueli's obedient attitude towards the mysterious sugar daddy, Li Ming's anger was about to erupt. Rich man Li Ming, surely, you've changed. You never used to change yourself for anyone. Rich guy Li Ming, you believe everything that person says? Are you still the independent and confident Shirley I know? Hearing Li Ming's accusations, Chen Shueli felt a surge of impatience. Her mind was completely focused on how to please the mysterious sugar daddy. She had no time to care about Li Ming's emotions. Brother Li Ming, everyone has their own preferences, she replied dismissively. Shirley just wants to do better. After saying that, she immediately turned to the camera and asked, Mysterious Master, how was Shirley's performance just now? Did she improve? This blatant discrimination finally pushed Li Ming to his breaking point. Rich man Li Ming, okay. Since you care so much about that person, let's have a competition. Rich man Li Ming, mysterious sugar daddy, huh? I'd like to see just how much money you have. Rich guy Li Ming sent out 50 super rockets. Li Ming spent 50,000 yuan this time, which is usually considered a large sum. However, compared to the hundreds of thousands of yuan spent by the mysterious patron before, it's nothing. The viewers in the livestream also noticed the tense atmosphere between the two sponsors. Guardian of Flowers 99, is it about to start a battle of the gods? Anime Guardian, Li Ming is going to go head to head with the super rich guy. Genshin Impact activation, although 50,000 versus hundreds of thousands, that's quite a difference. Seeing Li Ming's provocation, Chen Xueli felt a little worried. She certainly hoped both of her benefactors would continue showering her with gifts, but what if she offended that mysterious benefactor? Brother Li Ming, thank you for the rocket, she said with a forced smile, then cautiously looked at the camera. Mysterious master, you don't mind, do you? That cautious tone was completely unlike Chen Xueli's usual confident and flamboyant self. Looking at her like this, Lin Yuan felt a surge of controlling pleasure. This woman, who was once high and mighty and had men at her mercy, was now so anxious and insecure because of a single word from him. He deliberately waited a while before replying casually. Mysterious backer, a pointless provocation. Then, he presented a gift that shocked everyone. A mysterious benefactor gifted 1,000 supreme crowns. 1,000 supreme crowns. 1 million. The entire livestream fell into a deathly silence, even the chat stopped scrolling. A few seconds later, the screen was flooded with 666 and OMG. Chen Xueli stared in disbelief at the dense golden special effects on the screen. She had never seen such a terrifying display of virtual gifts. Heartbeat value change, Chen Xueli plus 8 points, awe-inspiring by her powerful strength, developing a sense of admiration. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 8 points, Chen Xueli 25 points. Upon seeing this number, Li Ming's face turned deathly pale. 1 million, that was almost half a year's profit for his real estate company. Rich man Li Ming, this is impossible, who would spend 1 million in one go? Rich guy Li Ming, this is absolutely fake. The platform is definitely faking it. But no one paid any attention to his questions. Everyone was still stunned by the spectacular scene they had just witnessed. Chen Xueli said in a trembling voice, thank you so much, mysterious master. I really don't know how to thank you enough. This is unbelievable. Her eyes were filled with awe and worship, and she looked at the camera as if she were looking at a god. This feeling of being worshipped resonated with the succubus bloodline within Lin Yuan, and he could clearly sense the shock and admiration in Chen Xueli's heart. Little master, look at her now, Ivina thought mischievously. She's completely won over by your power. If I maintain this aloof distance, she'll soon be throwing herself at me. Looking at Chen Xueli's affection level on the data panel, Lin Yuan knew that his plan was proceeding perfectly. Mysterious patron, I'm logging off now, I'll come back another day. After saying that, his profile picture turned gray instantly, indicating that he had gone offline. The screen was filled with shocked viewers and a heartbroken Chen Xueli. After the live stream ended, Chen Xueli sat in her room, staring blankly at her phone screen. 1 million, that mysterious big spender really did spend 1 million. She immediately opened her private messages and saw that she still hadn't received a reply to the message she had sent to the mysterious sugar daddy. She bit her lip and sent an even more proactive private message. Mysterious lady, Sherry would like to perform a special cosplay for you privately tonight, a performance just for you. Is that all right? After sending the message, she gripped her phone tightly, her heart pounding. No man had ever made her feel so insecure, but his extravagant spending and nonchalant strength deeply moved her. Chapter 83, The Tragic Li Ming. At this moment, Li Ming was sitting in his Mercedes-Benz, his face terribly gloomy. In just 2 days, he felt the malice of this world. Nothing went right for him. It felt like the whole world was against him. After being publicly humiliated by Lin Yuan at Lanjiang University the day before yesterday, he originally wanted to go out for drinks with some friends to cheer himself up, but instead, his social media feed was filled with videos of him being humiliated by a mysterious tycoon. Those fair-weather friends who used to fawn over him are now laughing at him behind his back. This morning, he went to the company to talk to his father, only to be told that several important engineering projects had been snatched away by competitors. My dad, with a dark face, said, "Have you offended someone recently? Why are you suddenly so unlucky?" He wanted to have lunch at his usual upscale restaurant, but the waiter said all the private rooms were full and he'd have to wait. In the past, Li Ming was always treated like a VIP at every restaurant he went to. In the afternoon, I wanted to regain face in the live stream by sending gifts, but I was slapped in the face again by that mysterious big spender who spent $1 million. Now even Shirley completely ignores him. What on earth is going on? Li Ming pounded on the steering wheel. Why is everything suddenly going wrong? He recalled Lin Yuan, whom he had met at Lanjiang University yesterday, and a hint of suspicion arose in his heart. That guy wore a watch worth millions, spent lavishly, and had that nonchalant air about him. Doesn't he look a bit like the mysterious big spender in today's livestream? Impossible. How could a poor student have so much money? Li Ming shook his head, but his doubts grew stronger. At this moment, Lin Yuan was leisurely drinking tea in the villa, looking at the private messages sent by Qin Shueli on his phone. Want to perform for me privately? Lin Yuan chuckled. His heart rate had already reached 25 points, so it seemed to be working well. Dear master, you can now give her a little response, Ivina advised in her mind, but maintain a cool and aloof distance, so that she continues to crave more. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and replied with a short message. No special performance is needed. If you truly want to express your gratitude, then do something practical. This message is vague and suggestive, and can be interpreted in many ways. Chen Shueli was overjoyed after receiving the reply. He replied to me. He finally replied to me. What would you like Shirley to do? Shirley would do anything for you. She replied immediately. Heartbeat value change, Chen Shueli plus 5 points ecstasy from receiving a reply. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 8 points, Chen Shueli 30 points. Lin Yuan watched the changes in his heartbeat points and nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached the contract threshold of 100 points. He deliberately waited another half hour before replying. I'm investigating some people's past. If you really want to help, tell me what you know about certain online celebrities faking things and framing innocent bosses. This message sent a jolt through Chen Shueli. Did he know something? But now she is completely captivated by that powerful charm, and she is willing to do anything to gain the approval of this mysterious patron. Shirley understands, there really are a lot of dark things in this industry. Shirley can tell you, but could you please protect Shirley? Shirley is afraid of retaliation from those people. Upon seeing this reply, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Phishing successful. Meanwhile, Li Ming, who was far away in his car, was receiving a phone call that made him even angrier. What? The Industry and Commerce Bureau is coming to audit our company's accounts? Li Ming's voice trembled. Why are they suddenly auditing us? Our company has never had any problems. My dad's anxious voice came through the phone. I don't know, they said they received an anonymous tip. Minger, have you really not offended any important people lately? This all happened so suddenly. Li Ming hung up the phone, feeling utterly devastated. What's going on? Why did all this bad luck seem to erupt in just these last 2 days? He recalled Lin Yuan's indifferent face, and his suspicions grew stronger. But reason told him that a college student couldn't possibly have that much power. But besides him, who else would target me like this? Just as Lin Yuan was pondering his next plan, the villa door opened. Song Yali walked in with Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan, both girls carrying exquisite shopping bags. Brother Yuan. We're back. Song Shirhan skipped and hopped towards Lin Yuan, her face beaming with a sweet smile. Although Song Shiyu was relatively reserved, she stepped forward and said shyly, Brother Yuan, we bought you a gift. The way the two girls addressed him warmed Lin Yuan's heart. Since establishing a contractual relationship with Song Yali, this family had given him an unprecedented sense of warmth. Thank you, but you don't need to buy me any special gifts. Lin Yuan gently stroked the two girls' hair. This is what we want to buy. Song Shirhan excitedly opened the bag and took out a dark blue silk scarf. The shop assistant said that this color is very suitable for mature and steady men. Song Shiyu also took out her gift, a delicate genuine leather wallet. Brother Yuan, your old wallet is getting a bit worn. Looking into the expectant eyes of the two girls, Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion. This feeling of being cared for was something he had never experienced before in all his years. Thank you, I really like it. Lin Yuan said sincerely, then added with some guilt, I'm sorry I couldn't go out with you today. It's okay. Song Shiyu quickly shook her head. We're happy that Mom is with us, and we know that Brother Yuan has important things to take care of. Song Shirhan nodded, yes. Mom said that Brother Yuan is very capable and is handling very important matters. Song Yali walked over and gracefully sat down on the sofa, her long legs crossed, a seductive pose. She winked at Lin Yuan, then quietly moved to his side. Well done. Song Yali leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear, her voice so low that only he could hear it. Your heart rate is over 30 now. Lin Yuan could feel her warm breath brushing against his ear, carrying a faint fragrance. But that's not enough, she continued softly, we need to slow down for a while. We need to focus on the emotions. After all, it's a secret that could ruin her image, and she won't reveal it easily. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Indeed, Chen Shueli had only revealed some peripheral information, she was still firmly guarding the real core secrets. Song Yali straightened up with satisfaction, returned to the sofa, and picked up her phone. On the surface, she was browsing shopping websites, but in reality, she was checking various messages. Those who offend their young master will pay the price. A cold glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes. Just because her young mistress wasn't pursuing the matter didn't mean she wouldn't. This Li Ming, he really overestimated himself. Not only did he offend her young mistress, but he also wanted to pursue her daughter. Her slender fingers swiped rapidly across the screen, sending messages to several friends. Over the years, her human identity had built a complex network of contacts. Some debts, it was time to collect. Mom, what are you looking at? Song Shiyu asked curiously. Looking at some work-related things, honey, Song Yali said with a gentle smile. Some ungrateful people need to be taught a lesson. Hearing this, Lin Yuan didn't know what Song Yali was dealing with, but the feeling of being protected warmed his heart. Just then, his phone rang. It was another private message from Chen Shueli. Dear mysterious esteemed guest, Sherry has thought about this for a long time. If you are truly willing to offer a substantial reward for evidence of justice, Sherry is willing to provide more information. However, Sherry hopes to meet with you in person to discuss these matters. After all, Sherry is still somewhat worried about discussing these things online. Upon seeing this message, a playful glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Chen Shueli had finally taken the initiative to ask to meet. Brother Yuan, what are you looking at? Song Shirhan asked, leaning closer. Some work-related matters. Lin Yuan put away his phone and said gently, by the way, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll cook. Really? The two girls' eyes lit up. Yuan Gija's cooking is the best. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Ming was sitting in his room, looking at one bad message after another on his phone. Several key partners terminated their contracts one after another, all citing strategic adjustments as the reason. But Li Ming knew this was definitely not a coincidence. What terrified him even more was that his friend at the bank called to tell him that someone was investigating all of the Li family's assets and loans. Who is it? Who is targeting us? Li Ming paced back and forth in the room, his fear growing stronger. He thought of Lin Yuan, he thought of Song Shiyu, he thought of that mysterious sugar daddy. Li Ming sat in his room, his mind replaying everything that had happened in the past few days. I thought of Lin Yuan, I thought of Song Shiyu, I thought of that mysterious sugar daddy. Suddenly, a terrible thought flashed through his mind. Holy crap, could it be Lin Yuan? Li Ming suddenly stood up and began to sort out the timeline in his mind. I ran into Lin Yuan at Lanjiang University the day before yesterday. That guy was wearing a watch worth millions. Yesterday, a mysterious benefactor spent 1 million yuan on a livestream, and since then, their family has been plagued by a series of misfortunes. The timing matches. The identities match. The financial resources match. Li Ming's voice trembled. He only had a conflict with Lin Yuan. Eliminating all the impossibilities and combining all the coincidences, wasn't it him? Li Ming didn't consider himself a fool like those characters in the short dramas. Now, upon closer analysis, besides Lin Yuan, who else would target him like this? What kind of hidden energy lies behind that seemingly ordinary college student? Thinking this, Li Ming broke out in a cold sweat. If Lin Yuan really was manipulating all of this behind the scenes, then only Lin Yuan could salvage the situation now. The next morning, a low-key yet luxurious Mercedes-Benz van stopped at the gate of Lanjiang University. Butler Wang respectfully opened the car door for Lin Yuan and the other two. Young master, young ladies, we've arrived at school. Lin Yuan got off the bus first, then helped Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan with their school bags. Both girls were wearing Lanjiang University's uniforms today, looking youthful and beautiful. Brother Yuan, let's go to the teaching building first, Song Shirhan said sweetly. Okay, be careful on the road, Lin Yuan gently reminded him. In front of outsiders, Song Shiyu reverted to her aloof demeanor, merely nodding to Lin Yuan, but the warmth in her eyes was undeniable. Just then, a commotion arose from the other side. Move aside. Can't you see where you're going? Chapter 84: The Extremely Dangerous Guardian. A voice rang out arrogantly, and a red Ferrari sped past, nearly hitting several students who were crossing the road. The car stopped at the school gate, and a young man dressed in designer clothes got out. He wore an expensive watch and a gold chain around his neck. He was clearly the kind of ostentatious rich kid. Who is this? I don't recognize him, he must be new. Judging by his demeanor, he's another rich kid. The students watching whispered among themselves. As the rich kid walked towards the school gate, he happened to see Lin Yuan. Perhaps it was Lin Yuan's calm demeanor that made him uncomfortable, or perhaps he wanted to establish authority in the new environment. He walked directly towards Lin Yuan. You're Lin Yuan? The rich kid's tone was clearly provocative. Lin Yuan looked at him with some surprise. Who are you? My name is Zhao Kai, I just transferred here. Zhao Kai looked Lin Yuan up and down. I heard you're quite famous at this school? Zhao Kai's father was a businessman who had recently joined the board of directors of Lanjiang University and used his connections to get his son transferred there. He had heard some rumors about Lin Yuan and knew that this person had a special status in the school, so he wanted to strike first and establish his own authority. I wouldn't call myself famous, Lin Yuan replied casually. Is that so? Zhao Kai sneered. I heard you're good at pretending. You're clearly a poor student, but you always act all high and mighty. Students began to gather around, sensing the tense atmosphere. Today I'll show you what a real rich person is like. Zhao Kai said, pulling a wad of cash from his pocket. This is 10,000 yuan. Kneel down and call me grandpa, and this money is yours. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students gasped in shock. This new rich kid was far too arrogant, daring to humiliate Lin Yuan like that. Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Kai, his eyes completely unmoved. In his opinion, this behavior was as childish as children playing house. Sorry, I'm not interested in your money, Lin Yuan said calmly. Oh? So what are you interested in? Zhao Kai's tone became even more sarcastic. I heard you're often with those two pretty girls? TSK, a poor kid like you, daring to associate with them. Before he could finish speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted. Zhao Kai. What are you doing? Everyone turned to look, and saw Li Ming walking over quickly, his face ashen. Li Ming? Zhao Kai was a little surprised. You know this guy? Li Ming and Zhao Kai knew each other. Their families had collaborated in business. Although the Zhao family was currently more powerful than the Li family, Li Ming was still a prominent figure in this circle. Lin Yuan is my friend. What you're doing is going too far, Li Ming said in a deep voice. This statement shocked everyone present. Lin Yuan and Li Ming are friends? How is that possible? It's worth noting that Li Ming had previously openly looked down on Lin Yuan, and their relationship had always been strained. Now, Li Ming is actually saying that Lin Yuan is his friend? Li Ming, you're not kidding, are you? Zhao Kai asked incredulously. Wasn't this guy a poor student? Who said he's a poor student? Li Ming looked coldly at Zhao Kai. Do you even know his true identity? How dare you spout such nonsense here? Zhao Kai was stunned by Li Ming's imposing manner. Although Li Ming wasn't as powerful as him, he certainly held a certain position in this circle. If even Li Ming said so. Alright, let's go. Lin Yuan said to Li Ming, somewhat puzzled by Li Ming's attitude today. Okay, Lin Yuan, Li Ming replied almost respectfully. Seeing Li Ming's attitude, Zhao Kai was completely dumbfounded. When had Li Ming ever been so polite to anyone? Even after the two left, the students who had been watching were still discussing it. What just happened? Li Ming actually helped Lin Yuan? And look at Li Ming's attitude just now, it doesn't seem like that of an equal friend at all, it's more like a subordinate addressing a superior. This is so strange. Walking down the street, Lin Yuan finally couldn't help but ask, Li Ming, what's wrong with you today? Li Ming's expression became complicated. He took a deep breath, as if he were making a major decision. Lin Yuan, I'd like to talk to you alone. The two arrived at a secluded spot on the hill behind the school. After looking around to make sure no one was nearby, Li Ming suddenly knelt down with a thud. Lin Yuan, I was wrong. Please forgive me. This sudden change startled Lin Yuan. What was Li Ming doing? I know everything that's happened these past few days was your doing. Li Ming's voice trembled with tears. My family business is being targeted. The Industry and Commerce Bureau and the Tax Bureau are both involved, and even the banks are investigating our assets. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Sister Yali? After much thought, I realized that only you have the ability and the motive to do this. Li Ming raised his head, his eyes filled with fear and remorse. Please, for the sake of our friendship, spare my family. I was blind to your true worth before and spoke rudely, but that was all due to my jealousy. I admit it, I'm jealous of you. Jealous that you, despite looking ordinary, have such a powerful background and strength. As he spoke, Li Ming began slapping himself. Smack! 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 I owe you all of this. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have looked down on you. I shouldn't have said those hurtful things. With each sentence he spoke, he slapped himself, and his face quickly swelled up. Lin Yuan watched this scene with mixed feelings. In his view, Li Ming's previous behavior was indeed childish, merely a verbal conflict that he didn't really care about. But now, seeing Li Ming like this, he understood what true fear was. That's what's truly frightening. It's not about physical violence, but about fundamentally destroying a person's foundation for life. This is Song Yali's, no, Ivina's, method. Silent and deadly. However, to keep Li Ming in line in the future, Lin Yuan decided he couldn't appear indifferent. He needed to maintain a certain level of mystery and intimidation. That's enough. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet it carried an air of authority that left no room for argument. Li Ming immediately stopped slapping himself and knelt there, waiting for Lin Yuan's next words. I hope you remember every word you said today. Lin Yuan looked down at him. If I ever hear you say anything you shouldn't to anyone again, you should know the consequences. I know. I will never make the same mistake again. Li Ming quickly assured him. Also, you'd better keep today's events, including our conversation, to yourself. Lin Yuan's tone carried an undeniable threat, understand? Understood. I absolutely will not tell anyone. That's good. As for your family's matter. Lin Yuan paused deliberately. I can consider asking them to stop. But remember, this doesn't mean I've forgiven you, it just means I don't want to waste time on such trivial matters. Hearing this, Li Ming felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Thank you. Thank you, Lin Yuan. I will definitely keep a low profile from now on. Get up, Lin Yuan said calmly. Li Ming stood up tremblingly, lowering his head and not daring to look Lin Yuan in the eye. By the way, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. I remember you seem to have some feelings for Shiryu. Li Ming's face turned deathly pale instantly. No. Absolutely not. I would never dare to have any improper thoughts about Song Shiyu. That was all my overestimation of myself before. Very good. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Remember what you said today. After saying that, Lin Yuan turned and left, leaving Li Ming standing there alone, trembling all over. Only after Lin Yuan's figure disappeared did Li Ming dare to raise his head. He touched his swollen cheek, feeling both relief at surviving the ordeal and deep fear of Lin Yuan. What kind of power is hidden behind this seemingly ordinary classmate? It is definitely not something an ordinary person could do to plunge a real estate family into trouble in just a few days. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Yuan remained nonchalant throughout, as if it were nothing more than a casual matter to him. Li Ming recalled the indifferent look in Lin Yuan's eyes just now, as if he were looking at an ant. That feeling of being completely suppressed was something he would never forget. I must stay far away from Lin Yuan. Li Ming secretly vowed in his heart that he must never provoke him again. As Lin Yuan walked back to the teaching building, he gained a deeper understanding of Song Yali's methods. Without violence or threats, simply through normal business and political procedures, a family can be plunged into hardship. This invisible force is more terrifying than any physical confrontation. It seems that real war is far more terrifying than their boastful and humiliating actions. However, today's incident also reminded him that he needs to maintain a certain low profile at school. After all, there are many rich kids like Zhao Kai, and it wouldn't be good to have to rely on Song Yali's connections every time. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan took out his phone and sent a message to Song Yali. Sister Yali, it's time to stop what Li Ming is doing. He's learned his lesson. Soon, Song Yali replied, understood, little master. But it's best to keep these little grasshoppers away from you in the future, otherwise I can't guarantee what might happen. Seeing this dangerous reply, Lin Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed he indeed possessed a very powerful, but also very dangerous, guardian. Chapter 85 Stirring the Heartstrings. After dealing with Li Ming's matter, Lin Yuan checked the time the first class hadn't started yet. He thought of Song Shiyu. At the school gate earlier, she seemed to be concerned about Zhao Kai's provocation. Although she maintained a cool demeanor on the surface, Lin Yuan could sense the worry in her eyes. Lin Yuan walked toward the teaching building of the School of Literature. He knew that Song Shiyu should be studying in the library right now. Lanjiang University's library is very large, spanning several floors. Lin Yuan arrived at the quiet reading area on the third floor and, sure enough, found Song Shiyu by the window. She was sitting there with several thick professional books spread out in front of her, but she wasn't reading them. Instead, she was staring blankly out the window, looking somewhat forlorn. Lin Yuan tiptoed over and sat down opposite her. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Yuan asked gently. Song Shiyu looked up and saw Lin Yuan. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her aloof expression. "It's nothing," she said casually. "Don't you have class?" "It's not time for class yet." Lin Yuan looked at her. "Were you worried about something at the school gate just now?" Song Shiyu pursed her lips, seemingly hesitating whether to speak her mind. "I'm just a little worried you'll get into trouble because of us." Her voice was soft. "If getting too close to us makes you enemies at school." Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. So that's what she was worried about. "Silly girl," Lin Yuan gently stroked her hair. "When did you become so prone to overthinking?" Feeling Lin Yuan's warm hand, Song Shiyu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still stubbornly said, "I'm not overthinking things. That Zhao Kai doesn't seem like a good person. What if he really wants revenge on you? Do you think I'm the kind of person who can be easily bullied?" Lin Yuan asked with a smile. Looking closely into Lin Yuan's eyes, Song Shiyu recalled Li Ming's attitude towards him earlier, and her worries lessened considerably. "No. But I'm still worried," she said softly. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This girl, who always appeared aloof in front of others, secretly worried about him. "Then what should I do so you won't worry?" Lin Yuan asked jokingly. I don't know either." Song Shiyu lowered her head in a flustered manner. Seeing her like this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "All right, stop thinking about all that nonsense. The weather's so nice today, let's go for a walk outside." "But I still need to study. What's more important than spending time with me?" Lin Yuan said domineeringly. "Besides, how can you concentrate on your studies in your current state?" Song Shiyu thought about it and realized it was true. She had been sitting there for half an hour, not reading a single word, her mind preoccupied with whether Lin Yuan would get into trouble because of her. "Then, where are we going?" she asked softly. "Pack your school bag first, then I'll take you somewhere." Song Shiyu obediently packed her school bag and followed Lin Yuan out of the library. The two walked out of the teaching building, and Lin Yuan led her to a small grove of trees on the back hill of the school. This place was rarely visited. It was quiet and peaceful, a perfect spot to relax. "It's so quiet here." Looking around, Song Shiyu felt much better. "I used to come here alone often," Lin Yuan said. "Whenever I was in a bad mood, I would come here to sit for a while." "Do you ever feel down?" Song Shiyu asked curiously. "Of course." Lin Yuan found a clean rock to sit on. "I'm not a saint, I also have joys and sorrows." Song Shiyu sat down next to him. The two were very close, and she could smell the faint scent of laundry detergent on Lin Yuan. "When do you feel down?" She turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He used to be unhappy about many things, like being looked down upon or the pressures of life. But now? What about now? "What makes me most unhappy right now is seeing you unhappy." Lin Yuan looked intently into her eyes. These words made Song Shiyu's heart race instantly. She hurriedly looked away, not daring to look Lin Yuan in the eye again. You shouldn't say that." "Why can't I say that? This is my honest opinion." Lin Yuan chuckled. "Since when has honesty become a sin?" Song Shiyu felt her face getting hotter and hotter. She tried hard to regain her usual aloofness, but in front of Lin Yuan, none of her pretense worked. "I just feel you're too good to me," she said softly, "so good that I could hardly believe it." "Then why do you think I should be nice to you?" Lin Yuan asked. Song Shiyu was silent for a moment, then said, "I don't know, maybe it's because we live together?" There are many people living together, but I'm only special to you, Lin Yuan said, especially to you. Upon hearing this, Song Shiyu felt a sweet sensation, but also a sense of panic. But we've only known each other for a short time. The length of time we've known each other isn't important, what matters is the feeling. Lin Yuan reached out and took her hand. Shiyu, I want you to know that no matter what happens, I will protect you. So you don't need to worry about unnecessary things. Feeling the warmth of Lin Yuan's hand, Song Shiyu's heart was completely at ease. I understand, she replied softly. I won't overthink things anymore. This is the Song Shiyu I know. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. But speaking of which, you were quite cute in the library just now. Cute? Song Shiyu's eyes widened. When have I ever been cute? It's that kind of behavior where you're clearly worried, but you have to pretend you don't care. Lin Yuan teased her, like a cat with its fur standing on end. I'm not a kitten. Song Shiyu retorted, but the heaviness in her voice had vanished. Yes, you are the aloof and elegant Her Majesty. Lin Yuan replied cooperatively. Are you making fun of me? Song Shiyu glared at him. I dare not mock Her Majesty. Lin Yuan adopted a respectful demeanor, begging Her Majesty to calm her anger. Seeing Lin Yuan's funny expression, Song Shiyu finally couldn't help but laugh. With that laugh, the gloom on her face completely vanished. You're so naive, she said with a laugh. I'm only childish with you, Lin Yuan replied. Just then, the school bell rang in the distance. It's time to go to class, Song Shiyu said. Okay, I'll take you there. The two got up and started walking back. Song Shiyu's mood had completely improved. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped. Lin Yuan. What's wrong? Thank you, she said earnestly, thank you for stopping me from overthinking. What's there to thank me for? Lin Yuan patted her head and said, if anything happens in the future, remember to tell me immediately. Don't worry about it alone. Okay. Song Shiyu nodded obediently. The two continued walking and happened to run into several of Song Shiyu's classmates from the next class. Shiyu, one of the girls exclaimed, how come you're with, wait, isn't that Lin Yuan? Upon hearing someone call her name, Song Shiyu immediately reverted to her aloof expression. Hello. She greeted them casually. The girls looked at Lin Yuan curiously, then at Song Shiyu, their eyes gleaming with gossip. Shiyu, who is this? One of the girls asked knowingly. This is Lin Yuan, we know each other, Song Shiyu introduced briefly. Just acquaintances, another girl asked with a knowing smile. I feel like your relationship is more than that, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Song Shiyu blushed, but remained calm on the surface. We have to go to class, she said, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation. Wait a minute, the girl said again, Shiyu, didn't you always say you didn't want to be in a relationship? Why the sudden change of heart? I'm not in a relationship. Song Shiyu interrupted her. Seeing that Song Shiyu was a little embarrassed, Lin Yuan took the initiative to say, okay, we really need to go to class now. Alright, you guys go ahead. The girls tactfully stepped aside, but the gossip in their eyes still burned brightly. After leaving those girls, Song Shiyu was clearly a little uncomfortable. Don't worry about what I just said, she said. Why should I care? Lin Yuan retorted. Besides, what they said isn't wrong. What's right? Our relationship is definitely more than just acquaintances, Lin Yuan said with a smile. We're very good friends, aren't we? Hearing the word friend, Song Shiyu felt a complex mix of emotions. Was it disappointment? Or relief? She couldn't quite say for sure. Friend, she repeated softly. Lin Yuan keenly noticed the disappointment that flashed in Song Shiyu's eyes when she heard the word friend, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Shiyu, he stopped and turned to face her. Your expression just now tells me that you don't seem too happy with our relationship being just friends. Song Shiyu's face flushed instantly, and she frantically tried to deny it. I didn't. So you don't want to be my friend, or are you planning to be my girlfriend? Lin Yuan approached her step by step, his voice gentle yet seductive. These words were like a bomb, making Song Shiyu's heart pound violently. She recalled that day in the classroom how she had inexplicably agreed to be his girlfriend, and then a misunderstanding led to a conflict. Song Shiyu bit her lower lip, unsure how to answer. She remembered what her mother had said to her that night. Shiyu, Mom can tell you have feelings for Lin Yuan. But Mom also wants to remind you that Shurhan likes him too. You're sisters, but when it comes to love, you might become rivals. Mom won't favor either of you, but you only get one chance. If you miss it, it's gone. And what Shirhan said unintentionally a few days ago. Sister, isn't Brother Yuan amazing? I think any girl who marries Brother Yuan will be very happy. Thinking about all this, Song Shiyu felt a sense of urgency. Her younger sister also liked Lin Yuan, and Shirhan was so cute and lively. Compared to her, did her aloof personality really have any advantage? Shiyu? Lin Yuan called softly as he saw her lost in thought. Song Shiyu looked up and saw Lin Yuan's concerned eyes. Something inside her finally broke down. Lin Yuan, she took a deep breath, I want to ask you a question. You say. If I said right now that I'd like to be your girlfriend, would you believe me? Her voice was soft, but earnest. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Why would you ask that? Because we had already had a similar conversation before. Song Shiyu's face turned as red as an apple. In the classroom, I agreed to be your girlfriend, but then. Chapter 86. You are her biological child. Later, we had a rift because of some misunderstandings. Lin Yuan picked up where she left off, and now? Are you saying this because you feel guilty, or are you sincere? Song Shiyu was silent for a moment, then looked at him firmly. It's true. Why? Lin Yuan wanted to hear her true thoughts. Because I've realized I've gotten used to having you by my side. Song Shiyu's voice trailed off. This morning when you encountered trouble, I was even more nervous than you were. I was worried you'd get hurt, worried you'd be targeted because of us, worried you'd leave us. She paused for a moment, then continued, I know Shirhan likes you too. Mom said we might become rivals in matters of the heart. But I don't want to run away anymore. I don't want to miss out on you because of my hesitation. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This girl, who is usually aloof, had finally opened her heart to him. Are you officially confessing your feelings to me now? Lin Yuan asked with a smile. Song Shiyu became even more shy, or so she thought. Then I'll give you my official answer, Lin Yuan said, reaching out to take her hand. Song Shiyu, I'm willing to be your boyfriend, if you're also willing to be my girlfriend. Upon hearing this answer, Song Shiyu's eyes sparkled, I do. And so, on a path on campus, the two officially became a couple. Okay, girlfriend, let's go to class now. Lin Yuan deliberately emphasized the term girlfriend. Boyfriend. Song Shiyu replied softly, her face flushed red. The two walked hand in hand toward the teaching building, just in time to run into students who were getting ready for class. Seeing them holding hands, many people cast curious glances their way. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Yuan and Song Shiyu returned to their seats. They were deskmates. Lin Yuan, Shiryu, where did you go just now? A student sitting in the front row asked curiously. I went for a walk. Lin Yuan replied casually. However, the observant classmates noticed the subtle change between the two. Although Song Shiyu usually had a good relationship with Lin Yuan, she had never been like this before, constantly stealing glances at him with a sweet smile on her face. Shiyu, you seem to be in a good mood today. The girl sitting to her left noticed the change in her expression. It's all right. Song Shiyu tried hard to regain her usual aloofness, but she couldn't hide the sweetness in her heart. Seeing her like this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but gently squeeze her hand under the table. Feeling the warmth of Lin Yuan's hand, Song Shiyu's heart raced again. She stole a glance at Lin Yuan and found him focused on the blackboard, but with a faint smile on his lips. At that moment, the professor walked into the classroom and began the lesson. Today we're going to talk about the theme of love in ancient Chinese literature. The professor's voice rang out in the classroom. Hearing the word love, Song Shiyu blushed again. She felt as if everything that had happened today was a reminder of what had just occurred. Lin Yuan noticed her reaction, wrote a sentence in his notebook, and then showed it to her. Is my girlfriend always so easily embarrassed? Upon seeing this sentence, Song Shiyu replied on the paper. Who's shy? Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw her reply. What are you two doing? A student sitting in the back asked curiously, peeking over. Nothing, we were just discussing the course content, Lin Yuan replied casually. Song Shiyu quickly put away the note and pretended to listen attentively to the lesson, but her ears were already burning red. And so, the two continued their sweet interactions in class. Song Shiyu discovered that being Lin Yuan's girlfriend was much better than she had imagined. Although there were still issues regarding Shirhan to resolve, at least now she was certain of her feelings and had received a response from Lin Yuan. Halfway through the lesson, Song Shiyu wrote another sentence on a piece of paper. What should we do about the poem? Lin Yuan saw the question, thought for a moment, and replied. Let's take it one step at a time. Don't let her know about our relationship yet. When the time is right, we'll talk to her honestly. Song Shiyu nodded, a weight lifted from her heart. After the bell rang, the students in the classroom began packing their bags to leave. Lin Yuan and Song Shiyu also slowly tidied their textbooks, the sweet atmosphere of their newly established relationship still lingering between them. Just then, Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of Li Ming hurrying past the back door. Li Ming had originally intended to leave through the front door, but when he saw Lin Yuan and Song Shiyu sitting together, and saw the happy smile on Song Shiyu's face, his expression instantly became complicated. Damn, they look like they're dating. A bittersweet feeling welled up in Li Ming's heart. Although he was already terrified of Lin Yuan's strength and had long since given up on his feelings for Song Shiyu, seeing this scene still left him with a sour taste in his mouth. He quickly slipped out of the classroom through the back door, as if he had seen a ghost. Ha! Song Shiyu noticed Li Ming's unusual behavior and asked in confusion, what's wrong with Li Ming? He ran away as soon as he saw us, like he'd seen a ghost. Lin Yuan watched Li Ming's departing figure, a faint smile appearing on his lips. This is all thanks to Sister Yali. Mom? Song Shiyu was even more puzzled. Why would she notice such trivial things? Li Ming was just an ordinary classmate. Then, she paused, her eyes becoming somewhat inquisitive. Is my mom being too nice to you? This question made Lin Yuan's heart tighten. Song Shiyu was indeed very perceptive and had begun to notice Song Yali's special attitude towards him. Is that great? Lin Yuan asked casually. I think it's fine. Maybe it's because we live together. No, Song Shiyu shook her head. I've observed it. Mom's attitude towards you is indeed very special. The way she looks at you is completely different from how she looks at me and Shirhan. And she's always very concerned about you, even more so than she is about us. At this point, Song Shiyu suddenly remembered something. Also, Mom always calls you by your name naturally, but she never addresses anyone else that way. Even before the divorce, she rarely used that tone. Lin Yuan sensed a dangerous signal. He couldn't let Song Shiyu continue to think too deeply, otherwise she might discover something she shouldn't. Shiyu, Lin Yuan gently stroked her hair. Aren't you overthinking it? Maybe it's because Sister Yali treats me like family. After all, we live together now, and she probably feels it's her responsibility to take care of me. Feeling Lin Yuan's warm hand, Song Shiyu's attention was diverted somewhat, but her doubts did not completely disappear. Moreover, Lin Yuan took the opportunity to change the subject, saying that this was not the most important issue at the moment. What is that? It's about you being my girlfriend now. Lin Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, I haven't even had a chance to properly celebrate yet. Upon hearing this, Song Shiyu's face instantly turned red, and her previous doubts were replaced by sweetness. How do you want to celebrate? She asked softly. For example, Lin Yuan looked around and found that most of the people in the classroom had left. Kiss my girlfriend? No. Song Shiyu quickly waved her hand. This is a classroom, what if someone sees us? After you get home that night? Lin Yuan asked with a smile. Going home. Song Shiyu blushed even more as she thought about what would happen at home that evening. Well, we'll talk about it later. Just as the two were talking, several female classmates passed by the door and overheard part of their conversation. Wow, Shiyu is really in love. One of the girls exclaimed excitedly. I knew it. Her expression was definitely off today, another girl chimed in. Lin Yuan is really amazing, he actually managed to win over the ice queen of our class. Hearing these whispers, Song Shiyu became even more embarrassed. She quickly grabbed Lin Yuan's hand. Let's go quickly, they've heard us. So what if it gets heard? Lin Yuan said calmly. It'll be made public sooner or later anyway. But I'm not mentally prepared. Song Shiyu protested softly. Seeing her nervous expression, Lin Yuan's heart softened. Okay, let's keep a low profile for now. But one day, I'll let everyone know you're my girlfriend. Hearing this, Song Shiyu felt a warm current surge in her heart, but at the same time, she became even more curious about her mother. Lin Yuan, you haven't answered my question yet. After leaving the classroom, she brought up the previous topic again. Mom's attitude towards you is really strange. And you just said that Li Ming's situation was thanks to Mom. What exactly do you mean by that? Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. It seemed there was no way to avoid this problem. He needed to provide a reasonable explanation that would neither reveal the truth nor dispel Song Shiyu's suspicions. Actually, Sister Yali has a lot of connections in business. Lin Yuan chose a relatively safe explanation. Li Ming's family had recently encountered some trouble, possibly because they had offended someone. And Sister Yali might have learned about these things through her connections. After listening to Lin Yuan's explanation, Song Shiyu nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I see. She seemed to accept this explanation, but then sighed, but Mom is so busy, she can't even finish dealing with things at the company every day, yet she still helps you deal with these minor conflicts on campus. She turned to look at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with a complex emotion. It really makes me feel like you're her real child. Chapter 87. I want to be a girlfriend too. Although the remark was made in jest, the hint of jealousy and doubt it conveyed made Lin Yuan's heart tighten. Song Shiyu's observation skills were indeed very sharp. She had already noticed Song Yali's special attention towards her. Shiyu, you're making me feel bad. Lin Yuan said with a light laugh. Maybe it's because Sister Yali treats me like family. After all, I'm living in your house now, and she feels it's her responsibility to protect me. Protect. Song Shiyu repeated the word. Mom really protects you. Sometimes I feel that the way she looks at you is gentler than the way she looks at us. At this point, she suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Yuan seriously. Lin Yuan, tell me honestly, is there something between you and my mother that I don't know about? This direct question made Lin Yuan's heart race. He had to be careful, neither lying nor revealing the truth. What do you mean? Lin Yuan asked, feigning ignorance. Is your relationship more special than that of a typical tenant and landlord? Song Shiyu asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. I always feel that Mom's concern for you has exceeded normal levels. Lin Yuan looked at the doubt and unease in her eyes, and a complex emotion welled up inside him. Song Shiyu's intuition was accurate, but now was not the time to tell her the truth. Shiyu, Lin Yuan reached out and took her hand. Are you jealous? I'm not jealous. Song Shiyu blushed. I just find it strange. What's strange? It's strange why my mom cares so much about my boyfriend, Song Shiyu said softly. Sometimes I even feel that in my mom's heart, you are more important than me and Shirhan. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. What would Song Shiyu's reaction be if she knew that her mother was actually a succubus with special feelings for her? But now is clearly not the time to consider this issue. Shiyu, you're overthinking it. Lin Yuan said gently. Sister Yali is just a kind person. She's good to me because that's her nature. Besides, he paused, now you're my girlfriend, isn't that more important? Upon hearing the term girlfriend, Song Shiyu's attention was once again diverted. Even so, I still feel something's not right. She pouted and said, feeling like I was competing with my mother for my boyfriend. Lin Yuan almost choked on his own saliva at those words. Although Song Shiyu was joking, her intuition was incredibly accurate. Competing for her? That's ridiculous. Lin Yuan tried to remain calm. Besides, you're already my girlfriend, what are you afraid of? I'm afraid my mom will take you away from me. Song Shiyu said, half jokingly and half seriously. Although it sounds absurd, I really felt that way. Seeing her so earnest, Lin Yuan felt both amused and heartbroken. Song Shiyu's worries, though somewhat naive, showed how much she cared about this relationship. Silly girl, Lin Yuan reached out and gently tapped the tip of her nose. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can be taken away? It's not about whether you'll be taken away, Song Shiyu said earnestly. It's because my mother is just too good to you. So good that even I, her daughter, feel jealous. Just then, a familiar voice came from afar. Sister! Brother Yuan! The two turned around and saw Song Shirhan skipping and hopping over. You're here! I was looking for you. Song Shirhan approached the two, her sharp eyes noticing their clasped hands. Ha! You! Song Shiyu quickly let go of Lin Yuan's hand, her face as red as an apple. And nothing, she stammered. But Song Shirhan could see it clearly. She opened her eyes wide, looked at her sister, and then at Lin Yuan, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Sister, you and brother Yuan, are you? Her voice trembled slightly. Seeing this, Lin Yuan knew that the delicate relationship between the three of them was finally about to be laid bare. Song Shiyu nodded helplessly and admitted, they are together. Lin Yuan and Song Shiyu watched Song Shirhan nervously, bracing themselves for her possible questions or sadness. However, what happened next was completely unexpected. Song Shirhan showed no sign of displeasure or hurt. Instead, she sat down naturally next to Lin Yuan and then said something surprising. Since my older sister is Yuan Gige's girlfriend, I want to be Yuan Gige's girlfriend too. These words exploded in their hearts like a bomb. Lin Yuan and Song Shiyu were both stunned, completely unexpected Song Shirhan's reaction. Shirhan, what are you saying? Song Shiyu stammered. I said I want to be Yuan Gige's girlfriend too. Song Shirhan repeated matter-of-factly. Yuan Gige is so good, it's not right for you to have him all to yourself, sister. Lin Yuan looked at the innocent and carefree girl in front of him, completely at a loss for how to react. He had never encountered such a situation before, nor had he ever imagined it. Poem, that's not how relationships work. Song Shiyu tried to explain that one cannot be in love with two people at the same time. Why not? Song Shirhan asked, blinking her big eyes. Brother Yuan isn't an ordinary person, and we're sisters. Why can't we both like the same person? Hearing this, Song Shiyu felt a strange sensation. She recalled what her mother had said to her a few days ago, those remarks about how feelings weren't simply black and white. At the time, she had thought it was absurd, but now, hearing her sister say this, she felt a slight wavering in her heart. But this isn't appropriate, is it? Song Shiyu's voice sounded uncertain. What's wrong with it? Song Shirhan asked innocently. We all like Brother Yuan, and Brother Yuan likes us too. Isn't that great? Lin Yuan listened to the two sisters' conversation, feeling both shocked and confused. Song Shihan's words sounded innocent, but the underlying ideas were quite unusual. Shouldn't most girls, in this situation, fight back or back down? Why did Song Shihan hold such a view? Brother Yuan, what do you think? Song Shirhan suddenly turned to Lin Yuan and asked, would you be willing to date both of us at the same time? This direct question caught Lin Yuan even more off guard. He looked at Song Shiyu, then at Song Shirhan, unsure how to answer. This is a complicated question. Lin Yuan tried to find a suitable answer. What's so complicated about it? Song Shirhan pressed on, you like my sister, right? Lin Yuan nodded. You like me too, right? Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded honestly, I really like you, but... Then there are no buts. Song Shirhan said excitedly. Since you like us and we like you, let's be together. Song Shiyu listened from the side, her thoughts growing increasingly complicated. Reason told her this relationship was abnormal, but emotionally, she truly didn't want to lose Lin Yuan, nor did she want to hurt her sister. Moreover, what Mom said before now seems to have taken on a new meaning. Maybe we really don't need to make a choice? Sister, what are you thinking about? Song Shirhan noticed Song Shiyu's silence. Don't you want to be with me? Looking at her sister's expectant eyes, Song Shiyu's defenses began to crumble. I just find this strange. What's so strange? We're sisters, we should share good things. Song Shirhan said earnestly, besides, Yuan Gige is so outstanding, it would be selfish for him to keep everything to himself. Hearing the word share, Song Shiyu blushed. She had never imagined that she would share a boyfriend with her sister. Furthermore, Song Shihan continued, this way, we'll never have any conflicts because of men. Because we like the same person. This logic sounded absurd, yet it possessed a strange persuasiveness. Lin Yuan listened, his admiration for Song Yali's methods growing even stronger. Clearly, this was all prearranged. Brother Yuan, say something. Song Shirhan tugged at Lin Yuan's arm and said coquettishly, would you be willing to be both of our boyfriends at the same time? Lin Yuan looked at the two sisters, one was his aloof girlfriend with whom he had just established a relationship, and the other was his innocent and adorable younger sister. This situation was indeed beyond his imagination, but it would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. If you're all willing. Lin Yuan said cautiously, I have no objection. Upon hearing this answer, Song Shihan immediately jumped up excitedly, great. Now we're family. Although Song Shiyu still had some uncertainties, seeing her sister so happy, she couldn't bear to object. Moreover, deep down, she truly didn't want to lose Lin Yuan. Well, then let's leave it at that, she said softly. Just as the three were still immersed in their newly established special relationship, Lin Yuan's phone rang a few times. He picked it up and saw that it was a few WeChat messages. The sender's profile picture was of a beautiful woman dressed as Dodgy, and her nickname was Sherry Sauce with Rice. Messages kept popping up one after another. Brother Lin Yuan, I cosplayed Dodgy from Honor of Kings today. Want to see it? Shy, cute. Why aren't you replying to my messages, brother? Are you busy? Shirley is waiting for your reply. Brother Lin Yuan, Shirley has prepared so many new cosplay works, all for you. Heart, heart. Brother, Shirley wants to invite you to dinner. Are you free tonight? You can choose the place. Chapter 88 of the game has officially begun. Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan curiously came over to take a look, and when they saw the messages and profile pictures, their expressions were somewhat subtle. Brother Yuan, who is this person? Song Shirhan asked innocently, but a hint of wariness flashed in her eyes. She looks like an internet celebrity, and she's quite proactive too. Song Shiyu's tone carried a hint of sourness. Lin Yuan, when did you meet someone like this? Lin Yuan smiled slightly as he observed the two sisters' reactions. It seemed they were somewhat bothered by Sherry Chan's appearance. It's a long story. Lin Yuan put away his phone. This Chen Shueli is a cosplay influencer, but she's not a good person. She previously framed a company owner named Wang Jianming, using despicable means to ruin his company and swindle him out of 2 million yuan. What? The two sisters were shocked. How can such a despicable person still be active online? Song Shiyu said indignantly. Because she was very good at packaging herself, she pretended to be a victim online and gained a lot of sympathy. Lin Yuan explained, but in reality, she was a very scheming woman who specifically used men's fantasies about two-dimensional characters to achieve her own goals. Then why did you contact her? Song Shirhan asked worriedly. Because I'm going to see her tonight, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he sought justice for Wang Jianming, whom she had wronged so badly. Upon hearing this, both sisters became nervous. But that's dangerous. Song Shiyu held Lin Yuan's hand. What if she uses the same methods on you? Yes, Brother Yuan, this kind of wicked woman is the best at playing the victim. Song Shirhan chimed in from the side. Seeing that both of his girlfriends were worried about him, Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Don't worry, I won't fall for her tricks, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Besides, I'm not going alone. He looked at the two sisters and then asked, which of you would like to come with me? Upon hearing this question, Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan were both stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Yuan to involve them in such a matter. Wow! Song Shirhan was the first to raise her hand. I want to protect Brother Yuan and not let that bad woman bully you. Shirhan, this is a complicated matter, you might not be able to handle it, Song Shiyu said worriedly, then turned to Lin Yuan, I'll go with you. I'm calmer and can help you analyze the situation. No way. I want to go too. Song Shirhan was not to be outdone. Besides, I'm younger and prettier than my sister, that internet celebrity definitely can't compare to me. Seeing the two sisters arguing over who would keep him company, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Since you both want to go, let's go together, Lin Yuan said. Many hands make light work, and with the two of you there, she won't dare to make any rash moves. Really? The two sisters became excited. Of course, but let me be clear from the start, Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. Tonight we are facing a very dangerous woman. She is skilled at disguise and manipulation, so be careful not to be fooled by her performance. We know. Song Shirhan patted her chest and said, we will protect Brother Yuan well. Song Shiyu nodded, I will carefully observe her every move and will never let her succeed. Lin Yuan looked at his two girlfriends with satisfaction, feeling even more confident about tonight's operation. With them by his side, he could not only avoid Chen Shueli's trap, but also let her know he wasn't alone. Alright, let's go meet this Sherry Chan at 7 tonight, Lin Yuan said, and show her what real teamwork is all about. Just then, Lin Yuan's phone rang again. It was another message from Chen Shueli. Her brother hasn't replied yet. Did Shirley say something wrong? Feeling wronged, poor. Upon seeing this message, all three showed expressions of disgust. Your acting is really good. Song Shiyu sneered. Just wait, I'll show you your true colors tonight. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Lin Yuan glanced at Chen Shueli's latest news on his phone, a cold smile playing on his lips. It was time to begin this game. He started replying to messages. Sorry, I was in class just now. I saw your cosplay photos, they're really great. Do you have time to meet up tonight? Almost instantly, Chen Shueli's message popped up. Really? Shirley is so happy. Where would you like to meet, brother? Excited, heart. How about Galaxy Cafe in the city center? 7 p.m. Okay. Shirley will definitely dress up carefully and won't let her brother down, shy. After sending the message, Lin Yuan turned off his phone and looked at his two girlfriends. It's arranged to meet at Galaxy Cafe tonight at 7 p.m. So what preparations should we make now? Song Shiyu asked. Of course, preparations are necessary. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Her specialty was to feign innocence, record audio as evidence, and then take things out of context. Then let's record it too. Song Shirhan said excitedly, give them a taste of their own medicine. Smart, Lin Yuan nodded approvingly, but more importantly, we need to get her to reveal her true colors. How do we do it? Song Shiyu asked curiously. I'll make her think I'm an easy rich playboy, Lin Yuan explained. When she feels she has the upper hand, she'll reveal her true colors. After their afternoon classes, the three of them returned to Emerald Bay Villa together. Song Yali hadn't come home from get off work yet, so it was just the three of them at home. Let's take a look at her information online first. Lin Yuan turned on his computer and searched for Shirley Sauce's side dishes. The screen immediately displayed a large amount of information: 1.8 million followers on Weibo, 3 million followers on Douyin, various exquisite cosplay photos, and the long article accusing the former boss of sexual harassment. Wow, she has quite a few fans. Song Shirhan said, looking at the screen. They were all fooled by her persona. Song Shiyu carefully read the accusation article. The article was very skillfully written, completely packaging herself as the victim. Look here, Lin Yuan pointed to a sentence in the article, she said, which woman would joke about her innocence. This sentence is classic, it takes advantage of people's sympathy for female victims. How despicable. Song Shirhan said indignantly. She was the one who seduced others, and now she's turning around and blaming them. So we need to be careful tonight, she might use the same tactics on me, Lin Yuan said. At this moment, Song Shiyu suddenly thought of something. Lin Yuan, do you think she might already be investigating your background? Very likely, Lin Yuan nodded. A professional con artist like her would definitely do her homework beforehand. Sure enough, at that moment, in a high-end apartment on the other side of the city, Chen Shueli was putting on makeup in front of the mirror while talking on the phone. Help me look up someone named Lin Yuan, a student at Lanjian University. What? He lives in Emerald Bay? That villa district? Chen Shueli's eyes lit up. Looks like a big fish. I must seize this opportunity. The cheapest house in Emerald Bay costs tens of millions. This Lin Yuan is definitely a super rich second generation. Chen Shueli thought excitedly. She carefully selected a white dress that looked both innocent and sexy, and with her exquisite makeup, she looked like a beautiful girl who had stepped out of an anime. Tonight, I'll show you Shirley's charm, brother Lin Yuan. She practiced her sweet smile in front of the mirror. Meanwhile, at the Emerald Bay Villa, Lin Yuan and his two sisters were also making preparations. Should we tell mom about this? Song Shiyu asked. Not for now, Lin Yuan thought. Sister Yali is so busy with work, let's not bother her with such a small matter. Besides, the three of us are enough to handle a con artist. That's true, Song Shirhan said excitedly. Let's teach that bad woman a lesson. It was soon 6 p.m. The three of them walked out of the villa together. Lin Yuan drove his Porsche 911, carrying his two girlfriends, towards the city center. In the car, Song Shiyu couldn't help but ask, Lin Yuan, are you confident? What if she's really that capable? Don't worry, Lin Yuan squeezed her hand. I have a secret weapon that will make her suffer. He thought about the heartbeat game system that Ivina had given him. There was no better way to get revenge on a woman who manipulated men's emotions than to make her completely fall for her. At 6:45 p.m., the three arrived at Galaxy Cafe. It was an exquisitely decorated cafe with an elegant atmosphere, perfect for a date. She should be arriving soon. Lin Yuan glanced at his watch. Are you all ready? Ready, the two sisters said in unison. Just then, the coffee shop door opened, and a beautiful girl in a white dress walked in. She had delicate features, a perfect figure, and exuded an aura of purity mixed with allure. It was Chen Shueli. As soon as she entered, she began looking around, clearly searching for Lin Yuan. When she saw the three people sitting in the corner, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, but she quickly put on a sweet smile and walked towards them. Is this brother Lin Yuan? Shirley's hear her voice is as sweet as honey. The game has officially begun. Heartbeat value change, Chen Shueli plus 5 points excitement at meeting her in person. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 8 points, Chen Shueli 35 points. As Chen Shueli walked towards their table, her eyes quickly scanned Lin Yuan's attire. When she saw the watch on Lin Yuan's wrist, her pupils dilated instantly. Chapter 89 Su Xiaoyu's Strategy. Patek Philippe 5175R, a top-tier complicated watch worth 2.8 million. In an instant, her heart began to pound wildly. As a professional predator, she was very knowledgeable about all kinds of luxury goods, and the value of this watch was enough for her to confirm that Lin Yuan was definitely a super-rich second generation. Brother Lin Yuan. She greeted them sweetly, while looking curiously at Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan. Who were these two beauties? Let me introduce you, Lin Yuan said calmly. This is Song Shiyu, and this is Song Shirhan. Chen Shueli smiled and nodded to the two girls, but she was somewhat puzzled. These two girls were just as beautiful and had a great presence as herself, and they seemed to have a very close relationship with Lin Yuan. Are they your sisters? Chen Shueli asked tentatively. No, Lin Yuan replied calmly, they are all my girlfriends. These words exploded in Chen Shueli's heart like a bomb. She tried her best to maintain a smile on her face, but alarm bells were already ringing in her mind. Girlfriend? Two? She asked, stammering slightly. Is there a problem? Lin Yuan countered with a hint of amusement, I think they're all great, so why do I have to choose? Chen Shueli felt her worldview had been shaken. In her understanding, it was true that wealthy men could have multiple women, but she had never seen one so openly introduce them. Isn't he afraid of a chaotic situation? Of course, no problem, she forced a smile, though she was a little surprised. When the waiter came over to ask what he wanted to order, Lin Yuan casually ordered a few expensive drinks and desserts, without even looking at the prices, showing the spending habits of a true tycoon. Shirley, what would you like to drink? Lin Yuan asked. Just a latte will do, Chen Shueli said obediently, while her mind was quickly analyzing the current situation. After the waiter left, Chen Shueli took the initiative to speak. Brother Lin Yuan, thank you for the tip yesterday. More than $1 million is really an astronomical figure for Shueli. More than $1 million? Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. To me, it's just pocket money. This nonchalant tone further convinced Chen Shueli of Lin Yuan's financial resources. But Lin Yuan's next words made her heart sink. The main reason I wanted to see you was because you were so enthusiastic, sending so many messages in a row. Lin Yuan's tone was very calm. After all, you're a big internet celebrity with millions of followers. It's no big deal to give you face and meet up. The meaning of this statement is quite clear. He did not come to meet her because he was attracted by her beauty, but only out of politeness. Chen Shueli looked at Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan sitting on either side of Lin Yuan. Their beauty was in no way inferior to her own when she was dressed up, and they had a natural noble temperament. Oh no! This guy has no shortage of women. Alarm bells rang in Chen Shueli's mind. Her original plan was to use her beauty and anime-style persona to attract Lin Yuan, and then gradually set a trap. But now it seems that Lin Yuan is not the kind of guy who gets horny just because he sees a pretty girl. He has two such beautiful girlfriends, why would he give me a tip? Chen Shueli was very confused. What does brother Lin Yuan usually do? She tried to find out more. Nothing special, just reading, investing, and occasionally watching live streams to pass the time. Lin Yuan casually replied, your cosplay is indeed quite good, your technique is very professional. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Shueli said with a sweet smile, but she felt increasingly uneasy inside. Song Shiyu observed Chen Shueli's changing expressions and secretly felt smug when she saw the panic flash in her eyes. It seems Lin Yuan's strategy is very effective. This woman has begun to doubt her own judgment. Song Shirhan also noticed Chen Shueli's unusual behavior, and she deliberately asked, Brother Yuan, how much money did you spend on that live stream last night? Not much, a little over $1 million, Lin Yuan said casually. He just casually swiped a little because her cosplay of Gone You looked pretty good. Over $1 million yuan casually. Chen Shueli's heart was in turmoil. She had met many wealthy people, but very few were like Lin Yuan who treated $1 million yuan as pocket money. More importantly, judging from Lin Yuan's attitude, his self-reward was purely impulsive, rather than a result of being captivated by his own charm. This is tricky. Chen Shueli began to reassess the hunt. She had initially thought Lin Yuan was the kind of rich second-generation heir who would lose his mind at the sight of a beautiful woman and could be easily won over. But now it seemed that he not only had no shortage of women, but was also very rational and would not be easily fooled. Brother Lin Yuan, Chen Shueli is trying to salvage the situation. She wants to invite you to my birthday party next week. There will be many friends from the industry there. Next week? Lin Yuan glanced at his two girlfriends. We're going to the Maldives for vacation next week, so we might not have time. Another heavy blow. The casual tone of Maldives vacation once again proved Lin Yuan's wealth and quality of life. Chen Shueli felt like an amateur player encountering a professional expert, and all her strategies were ineffective. Heartbeat value change, Lin Yuan plus 3 points demonstrates wealth and charm. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 11 points, Chen Shueli 35 points. I need to revise my strategy. Chen Shueli thought to herself, this man is much more difficult to deal with than I imagined. Chen Shueli felt that the situation was completely out of her control and she needed to reassess her strategy. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. She stood up with a sweet smile. Go ahead. Lin Yuan nodded calmly. On her way to the restroom, Chen Shueli took out her phone and dialed a number. Sister Xiaoyu, help me. A languid female voice came from the other end of the phone. Shirley? What's wrong? Did you run into a tough opponent? Sister Xiaoyu, I met a super rich second generation today, but he doesn't play by the rules at all. Chen Shueli said urgently in a low voice. How exactly is it unconventional? Su Xiaoyu became interested. He introduced two girlfriends to me, and both of them were just as pretty as me. The key thing is that they weren't jealous at all. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then Su Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of surprise. Two girlfriends? Aren't you jealous? Yes. And he spent over $1 million on me, but his attitude was very cold, unlike those sycophants who are blinded by beauty. Interesting. Su Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Surely, have you ever thought about what it means if he really has two girlfriends this beautiful and they don't get jealous? What does this mean? This shows he's outstanding enough that women are willing to share him. Su Xiaoyu's tone became serious. This kind of man is highly sought after, but also dangerous. Chen Shueli was startled. Danger? It's not a danger to your personal safety, it's a danger to your plans, Su Xiaoyu explained. This kind of man has seen too many women, he won't be easily fooled. And, Sherry, what does he look like? He's very handsome, and has a natural air of nobility. Chen Shueli recalled Lin Yuan's appearance. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with well-defined features and a great demeanor. Handsome, rich, and charming. Su Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then said, Surely, I have a suggestion for you. What suggestions? If he's really as outstanding as you say, you might consider turning this on-screen romance into a real-life relationship. What? Chen Shueli was shocked. After I finished speaking, Su Xiaoyu continued, by the standards of our circle, this should be the best candidate you could possibly meet. Instead of risking deceiving him, why not try to genuinely pursue him? But he already has two girlfriends. So what? Haven't you already seen it? They accept multiple relationships. Su Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of envy. Surely, you have to understand, men of this caliber are generally unattainable for most women. The fact that you have the opportunity to get close to him is itself a stroke of luck. Hearing these words, Chen Shueli felt a mix of emotions. As a professional con artist, she had never considered genuinely falling in love with her target. Sister Xiaoyu, you mean? What I mean is, put aside your little tricks and try to understand him with sincerity, Su Xiaoyu said earnestly. If you can truly win the heart of this kind of man, the reward will be greater than deceiving 10 ordinary rich kids. But what if it fails? If you fail, you fail. At least you won't leave any leverage like you did with Wang Jianming, Su Xiaoyu reminded her. Besides, what if you succeed? You'll really be rich. Chen Shueli bit her lip, her heart beginning to waver. Indeed, if she could truly become one of Lin Yuan's girlfriends, the benefits would far exceed any scam. But I don't know what to do. She seemed a little lost. I'm used to pretending, and I don't know how to show my true self. Just act natural, Su Xiaoyu suggested. Since he's not buying your sweet, coquettish approach, try a different style. Remember what his two girlfriends are like, and try to emulate that. Chen Shueli recalled the appearances of Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan. They didn't deliberately try to be cute, instead, they displayed a natural beauty. Sister Xiaoyu, I understand. Go ahead, make the most of this opportunity, Su Xiaoyu encouraged. If you really succeed, remember to treat me to a meal. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shueli tidied herself up in front of the bathroom mirror. She decided to temporarily put away her deliberate coquettishness and try to show a more authentic side of herself. Perhaps Sister Su Xiaoyu is right, this really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Heartbeat value change, Chen Shueli plus 5 points inner fluctuations due to strategy shift. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 11 points, Chen Shueli 40 points. With these mixed feelings, Chen Shueli returned to her seat. Chapter 90, Chen Shueli's Confession. When Chen Shueli returned to her seat, Lin Yuan and the two sisters were chatting in a relaxed atmosphere. Seeing her return, Lin Yuan nodded politely. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. When Chen Shueli sat down, her voice was less deliberately sweet and more natural than before. Song Shiyu keenly noticed this change, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. It's okay, we were just talking about the Ganyu cosplay you were doing, Lin Yuan said. Shirhan said she also really likes Genshin Impact. Really? Chen Shueli looked at Song Shirhan, her smile more genuine this time. What level have you reached? I'm max level, but I prefer Wendy, Song Shirhan replied. Wendy is indeed very cute. A hint of genuine excitement flashed in Chen Shueli's eyes. I can cosplay Wendy next time, but the male version might be a bit difficult. Lin Yuan noticed the change in Chen Shueli's expression as she spoke. When she talked about cosplay, there was genuine enthusiasm in her eyes, unlike before when she seemed to be deliberately trying to appear enthusiastic. Do you really enjoy cosplay? Lin Yuan asked. Chen Shueli was taken aback. The question surprised her. She admitted that she started out just to make money, but later discovered that the sense of accomplishment when you truly understand a character and then perfectly recreate her is very special. This sincere answer surprised Song Shiyu. She had thought the woman would continue to pretend, but she didn't expect her to admit her initial motives. That's normal, Lin Yuan nodded. Many people's interests start with utilitarian purposes and then gradually turn into true love. Brother Lin Yuan understands perfectly. Chen Shueli looked at him, her eyes less calculating and more curious. Do you have any special hobbies? Investing is one thing, Lin Yuan thought, and another is observing human nature. Upon hearing the words observing human nature, Chen Shueli felt a pang of anxiety. She had a feeling that Lin Yuan might have seen through something from the very beginning. Observing human nature? Song Shihan asked curiously, Brother Yuan, have you discovered any interesting phenomena? There are many, Lin Yuan glanced at Chen Shueli. For example, people can show completely different faces in different situations. Sometimes, if you pretend for too long, you even forget what you really look like. These words pierced Chen Shueli's heart like a needle. She suddenly realized that Lin Yuan might have known about her identity and past all along. Then, what if someone wants to change? Chen Shueli asked, almost as if possessed, wanting to leave the past behind and start afresh? This question surprised the other three people present. Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Change is possible, Lin Yuan answered earnestly, but the prerequisite is having enough courage to face your true self and enough motivation to persevere. What if there was enough motivation? Chen Shueli's voice trembled slightly. Lin Yuan gave her a deep look. That depends on what the motivation is. If it's just to gain something, it's hard to sustain. But if it's to become a better version of yourself, then there's hope. Chen Shueli felt as if something had struck her heart. She had never thought about becoming a better version of herself. Her life had always revolved around what she wanted to gain. She wanted to say something, but the words stopped in her tracks. Looking at Chen Shueli's expression, Song Shiyu felt a strange sensation. This woman seemed to be genuinely pondering some profound question. Surely, are you all right? Song Shihan asked with concern. You don't look well. I'm fine, Chen Shueli forced a smile, but then suddenly remembered something. Looking at her expression, Lin Yuan began to guess what Su Xiaoyu was thinking. It seemed that the phone call had worked. Chen Shueli's strategy had indeed changed. Everyone makes mistakes, Lin Yuan said calmly. The important thing is to have the courage to admit your mistakes and then try to correct them. These words brought tears to Chen Shueli's eyes. She thought of Wang Jianming, the innocent man she had ruined, and all the people she had hurt. If the damage has already been done, is there any chance to make amends? She asked softly. Of course there is. Lin Yuan's tone was very gentle. Although it cannot be completely erased, it can at least reduce the damage and prevent more damage from happening. Chen Shueli lowered her head, her emotions so complex that she couldn't even sort them out herself. Heartbeat value change, Chen Shueli plus 8 points heartbeat when genuine emotions are expressed. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 11 points, Chen Shueli 48 points. Just then, her phone rang. It was a WeChat message. Chen Shueli looked at her phone screen and saw that it was a message from an unknown number. Surely, this is Xiaobai. Wang Jianming from Starlight Media went to the police station again yesterday, saying he wants to reopen the investigation. The organization asked me to ask you if we need to take any action. Upon seeing this message, Chen Shueli's face instantly turned pale. Wang Jianming, the man she had ruined, was actually trying to clear his name. He's still alive. A complex mix of emotions welled up in Chen Shueli's heart, including guilt and fear. Sherry? Lin Yuan noticed her unusual behavior. What's wrong? Chen Shueli looked up at Lin Yuan, and his gentle yet all-seeing eyes sent a shiver down her spine. Lin Yuan's words still echoed in her ears. The important thing is to have the courage to admit your mistakes and then strive to correct them. She bit her lip, her fingers hesitating on the phone screen. In the past, she would have responded by having someone from the organization threaten Wang Jianming to force him to give up completely. But now, looking into Lin Yuan's sincere eyes, she suddenly didn't know what to do. Song Shiyu keenly sensed Chen Shueli's hesitation. Is it about work? If it's inconvenient. It's not work, Chen Shueli shook her head, then made a decision that surprised even herself. It's someone I hurt in the past. These words stunned all three people present. No one expected Chen Shueli to admit to such a thing. People you've hurt? Song Shirhan asked innocently. What do you mean? Chen Shueli took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yuan. Brother Lin Yuan just said that if the damage has already been done, there is still a chance to make amends. I want to try. As she spoke, she typed a reply on her phone. No need to do anything, let him be. If the police contact me, I will cooperate with the investigation. After sending the message, Chen Shueli's hands were trembling. She knew what this meant. It meant she might face legal consequences, it meant her position in the organization would be affected, it meant her entire life could be changed. But strangely, she felt a sense of relief. Lin Yuan looked at her reaction, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Chen Shueli to make such a choice. Are you sure? Lin Yuan asked softly, knowing that doing so could have serious consequences. I know Chen Shueli's voice was soft but firm, but I don't want to run away anymore. And I feel that if I don't even have the courage to face the mistakes I've made, I don't deserve to sit here and chat with you. Upon hearing this, Song Shiyu's impression of Chen Shueli began to subtly change. This woman seemed more complex than she had imagined. Is that person your ex-boyfriend? Song Shirhan asked curiously. No, Chen Shueli gave a bitter smile. It was my former boss. I framed him to terminate my contract. These words exploded on the table like a bomb. Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan stared at her in shock, completely unexpected that she would be so frank. Framed? Song Shiyu's tone turned serious. I deliberately seduced him, then recorded the conversation, and posted it online out of context, accusing him of sexually harassing me. Chen Shueli's voice grew softer and softer, and as a result, his company went bankrupt, and his reputation was ruined. A brief silence fell over the coffee shop. Lin Yuan looked at Chen Shueli, and his opinion of her changed again. The fact that she could admit to something like this to his face showed that she at least still had a conscience. Why should we tell you? Lin Yuan asked. Because I don't want to pretend anymore. Chen Shueli raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. I originally wanted to lie to you, just like I lied to Wang Jianming. But after hearing what you said, I suddenly felt that if I continued like this, I would never be happy. Heartbeat value change, Chen Shueli plus 12 points deep emotional impact brought by sincere honesty. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 11 points, Chen Shueli 60 points. So what do you plan to do now? Song Shiyu asked. I don't know, Chen Shueli answered honestly. Maybe I should turn myself in to the police station, maybe I should apologize publicly, maybe I should find a way to make it up to him. All I know is that I can't go on like this anymore. Lin Yuan quietly looked at Chen Shueli, and his perception of this woman underwent a fundamental change. Perhaps there was still hope for her. Although her transformation was surprisingly rapid, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that it might be related to the succubus bloodline within him. That natural charm wasn't just about appearance, but a power that could touch the depths of one's heart. Since that's the case, let's add fuel to the fire. Lin Yuan put down his coffee cup and looked at Chen Shueli intently. Surely, I have a suggestion for you. Chapter 91 Heartbeat Value reaches 100 points. If you can really do what I just said, actively cooperate with the investigation, issue a public apology, and do your best to compensate the victims. Lin Yuan's tone was calm, but his words were like thunder. I'm willing to give you a chance. What opportunity? Chen Shueli's heart began to race. The chance to be my girlfriend. This statement stunned everyone present, including Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan. Chen Shueli stared wide-eyed at Lin Yuan in disbelief. What did you say? You heard me clearly, Lin Yuan said with a smile. I said, if you can truly repent and start anew, I'm willing to accept you. Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan exchanged a glance. Although they were somewhat surprised, they both knew Lin Yuan's judgment. Since he said that, he must have his reasons. But you already have 2 girlfriends, Chen Shueli stammered, and I'm that kind of person. What kind of person you were in the past doesn't matter, Lin Yuan interrupted her. What matters is what kind of person you want to become in the future. As for the fact that I already have 2 girlfriends, you just saw that, and they don't mind. We really don't mind that. Song Shiyu actually took the initiative to speak up, if you can really change your ways. Yes, Brother Yuan is right. The past is not important, what matters is the future. Song Shirhan nodded in agreement. Moreover, your frankness just now made me feel that you still have a conscience. Chen Shueli felt like she was dreaming. She never imagined that someone would give her such an opportunity during her darkest hour. I don't deserve it, she said, choking back tears. I've done so many bad things. Whether you're a good match or not isn't up to you to decide, Lin Yuan said gently, adding that everyone has a chance to start over. However, this chance comes with conditions. What are the conditions? Chen Shueli asked eagerly. First, you must completely sever ties with your current organization, Lin Yuan said. Second, you must actively cooperate with the police investigation and bear the legal responsibilities you should. Third, you must issue a public apology and do your best to compensate all the victims. Fourth, from now on, you must not do anything to harm others. If you can do these 4 things and stick to them for a year without changing, then I will officially accept you. As Chen Shueli listened to these conditions, each one struck her heart like a heavy hammer. These conditions meant that she had to completely overturn her past life and start anew. 1 year, she repeated softly. A year has proven that your changes are genuine, not just a temporary pretense to gain something, Lin Yuan explained. Chen Shueli looked at Lin Yuan, then at Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan. There was no contempt in their eyes, but rather a certain expectation. This is my last chance. I'm willing. Chen Shueli suddenly stood up, her voice trembling but firm. I'm willing to do these things. Heartbeat value change, Chen Shueli plus 20 points. Strong heartbeat with the opportunity for redemption. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 11 points, Chen Shueli 80 points. Okay, Lin Yuan nodded. Let's start with the first step. Show me the message you just received. Without any hesitation, Chen Shueli handed the phone directly to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan glanced at the conversation on the screen and frowned slightly. What does handle mean? It was his threats, or even more serious methods, to make Wang Jianming give up seeking justice, Chen Shueli answered honestly. What is the name of your organization? It's called Flying Up to the Branch, meaning that every girl can rise to the top and become a phoenix. Lin Yuan returned the phone to her. Reply to them and say that you have withdrawn from the organization. Chen Shueli took the phone and typed on it. I have decided to withdraw from the organization and will no longer participate in any operations. I am going to turn myself in. After sending the message, her phone rang immediately. It was a call from an unknown number. Take the call, Lin Yuan said, putting the phone on speakerphone. Chen Shueli answered the phone with trembling hands. Shirley, are you crazy? A woman's angry voice came from the phone. Do you know what you're saying? Sister Xiaoyu, I've thought it through. Chen Shueli's voice was tense but firm. I don't want to go on like this anymore. Have you been brainwashed? Or threatened? Su Xiaoyu's voice was urgent. Tell me where you are, I'll come pick you up right away. Chen Shueli glanced at Lin Yuan, who quickly stopped her, telling her not to immediately escalate the situation. Sister Xiaoyu, I'm just in a bad mood. I was just joking with you. Sherry, you really are. Su Xiaoyu's voice softened. If anything happens, please tell me immediately. I'm fine, don't worry, Chen Shueli said. Teasing Xiaoyu Jie made her very happy. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then Su Xiaoyu's laughter came through. It's good that you're alright, you rascal. The call ended. 3 years had passed. Hearing that familiar voice on the phone, Lin Yuan felt a mix of emotions. Fang Xiaoyu, no, the woman now called Su Xiaoyu. The first love who tricked him out of $1,000,000 with her pitiful appearance and then disappeared without a trace. I never imagined she would become a high-ranking member of this organization. Lin Yuan thought to himself, but on the surface he remained calm. Now was not the time to dwell on Fang Xiaoyu's matter. He knew that he needed to get Chen Shueli's affection level to 100 points as soon as possible so that his next actions would be safer. Surely, Lin Yuan looked at Chen Shirley, who was still a little shaken, and asked, "Can you tell me in detail what this flying branch organization does?" Chen Shueli glanced at Lin Yuan's gentle gaze, took a deep breath, and said, I once thought that flying up to the branch was a good place, but now, upon closer inspection, it seems more like a cold abyss. Its exterior was gilded, but its interior exuded a chilling aura. Her voice trembled slightly. She had come here initially only to live a better life, earn more money, and take care of her family. But the longer she stayed, the clearer she saw the true nature of this place. Behind the glitz and glamour lay shady deals and calculations. Lin Yuan listened quietly, gaining a clearer understanding of the organization. Sister Yixian, also known as Li Yixian, the founder of the Flying Up Branch organization, always paints an alluring picture of the future for us. By attaching ourselves to those big shots, we can change our fate and even help our sisters out. That sounds nice, doesn't it? Chen Shueli gave a bitter smile. In reality, it's just about polishing us into more useful tools and sending us to more dangerous situations. Those who slightly disobey. Chen Shueli's voice lowered even further. Wang Meiqi, the organization's operations director, would talk to them. Of course, you know what a so-called heart-to-heart talk is? The original shell of women banding together has long since rotted away. Upon hearing this, Song Shiyu's expression turned serious. This is practically a criminal organization. Yes, it's a criminal organization. Chen Shueli nodded. On the surface, we're internet celebrities, models, and live streamers, but in reality, we're all trained to be tools specifically for scamming rich second-generation heirs. How many of you are there? Lin Yuan asked. There are about 20 core members and over 100 peripheral members. Chen Shueli replied that everyone has their own code name. Su Xiaoyu, who just called me, has the code name Little White Rabbit. Hearing this code name, Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Little White Rabbit. This did indeed fit the impression Fang Xiaoyu had given him back then. Does she hold a high position in the organization? Lin Yuan continued to ask. She's very capable, despite her young age. I heard she successfully swindled $1 million on her first attempt, and her status in the organization rose rapidly afterward, Chen Shueli said. Sister Yixian often uses her as an example, saying we should learn from her. 1 million, his first time making a move. Lin Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. It seemed he had indeed become a classic case study for their organization. Brother Lin Yuan, Chen Shueli suddenly grasped Lin Yuan's hand. I'm so glad I met you. Without you, I might never have escaped that abyss. Her eyes were filled with tears, but this time they were not tears of fear, but tears of gratitude and love. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, no matter how the organization retaliates against me, I will not regret it. Chen Shueli's voice was firm, because you gave me a chance to start anew, and you gave me a chance at love. Her face flushed slightly when she said the last two words. Heartbeat value change, Chen Shueli plus 20 points. Emotional sublimation brought about by confession. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 11 points, Chen Shueli 100 points. The moment Chen Shueli's affection level reached 100 points, Lin Yuan felt a warm current surge through his heart. This was due to a special contract signed by Ivina. When the target's affection for him reached its peak, he would gain her absolute loyalty. 100 points. Lin Yuan thought to himself, now she should believe me unconditionally and support any decision I make. Surely, Lin Yuan gently stroked her hand. I'm so glad I met you. Your courage has really impressed me. Hearing this, Chen Shueli's eyes sparkled with happiness. Then, a meaningful look flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Would you be willing to do something for me? What is it? Chen Shueli asked without hesitation. I'm willing to do anything you ask of me. I hope you can help me find specific information about Su Xiaoyu, including her real identity and current location, Lin Yuan said. Of course, this might be dangerous. It's okay. Chen Shueli replied immediately. I'm not afraid of danger. And I also want to do something for those victims. Watching this scene, Song Shiyu and Song Shurhan's opinion of Chen Shueli completely changed. This woman's transformation was so thorough and so sincere. Chapter 92 Loyalty Test. However, Lin Yuan continued, before that, let's deal with Wang Jianming's matter first. Go to the police station to turn yourself in tomorrow, I'll go with you. Really? Chen Shueli's eyes were full of gratitude. You're willing to come with me? Of course, Lin Yuan said with a smile, I promise to give you a chance, and I will take full responsibility for it. Fong Xiaoyu. It's been 3 years since we last met, and we'll be seeing each other again soon. Lin Yuan thought to himself, this time, I won't let you escape again. As the group was about to leave the coffee shop, Chen Shueli timidly asked, Brother Lin Yuan, can I go see where you live? Of course. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. When the group arrived at the Emerald Bay upscale villa area, Chen Shueli couldn't help but gasp when she saw the huge detached villa. This is way too big. You'll get used to it, Song Shiyu said with a smile. Upon entering the villa, Song Yali was already waiting in the living room. She sat elegantly on the sofa and, upon seeing Lin Yuan return with a strange girl, a knowing glint flashed in her eyes. Sister Yali, Lin Yuan introduced. This is Chen Shueli, and Shueli, this is my older sister, Song Yali. Hello, Auntie. Chen Shueli bowed politely. Song Yali smiled gently, no need to be so formal, just call me Sister Yali. Besides, I don't look old, do I? Although she appeared calm on the surface, Song Yali was incredibly excited inside. She could clearly feel her succubus energy points surge from 200 to 300. This meant the contract had succeeded, and she had gained considerable benefits. It seems this girl's attraction level has reached its maximum. Song Yali thought to herself, her brother did a great job this time. Shiyu, Shurhan, why don't you show Shirley around the villa? Song Yali said. Lin Yuan and I have some things to discuss. The two sisters tactfully led Chen Shueli on a tour, leaving only Lin Yuan and Song Yali in the living room. Song Yali immediately walked to Lin Yuan's side, her eyes full of admiration. Little brother, you did a really great job this time. What do you mean? Lin Yuan pretended not to understand. Stop pretending, Song Yali chuckled as she approached him, my succubus energy surging. This girl's attraction to you must be maxed out, right? Lin Yuan nodded, just reached 100 points. 100 points. A seductive glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes. She should be absolutely loyal to you now. However, loyalty is something that still needs to be tested. How would you like to test it? Song Yali leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear, her voice becoming seductive. Tonight, why don't you let Shirley serve you properly? If she's truly willing and without complaint, then it proves the contract has indeed taken effect. Lin Yuan looked into Song Yali's alluring eyes. Aren't you jealous? Jealous? Song Yali smiled charmingly. Little brother, I'm a succubus princess, I have that much magnanimity. Besides, I already have the mark, so that won't happen. Her hand gently stroked Lin Yuan's chest. Besides, isn't it good to have another loyal woman serving you? Just then, Chen Shueli's voice came from upstairs. Wow! This bathtub is huge. A hint of amusement flashed in Song Yali's eyes. It seems she really likes our bathtub. Tonight will be a good opportunity for her to experience it. Sister Yali. Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. What? Song Yali blinked innocently. Doesn't your brother want a woman who belongs entirely to him? Or do you not have those feelings for her? Looking into Song Yali's dark eyes, Lin Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. Although Chen Shueli had a complicated past, her beauty was undeniable, and she was now absolutely loyal to him. I know what you're thinking. Song Yali's voice was even more alluring. This was also a test for her. If she truly wanted to change and truly loved you, she would give herself to you without reservation. At this moment, Chen Shueli, Song Shiyu, and Song Shurhan came down from upstairs. Brother Lin Yuan, your house is so beautiful. Chen Shueli's eyes were full of admiration, especially the bathtub in the master bedroom, which was like a work of art. Song Yali gave Lin Yuan a meaningful look, then said to Chen Shueli, Shueli, it's getting late. Why don't you stay at our place tonight? It might not be safe outside. Chen Shueli was pleasantly surprised. Really? Will it bother you? Of course not, Song Yali smiled gently. There are many rooms in the house, and Lin Yuan might need someone to keep him company tonight. He worked very hard today because of you. Hearing this, Chen Shueli's face flushed slightly, but a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. If brother Lin Yuan needs me, I am willing to accompany him. Heartbeat confirmation, Chen Shueli maintains 100 points of absolute loyalty to Lin Yuan. Inside the bathroom, steam filled the air, and the aroma of the diffuser was soothing. Chen Shueli gently stroked Lin Yuan's chest, her eyes filled with an unprecedented tenderness and determination. Lin Yuan nodded and carefully helped her stand up from the bathtub. Chen Shueli's legs were a little weak, and she clung tightly to his neck. After a quick rinse, Lin Yuan carried her out of the bathroom. When they entered the master bedroom, Chen Shueli was surprised to find various exquisite cosplay costumes on the bed. Dodgy from Honor of Kings, Ganyu from Genshin Impact, Enterprise from Azalane, all classic characters she had worn before. These. Chen Shueli looked at those familiar clothes, and a blush rose on her face. Lin Yuan instantly understood that this was Sister Yali's arrangement. Song Yali clearly knew Chen Shueli's background inside and out, even preparing such a complete set of cosplay characters that she was most skilled at. Sister Yali is so thoughtful, Lin Yuan said with a light laugh. I used to wear these clothes just to attract donations from fans. Chen Shueli gently stroked the dodgy costume, a complex expression flashing in her eyes, but now I want to put them on you. In the living room, Song Yali elegantly sipped her red wine, clearly feeling the succubus energy within her steadily increasing. The value had rapidly climbed from 300 points to 350 points. Heartbeat game, as expected of the contract I constructed with so much energy, a very fruitful harvest. A satisfied glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes. The succubus bloodline contract not only granted Lin Yuan an absolutely loyal woman, but also brought her, the contract's creator, a tremendous energy reward. Inside the master bedroom, Chen Shueli walked to the bedside and picked up the dodgy costume. Brother Lin Yuan, which outfit do you want me to wear? She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with love and obedience. Dodgy, please. Lin Yuan said, I want to see what my real dodgy looks like. Hearing this, Chen Shueli felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. She slowly began to put on that familiar outfit, a tight-fitting gold bodice, a transparent gauze skirt, and those signature fox ears. When she turned to face Lin Yuan after completely changing her clothes, she exuded an unprecedented charm. Unlike the seductive allure she had created in the past to make money, her eyes were now filled with love and obedience for Lin Yuan. Master. She said softly, the way she called her master sounding so natural, as if it came from the depths of her heart. In the bathtub, it's just the beginning. Now I'm going to savor my own dodgy. At this moment, Song Yali felt another surge of energy. She put down her wineglass, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. It seemed her younger brother was really enjoying this special gift. Lin Yuan looked at Shirley with satisfaction, finally understanding why she was able to swindle so much money. Cosplay did have a unique charm, especially now that the love in her eyes seemed so real, no longer a false temptation deliberately created for money. Whatever master desires, Dodgy will give you. Chen Shueli mimicked Dodgy's tone in the game, but her voice carried genuine emotion. Master, did Dodgy perform well just now? She asked softly, her eyes full of expectation. Very good, my Dodgy. Lin Yuan gently stroked her long hair. Now I understand why so many people are captivated by you. Hearing this, Chen Shueli felt a surge of complex emotions. Master, I have indeed taken advantage of many people before, but after meeting you, I finally understand what true love is. I know. Lin Yuan gently kissed her forehead. The past is the past. From now on, you are my woman. Yes, Dodgy will always belong to her master. Chen Shueli snuggled against him, like a contented kitten. Just then, there was a few light knocks on the door. Little brother, Song Yali's voice came from outside the door. It's getting late, get some rest. We have important things to discuss tomorrow. Understood, Sister Yali, Lin Yuan replied. Also, Song Yali's voice had a hint of playfulness, and Shirley's performance was very good. I could feel her sincerity. Welcome to our family. Upon hearing this, Chen Shueli's face lit up with surprise. She knew this meant she had truly been accepted. Thank you, Sister Yali, she responded loudly. Song Yali smiled outside the door and then left. She was extremely satisfied. The significant increase in her succubus energy made her feel more fulfilled than ever before. More importantly, Lin Yuan now had an absolutely loyal assistant, which would be invaluable in dealing with the Flying Branch organization. Chapter 93: The Flying Branch Organization. Inside the room, Chen Shueli lay back down in Lin Yuan's arms. Master, what is the important thing that Sister Yali mentioned tomorrow? She asked curiously. Regarding the Flying Branch organization, Lin Yuan gently patted her back. How much do you know about this organization? Mentioning this organization, a complex look flashed in Chen Shueli's eyes. I know a lot of inside information, including their operating model and key members. If Master needs it, I can tell you everything I know. Very good. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. We'll make a plan together tomorrow. I will definitely help my master, Chen Shueli said firmly. No matter the cost, I will stand by your side. The two fell asleep in each other's arms, and Chen Shueli felt an unprecedented sense of security and happiness in Lin Yuan's embrace. She knew that her life had taken on a completely new meaning from this night onward. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the dining room through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. Song Shiyu and Song Shirhan were about to go downstairs for breakfast when they were stunned by what they saw. Chen Shueli wore an exquisite Daji-made cafe cosplay outfit, a black lace-trimmed short skirt, a white apron, and a deep V-neck design that revealed her fair collarbone and a hint of cleavage. Her long hair was tied into pigtails with red ribbons, and she wore cute cat ear headbands. Her face was covered in delicate makeup, making her look both alluring and adorable. What was most shocking was that she was respectfully carrying an exquisite breakfast tray and carefully placing it on the table. Good morning, Miss Shiyu, Miss Shirhan. Chen Shueli gently performed a standard maid's bow. Shueli has prepared a delicious breakfast for you. Song Shihan's eyes widened, her mouth agape. Sister Shirley, what is this? Song Shiyu was also stunned, never expecting that Chen Shueli, who was still repenting last night, would appear in this form this morning. What's wrong? Lin Yuan came out of the kitchen and saw the shocked expressions on the two sisters' faces. Shirley likes this, don't make a fuss. His tone was very natural, as if it were perfectly normal for Chen Shueli to wear a maid outfit. Looking at Chen Shueli's respectful demeanor and then at Lin Yuan's calm expression, Song Shiyu's eyes flashed with understanding. She vaguely understood something, but chose to remain silent. So that's how it is. Song Shiyu thought to herself, it seems that last night's test was indeed very successful. Only Song Yali and Lin Yuan truly understood the meaning of this outfit. It wasn't just role-playing, but the beginning of Chen Shueli's atonement. She used this method to express her remorse and absolute obedience to Lin Yuan. Master, your coffee. Chen Shueli respectfully handed over a cup of fragrant coffee with both hands, her movements elegant and precise. Upon hearing the title master, Song Shirhan blushed instantly. Sister Shirley, why are you calling Brother Yuan master? Because Brother Lin Yuan is Shirley's master. Chen Shirley answered matter-of-factly, her eyes full of sincerity. Everything Shirley owned belonged to her master. This statement shocked Song Shirhan even more, while Song Shiyu seemed to be deep in thought. Song Yali walked gracefully into the restaurant. Seeing this scene, a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. Shirley, your outfit is very nice today. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Yali, Chen Shueli replied obediently. During the meal, Song Yali gently said to her two daughters, Shiyu, Shirhan, Mom has already asked for leave for Lin Yuan. You still need to go to school as usual today. What? Song Shirhan immediately pouted. Why can't I go with them? I want to help too. Sweetie, this matter is rather complicated and it's not suitable for you to get involved. Song Yali gently stroked her youngest daughter's head. After things are settled, your younger brother Lin Yuan will tell you the details. Watching Chen Shueli attentively serving Lin Yuan, Song Shiyu roughly understood what had happened last night. She nodded to Song Yali, I understand, Mom. I will take good care of Shirhan. Shiyu is so sensible. Song Yali smiled with satisfaction. After seeing the two sisters off, only Lin Yuan, Song Yali, and Chen Shueli remained in the living room. Shirley and Song Yali sat on the sofa. Now we can talk in detail about the Flying Branch organization. Chen Shueli immediately knelt on the carpet, placed her hands neatly on her knees, and began to speak. Flying Up to the Branch was indeed originally a women's group organization. The founder, Li Yashuan, originally intended to help women who had been hurt by scumbag men to get revenge and obtain compensation. Her voice was soft but clear. In the beginning, we were indeed doing things for justice. For example, helping girls who were cheated on to collect evidence and make the scumbags pay the price, helping women who were cheated out of money and sex to recover their losses, and so on. When did it start to go wrong? Lin Yuan asked. About 2 years ago, Chen Shueli recalled, Li Yashuan began recruiting more members, and the organization grew larger and larger. Gradually, some opportunists infiltrated the organization. They weren't doing it for justice, but for money. She paused for a moment, then continued. As the number of successful cases increased, Li Yashuan realized that this was a very lucrative industry. So the organization began to develop in the direction of gold diggers, specifically teaching members how to extract money from men. How exactly does it work? Song Yali asked with great interest. They established a complete training system. Chen Shueli explained in detail that the first step was to transform their appearance, teaching them how to apply makeup, dress, and behave elegantly, making them look more attractive. Then comes the training in communication skills, how to lie without being caught, how to fabricate a tear-jerking backstory, and how to get a man to willingly pay money. Finally, there was a psychology course, how to analyze a target's personality weaknesses, how to gradually build emotional dependence, and how to close the deal at the crucial moment. As Lin Yuan listened, his understanding of this organization became increasingly clear. It was practically a professional fraud training institution. What is the status of Su Xiaoyu, the one you mentioned, within the organization? Lin Yuan asked deliberately. A hint of awe flashed in Chen Shueli's eyes. Su Xiaoyu, she's an idol to all of us. She joined the organization at 17, and on her first attempt, she successfully swindled 1 million, setting a record for the organization. 1 million. Lin Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. That was indeed his most precious treasure. What is her job now? Her main responsibility was training newcomers and imparting practical experience. She was also responsible for screening high-value targets, wealthy men with emotional flaws who were easily deceived. Chen Shueli continued, saying that the girls in the organization all regarded her as a goddess and wanted to learn her techniques. And what about Li Yashuan? What is she doing now? Song Yali asked. Li Yashuan no longer personally intervenes. She primarily oversees the organization's overall operations and external relations. It said she has connections in both political and business circles, enabling her to protect the organization from law enforcement detection. Chen Shueli's voice trembled slightly. She was also in charge of discipline. If any member wanted to leave or betray the organization, she would have Wang Meiqi educate them. Wang Meiqi is the operations director? Lin Yuan confirmed. Yes, Wang Meiqi was Li Yashuan's right-hand woman, specifically in charge of internal management. She was ruthless. None of the girls she disciplined dared to resist again. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes. As a succubus princess, she hated nothing more than this kind of oppression of her own sex. Do you know the organization's specific address? Lin Yuan asked. Headquartered on the 18th floor of the Starlight Building in the city center, it is nominally a model agency, Chen Shueli replied, but the actual training base is in a resort in the suburbs, which is not usually open to the public. How many members are there? The core team consists of approximately 25 members, all of whom have undergone rigorous screening and training. The peripheral team comprises hundreds of members, primarily responsible for identifying targets and gathering intelligence. After saying this, Chen Shueli's eyes were filled with guilt. Master, it was only after meeting you that I began to realize my mistakes. I don't know why, but you have a special magic that makes me want to become a better person. What she didn't know was that this was precisely the power of the succubus bloodline within Lin Yuan, not only capable of bewitching others, but also able to touch the depths of a person's heart according to their thoughts. The problem now, Song Yali analyzed, is that if we want to deal with this organization, we must first clear Wang Jianming's name so that we have enough evidence to prosecute Chen Shueli's past crimes and thus expose the entire organization. That's right, Lin Yuan nodded. And we also need to be careful. Su Xiaoyu and the others definitely won't stand idly by. After learning about the Flying Up organization, Lin Yuan took out his phone and dialed Li Xiaowen's number. Xiaowen, this is Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Li Xiaowen's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. You finally called. I thought you had forgotten about Senior Wang. How could I forget? Lin Yuan said gently. I asked you to take care of Senior Wang. How is he doing now? Li Xiaowen's voice was somewhat worried. His emotions are relatively stable, but I can tell that he is still in great pain inside. I stayed with him at his house last night. In the middle of the night, I heard him talking to himself, saying things like, I really didn't do that kind of thing, and why doesn't anyone believe me? Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a pang of guilt. Wang Jianming was truly innocent, yet he had to endure such immense suffering. How is his company doing now? Lin Yuan continued to ask. It's all over. Li Xiaowen sighed. All her partners had terminated their contracts, and all her employees had left. Wang Xuechang was now basically penniless and burdened with huge debts. Debt? Yes, the company's previous operating loans, office rent, and other expenses added up to about 8 million yuan. Li Xiaowen's voice was heavy. The most crucial thing is that the entire industry now regards him as a sexual harasser, and it's impossible for anyone to cooperate with him anymore. Lin Yuan gripped his phone tightly. Xiaowen, where are you now? I'm at Wang's house. I just made him breakfast. Li Xiaowen replied, what's up? I'm coming to find you right now. I have something very important to tell you. Lin Yuan's tone was very serious. Regarding the matter of Senior Wang being wrongly accused, I have found evidence. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then Li Xiaowen excitedly exclaimed, really? You really found the evidence? Really, and it's even more shocking than you can imagine, Lin Yuan said. I'll be there in a bit. You guys wait for me at home. Okay. Li Xiaowen's voice was full of hope. I'll tell Senior Wang the good news right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan, Song Yali, and Chen Shueli drove to Wang Jianming's residence. Chapter 94 Meeting with the Victim. In the car, Chen Shueli seemed a little nervous, constantly adjusting the hem of her maid outfit. Master, she whispered, I'm really afraid to see Mr. Wang. I did such a terrible thing. It's okay, Lin Yuan gently patted her hand, encouraging her to bravely face her mistakes, which was the first step in atonement. Song Yali looked at Chen Shueli in the rearview mirror. Shueli, remember, a sincere apology is more important than anything else. Wang Jianming doesn't need your tears, he needs the truth. I understand, Sister Yali. Chen Shueli took a deep breath. I will tell you the whole truth. 40 minutes later, they arrived at an ordinary residential area. This was in stark contrast to the villa area where Lin Yuan lived. Old buildings, narrow corridors, and everywhere exuding a sense of poverty. Senior Wang lives here? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Yes, Chen Shueli said guiltily. I used to live in a high-end apartment in the city center, but I moved here after my company went bankrupt. The rent here is only 1/10 of what it used to be. The three of them went up to the third floor, and Lin Yuan rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened, and Li Xiaowen appeared in the doorway. She was wearing simple loungewear today, but her beautiful appearance was still undeniable. Her eyes lit up immediately when she saw Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Li Xiaowen excitedly threw herself into his arms. You're finally here. Xiaowen, you've worked so hard. Lin Yuan gently patted her back. Where's Senior Wang? In the living room, Li Xiaowen released Lin Yuan and then noticed Song Yali and Chen Shueli standing to the side. Who are these two? This is Song Yali, my older sister, Lin Yuan introduced. This is Chen Shueli, she's the key witness I mentioned. Upon hearing the name Chen Shueli, Li Xiaowen was first stunned, then her eyes widened. Chen Shueli? The Chen Shueli who accused Senior Wang of sexual harassment. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded, but things aren't as you think. You'll understand in a moment. Li Xiaowen, looking completely bewildered, let the three of them into the house. This is a 2-bedroom apartment of less than 60 square meters, simply decorated and furnished with ordinary furniture. A man is sitting in the living room, looking down at his phone. This is Wang Jianming at 28 years old. He looks much older than his actual age. At an age when he should be full of vigor, he is now haggard, with fatigue and despair in his eyes. Hearing the noise at the door, Wang Jianming looked up and managed a weak smile when he saw Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is here, please sit down. But when he saw Chen Shueli, he was struck dumb, and his phone fell to the ground with a thud. Chen Shirley? Wang Jianming suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. How did you get here? Seeing Wang Jianming's haggard appearance, Chen Shueli's eyes immediately welled up with tears. The spirited and refined young boss of a year ago had now become like this. Mr. Wang, Chen Shueli's voice choked with emotion. I've come to apologize to you. An apology? A flash of anger crossed Wang Jianming's eyes. You still have the nerve to come see me? Do you know what you've done to me? Li Xiaowen quickly went to Wang Jianming's side and gently patted his shoulder. Senior Wang, calm down and listen to what she has to say. Lin Yuan stepped forward. Senior Wang, please believe me, it's not what you think. Shirley came today to clarify the truth. The truth? Wang Jianming gave a bitter laugh. A year. A whole year. And now you're telling me there's a truth? He pointed at Chen Shueli, his voice growing increasingly agitated. Because of your one fabricated message, I've lost everything. My company went bankrupt, my friends distanced themselves, and even my parents are afraid to look me in the eye. It's been a year. Do you know how I've spent this past year? As Chen Shueli listened to Wang Jianming's accusations, tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. She suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wang Jianming. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I'm not human. I deserve to die. This scene stunned everyone. No one expected that the victim who had righteously accused sexual harassment online a year ago would now be kneeling on the ground apologizing to the defendant. Wang Jianming was also stunned. He had no idea what was going on. Surely, get up. Lin Yuan helped her up and explained things clearly. Chen Shueli wiped away her tears and looked at Wang Jianming, saying, Mr. Wang, everything that happened a year ago was a trap I deliberately set. I'm so sorry. All those things I said were lies, Chen Shueli continued. The office sexual harassment, the verbal harassment, the physical contact, it was all a lie I made up. Li Xiuwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Why did you do this? Chen Shueli bowed deeply, because I want to terminate the contract, but the penalty for breach of contract is too high, so I came up with this despicable method. She began to explain the situation in detail. A year ago, I signed a 3-year exclusive contract with Mr. Wang's company, with a penalty of 5 million yuan for breach of contract. However, I was later recruited by an organization called Flying Up the Branch, which promised me that I could earn more money, but only if I broke my current contract. The people in the organization taught me a plan. First, deliberately wear revealing clothes in your office, then secretly record the conversation and fabricate evidence by taking things out of context. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianming's face turned deathly pale. That day, Chen Shueli did indeed come to the office wearing very revealing clothes, saying she wanted to discuss new filming plans. At the time, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate, but out of trust for his employee, he didn't think much of it. Then I posted the long article about my boss's sexual harassment online. Chen Shueli's voice got softer and softer, especially the line "What woman would joke about her own innocence?" It was something the organization taught me to say. Finally, the organization also hired a large number of online trolls to hype the issue, inciting cyberbullying and leaving you speechless. After saying this, Chen Shueli knelt down again. Mr. Wang, I know that no amount of apology can make up for the harm I have caused you, but I must tell the truth. You are innocent. You have never done anything wrong. A deathly silence fell over the living room. Wang Jianming stood there motionless, as if his soul had been taken away. A year of pain, a year of humiliation, a year of despair. Li Xiuwen's eyes were filled with tears as she hugged Wang Jianming tightly, feeling his body trembling. Senior Wang, she said, her voice choked with emotion. After a long pause, Wang Jianming finally spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. So, everything I've endured this past year is because you didn't want to pay the 5 million yuan penalty for breach of contract? Not only did she receive a penalty for breach of contract, Chen Shueli painfully admitted, but she also received 2 million yuan in compensation for emotional distress as a victim. 7 million. Wang Jianming closed his eyes. For 7 million, you ruined my life. I know I was wrong. Chen Shueli said, crying. I'm willing to return all the money to you, I'm willing to bear all legal responsibility, and I'm willing to publicly clarify the truth online. Lin Yuan watched this scene with mixed feelings. Although he had known for a long time that Chen Shueli had done these things, seeing the victims suffering firsthand still deeply shocked him. Senior Wang, Lin Yuan walked up to Wang Jianming. I know that nothing I say now can undo what you've lost, but at least the truth has come out. Wang Jianming opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, 2 days ago you said you would help me get justice. I thought it was just comforting words. After all, you yourself were also deceived by gold diggers, so I thought you were just sympathizing with me. But to my surprise, Wang Jianming's voice trembled slightly. You really did it. You really found the truth. Song Yali then spoke up. Mr. Wang, although the past losses cannot be undone, we can help you start over. Start over? Wang Jianming said with a wry smile. I'm currently burdened with 8 million in debt, and the entire industry treats me like a sexual harasser. How can I start over? First, surely we'll publicly clarify the truth and restore your reputation, Lin Yuan said. Second, regarding the debt issue, I can help you resolve it. You'll help me solve this? Wang Jianming looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. 8 million was no small sum. Money is not the issue, Lin Yuan said firmly. What's more important is that we make that Flying Up organization pay the price. They can't continue to harm people like this. Upon hearing this, Chen Shueli immediately said, "I'm willing to cooperate. I know all the internal workings of the organization, and I can provide evidence." Li Xiaowen wiped away her tears and said excitedly, "Senior Wang, did you hear that? You can finally be cleared of all charges." Looking at the group of people in front of him, tears welled up in Wang Jianming's eyes. This was the first time in a year that he had seen a glimmer of hope. Can I really start over?" His voice was full of uncertainty. "Yes, we can," Lin Yuan said confidently. "We're not just going to start over, we'll make you even more successful than before." Just then, Chen Shueli's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and her face instantly turned pale. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuan asked. It's Su Xiaoyu calling," Chen Shueli said, her voice trembling. "She might have discovered my whereabouts." A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. It seemed the real contest had only just begun. Chen Shueli's hands trembled slightly as she looked at the incoming call from Su Xiaoyu on her phone. "Go ahead and accept it," Lin Yuan said calmly, "but do as I say." Chen Shueli took a deep breath and answered the phone. Sister Xiaoyu. Chapter 95 Transformation Plan. Sister Xiaoyu. "Surely." Su Xiaoyu's sweet but slightly questioning voice came from the other end of the phone. "Where did you go last night? Sister Wang Meiqi was looking for you all night." I have some things to take care of outside." Chen Shueli answered as Lin Yuan instructed. "What is it?" Su Xiaoyu's tone became serious. "The organization has regulations that require all actions to be reported." Lin Yuan wrote a few words for Chen Shueli to see. Chen Shueli nodded and continued, "Sister Xiaoyu, I've met a big fish. He's a very rich second-generation heir, and he even knows Lin Yuan, the one you dealt with 3 years ago." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then Su Xiaoyu's voice became a little nervous. What's his name?" He didn't give his real name, but when he mentioned Lin Yuan, he seemed to know a lot of inside information. Chen Shueli continued, following Lin Yuan's hints, saying, "He said he wants to meet you. He heard you're the most powerful person in the organization." "See me?" Su Xiaoyu's tone was somewhat wary. "Why do you want to see me?" He said he wanted to invest in a project and needed a capable person to work with him. And he also mentioned some things about Lin Yuan, making me think he might know more. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Chen Shueli had spoken very well, expressing both the purpose of the meeting and piquing Su Xiaoyu's curiosity. "All right then," Su Xiaoyu thought for a moment, 3 p.m., our usual spot. "Bring him along, I want to see this person for myself." "Okay, Sister Xiaoyu." After hanging up the phone, Chen Shueli looked at Lin Yuan with a sigh of relief. "Master, it's arranged." 3 p.m. on the 18th floor of the Starlight Building. A complex emotion flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. 3 years had passed, and he was finally going to see Fang Xiaoyu again, his first love, who had swindled him out of 1,000,000 yuan with her innocent appearance and then disappeared without a trace. "Very good," Lin Yuan said. "Then we have a few hours to prepare." Wang Jianming then spoke up, "Lin Yuan, I still don't quite understand why you're helping me? We're not even that close." Looking at Wang Jianming's haggard appearance, Lin Yuan felt a surge of sympathy, because he had also experienced the pain of being deceived. He knew that feeling of despair. Moreover, this organization could no longer harm people. As he spoke, Lin Yuan took out his phone and opened the bank app. "Senior Wang, I'm transferring some money to you now as startup capital for a fresh start." "What?" Wang Jianming's eyes widened. No, I'm already very grateful that you helped me clarify the truth." "Senior Wang, let's not be so polite between us," Lin Yuan said while operating his phone. "Besides, this money isn't free. I hope you can re-register a company. I have a project I'd like to collaborate on with you." "What project?" Wang Jianming asked curiously. Lin Yuan and Song Yali exchanged a glance, and then Lin Yuan said, "We'll talk about the specifics of the project later. Let's check if the funds have arrived first." Wang Jianming's phone suddenly rang. It was a text message notification from the bank. He picked up the phone and was instantly dumbfounded. 30 million? Wang Jianming's voice trembled. "Lin Yuan, are you crazy? So much money." Li Xiaowen also saw the text message and was equally shocked, speechless. She knew Lin Yuan came from a well-off family, but she never expected him to be able to come up with 30 million yuan in cash at once. "Senior Wang, this is just seed money," Lin Yuan said casually, as if 30 million was a small sum. In reality, for Lin Yuan now, 30 million is not much. Through the success of her previous contracts, Song Yali's succubus power has increased significantly, and her wealth in the human world is also growing rapidly. Starry Sky International Holdings Group is now valued at over 10 billion, so 30 million is just a drop in the ocean for her. But there are too many. Wang Jianming still couldn't believe it. Senior Wang, please keep this for now. Lin Yuan insisted, we can discuss the cooperation in detail after we finish dealing with things this afternoon. At this moment, Song Yali said gently, Mr. Wang, since Lin Yuan has said so, please accept it. This child is kind-hearted and can't bear to see others suffer. Looking at the people before him, Wang Jianming's eyes were filled with tears of gratitude. Over the past year, he had experienced the coldness of human relationships and the indifference of the world, but he never expected to meet such benefactors in his most desperate moment. Lin Yuan. I really don't know what to say. Wang Jianming said, choking back tears. No need to say anything, helping others is helping yourself. Lin Yuan patted Wang Jianming on the shoulder. Now we should leave. We need to make some preparations for the meeting this afternoon. After saying goodbye to Wang Jianming and Li Xiaowen, the three got back into the car. Inside, Song Yali looked at Lin Yuan thoughtfully. Brother, is the money you gave Wang Jianming related to the plan we discussed this morning? Lin Yuan nodded, that's right, Sister Yali. Your idea is correct, it would be a waste to completely wipe out this organization. Chen Shueli asked curiously, Master, what did you discuss this morning? Song Yali explained, surely, why don't you go to the back seat and rest for a bit? Lin Yuan and I have some things to discuss. Chen Shueli nodded obediently and sat in the back seat. Recalling the events of the morning, it was during a conversation between Lin Yuan and Song Yali in the living room while Chen Shueli was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Sister Yali, Lin Yuan said at the time, regarding this flying up organization, I think we should completely dismantle it and bring those women who harm others to justice. Upon hearing this, a thoughtful glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes. Brother, have you ever considered that completely dismantling this organization might not be the best option? What do you mean? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. Think about it. Song Yali elegantly picked up her teacup. This organization has hundreds of members, most of whom were forced into this path by poverty or brainwashed. What would they face if we simply reported them to the police? Lin Yuan thought about it for a moment. Imprisonment would make it even harder to start a new life after he got out. That's right, Song Yali nodded. And more importantly, if one of these organizations is taken down, a second and a third will quickly emerge. It's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. So what are your thoughts? A seductive glint flashed in Song Yali's eyes. Why not transform this organization into our force? Renovation? Yes, Song Yali explained, you now have complete control over Chen Shueli. If you can control the other women in the organization in the same way, then we will essentially have a vast network of connections. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. You mean, let them reform and then use them for our purposes? More than just reforming, Song Yali's voice became even more alluring. Just imagine, if you had 100 women like Shirley who were absolutely loyal to you, how much would they do for you? And... She paused, a profound meaning flashing in her eyes. Every time you successfully convert a woman, my succubus energy increases. With 100 women, my power will reach a whole new level. Lin Yuan understood Song Yali's true intentions. As a succubus princess, she needed a large amount of succubus energy to maintain and enhance her power. Lin Yuan's successful contract with a woman using his succubus bloodline was the best way for her to obtain this energy. However, this requires a suitable platform, Song Yali continued. We need a legitimate company to house these women and provide them with proper work and a decent life. You mean Wang Jianming's company? Lin Yuan understood instantly. My clever younger brother, Song Yali smiled with satisfaction. Wang Jianming originally worked in media and has extensive experience. Moreover, he's penniless now and needs our help. If we provide him with funds to rebuild his company and then place the converted women within it, we'll not only solve their livelihood problems but also build a powerful organization for us. Lin Yuan thought about it more and more and felt that the plan was feasible. Moreover, doing so could avoid legal risks. After all, we were saving them, not committing a crime. Indeed, Song Yali's eyes were full of admiration. This is my younger brother, he always understands my thoughts. What about Su Xiaoyu? Lin Yuan asked. She was a key figure in the organization, and... He paused for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, and she was my first love. I have many complicated feelings for her. Song Yali walked to Lin Yuan's side and gently stroked his cheek. Little brother, feelings are feelings, and reality is reality. Su Xiaoyu hurt you, that's a fact. But if you can successfully transform her and make her absolutely loyal to you, wouldn't that be more meaningful than any revenge? Moreover, her voice became even more alluring. Imagine the woman who once betrayed you kneeling before you in repentance, willingly offering everything for you. This sense of conquest is far stronger than simple revenge. Lin Yuan was indeed tempted by Song Yali's words. The idea of making Fang Xiaoyu fall in love with him again and become absolutely loyal was far more appealing than simple revenge. Then it's decided, Lin Yuan said. We'll first convert Su Xiaoyu, and then gradually take control of the entire organization. Very good, Song Yali nodded in satisfaction. Wang Jianming's company is an important part of our plan. 30 million in startup capital should be enough for him to rebuild a sizable media company. Back to the present, Lin Yuan looked at Chen Shueli's obedient appearance in the rearview mirror, his heart filled with anticipation for the meeting in the afternoon. Sister Yali, what do you think are the chances of me successfully converting Su Xiaoyu? Lin Yuan asked. Song Yali pondered for a moment. Theoretically speaking, your succubus bloodline should be effective on any woman. However, Su Xiaoyu is a special case. She has a deep emotional connection with you, which is both an advantage and a disadvantage. How so? The advantage is that she may still have feelings for you deep down, which will make the transition process easier. The disadvantage is that she may be more defensive. After all, she knows that she has hurt you. Song Yali's analysis makes a lot of sense. Although Fang Xiaoyu chose betrayal for money, the feelings she had 3 years ago may not have been entirely fake. Human emotions are often complex. Even the most ruthless person may retain a soft spot deep down. Chapter 96 Confession. At 2 p.m., the group arrived at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. This was a solemn building, its gray-white walls appearing particularly dignified under the sunlight. As Lin Yuan, Song Yali, and Chen Shueli entered the hall, they happened to see Wang Jianming also approaching from another direction. Wang Jianming looked much more energetic than in the morning. Although he was still dressed simply, the light of hope had been rekindled in his eyes. Lin Yuan, Wang Jianming walked over quickly. I've contacted the police officer who handled my case back then, just as you said. Very good, Lin Yuan nodded. Let's go in together then. Chen Shueli nervously clutched Lin Yuan's clothes. Dressed in a maid outfit, she stood out conspicuously in this solemn setting. Many police officers looked on curiously at the strangely dressed girl. Master, I'm a little scared, Chen Shueli whispered. It's okay, Lin Yuan patted her hand gently, as long as she tells the truth. Song Yali gently encouraged her from the side. Surely, this is an important step in your atonement. Be brave. The 4 men entered the reception room, and soon a middle-aged police officer walked in. He was burly, with a serious face, and the badge number on his chest indicated that he was a senior officer here. I'm Officer Liu, he said, looking at Wang Jianming. Mr. Wang, you say there's new evidence to prove your innocence? Yes, Officer Liu, Wang Jianming said excitedly. This is Chen Shueli, who accused me back then. She wants to clarify the truth. Officer Liu's gaze fell on Chen Shueli, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected things to develop this way. Ms. Chen, you reported Wang Jianming for sexual harassment to us a year ago, and now you say you want to clarify the truth? Officer Liu asked seriously. Chen Shueli took a deep breath and stood up. Officer Liu, I want to formally withdraw all the charges I made a year ago and admit that my charges were false. These words were like a bombshell, making Officer Liu's eyes widen in shock. What did you say? False accusations? Yes, Chen Shueli said, trembling. All the accusations I made against Mr. Wang a year ago, including sexual harassment and verbal harassment, were lies I made up. Officer Liu immediately became serious. Ms. Chen, do you know the consequences of making a false police report? This can lead to legal consequences. I know, Chen Shueli said firmly. I am willing to bear all legal responsibilities. Officer Liu glanced at the people present and said, this is a very serious matter. I need to take detailed statements. You'll be following me. The group was taken to a special interrogation room. The room was equipped with video recording equipment to ensure the legality of the entire process. Chen Shueli, Officer Liu, turn on the recording equipment. We will now begin the formal questioning. Please provide a detailed account of the true circumstances surrounding your allegations of sexual harassment against Wang Jianming 1 year ago. Chen Shueli glanced at Lin Yuan, and after receiving an encouraging look from him, she began to describe in detail. On March 15, 2023, I deliberately wore revealing clothes to Mr. Wang Jianming's office in order to create the illusion that I had been sexually harassed. I secretly recorded the conversation and then fabricated so-called evidence by taking things out of context. I then posted a false victim statement online, claiming that Wang Jianming had sexually harassed me. The whole incident was orchestrated by me and an organization called Fei Shangji, with the aim of terminating the contract with Starlight Media and avoiding paying a 5 million yuan penalty for breach of contract. As Officer Lu listened, his expression grew increasingly serious. What evidence do you have to prove that what you're saying is true? Chen Shueli took out her phone. I still have the chat logs with the organization members from that time, including the detailed plan to frame this person. She opened her phone and showed numerous screenshots of WeChat conversations. These screenshots clearly documented the detailed steps involved in setting traps, fabricating false evidence, and manipulating online public opinion. Officer Lu examined the evidence carefully, his expression becoming very serious. Mr. Wang Jianming, he turned to Wang Jianming, do you have anything to add to Ms. Chen's statements? With tears in his eyes, Wang Jianming said, Officer Lu, all I want to say is that the pain I've endured this past year has finally been answered. I never did those things, I've always been innocent. I understand, Officer Lu nodded. There were indeed some suspicious points in this case back then, but due to a lack of strong counter-evidence, we could only handle it according to normal procedures. Now that we have new evidence, we will re-examine this case. He looked at Chen Shueli. Ms. Chen, based on your statement just now, you are suspected of multiple crimes, including making a false police report and framing someone. I am now formally informing you that you have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence. I understand, Chen Shueli said firmly. I am willing to cooperate with the investigation and bear all the consequences. At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke up. Officer Lu, the Flying Branch organization that Chen Shueli mentioned is a criminal organization that specializes in fraudulent activities. We hope to cooperate with the police to thoroughly investigate this organization. A hint of interest flashed in Officer Lu's eyes. Do you have any clues about this organization? Yes, Lin Yuan nodded, and we're meeting with the organization's core members this afternoon. We can cooperate with the police in collecting evidence if needed. This is very important, Officer Lu said seriously. If such a criminal organization really exists, we must crack down on it severely. Song Yali then spoke gracefully, Officer, we fully understand the seriousness of the law. However, I would like to ask, if Ms. Chen can assist the police in dismantling this larger criminal organization, could that be taken into consideration during sentencing? Officer Lu thought for a moment. If she can indeed assist in solving the case and provide important clues, the court will consider it at its discretion based on her meritorious service. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Chen Shueli's eyes. She knew she had committed a crime, but if she could help more victims, it would be a kind of redemption. So what's the current procedure? Wang Jianming asked. First, we will re-investigate the case from a year ago based on Ms. Chen's statement to formally clear Mr. Wang's name. Officer Lu explained. Secondly, we will open a case to investigate this climbing the tree organization. If the situation is true, we will launch a larger-scale special operation. How long will it take? Lin Yuan asked. Clarifying Mr. Wang's case is relatively simple. With Ms. Chen's testimony and evidence, we can issue a formal clarification statement today. As for the investigation organization, it will require more time for preparation. Upon hearing the news, Wang Jianming was so excited he almost cried. A year of injustice was finally about to be officially cleared. Thank you all. Wang Jianming bowed deeply to Lin Yuan, Song Yali, and Chen Shueli. Without you, I would never have seen the light of day again. Mr. Wang, you're too kind, Song Yali said gently. It's what we should do. Over the next 2 hours, Chen Shueli cooperated fully with the police, providing a large amount of internal information about the Flying Branch organization. Her cell phone, chat logs, bank transfer records, and other documents became crucial evidence. At 4 p.m., Officer Lu officially announced, based on new evidence and witness testimonies, we confirm that Mr. Wang Jianming's sexual harassment allegations in March 2023 are false. Mr. Wang is innocent, and we will issue a formal clarification statement. Upon hearing these words, Wang Jianming could no longer control his emotions and burst into tears on the spot. A year's worth of humiliation, despair, and pain were all released at this moment. Meanwhile, Officer Lu continued, we will open a case to investigate Chen Shueli's alleged false report and framing, as well as the criminal organization she mentioned called Flying Up the Branch. Lin Yuan checked the time. It was already 4 p.m., and there was only 1 hour left until his appointment with Su Xiaoyu. Officer Liu, regarding this afternoon's meeting, can we cooperate with the evidence collection? Lin Yuan asked. Sure, but please be careful, Officer Liu said seriously. If this organization is really as dangerous as you say, we can arrange for plainclothes officers to be on standby nearby. That's great, Lin Yuan nodded. We'll keep in touch. As Wang Jianming walked out of the police station, he held Lin Yuan's hand tightly. Lin Yuan, I will never forget your kindness in this lifetime. Senior Wang, we're partners now, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Once this matter is completely over, we can have a proper talk about company matters. At the police station entrance, Chen Shueli tightly gripped Lin Yuan's arm, her eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Brother Lin Yuan, thank you for giving me a chance to start anew, she said, choking back tears. I swear, I will definitely be a good person from now on, repent and reform, and always be loyal to you. Lin Yuan gently shook his head, interrupting her. Surely, his voice was gentle, yet carried a mature wisdom. Sometimes, hurt is hurt. What you need to do isn't to pledge your loyalty to me. Chen Shueli was stunned, not understanding what Lin Yuan meant. Lin Yuan turned and pointed at Wang Jianming, who had just walked out of the police station. You should be thanking him, and those fans who were hurt by your actions. I have no right to express forgiveness or understanding on behalf of others. He paused, his eyes becoming deep. Only those you have hurt have the right to decide whether to forgive you. These words were like a wake-up call, instantly making Chen Shueli understand what true atonement meant. Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flashed in Wang Jianming's eyes. He looked at Chen Shueli, the girl who had once ruined everything for him, who was now looking at him with a face full of guilt. Mr. Wang, Chen Shueli walked up to Wang Jianming and bowed deeply again. I know that nothing I say can bring back the year you lost, but I still want to say to you. I'm sorry. I don't ask for your forgiveness, she continued, but I will spend the rest of my life making amends for the mistakes I've made. Chapter 97 Seeing Su Xiaoyu again. Wang Jianming remained silent for a long time, then let out a long sigh. Surely, do you know? The most painful thing this year wasn't losing money in my career, but that everyone looked at me differently, including my parents. Whenever people talk about this, I can feel the suspicion and disgust in their eyes. Wang Jianming's voice trembled slightly. Do you know what it feels like to be misunderstood by the whole world? Hearing this, Chen Shueli couldn't stop the tears from flowing. She knew that her lie had not only destroyed Wang Jianming's career, but also his dignity and confidence. I know I'm not worthy to ask for your forgiveness, Chen Shueli said, her voice choked with emotion. But if there's anything I can do, even if it's to atone with my life. Life is not for making amends, Wang Jianming shook his head. If you really want to atone, then live well, live the right way, and don't hurt anyone anymore. He glanced at Lin Yuan, then said to Chen Shueli, as for forgiveness, it's too early now. Perhaps one day, when I see you have truly changed, when those who were harmed by your organization have received the help they deserve, then I might consider forgiveness. Song Yali watched all this quietly, feeling gratified by Lin Yuan's growth. This young man was learning what true justice and tolerance were. Surely, Lin Yuan continued, besides Senior Wang, many others have been harmed by your organization's actions. Those men who were swindled out of their money and sexually exploited, those women whose hatred you incited, and those naive girls who were led astray by you. Each and every one of them deserves your apology and compensation. Listening to Lin Yuan's words, Chen Shueli suddenly understood what true redemption meant. It wasn't about loyalty to any one person, but about responsibility to all the victims. I understand, Master, she said firmly. I will find every victim, apologize to them, and do everything I can to make up for their losses. Very good, Lin Yuan nodded, but now, we have more important things to do. He checked the time. It was already 4:30 p.m. We had to confront Su Xiaoyu. Only by completely dismantling this organization could we prevent more people from being harmed. Li Xiaowen walked to Wang Jianming's side and gently held his hand. Senior Wang, no matter what, the darkest period is over. Looking at the people in front of him, Wang Jianming felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Although the damage had already been done, at least there were still people willing to fight for justice. Lin Yuan, Wang Jianming said earnestly, although I cannot fully forgive her yet, I support your actions. If you need me to testify or provide any assistance, I am always here. Thank you, Senior Wang, Lin Yuan shook his hand. After all this is over, let's rebuild a better future together. Watching Wang Jianming and Lin Yuan shake hands, Chen Shueli felt both moved and guilty. She knew that the real path to redemption had only just begun. Master, she whispered to Lin Yuan, no matter what happens this afternoon, I will stand on the side of justice, even if it means facing my former sisters. Remember what you said today, Lin Yuan said sternly to Chen Shueli, his tone carrying a deep warning. You may face a barrage of malice ahead, cyberbullying, public attacks, and even threats to your personal safety. Hearing this, Chen Shueli's face paled slightly, but she nodded firmly, Master, I am prepared. I owe those victims, and whatever I have to endure is what I deserve. Lin Yuan turned to Song Yali, Sister Yali, you can wait for Shirley and me in the car in a bit. A hint of understanding flashed in Song Yali's eyes. Okay, it's better to meet your first love with fewer people. Her words startled Lin Yuan slightly, then he gave a wry smile. Song Yali always seemed to see right through him. Xiaowen, Lin Yuan turned to Li Xiaowen and said, you stay with Senior Wang and work at his company from now on. Don't be a commentator anymore. Li Xiaowen was somewhat surprised, but Lin Yuan, my job. Working at the exhibition hall is too monotonous, Lin Yuan said gently. Wang Shuichang's media company has a bright future, you'll have a better future there. And he looked at Wang Jianming and said meaningfully, Senior Wang needs someone he can trust to help him right now. Wang Jianming immediately understood Lin Yuan's intention and said gratefully, Xiaowen, if you're willing, I'd love to have you join us. With your abilities in education, you're perfectly capable of handling management duties. Looking into Lin Yuan's concerned eyes, Li Xiaowen felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She knew that Lin Yuan was arranging a safer and more stable future for her. Okay, she nodded in agreement. I trust your judgment. After arranging everything, Lin Yuan, Song Yali, and Chen Shueli walked towards the parking lot. The atmosphere in the car became somewhat heavy. Chen Shueli sat in the passenger seat, constantly adjusting the hem of her maid outfit, clearly very nervous. Master, she asked softly, if Sister Su Xiaoyu and the others discover my betrayal, will it be detrimental to you? Lin Yuan gripped the steering wheel, her eyes focused intently on the road ahead. No, they can't hurt me. But you might have a hard time when we meet later. After all, you were once sisters. I understand, Chen Shueli bit her lip, but I've made up my mind. What they did was wrong, and I can't get involved anymore. Song Yali said gently from the back seat, Surely, you must remember, true sisters will never teach you to hurt others. Those who teach you to lie and cheat for money are never your friends. She's right, Chen Shueli thought to herself. The people who truly care about me want me to become better, not worse. 20 minutes later, the three arrived at the Starlight Building. This is a modern commercial building, 30 stories high, with a glass curtain wall exterior that sparkles in the setting sun. The entrance is bustling with people, giving it a very vibrant appearance. This is it, Chen Shueli said, pointing to the building. The headquarters of the Flying Branch organization is on the 18th floor. Lin Yuan looked up at the building, his feelings a mix of emotions. 3 years ago, he was just a naive college student, captivated by Fang Xiaoyu's beauty and sweet words. Today, 3 years later, he had to face her again with a completely different identity. Sister Yali, just wait for us in the car, Lin Yuan said to Song Yali. If we haven't come down in a few hours, call the police. Be careful, little brother, Song Yali said with concern. Although I believe in your abilities, we still need to be wary of them resorting to desperate measures. Lin Yuan nodded, and then walked into the building with Chen Shueli. As the elevator slowly ascended, Chen Shueli's heart pounded faster and faster. She knew that once she saw Su Xiaoyu, it would mean she had completely betrayed the organization and could never turn back. Master, she whispered, if I never see you again after today. No, you will. You will live well, make up for your mistakes, and help those in need. This is your mission. The elevator reached the 18th floor, and the doors slowly opened. The corridor was quiet and luxuriously decorated, indeed resembling a legitimate modeling agency. The walls were adorned with photos of many beautiful women, all successful examples of models trained by the organization. Chen Shueli led Lin Yuan to an office door with the words General Manager's Office written on it. This is it. Chen Shueli took a deep breath. Su Xiaoyu should be waiting for us inside. Lin Yuan straightened his clothes, 1,000 emotions surging within him. 3 years of waiting, 3 years of pain, 3 years of growth, all would find their answer at this moment. He reached out and knocked on the door. Please come in. A sweet and familiar voice came from inside the door, instantly making Lin Yuan's heart race. He had heard this voice countless times in his dreams over the past 3 years, sometimes as tender words of love, sometimes as a resolute farewell. Chen Shueli pushed open the door and went in with Lin Yuan. The office was large and luxuriously decorated, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the entire city. Behind the desk sat a girl, looking down at some documents. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. After 3 years, Lin Yuan finally saw Fang Xiaoyu's face again. She was still as beautiful as ever, even more mature and charming than 3 years ago. She had an oval face, large eyes, cherry lips, and long, flowing hair. She wore a black business suit, looking both capable and elegant. But the moment she saw Lin Yuan, the expression on her face froze. Lin Yuan? Fang Xiaoyu's voice was filled with shock and disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Long time no see, Xiaoyu, Lin Yuan said calmly. Or should I call you Su Xiaoyu? Fang Xiaoyu suddenly stood up, her eyes flashing with a complex mix of emotions including panic, guilt, and fear. The nightmare of 3 years has finally become a reality. The air in the office seemed to freeze. The look of shock on Su Xiaoyu's face lasted only a few seconds before being replaced by professional composure. She sat back down, crossed her arms on the desk, and resumed the demeanor of a successful businesswoman. Sherry, is this the rich second generation you were talking about? Su Xiaoyu's voice sounded calm, but Lin Yuan could hear the tension hidden in it. Chen Shueli looked at Lin Yuan, then at Su Xiaoyu, somewhat confused. Sister Xiaoyu, do you know each other? I don't know him. Su Xiaoyu and Lin Yuan shook their heads in denial almost simultaneously. Chapter 98 Heart-fluttering game target, Su Xiaoyu. But their eyes met in mid-air, and in that instant, it felt as if an electric current passed through them. 3 years of longing, pain, anger, and resentment all erupted in that one look. Lin Yuan carefully examined Su Xiaoyu in front of him. 3 years have changed her a lot. She is no longer the naive working girl she once was, but a shrewd and capable organization leader. A black business suit accentuated her mature figure, her long hair was styled in an elegant updo, and her makeup was refined but not overdone. Her demeanor became assertive and confident, with a sharp gaze befitting someone in a position of power. She's changed, Lin Yuan thought to himself. She's become more beautiful, but also more indifferent. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu was also secretly observing Lin Yuan. The sunny, cheerful boy from 3 years ago was gone, replaced by a mature and steady man. He wore a well-fitting dark gray suit, his figure more upright than 3 years ago, his facial features more defined and deep. Most importantly, his eyes had changed. They no longer held the innocence and enthusiasm of yesteryear, but instead carried a calm and profound understanding of the world. He's changed too, Su Xiaoyu thought to herself. He's become more charming, but also more dangerous. Since we don't know each other, let me introduce you. Chen Shueli broke the silence. Sister Xiaoyu, this is, She suddenly realized that Lin Yuan hadn't told her a fake name. Just call me Mr. Li, Lin Yuan said calmly, his eyes fixed on Su Xiaoyu. Mr. Li, this is Su Xiaoyu, a core member of our organization and also my elder sister. Chen Shueli continued, Sister Xiaoyu has a very high status and is very capable here. Really? Lin Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. I've heard so much about you. Su Xiaoyu sensed the sarcasm in his tone and her heart tightened, but she remained calm on the surface. Mr. Li, you're too kind. Shirley said you're a rich second generation and know someone named Lin Yuan? Hearing his name spoken by her made Lin Yuan's heart race. But he quickly regained his composure. He did indeed know someone named Lin Yuan. He'd heard that Miss Su had some business dealings with him 3 years ago? Business dealings? Su Xiaoyu sneered. The word was quite interesting. Indeed, we had some business contact. Their conversation sounded normal, but Chen Shueli sensed a strange tension. She looked at Lin Yuan, then at Su Xiaoyu, feeling that something was amiss. How is Lin Yuan doing now? Su Xiaoyu asked casually. Having heard that things weren't going well, Lin Yuan paused deliberately, saying that he had been deeply hurt by a woman and hadn't been able to get over the trauma for 3 years. Su Xiaoyu's hands clenched involuntarily, her nails almost digging into her palms. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she calmly said, feelings are complicated, no one can truly explain them. Since Mr. Li is here today, it's not to reminisce about the past, is it? Of course not. Lin Yuan turned his attention back to business. Shirley said, you have some special services here? Su Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes, carefully scrutinizing Lin Yuan. 3 years of experience in the martial arts world had made her exceptionally cautious, especially when facing the man she had once deeply loved. What kind of special services does Mr. Li want? I want a girl who can get close to a specific target, Lin Yuan said, using a pre-prepared excuse. I have a business rival whose recent behavior has greatly displeased me. I hope someone can help me gather some of his trade secrets. Oh? Su Xiaoyu looked at him with interest. Was Mr. Li trying to set a trap? If you're willing to understand it that way. Lin Yuan nodded. I've heard you're very professional in this area. Su Xiaoyu stood up, walked to the French windows, and turned her back to Lin Yuan. She needed time to process her emotions. Why did he find this place? Does he already know something? Su Xiaoyu was filled with doubts. If he came for revenge, why would he do it this way? If he really didn't know my identity, then this was too much of a coincidence. Surely, could you go outside for a moment? I'd like to speak with Mr. Li alone, Su Xiaoyu said without turning her head. Shen Shueli glanced at Lin Yuan, who nodded slightly, indicating that she could leave. Okay, Sister Xiaoyu. I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, Shen Shueli walked out of the office and thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Only Su Xiaoyu and Lin Yuan remained in the room. The tension in the air instantly doubled. Su Xiaoyu remained with her back to Lin Yuan, gazing at the city view outside the window. 3 years had passed, and she had dreamt countless times of reuniting with Lin Yuan, but she had never imagined it would turn out like this. So, Lin Yuan, you finally found me. Su Xiaoyu slowly turned around, her eyes flashing with a complex light. So, Fang Xiaoyu, you've finally been exposed. Lin Yuan also dropped his disguise, his voice filled with emotions that had been building up for 3 years. The two stared at each other, and all the emotions of the past 3 years surged into their hearts like a tide. Love and hate are intertwined, and gratitude and resentment are hard to distinguish. 3 years ago, at dusk, they parted ways by the lake, and since then they have been separated by vast distances. 3 years later, on this afternoon, they met again in this office, but they were now on opposite sides. You've changed, Su Xiaoyu said softly. You've changed too, Lin Yuan replied. Are you here to get revenge on me? Su Xiaoyu asked directly. What do you think? Lin Yuan asked in return. The conversation between the two was full of probing and defensiveness, and the sweetness and trust of the past were gone. Time changes everything, and it destroys everything. But in this tense atmosphere, both of them could sense a lingering trace of nostalgia in each other's eyes. After all, they had once been deeply in love. Even if they are now enemies, the feelings they once shared can never completely disappear. But reality is cruel. They can never go back to the past. Now, they can only be rivals. A contest that was destined 3 years ago is about to unfold in this office. The outcome is uncertain, but one side will inevitably have to pay the price. And the cost may be even greater than the separation 3 years ago. Lin Yuan, Su Xiaoyu took a deep breath. No matter what you're here for, I hope you understand one thing. What? Let bygones be bygones. We've all moved on with our lives, there's no need to dwell on it anymore. A new life? Lin Yuan sneered, you mean this kind of life where you cheat people out of their money and toy with their feelings? You have no right to criticize me. Su Xiaoyu suddenly became emotional. Do you know how desperate I was back then? Do you know what I went through for my mother's illness? Of course I know. Lin Yuan raised his voice, because I gave you 850,000 to save your mother. The room fell silent instantly. Both of them realized that they had lost control of their emotions. This is not the way they want to communicate. Su Xiaoyu sat back down in her chair, trying to calm herself down. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have talked to you like that. Lin Yuan also calmed down, I apologize too. So, Lin Yuan, what exactly do you want from me today? Su Xiaoyu looked directly into his eyes. I came here for a friend who has lost his way. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing his emotional turmoil, and his voice became calm and serious again. Su Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes slightly, keenly catching the deeper meaning in his words, a friend who has lost his way? Yes. Lin Yuan looked towards the office door. Shirley was a good girl, but she had taken the wrong path. I hope to help her find the right direction again. Su Xiaoyu chuckled softly, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. Mr. Li. No, Lin Yuan, what do you think is the right direction? He wouldn't harm innocent people, wouldn't exploit others' feelings, and wouldn't use deception as a means of survival. Every word Lin Yuan spoke pierced Su Xiaoyu's heart like a needle. But Su Xiaoyu maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. It sounds idealistic. But have you ever considered that some people don't even have a choice? Heartbeat game launch. Target, Su Xiaoyu. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 20 points, Su Xiaoyu 20 points. Lin Yuan was startled as a transparent interface suddenly appeared in his field of vision. However, he quickly controlled his expression, preventing Su Xiaoyu from noticing anything amiss. What's going on? Why do we both have an initial value of 20? But he didn't have time to think about it, because Su Xiaoyu continued talking. If Shirley comes with me, at least she'll have enough to eat and wear, and she can even learn some survival skills. Su Xiaoyu's tone sounded very calm, as if she were discussing the weather. And what can you give her? A decent job? The kind with a monthly salary of 3,000? I can give her dignity. Lin Yuan looked directly into her eyes, so that she wouldn't feel guilty when she slept at night, and so that she wouldn't feel disgusted with herself when she looked in the mirror. Su Xiaoyu stopped tapping her fingers on the table, a barely perceptible flicker of emotion flashing in her eyes. But she quickly concealed it. Can dignity put food on the table? It's at least cleaner than money obtained through deception. Clean? Su Xiaoyu stood up and walked back to the French windows. Lin Yuan, do you really think this world is black and white? Lin Yuan watched her retreating figure. The girl who had once cried in his arms was now so cold and pragmatic. He felt a pang of heartache, but outwardly remained calm. All I know is that hurting others is wrong. What if you die if you don't hurt others? Su Xiaoyu turned around, a complex emotion in her eyes. Lin Yuan, you will never understand what despair feels like. Triggering event, in-depth conversation, emotional resonance plus 3 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 23 points, Su Xiaoyu 23 points. These words sent a shiver down Lin Yuan's spine. He recalled the sight of Su Xiaoyu weeping in the hospital 3 years ago because of her mother's illness. Even now that he knew the truth, her despair back then must have been genuine. Chapter 99 Emotional Game. Perhaps I truly didn't understand you back then. Lin Yuan's tone softened somewhat, but I understand Shirley now. She doesn't want to continue living like this anymore. Su Xiaoyu noticed the change in his tone, and a strange feeling welled up inside her. 3 years had passed, and only he could so easily touch her heart. Shirley told you she didn't want to continue? Su Xiaoyu sat down again. Did she tell you what the price of leaving the organization would be? What price? Death. Su Xiaoyu's voice turned cold. In our industry, people who know too many secrets can't just leave easily. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Are you threatening me? I'm stating the facts. Su Xiaoyu shrugged, but if you really want Shirley to leave, what are the conditions? Looking at Lin Yuan's anxious expression, Su Xiaoyu felt a complex mix of emotions. Was he really that concerned about Shirley? Or was it? It's very simple. Just exchange yourself. What's the meaning? Join us and become a member of the organization. A dangerous glint flashed in Su Xiaoyu's eyes. With your abilities and background, you should be able to create even greater value. Trigger event, dangerous proposal, psychological game plus 2 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 25 points, Su Xiaoyu 25 points. Lin Yuan remained silent for a few seconds, as if seriously considering the suggestion. In reality, he was thinking about how to respond to this sudden invitation. What if I refuse? Then Shirley can never leave. Su Xiaoyu's tone was calm, but the threat in it was obvious. Looking at Su Xiaoyu's tense expression, Lin Yuan slowly relaxed his posture. Talking like this is too tiring. How about we go get something to drink? Su Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that he would make such a suggestion in such a tense atmosphere. She was silent for a few seconds, then nodded, okay. She emerged from behind her desk with graceful and composed movements. There's a coffee shop downstairs, the ambience is quite nice. The two walked towards the door one after the other, and Lin Yuan reached out to open it for her. This gentlemanly gesture made Su Xiaoyu slightly startled, as she recalled Lin Yuan's habit of always opening doors for her 3 years ago. Trigger event, gentlemanly behavior, nostalgia trigger plus 2 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 27 points, Su Xiaoyu 27 points. Stepping out of the office, Su Xiaoyu said to Chen Xueli, who was waiting outside, Xueli, Mr. Li and I are going downstairs to discuss some things. You wait here. Okay, Sister Xiaoyu. Chen Xueli nodded obediently, but her eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Yuan, a hint of worry and reluctance flashing in them. Su Xiaoyu keenly caught that look in her eyes, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. A scumbag like you not only lied to me, but also to Shirley. She paused, her eyes darting back and forth between Chen Xueli and Lin Yuan. The way Xueli looks at you, TSK, that look, I'm all too familiar with it. Chen Xueli's face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan maintained a calm expression. Miss Su seems to be very good at observing changes in people's emotions. This is my professional skill. Su Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. After all, understanding the target's emotional state is a fundamental skill in our line of work. The two stepped into the elevator, the cramped space making the atmosphere even more awkward. Su Xiaoyu leaned against the elevator wall, turning her head to look at Lin Yuan. So, Shirley is your new target? What's the meaning? Don't play dumb. Su Xiaoyu's tone was tinged with sarcasm. You got tired of me 3 years ago, and now you've set your sights on Shirley? Trigger event, jealousy test, emotional fluctuation plus 3 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 30 points, Su Xiaoyu 30 points. Lin Yuan turned to look at her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Did you really think I was playing with you back then? This question startled Su Xiaoyu. The elevator was silent for a few seconds, save for the mechanical hum of the machinery. Otherwise what? Su Xiaoyu tried to keep a light tone. A rich second generation meets a poor girl, showers her with small favors to gain her admiration and affection, and then discards her once he's bored. Isn't that your typical modus operandi? Lin Yuan did not answer immediately, but quietly watched the floor numbers change. The elevator arrived at the first floor, and the doors slowly opened. Perhaps. Lin Yuan's voice was indifferent. Perhaps in your eyes, that's just the kind of person I am. Upon hearing this answer, Su Xiaoyu felt a surge of inexplicable disappointment. She had hoped he would refute her, hoped he would explain, but he had chosen to remain silent. Sure enough, he never truly loved me. The two arrived at the coffee shop and chose a window seat. When the waiter came to take their order, Lin Yuan said, "An Americano, no sugar." Su Xiaoyu's hand trembled slightly, "One latte, with extra sugar." Lin Yuan looked up at her. 3 years ago, Su Xiaoyu never drank coffee, saying it was too bitter. Now she not only drinks coffee, but also adds a lot of sugar. She's changed, even her tastes have changed. What? Do you find it strange? Su Xiaoyu noticed his gaze. People always change, just like you changed from a gentle boy to the way you are now. What have I become? Cold, calculating, and dangerous. Su Xiaoyu said, enunciating each word clearly. Although he was still handsome, he was no longer the boy who would get flustered and helpless at the slightest glance from me. Trigger event, recollection comparison, emotional resonance plus 4 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 34 points, Su Xiaoyu 34 points. These words plunged them into a brief silence. A flood of fond memories washed over them, but the harsh reality pulled them back to the present. The coffee arrived quickly. Su Xiaoyu took a sip of her latte, then looked at Lin Yuan. So, what exactly is your relationship with Shirley? You care about this issue a lot? Lin Yuan asked in return. Of course I care. Su Xiaoyu made no attempt to hide it. Shirley is my person, and I don't want her to repeat my mistakes. What mistakes have we repeated? She was cheated out of her money and her body by a scumbag, and then heartlessly abandoned. Su Xiaoyu's tone was calm, but a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. Lin Yuan put down his coffee cup and looked at her seriously. What if I said that our separation back then wasn't my intention? Su Xiaoyu's heart suddenly raced, but she tried her best to maintain a calm demeanor. Whose intention was that? It's a misunderstanding, Lin Yuan said slowly, a huge misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Su Xiaoyu suddenly interrupted Lin Yuan, her tone becoming sharp. Lin Yuan, stop deceiving yourself. She put down her coffee cup, her gaze turning cold and resolute. There was no misunderstanding. Everything was clear. Lin Yuan was stunned. He hadn't expected her to deny it so resolutely. Xiaoyu, listen to me. No need to say anything more. Su Xiaoyu waved her hand, interrupting his attempt to explain. It's been 3 years, and I've thought it through very clearly. You're just a rich kid who only got close to me for fun. When you feel this game is no longer interesting, you'll naturally leave. Her tone was calm, as if stating an indisputable fact. What's there to misunderstand? Everything is going according to plan, isn't it? Triggering event, emotional defense, psychological distance 1 point. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 33 points, Su Xiaoyu 33 points. Looking at her stubborn expression, Lin Yuan felt a surge of helplessness. She had completely closed her heart and refused to listen to any explanation. Do you really think so? Of course. Su Xiaoyu picked up her coffee cup, took a small sip, and the facts spoke for themselves. You easily pulled out over 800,000 yuan, then pretended to be nonchalant and told me money wasn't a problem. What else could you be but a rich second generation? She paused, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. As for that story about the mother's inheritance, do you think I'd believe it? What are the chances of such a coincidence? Lin Yuan wanted to speak, but Su Xiaoyu continued, so let's not talk about misunderstandings anymore. I'm very clear about my situation back then, and I'm also very clear about your identity. Separation was an inevitable result, there's nothing to regret. Then why did you block me? If there really is no misunderstanding, why not just explain it clearly? Lin Yuan pressed. Su Xiaoyu's eyes flickered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, because there was no need. What's the point of saying anything to someone like you? She put down her coffee cup and placed her hands crossed on the table. Lin Yuan, let's get back to the main topic. You want Shirley to leave the organization, and I've made my conditions very clear. What are your thoughts? Seeing her deliberately avoiding the topic of emotions, Lin Yuan knew that continuing to press the issue was pointless. At least not now. I need time to think about it. Okay. Su Xiaoyu nodded, but not for too long. Shirley's position in the organization isn't very secure. If she continues to show disloyalty, I can't protect her. This sounded like a threat, but Lin Yuan detected a hint of hidden concern in her tone. Perhaps she did genuinely care about Shirley. Or perhaps she's hinting at something. What if I agree to join? Would Sherry really be free to leave? Of course, Su Xiaoyu replied without hesitation. I keep my word. So, aren't you going to celebrate? Lin Yuan suddenly suggested, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. After all, you're about to get a new employee. Su Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback, not expecting him to make such a suggestion. Celebrate? Yes. Lin Yuan stood up. Now that the business deal was done, according to business practice, they should have a good meal. Su Xiaoyu looked at him, a strange feeling welling up inside her. 3 years ago, Lin Yuan would always find various excuses to invite her to dinner. At that time, he was still a poor college student and could only take her to small restaurants near the school. Okay. She nodded. Where do you want to go? I know a place. Chapter 100 Our Past, Dead Memories. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at a luxuriously decorated French restaurant in the city center. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting soft light on the white tablecloths, and a pianist was playing gently in a corner. This place must be very expensive, right? Su Xiaoyu looked around. Although she was considered wealthy now, this kind of upscale restaurant still made her feel a little uncomfortable. It's all right, Lin Yuan said calmly, pulling out a chair for her. After Su Xiaoyu sat down, she took the menu from the waiter. It was entirely in French, but thankfully there was a Chinese translation at the bottom. What would you like to eat? Lin Yuan asked. Just as Su Xiaoyu was about to speak, she heard Lin Yuan say to the waiter, 1 pan-fried duck breast with orange sauce, 1 baked snail, and 1 tiramisu. Upon hearing the names of these dishes, Su Xiaoyu's hand trembled slightly. Pan-fried duck breast with orange sauce, that was her favorite dish 3 years ago, although back then they could only get a rough version at a small restaurant near the school. Baked snails. She felt disgusted when she first ate them, but Lin Yuan said they were a classic French dish, and she gradually came to like the unique vanilla and butter flavor. Tiramisu, that was her birthday cake. On her 18th birthday, Lin Yuan lit candles for her by the lake, and that little tiramisu was something he had spent 2 days learning to make. Trigger event, nostalgia triggered, plus 5 points of nostalgia. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 38 points, Su Xiaoyu 38 points. You still remember. Su Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Your memory is really good. Some things are hard to forget. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, but Su Xiaoyu could hear the deeper meaning in it. The waiter quickly brought over the appetizers and red wine. Lin Yuan poured a glass for Su Xiaoyu. Try it, this is a 1982 Bordeaux. Su Xiaoyu picked up her glass and took a small sip, the rich aroma of the wine filling her mouth. This was indeed a fine wine, completely different from the one she drank at the party she organized. It's delicious, she said truthfully. You still can't hold your liquor very well. Lin Yuan noticed that she only took a small sip. You used to get drunk from just 1 beer. People change. Su Xiaoyu said casually, my alcohol tolerance has improved a lot now. But in reality, she still can't drink much. It's just that in this industry, it's difficult to deal with clients without drinking. The pan-fried duck breast arrived quickly. Su Xiaoyu cut off a small piece and put it in her mouth. The familiar taste instantly awakened countless memories. 3 years ago, that winter, she and Lin Yuan discovered a small restaurant near the school. The owner was French, and although the duck breast they served was simple, it tasted authentic. At that time, Lin Yuan was still a student, and ordering this dish was a luxury for him. "How does it taste?" Lin Yuan asked. "Very good." Su Xiaoyu tried her best to remain calm. "It was much better than the place we ate at before." "Is that little restaurant still there?" Lin Yuan suddenly asked. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. I don't know. I haven't been to that area in a long time." In fact, she knew that the restaurant had closed down. The owner had returned to France, and the shop had been turned into a bubble tea shop. She had passed by there late at night once, and looking at the changed storefront, a wave of inexplicable loss washed over her. Trigger event, shared memories, emotional resonance plus 4 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 42 points, Su Xiaoyu 42 points. When the baked snails were served, Su Xiaoyu looked at the familiar vanilla butter and felt a mix of emotions. "The first time I took you to eat this, you almost threw up," Lin Yuan chuckled. "I felt disgusted back then." Su Xiaoyu laughed too, but there was a hint of bitterness in her smile. Thinking about it now, it actually tasted pretty good. She picked up a snail and put it in her mouth. The flavors of vanilla and butter burst in her mouth, but she found it somewhat bitter. It's not the food that's bitter, but the memories. "How did you come up with these ideas?" Su Xiaoyu finally couldn't help but ask. Lin Yuan put down his fork and looked at her intently. "Perhaps, I want to know if you still remember those times." "So what if I remember?" Su Xiaoyu's tone turned somewhat cold. "What's past is past." "Really?" A challenge flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. "If you really got through it, why did you get emotionally affected by these dishes?" Su Xiaoyu's hand froze in mid-air. She hadn't expected Lin Yuan to point out her emotional changes so directly. "I didn't react emotionally." She tried hard to remain calm. "Your hands are trembling," Lin Yuan said softly. Su Xiaoyu looked down at her hands and saw that they were indeed trembling slightly. She quickly put down her fork and placed her hands on the table, crossed them. The pianist begins to play a new piece. That was a song Lin Yuan sang to her by the lake 3 years ago. Trigger event, musical nostalgia trigger, deepest emotion plus 6 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 48 points, Su Xiaoyu 48 points. The pianist gently stroked the keys, and a beautiful melody flowed slowly through the restaurant. Lin Yuan's fingers unconsciously tapped the rhythm on the table. He recognized the piece of piano arrangement of "Can We Be Together?" It was a melody he had hummed during their walks by the lake, and Su Xiaoyu always said his voice was even gentler than the original singer's. "I can bring you little sweet things from time to time." The lyrics played automatically in his mind, each note piercing his heart like a fine needle. Su Xiaoyu's breathing became somewhat irregular, and her fingers, which were tightly gripping the cutlery, turned slightly white, clearly indicating that she also recognized the song. Her gaze began to wander, trying to avoid Lin Yuan's stare, but the familiar melody still caused a crack in her defenses. 3 years of memories, how can I erase them?" She silently recited this lyric in her heart, feeling something churning in her chest. Trigger event, exclusive musical nostalgia trigger, emotional defenses weaken plus 8 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 56 points, Su Xiaoyu 56 points. Su Xiaoyu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to make her voice sound calm. "Lin Yuan, what exactly do you want?" When she opened her eyes, Lin Yuan was looking at her intently, his eyes filled with a tenderness she once knew. "I want to play a game with you." Lin Yuan's voice was soft, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet restaurant. "The game we used to play." Su Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows slightly, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "Games?" She deliberately drew out her words. "We're all grown up, why would we still be playing games?" She picked up the wineglass, held it to her lips for a few seconds, and then took a small sip. The rich aroma of the red wine unfolded in her mouth, but she couldn't taste it at all. However, since it was to celebrate the new employees' onboarding, she put down her glass, her fingers lightly tracing the rim, and said, "I can play alone. After all, it's business entertainment." Lin Yuan noticed that her eyes flickered slightly when she mentioned business entertainment, indicating that she didn't really consider this a regular business dinner. Truth or dare? Lin Yuan looked directly into her eyes. "We'll take turns asking questions. If you feel the other person's answer isn't sincere enough." He paused, his gaze falling on the glass in her hand, and then drank. Su Xiaoyu's pupils contracted slightly, and her fingers paused for a second on the wineglass. This game, they had played it by the lake 3 years ago, only back then they used sweet soda, while this time it was bitter red wine. Of course I remember the rules. Su Xiaoyu tried to make her tone sound nonchalant, but Lin Yuan could detect a slight tremor in her voice. However, there was one condition: we both had to try to be honest. Of course. Lin Yuan raised his glass, the red wine gleaming deeply in the crystal. Let's begin. The piano music continued to flow softly, while the other guests in the restaurant were all immersed in their own worlds. The flickering candlelight created an ambiguous and dangerous atmosphere. Su Xiaoyu took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly, and then looked at Lin Yuan with a firm gaze. I'll ask first. She paused for a few seconds, seemingly organizing her thoughts, her fingers unconsciously circling the cutlery. Did you fall in love with me at first sight? When she asked the question, her voice was softer than expected, with a cautious, tentative tone. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for a moment, not even blinking. Yes. At the entrance of Mishue Ice Cream, you were wearing a white dress, your hair tied in a ponytail, and you had 2 small dimples when you smiled. His gaze softened and became distant, as if he were back on that sunny afternoon. In that instant, I knew I was finished. I was completely smitten. Su Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat when she heard the answer. She could feel her cheeks burning, and even her ears turned slightly red. She subconsciously bit her lower lip, a habitual gesture when she was nervous. Lin Yuan spoke with clear eyes, without any evasiveness or awkwardness. His hands were steady, and his tone was calm and sincere. Su Xiaoyu picked up her wineglass, held it to her lips for a long time, and finally only took a small sip. Trigger event: truth or dare game begins, honesty plus 3 points. Current heartbeat value: Lin Yuan 59 points, Su Xiaoyu 59 points. Now it was my turn to ask. Looking at her slightly flushed cheeks, Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Wasn't I the best person to you? The question made Su Xiaoyu stiffen slightly. She put down her wineglass, her fingers unconsciously tracing the texture of the tablecloth. The piano music sounded exceptionally clear at that moment, as if urging her to give an answer. She remained silent for a long time, so long that Lin Yuan thought she wouldn't answer. Her gaze was somewhat unfocused, as if she were recalling some distant past. She remembered the days Lin Yuan stayed up with her at the hospital, the days and nights he worked to buy her medicine, and the warmth of his coat draped over her shoulders. Aside from my mother, her voice trembled slightly, almost whispering, you really are the best person to me. After saying this, she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Yuan in the eye. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she was trying hard to control some emotion. When Lin Yuan heard this answer, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by bitterness. He knew that if her mother were still alive, Su Xiaoyu might not have gone down this path. He didn't go for a drink, but simply nodded. Su Xiaoyu noticed his reaction, and a complex feeling welled up inside her. She picked up her glass and drank more than before. The alcohol began to flow through her veins, making her cheeks flush even more. Her eyes began to glaze over, but at the same time became more direct. I'm asking you, her voice tinged with a hint of intoxication, during the time I disappeared, did you ever think of me? When she asked the question, her eyes held a cautious expectation, just like the sensitive and vulnerable girl she was 3 years ago. Her hand gripped the wineglass tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white. Looking at her like this, Lin Yuan felt a surge of immense pain in his heart. When she asked that question, she exuded a fragile beauty that made him want to pull her into his arms and protect her. Yes. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, but every word was clear. He thought about you every day. He wondered where you were, how you were doing, and if you were facing any difficulties. He paused, his eyes growing deep and pained. Many nights I've wanted to go find you, but I didn't know where to begin. I called your number, only to find I'd been blocked. I went to the place you used to live, but the landlord said you'd moved out long ago. I even went to the police station to report it, but because you're an adult and left voluntarily, they said they couldn't file a case. At this point, Lin Yuan's voice choked up, and his hand trembled slightly as he picked up the wineglass, but he didn't drink it. Upon hearing these words, Su Xiaoyu's eyes instantly reddened. She quickly lowered her head, trying her best not to let Lin Yuan see the tears in her eyes. Her shoulders began to tremble slightly, and her breathing became irregular. During that time, she was actually thinking about him too. Every night, lying in that unfamiliar bed, she would imagine what Lin Yuan would say if he found her. But reality was cruel. She had to cut off all contact, including her longing for him. She didn't drink. Instead, she quietly wiped the corner of her eye with a napkin. Triggering event: emotional catharsis, further weakening of psychological defenses plus 5 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 64 points, Su Xiaoyu 64 points. It's my turn to ask. Lin Yuan suppressed his excitement and tried to keep his voice calm. Do you remember the first time we met? The specific details? Su Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes still glistening with tears, but also with a touch of tender reminiscence. A slight smile unconsciously crept onto her lips, the first genuine smile of the night. Of course I remember. Her voice softened. At the entrance of Mishue Ice Cream, you were wearing faded jeans and a plaid shirt. The third button on that shirt was loose, and you would always unconsciously touch it. Her eyes lit up as she spoke, as if she were back on that beautiful afternoon. When you saw me, you froze for several seconds, your mouth slightly agape, as if you had seen something incredible. Then you frantically tried to pick up the books. I had fallen to the ground, but your own backpack zipper wasn't closed properly, and everything inside spilled out. Books and pens were scattered all over the floor, along with a worn-out pencil case. She paused, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Back then, your face was as red as a tomato, and you stammered, your voice barely audible. But your eyes were so sincere, especially when you said, I'm sorry, I'm here to help you. That earnest look, it was really adorable. When Lin Yuan heard the word cute, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Even though Su Xiaoyu had become cold and complicated, when she recalled their first meeting, there was still light in her eyes, and the shadow of that innocent girl remained. She described it in such detail, even more clearly than he himself remembered it. This shows that the scene was equally important and unforgettable for her. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, without touching the wineglass. Su Xiaoyu noticed his reaction, and a strange sense of satisfaction welled up inside her. She took another sip of her drink, her cheeks flushing even more. The alcohol had weakened her emotional defenses, and those deeply buried memories kept surfacing. Do you regret helping me? Su Xiaoyu suddenly asked, a question that seemed to have been on her mind for a long time. When she asked this question, she tensed up, her fingers gripping the wineglass tightly, her eyes filled with an almost desperate anticipation. This was the question she most wanted to know the answer to tonight, and also the question she most feared hearing the answer to. Looking into her expectant yet fearful eyes, Lin Yuan felt a mix of emotions. This problem was too complicated, too heavy. If he said he didn't regret it, it was because he had loved her. If he said he regretted it, it was because the current outcome was painful. He remained silent for a long time, his fingers lightly tracing the rim of his wineglass, his brow slightly furrowed. Finally, he spoke, this question. He paused for a long time, then gave a bitter smile. It's all in the past, no one can go back. What matters is what we learned from those experiences and what kind of person we became. The choices we made in the past have shaped who we are today, for better or for worse, they are all part of our lives. Su Xiaoyu keenly sensed that he was avoiding the question and didn't give a direct answer. Her eyes instantly dimmed, and the smile on her lips vanished. She picked up her wineglass and took a large gulp this time. The red wine slid down her throat, leaving a bitter taste. A flicker of disappointment and pain crossed her eyes. Lin Yuan's heart tightened when he saw her drinking. He knew his answer had hurt her, but some things were simply too complicated to be answered with a simple question of regret or no regret. Trigger event, avoiding the answer causes emotional fluctuation plus 2 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 66 points, Su Xiaoyu 66 points. Do you remember your 18th birthday? Lin Yuan put down his wineglass, his eyes becoming deep. Were you especially happy? This question was like a bomb, exploding instantly in Su Xiaoyu's mind. Her breathing suddenly became rapid, and her hands unconsciously tightened their grip on the cutlery. That birthday, the candles by the lake, the tiramisu he made himself, and that simple yet heartfelt birthday song. She will never forget the emotion she felt then. It was the most beautiful birthday of her life, without a doubt. But she can't admit it now, she can't let him know how important those memories are to her. She has to protect herself, she can't become vulnerable again. Su Xiaoyu tried to regulate her breathing and forced a relaxed smile. Please, her voice sounded relaxed, but Lin Yuan could hear the strain in it. Who would be happy over a simple cake? I was just young then, easily satisfied. Thinking about it now, it's nothing special. But there were too many flaws in her words. She avoided looking directly at Lin Yuan, instead gazing at the night view outside the window. Her fingers unconsciously touched her neck, a habitual gesture when she lied. Most obviously, her voice trembled despite her efforts to control it, it betrayed her true feelings. Lin Yuan carefully observed her every micro-expression and every subtle movement. He knew her too well, he knew she was saying things against her will. Lin Yuan picked up his wineglass and downed it in one gulp. The bitterness of the red wine spread in his mouth, just like his mood at that moment. Seeing his actions, Su Xiaoyu felt a surge of panic. She knew she had been seen through, but she couldn't admit it. Somewhat annoyed and embarrassed, she picked up her glass and gulped down the wine. The alcohol made her eyes even redder. Triggering event, lies exposed, emotional defenses breached +4 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 70 points, Su Xiaoyu 70 points. Did you ever look down on me back then? Lin Yuan looked at her tipsy state, feeling both heartache and anxiety. He was also afraid of the answer to this question, but he needed to know. When Su Xiaoyu heard this question, a flicker of pain crossed her eyes. The alcohol had clouded her judgment, and the truth she usually kept buried deep inside began to assault her defenses. Of course, she never looked down on him. In fact, she thought Lin Yuan was the best boy in the world at that time. His kindness, his gentleness, and his thoughtfulness captivated her. Even though he was poor, even though he could only afford to take her to small restaurants, and even though his clothes were all from street vendors, she never complained. On the contrary, she felt that Lin Yuan was the most real and lovable person that way. But now, she can't tell the truth. She has to hurt him, she has to make him give up, it's better for both of them. Back then. Su Xiaoyu's voice began to slur, and tears welled up in her eyes. Wearing cheap clothes from street vendors, riding a beat-up bicycle, and having to carefully budget for meals. Dates are limited to free parks, and buying gifts requires careful consideration. Saying I don't mind, how could I not mind? But as she spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Her voice trembled, and her body shook slightly. Each word felt like a knife stabbing her own heart. Even more noticeable was that after saying those words, she immediately picked up her wineglass and gulped down the red wine, as if trying to use the alcohol to dilute what she had just said. Chapter 101, Truth or Dare. Looking at her crying, Lin Yuan felt a surge of immense pain, but also a renewed sense of hope. It was obvious she was saying things against her will. Her tears meant these words were painful for her too, indicating that she didn't truly believe them. The piano music continued, and the melody of "Can We Be Together" seemed to be telling of their unspeakable pain and deep affection. I don't want my future to be without you, I only wish to be with you forever. The lyrics echoed in both of their hearts at the same time. Lin Yuan looked at the crying girl in front of him, the girl who once nestled in his arms and said she would be with him for a lifetime, but now she was sitting across from him saying the most hurtful things, but at the same time she was crying for these words. Lin Yuan didn't immediately go for a drink. Instead, he took out a tissue from his pocket and gently pushed it in front of Su Xiaoyu. Seeing this familiar gesture, Su Xiaoyu cried even harder. 3 years ago, whenever she cried, Lin Yuan would silently hand her tissues, never asking why, just quietly staying by her side. She took the tissue and wiped her tears haphazardly, but the tears seemed endless. Finally, Lin Yuan also picked up his glass and slowly drank it down. His movements were slow and sorrowful, as if he were holding a farewell ceremony for something. Trigger event, emotional brink, both are enduring pain +6 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 76 points, Su Xiaoyu 76 points. The atmosphere in the restaurant became oppressive and somber. While the other guests continued to enjoy their dinner, the two people in this corner were experiencing mental anguish. The tiramisu was finally served by the waiter. It was exquisitely presented, perfectly decorated, and topped with a small candle whose flame flickered in the dim light. The scene reminded Su Xiaoyu of her birthday 3 years ago. The moment she saw the tiramisu, she could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. Looking at the dessert, Lin Yuan recalled that night by the lake 3 years ago. The light in her eyes when he lit the candles for her, the earnest expression on her face as she made a wish, and the satisfied smile on her face as she ate the cake. Back then, her smile was so sweet and innocent, completely unlike the coldness and defensiveness she displays now. Now she sits across from me, crying and saying the most insincere things, yet she is also suffering because of those words. Time has indeed changed everything, but even amidst all this pain, they could feel that the deep-seated feelings in their hearts had never truly disappeared. It was simply buried deep within reality, misunderstanding, and pride. The candle on the tiramisu flickered gently in the breeze, its orange glow illuminating Su Xiaoyu's tear-streaked face. She wiped her eyes haphazardly with a napkin, but the tears seemed unstoppable. The alcohol had clouded her thoughts, and memories buried deep within her heart began to surface uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound calm, but the trembling betrayed her inner turmoil. I have one more question. Lin Yuan looked at her red-rimmed eyes and felt a pang of heartache. He said softly, ask. Su Xiaoyu gripped the wineglass tightly, her knuckles turning white. She stared into Lin Yuan's eyes, as if trying to see through them to his heart. Are you a rich second generation? She asked the question softly, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet restaurant. She held her breath, waiting for the answer, her eyes filled with a complex mix of anticipation and fear. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all, his eyes clear and firm, no. His answer was simple and clear, without any evasiveness or awkwardness. My mother did leave me an inheritance, Lin Yuan continued calmly, but it was just her life savings plus an old house. I did work to earn money to buy medicine for your mother. I worked in fast food restaurants, construction sites, and internet cafes. Those are all true. Su Xiaoyu trembled slightly upon hearing the answer. Her eyes became complicated, filled with shock, pain, regret, and an indescribable sadness. She picked up her glass, but her hand hovered in mid-air, not reaching her lips for a long time. In the end, she only took a small sip, barely drinking any. The combined effects of alcohol and strong emotions threw Su Xiaoyu into a state of confusion. She felt as if the whole world was shaking. If Lin Yuan was telling the truth, then what did her perseverance of the past 3 years mean? What did her leaving mean? Seeing her pained expression, Lin Yuan felt a mix of emotions. He remained silent for a moment, then asked again, "Was it you who arranged for Brother Chang to ask for money earlier?" Seeing her reaction, Lin Yuan felt a surge of complex emotions. He remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, "I also have a question." Su Xiaoyu looked up at him, her eyes still reflecting the shock she had felt after learning the truth. "That Chang guy who asked for money at the hospital before." Lin Yuan's voice was very soft, but every word struck Su Xiaoyu's heart like a hammer. "Was it you who arranged this?" The moment the question left her lips, Su Xiaoyu's face turned deathly pale. Her hands began to tremble violently, the wine glass wobbling precariously in her grasp, the red wine nearly spilling. Her eyes widened in terror, as if struck by a horrific memory. She tried to speak, but her lips trembled, and no sound came out. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her voice choked with emotion, "No. It wasn't my arrangement." Her voice was barely audible, filled with pain and self-reproach. It was real, those debts were all real. Su Xiaoyu put down her wineglass, covered her face with her hands, and her shoulders began to tremble violently. "It was Sister Yali. She wanted to put some pressure on me so I could make a decision quickly, so she had them come to collect the debt ahead of schedule." Her words were filled with deep regret and despair. "She knew I couldn't bear to part with you, she knew I would hesitate, so..." Su Xiaoyu could no longer speak. Tears streamed from between her fingers, leaving damp marks on the tablecloth. Trigger event, truth revealed, emotional impact plus 8 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 84 points, Su Xiaoyu 84 points. The combined effects of alcohol and emotions caused Su Xiaoyu's thoughts to drift away, and memories she had deliberately sealed away surged back like a tide. The piano music continued to flow gently. Time seemed to flow backward, and she returned to that warm summer evening. Memories: the lakeside 3 years ago. As the sun set, the lake shimmered, and the distant mountains appeared like dark eyebrows. Su Xiaoyu, wearing her white dress, sat on the stone steps by the lake, with Lin Yuan beside her, holding 2 bottles of soda. "Xiaoyu, shall we play a game?" Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with innocent love, and his voice had the unique clarity of a young boy. "What game?" Su Xiaoyu asked, tilting her head. The setting sun cast a golden glow on her face, making her look like an angel. "Truth or dare?" Lin Yuan's face turned slightly red. "We took turns asking questions, and if we thought the other person was lying, we had to drink a soda." Su Xiaoyu smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. "Okay, I'll ask first." Her smile was so innocent and radiant, devoid of any current defensiveness or indifference, only filled with longing for the future and anticipation for love. "Did you fall in love with me at first sight?" Su Xiaoyu asked, her voice filled with the shyness and anticipation of a young girl. "Yes." Lin Yuan answered without hesitation, his eyes so tender they could melt your heart. "The first time I saw you at the entrance of Mishue Ice Cream, I knew I was doomed." When Su Xiaoyu heard this answer, her face flushed like the sunset, but her eyes were filled with happiness. She took a small sip of her soda, the sweet taste lingering in her mouth, just like her mood at that moment. "I ask you," Lin Yuan thought, looking at her shy expression, his heart filled with tenderness. "Am I the best person for you?" "Of course." Su Xiaoyu answered without hesitation, her voice full of coquettishness. "Besides my mother, you're the best person to me. And..." She paused for a moment, a sly glint in her eyes. "Sometimes I think you're even better than my mom, because you watch the stars with me, sing to me, and cook my favorite foods." Hearing this answer, Lin Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. He gently took her hand, their fingers intertwined, leaving a beautiful silhouette in the setting sun. "If I disappear one day, will you miss me?" Su Xiaoyu suddenly asked, her voice tinged with unease. Yes. Lin Yuan practically shouted. I'll miss you terribly, I'll search the whole world for you, and I'll call you every day until you answer. His gaze was so sincere and unwavering that Su Xiaoyu's eyes welled up with tears. Then let me ask you, Lin Yuan, holding her hand tightly, do you still remember the scene of our first meeting? Of course I remember. Su Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with happiness. It was the most beautiful day of my life. I felt that God must have heard my prayers to send you to my side. As she spoke these words, she radiated light, and her pure joy infected everything around her. Will you regret helping me? Su Xiaoyu asked cautiously, her deepest worry being this question. Never. Lin Yuan's voice was firm yet gentle. Being able to help you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Even if I could do it all over again, I would still choose to help you, and choose to love you. Upon hearing this answer, Su Xiaoyu was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. She threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms, feeling his warm body temperature and strong heartbeat. Were you happy on your 18th birthday? I was afraid you'd dislike my cooking, so I said it was custom made. Lin Yuan asked, gently stroking her hair. So happy. Super happy. That's so much better than a custom-made one. Su Xiaoyu snuggled against him like a spoiled kitten. That was the best birthday I've ever had, and I'll never forget it. Even though your tiramisu was a little crooked, it was the most delicious cake in the world. She looked up at Lin Yuan, her eyes sparkling. Of course, I've already told you. The wish I made that day was to be with you forever. The next question made the atmosphere even sweeter and warmer. Will you marry me in the future? Su Xiaoyu asked this question in a voice as soft as a feather, but her eyes were full of expectation. Yes, I will. Lin Yuan said solemnly, after I graduate and find a stable job, I will marry you. I want to give you a grand wedding and let the whole world know that you are my wife. When Su Xiaoyu heard this promise, she felt like she could fly with happiness. She hugged Lin Yuan tightly and gently patted his chest. It's a promise, no backing out. Will you still love me like this in the future? Su Xiaoyu asked the last question, which was also the one she cared about the most. Yes, for a lifetime. Lin Yuan's voice was full of deep affection and promise. My love will only grow deeper, it will never diminish. When we are old, I will still love you, take care of you, and accompany you as I do now. The sun had completely set, and the moon had quietly climbed to the treetops. The lake shimmered in the moonlight, and two young lovers embraced tightly, as if trying to melt into the beautiful night. At that time, Su Xiaoyu was as happy as a princess. Nestled in Lin Yuan's arms, listening to his strong heartbeat, she felt that the whole world was beautiful. She never doubted these promises, and never thought that such happiness would end one day. Lin Yuan, she whispered in his arms, I feel like the happiest girl in the world. That's because you deserve all happiness. Lin Yuan gently kissed her forehead. I will love you and protect you with my whole life. Back to reality. The memory abruptly ended, and Su Xiaoyu found herself back in the luxurious restaurant. Lin Yuan was still the same Lin Yuan, but everything had changed. She is no longer that innocent girl, and he is no longer that naive boy. Time and reality have built an invisible wall between them, separating those beautiful memories from the cold reality of the present. Thinking of the hurtful words she had just said, and the beautiful promises made 3 years ago compared to the cruel reality now, Su Xiaoyu could no longer control her emotions, and tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. She picked up her wine glass and drank large gulps of red wine as she cried, as if trying to numb her inner pain with alcohol. The bitter taste of the alcohol slid down her throat, just like her mood at that moment. Sobbing uncontrollably, she cried like a child, completely oblivious to the stares of the other guests around her. The emotion she had buried deep within her erupted like a volcano, no longer able to be suppressed. Seeing her out of control state, Lin Yuan felt a surge of immense pain in his heart. His eyes reddened, but he struggled to control his emotions. He wanted to comfort her, to pull her into his arms and protect her as he had 3 years ago, but now there were too many misunderstandings and hurts between them. Trigger event, memory shock, emotional breakdown plus 15 points. Current heartbeat value, Lin Yuan 99 points, Su Xiaoyu 99 points. The pianist had changed to an even more melancholic piece at some point, and the melodious tune echoed through the restaurant, providing the perfect background music for this sad scene. Other guests began to notice the unusual situation and whispered among themselves. But Su Xiaoyu paid no attention, she just kept crying and drinking. The beautiful past and the pain of the present form a stark contrast. Those once sweet promises now sound like the cruelest mockery. She remembers Lin Yuan saying 3 years ago that he would marry her and love her for a lifetime, but now they sit here hurting each other like strangers. She remembered how naive she had been back then, how much she believed in love and their future. Now, she had learned to pretend, to deceive, and to protect herself. I was so stupid. Su Xiaoyu said between sobs, her voice slurred. I was so stupid back then. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He wanted to tell her that she wasn't stupid, that he hadn't protected her well, and that fate was too cruel. But the words wouldn't come out. Su Xiaoyu's sobs grew louder and louder. She was completely immersed in her painful memories and couldn't pull herself out. Alcohol had completely broken down her emotional defenses, and all the grievances, anger, sadness, and longing she had forcibly suppressed surged forth. Why did it turn out like this? She stammered. We loved each other so much, we promised to be together forever. Her words pierced Lin Yuan's heart like needles. He knew that she was speaking from the heart, revealing the true feelings she had dared not face for the past 3 years. Lin Yuan's eyes grew increasingly red, tears welling up. Looking at the girl crying her eyes out, he seemed to see again the little princess who had nestled in his arms and acted spoiled 3 years ago. He spoke slowly, his voice trembling uncontrollably, Xiaoyu. But Su Xiaoyu didn't hear him. She was still immersed in her own pain. She took another big gulp of wine, the red wine dripping down her chin and leaving red marks on her fair skin. I hate you. She suddenly looked up at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with tears and anger. I hate you for making me fall in love with you. I hate you for giving me such beautiful memories. I hate you for making me believe that fairy tales really exist. Her voice grew louder and louder, almost a shout. I hate that you were so good to me, that I can't forget you. But as she said these words, she picked up her glass and took a big gulp of wine, clearly not even believing what she was saying. Seeing her like this, Lin Yuan finally couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down his face, and he asked in a choked voice. Xiaoyu, there's something I've never understood. He paused, trying to make his voice sound calm, but the tremor betrayed his inner turmoil. Why do you cry every time you play this game? The moment the question was asked, the entire restaurant seemed to fall silent. The piano music continued, but in their world, only the echo of that question remained. Su Xiaoyu froze when she heard the question. The wine glass in her hand hovered in mid-air, and tears streamed down her face like broken beads. 3 years ago by the lake, she was the same way. She would always cry at the end of the game. Back then, Lin Yuan would always gently wipe away her tears and ask her why she was crying. She would always say, in a coquettish tone, that it was because she was too happy, so happy that she wanted to cry. But now she's crying again, but it's because she's in so much pain that she can't breathe. She put down her glass and wiped her tears hard, but the tears seemed endless. She wanted to answer the question, but her voice choked with sobs as she opened her mouth. Her voice trembled, and I didn't know why. Alcohol finally overcame Su Xiaoyu's last shred of reason. She slumped onto the table, unconscious, occasionally letting out soft murmurs. The restaurant waiters cast concerned glances at her, and the piano music seemed unusually gentle, as if mourning this sorrowful night. Lin Yuan looked at her, completely drunk and unconscious, and felt a mix of emotions. He gently nudged her shoulder. Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu? Su Xiaoyu groggily raised her head, her eyes unfocused and her cheeks flushed. She squinted at Lin Yuan, forcing a bitter smile. Lin Yuan, you're still here. I'll take you home. Lin Yuan stood up and gestured to the waiter to pay the bill. Home? Su Xiaoyu gave a bitter smile. Where do I have a home anymore? But she still mumbled an address in a daze, her voice unclear, and Lin Yuan had to listen carefully several times before he could understand her. Lin Yuan helped her out of the restaurant. Her body was almost entirely against him, and her warm body temperature was transmitted through her clothes, reminding him of those warm embraces from many years ago. While hailing a taxi, Su Xiaoyu leaned on his shoulder, occasionally letting out soft murmurs. Her hair had a faint fragrance, exactly the same as it had 3 years ago, making Lin Yuan's feelings even more complicated. Driver, please hurry. Lin Yuan said softly, gently stroking Su Xiaoyu's hair, just as he had done countless times 3 years ago. The car drove through the night, the neon lights casting shimmering shadows on the windows. Su Xiaoyu slept soundly on his shoulder, tears still on her face, but her expression was much calmer than when she was awake. Upon arriving at their destination, Lin Yuan paid the fare and carefully helped Su Xiaoyu out of the car. It was a high-end apartment building, exquisitely decorated and with tight security, clearly not a place that ordinary people could afford to live in. Su Xiaoyu groggily pulled out her access card from her bag, and Lin Yuan took it and swiped it to open the door. Inside the elevator, she leaned against the wall, looking at Lin Yuan with a dreamy gaze. You know what? She suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. I dream about you every night. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't respond, simply watching the floor numbers fluctuate. When they arrived at her door, Su Xiaoyu searched for a long time before finally finding the key. Lin Yuan took the key, opened the door for her, and helped her into the house. The room was large and luxuriously decorated, yet it felt cold. There were few personal belongings and no cozy decorations. It was like a suite in a high-end hotel. The only thing that brought a sense of warmth was a photograph on the coffee table, a picture of them taken by the lake 3 years ago. When Lin Yuan saw the photo, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. So she had kept that photo all along in this cold room. She still held on to that little bit of warm memory. Chapter 102, Becoming Your Feng Xiaoyu. He helped Su Xiaoyu towards the bedroom. Her body grew increasingly limp, almost completely leaning against him. The bedroom was also quite large, but on the bedside table sat a small framed photo containing a picture of his profile that she had secretly taken during their first date. Lin Yuan carefully placed her on the bed, helped her take off her high heels, and then went to the bathroom to fetch a basin of warm water. He gently wiped the tear stains from her face with a towel. Su Xiaoyu had her eyes closed, but her brows were furrowed, as if she were having a bad dream. Occasionally, she made soft murmurs, sounding like she was calling his name. Lin Yuan tucked her in and placed a glass of warm water and some hangover medicine on the bedside table. After doing all this, he looked at her quietly for a while, then turned to leave. Just as he reached the bedroom door, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. Before he could turn around, a pair of warm arms tightly embraced his waist from behind. Don't go. Su Xiaoyu's voice was choked with sobs. Lin Yuan, don't go. Her body was pressed tightly against his back, and Lin Yuan could feel her trembling and her tears wetting his clothes. Little Rain. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, filled with complex emotions. You're drunk, you need to rest. I'm not drunk. Su Xiaoyu hugged him tightly. I was very sober, more sober than ever before. Lin Yuan slowly turned around and looked into her tear-filled eyes. Even in the dimly lit room, her eyes still shone with despair and longing. Take good care of yourself, Lin Yuan said gently, stroking her cheek. His voice was both tender and firm. Feng Xiaoyu. Upon hearing that name, Su Xiaoyu froze. She stared wide-eyed at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with shock and pain. 3 years have passed, and in those 3 years, no one has called her by that name again. Feng Xiaoyu, that pure and kind girl, that girl who deeply loved Lin Yuan, that girl who made a lifelong promise by the lake. After saying this, Lin Yuan gently pried her hand away, preparing to leave. But the moment he released her hand, Su Xiaoyu could no longer hold back. No, she cried out, hugging him tightly again, this time even tighter, as if trying to melt him into her body. Don't leave me. Lin Yuan, please don't leave me. Her cries were heart-wrenching, filled with despair and fear. 3 years of facade strength crumbled completely at that moment, and she reverted to being that little girl who needed protection. Lin Yuan, you said you would take care of me for the rest of your life. She cried as she spoke, her voice choked with sobs, barely able to form a coherent sentence. You said you would marry me. You said you would never leave me. Her words pierced Lin Yuan's heart like sharp knives. Those beautiful promises, those heartfelt vows, now sounded so cruel and ironic. You said you would protect me, would make me happy. Su Xiaoyu hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. You said I was your little princess, your whole world. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, trying hard to control his emotions. But hearing these words, his heart ached as if it were being torn apart. I want to marry Feng Xiaoyu. Lin Yuan's voice was filled with undisguised pain, but you are Su Xiaoyu. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Su Xiaoyu's head. Her crying stopped abruptly, and a trace of despair flashed in her eyes. No. No. She shook her head, her voice trembling. I've always been your Feng Xiaoyu, always. She held him tightly, as if clinging to her last hope. Lin Yuan, I've always been your Feng Xiaoyu, it's just that I was forced to change my name. I had no choice. Her voice grew softer and more desperate. I didn't want to lie to you. I didn't want things to turn out like this. She looked up at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with regret and pain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you. Her tears streamed down her face, soaking Lin Yuan's clothes and chilling his heart. I thought you were just a rich kid playing with people's feelings. I thought your feelings for me were just a passing fancy. That's why I left you. Her voice was barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. I thought it was for our own good. I thought time could heal everything. She hugged Lin Yuan tightly, her body trembling violently, but I was wrong. I was so wrong. For the past 3 years, I've thought of you every day and night. I've regretted it every single day. I regret leaving you, I regret not trusting you, I regret not giving you a chance to explain. Her sobs grew louder and louder. I regret becoming like this. I regret making us end up like this. Hearing her words, Lin Yuan felt a surge of immense pain and heartache. It turned out that for the past 3 years, she had also been suffering, she had also regretted, and she had also been thinking of him. Light rain. Lin Yuan gently stroked her hair, his voice tender and full of heartache. I know I'm not good enough for you anymore. Su Xiaoyu cried like a child in his arms. I know I'm no longer the innocent Fang Xiaoyu. I've become complicated, I've become impure. But Lin Yuan. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with desperate love. My heart still belongs to you. My love still belongs only to you. Her words were filled with despair and longing, like a final cry for help. I am still your Fang Xiaoyu. I am still the girl who loves you deeply. Please, please don't give up on me. The only sound in the room was Su Xiaoyu's soft sobs. Moonlight shone through the curtains onto the floor, adding to the desolation of this painful night. Lin Yuan quietly looked at the crying girl in his arms. Her tears soaked his clothes and his heart. 3 years of longing, anger, pain, and love intertwined at this moment, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He gently stroked her hair, just as he had done countless times 3 years ago, but at this moment he could not give her any promises. Little rain. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, but it clearly conveyed the complex emotions in his heart. My feelings are real, you don't need to doubt that. Su Xiaoyu trembled slightly in his arms, clutching his clothes tightly, as if afraid he would suddenly disappear. But Lin Yuan paused, his voice becoming heavy. The betrayal is also a fact. These words were like a sharp sword, instantly piercing Su Xiaoyu's heart. Her body stiffened abruptly, and her sobs stopped. You know better than I what you've done these past 3 years. Lin Yuan's voice held no reproach, only deep weariness and pain. Those you deceived, those families who lost their savings, and surely, the fake testimony you gave her. Su Xiaoyu's tears started flowing again, but this time it wasn't from feeling wronged, but from feeling ashamed. She knew that what Lin Yuan said was true, the truth that she didn't want to face. As for you now. Lin Yuan gently stroked her cheek, wiping away her tears. I still can't forgive you. As Lin Yuan uttered those words, his own heart was bleeding. But reason told him he couldn't do that. Some damage had already been done, and some mistakes had consequences. Moreover, for Ivina's sake, he must raise the game's heart value to 100. When Su Xiaoyu heard these words, she felt utterly hopeless. She released her grip on Lin Yuan, slowly backed away, and stared at him blankly. I understand. Her voice was so soft, as ethereal as a feather. I understand. But, seeing her despairing expression, Lin Yuan felt a surge of heartache. I can give you a chance to atone for your sins. Su Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. What opportunity! Just like Shirley. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, but every word was full of weight. He apologized to those who had been deceived and returned the property that had been swindled from him. Su Xiaoyu's eyes became complicated, showing struggle, fear, and a hint of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan continued, you must publicly clarify online that you gave false testimony for Shirley and clear Wang Jianming's name. Upon hearing this request, Su Xiaoyu trembled slightly. She knew what it meant she had to confess to her crimes, face legal punishment, and endure public condemnation. And Lin Yuan's voice became even more resolute as he broke away from the Flying Branch organization. This is the most important condition, and also the most dangerous one. Su Xiaoyu knew that leaving the organization was not an easy thing, and might even be life-threatening. A long silence fell over the room, broken only by the soft hum of the air conditioner. Su Xiaoyu lowered her head, tears falling drop by drop onto the floor. Lin Yuan looked at her, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew what these conditions meant to her, knew that they could cause her to lose everything she had now, and even put her in danger. But this is her only path to redemption, and the only chance for them to start over. If I did these things, Su Xiaoyu finally spoke, her voice trembling, would you forgive me? Lin Yuan didn't answer immediately. He turned and walked to the window, looking at the night view outside. The city's neon lights flickered in the night, just like his complicated feelings at that moment. I don't know. He said honestly, I really don't know. This answer was cruel to Su Xiaoyu, but it was also the truth. Lin Yuan neither gave her false hope nor absolute despair. But Lin Yuan turned around and looked at her, his eyes filled with pain, but also a hint of tenderness. At least you will become the Fang Xiaoyu I once loved so deeply again. When Su Xiaoyu heard these words, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Even though he hadn't promised to forgive her, and even though the future was uncertain, at least he had given her a chance to start over. I need time to think. Su Xiaoyu wiped away her tears and tried to appear stronger. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded, but not for too long. Shirley's matter cannot be delayed, nor can the other victims. He walked towards the door, then stopped and looked back at her. Take care of yourself, Xiaoyu. Whatever decision you ultimately make, you must be responsible for your choices. As Su Xiaoyu watched his retreating figure, 1,000 emotions surged within her. She wanted to stop him, to tell him she was willing to do anything to earn his forgiveness, but she knew that some paths she had to walk alone. Lin Yuan. She called softly. Lin Yuan stopped, but did not turn around. Thank you, for still giving me a chance. Su Xiaoyu's voice was soft, but full of sincerity. Lin Yuan was silent for a few seconds, then said softly, It's not that I'm giving you a chance, it's that you're giving yourself a chance. After saying that, he walked out of the room and gently closed the door. Su Xiaoyu was left alone in the room. She sat on the edge of the bed, looking towards the door, her eyes filled with both despair and hope. She knew this might be her last chance. A chance to start anew, a chance to atone for her sins, a chance to become Fang Xiaoyu again. Even though the road ahead is full of unknowns and dangers, even though he didn't promise to forgive her, at least she still has hope. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, bathing her in its warmth, adding a touch of tenderness to the lonely night. She picked up a 3-year-old photograph from her bedside table and gently stroked Lin Yuan's face in the picture. I will. She whispered, I will become your Fang Xiaoyu again. Su Xiaoyu sat on the edge of the bed, the light from her phone screen illuminating her pale face. Her fingers trembled as she typed a message on WeChat, each word feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Shirley, I want to discuss something with you. Let's post something online together to clarify the matter of falsely accusing Wang Jianming. The moment Su Xiaoyu pressed the send button, she felt she had taken the most important step of her life. This wasn't just for Lin Yuan, but also for her own redemption. At that moment, Song Yali's black Mercedes was quietly parked downstairs at the apartment building. Inside the car, Chen Shueli was staring at her phone screen. When she saw Su Xiaoyu's message, her eyes widened instantly. What? Shirley could hardly believe her eyes. She read the message over and over again to make sure she wasn't mistaken. Just a few hours ago, Su Xiaoyu was advising her not to act impulsively and to consider the consequences. But now, Sister Xiaoyu is actually offering to help clarify the situation. Shirley's fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Sister Xiaoyu, are you sure? This means we both have to admit that we lied before, and we might face legal consequences. I'm sure. Su Xiaoyu replied quickly, we did something wrong, so we should take responsibility. Wang Jianming is innocent, he shouldn't have to suffer this. Shirley felt a surge of warmth as she read the message. She had always thought that Su Xiaoyu had been forced into this matter, but now it seemed that Xiaoyu's conscience hadn't been completely extinguished. Okay, I agree. Shirley replied immediately, what should we do? We'll each write a clarification statement, detailing the situation at the time. Then we'll release them simultaneously to corroborate each other. Su Xiaoyu's thinking is clear, you're responsible for telling the truth about the Starlight Media incident, and I'll be responsible for clarifying the parts where I gave false testimony. Shirley took a deep breath and began to seriously consider the specifics. She knew that once such a statement was released, her acting career would essentially be over. But this might also be her chance to start anew. Regarding the Starlight Media incident, I will state the truth, I deliberately wore revealing clothing to the office and secretly recorded the conversation. Those so-called pieces of evidence of sexual harassment were fabricated by me, taking things out of context. Shirley's hands trembled slightly as she typed, President Wang has never done anything inappropriate to me. When Su Xiaoyu saw the message, she felt both heartache and relief. She knew how much courage it took for Shirley to make that decision. I will also explain in detail that my claim that I witnessed Wang Jianming's indecent acts against you was completely fabricated. I never saw such a scene, all the descriptions are fictitious. Su Xiaoyu's finger paused on the screen for a moment, then continued typing, I will admit to my perjury and apologize to Wang Jianming and everyone affected. Just as the two were discussing the specific details, Shirley saw a familiar figure walking out of the apartment building through the car window. Lin Yuan. Shirley looked at the tall figure in surprise, and instantly understood what was going on. Shirley admired Lin Yuan even more. In just half a day, he not only made himself determined to tell the truth, but he also convinced Sister Xiaoyu. What magic does this man possess that allows people to choose to do the right thing at the most crucial moment? Sitting in the driver's seat, Song Yali noticed the change in Shirley's expression. Following her gaze, she also saw Lin Yuan walking towards their car. Hee hee, Song Yali chuckled, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. Little brother, looks like you've got it sorted out? Her tone carried the approval of an elder to a younger person, as well as the appreciation of a woman for an outstanding man. It truly takes extraordinary persuasive power and personal charisma to change Su Xiaoyu's mind in such a short time. Lin Yuan walked to the car and saw Shirley in the back seat, intently looking at her phone with an excited expression on her face. He could roughly guess what had happened. Who is Shirley chatting with? Lin Yuan asked, though he already knew the answer in his heart. Sister Xiaoyu. Shirley excitedly looked up and said she wanted to help me clarify things about Wang Jianming. I couldn't believe it. What did you say to her? Lin Yuan's expression was calm, but a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. I just gave her a choice. Song Yali observed Lin Yuan's expression through the rearview mirror, and she could sense the complexity in the young man's heart. Dealing with Su Xiaoyu's matter must not be easy for him, after all, she was his first love. Shall we go back now? Song Yali asked. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Shirley, have you and Su Xiaoyu discussed the specifics of how to proceed? We're discussing it. Shirley continued looking at her phone. We're preparing to each write a detailed clarification statement and release them simultaneously. I'll be responsible for stating the truth about the Starlight Media incident, and Sister Xiaoyu will be responsible for clarifying her part about giving false testimony. Lin Yuan felt a surge of relief upon hearing this arrangement. It seemed that Su Xiaoyu had truly made up her mind to take on the responsibility she should bear. When is the time set? Lin Yuan asked. We need time to carefully prepare the statement and make sure every detail is accurate, Shirley replied the following afternoon. Song Yali started the car, and the black Mercedes slowly drove away from the apartment building. Through the car window, Lin Yuan glanced back at the building, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew that starting tomorrow, everything would change. Su Xiaoyu would confront her past again and take on the responsibilities she should bear. And between them, there might truly be a chance to start over, or it might just be the end. But whatever the outcome, at least she chose the right path. That's enough. The black Mercedes drove through the streets late at night and finally came to a stop in front of the luxurious villa. The headlights illuminated the meticulously manicured garden, and the fountain sparkled in the moonlight. Everything seemed so peaceful and serene. Back at the villa, Shirley changed into a new maid outfit. The black, tight-fitting top accentuated her perfect figure, while the fluffy short skirt paired with over-the-knee stockings and cute cat ear hair accessories made her look both sexy and adorable. She cautiously walked into the living room, her eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. After everything that had happened today, she thought Lin Yuan might need some special comfort and relaxation. Song Yali sat on the sofa, legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine. Her gaze darted between Lin Yuan and Shirley, as if observing something. Little brother, Song Yali's voice carried a hint of ambiguity. Are you tired today? Should I have Shirley take good care of you? As she spoke, she looked meaningfully at Sherry, who was dressed in a maid outfit. Sherry blushed slightly upon hearing this, but still nodded obediently, awaiting Lin Yuan's instructions. Lin Yuan looked at the scene before him and slowly shook his head. He leaned back warily against the sofa and gently rubbed his temples. Lin Yuan's voice was hoarse, his heart heavy with exhaustion. He had no such thoughts. His answer left Shirley somewhat disappointed, but more so understanding. What had happened today was indeed too heavy a burden for him. Seeing Su Xiaoyu and reliving those painful memories would exhaust anyone. Seeing Lin Yuan like this, Song Yali felt a pang of heartache. She put down her wine glass, tiptoed to his side, and gently stroked his head onto her lap. My dear brother, Song Yali gently stroked his hair, her voice becoming unusually gentle. It's all my fault for making you suffer so much. Her fingers gently ran through his hair, like a mother comforting a wounded child. Lin Yuan smelled her faint perfume and felt her warmth, and the tension in his heart eased slightly. If I had known it would turn out like this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Song Yali's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by gentleness. I should have just turned Feng Xiaoyu into a puppet. Chapter 103 Clarification Before the Storm. Her voice turned cold, carrying a dangerous undertone, or I could directly control her consciousness, making her kneel before you like a puppet, apologizing in the most humiliating way. That way you wouldn't have to suffer so much. As Song Yali spoke, her eyes gleamed with an almost obsessive protectiveness. In her view, anyone who harmed Lin Yuan should pay the price, even if it came through the most extreme means. Look what I've done to my dear brother. Her voice was filled with self-blame and heartache. It was all because I hadn't thought things through. However, Lin Yuan gently shook his head. He slowly sat up, his eyes becoming deep and complex. Sister Yali, since I've had money, my mindset and perspective have changed. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, but it conveyed a mature wisdom. He stood up and walked to the French windows, looking at the night view outside. The villa's garden looked exceptionally beautiful under the night lights, but his mood was far from relaxed. To put it bluntly, it all comes down to money. Lin Yuan turned to look at Song Yali. In this world, people will do anything for money. I finally understand that now. His words carried a sense of world weariness, a feeling that seemed somewhat incongruous on a young man in his 20s, yet it was very real. Just like with Wang Jianming's matter, I can easily give him 30 million, Lin Yuan said with a wry smile. That 1 million is just interest for a few days to me, it's nothing at all. Hearing these words, Song Yali felt a mix of emotions. She was proud of Lin Yuan's wealth and vision, but at the same time, she felt sorry for the innocence he had lost. But Lin Yuan's voice suddenly softened. Isn't what's precious the emotion? That genuine feeling. He walked back to the sofa and looked intently at Song Yali. If he was manipulating her, it was no different from directing and acting in a play. Was that still genuine affection? Lin Yuan slowly sat down and then gently embraced Song Yali. Her body was warm, and she exuded a reassuring power. Sister Yali, I am very grateful for everything you have done for me. Lin Yuan's voice was full of sincere gratitude. You have given me wealth, strength, and the courage to face the past again. He held Song Yali in his arms, feeling his body temperature and heartbeat. She had never been treated so gently and sincerely before, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction welled up in her heart. But some things cannot be bought with money or power, Lin Yuan continued, such as true love and true forgiveness. If Xiao Yu is being manipulated into apologizing to me, does that apology even have any meaning? Song Yali whispered in his arms, but little brother, she hurt you so deeply. Because the hurt was so deep, true reconciliation is all the more meaningful. Lin Yuan gently stroked her long hair. What I want is not an apology from a controlled puppet, but her heartfelt repentance and change. He paused, his eyes hardening. Only in this way can we truly let go of the past, regardless of whether the final outcome is a fresh start or a complete end. Listening to his words, Song Yali felt a surge of indescribable emotions. She realized that the man before her was no longer the naive college student he once was. Money and power hadn't made him cold and cruel. Instead, they had made him understand even more what was truly precious. I understand, Song Yali said softly. Your sister was thinking too simply. Lin Yuan hugged her tightly, feeling her warmth. In this complex world, to have someone who unconditionally cares for and protects him is a precious emotion in itself. Song Yali glanced at Shirley standing in the living room and gently waved her hand. Shirley, go and prepare for the clarification statement we'll be releasing tomorrow. Make sure the content is well organized and every detail is accurate. Shirley nodded. She understood what Song Yali meant. Lin Yuan needed quiet and company tonight, nothing else. Yes, Sister Yali. I'll go prepare the statement for tomorrow. Shirley finished speaking and tiptoed out of the living room. Song Yali turned around, looking tenderly at Lin Yuan, who was still sitting on the sofa. Moonlight streamed through the French windows, bathing him in its glow. His profile appeared somewhat tired, yet still handsome. Tonight, Song Yali's voice is very soft and gentle. Sister will keep you company. When she said this, there was no ambiguity or seduction in her eyes, only pure care and tenderness. Just like a true older sister wanting to comfort her wounded younger brother. Lin Yuan looked up at her, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. He had experienced too much today, and seeing Su Xiaoyu and facing those painful memories again, he really needed some warm companionship. He pondered for a moment, the events of the evening flashing through his mind, Su Xiaoyu's tears, her repentance, and the reopened wounds. All of this left him exhausted, but it also made him cherish the person in front of him who genuinely cared for him even more. Slowly, Lin Yuan nodded. Upon seeing his response, Song Yali's face blossomed into a radiant smile. It was a pure and warm smile, like the winter sun. She tiptoed over and gently took Lin Yuan's hand. Come on, get some rest. There's still a lot to do tomorrow. Song Yali took Lin Yuan's hand, and the two went to the master bedroom. Soft-scented candles were lit in the room, creating a warm atmosphere under the dim light. "You've had a hard day," Song Yali said softly, her hand gently stroking Lin Yuan's cheek. "I can feel your weariness." Looking at the beautiful woman before him, Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Although Song Yali was a succubus, her care for him was so genuine and heartwarming. "Sister Yali." Lin Yuan called her name softly. "Shoo, don't say anything." Song Yali gently stroked his lips with her slender fingers. "Let me take good care of you tonight." She touched him very gently and tenderly, as if handling the most precious treasure. Her fingers traced his chest, and she could clearly feel the lines and warmth of his muscles. "My younger brother has indeed been through too much today. I want him to forget all the pain and exhaustion." Song Yali thought to herself, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Sister Yali, you too." Lin Yuan thought. But she gently stopped her. "Tonight you don't have to do anything, just enjoy yourself." Her figure was perfect as a mature woman transformed by succubus power. She possessed the most alluring curves. Her slender waist and long legs exuded a fatal charm. Lin Yuan gazed at her perfect body, feeling his blood rushing. Even after today's exhaustion, he still succumbed to Song Yali's allure and became Was Jr. Seeing his reaction, Song Yali smiled alluringly. "My little brother has been working really hard lately. He's already collected 480 energy points." So many? The game returns a lot of energy points, it works really well." Her voice carried a hint of smugness. As a succubus princess, she possessed an innate sensitivity to this kind of energy collection. Whenever her contracted partner experiences strong emotional fluctuations, she can clearly feel the influx of energy. "Sherry was a really big surprise for us. The energy feedback from a perfect 100-point heart rate was even richer than I expected. The next step, of course, is to continue developing more goals. But let's not talk about that tonight. Tonight belongs to us. Little brother, focus on enjoying the happiness your sister is giving you." "Sister Yali. I'm almost there. Do you like it?" Her words carried the allure unique to succubi, but even more so, they were filled with genuine emotion. As Ivina, she had lived in the demon realm for hundreds of years, but only in front of Lin Yuan could she feel this genuine warmth. 480 points. Does this mean we can begin the next phase of the plan? Lin Yuan gently stroked her soft, long hair. "Of course." Song Yali looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with confidence. "With this energy, we can build a stronger contract and also deal with any possible counterattacks from the Flying Branch organization." She adjusted to a more comfortable position in his arms. "But we'll talk about tomorrow. Get some rest tonight." "Mum." Lin Yuan nodded and hugged her even tighter. At 2 p.m. the following day, the entire online world awaited an unprecedented reversal. Su Xiaoyu sat in her apartment, facing the computer screen, her fingers trembling on the keyboard. She had written and deleted countless times. Each word felt like a scar etched into her heart. The sunlight outside the window was bright, but she felt no warmth whatsoever. Meanwhile, Chen Shueli was doing the same thing in the villa. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, without makeup, and her hair was simply tied in a ponytail. This was in stark contrast to her usual carefully styled appearance. Lin Yuan and Song Yali sat in the living room, quietly waiting for this moment to arrive. The atmosphere was so heavy it was suffocating. At 2 p.m., Su Xiaoyu took the lead in posting a long article on Weibo titled "My Confession: The Truth About the Starlight Media Incident." Su Xiaoyu's clarification statement. "Dear netizens, I am Su Xiaoyu. Today I want to tell you a truth that has made me ashamed for a whole year. Regarding the alleged sexual harassment of Chen Shueli by Mr. Wang Jianming of Starlight Media, my testimony as an eyewitness is completely false. I have never personally witnessed any alleged sexual harassment, and all my descriptions are fabricated. A year ago, I became friends with Chen Shueli for personal reasons. When she told me she wanted to terminate her contract but faced a huge penalty for breach of contract, I was moved by her tears and impulsively agreed to help her. We orchestrated this false sexual harassment accusation, and I released those detailed testimonies as an eyewitness. Those seemingly realistic details were all planned in advance by Shirley and me. We researched similar cases, fabricated the time, place, specific actions, and even the color of Mr. Wang's clothes at the time was fictitious. I am fully aware that my actions constitute defamation and perjury. Mr. Wang Jianming is completely innocent. He has never committed any wrongdoing. Over the past year, he has suffered immense emotional distress and financial loss, all because of the lies I and Shirley told him. I hereby sincerely apologize to Mr. Wang Jianming, his family, and all those who believed our lies. I am willing to bear all legal consequences and to do my utmost to provide financial compensation. At the same time, I want to apologize to all women who have truly suffered sexual harassment. Our lies not only hurt innocent people but also damaged the environment for genuine victims to seek justice. I feel deeply ashamed of my actions. Starting today, I will cooperate with the relevant department's investigation and assume the due responsibility. I also hope that this incident will make everyone understand the harmfulness of false accusations. I apologize again to everyone. This Weibo post instantly went viral, with the number of reposts, comments, and likes skyrocketing. Just 5 minutes later, Chen Shueli also released her clarification statement, this time in the form of a video. Chen Shueli's video statement. In the video, Sully is not wearing makeup, and her eyes are red and swollen, clearly from crying. She is sitting in a simple chair against a backdrop of pure white walls. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Shueli. Today I'm going to tell you a truth that has made me feel guilty for a whole year. The allegations against me by Mr. Wang Jianming of Starlight Media regarding sexual harassment are complete lies I fabricated. Mr. Wang has never done anything inappropriate to me. He is an honest businessman and a good person. A year ago, I faced a 5 million yuan penalty for breach of contract because I didn't want to fulfill my contractual obligations. I was scared and panicked. Under financial pressure, I made the worst decision ever. I decided to fabricate sexual harassment allegations to evade my contractual responsibilities. I deliberately wore revealing clothing when I went to Mr. Wang's office and then secretly recorded the conversation. I intentionally took things out of context, edited the recording, and fabricated so-called evidence. Those recordings that went viral online were all carefully planned traps. Mr. Wang was simply having a normal business conversation, asking for my opinion on the contract and showing concern for my career development. However, I maliciously misinterpreted his words, calling his concern harassment and normal communication a threat. I even hired online trolls to stir up trouble and manipulate public opinion, causing the innocent Mr. Wang to suffer immense cyberbullying. I watched his company's stock price plummet, watched him besieged by the media, and watched his family be affected, but I chose to remain silent for my own benefit. What shames me most is that my actions not only hurt Mr. Wang, but also all women who have truly suffered sexual harassment. I have tarnished the sanctity of the Me Too movement, and I have created obstacles for those who are truly victims to seek justice. That statement I made online, which woman would joke about her chastity? Now feels like a slap in the face. I did joke about my chastity, but not because someone else insulted me. I trampled on it myself. I know my actions constitute multiple crimes, including defamation and extortion. I am willing to bear all legal consequences. I have contacted a lawyer and turned myself in. I will also do everything in my power to provide financial compensation to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. To everyone who believed me, I'm sorry. To all the real victims of sexual harassment, I'm sorry. I hurt too many people with my lies. I hope my confession can clear Mr. Wang's name and that I can take responsibility for the mistakes I made. Thank you everyone. By the end of the video, Shirley was sobbing uncontrollably. The explosion of online public opinion. Within half an hour of the release of these two clarification statements, related topics surged into the top 3 of Weibo's trending topics list. Discussions on topics such as hashtag Chenxueli Suxiaoyu clarifies the truth, hashtag Wang Jianming innocent hashtag, and hashtag false sexual harassment accusations hashtag skyrocketed. The reactions from netizens were varied. Angry faction. At Angry Keyboard Warrior, damn. A year ago I was calling Wang Jianming a scumbag, but it turns out the real scumbags are these two women. At Justice Woman Warrior, as a woman, I am outraged. How are the real victims supposed to seek justice after their actions? Who will believe women's accusations in the future? At Legal Worker Xiao Wang, such false accusations must be severely punished. Not only should they face criminal charges, but they should also be held liable for substantial civil damages. Rationalists. At Comanalysis Emperor, everyone, calm down. At least they're willing to tell the truth, which is better than them continuing to lie. But they still have to bear the responsibility they should. At Law Professor, this case is typical and demonstrates the harmfulness of false accusations. We must protect the genuine victims while also preventing malicious accusations. Sympathizers. At Gentle Cat, Shirley looks really regretful. Everyone makes mistakes, and it's great to know your mistakes and correct them. At Saintly Heart Netizen, they are victims too. There must be some reason why they did this. Skeptics. At Doubt Everything, why clarify now of all times? Is someone manipulating things behind the scenes? At Conspiracy Theorist, what a coincidence that two people issued clarifications at the same time. There must be some powerful figure exerting pressure behind the scenes. Media reaction. Major media outlets also quickly followed up with reports. The Financial Daily published a report titled "The Truth About the Starlight Media Wrongful Conviction Comes to Light: The Cost of False Accusations," which provided a detailed analysis of the incident's background and its impact on the business environment. The Legal Evening News analyzed the issue from a legal perspective, with the title "The Legal Consequences of False Sexual Harassment Accusations, a Case Analysis of Chen Shueli." Several influential self-media figures also spoke out. At renowned lawyer Lao Hu, this case tells us that defamation is intolerable in a society governed by the rule of law. False accusations not only harm the parties involved but also damage public trust. At financial commentator Shaoli, the Wang Jianming case reminds us that in this era of information overload, we need to think more rationally and not be held hostage by our emotions. At 4 p.m., Wang Jianming also released a brief statement. "Thank you to Ms. Chen Shueli and Ms. Su Xiaoyu for speaking the truth. The suffering of the past year can finally end. I don't hate them, but the law will deliver a fair verdict. I hope this case will make everyone understand that neither sexual harassment nor false accusations are tolerated. Let us work together to maintain a fair social environment." Several prominent lawyers also spoke out on this day. Renowned criminal defense lawyer Zhang Weiming stated that this case has significant educational value. Chen Shueli and Su Xiaoyu's actions constitute multiple charges, including defamation and extortion. Although their proactive clarification could be considered a mitigating circumstance, the legal consequences are unavoidable. Professor Li, a gender rights expert, pointed out that false sexual harassment allegations cause immense harm to genuine victims. They not only cast doubt on real cases of sexual harassment but also provide perpetrators with excuses to refute claims. While supporting genuine victims, we must also severely crack down on false accusations. Chen Shueli's clarification caused a huge shock in the entertainment industry. Several talent agencies held emergency meetings to discuss how to prevent similar incidents. An unnamed executive from a talent agency stated, "This incident serves as a wake-up call for the entire industry. We need a more comprehensive contract system and oversight mechanism to both protect the legitimate rights and interests of artists and prevent malicious breaches of contract." This case even attracted international media attention. The Wall Street Journal published a report titled "A Case of False Accusations," analyzing its impact on the global gender rights movement. In an interview, renowned sociologist Professor Zhao stated that this case reflects the complexity of contemporary society. On the one hand, we must support genuine victims in speaking out bravely. On the other hand, we must also guard against malicious accusations. The key is to establish a sound evidence system and a fair investigative mechanism. As evening fell, the impact of the incident continued to unfold. Various forums, online communities, and WeChat groups were abuzz with discussion. Some called it the biggest plot twist of 2023, while others worried it would undermine the confidence of the real victims in seeking justice. Some feminists have spoken out, urging people not to question all sexual harassment allegations based on isolated false cases. Meanwhile, legal professionals are calling for improved laws to more severely punish false accusations. In the villa, Lin Yuan quietly read the various comments online. He saw support, condemnation, rational analysis, and emotional outbursts. "It seems that online public opinion is still quite complex," Lin Yuan said to Song Yali. "Fortunately, the truth has finally come out." Song Yali nodded. Wang Jianming has indeed had a tough year. But things are better now, he can start over. Shirley sat in a corner, silently reading the online comments. Some were harsh, but others expressed understanding for her repentance. She knew the road ahead was long, but at least she had made the right choice. This day marked the end of a wrongful conviction and the beginning of a new one. For Wang Jianming, Chen Shueli, and Su Xiaoyu, it was a significant turning point in their lives. The power of truth is immense. Though it may be late, it will eventually arrive. Chapter 104: Fang Xiaoyu's Purgatory. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Su Xiaoyu was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. She staggered to the door and saw several reporters with microphones standing outside through the peephole. "Miss Su Xiaoyu, please come out and respond to the questions raised by netizens. What would you like to say about Mr. Wang Jianming's experience?" Su Xiaoyu was so frightened that she took a few steps back and dared not open the door. She called the property management, but the security guard who answered the phone was indifferent. Miss Su, we can't easily shoo these reporters away, since this is a public area. Please use the underground parking garage. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoyu put on her most ordinary clothes, a hat, and a mask, and quietly slipped out of the underground parking garage. But as soon as she reached the entrance of the residential area, she was surrounded by several middle-aged women. Oh my, isn't this the celebrity of our neighborhood? The one leading the group is Aunt Wang, who lives downstairs from her. She usually nods politely when we meet, but now she looks at me with disdain. Aunt Wang. Su Xiaoyu wanted to explain. Don't call me auntie. Aunt Wang's voice was shrill. I don't have a junior like you. You always seem so innocent and pure, I never expected you to be such a slut. Aunt Wang thought to herself, I knew this girl pretended to be so innocent, but she's actually a scheming bitch. She'll do anything for money. Aunt Li, standing nearby, sneered, that's right. You can't judge a book by its cover. He pretends to be a good student on the surface, but he does such despicable things behind the scenes. I heard they received a lot of money, another middle-aged woman in a floral dress said in a low voice. Otherwise, who would take such a risk to harm people? Now that he's been caught, he has to return the money and go to jail. It's karma. Surrounded in the center, Su Xiaoyu felt as if every gaze was a knife cutting into her skin. She wanted to leave, but the group of people blocked her way. Let her tell us exactly how much money she received. Exactly. It made Mr. Wang suffer for nothing for a whole year. Bah! This kind of woman should be drowned in a pig cage. Just then, Su Xiaoyu's phone rang. She saw it was an unfamiliar number, but it kept ringing. She had no choice but to answer. Sister Xiaoyu? This is Xiao Zhang, the one who paid you the cosmetics endorsement fee before. A humble male voice came from the phone. Su Xiaoyu then remembered that this was a sponsor of a cosmetics brand who had given her a 100,000 yuan endorsement fee. Mr. Zhang. Su Xiaoyu's voice trembled. Sister Xiaoyu, I'm so sorry, but as you can see, our company's board of directors has decided to terminate the cooperation. As for the endorsement fee, Mr. Zhang's voice was hesitant. Do you think it's possible to refund it? Mr. Zhang thought to himself, it's over. Signing her as a spokesperson will definitely get me condemned. I need to distance myself from her as soon as possible. I understand, I will return it. Su Xiaoyu's voice choked with emotion. Also, we may have to sue you because your actions have damaged our brand image. Our legal department will contact you regarding the specific amount of compensation. Mr. Zhang hung up the phone hastily after saying this. The middle-aged women who were watching overheard the conversation and became even more excited. Oh. Now you're scared? The big spender is demanding a refund from her, ha. Serves them right. Doing such a despicable thing deserves to bankrupt them. Su Xiaoyu covered her face, trying to run away, but after only a few steps, the phone rang again. This time it was another sugar daddy. Xiaoyu, this is General Manager Lu. With all this commotion online, our cooperation. I knew I would refund the money. Su Xiaoyu had already anticipated this. Also, my wife is furious after she found out about this. She insists I sever all ties with you, or she'll file for divorce. You see. Mr. Lu thought to himself, how could this woman be so stupid? Now I'm getting yelled at by my wife when I get home. After hanging up, Su Xiaoyu's phone rang incessantly. One after another, wealthy patrons demanded refunds of their endorsement fees, and some even threatened to sue her. Hello, is this Su Xiaoyu? I'm a partner of BeautyCam. Given your current situation, we not only need to refund your endorsement fee, but we will also pursue your breach of contract liability. Your actions have seriously damaged our brand image. Xiaoyu, I'm the owner of that clothing brand. There's a boycott of our brand online right now, and you have to compensate us for our losses. Every phone call felt like a hammer blow to her heart. Those wealthy patrons who had once been polite and even fawned over her now wanted nothing more than to sever all ties with her immediately. Escalating humiliation in the supermarket. In the afternoon, Su Xiaoyu reluctantly went to the supermarket to buy daily necessities. As soon as she walked in, the cashier, Xiao Li, recognized her. Oh my, isn't this the internet celebrity Su Xiaoyu? Xiao Li's voice was particularly loud, deliberately making sure everyone could hear. The supermarket customers immediately gathered around. It really is her. The woman who forged the testimony. A young mother held her child, her face filled with disgust. I said to this young lady, a middle-aged man in a suit pointed at her, "Do you know how appalling your behavior is?" The man in the suit thought to himself, "This kind of woman is a social cancer, I have to teach her a lesson." Exactly. She looks respectable, but her heart is more venomous than a snake. An old woman leaned on her cane and pointed it at Su Xiaoyu. "Mommy, why are so many people cursing at this auntie?" a little girl asked curiously. "Because she's a bad person, a wicked woman who specializes in deceiving and harming people." The child's mother glared fiercely at Su Xiaoyu, determined not to be like her. Su Xiaoyu lowered her head, wanting to buy her things and leave quickly, but more and more people gathered around. "Su Xiaoyu, do you regret it now?" A woman wearing glasses sneered. "Why didn't you think about the consequences when you harmed her? This kind of woman should go to jail. Let her know the price of harming others. I heard she received a lot of money, and now she has to return it all and even pay compensation, ha ha." Suddenly, a young man walked over and started filming her with his phone. "Look everyone, this is Su Xiaoyu, the one who forged documents for money. And now she dares to go shopping at the supermarket. Please stop filming me." Su Xiaoyu tried to cover her face, but the man continued filming. "What? You weren't ashamed when you were hurting people, but now you're ashamed," the man said sarcastically. "I'm going to post the video online so more people can see what you're like now." The young man thought to himself, "This video is sure to go viral, and I might even gain more followers." Su Xiaoyu finally broke down. She threw down her shopping basket and ran out, followed by a chorus of laughter. Back home, Su Xiaoyu's phone kept ringing. Besides calls from her clients demanding refunds, there were countless harassing calls. "Su Xiaoyu, you bitch. You made Mr. Wang suffer for a year. You women only know how to extort money. Social scum. You're going to jail. People like you don't deserve to live." Every call was filled with malice and insults. Su Xiaoyu had no choice but to turn off her phone, but the psychological pressure only grew stronger. She opened Weibo, and her private messages were full of death threats and vicious curses. "Su Xiaoyu, may your whole family die. I hope you get gang raped to death. Trash like you deserves to go to hell." Some people even doxed her home address and threatened to retaliate by visiting her home. Meanwhile, in Song Yali's luxurious villa, Chen Shueli's situation was completely different. She was curled up on the leather sofa in the living room, wearing comfortable white pajamas and clutching a soft cushion. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a meticulously manicured garden, and sunlight streamed through the blinds, illuminating her delicate face. Although she was paying attention to the online reactions, at least she was in a safe environment where no one could directly harm her. "Shirley, stop reading those negative comments." Song Yali gracefully walked over with a cup of coffee and sat down beside her. "You've already apologized, let time take its course." Lin Yuan also came over, his tone gentle. "Shirley, opinions online are always polarized. What's important is that you can recognize your mistakes and have the courage to take responsibility." Chen Shueli looked up, tears still streaming down her face, but she was much better than yesterday. "Brother Lin Yuan, Sister Yili, thank you for still taking me in. I know many people hate me now." Chen Shueli's fan base has shown a clear polarization. Supporters. "At Sherry's little angel, my dear Sherry, we believe you are truly remorseful. It's never too late to admit your mistakes and correct them. At Forever Love Sully, although you made a mistake, it's beautiful to see you bravely admit it. We will always support you. At Sully Fan Club, who hasn't made mistakes? The important thing is to have the courage to take responsibility. Fighting, Sully. At night, who protects Sherry? Seeing Sherry crying so sadly breaks my heart. She must be regretting it too. Please stop scolding her." Condemnation voices. At Justice Messenger Xiaowang, Chen Shueli is a green tea bitch. What's the point of playing the victim now? At Angry Netizen, you think you can get away with harming someone for a year with just an apology? Dream on. At Passerby ABC, what kind of fans are these? Have they been kicked in the head by a donkey? Do people like this deserve support? At Keyboard Warrior 2023, Chen Shueli and Su Xiaoyu are both trash and should go to jail. Chen Shueli felt a mix of emotions as she read the comments. Although there was a lot of criticism, at least some people were still willing to give her a chance. See? Lin Yuan pointed to the supportive comments. There are still people who believe in your sincerity. This shows that your apology was effective. But as for Sister Xiaoyu, Chen Shueli said worriedly, she must be in a very difficult situation right now. Song Yali took an elegant sip of her coffee, her choice, her consequences. What you need to do now is reflect on your actions and prepare to bear legal responsibility. I know. Chen Shueli nodded. I've already contacted a lawyer. I'll accept whatever the sentence is, no matter how long. Chen Shueli thought to herself, at least I still have people who care about me. Sister Xiaoyu must be in a lot of pain facing all of this alone. In the afternoon, Chen Shueli's agent, Xiaoman, called, sounding very nervous. Sully, things are very chaotic outside right now, please don't go out. There are many reporters looking for you, and some radical netizens are threatening to take revenge on you. I know I'm safe now. Chen Shueli looked around at the luxurious villa surroundings. That's good. By the way, although the situation isn't good right now, some brands have expressed their understanding and said that if you can truly repent, we can consider cooperating in the future. This gave Chen Shueli a slight sense of relief. At least her career wasn't completely over. Su Xiaoyu's desperate night. Night fell, and Su Xiaoyu sat alone in her darkroom. She had turned off all the lights and drawn the curtains, but she could still hear people talking about her downstairs. I heard that Su Xiaoyu was cornered and yelled at in the supermarket today? Serves them right. Everyone should condemn such a despicable act. I don't think she'll ever dare to go out again. The phone rang again. This time it was her college roommate, Xiaojing. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Xiaojing's voice was very cautious, clearly unsure of how to begin. I'm still alive. Su Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. I saw the news today, I never expected. How could you do such a thing? Xiaojing's tone was filled with disappointment and confusion. Xiaojing thought to herself, Xiaoyu usually seems so kind, how could she do such a thing? Now my friends are all asking me if I was involved too, and I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what I was thinking back then. I regret it now. Su Xiaoyu's voice choked with sobs. Xiaoyu, I might not be able to contact you anymore, Xiaojing said hesitantly. My boyfriend said he'd break up with me if I kept in touch with you. He said it would affect his career. Another friend has left her. Su Xiaoyu is numb. I understand, Xiaojing. Thank you for making this call. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoyu slumped to the floor. She suddenly thought of Lin Yuan and of the beautiful times they had shared. Now, what right did she have to think of him? She picked up her phone, wanting to send Lin Yuan a message, but her finger lingered on the screen for a long time before she finally deleted the words she had typed. She's now a pariah, hated by everyone. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan is surely in a warm villa, being cared for and protected. The two people's circumstances were worlds apart. This is the price of choice, this is the cruelty of reality. In this world, some people are able to receive protection and forgiveness after making mistakes, while others can only bear all the blame and pain alone. Su Xiaoyu curled up on the sofa, thinking about the many difficulties she would face tomorrow, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Organizational threats and betrayals. At 11 p.m., as Su Xiaoyu was sobbing in the dark, her WeChat suddenly lit up. Seeing the name Sister Meiqi, her heart clenched instantly. Wang Meiqi is the operations director of the Flying Up organization and also her direct superior. She is a woman who appears to be a successful career elite, but is actually a core member of the organization. WeChat conversation. Meiqi, Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Su Xiaoyu stared at the message, her fingers trembling as she typed on the screen. She knew this moment would eventually come, but she hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. Rainy day, Sister Meiqi, I don't want to lie anymore, so. After the message was sent, the other party remained silent for several minutes. Su Xiaoyu could imagine Wang Meiqi's expression at that moment, a shrewd and sharp look with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Meiqi, so you two are planning to betray your sisterhood? Have you forgotten why you joined Flying Up? Have you forgotten that your mother was sick and your father heartlessly abandoned you? You're only doing this because of Lin Yuan. Upon seeing this message, Su Xiaoyu's tears welled up instantly. Wang Meiqi had struck her most vulnerable spot, her family, the reason she joined the organization. Several years ago, her mother was diagnosed with uremia, but her father abandoned them at this time, choosing to run away with his mistress. It was Wang Meiqi who found her in her despair, giving her money and support. Light rain, you already know. Meiqi, how come I didn't know? That strange man only showed up for half a day and he already fooled you? Wang Meiqi's message was laced with obvious anger and sarcasm. She astutely sensed Su Xiaoyu's change in attitude and keenly recognized Lin Yuan's role in it. Su Xiaoyu sat in the dark living room, the light from her phone screen illuminating her pale face. She recalled that desperate night years ago, and the scene of Wang Meiqi appearing like a savior. Remember. It was a rainy night, and Su Xiaoyu was at the hospital taking care of her mother who had just finished chemotherapy. Her father's divorce papers were on the bedside table, with the words "leaving with nothing" written on them. "Little Rain, I'm such a burden to you." The frail mother held her hand. "Mom, don't say that." Su Xiaoyu forced back her tears. Just then, a woman in a black trench coat walked into the ward. She looked to be around 30 years old, with a capable demeanor and sharp eyes. "Su Xiaoyu? This is Wang Meiqi." The woman's voice was gentle. "I've heard about your situation, perhaps I can help you." At that moment, Su Xiaoyu, in her despair, grasped at a straw. The conversation continues. "Meiqi, it's been 3 years, Xiaoyu. Who has been taking care of you for these 3 years? Who taught you how to earn money? Who transformed you from a pitiful child abandoned by your father into an independent woman with status and identity?" Every question felt like a dagger piercing Su Xiaoyu's heart. She couldn't deny that without Wang Meiqi in the organization, she and her mother wouldn't be alive today. "Light rainy day, I am very grateful for the organization's help, but I can no longer continue to hurt innocent people." "Meiqi, innocent? Wang Jianming is innocent? Which of those rich men is innocent? Did they ever think about being innocent when they were toying with women?" The news about Wang Meiqi is filled with hatred and extremism. This is precisely the core ideology of the Flying Up branch organization, to use women's beauty and skills to gain benefits from men and to retaliate against a society that is unjust to women. "Sister Meiqi, what did Lin Yuan give you? A meal? A few kind words? Have you already forgotten your mission? Forgotten the kindness of the organization?" "Rainy day, no, Sister Meiqi. I've figured it out myself. What's the difference between what we're doing and what those people did to hurt us?" "Sister Meiqi, what's the difference?" "The difference is that we're seeking justice for all the women who have been harmed. Do you think your current repentance is noble? Do you know what consequences your betrayal will bring to the organization?" Su Xiaoyu's hands began to tremble. She knew the methods of the Flying Branch organization and the price of betrayal. "Sister Meiqi, Xiaoyu, I'm asking you one last time. Go back to the organization, and I can pretend this never happened. Continue your mission, we will continue to cover your mother's medical expenses." This was the final temptation, and also the most deadly threat. Su Xiaoyu thought of her mother's frail appearance and the exorbitant medical expenses. But she also remembered Lin Yuan's words, and the preciousness of true feelings and conscience. "Rainy day, Sister Meiqi, I've made up my mind. I will bear all the legal consequences and will also find a way to cover my mother's medical expenses." After the message was sent, the other party remained silent for a long time. Su Xiaoyu waited anxiously, knowing that Wang Meiqi was weighing the pros and cons and considering her next move. "Meiqi, very well. Since you've chosen betrayal, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sister Meiqi, you think telling the truth will end things? You're too naive. How many of the organization's secrets do you know? Do you think we'll let you get away with this? Meiqi, and your mother, do you think you can afford her medical expenses with your current abilities?" Each message struck Su Xiaoyu like a hammer blow. She realized that the price of betraying the organization was far greater than she had imagined. "Light rain, what do you want?" "Sister Meiqi, it's not too late to retract your clarification statement. Just say you were threatened and it wasn't genuine. I can arrange for a lawyer to defend you and save you from jail." "Light rainy day, what if I disagree?" "Meiqi, then you can expect to face the organization's wrath. You should know how many ways we can destroy a person." Su Xiaoyu recalled the organization's methods and the fates of those who had betrayed or disobeyed. Some were driven to mental breakdowns by cyberbullying, some had their reputations ruined by malicious slander, and others. "Meiqi, by the way, which hospital is your mother in now? The Municipal People's Hospital? The ICU?" This was a blatant threat. Su Xiaoyu's blood froze instantly. "Light rain, you dare." "Sister Meiqi, what wouldn't I dare to do? Do you think a seriously ill old lady could withstand any unexpected events? There are so many medical accidents in hospitals." Su Xiaoyu slumped onto the sofa. She finally understood how difficult it was to break free from this organization. They not only controlled the members' finances, but also held the lives of the people the members cared about most in their hands. Even so, she didn't want to go back to that world full of lies and deception. Rainy day, Sister Meiji, I have no way out. The clarification statement has already been issued, and the whole world knows the truth. Even if I say now that I was threatened, will anyone still believe me? Sister Meiji, then that's your problem. I'm only giving you 24 hours to think it over. Either go back to the organization, or face the consequences. Meiji, oh, right, I forgot to tell you. We're also in contact with Chen Shueli. She's much smarter than you, she knows what the right choice is. This news made Su Xiaoyu's heart clench. She worried that Shirley would be taken back into the organization's control, and that she would retract her clarification statement as a result. Light rain, Shirley won't, she's already decided to take responsibility. Meiji, really? We have evidence of all her past actions, including her involvement in other cases. Do you think she would give up her freedom for some vague sense of conscience? Su Xiaoyu's heart sank to the bottom. She knew Wang Meiji was telling the truth. As a core member of the organization, Chen Shueli had participated in far too many similar operations and possessed far too many secrets. Meiji, Xiaoyu, this is your last chance. Come back, we forgive your betrayal. Let's continue our cause and avenge all women hurt by men. Rainy day, that's not revenge, that's a crime. We're no different from those who hurt us. Meiji, since you put it that way, then we have nothing more to discuss. Prepare to bear the consequences, traitor. The conversation ended, but Su Xiaoyu knew that the real battle had just begun. She would not only face legal sanctions but also the organization's retaliation. She picked up her phone, wanting to call Lin Yuan, but then put it down. She couldn't drag him into this mess. Chapter 105: The Tragedy of Fang Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu drifted off to sleep, curled up on the living room sofa, her phone still clutched tightly in her hand. The chill of the early morning seeped into the room through the cracks in the window, making her shiver in her sleep. At 6 in the morning, a WeChat notification woke her from her light sleep. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, and the room was filled with a bluish-gray morning light. She rubbed her sore neck and saw Meiji's message on the screen. Her heart immediately tightened. Meiji, Xiaoyu, I thought about it all night. I still don't want to give up on you. Meiji, I don't want our 3 years of sisterhood to end like this. I personally mentored you, you're like a younger sister to me. Su Xiaoyu looked at these seemingly warm words, but sensed their insincerity. She remembered Wang Meiji's threats from last night, and her worries about her mother's safety. Rainy day, Sister Meiji, my decision will not change. Meiji, Xiaoyu, do you know how cruel the outside world is? Without the protection of an organization, how can a girl like you stand on her own in this society? Sister Meiji, your mother's illness requires long-term treatment. Have you calculated the monthly costs? With your current abilities, you simply cannot afford it. Every word struck Su Xiaoyu's weak spot precisely. She truly had no other source of income and genuinely didn't know how to afford her mother's medical expenses. Rainy day, I'll find a way. Even if I have to work, even if it's the hardest job, I'll never go back to that kind of life. Meiji, working? Su Xiaoyu, wake up. Who do you think you are now? A scammer everyone online hates. Who would hire you? Su Xiaoyu's fingers hovered over the screen for a long time. Wang Meiji was right, it was indeed very difficult for her to find a legitimate job now. Meiji, besides, do you think telling the truth will win Lin Yuan's forgiveness? 3 years ago, you cheated him out of his money and broke his heart. Now, if you go back, do you think he'll accept someone with such a tarnished past? These words pierced Su Xiaoyu's heart like a dagger. She remembered that night 3 years ago, Lin Yuan's trusting eyes, and how she had cruelly deceived him. Rainy day, regardless of whether he forgives me or not, I can't continue making the same mistakes. Meiji, Xiaoyu, you're too naive. Can love put food on the table? Can it cure your mother's illness? Be realistic. Su Xiaoyu looked at the gradually brightening sky outside the window, her heart filled with conflict and pain. She knew that what Wang Meiji said was true, but she also knew that if she continued, she would completely lose her soul. Rainy day, Sister Meiji, my mind is made up. No matter how difficult it is, I will take the right path. After the message was sent, the other party remained silent for a long time. Su Xiaoyu could sense the anger brewing on the other end of the screen. Meiji, very good. Meiji, Su Xiaoyu, you missed your last chance. Sister Meiji, from this moment on, you are an enemy of the organization. Be prepared to bear all the consequences. Sister Meiji, remember, you chose this path yourself. Upon seeing these messages, Su Xiaoyu's hands began to tremble. She knew what this meant. Wang Meiqi's threats were not empty words, the organization's retaliation was about to begin. The sunlight slowly rose, slanting into the room through the window. Dust motes danced in the beams of light, like countless tiny ghosts. Su Xiaoyu remained seated on the sofa, her phone clutched tightly in her hand, her heart heavy as lead. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun was already bright, but the room still felt cold and damp. Su Xiaoyu got up to go to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, but her hands were shaking so badly that she spilled water all over the table. At 10 o'clock, the sounds of car horns and the hustle and bustle of people going to work drifted up from downstairs. The normal world was going on, but she felt isolated on a despairing island. At 11 o'clock, the sunlight moved to the other side of the living room, casting complex shadows on the wall. Su Xiaoyu leaned back on the sofa, thinking about Lin Yuan, her mother, and the uncertain future ahead. Did I really do the right thing? Su Xiaoyu asked herself. Did I give up my only support for someone who might never forgive me? She recalled Lin Yuan's gentle smile and what he had said the night before: everyone has the right to choose, and the important thing is to be responsible for one's choices. Perhaps he will never forgive me, she thought, but at least I must live with my conscience. I hurt him 3 years ago, and I can't continue to hurt innocent people now. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sunlight became even more dazzling, casting checkered shadows on the floor through the window. Su Xiaoyu felt thirsty, but she didn't have the strength to get more water. Devastating news arrived. At 2:30 p.m., just as Su Xiaoyu was drowsily leaning against the sofa, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was the number from the Municipal People's Hospital, her heart clenched instantly. "Hello, is this Ms. Su Xiaoyu?" came the nurse's indifferent voice from the other end of the phone. It's me." Su Xiaoyu's voice trembled. "Your mother, Ms. Wang Yulan, passed away at 1:20 p.m. today due to sudden heart failure despite all efforts to save her." The voice on the phone was calm, but every word exploded in Su Xiaoyu's ears like thunder. What? Su Xiaoyu couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Please go to the hospital as soon as possible to complete the necessary procedures." The nurse's voice remained cold. "The body needs to be processed quickly." The call ended, and Su Xiaoyu's phone fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The sunlight in the room was still bright, but she felt as if the whole world had darkened. Her mother, was she dead? She recalled Wang Meiqi's threats from last night, and her mention of medical malpractice. Was this truly an accident? Or... Su Xiaoyu slumped onto the sofa, tears streaming down her face. She had lost her last support, the person she loved most, and the motivation to keep going. "Mom!" She cried out in her heart, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." The sunlight moved to the corner of the living room, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop accordingly. Su Xiaoyu curled up on the sofa, feeling an unprecedented loneliness and despair. In order to redeem her soul, she chose to tell the truth. But the price she paid was losing the person who loved her most in the world. This is the price of betraying the organization. This is the consequence she must bear. On this bright and sunny afternoon, Su Xiaoyu's world completely collapsed. Reunion and the disguise of warmth. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, while Su Xiaoyu was still immersed in the great pain of losing her mother, her phone gently rang with a WeChat notification. "Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, I'd like to come see you, is that convenient?" Upon seeing the message, Su Xiaoyu's tears welled up again. But she quickly wiped them away and looked at her haggard reflection in the mirror. She couldn't let Lin Yuan see her like this, she couldn't let him worry about her. "Su Xiaoyu, okay, I'm at home." After sending the message, Su Xiaoyu quickly got up and tidied herself up. She washed her face, combed her hair again, and even put on some light makeup to cover up her pale face and red, swollen eyes. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Su Xiaoyu took a deep breath, composed herself, and opened the door. Lin Yuan stood at the door, carrying a bag of fruit and some snacks. He was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and casual pants, and looked gentle and reliable. "Light rain." Lin Yuan looked at her tenderly, his eyes filled with concern. "Lin Yuan." Su Xiaoyu flashed a bright smile, as radiant as the sunshine. "Come in quickly." Lin Yuan thought to himself, "She seems fine, but I feel like there's something wrong with her." Entering the living room, Lin Yuan placed the fruit on the coffee table and carefully observed Su Xiaoyu's expression. "You've had a hard time these past 2 days, Lin Yuan said with concern. "I've seen what happened online. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Su Xiaoyu smiled brightly, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. "I'm so strong, you don't need to worry about me." Seeing that smile, Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. That expression, it was so familiar. It was the smile that Fang Xiaoyu, the girl from 3 years ago, often wore, bright, innocent, and full of vitality. But upon closer inspection, Lin Yuan felt that something was hidden beneath that smile, like an exquisite mask concealing deep-seated pain. "Are you really all right?" Lin Yuan asked softly. "I was worried you couldn't handle so much pressure." "Of course I'm fine." Su Xiaoyu patted her chest, looking very confident. "Look at me, I can eat and sleep well, and I'm in great spirits." Lin Yuan felt a pang of pity as he looked at her trying so hard to stay strong. This girl was always like this. No matter how much pain she was in, she always tried to appear strong so that others wouldn't worry about her. "Xiaoyu, do you know?" Lin Yuan said softly, "You don't need to pretend to be strong in front of me." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's smile froze slightly, but quickly returned to its bright state. "What pretense? I'm naturally strong, okay?" She pouted, making a dissatisfied expression, but a hint of vulnerability flashed in her eyes. Lin Yuan didn't press further, but said gently, "That's good. Oh, by the way, I brought you some of your favorite snacks." "Wow! It's bear-shaped cookies!" Su Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. "You still remember that I love to eat these?" Seeing her excited expression, Lin Yuan felt a mix of emotions. This reaction was so much like Fang Xiaoyu back then, that simple, kind, and easily satisfied girl. The two sat on the sofa chatting. Su Xiaoyu tried her best to appear relaxed and cheerful, telling funny internet jokes and occasionally letting out a silvery laugh. But Lin Yuan keenly sensed a hint of forcedness in her laughter. "Xiaoyu," Lin Yuan suddenly said, "your smile is very similar to Fang Xiaoyu's from before." Upon hearing the name, Su Xiaoyu's expression faltered slightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. "Fang Xiaoyu," she repeated the name softly, "it's been so long since anyone called me that. Actually, I've always felt that Fang Xiaoyu is the real you." Lin Yuan looked into her eyes, your kind, innocent, and hopeful self. Su Xiaoyu's eyes instantly welled up with tears, but she quickly blinked, forcing them back. "Fang Xiaoyu is long gone." "No, she's still here." Lin Yuan said firmly, "I saw her just now." At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the setting sun bathed the room in a golden light. Lin Yuan checked the time and prepared to take his leave. "I should go," he said, standing up. "I still have some things to take care of tomorrow." Su Xiaoyu stood up and saw him to the door. Just as Lin Yuan was about to open the door and leave, Su Xiaoyu suddenly called out to him. "Lin Yuan." He turned around and saw Su Xiaoyu standing there, the setting sun's rays streaming in through the window, casting soft shadows on her face. "I will always be your Fang Xiaoyu," she said softly, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. After saying that, she tiptoed and gently placed a kiss on Lin Yuan's cheek. The kiss was very light, like a feather, carrying the innocence and shyness of a little girl. Lin Yuan was stunned. At this moment, he truly felt Fang Xiaoyu's return. Not the Su Xiaoyu who commanded respect online, not the woman whose edges had been worn down by reality, but the simple and kind Fang Xiaoyu who would be happy all day over a single piece of candy. "Fang Xiaoyu." Lin Yuan called her name softly, his eyes full of tenderness. She rediscovered herself, her true self. Su Xiaoyu blushed and took a step back, revealing an innocent smile, just like she did when she first met Lin Yuan 3 years ago that afternoon. "I'll come see you again tomorrow," Lin Yuan said gently. "The storm will pass quickly, believe me." Fang Xiaoyu nodded, her eyes glistening with tears, but the smile on her face was brighter than the sunlight. After watching Lin Yuan leave, Fang Xiaoyu leaned against the door and slowly slid down to the floor. Tears finally streamed down her face uncontrollably, but a faint smile still lingered on her lips. She found herself again, rediscovered the most authentic Fang Xiaoyu. Fang Xiaoyu leaned against the door, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, yet a faint smile lingered on her lips. This expression of crying and laughing at the same time was both beautiful and heartbreaking, like a broken porcelain doll trying to piece itself back together. She reached out trembling fingers and gently stroked the cheek where Lin Yuan had just kissed her. His warmth still seemed to linger there. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto the floor with a soft sound. "Lin Yuan." She silently murmured this name in her heart, her thoughts surging back to the past like a tide. Confession on a Ferris wheel. Sunlight streamed through the living room blinds, casting golden dappled patterns on her face, mingling with her tears. Her gaze became unfocused, as if she were looking back through time to that afternoon 3 years ago. It was a perfect sunset. She and Lin Yuan rode together on the city's tallest Ferris wheel. As the cabin slowly rose, the entire city gradually unfolded below. Cars moved through the streets like toys, and the crowds looked as small and busy as ants. As the sun set, golden rays bathed every corner of the city, distant mountains appeared like dark eyebrows, and the nearby water was like a mirror. The breathtaking view from God's perspective left her utterly stunned. So beautiful, she murmured, her eyes reflecting the golden glow of the setting sun, as pure as a child's. Yes, she's beautiful. Lin Yuan looked at her profile, watching the golden rays of the setting sun cast on her face, and said softly, but not as beautiful as you. Feng Xiaoyu turned to look at him and found him gazing intently at her, his eyes filled with deep affection. In this secluded little space, in this place closest to the sky, time seemed to stand still. Xiaoyu, I want to tell you something. Lin Yuan looked at her earnestly, his voice trembling slightly. What is it? Feng Xiaoyu's heart was pounding like a drum, and her cheeks flushed red from the sunset and her shyness. I love you. The 3 words were uttered softly from his lips, yet they weighed as heavy as 1,000 pounds. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyu felt as if the whole world was shining. The Ferris wheel reached its highest point, and the setting sun was right in front of them, its golden light enveloping them like a blessing from heaven. Tears in reality. Recalling this, Feng Xiaoyu's smile widened, but her tears flowed even more profusely. She covered her face with her hands, her body trembling slightly. The stark contrast between those happy memories and her current pain tore at her heart. Her shoulders heaved with sobs, her fingers gripping the doorframe so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The last rays of the setting sun streamed through the window and fell upon her, just like that twilight on the Ferris wheel years ago, but now she appeared so lonely and poignant. The fairy tale of the carousel. Her thoughts drifted to another beautiful memory. That day they went to the amusement park, and Feng Xiaoyu chose a white horse, with Lin Yuan sitting on the horse next to her. When the music started and the carousel began to spin up and down, she let out a silvery laugh. Her long hair danced in the air as she twirled, and her face beamed with an innocent smile, making her look like a true princess. Lin Yuan watched her happy expression, his eyes filled with doting affection. Lin Yuan, look at me. Feng Xiaoyu waved to him from her horse, smiling like a child. I felt like a princess. You were born a princess. Lin Yuan responded loudly, his voice full of tenderness, my princess. The carousel music was a classic fairy tale tune. In this dreamlike melody, Feng Xiaoyu felt as if she had truly returned to her childhood, to that carefree age when she believed in fairy tales. The screams of the roller coaster. Let's go ride the roller coaster. Lin Yuan pointed to the towering roller coaster track in the distance, his eyes filled with excitement. Feng Xiaoyu looked at the almost vertical track and was a little scared. Her little hand unconsciously grabbed Lin Yuan's clothes. Is it scary? I'm here, don't be afraid. Lin Yuan held her hand, his warm palm conveying a sense of security. And I want to hear your scream, it must be so cute. You're so bad. Feng Xiaoyu blushed and hid him, her shy appearance like a flower bud about to bloom. After boarding the roller coaster, Feng Xiaoyu gripped the safety bar tightly with one hand and held Lin Yuan's hand tightly with the other. As the roller coaster slowly climbed to its highest point, she closed her eyes in nervousness, her face pale. Xiaoyu, open your eyes. Lin Yuan encouraged her from the side, his voice gentle yet firm, believe me, you're beautiful. Feng Xiaoyu mustered her courage and opened her eyes, seeing a panoramic view of the entire amusement park and a magnificent sunset in the distance. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a faint fragrance of flowers. It really is beautiful. She had just finished speaking when the roller coaster plunged down from its highest point. Ah! Feng Xiaoyu screamed, gripping Lin Yuan's hand tightly, but her voice gradually filled with excitement and joy. Real-world breakdown. The more beautiful the memories, the crueler the reality. Feng Xiaoyu's alternating crying and laughing gradually turned into loud sobs. She slid to the ground, leaned against the door, hugged her knees tightly with both hands, and buried her face in them. Her shoulders trembled violently, and her sobs escalated from suppressed to heart-wrenching. 3 years of pent-up grievances, pain, and regret erupted all at once. Reunion after 3 years. She recalled their reunion 3 years later, and the complex emotions she felt still pained her to this day. When Shirley said she would bring someone who knew about Lin Yuan's past, a dull ache pierced her heart, as if a thin wire were binding it. She couldn't help but wonder, what had he become all these years? Did he still remember her? Or, as she suspected, had he long since come to see her as a stain he couldn't bear to look back on, leaving only disgust? The mere thought of possibly running into him sent chills down her spine. She prepared her excuses in advance at the very least. she couldn't lose her composure in front of someone who knew about Lin Yuan. She practiced countless times in front of the mirror, practicing how to appear nonchalant and how to pretend she had long forgotten the past. She even prepared different response plans to deal with all possible situations. But unexpectedly, the person who knew about Lin Yuan was actually Lin Yuan himself. The moment she saw Lin Yuan, the carefully crafted expression on her face froze. All the pretense, all the preparation, became meaningless in that instant. Lin Yuan? Her voice was filled with shock and disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth slightly agape, and she stood there frozen. Long time no see, Xiaoyu. Lin Yuan said calmly, but she could clearly see the complex emotions in his eyes. Or should I call you Su Xiaoyu? The shame of having her identity exposed, the pain of feeling ashamed in front of the person she once loved most, made her stand up abruptly, her eyes flashing with complex emotions such as panic, guilt, and fear. Thinking of this, Feng Xiaoyu cried even harder. She thought about what she had done over the past few years, those unbearable experiences, and how she had gradually degenerated into the person she was now. But at the same time, she also thought of the brief moment of peace she felt when she met Lin Yuan. The instant she saw him, all her fear and unease vanished, replaced by a feeling of coming home. I'm sorry. She repeated these 3 words over and over while crying, her voice hoarse and broken. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her clothes were soaked with tears. The sun had completely set, and the room gradually darkened, with only her sobs echoing in the empty room. She remembered what Lin Yuan had said when he left, I'll come see you again tomorrow. The storm will pass quickly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan returned to Song Yali's villa. Although he appeared relieved by Feng Xiaoyu's condition, he was still somewhat worried deep down. She seemed too strong, almost unrealistically so. Inside the villa, Chen Shueli was watching TV in the living room, while Song Yali was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Lin Yuan sat down on the sofa, took out his phone to browse the news, wanting to see the latest online reactions to today's events. As he was scrolling, a local news article suddenly caught his eye. Shocking! A woman in the city allegedly committed suicide by drowning herself in a river due to cyberbullying. A suicide note was found at the scene. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He clicked on the news and saw photos from the scene. In the photo, a woman in a white dress lies quietly on the rocky beach by the river. Her long, wet hair falls around her face, obscuring most of it. The white dress is soaked through and clings to her thin body. Although I couldn't see the face clearly, that figure, that white dress. Lin Yuan's hands began to tremble. He had seen this white dress before. Feng Xiaoyu had been wearing it when she opened the door that afternoon. No way, he muttered to himself, but the unease in his heart grew stronger. He continued reading and saw that the deceased was a 20-year-old woman whose identity was still being confirmed. Lin Yuan's face grew paler and paler. He recalled Feng Xiaoyu's behavior that afternoon, that overly bright smile, that deliberate show of strength. Now, it seemed more like a final act before parting ways. Surely. He stood up abruptly, his voice trembling. What's wrong? Chen Shueli was startled by his sudden shout. Do you have Xiaoyu's phone number? Call her quickly. Lin Yuan's voice was urgent and tense. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Shueli became nervous when she saw Lin Yuan's expression. Hurry up and attack. Lin Yuan practically roared. Chen Shueli quickly dialed Su Xiaoyu's number, but no one answered after it rang for a long time. No one answered. Chen Shueli said worriedly. Lin Yuan's heart sank completely. He looked at the photo on his phone screen again, and the familiar white figure made him almost unable to breathe. No. This can't be. He grabbed his car keys and rushed out. I have to find her. Lin Yuan. Song Yali came out of the kitchen, but Lin Yuan had already rushed out the door. The sound of the car engine faded into the night, leaving Chen Shueli and Song Yali staring at each other in bewilderment. They both realized that something serious might have happened. The final farewell. As night completely fell, Feng Xiaoyu stopped crying. She sat quietly on the ground, her eyes red and swollen like walnuts, her eyelids drooping heavily. But her expression became unusually calm, like the sea after a storm, carrying a deathly tranquility. She slowly stood up, her legs numb from being curled up for so long, and walked unsteadily to the table in the living room. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds, casting streaks of silver light on the tabletop. She took out a piece of white paper and a pen, her fingers trembling slightly with emotion. Just as she was about to start writing, her phone suddenly lit up with another online message notification. She instinctively clicked on it, only to see yet another deluge of insults. That scumbag should just die. Liar. Scumbag. You don't deserve to live. You've harmed so many people, and you still have the nerve to apologize? Trash woman, go to hell. Every word felt like a sharp knife piercing her heart. Such messages haven't stopped since yesterday. Thousands of strangers have been hurling the most vicious curses at her online. She recalled the comments she had seen over the past 2 days, the vile insults and abuse. They called her a prostitute, a piece of scum, and said she didn't deserve to live. Some even doxed her and threatened to come and teach her a lesson. Maybe they're right, she thought, maybe I really don't deserve to live. Fang Xiaoyu put down her phone and began to write with trembling hands. Lin Yuan. By the time you read this letter, I may no longer be here. I'm sorry, I chose to run away again, just like I did 3 years ago. But this time, I have no chance to turn back. This afternoon, the hospital called Mom passed away. The doctor said it was a sudden heart failure, but I know the real reason. I killed her. My betrayal led the organization to take her down. I thought speaking the truth was a brave choice, but now I realize that my courage was built on the suffering of others. In order to redeem my own soul, I lost the person who loved me most in the world. She paused writing here, recalling the overwhelming barrage of insults online. I've seen all the comments I've seen online these past few days. They called me a scumbag, a liar, and said I don't deserve to live. Maybe they're right, maybe someone like me really shouldn't continue living. I've returned the money to all the victims I could find and apologized to them one by one. But Lin Yuan, the money I owe you. I can't repay it. I swindled 1 million from you 3 years ago, and with the interest over the years, I know I should repay you even more. But now, I simply don't have the means. Surely, you won't blame me, right? But I have no future to earn money to pay you back. Lin Yuan, thank you for coming to see me today. Thank you for letting me find Fang Xiaoyu again. In the final moments of my life, being able to be your Fang Xiaoyu again makes me very content. I hurt you 3 years ago, and I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. My existence will only bring you trouble and make you a target of the organization. I can't let you get hurt because of me. I know I'm weak, I know this is escapism. But I'm truly exhausted, I really can't take it anymore. Every day I wake up to countless insults, to the memory of my mother's death, to the torment of my conscience. I have no strength left to go on. If there is an afterlife, I hope to get to know you again as Fang Xiaoyu, and be a truly kind and innocent girl. Fang Xiaoyu, who will always love you. After finishing the letter, her hands were completely numb, and tears blurred her vision. She carefully folded the letter, placed it in the most conspicuous spot on the table, and weighted down with a glass of water to make sure it wouldn't be blown away by the wind. Then she went into the bedroom and changed into the white dress, the one she wore when she first met Lin Yuan. She had always been reluctant to throw this dress away because it held her most beautiful memories. She was pale and beautiful in the mirror, like a princess about to fall asleep in a fairy tale. But her eyes were lifeless, only filled with a deathly stillness. She smiled at the mirror, this time a genuine smile, pure as a child about to go home. Mom, Xiaoyu is here to see you. She whispered, her voice as faint as a feather. At that moment, Lin Yuan was driving frantically towards Fang Xiaoyu's residence. The speedometer needle was almost at its maximum, and the engine was roaring violently. He kept dialing her number along the way, and each busy signal made his heart pound with even more panic. Answer the phone, please answer the phone, he muttered to himself over and over, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Upon arriving at the residential complex, he rushed upstairs without even properly closing the car door, taking 3 steps at a time to climb the stairs. What usually takes only 2 minutes now felt like an eternity. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Open the door. He pounded on the door desperately, his fists aching from the pounding, but there was no response from inside. He shouted through the crack in the door, Xiaoyu, I know you're in there. Open the door. Let's talk this out. It remained deathly silent. Panic surged through Lin Yuan as he recalled the news photos he had just seen and the familiar white figure. His hands began to tremble violently, and he could barely hold his phone. He went to the property management office, and in his desperation, even grabbed a security guard by the collar. Please, open the door. Someone might die. Seeing the panic and despair on his face, the security guard realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly took the spare key and went upstairs with him. The moment the door opened, Lin Yuan rushed into the room, shouting, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Where are you? The room was empty, with only the moonlight silently spilling onto the floor. Everything seemed so quiet and desolate, as if no one had ever lived there. Then he saw the letter on the table. Lin Yuan's hands trembled violently as he picked up the envelope, his movements clumsy even as he opened it. When he saw the first line of text, his face turned deathly pale, his lips began to tremble, his eyes widened, and his expression shifted from hope to shock, and then to despair. No. Don't, he shook his head as he read, seemingly trying to deny the contents of the letter. When he read about his mother's passing, his brow furrowed, and a painful glint flashed in his eyes. When he read that he might no longer be alive, his hands trembled even more violently, almost unable to hold the letter. When Lin Yuan read about the money he owed her, and how he couldn't pay it back, tears finally streamed down his face. Fool, you fool. After reading the entire letter, Lin Yuan slumped into his chair, his hands gripping the letter tightly, as if all his strength had been drained away. His eyes were vacant, his mouth slightly open, and his face was filled with disbelief and despair. Sir, here's another piece of paper. The security guard pointed to another piece of paper on the table, which had an address written on it, the river on the outskirts of the city. Upon seeing the address, Lin Yuan sprang to his feet as if struck by lightning, a renewed glimmer of hope rekindling in his eyes. She's still alive. She must still be alive. He rushed out the door immediately, forgetting even to say thank you, and sped off towards the river. Discover. When Lin Yuan arrived at the riverbank, it was already 11 p.m. From afar, he could see a group of people gathered on the riverbank, the red and blue lights of police cars flashing in the night, looking particularly glaring. Ambulances, police cars, onlookers, this usually quiet riverside was now bustling and chaotic. But this bustle contrasted sharply with the reality that was about to unfold, making the whole scene seem both absurd and tragic. Make way! Make way! Lin Yuan pushed through the crowd and rushed towards the riverbank. Sir, this is a crime scene, please do not approach. The police officer tried to stop him. She's mine, she's my friend. Lin Yuan practically screamed. When he finally saw the figure in the white dress, the whole world seemed to stand still. Fang Xiaoyu lay quietly on the rocky beach by the river, illuminated by the moonlight and the headlights of the police car. Her long, wet hair fell loose around her face, and her white dress clung to her thin frame. Most heartbreakingly, a faint smile graced her face, as peaceful as if she were asleep. The surrounding noise, the sound of police walkie-talkies, the whispers of onlookers, all seemed so out of place. The commotion created by these living people stood in stark contrast to Fang Xiaoyu, who lay there never to wake again. Xiao Yu. Lin Yuan knelt beside her, his hand trembling as he reached out and gently stroked her cold cheek. Her skin had completely lost its warmth, yet it remained so soft and beautiful. The moonlight shone on her face, making her look like a sleeping princess in a fairy tale, waiting for a prince's kiss to awaken her. Little Rain. Wake up. Lin Yuan's voice choked with emotion. I'm late. I'm sorry, I'm late. You still owe me, and you're just running away like this. I haven't even punished you severely enough, haven't gotten my revenge on you yet, wake up. But the heartbeat value remained forever at 99. Tens of thousands of words omitted. Final choice and belonging. The next morning, Lin Yuan accompanied Fang Xiaoyu and Chen Xueli to the police station. Both girls were neatly dressed, their faces bearing complex expressions. The passion of last night still lingered in their eyes, but the impending separation made the atmosphere somewhat heavy. All right, time's up. Officer Liu is coming over. You should go in and complete the formalities. Chen Xueli hugged Lin Yuan tightly for the last time, her eyes filled with tears. Brother Lin Yuan, wait for me to come back. I'll wait for you, surely. Lin Yuan gently stroked her hair. Take good care of yourself, and we'll see each other again soon. Fang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, remained much calmer. She simply walked up to Lin Yuan and said softly, Brother, Xiaoyu is leaving. Well, looking at her familiar face, Lin Yuan felt a mix of emotions welling up inside him. Take care. The two girls followed Officer Liu into the police station, while Lin Yuan and Son Yali stood at the door watching them leave. Lin Yuan only turned to Son Yali after they had completely disappeared from sight. Sister Yali, he hesitated for a moment. Xiaoyu, she. Son Yali understood what he wanted to ask. She looked in the direction of the police station, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. Are you asking me what I'll do with this body? Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. What's her situation now? Son Yali turned to him, her expression becoming serious. It's up to you now, little brother. She paused for a moment, then continued. I can continue to possess this body and use it indefinitely. In that case, Feng Xiaoyu will exist indefinitely, she will live according to my will, and she will return to your side after the transformation is complete. But it's also possible. Song Yali's voice became even softer. I can choose to leave and break free from the possession. Lin Yuan blinked. What would happen if that were the case? In that case, this body will return to its original state. Song Yali looked directly into his eyes. However, brother, you must understand, she is dead. The real Su Xiaoyu died 3 years ago. These words struck Lin Yuan like a thunderbolt, making him fully understand the reality. In any case, his first love, Su Xiaoyu, no longer exists. This body he now in is either a vessel for Ivina or a soulless shell. Lin Yuan remained silent for a long time, his mind flashing back to everything that had happened in the past few days. From the initial shock and confusion upon seeing Su Xiaoyu, to gradually understanding Song Yali's plan, and then to the vengeful thrill last night. He discovered that his obsession with the past had unknowingly dissipated. What truly made him feel safe and at home was Song Yali. She was the woman who had always been by his side, planning everything for him, giving him strength and support. Sister Yali, Lin Yuan looked up at her, his voice becoming firm, do as you please. Song Yali was somewhat surprised, are you sure? Don't you need to think about it some more? No need, Lin Yuan shook his head, then looked into her eyes and said sincerely, after all, you are the most important person to me. These words caused a flicker of surprise in Song Yali's eyes, which was quickly replaced by deep satisfaction. She hadn't expected Lin Yuan to express how much he valued her so clearly. This meant that he had completely moved on from the shadows of the past and had truly chosen her. Younger brother. Song Yali's voice trembled slightly. I'm serious. Lin Yuan reached out and took her hand. Everything that's happened these past few days has made me realize that the person who truly loves me, supports me, and cares about me is you. The Su Xiaoyu of the past no longer exists, and her choices have proven that she's not worth my continued lingering feelings. But you're different, he continued. You helped me grow in your own way, gave me strength, and made me stronger. You're the one I truly need. Hearing these words, Song Yali felt an unprecedented warmth welling up in her heart. As a succubus princess, she had seen too many relationships driven by desire and self-interest, but Lin Yuan's confession made her feel truly cherished. In that case, Song Yali said with a smile, I'll continue using this body then. After all, it's now part of our spoils of war. Moreover, a sly glint flashed in her eyes, isn't it interesting to have the traitor's body serve us forever? Lin Yuan nodded, he understood Song Yali's meaning. This arrangement was both practical and symbolic. That's settled then, he said. But Sister Yali, I want you to know that no matter what body you use, I love your soul. Song Yali was deeply moved by his words. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed him on the cheek. I know, little brother. I love you too. The two left the police station hand in hand. For Lin Yuan, the past was completely over. His future belonged to Song Yali and the new empire they were about to build. For Song Yali, gaining Lin Yuan's complete trust and love was more precious than obtaining any amount of succubus energy. From now on, she will have 2 bodies, greater power, and a partner who truly loves her. This is the perfect ending. Feng Xiaoyu, end of chapter. Chapter 106, the final battle, the end. 3 months later, in late autumn. Through continuous and unremitting training, Lin Yuan and Su Qingge's strength has made a qualitative leap. Lin Yuan successfully fused the true techniques of water and dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, achieving a perfect balance between the magical power within his body and his human cultivation level. Su Qingge's supreme induction technique has also broken through to the 4th level, enabling her to perceive deeper levels of soul fluctuations. More importantly, Ivina discovers that her sealed power is gradually awakening. I can feel the call of the abyss growing stronger, Ivina thought, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of her luxurious suite, gazing at the city's night view. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan walked to her side and gently patted her shoulder. No matter what, we will always be with you. Me too. Su Qingge said firmly. Whether in the human world or the abyss, I will stand with you. Ivina turned around, her eyes filled with tenderness. With you all by my side, this princess is not afraid of anything. Just then, Sarah rushed into the room. Master, there's an emergency. What is it? Ivina frowned. Just now, Mo Fei sent a message through the dream connection. Sarah looked solemn. An abnormal magical fluctuation had appeared in the 7th layer of the abyss, as if some major event had occurred. A complex emotion flashed in Avina's eyes. It seems that some people have finally become restless. Sister Yali, did you remember something? Suchinga keenly noticed the change in her emotions. Avina was silent for a moment, then said, "It's time to tell you the truth." She walked to the sofa and sat down, gesturing for everyone else to sit down as well. 500 years ago, he was exiled to the human world due to a coup, and his powers were largely sealed, leaving him only with the ability to possess others. A coup? Suchinga asked in shock. Indeed, a flash of anger crossed Ivina's eyes. My uncle, Balzeb, colluded with the outer demons and launched a rebellion while my father was in seclusion, usurping the throne. That's outrageous, Suchinga said indignantly. At that time, I was too weak to resist, Avina continued. Balzeb sealed most of my power with a forbidden spell and banished me to the mortal realm to fend for myself. But things are different now. Lin Yuan held her hand and said, "Isn't your strength being restored?" Avina looked at Lin Yuan with deep affection in her eyes. "Yes, because I have gained the power of true love, the seal on this princess is loosening." She stood up, and an unprecedented magical power began to surge within her. Not only that, this princess felt her power evolving towards a legendary level. As soon as she finished speaking, Ivina's body began to emit a dazzling purple light. Unlike her previous succubus form, this transformation was even more breathtaking. Her wings grew larger and more magnificent, ancient magical runes appeared on her body, and the small horn on her head transformed into an exquisite crown. She exuded unparalleled majesty and beauty. This is the legendary power of a succubus. Sarah knelt down in shock. The ultimate succubus form, existing only in ancient legends. The other demon subordinates also knelt down and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty the succubus queen." The legendary succubus power? Suchinga looked at Ivina, who was like a goddess, in amazement. According to ancient texts, Ivina spoke slowly, her voice carrying a sacred majesty. Only succubi who have attained true, pure love can transcend racial limitations and obtain the legendary power of the succubus. This power can. She paused, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. The laws of the abyss could be rewritten. Rewriting the rules? Suchinga asked in shock. That's right, Ivina nodded. Those who possess the power of succubi can establish a new order in the abyss, and even unify the 72 layers of the abyss. The news was like a thunderbolt, and everyone was shocked. No wonder Barzab wanted to usurp the throne, Lin Yuan suddenly realized. He must have known about your potential all along. Moreover, the current magical fluctuations in the abyss are likely due to sensing the awakening of my power, Princess Ivina analyzed. So what should we do now? Suchinga asked. A determined glint flashed in Avina's eyes. Go back and reclaim everything that belongs to this princess. She turned to Lin Yuan and Suchinga. However, this time the enemy isn't an ordinary demon, but the Legion of the Abyss. Are you sure you want to take this risk with this princess? Nonsense, Lin Yuan said without hesitation. We're family, of course we have to face this together. My family is the same. Suchinga nodded firmly, and her family's supreme induction technique might have unexpected effects in the abyss. Ivina looked at the two of them with emotion. Then, let's prepare to set off. A week later, at an ancient ruin on the outskirts of the city. This is the location of the portal to the abyss, guarded by demons throughout the ages. Ivina led her team here, preparing to return to the abyss. Master, the portal has been activated, a Shui reported respectfully. A massive purple vortex slowly rotated on the ancient stone platform, emanating the magical aura unique to the abyss. Before departing, this princess has something to say. Ivina turned to everyone and declared, "This journey back is not for leisure, but for war. Those who wish to follow this princess, please be prepared. We will follow you forever," all the demon minions said in unison. Lin Yuan held Ivina's hand. "No matter what we face, we'll be together." Suchinga also grasped her other hand. "We are the strongest team." Looking at her companions, Ivina felt an overwhelming surge of courage. "So, let's set off into the abyss." As everyone stepped into the portal, they were instantly enveloped in purple light. When the light faded, they were already standing on the land of the 7th level of the abyss. Before me stretched a vast, dark red plain, while in the distance stood a majestic black castle. Purple clouds drifted across the sky, and a rich magical aura permeated the air. "Welcome to the Abyss of Desire," Ivina took a deep breath. "My homeland. How magnificent." Suchinga looked around in amazement. Moreover, the concentration of magic power is really high. Lin Yuan felt the activity of magic power in his body. Cultivating here must be very effective. Just then, the deafening sound of war drums came from afar. What's that sound? Lin Yuan asked alertly. Avina squinted and looked in the direction the voice came from. It was Balzeb's legion. It seemed they had discovered that the princess had returned. Sure enough, a dense army of demons appeared on the horizon, led by a tall demon lord with bat wings. Ivina! The demon lord's voice echoed across the entire plain. How dare you return? Barzebu, Avina replied coldly, this princess has returned to reclaim what is rightfully hers. Ha ha ha, with your current state? Balzeb laughed wildly. 300 years of exile have weakened you, haven't they? Is that so? Ivina slowly rose into the air, and the legendary succubus power began to manifest. Then you should try it. The dazzling purple light instantly illuminated the entire sky, and the powerful pressure made Balzeb's legion tremble. This is impossible. Balzeb staggered back in shock. The legendary power of the succubus. Now you're scared? Ivina sneered, but it was too late. Purple light swept across the entire abyss of desire like a tidal wave, and the legendary power of Ivina shook the entire 7th floor. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Balzeb retreated in horror. I clearly sealed you with a forbidden spell. Foolish uncle, Ivina descends slowly, each step exuding supreme majesty. Do you think I, this princess, have wasted these 500 years? Lin Yuan and Su Qingge followed closely behind, showing no fear despite facing the Abyss Legion. Someone could feel the magic resonating here. Su Qingge formed a hand seal, and the silver light of the supreme induction technique produced a wonderful reaction with the magic of the abyss, as if this land was welcoming Sister Yali back. Indeed, the entire land of the abyss of desire trembled slightly, as if cheering for the return of its true master. Balzeb, surrender. Ivina's voice echoed across the battlefield. This princess does not want innocent demon soldiers to die in vain. Don't even think about it. Balzeb roared. Even if you awaken the power of legend, I will not submit. He wielded a massive black battle axe and led his legion to charge towards Ivina. A battle is about to break out. Ivina raised her right hand, and the purple succubus power instantly transformed into countless blades of light, striking the charging demon soldiers with pinpoint accuracy. But these blades of light did not kill them. Instead, they purified the evil aura emanating from them. What? Balzeb was shocked to find that the soldiers hit by the light blades were kneeling down and submitting to Ivina. The legendary succubus power not only possesses the power of destruction, but also the ability to purify and redeem, Ivina said calmly. That is the difference between you and me. Master is mighty. Sarah and her demon subordinates shouted excitedly. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This was the woman he deeply loved, not only beautiful and strong, but also possessing a kind heart. Su Qingge's supreme induction technique had an unexpected effect at this moment. The silver purifying light perfectly merged with Ivina's succubus power, accelerating the purification process on the enemy forces. I understand now. Su Qingge exclaimed excitedly. The supreme induction technique and the power of the succubus could actually resonate. Very good, Ivina nodded approvingly. Qingge, your power has special significance for the purification of the abyss. Seeing his legion being continuously purified, Balzeb went completely mad. If that's the case, then let's all perish together. He began to burn his life force, preparing to unleash a devastating forbidden spell. Stop! A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. An elderly demon dressed in magnificent robes appeared in the sky. It was none other than Gregor, the Grand Elder of the Abyss of Desire. The Grand Elder? Ivina looked at the newcomer in surprise. You? Your Highness, this old minister has been secretly protecting your forces in the abyss. Gregor bowed respectfully. Barzeb's rule has brought misery to the people of the Abyss of Desire, and many nobles await your return. Gregor! You old bastard! Balzeb roared angrily. Barzebu, your reign is over, Greg said solemnly. From this day forward, Princess Ivina will once again ascend the throne of the Abyss of Desire. As Gregor finished speaking, a large army of demons appeared in the distance, but they were carrying Ivina's banner. What is this? Lin Yuan asked in confusion. They are the forces loyal to this princess, Ivina thought with a gleam of relief. It seems that even after 500 years, there are still people who remember this princess. Faced with this situation, Balzeb finally despaired. He knew all was lost and could only glare at Ivina with hatred. Ivina, did you think it was over once you reclaimed the throne? The abyss is far deeper than you imagine. What do you mean? Ivina frowned. Ah, you'll find out soon enough. Balzeb laughed maniacally as he self-destructed, turning into a cloud of black smoke and dissipating. The beings on the other layers will never allow a succubus with legendary power to unify the abyss. With Barzeb's death, the coup came to a complete end. 3 days later, at the royal palace of the Abyss of Desire, a grand coronation ceremony is underway. Ivina, dressed in a magnificent purple royal robe and wearing the succubus crown that symbolizes power, has once again ascended her throne. I, Ivina, the 18th ruler of the Abyss of Desire, have reclaimed the throne today. My voice echoes throughout the palace, vowing to lead the Abyss into a new era. Long live! Long live! Long live forever! All the demon subjects shouted in unison. Lin Yuan and Su Qingge, as Ivina's most important partners, were appointed as royal advisors and enjoyed a high status. Congratulations, Ivina! Lin Yuan held Ivina's hand. You have finally reclaimed everything that belongs to you. I'm so happy for you. Su Qingge said excitedly. This was just the beginning. Ivina gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with both satisfaction and worry. Balzeb's dying words were weighing heavily on this princess's mind. Indeed, although the throne has been reclaimed, new challenges have only just begun. That night, in a secret chamber of the palace. Elder Gregor, are you aware of the situation on the other levels? Ivina inquired. The elderly elder looked solemn. Your Highness, to be honest, during your 500 years of exile, the Abyss has indeed undergone many changes. What changes? According to reliable intelligence, the rulers of the 1st to 6th levels seem to be plotting something, Greg whispered, and there are rumors that they have made contact with the Celestials. The Celestial Realm? Su Qingge asked in shock. Isn't the Celestial Realm the mortal enemy of the Abyss? That's precisely why it's worrying, Greg sighed. I'm afraid your awakening of legendary power has already attracted the attention of various forces. Ivina narrowed her eyes, interesting. It seems that the enemy I am about to face is more complicated than I imagined. Moreover, Greg hesitated for a moment, then realized there was even more important news. What? The final day of judgment, mentioned in the ancient prophecy of the Abyss, seems to be approaching. Gregor's voice trembled as he spoke. Legend has it that when a succubus with legendary power appears, the 3 realms will be reshuffled. The news was like a thunderbolt, and everyone was shocked. A reshuffling of the 3 realms? Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Things seem to be getting complicated, Su Qingge said worriedly. Ivina remained silent for a long time, then said firmly, no matter what I face, this princess will not back down. Since fate has chosen me, then let the storm rage on. Several days later, in the throne room. While Ivina was handling government affairs, Sarah suddenly rushed in. Master, there's important information. What's up? We detected mysterious portal fluctuations at the border. Sarah looked tense, and it didn't seem to be coming from any other abyssal layer. Not a portal to the abyss? Ivina frowned. Then what could it be? Based on the analysis of the magical fluctuations, it is highly likely to be a portal to the celestial realm, Sarah said cautiously. Ivina stood up, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Interesting, it seems even the celestial realm can't sit still anymore. Sister Yali, what should we do? Su Qingge asked. Of course I'll go and meet these uninvited guests, Ivina sneered. This princess wants to see what kind of messengers the heavenly realm has sent. Just then, a solemn and majestic horn sounded from afar, a sacred sound used only by the celestial legions. They arrived. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, and the magic power within his body began to surge. The other side is ready. Su Qingge also entered battle mode. Ivina slowly walked towards the balcony of the throne room, looking at the golden light appearing on the horizon, a challenging smile curling at the corners of her lips. A new game has begun, she whispered. This princess is really looking forward to it. In the distant sky, golden and purple light began to converge, foreshadowing an even grander adventure about to unfold. And further afield, countless eyes are secretly observing all of this unfolding. End of article.